The story begins with the Avengers assembling. In a symbiotic relationship with the aloof beauty, Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. They become the most formidable force among the Avengers. However, during a battle with the Chitauri army, Symbiote witnesses a golden rope, a masked vigilante launching webs, and a golden-haired girl shattering a Leviathan with a single punch. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Symbiote. In the North Atlantic, on the high seas, the atmosphere in the aircraft carrier's conference room is far from amiable. Captain America and Tony Stark have just returned with Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, who is now confined in a specially designed cage. Nick Fury is attempting to extract information from him, while others argue fervently about how to handle the Tesseract and Loki. Everyone, Loki is a madman, Banner states, glancing at the others. Thor immediately interjects, "Hey, watch your words." Though Loki is unreasonable, he is still from Asgard and my brother. Natasha coolly remarks, he killed 80 people in 2 days. In fact, he was adopted. Maria Hill has been eavesdropping in the control room. If Loki's intellect matched Thor's, the situation would be far simpler. Just then, Fury's voice crackles through her earpiece. "Hill, check on that thing." "Understood." Hill acknowledges the command and approaches a special containment room. The heavy alloy door silently slides open, revealing monotonous metallic walls and a large reinforced glass panel. Inside the glass enclosure lies a dark, viscous substance, quietly remaining. It arrived on Earth through the portal opened by the Tesseract alongside Loki and S.H.I.E.L.D's. Tech department is at a loss, unable to identify any significant components or dare to make contact. At this moment, the substance feels an unprecedented weakness. "I'm dying. Energy. Need energy." Symbiote is a traveler whose soul unexpectedly attaches itself to this peculiar symbiote, which requires a host, or at least a continuous energy supply, or it will perish. If it dies, he will too. "Damn it, let me out." Symbiote senses that this symbiote possesses unimaginable potential, but now it is merely a puddle of dying sludge. He desperately stirs the substance, trying to catch the attention of the woman outside. He recognizes her Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an elite agent known for her composure and efficiency. At this moment, from Hill's perspective, the viscous black substance begins to writhe, drawing twisted, formless patterns on the smooth inner wall, as if attempting to knock against the glass. Hill raises an eyebrow. Is this its first attempt at communication? She steps closer, scrutinizing it. What does it want to express? Hill's expression remains unchanged, still the picture of professionalism. She cannot comprehend it. Or perhaps this entity is merely twitching aimlessly. "Help! SOS. Symbiote strikes the glass more vigorously, the viscous form becoming unstable. Strange behavior, recorded, Hill thinks, marking it on her datapad. Meanwhile, in the control room, Tony Stark's gaze is fixed on S.H.I.E.L.D's database, with Bruce Banner beside him, furrowing his brow at the data streaming across the screen. Found it. Tony taps the enter key. A folder labeled Phase 2 appears on the screen. Banner leans in closer. Phase 2. What is that? It seems our host has quite a few secrets. Tony retorts with his characteristic sarcasm, turning to the recently entered Nick Fury. Fury, kindly enlighten us about this delightful surprise called Phase 2. Furious 1I betrays no emotion. That's classified, Stark. Ah, another classified. Tony sighs exaggeratedly. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes. Steve Rogers walks in, his expression grave. He tosses a uniquely designed energy weapon onto the central table, the metallic clatter piercing the tense atmosphere. Phase 2, Captain America's voice is cold, is the study of weapons using the Tesseract. Fury's expression remains impassive. We are on the brink of war, Captain. Using weapons of mass destruction to maintain peace? Steve challenges. Sometimes, deterrence is necessary, Fury replies. This is not deterrence, this is an arms race, Banner interjects. Earth has me to protect it, Thor declares, having entered unnoticed, his voice booming with Asgardian pride and a hint of confusion. Can you control this power? Natasha leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, silently observing. She notices the glowing blue gem atop Loki's discarded scepter at the opposite end of the table, flickering faintly. The argument intensifies, each person stubbornly holding their ground, the tension palpable. Back in the containment area, Hill continues to gaze at the dark substance within the glass. Just moments ago, the viscous material had written several jagged English letters on the glass. Help. Is it asking for help? Hill's brow truly furrows for the first time, exceeding her expectations. She quickly pulls up her portable datapad, connecting to the containment room's monitoring system. On the screen, the energy curve representing the black sludge is visibly plummeting, approaching a dangerous red line. Energy depletion is occurring rapidly. This thing is not acting, she concludes. How do you want me to help you? Hill addresses the glass, her tone still calm. Su-mo is on the verge of madness. This woman finally understands. He exerts his last ounce of strength, manipulating the sludge to laboriously spell out another word. Touch. Touch. Hill's eyes widen. Her right hand instinctively inches closer to her sidearm. What a ridiculous notion physically contact an unknown extraterrestrial life form. This violates at least a dozen safety protocols. She does not take risks lightly. As she weighs the risks, a loud explosion erupts from somewhere on the aircraft carrier. The entire vessel shakes violently, the overhead lights flickering erratically, and blaring alarms follow. Hill. Furious, urgent voice comes through the communicator, amidst chaos and explosions. Emergency. Banner is out of control. He's pursuing Romanoff towards your direction. Evacuate the containment area immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Damn it, who provoked him? We're in the sky. Hill's expression solidifies. She glances at the nearly lifeless black sludge within the glass, hearing the approaching roars and impacts through the communicator. Su-mo thinks, she will definitely leave that eye in such circumstances, who would still care about a pool of nearly lifeless black sludge. Yet he was mistaken. Hill pressed a button, and Su-mo felt a disorienting whirl before being drawn into a smaller glass container, where he was then cradled in Hill's arms. I hope you truly possess value. Hill promptly took him in the direction of safety. The thunderous roars and heavy footfalls grew louder, causing the entire corridor to tremble. Soon, Hill found a storage room to hide in. Just as the door was secured, it was violently thrust open with a resounding bang. Natasha Romanoff swiftly entered and closed the door behind her. Hill, what a coincidence. She gasped for breath, her auburn hair plastered to her forehead. That hulking green brute nearly killed me. Fury has truly lost his mind. Why recruit such a monster? What's the situation? Has the aircraft carrier been attacked? Hill remained calm, merely shifting to grant Natasha some space. Natasha reluctantly recounted the events. Steve and Tony had gone to repair the engine. Thor was checking on Loki's condition, and she had been pursued relentlessly by the furious Hulk. What a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 2. Forgetfulness. The walls suddenly shook, and a terrifying roar seemed to reverberate in her ears. The metal walls could not muffle the cataclysmic sound. Hulk will find this place sooner or later. Or before that, he might just tear this aircraft carrier apart. Hill's voice remained steady, stating an undeniable truth. What brilliant idea do you have? Surely you don't expect me to lull him to sleep? Natasha leaned against the cold metal frame, rubbing her temples. It was simple. I'm coming. See. Su-mo roared within the container, his consciousness nearly fading. He exerted all his strength, and the black liquid reappeared on the glass wall. Touch. Hey, look at this little thing. Natasha noticed and gestured toward the container. Quite persistent, isn't it? Just wants you to touch it, Hill? Another loud bang resonated, this time even closer. Hulk was just outside the door, his roar causing painful reverberations in the ears. Fine, he'll trust you this once. Hill's gaze remained unwavering. Then, she abruptly smashed the glass container against the nearby metal cabinet. Crash! The glass shattered at once. Hill! Natasha exclaimed, completely unprepared for such an action. In the next moment, the black viscous substance erupted like a living entity. At a speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive, it enveloped Hill's combat suit. Her skin, every inch of her. Hill stifled a groan as her form abruptly surged upwards. In mere seconds, Maria Hill vanished. In her place stood a towering figure over 2 meters tall, cloaked entirely in black. Its outline was grotesque, muscles bulging, every inch brimming with explosive power, radiating a primal, heart-stopping terror greater than that of Hulk. Oh my! Natasha staggered back a step. Her hand instinctively grasped the grip of her sidearm. What is this monstrous thing? After a brief silence. Finally, I've deceived you. Su-mo reveled in this new body, healthy, proportionate, perfect. Especially his mind, oh so exquisite. Wait. Su-mo immediately stifled certain instinctive urges. Can you speak? Hill was utterly astonished. Not only that, but those words implied the slime possessed high intelligence. What exactly are you? Upon hearing Hill's inquiry, Su-mo's anger ignited. I've been writing help for ages, and you couldn't understand? And your S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers, their brains must be non-existent. I wrote SOS, and they read it as 303. Do they have tumors on their heads? Hill, my apologies. Forget it, I should thank you for releasing me. Hill felt a stirring within her. Just when she believed Su-mo was benign, a peaceful alien. Now, your body is mine. Su-mo completely forsook his origins, forcefully commandeering Hill's body. Ugh, what are you doing? Hill felt herself tightly ensnared. Every muscle, every nerve, no longer belonged to her. Damn it, I can't move. She attempted to struggle, only to find it futile. This was truly a misguided decision. Regret surged with clarity in Hill's mind for the first time. In the next moment, the heavy steel door of the storage room was torn open as if it were mere paper, twisted inward. The green behemoth, Hulk, filled the doorway, his eyes fixed intently on the equally formidable S.H.I.E.L.D within the room. The most unfortunate was Natasha. Trapped in a corner between two towering giants, her heart sank. Hulk regarded S.H.I.E.L.D, who was even larger than himself, as a provocation, roaring as his fist, the size of a cauldron, hurtled towards S.H.I.E.L.D's head. Damn it, do I have a grudge against you or what? S.H.I.E.L.D raised his equally robust black arm, fingers splayed. The clash of fists produced a thunderous sound that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The shockwave rippled through the air, causing the surrounding metal frames to groan under the strain, yet S.H.I.E.L.D firmly absorbed the blow, though the deck beneath him splintered. Goodness! S.H.I.E.L.D felt a jolt of realization. Truly, Hulk's brute strength is terrifying beyond measure. Natasha had retreated to a corner, her face a canvas of disbelief. It had just withstood a punch from Hulk? Hill, deep within S.H.I.E.L.D's consciousness, was equally stunned. This extraterrestrial being could actually contend with Hulk? After failing to land a hit, Hulk's fury intensified, and another fist followed. S.H.I.E.L.D stood firm, countering with his own punch. The two titanic figures engaged in the most primal of brawls within the narrow corridor and chamber. Walls crumbled easily, metal pipes twisted and shattered, sparks erupted. They fought and smashed their way through, leaving chaos in their wake. Before long, the battlefield extended from the containment area to the lower hangar. Aircraft, vehicles, precision equipment. Under their frenzied might, they were as fragile as toys, torn apart and flung aside. Within the symbiotic embrace, Hill observed it all, her brow furrowing deeper at this rate. The aircraft carrier would surely be dismantled. Good grief, what on earth is that? Nick Fury's voice roared through the ship's communication, clearly having witnessed the new developments in the hangar via surveillance. The background noise was filled with the wails of engines and explosions, and the situation above was dire as well. That black creature is Hill. Natasha's voice was hurried yet professional. The communication channel fell into silence. Moments later, Tony hacked into the carrier's surveillance and swiftly analyzed the data on the two monsters, concluding that their strength exceeded 2,000 tons. A woman who can use the Hulk as a punching bag? Tony's voice rose slightly. Then why do you want me, a 42-year-old billionaire, genius, philanthropist, to come to this wretched place? Am I to serve as a mascot? Listen, Stark. If I possessed such a weapon, Loki wouldn't even have been able to open a portal. Fury was also at a loss. Agent Hill, if you can still manage the situation, find a way to lure that green monster to the surface. This aircraft carrier can barely hold on. Fury's voice resonated once more, this time with an undeniable command. He'll give it a try? Hill found herself immobilized, compelled to attempt communication with Sumo on a cognitive level. You may call me Sumo. Hill thought, Sumo? What a peculiar pronunciation, he must indeed be an extraterrestrial. Sumo's massive form paused, swatting away the lunging Hulk. Then, a deep voice, rich with an unusual resonance, emerged through Hill's communication device, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the channel. Listen, everyone, I can assist you. Fury was on the verge of exhaling in relief. But the condition is. Sumo's tone turned mocking. Prepare for me 100 human heads. Within the communication channel, even the sound of breathing ceased. Tony's jest lodged in his throat, while Steve's brow furrowed even deeper. Eat humans? This monster consumes humans. Just as the tension reached its pinnacle, Sumo spoke again, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather, or chocolate, a vast quantity of chocolate. Everyone. Chapter 3. I want to eat human brains. Or chocolate. Nick Fury solitary, I fixated intently on the surveillance screen. After a few moments of silence, his voice emanated through the communicator, strikingly calm. S.H.I.E.L.D, dispatch all chocolate reserves aboard the ship to the command room. Director, we have no chocolate, came a reply. It just treated Hulk like a football, S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's tone remained unwavering. Do as I instructed, and procure some immediately. Is that understood? Hello. Rumbling laughter echoed through Hill's communicator. Don't fret, Fury. Even in the absence of chocolate, I shan't resort to consuming human brains. And as for that agent, I harbor no fondness for serpentine chocolate. S.H.I.E.L.D broke into a cold sweat. Well, of course, neither do I. In the hangar, chaos persisted. Hulk exhibited little patience for their dessert deliberations. The immense green figure lunged forward again, the floor beneath him groaning under his weight. S.H.I.E.L.D cracked his neck. emitting a sound akin to grinding bones. All right, big guy, the game continues. He needed to expel Hulk, and swiftly, his thoughts raced. He glanced toward a gaping breach in the hangar, a remnant of their earlier skirmish, through which fierce winds howled from the heights above. Perfect. Sumo opted not to confront Hulk head-on. His massive ebony form displayed an agility incongruent with his size. As Hulk's fist descended, Sumo transformed into a shadow. Evading the blow, the liquid surface of his body rendered Hulk's strike ineffective. Like a seasoned matador, Sumo taunted the enraged bull. Over here, you brainless brute. His voice dripped with mockery as he swayed near the precipice. Hulk bellowed, charging recklessly. The ground trembled. Just as Hulk's colossal fist was about to collide with Sumo's visage, Sumo crouched low, the dark substance of his form flowing like a tide to the side. Hulk's immense inertia propelled him forward, hurtling toward the breach. Now's the moment. Sumo's right leg swelled instantaneously, transforming into a more robust black foot. He exerted his waist, delivering a powerful kick to Hulk's rear. A thunderous boom erupted, mingled with Hulk's furious roar. The green giant, like a cannonball launched from a catapult, careened uncontrollably through the breach of the aircraft carrier, vanishing swiftly into the clouds. Ah, tranquility enveloped the world. Sumo stood at the edge of the breach, the howling winds tousling his obsidian form. Silence reigned over the communication channel. Natasha's voice was the first to shatter the stillness. Laced with a tremor. Did he just kick Hulk out? Jarvis, the anti-Hulk armor plan needs to be postponed for now, came Tony's voice, laden with complexity. In the engine room, the response was prompt. All set, but don't expect it to whisk us off to Tahiti for a holiday, Captain. As long as it can fly, that suffices. Well done, Stark. Tony's voice resonated through the communicator. Captain America wiped the grime from his face, his gaze shifting to the control panel as the roar of the engine stabilized. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the bridge, Natasha dispatched the last mind-controlled agent with a swift elbow strike, while Nick Fury, his gun still smoking, mirrored her actions. The floors had been thoroughly cleared. Natasha reported with a steady voice that Agent Barton had been apprehended. Fury's expression was grave, his singular eye betraying an unshakable seriousness. The group gradually returned to the relatively intact command center, where the air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt metal amidst the chaos. Frayed cables hung limply like lifeless serpents, and sparks flickered from the control console. Unable to resist a quip, Tony remarked. It seems you all could use quite the renovation budget. At that moment, Agent Hill entered. Sumo had retreated back in her body, drawing all eyes to her. Agent Hill, what is that dark creature? Fury's sharp gaze bore into her. With a resigned sigh, Hill proceeded to explain the situation to the assembled team. A symbiote? It's now residing within you? That sounds like something out of a horror film. Just then, Sitwell rushed in, breathless, clutching a heap of assorted chocolates. Chocolate, sir. The chocolate you requested? He glanced at Fury, then at Hill, sensing their scrutinizing stares. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Finally, he had arrived. Sumo's voice, tinged with raspy impatience, cut through the tension. A viscous black substance oozed from Hill's back, coalescing on her shoulder into a head filled with jagged teeth. Its menacing visage accentuated by a scarlet tongue that flicked at the corners of its mouth. My heavens! Everyone instinctively tensed. Sumo looked at the group. Anyone want to try the chocolate? Heads shook in unison like a fan. Is it truly that terrifying? He is quite polite. Sumo elongated his neck, opening his toothy mouth wide, and in one bite, devoured nearly half the chocolate, packaging and all. I now believe this creature genuinely consumes human brains. Tony whispered to Captain America beside him. I say, rather than analyzing me here, has anyone seen that blonde giant? The one with the hammer? Sumo couldn't help but interject. Natasha was the first to react. He wanted to check on Loki. Fury bolted out first, with the others following closely behind. Loki's specially designed cage now lay empty, the glass riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, the metal framework twisted and deformed. Fury's expression darkened, his face grim. Thor was absent, but on the ground lay a figure, Phil Coulson. A gruesome wound marred his chest, a result of some sharp object piercing through. Coulson's eyes were wide open, yet devoid of life. Oh dear God, Natasha gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Steve's fist clenched tightly, while for the first time, Tony's expression bore no trace of mockery. Hill gazed at Coulson, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's finest agents. Just like that, he was gone. A chill of rage coursed through Hill. Fury bent down and retrieved a stack of cards from Coulson's blood-stained pocket, the cards drenched in cold blood, commemorative edition cards of Captain America. Fury tossed the cards onto a nearby metal table that still stood upright. Loki had fled, taking the Tesseract with him. Coulson was dead. Fury's voice was hoarse, tinged with a suppressed fury. He looked at Steve. He admired you, Captain. Steve's gaze fell upon the cards, his lips pressing together tightly. I once had an idea. Fury's voice echoed down the corridor, to gather a group of extraordinary individuals and see what they could achieve. To win battles we could not win when we needed it most. He paused, his solitary eye sweeping over everyone present. Phil Coulson died for this idea. He believed in heroes. Fury's voice rose slightly. The Avengers Initiative was created for this very purpose. Did Loki think he had won? He was mistaken. He has enraged us. He believed himself a god, free to act as he pleased. But I will make him understand that even gods bleed. Chapter 4. Beware of his egg laying within you. Fury's voice brimmed with icy determination. Tony looked at Coulson's lifeless form on the ground, then at Fury, remaining silent. Using death as motivation is a glitch, but sometimes it proves effective. Sue-Mo observed coldly from within Hill's consciousness. Theoretically, as long as not too much time had passed since death, Sue-Mo could bring him back, albeit with some complications and significant energy expenditure. He sensed his energy reserves had just begun to recover. It was unnecessary. Besides, there was no need for me to intervene. Sue-Mo recalled that Coulson would later appear, full of life. Rescuing him now would merely reveal all my cards to Fury. Not worth it. Can you save Coulson? Upon hearing Sue-Mo's voice in her mind, Hill felt a surge of excitement. If your smile creeps up any further, I won't be able to save him, Sue-Mo replied coldly. He could save him, but only because he desired to do so himself. Hill instantly grasped his concerns and immediately reined in her expression. I'm sorry, Sue-Mo. I won't tell anyone. Not even Fury. A wise choice. Regardless, life must go on. The group channeled their grief into strength, their eyes focused on a singular goal. Loki. In the corridor of a lounge, Hill reiterated, Sue-Mo, can you truly save Coulson? Of course, but if I save him, I will die. So tell me, should I proceed? Of course, saving Coulson would not lead to his demise. However, what Sue-Mo sought to understand was Hill's attitude. Sue-Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. I have no right to demand anything of you. If it were truly the case, my answer would be no rescue. Sue-Mo let out a cold snort. Is this how you treat your esteemed colleagues? Though our acquaintance has been brief, I am well aware that you're a living being with a complete set of thoughts. Hill's expression turned serious. Coulson understands the perils of this profession. And so do I. I hope you genuinely believe that. Agent Hill, Sue-Mo replied coolly. Maria Hill. Most people recognize her merely as the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, a commendable agent. However, Sue-Mo knew more. He admired Hill's candor and character. In fact, Hill does not unequivocally follow Fury's orders or those of S.H.I.E.L.D, as she is appointed by the president to her position. Nevertheless, she would resolutely refuse to execute the president's command to obliterate Manhattan with a nuclear strike. By the way, Hill's favorite pizza is the Vino Prairie flavor from Georgia. In the corridor, Natasha was observing Barton, who sat in the temporary confinement room, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. 90% of the losses were attributed to him. Sensing Hill's approach, Natasha's demeanor grew complex. Hill approached her side. He was under control, Natasha. I know, but looking at his face makes me want to punch him. Natasha exhaled, rubbing her temples. After a pause, she turned to Hill. What about the one inside you? How does Fury intend to handle him? Hill shook her head. He hasn't said anything. I suspect Fury currently needs combat capabilities. Once this matter is settled, he will likely find a way to separate us. I heard that. Sue-Mo's voice cut through. Natasha's gaze flickered, turning towards Hill's shoulder. What will happen to him after you separate? Will he cohabit with someone else? Hill was quite candid. He will most likely be sent back to the lab. Sue-Mo snorted. Back to the lab? Don't be absurd. If that black egg dares to do such a thing, I'll chop off his head and stuff it up his backside. Natasha, Hill. Sue-Mo peeked over Hill's shoulder. That head full of sharp teeth turned towards Natasha. Suddenly, Natasha felt as though she were being laid bare. Don't you desire such power, Agent Romanoff? Sue-Mo's tone was laced with temptation. Furthermore, Hill, he turned back to Hill, insinuating that when Fury truly wishes to separate us, you may find it hard to let go. Why would I find it hard to let go? Hill crossed her arms, clearly incredulous at Sue-Mo's words. Natasha looked at Hill, a knowing smile curling at her lips. I have indeed heard numerous tales of such, tentacled creatures. She winked at Hill. Be cautious. Do not allow him to lay eggs within your body. Laying eggs within her? A sudden wave of discomfort washed over Hill. Sue-Mo, resting his head on her shoulder, revealed a silent grin, his crimson tongue flickering between sharp teeth. An intriguing proposition, Natasha. Perhaps I should contemplate it. Little Hills. It sounds rather appealing. Stop. Do not speak any further. Hill felt a churn in her stomach. With a forceful shove, she pushed Natasha away, surprising her with the suddenness of it. Hill sprinted back to her quarters, nearly expending all her energy. With a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut and locked it. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Calm down, calm down. It was merely a scare, Sue-Mo remarked nonchalantly. Yet the notion of an alien entity invading her, gestating within her, sent shivers down Hill's spine. She dashed to her locker, yanking out a handheld biological scanner. Without bothering to remove her entire combat suit, she brutally tore open the collar, pressing the cold device against her neck, then her chest, and finally her abdomen. The blue indicator light flickered, and the device emitted a faint hum. What are you afraid of, Hill? If you find the idea of symbiosis with me repulsive, there is no need for you to force it, Sumo's voice lazily echoed in her mind. At worst, I could simply seek another host, perhaps Natasha. I could even graciously assist her in regaining her uterus. I do not. Hill's voice came out hoarse. Sumo, please do not jest like that. Her voice dwindled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sumo felt a sense of helplessness. My mother died, giving birth to me. I was born in the summer, yet that day, as temperature plummeted to minus 44 degrees. They label me a monster. My father, no. He cannot even be called a father. I have no family left. On the scanner screen, all physiological indicators fluctuated within normal ranges. No anomalous energy responses, no unidentified biological tissues. Hill stared at the screen, verifying the results thrice. No, nothing at all. She released her grip on the scanner, and it fell with a thud onto the carpet. Slowly, she slid down to the ground, leaning against the frigid metal wall. Just a joke, a cruel jest. Sumo remained silent for a moment, acutely aware of Hill's vulnerability in that instant. This version of Hill felt more genuine, not the relentless figure he had witnessed on screen. Chapter 5. Heart-to-heart apologies. That joke was indeed rather cruel. The past cannot be altered, but you are not alone now. At the very least, you have me. With my presence. No one dares to call you a monster. Sumo's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a somewhat clumsy attempt at comfort. Although he had become a symbiote, his 9 years of compulsory education still lingered. He possessed a semblance of decency, albeit limited. Hill was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably quickening. She understood that Sumo and Natasha's jest was devoid of malice, yet she could scarcely fathom that the extraterrestrial creature, who had just referred to Fury as a black salted egg and threatened to remove his head and insert it into his posterior, would offer her an apology. Furthermore, it was astonishing to hear such comforting words from him. Tentatively, Hill inquired, Sumo, are you truly an alien? Do I not appear to be one? Hill was not one to display fragility or sentimentality. It was merely that the jest had stirred memories, causing her emotions to momentarily spiral. Perhaps it was because Sumo was not human. Thus, she instinctively revealed her vulnerabilities to him, bringing their relationship a step closer. Not exactly human, but the impression you give me is akin to that of a refined gentleman from an Eastern nation. You may not be aware, but young Americans are quite fond of that type of man. Hill sat on the ground, her mood easing, as though conversing with an old friend. Sumo sensed that she had opened her heart. Is that so? When I transform into a human, perhaps I could give it a try. He replied with a hint of pride. What? You can become human? Hill exclaimed, a flicker of surprise and an unrecognized anticipation dancing in her eyes. Sumo nodded. Indeed, I have this premonition, but it may take quite some time. How long? What does that have to do with you, Agent Hill? Hill realized she had overstepped. Regardless. Thank you. Sumo, all right. No need to be overly sentimental. Sumo interrupted nonchalantly. I simply don't want my temporary benefactor to suddenly collapse. You still need to take me to find more chocolate. Despite his flippant words, Hill sensed a certain clumsy kindness. She took a deep breath and gradually rose to her feet. Her combat suit was somewhat disheveled, yet her gaze regained its resolve. Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. would not easily overlook a being as unique as him. They would study, analyze, and even seek to control him. Let them try. I wouldn't mind tasting the flavor of their brains. Sumo's sharp teeth glinted ominously. Hill's expression grew serious. Sumo, I do not know what you truly are, nor do I comprehend your purpose. However, you saved me, and indirectly aided us. And what? Sumo tilted his head, seemingly trying to grasp the meaning behind her words. In any case, I assure you, Hill's voice was clear and resolute. As long as I am here, I will never allow them to capture you for experimentation. You are neither a weapon nor specimen. Sumo gazed at her quietly. This woman, who had moments ago trembled in fear, was now uttering such declarations. He sensed the determination in her words, not a fleeting impulse, but a promise born of careful contemplation. Ah, Sumo let out an enigmatic chuckle. Agent Hill, are you courting disaster? Is it truly worth it for an extraterrestrial slime? You are not the alien substance. Hill interjected, her tone brooking no contradiction. You are Sumo. Moreover, the worthiness of the matter is irrelevant. It is my choice to proceed. She extended her hand, seemingly wishing to pat Sumo on the head, yet paused mid-motion. Very well, Hill, Sumo replied, his voice taking a lighter tone. Since you assert it so, I shall momentarily place my trust in you. However, should those lab-coated individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to approach within 3 meters of me, I shall take matters into my own hands. Hill answered succinctly. The room sank into silence once more. But this time, the stillness felt far less stifling. So are we allies now? Hill regarded him, suddenly finding his grotesque visage somewhat more palatable. Handsome in an unconventional way, a long-lost smile graced her features. I believe so, Mr. Sumo. Excellent. As allies, should we not discuss the matter of a long-term supply of chocolate? I prefer dark chocolate, and please, no nuts. Hill noted, fully aware that this fellow could not stray far from the topic of chocolate in 3 sentences. Sumo's thoughts raced. He could now pinpoint the timeline. The Avengers. The Battle of New York. A considerable number of lives were destined to be lost. Should he forewarn them? After all, New York boasted a plethora of renowned chocolate establishments. If they were damaged, how would he satisfy his cravings? Emotional musings concluded. Sumo resumed, opting to alert Hill. Regarding Loki, your Asgardian guest, what is his temperament like? Without hesitation, Hill replied, arrogant, egotistical. Indeed, he yearns for dominion, craves adulation. He dealt you a significant blow on your territory, but that is merely the beginning. He seeks to shatter your spirit, to unveil his own greatness to all. Thus, he requires an audience. Hill's brow furrowed slightly as she grasped the critical notion. Clever, he does not desire a stealthy victory. Sumo continued. He desires a grand spectacle, a performance heralding his arrival. Do you recall where you captured Loki? What was he doing? He was extracting iridium to stabilize the energy of the Tesseract. Hill responded swiftly, recognizing the intelligence at play. Sumo's voice carried a hint of mischief. Activating the Tesseract demands immense energy. Can you surmise where he might now seek a sufficiently conspicuous location, capable of providing vast energy for his performance? Hill abruptly rose, a location flashing in her mind. The tallest and most ostentatious building in New York City, a structure with a nearly limitless energy supply. Stark Tower. Almost instantaneously after Hill's words left her mouth, a cacophony of Tony Stark's exclamations echoed from the corridor. I've been robbed. Evidently, he had contemplated the matter as well. A series of knocks resonated through the air. Natasha pushed open the door to Hill's chamber, leaning against the frame, adorned in a fitted combat uniform. A new mission awaited, and our commander was poised to join the front line. Hill, having a new partner, certainly made a difference. Hill dismissed her teasing. This was not a moment for jest. Chapter 6. The Battle of New York commences. The command center had transformed into a makeshift war room. Steve grasped his iconic shield, his gaze resolute. In the corner, Tony's iron armor emitted a soft hum of energy, layers of dark crimson and gold rapidly enveloping his form. Truly impressive. Natasha meticulously inspected the widow's bite on her wrist. Trust me, I'll aim for Loki's eyes. Clint, recently freed from mental control, found his quiver brimming with an array of specially crafted arrows, more than ever before. Shall we strike a pose, or perhaps deliver some lines? He suggested. For instance, a low voice resonated in Hill's mind. Venom? That hardly sounds like a noble hero. Hill responded inwardly. Come on, that's incredibly cool. If you say so, then let us proceed, came the affirmation. The essence of Sumo surged forth from Hill, swiftly enveloping her combat attire. This time, she did not transform into a grotesque, muscle-bound monster. The black substance flowed over her skin, taking shape, forming a sleek black suit that fit like a second skin. It perfectly accentuated Hill's tall and slender figure. At key areas such as the chest, abdomen, and joints, Sumo thoughtfully coalesced protective layers reminiscent of armor, providing both additional defense and a refined appearance, enhancing the aura of formidable elegance. Is this new look really that cool? Natasha gazed at the transformed Hill, unable to suppress her envy. Among those present, only she and Clint were ordinary. The rest were equally taken aback, especially Tony, who pondered if his iron suit could achieve such fluidity, thus reducing transformation time. A study was in order. Hill moved her limbs, feeling the power surging within her, along with the peculiar sense of being enveloped by Sumo. To her astonishment, the black substance obeyed her will. Her movements were her own, merely amplified to a remarkable degree. You're willing to relinquish most of the control to me? Why? Don't get too excited, Hill. Sumo's languid voice echoed in her ear. I occasionally wish to be a quiet spectator, appreciating my hostess' performance. Show me what this ally of yours is made of. Do not disappoint me, my temporary benefactor. Hill replied, my combat proficiency ranked in the top 5 during agent assessments. Oh, I eagerly await the display. Atop Stark Tower, energy coalesced, emitting a piercing hum. Dr. Eric Selvig's gaze was vacant as he adjusted the instruments. Suddenly, a streak of red and gold sliced through the New York skyline. Iron Man hovered outside the tower. JARVIS, scan that glowing cube. Tony commanded. A high-intensity energy shield has been detected. Conventional weaponry cannot penetrate it. As anticipated, then let us deal with Loki first. Tony opened the communication channel. Hey, everyone, should I wait for you to join me? Or shall I have a little chat about life with that horn boy first? He paused, his tone exaggerated. After all, if he pokes me with that little wand of his, with my genius brain, Earth could just, poof, cease to exist. Inside the Quinjet, Steve and the others helplessly closed their eyes. This guy never misses an opportunity to show off. It might be better if you go alone, Stark. We, mere mortals, cannot withstand the control of that mind scepter. That thing should be ineffective against a hunk of metal like you, right? Sumo provocatively inquisitive. You? Mia molted. Tony's voice emanated from the armor as he tapped the arc reactor in his chest, producing a dull metallic sound. But I am indeed the best candidate. He turned his gaze toward Loki atop the tower. Steve observed the ominous blue beam emanating from Stark Tower, then glanced back at Sumo. Is he really going to be fine alone? Steve inquired, referring to Tony facing Loki by himself. Hill shook her head in uncertainty, but Sumo smiled in response. He won't die. The Quinjet weaved through the high rises of New York, its body gliding past glass facades, the blinding blue beam from Stark Tower, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Natasha pointed ahead. Look, a small figure was violently hurled from a high window of the tower, plummeting uncontrollably. It was Tony. Damn it. Steve sprang from his seat, rushing to the viewport, pressing his hand against the cold glass. He was going to die. Where was his armor? Wait, Captain. Sumo's voice rang out again. Just as Tony's figure vanished among the buildings below, a torrent of red and gold metal surged forth from an open window at the tower summit, swiftly pursuing the falling figure. Clang! Bang! A series of metallic clashes echoed through the wind, distinctly audible. The descent abruptly halted. Iron Man hovered in midair, the arc reactor in his chest reigniting with a brilliant glow, dispelling the shadow of death. Immediately, the communication channel was filled with Tony's anxious complaints. Laced with his trademark exaggeration, Sumo, that bastard Loki just choked me and tossed me off the 90th floor. 90 floors. Did you see that? Do you not appear to be lacking in confidence, Tony? Sumo interjected with a hint of teasing in his voice. Come on, I believe certain brilliant minds could accurately calculate that in those fleeting seconds of free fall, there would be ample time to don a new toy. The channel fell silent for a moment, then was filled with Tony's signature, exuberant laughter. I must admit, I'm starting to like you truly. The echoes of Tony's laughter had yet to dissipate in the communication channel when, directly above Stark Tower, the sky abruptly tore open, revealing a deep blue rift. The energy from the Tesseract surged, creating a colossal portal. Oh, this is not good. Tony's tone shifted to one of seriousness. In the next instant, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers screeched as they surged forth from the portal, piloting small aircraft that descended upon the streets of New York like a metallic tempest. Following closely behind were colossal Leviathan bioships, their massive forms clad in thick armor, roaring as they crashed into skyscrapers. Glass facade shattered, and concrete debris rained down like a storm. The cacophony of explosions, screams, and gunfire instantly engulfed the city. Inside the Quinjet, Steve Rogers' expression turned grave. Barton, find a high ground. Natasha, evacuate the civilians. Copy that. Hawkeye had already opened the hatch, swiftly vaulting onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Natasha inspected the Widow S.H.I.E.L.D, her demeanor icy. Understood. Hill stood at the hatch, observing the panicked crowds fleeing below and the rampaging Chitauri soldiers. Without needing Steve's directive, she was fully aware of her role. I'll contain the battlefield to these streets. Steve expressed concern. Alone? No, I'll have backup. Sumo's voice resonated. Captain, we can fight all day. Steve was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had stolen his line. Chapter 7. The Lasso of Truth? A dark figure crashed onto the asphalt, causing the street to tremble violently. Dust and debris soared into the air. As the dust began to settle, Hill stood resolute at the center, clad in her symbiotic battlesuit. The Chitauri soldiers' assault momentarily stalled. Appetizer time, little bugs. Sumo's deep voice echoed. Hill sprang into action. Not a mere strike, but an annihilation. Her arms transformed into scythes, effortlessly absorbing energy beams. The Chitauri soldiers crumbled like fragile paper, torn apart and crushed, as if slicing through vegetables. Hill's mind assessed the situation calmly. The power bestowed upon her by Sumo was simple, brutal, and efficient. Are you not yet addicted? Sumo Nguayev. Far from it, Hill retorted with a hint of pride. In a mere span of seconds, the surrounding Zatara soldiers within a radius of several hundred meters were obliterated, leaving only a landscape strewn with debris. A distant roar echoed, and Hill looked up to behold the colossal Leviathan beast, its immense form crashing against the building. That monstrous creature seems ample for our warm-up, Sumo remarked with palpable excitement. Hill cautioned, do not underestimate it. Sumo, it appears formidable. That is merely an appearance. Sumo dismissed Hill's warning, channeling her strength as her massive form rocketed toward the Leviathan, which was battering the structure with its armored head. Boom! The dark giant collided with the Leviathan's flank. Its sharp claws sank deeply into the amalgamation of metal and flesh. Too slow, too weak. Somos sin control. Her muscular arms straining as she forcefully redirected the Leviathan, averting the collapse of half the office building. Fifth Avenue has fallen. We require reinforcements. Barton, can you suppress them? Steve's voice came through the comms, breathless. There are too many, Captain. They swarm like an endless tide of ants. Hawkeye's voice echoed from a vantage point. The civilians in this district have mostly evacuated. Natasha's calm, yet urgent voice interjected. But their assault is relentless. I cannot hold this intersection. In the distance, a thunderous crash resonated from the top of Stark Tower. Thor, Steve shouted. I am dealing with my disobedient brother, mortal. Thor's resonant voice mingled with the sounds of wind and thunder. He shall not prevail. Loki's chilling laughter followed. You, Odinson? New York will be the starting point of my conquest. Su-Mo tore the Leviathan into shreds, the remnants of metal and flesh cascading like rain. Yet, more Zatara soldiers surged forth from the portal, charging fearlessly, an endless wave that instilled a sense of despair within the hearts of the defenders. Hill, Su-Mo. We are converging on your position. Only your area has temporarily cleared. Steve's voice sounded weary. Understood, Hill replied, and Su-Mo once again plunged into the fray. Her claws swept through the air, effortlessly shredding the Zatara soldier's craft, while energy weapons striking her merely created harmless ripples upon her form. At that moment, a crackling sound emerged from not far away, causing Su-Mo to pause. Her fierce head turned toward the opposite side of the street. A small squad of Zatara soldiers was rushing toward a museum. Strange, why are those creatures exploding on their own? There are no fiery blasts, no traces of energy shockwaves. It was as if an invisible hand had crushed the Zatara soldiers. What is happening? Hill noticed Su-Mo's unusual demeanor. Su-Mo narrowed her pale eyes as yet another squad of Zatara soldiers charged toward that direction. Just as they were about to reach the bus stop sign, a flash of golden light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered. Goodness, the truth lasso? Su-Mo discerned clearly that it was a slender golden lasso, swift as lightning, coiling and tightening. The extraterrestrial minions were instantaneously shredded or strangled. Moments later, amidst the ruins, the Avengers finally converged. Except for Hill. Everyone bore the scars of battle. Most had retreated. We must hold this ground. Hill, Su-Mo, I entrust this to you, Steve gasped. Su-Mo's thoughts were elsewhere. His gaze fixated on the direction of the museum. Wonder Woman? But isn't this a realm of Marvel? Could it be that he had merely misidentified it, mistaking it for the lasso of truth? Just then, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine approached. Bruce Banner rode in on a modest motorcycle, stopping before the group with an earnest expression. I saw the news. The situation here is dire. Steve replied, your presence is sufficient. In the distance, another Leviathan roared, crashing through the buildings. A vast shadow loomed, and Tony immediately took to the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. He harried the monstrous beast while steering it towards the group. I fail to see what is entertaining about this spectacle, Stark, Natasha remarked, her expression grave as she gazed at the colossal creature. Allow me to handle this. It has been quite irate. Banner inhaled deeply, looking at the others. He began to emit a low growl, his body swelling slightly. Yet at that moment, he abruptly turned towards Hill, or rather, to Su-Mo, who was embodied in her. The green rage seemed to seize him. Huh, why are you looking at me? Banner felt somewhat awkward. Please, don't let me embarrass myself in front of my friends. Hulk. Su-Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He couldn't have frightened the Hulk, could he? He attempted to retreat into Hill's body. The next instant, Banner's form surged dramatically, his combat suit tearing apart. Roar! Hulk! The green giant bellowed as he charged toward the oncoming Leviathan. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, creating cracks in the earth, and launched himself like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch to the Leviathan's head. Boom! The immense creature was forcibly halted mid-air by the blow, before crashing impotently to the ground. Afterward, it glanced at Su-Mo, a smug smile curling at its lips. I spotted something intriguing at that museum around the corner, he informed Hill. Something intriguing? It was a golden lasso. Are you familiar with Wonder Woman? Not really. Is she also a superhuman? Hill sensed that this Wonder Woman was a significant source of pressure for Su-Mo. Was she his nemesis, or was there some connection between them? She was half right. The characters were excessively superhuman, and conversely, the villains were overwhelmingly formidable. Su-Mo found himself compelled to reassess his predicament. In the Marvel Universe, he could thrive well, but under a bit of pressure. The inclusion of Hulk undoubtedly alleviated the strain on the front lines. Su-Mo felt an urge to investigate. You all handle the battlefield here. I shall see if there are any stragglers. Su-Mo conveyed to the group, with me present, Dr. Banner may find it challenging to perform. Upon hearing Su-Mo's words, Tony and the others instinctively glanced at Captain America. He nodded in acknowledgement. Stay safe. Meanwhile, within the confines of the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, beneath the colossal dinosaur skeleton, a group of students clad in uniforms trembled, their faces etched with terror. Everyone calm down. Stay together. Do not scatter. A bespectacled male teacher endeavored to maintain order, though his voice quivered. Nearby, a young woman dressed in museum attire, with a name tag reading Barbara Minerva, was also trying to soothe the students. The police and superheroes will arrive shortly. We're safe. Mr. Leslie, a girl cried out with a quivering voice. Gwen is missing. And Kara, another boy added anxiously. Chapter 8. Threads and Divine Power. New York holds more than just the Avengers. Behind the museum, nestled between several buildings, a petite figure clad in a white hoodie moved fluidly through the air. Threads shot from her wrists, accurately adhering to the walls. She swung around a corner, pursued by several Chitauri soldiers, only for them to collide with a preset web trap, rendering them immobile. Ah, as expected of me, Gwen remarked, clapping her hands and pulling out a camera for a snapshot with her web. On a nearby street, a blonde girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, effortlessly lifted a toppled yellow bus, hurling it at another wave of advancing Chitauri soldiers, instantly clearing a substantial area. The airborne Chitauri attempted to strike her with energy weapons, but before the beams could reach their target, they were invariably obliterated by a blinding golden flash, where the craft itself would uncontrollably disintegrate. Atop an inconspicuous clock tower nearby, a figure stood silently, her dark hair billowing in the wind. Sumo, is that Wonder Woman you mentioned someone of great significance to you? Hill inquired discreetly, leaping between the high-rise buildings. Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Imbued with a rare gravity, her power system differs significantly from what you comprehend. It is exceedingly formidable. To put it in perspective, she is approximately 5,000 years old. 5,000 years old. Back then, the Sumerians were inscribing beer recipes on clay tablets. Hill exclaimed in astonishment. Following Thor's arrival, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun delving into Norse mythology. Now, Sumo claimed that this Wonder Woman belonged to an entirely different power system. How many mythological systems exist in the world? Are they all real? Sumo, relax, Hill. Thor is over 1,500 years old, yet you wouldn't know it, at least in terms of intellect. Hill instinctively responded, regretting her words immediately as she checked her communication device. On the other end, they could only hear Hill's voice, unable to discern Sumo's remarks. The term intellect triggered a keyword. Natasha. Hill, Sumo, what are you discussing? Captain America. Whose intellect is in question? Tony. Clearly not mine. Thor. Obviously not mine either. My mother says I'm quite clever. The group chuckled, but Sumo chose not to reveal the truth, understanding the importance of unity in that moment. Let's visit the museum, Hill. Hill nodded in agreement. After a few leaps, they arrived at the museum's side entrance. She pushed open the heavy oak door, revealing a group of trembling students clad in uniforms. Upon seeing the ominous figure cloaked in black material with ghastly, pale eyes, their screams nearly shattered the air. A monster! Stay away. Calm down. Everyone, remain calm. As some of the black substance faded from Hill, her face became visible. I'm Agent Maria Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is safe here for the moment. Stay hidden and do not run. Hill's gaze swept over the frightened young faces. At that moment, Barbara informed the two about the missing children. Gun? Kata. Sumo suddenly recognized those names. Which direction did they go? Hill looked to Barbara, who pointed toward the museum's back door. No one has entered or exited the front. Only the back door can be opened from the inside. Without hesitation, Hill set off. Sumo, let us go. Sumo felt a bit exasperated. Her words made it sound as if he were a pet. We're going? They pushed open the museum's back door. The alley was deserted, littered with the remnants of Chitauri soldiers, as if torn apart by an immense force. The air thick with a charred scent. Those two children. Hill sighed, her spirits dampened. Things looked grim. Sumo did not respond immediately. If it is indeed the two I know, those Chitauri soldiers are the ones truly in peril. The female superhero is Kara Zor-El. Hill scanned the surroundings warily, while Sumo extended his perception. No one was present. Hill shook her head, her words barely spoken when, bang, a tremendous force struck from the side, catching Hill and Sumo off guard, hurling them as if struck by a battering ram, crashing through the adjacent building's brick wall, debris and dust exploding around them. Cough! Cough! What was that? Hill struggled to rise from the wreckage. The symbiote of Sumo swiftly mended the damage inflicted by the impact. Before the two could discern the assailant, a shadowy figure lunged forward once more. This attacker, avoiding vital points, targeted the lower regions. Again, Sumo's voice brimmed with fury. Hela, equally incensed, felt the heat of anger rising within her. Even a clay figurine would be provoked after being ambushed twice. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her fist, shrouded in black viscous substance, met the shadow head-on. Bang! The clash of fists unleashed a shockwave. The opponent's strength was immense, even surpassing that of the typical Hulk. Yet, within Sumo's perception, it was manageable. Hela quickly assessed that the figure possessed almost no combat finesse. Its attacks were wild and unrefined, relying purely on instinct and brute force, a style colloquially known as turtle boxing. In a fleeting moment of their standoff, Hela felt a sudden lightness in her shoulder. A portion of the black substance shot forth, ensnaring the shadow's limbs like a serpent. The viscous material then constricted violently, lifting the figure off the ground and hurling it against the crumbling wall, pinning it in a perfect cross shape. As the dust settled, Hela and Sumo gazed in silence at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, suspended against the wall, desperately struggling against the black goo that bound her, but to no avail. The girl appeared to be merely 16 or 17, clad in ordinary casual attire. Her beautiful face expressed a mix of terror and outrage. "Let me go, you monster!" Kara felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her ears burning crimson. She thrashed against her bonds, but the black substance was remarkably resilient. The more she fought, the tighter it became, and the sensation was indistinguishable from being touched by a hand. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Gradually, the black material enveloping Hela receded, revealing her face. "We are not monsters," Hela endeavored to soften her tone. "What is your name? Why aren't you hiding somewhere safe?" "My name is Kara. My best friend is missing, and I came to find her." Sumo leaned forward with a smile. "I suspect your best friend is named Gwen." Kara looked at Hela's face, then at Sumo's presence, and finally at the viscous bindings that restrained her. "Is this your superpower?" she asked, disbelief evident in her voice. She ceased her struggles, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Just moments ago, Hela had emerged in her symbiotic battle attire. Her grotesque visage and pallid eyes would strike fear into anyone. In Kara's mind, Hela seemed even more terrifying than the Chitauri soldiers. "Thank goodness you were strong. Otherwise, if I had accidentally harmed you." Kara's voice trailed off, a chill of dread and relief washing over her. She could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. If she had inadvertently taken a life, it would haunt her for eternity. Realizing that she was awkwardly suspended on the wall, Kara's face flushed crimson, and she shifted her body with a hint of embarrassment. "Sister, uncle, could you please let me down?" Sumo appeared utterly bewildered, extending a tentacle to point at himself. "Uncle me?" Chapter 9. The grandmother was devoured by the big bad wolf. Kara blinked innocently with her large eyes. "You sound far more mature than Sister Hill. I apologize." "Sir." Sumo found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, with a resounding crash, a window on the upper floor of a nearby abandoned building shattered. A petite figure clad in a white hoodie tumbled through the gaping hole, crashing heavily onto the pile of rubble before the trio, raising a cloud of dust. "Gwen!" Kara exclaimed, rushing forward without hesitation. Hill quickly followed suit, kneeling to assess the girl's condition. Observing the unconscious girl, Sumo leaned closer. The uniform she wore, was she the Ghost Spider? In this world, Spider-Man was Gwen. A large tear marred the back of Gwen's white hoodie, revealing charred skin, surrounded by pristine white, with wisps of faint smoke still emanating from the edges. Clearly, she had been struck directly by an energy weapon. The situation was dire. Hill's expression grew grave. She immediately tore away the fabric surrounding Gwen's wound to prevent it from adhering. With a series of sharp clicks, 5 Chitauri soldiers leaped through the breach in the building, energy guns aimed at them, their barrels glowing menacingly with blue light. "I'll hold them off," Kara declared boldly, clenching her fists. Although her powers were still unstable, or perhaps unrefined, she had yet to master flight. However, Sumo and Hill did not look back. Several slimy tendrils shot out from behind Hill, striking the Chitauri soldiers with precision, pinning them against the wall before they could even fire a shot. "Impressive. Her injuries are severe. We must attend to her immediately." Hill's brow furrowed as she regarded the charred wound on Gwen's back. She turned to Kara and inquired, "The museum has first aid supplies, right? We need to get her there so the staff can assist." "The museum?" It was filled with ordinary people, including students. If they brought Gwen there, her identity as the Ghost Spider would be exposed. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't remove her mask? The young Gwen was evidently not yet prepared to embrace the life of a hero. She required more specialized treatment. Sumo asserted as the black symbiote material began to peel away from Hill. A sudden wave of emptiness engulfed Hill. Her strength was ebbing away, and the familiar cocoon of safety and security faded along with it. Instinctively, she reached out, yearning to grasp something, but found only emptiness. At last, in a dry tone, she urged, "Sumo, hurry up." Earlier, Sumo had teased her, suggesting that she would feel reluctant when the time for separation came. At that moment, Hill had dismissed it as inconsequential. What was the harm in parting? Without Sumo, she would still be Hill. Yet now, she sensed an emptiness in her heart, as if a piece had truly been taken away. Was he really going to leave with this girl named Gwen? Hill's thoughts began to spiral. A black, viscous substance surged toward the unconscious Gwen, swiftly enveloping her charred wounds and spreading across her entire body, encasing her tattered white hooded combat suit. In less than a minute, a soft moan escaped Gwen's lips. The previously unconscious girl abruptly opened her eyes. Almost instinctively, she flipped over, her feet barely touching the ground before she leapt up, her hands and feet firmly adhering to the ceiling, her movements astonishingly fluid. Gwen looked down at her hands, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her. What is happening? Her voice was tinged with confusion and a hint of wariness. She keenly sensed that not only had her injuries healed, but her strength, speed, and reflexes had experienced an unfathomable enhancement. Had she been bitten by a spider again? This time, perhaps it was a super black spider. Almost immediately, Gwen noticed the transformation of her attire. The once white hooded suit had morphed into a deep, pure black, hugging her form and accentuating her youthful vitality. A menacing white spider emblem stood out prominently across her chest. What is this? Cool. Gwen marveled at her new battle suit, her face alight with excitement. New look, surprised? Sumo's voice echoed her mind. Gwen jolted, nearly losing her grip on the ceiling. Who's speaking? My heavens, have I lost my mind? I knew I shouldn't have drunk that expired soda before the fight. Carla always said that stuff would rot my brain, and now look at me, Suit Mo interjected, bemused yet earnest. Your brain may indeed be troubled, but do not cast blame on the soda. Is someone really there? Are you inside my body? Oh wait, I understand now, it's this suit. Gwen realized, her fear escalating as she began to frantically tear at the symbiote enveloping her. Hill and Carla stood below, dumbfounded, gazing up at the girl clad in pure black, talking to herself and gesticulating wildly from the ceiling. Sister Hill, do you think Gwen has lost her mind? Carla whispered, her concern palpable. Hill remained silent, her heart racing with anticipation for Sumo's return. All right, little spider, the new suit experience is over. Come down quickly. I will depart from your body, Sumo's voice teased. Gwen paused for a moment, then gracefully leapt down from the ceiling. Suit Mo flowed away from her, returning to Hill's feet. That was terrifying. Gwen let out a sigh of relief, still shaken. It was fortunate that she had saved her. Observing her demeanor, which seemed to avoid him like the plague, Sumo couldn't help but smirk. Do you think I wish to linger within your body, Little Red Riding Hood? What do you mean? Grandma was devoured by the big bad wolf. Gwen, quick-witted, immediately grasped Sumo's implication, her anger causing her to bounce around. You. I'm still quite young. Beside them, Kara appeared puzzled. Wasn't it Grandma that the wolf ate? Sumo once again melded into Hill's combat suit. The familiar sensation of strength and security brought Hill a sense of comfort. Why is your heartbeat so rapid, Hill? Are you frightened? Sumo's voice resonated in her ear, laden with confusion. Her heart rate was slightly erratic. No one could understand a host body better than a symbiote. Indeed, Hill's expression revealed a hint of unease from the fright. This prompted an unrelenting mockery from Sumo. Really, Hill? Is this the level of a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? Sumo, in just a minute, you've irritated 2 women. Hill, somewhat irked, decided to ignore him. Kara relayed the events to Gwen, and what shocked her most was not that Sumo had healed her injuries, but rather that the person before her was Kara. She circled around Kara several times. Is it truly you, Kara? But I thought Kara was quite ordinary. Sorry. Gwen, there are things I've kept from you. I originally intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but this world is evidently not as peaceful as my cousin and I had imagined. So, I shall cease pretending. Hill and Gwen exchanged bewildered glances. What is she talking about? Kara pulled out a pair of ordinary black-framed glasses and placed them on her face. A miraculous transformation occurred. The blonde, blue-eyed girl, brimming with vitality, suddenly exuded an aura of utter ordinariness, resembling any typical high school student wandering the streets of New York. Gwen's mouth fell agape. Is it truly Kara? What kind of magic is this? A head-swapping technique? Kara, somewhat smug, adjusted her glasses. Not magic, merely a capability known as biological positioning. Impressive, isn't it? Intrigued, Gwen inquired. So how did you discover my identity? In simple terms, I possess X-ray vision. Hill subtly shifted to the side. Gwen immediately clasped her chest. It was then she realized Sumo was speaking the truth. She indeed seemed to have no secrets left. Chapter 10. I can replicate superpowers. Gwen clutched her chest, glancing at Kara beside her. The disparity was staggering. Gwen, this is innate. Kara proudly adjusted the black-framed glasses perched on her nose, relishing the astonished gaze of Gwen. At that moment, Hill's communicator suddenly blared to life. The enemy launched a fierce assault. Steve's voice was urgent, with a backdrop of continuous explosions and the roar of chaos. Indeed, both of you. The party has spiraled out of control. These monsters are relentless. Tony's voice chimed in as well. Sumo sighed, realizing that their time for leisure had come to an abrupt end. He was confident that the Avengers would survive, which is why he dared to take Hill away from the main battlefield. On one hand, it was to investigate the lasso of truth, and, on the other, perhaps he could save a few more lives. However, it seemed that while they had managed to save people, if Wonder Woman did not wish to reveal herself, Sumo could dig to the depths of the earth and still not find her. We must depart. The main battlefield requires reinforcements. Hill glanced at the two young women before her. She paused momentarily, adding Gwen, Kara. Once this incident concludes, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will approach you. They will need to register your information. It is a necessary procedure, and I hope you will comply. Take care of yourselves and the students in the museum. Act within your means. With that, she ceased her words. The symbiote suit once again enveloped her completely. In the next instant, she made a few agile leaps, swiftly disappearing between the buildings. Not long after her departure, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows beside the museum. She stood tall, exuding an air of nobility. Her dark, long hair cascaded loosely, and her gaze seemed to penetrate all facades. Ms. Prince? Gwen exclaimed, astonished by the presence of the newcomer. How did you come to be here? Necessary procedures? Hill, you truly never stray from your line of duty. Sumo was aware of Hill's advocacy for the Superhero Registration Act. It was her push that had led to the Civil War among the Avengers, driving Captain America underground. Was she right in her stance? Sumo believed not. Yet Tony also supported the Registration Act. However, Captain America was not wrong either. It was merely a difference in perspective. Do you not support me? For reasons unknown. Hill seemed particularly concerned with Sumo's opinion. Though her tone remained calm, she deeply wished for his endorsement. To speak candidly, I detest rules, Sumo replied without pretense. Though I must concede that they can protect more individuals. Therefore, I now only desire to grow stronger until I surpass the rules. With that, Sumo fell silent. Deep in contemplation, how could the symbiote become stronger? Perhaps by consuming its kind or locating their progenitor. Null. Yet Sumo was different. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had discovered his uniqueness. Just moments ago, within a minute of symbiosis with Gwen, he was astonished to realize one remarkable thing. He could replicate her abilities. This revelation sent his heart racing. After merging with Sumo, an extended silence between the two was a rarity. Thus, Hill took the initiative to speak. Sumo, why does your heart race so quickly? Sumo was taken aback. Can you actually feel my heartbeat? Of course, we are one. Sumo was well aware of Hill's intentions, yet his obsession with gaining strength overshadowed everything. If merging with Hill meant he could not encounter more superhumans, he hesitated. Sumo, are you contemplating something nefarious? No? So Montag exclaimed in astonishment. Do you possess telepathy? In the distance, atop Stark Tower, thunder rumbled as Thor summoned a tempest, while Hulk's furious roars echoed, shaking hearts even from several blocks away. Meanwhile, on the war-torn streets, Natasha's breaths came in quick succession. Unlike Hawkeye's pinpoint accuracy, Tony's armored suit, or Steve's super soldier serum, and the divine battles of Hulk and Thor, she, the Black Widow, relied on skill, speed, and close combat. The Widow's sting had long depleted its energy, her tactical dagger stained with the blue blood of Chitauri soldiers, and she bore numerous wounds. The most tragic being her wine-red hair, matted with blood. Damn it, this is never-ending, Natasha muttered under her breath, deftly sidestepping an energy beam while simultaneously driving her dagger into a Chitauri soldier's neck. Yet, more enemies surged from all directions, encircling her with menacing rifles glowing ominously with blue light, aimed squarely at her. Just as Natasha took a deep breath, preparing for final stand, a shadow hurtled from the sky, crashing heavily into the midst of the Chitauri soldiers. Debris and dust erupted into the air. Hill, clad in a black symbiotic battle suit, stood proudly amidst the chaos. Sumo's fierce visage turned towards Natasha, a grin revealing rows of sharp white teeth. How about this superheroic landing? He quipped. Quite perfect. Natasha's tense demeanor finally relaxed, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Had you arrived sooner, I might have excitedly bestowed upon you a kiss. Hey, I've helped you out plenty of times, Tony interjected from above. Clearly, you're not the type that little Nat fancies, Hawkeye added. Without further ado, Hill's arms transformed into two gleaming black scythes, sweeping out with ferocity. Simultaneously, Sumo morphed into several shadowy tendrils, launching from every strategic angle. Their teamwork was seamless, more attuned than ever. Where the scythes passed, severed limbs flew, splattering blue blood. Where the tendrils swept, Chitauri soldiers were swiftly dispatched, pierced through. In mere seconds, the soldiers besieging Natasha were utterly vanquished. Natasha observed the scene before her, a fleeting glimmer of envy flickering in her eyes as she murmured, "What a power to be envied." She shook the blood from her hands and approached Hill. "We cannot continue this relentless battle. These foes keep coming." like an unending swarm of cockroaches. Unless we can shut down that damn portal. Hill glanced up at the blue beam emanating from the top of Stark Tower. Conventional attacks could not breach the shield of the Tesseract. Perhaps the key lay in its controller? Natasha's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting Selvig? Hill immediately grasped her intent. I believe it is worth a try. Natasha nodded, recognizing that Selvig had been mentally ensnared by Loki. There might be a way to awaken him, or at least to disrupt him. I need to lift up there. Her eyes scanned the sky for a suitable Chitauri aircraft. Just as she was about to pinpoint her target, a languid voice emerged from Hill's shoulder. Hey, Agent Natasha. I don't mean to belittle that scrap metal, but am I not faster and safer than they are? Natasha paused, raising an eyebrow. She turned to Hill, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, that's true. But I fear our commander Hill might not agree. Enough chatter. Hill interjected, stepping forward and extending her arm. The symbiotic material of Sumo extended from her arm, gently wrapping around Natasha's waist, securing her firmly at Hill's side. Hold tight, Hill whispered. In the next moment, she propelled herself upward like a cannonball, running swiftly along the vertical facade of the skyscraper with Natasha in tow. The wind howled past their ears. Natasha gazed down at the rapidly diminishing cityscape. Then her eyes fell upon Hill's living black suit, or rather Sumo. Are there more entities like you out there? She inquired, her voice slightly lost in the wind. Oh, there are plenty. Natasha's eyes sparkled with interest. Sumo chimed in cheekily. Though there are many symbiotes, truly fascinating souls are rare. One as exceptional as I is impossible to find. Natasha, amidst the wind, seemed to catch a barely audible laugh. Chapter 11. The battle concludes. The Gods of Earth Aircraft Carrier, Command Center. On the screen, the faces of the World Security Council members appeared as unyielding as iron. Fury, execute the order. The nuclear missile will launch in 10 minutes. Given how utterly ridiculous this command is, I refuse. Fury's single eye seethed with fury. He had never anticipated that while the Avengers fought valiantly on the front lines, they would receive not support but abandonment. This is an order, Fury, to prevent a greater catastrophe. Bullshit catastrophe. Our people are fighting. Fury slammed his fist down. Give me time. With no response, the communication was unilaterally severed. In but a mere 2 minutes, a frantic agent burst into the command room. Director, an unauthorized aircraft has taken off. Fury's expression darkened further as he hefted a bazooka and dashed outside, though he was already a step too late. On the battlefield of New York, the pressure on the Avengers diminished significantly with the arrival of Hill and Sumo, who operated like a finely tuned machine of destruction. Wherever they passed, the Chitauri soldiers fell like harvested wheat. As Sumo jogged past Captain America, he teased, "Still holding up, Captain?" Captain America replied, "I could fight all day long." "What? Are you two getting tired?" Hill remarked, "Men and their competitive spirit. I'm starting to appreciate this duo." Tony's voice crackled over the comms, having just emerged from Leviathan's body, merely because his beams could not penetrate its shell. One must admit, Tony was rather audacious at this moment. Atop Star Tower, Natasha had infiltrated and located the now-recovered doctor, Selvig, who guided her to the method of shutting down the portal. The Mind Stone could penetrate the energy shield of the Tesseract. Upon receiving this news, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Steve commended, "Well done, everyone." Tony added, "It's finally coming to an end." However, did I just hear someone flirting with Agent Normanov? Faster, safer? TSK, TSK. Just stating facts, Stark. Unlike certain tin cans that only pollute the comms with noise, Hill retorted. Stark, the battle isn't over yet. Whoa, whoa, Tony exclaimed over the comms. Am I being besieged? Honestly, I would be delighted to officiate your wedding and present you with the latest couple's armor, limited edition skins. Really? Sumo's eyes lit up. Everyone froze, their gazes converging on Sumo. He an alien? Especially Hill, who reacted strongly. Sumo, what are you thinking? I was thinking about the iron armor, Sumo quickly clarified. Can I have both sets, Tony? Although this contraption held no use for him, no Marvel fan would pass up the chance to acquire a collectible. At that moment, Fury's voice intruded on everyone's comms, imbued with an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Everyone, we have a critical situation. The Council has launched a nuclear missile, capable of leveling the entire Midtown. The channel fell into an instant silence. A nuclear missile? Tony's voice broke the stillness, brimming with disbelief. How much time do we have? Steve asked urgently. 3 minutes, Fury replied. Tony gazed skyward, observing the relentless tide of Chitauri soldiers pouring forth from the portal. He made a swift decision. J-A-R-V-I-S. Divert all power to the thrusters. I'm taking this big guy where he belongs. Stark, what are you planning to do? Steve shouted. A colossal package was dispatched. Sumo did not intervene. He merely stated, I will catch you. You understood his intent. Hill turned to Sumo, not with a question, but with certainty. A madman can always comprehend another madman, to some extent. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tony felt a warmth in his heart. If he were to return alive, he vowed to always bring him along to any party. The Iron Man's suit transformed into a stream of red and gold light, resolutely reaching for the missile trailing a white tail flame. Observing Jarvis' increasingly crimson hue due to the suit's damage, Tony nevertheless dialed that woman's number for safety. At that moment, atop Star Tower, Loki gazed down upon the chaotic city, a wicked smile gracing his face. Behold, mortals, you are so fragile. Is this your apocalypse? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow descended from the sky. A tentacle from Symbiote extended, deftly seizing Loki's ankle. Little princess, your demise is a ride ahead of schedule. Sumo's menacing visage loomed closer, his pallid eyes glimmering with mockery. Loki had yet to react. Bang, 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 bang. Sumo commanded his tentacles, striking Loki mercilessly against the opulent floor of Stark Tower, recreating a scene reminiscent of Hulk's memorable moments. Loki spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his bones had shattered. He lay amidst the rubble, his mind a blank slate. However, Sumo flicked his tentacle, seemingly dissatisfied. Hulk's strikes were undeniably more captivating. Hey Hulk, come here. Hulk. Loki watched in astonishment as Hulk approached him, flashing a broad grin. Loki, below. The Avengers observed as Tony clutched the nuclear bomb, racing toward the blue portal. He has lost his mind, Hawkeye murmured. He has always been this mad. Natasha's voice carried a hint of complexity. In the command center, Fury's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Tony ascended higher and higher, thanks to the suit's enhancements. Such altitude would not cause it to freeze. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. As they witnessed Tony hurling the nuclear bomb into the portal, the command center erupted in deafening cheers. He did it. He succeeded. Sir, we've detected a high-speed object approaching from the southern hemisphere. An agent suddenly noted the anomaly, but his voice was drowned out by the jubilant uproar. Within the halls of the American Museum of Natural History, Gwen and Kara had blended seamlessly with the students, while Diana Prince watched the news broadcast on the wall-mounted television alongside them. So cool, Gwen whispered. Kara nodded in agreement. Diana remained silent, her thoughts a mystery to all. On board a Stark Industries aircraft, Pepper Potts gazed at the phone screen, where the name Tony flashed, a call that lasted a mere second before being abruptly terminated. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She did not sob. Instead, she fixated on the sky, yearning for that familiar figure to return. Yet, time passed languidly. Steve Rogers, a bit concerned, remarked, "Don't worry, Captain. The show has not yet reached its climax." No sooner had he spoken than a metallic silhouette emerged from the portal, eliciting cheers from onlookers around the globe. At the opportune moment, Steve prepared to rescue. Suddenly, a vivid flash of red appeared in the sky, clad in a blue bodysuit with a crimson cape billowing behind him. He moved with unparalleled speed, yet remained steadfast as a rock. With a gentle gesture, he caught Iron Man's heavy armor securely in his embrace. In that instant, through countless news cameras and citizens' mobile phones, nearly the entire world witnessed this spectacle, left utterly astonished. They beheld the fallen hero and this enigmatic figure, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. On the immense screens lining the streets, the image froze, capturing the moment the red and blue figure descended slowly. Who is he? A news anchor gasped, his voice resonating worldwide. Chapter 12. A beach vacation a day later. The television screen continued to loop footage from the Battle of New York. Interviews and media reports poured in incessantly. The Avengers, collective of superheroes, had overnight become the focal point of global attention. Some hailed them as saviors, while others expressed apprehension about such unrestrained power. It was Agent Venom who saved us. They are the heroes in my heart. It's hard to imagine how many more like them exist around us. They should be held accountable for New York's devastation. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a council member demanded, "Where are the Avengers now, Fury?" To be honest, their whereabouts are not my primary concern at the moment, Fury replied calmly. Given their recent performance, I believe they deserve a holiday. You allow such dangerous individuals to roam the world? Another female council member retorted sharply. Dangerous? Yes, Fury conceded without hesitation. That is precisely the reason for the Avengers' existence. Every corner of the world must know who they are. The council members fell silent. Very well, Fury, the initial questioner, cleared his throat. Our main agenda today is Agent Maria Hill and the item she possesses. Fury narrowed his one eye, finally bracing for what was to come. We have all witnessed their combat capabilities. The female director replied, her tone laced with a barely perceptible trepidation, candidly admitting that the situation far exceeded our expectations, proving to be even more challenging to manage than that of Guardian. I believe you're already aware that she is the most exceptional agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury suddenly felt an ominous premonition. That would soon change. We have successfully pinpointed Agent Hill's location. The male director laid his cards on the table, his voice frigid. The special operations team had already been dispatched with the objective of retrieving her, to be subsequently taken over by the military for in-depth study. Bang! Fury slammed his palm down on the console, unilaterally severing the communication. The screen instantly darkened. He seized the encrypted phone on the desk and swiftly dialed a number. On a certain vacation island, the sun scorched the beach. The air was thick with the briny sea breeze and the cloying scent of sunscreen. Curvaceous young women shrieked as they leapt before the beach volleyball net, their bronze skin shimmering in the sunlight. Further out on the water, a few figures maneuvered surfboards, weaving through the rolling white waves. Hill's hotel room faced this lively beach, with a private pool inside rippling gently. Hill and Natasha lounged in the pool, the cool water dispelling the heat. "Here are your juices, ladies," S.H.I.E.L.D announced. I certainly dressed for the occasion, providing quite the visual feast for some. Natasha accepted her juice and took a sip. She wore a daring red bikini, unabashedly showcasing her flawless figure, causing Sumo's gaze to linger for a fraction longer. "What I wear has nothing to do with you," S.H.I.E.L.D retorted defiantly. "Shall I have Hill don a swimsuit as well? That wouldn't concern you either, would it?" Natasha teased with a mischievous smile. Earlier, Hill had been swayed by Natasha and had also changed into a relatively modest deep blue one-piece swimsuit, her fair skin glowing even more strikingly under the sun. "All right, I'll treat you to another juice," S.H.I.E.L.D relented, handing Natasha another glass. Hill cast a sidelong glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, remaining silent, yet subtly raising the corners of her mouth, seemingly acknowledging something. "How long has it been, Natasha? How long has it been since we've been this relaxed?" Hill savored the sea breeze, her spirits lifted. Natasha removed her sunglasses and stretched languorously, her curves accentuated. "Since I can remember?" "Perhaps," she chuckled lightly. "Honestly, we owe this to S.H.I.E.L.D. A flashback ensued, taking them to S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury's office. One day, Fury's singular eye fixed on Hill, granting her a maximum of 1 day off. Before Hill could utter a word, the symbiote within her surged violently, Sumo's grotesque head emerging to bite Fury's bald head, disdainfully spitting him out, the slime splattering Fury's face. "If I want to take a few days off, I will." S.H.I.E.L.D growled fiercely. Back to the present on the vacation island. Unfortunately, that old fox Fury had ulterior motives. Natasha gently swirled the ice in her glass. "Just moments ago, our vacation status had been transformed into a field assignment. The moment any task arose in the vicinity, S.H.I.E.L.D DS system would promptly relay the information to our mobile devices. Truly, it seemed we could not even enjoy a proper holiday." Hill, equally exasperated, remarked, "There's no choice. We cannot simply turn a blind eye. Speaking of which, what do you intend to do about those two girls, Gwen and Kara? Didn't you previously consider registering them? Ensuring their adherence to S.H.I.E.L.D regulations?" "Sumo interjective." Hill cast a complex glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, aware that he was mocking her. She had indeed come to a realization. Sumo's earlier suggestion had prompted her to re-evaluate the significance of rules and the equilibrium between power and freedom. "I believe you're correct, S.H.I.E.L.D, Hill slowly articulated. "Incorporating them into S.H.I.E.L. DS surveillance system might disrupt their tranquil existence, possibly even stifling their future. I intend to visit them personally in due course." Natasha leaned in with curiosity. "Oh, our Commander Hill is taking matters into her own hands? What do you plan to do? Recruit them into S.H.I.E.L.D? "No, merely to observe, to assess their capabilities and evaluate whether they pose a threat to societal safety. If they simply seek a life of normalcy, S.H.I.E.L.D should not interfere excessively. Perhaps I could offer them some guidance and assistance." S.H.I.E.L.D wholeheartedly supported this notion, as he sought an opportunity for Hill to engage with them, hoping to replicate their abilities. Natasha quipped, "How peculiar. Is this truly something Hill would say?" At that moment, the communicator resting by the poolside vibrated urgently. Hill picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a high-priority encrypted message from Fury. "What is the matter?" Natasha sensed her unease. "It's from Fury. The Council has bypassed him and dispatched a special operations team." Hill inhaled deeply, her tone growing cold. "I'm thankful I didn't T-report Gwen and the others. Those individuals are utterly foolish. What are they coming here for? To offer warmth?" Sumo scoffed. "The target is us." Hill's voice grew somber. "They wish to study your powers, as we previously agreed, S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a thing is absolutely out of the question. It seems my vacation has come to an abrupt end. The military is not as accommodating as Fury." Natasha rose from the poolside, drying off the droplets on her skin. Hill also stood, her demeanor shedding any trace of languor, replaced by the efficiency of an agent. "Pack your things. We must leave immediately." "Where to? A world tour?" "I rather fancy that plan," S.H.I.E.L.D suggested. "First, we must vacate this place to evade them." Hill swiftly donned her prepared civilian attire. Natasha, what about you? I have little interest in being interrogated by the military. Natasha shrugged, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 13, Rossborough, arriving in California with Carla. At a secure, safe house. The piercing wail of police sirens had just faded around the corner as Hill lowered the blinds. They had momentarily evaded their pursuers. Those checkpoints were far too unusual. They had barely been in that battered pickup for 30 minutes when it seemed as if the authorities had anticipated their route. Leaning against the cold wall, Natasha exhaled deeply. From their vacation island to this secluded safe house in California, they had traversed thousands of kilometers. During their journey, the two had employed top-notch counter-tracking techniques to shake off numerous adversaries, frequently changing their mode of transportation and doing their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. Yet perplexingly, no matter how cautious they were or how obscure their chosen paths, there always seemed to be a multitude of police waiting at their upcoming destinations or critical intersections, as if their every move was known in advance. Hill furrowed her brow. Indeed, they should not have known their route, unless the military had managed to pinpoint their location. Sumo's voice echoed in Hill's ear, tinged with a hint of amusement. Hill nodded, her expression turning grave. Only a select few within S.H.I.E.L.D. had the authority to track their whereabouts, and Fury was one of them. Natasha interjected. But Fury wouldn't compromise our location. Otherwise, there would be no need for the warning. The number of individuals capable of tracking a level 9 agent like her or Hill was exceedingly limited. During their flight, the two had not considered this possibility, or rather, they dared not dwell on it. However, Sumo had shattered the illusion, suggesting the existence of a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. Considering the timeline, S.H.I.E.L.D's Insight program was nearing its conclusion, and Hydra's coup was about to commence. Were it not for the efforts of Captain America and Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have very well been renamed Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of Coulson, after the battle, Hill had sought out Coulson's remains at S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be met with classified results. Fury claimed he hadn't died, but had simply gone on vacation to Tahiti. Is there a mole within the agency? After hearing Sumo's words, Hill's expression grew grave. She exchanged a glance with Natasha, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. This was no jest. If there indeed was an infiltrator, Natasha's voice dropped to a whisper, the individual with access to our tracking permissions would undoubtedly hold a significant position. This escalated their predicament considerably. Being pursued by the military now appeared trivial in comparison. Hill made a swift decision. Natasha, I need you to convey this information directly to Fury. Tell him in person, without utilizing any communication devices. And what about you and Sumo? Natasha inquired. We'll stir up some trouble and draw their attention. Sumo's voice brimmed with excitement. That sounds splendid. I relish causing a ruckus. Moments later, in the alley behind the safe house, Hill tossed the communication device into a garbage bin emitting a foul odor. Natasha swiftly disposed of her communication device. The rendezvous point is the safe house in Queens. A commendable choice. Natasha's figure quickly vanished into the night. Very well, Director Hill. Where shall we go now? To experience the thrill of evasion? Sumo's teasing voice resonated once more. Hill glanced in a particular direction. We are returning to New York. I admire your audacity. Sumo initially assumed Hill was about to employ a tactic of subterfuge, but her tone remained calm as she continued. I meant returning to my home. Sumo fell silent for a few seconds. Are you certain? Indeed. New York, Queens. In Gwen's bedroom, sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of a young girl, mingled with the aroma of pizza boxes. So, due to the alien invasion, we received an additional 3 days of holiday. Kara was sprawled across Gwen's bed, occupying 2/3 of the territory. Her golden hair fanned out on the pillow like a pool of molten gold, while her legs, clad in white socks, swung playfully. Meanwhile, Gwen sat cross-legged on the carpet beside the bed, clutching a Venom action figure pillow, typing rapidly on her laptop. This plush toy was not inexpensive, priced at $200. It was a meticulously crafted replica of Sumo, complete with an adorable yet fierce expression. Technically, the aftermath of the Battle of New York and the psychological support for the citizens required time. The school had to make some acknowledgement, right? That is precisely why you can unabashedly linger at my home for 3 days. Ever since Gwen and Kara discovered each other's identities, the two girls, who had already shared a good rapport at school, rapidly evolved into inseparable confidants capable of sharing their deepest secrets. Quite literally inseparable, they seem to embody that state now. Gwen, this is a strategically planned sleepover. Kara sat up, leaning closer to Gwen, her curiosity piqued by the screen. What are you researching? A new evil organization? I'm looking for fun activities during this holiday. Gwen rolled her eyes. Come on, Kara. We just experienced an alien invasion. Can we not enjoy a typical high school holiday life? However, I am somewhat at a loss for what to do. Kara's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, her voice lowered. What's wrong? Even Supergirl has worries. Gwen paused her actions, turning to look at her. I came to Earth to protect my cousin. Kara hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her voice muffled. And yet, he is taller and stronger than I am, requiring no assistance from me. I feel rather superfluous. Your cousin, is he the man flying in the sky? Yes, he is currently a sailor. Gwen, she glanced at Kara and comforted her. He merely arrived on Earth earlier than you and has adapted better. You are remarkable too. Remember that time when the billboard nearly fell on a child? You dashed over and caught it in an instant. That's different. Kara shook her head. Moreover, he visited me a couple of days ago. Oh, a family meeting? Gwen raised an eyebrow. Sort of Kara sighed. He urged me to refrain from using my abilities. When I escaped from Krypton, the infamous prison, Fort Ross, housing the most dangerous criminals, it plummeted to Earth along with my spacecraft. Gwen's expression turned serious. You mean? Yes, Kara's complexion paled slightly. Many of those criminals were sentenced and imprisoned by my mother, Alara. If they escape from Fort Ross, they will undoubtedly seek me first. A flicker of fear and confusion crossed Kara's azure eyes. I initially came to protect people, but now I might bring greater trouble to Earth. Seeing Kara's pitiful yet slightly aggrieved demeanor stirred a protective instinct within Gwen. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate blonde sweetheart could punch through a building? Gwen reached out, grasping Kara's cool fingers. Do not worry. You're not alone. The Avengers, Agent Venom, and I, your best friend, Spider-Woman, are here. We will protect you, just as you would protect us. As she beheld Gwen's sincere smile, the gloom in Kara's heart dissipated significantly. She clasped Gwen's hand tightly and nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. But, she shifted her tone, a mischievous smile gracing her face. You must entertain me for the next 3 days. I want to sample every flavor of ice cream. Deal. Gwen agreed readily. But remember, no using super speed to cut in line. Oh, fine, Kara pouted, then broke into laughter. So, where shall we start? I adore that place in Brooklyn. Anywhere is fine, but first, help me tidy up the bed, Miss Uninvited Guest. Gwen pointed to the mess that Kara had made her bed. At your service, Captain Stacy. Kara saluted with an imperfect gesture, then pounced onto the bed like a kitten, joyfully organizing it as sunlight streamed through, glimmering on her golden hair. Chapter 14. Hill's home, Brooklyn, New York. On the 3rd floor of an unremarkable apartment building. The key turned, and the old lock clicked open. This is my home, Hill said, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. A stale, musty odor greeted her, a sign of the long unventilated space. The apartment was modest. The living room connected to a small open kitchen, with simple yet neatly arranged furniture, indicating that the owner seldom returned, but had taken care to maintain it before leaving. Aside from myself, no one knows about this place. Oh, does bringing me to this place count as a hidden treasure? You are indeed correct. At this moment, Hill lacked even the energy to complain about Sue-Mo. She simply yearned to collapse onto the couch and plunge into a deep slumber. Sue-Mo, I do not wish to engage in any activity, Hill murmured, finally sinking into the plush embrace of the sofa. Releasing a contented sigh akin to a weary bird that has finally found its nest, desiring nothing more than a restorative sleep. Sue-Mo grasped her collar. Hill, are you truly going to sleep in this attire? I do not wish to move. Could you assist me in changing my clothes? Of course not. Sue-Mo feared that she might inadvertently transform Hill into a Christmas gift. Imagining the scene, the aloof Hill, adorned with a crimson ribbon, jingling with reindeer bells, was unbearable. After a moment, Hill mustered the will to rise from the sofa and made her way to the bedroom. Soon, the soft rustle of fabric could be heard intermittently. Sue-Mo, connected to her senses, observed as she removed the attire tainted with scents and dust, retrieving a luxuriously smooth dark blue silk nightgown from the wardrobe. Lady Hill, a friendly reminder, I am fully present, with an ultra-high-definition view that encompasses every angle. And so, I trust you will close your eyes. Hill moved swiftly, donning the nightgown, which was elegantly simple yet flattering to her figure, the dark blue hue accentuating her porcelain skin and revealing the exquisite shape concealed beneath her combat attire. Returning to the sofa, she allowed herself to recline comfortably, with her eyes blissfully closed and a subtle smile gracing her lips. As if shedding all defenses, she remarked, Sue-Mo, you did not just close your eyes. I heard your heartbeat. It seems somewhat rapid. Are you not a symbiote? Is there not a distinction in gender? Do you not exhibit reactions? A flurry of questions left Sue-Mo momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, she replied, I shall become human in due course, Hill. I eagerly anticipated. At the headquarters of the OSI group, deep in the night, Max DeLong, an electrical engineer nearly forgotten by time, found himself perplexed before a complex circuit board. He adjusted his heavy glasses, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Damn it, who designed this schematic? It's a labyrinth, Max muttered under his breath. Today marked his birthday, and before him lay a modest cake he had purchased for himself, solitary and unlit. Max, have you not resolved the issue yet? They are pressing for an update, came in different voice of his supervisor through the intercom, devoid of any warmth. I'm almost done, sir. Just a little more to go. The overload protector seems to be malfunctioning. Max endeavored to sound more confident. Then expedite your efforts. Do not delay tomorrow's presentation. The intercom clicked off. Max sighed. All right, the presentation is of utmost importance. He contemplated that perhaps, upon fixing this, someone would acknowledge his contribution the following day, even if it were merely a commendation of well done, Max. He reached out to grasp a precarious terminal. At that moment, the metallic grating beneath him suddenly trembled. Wow! Max lost his balance, and the tool slipped from his grasp, crashing onto another control panel. Sparks! A blinding arc of electricity. No! He could only emit a brief cry of alarm before his body fell rigidly backward. He plunged into a vast basin, emanating an eerie blue glow. Inside, hundreds of genetically modified electric eels writhed. Help! Max flailed in the water, desperately shouting. The icy water enveloped him, followed by numbness, and then excruciating pain. The high-voltage current pierced through every cell in his body like countless red-hot needles. The eels, drawn by this sudden delicacy, coiled around him frantically, unleashing even more potent bioelectric currents. Max felt his consciousness rapidly detach, his vision blurring, with only the crackling hum of electricity and the frantic beating of his heart remaining. Is this my end? No one will remember me. This was his final thought. The blue lightning erupted around him, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. And then everything faded to darkness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The morgue lay cold and silent. Suddenly, a body covered with a white sheet convulsed. A low groan escaped. Max bolted upright, the sheet slipping away. What is this? He stared in bewilderment at his hands, which exhibited an uncanny translucent blue hue. Arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips. His voice was hoarse, laced with the crackle of current. Am I still alive? Max attempted to move his fingers, and a small arc shot from his fingertip, striking a fluorescent tube on the wall. The tube flickered a few times before bursting. Wow! A glimmer of astonishment flitted across Max's eyes, soon eclipsed by overwhelming fear and confusion. He stumbled off the gurney, barefoot, and made his way to the door. The door was locked. He reached out, his fingertip brushing against the metal doorknob. Zzzt. The internal electronic components of the lock instantly burned out, and the door swung open. I can't control electricity? Max murmurt in disbelief. He wandered onto the street, finding himself at the edge of Brooklyn. The neon lights of the night outlined the city's silhouette, illuminating his bizarre form. Passers-by noticed the creature glowing with an eerie blue light, screaming and scattering in terror. Hey, don't run. I mean you no harm. Max attempted to explain, but his voice was distorted and jarring due to the interference of electricity. Car alarms blared in succession. He felt like a colossal magnet, drawing all surrounding electrical energy. Streetlights flickered as he approached, and the neon signs on billboards blinked erratically. Can they see me? Max stood on the street, observing the frightened expressions around him, an unprecedented sensation surging within. It was neither fear nor confusion, but rather a thrilling exhilaration of being watched. Yes, gaze upon me. All of you behold. He spread his arms wide as blue arcs of electricity danced wildly around him. I'm no longer a nameless pawn. The energy within him surged, threatening to burst forth. He needed to unleash it. He craved more. Chapter 15. The Phantom Spider-Versus. The Electric Man in New York's Times Square. Vibrant billboards flickered with dazzling colors. Neon lights illuminated the night as throngs of tourists filled the area. Kara held an ice cream cone in each hand, her cheeks stuffed with the delicious strawberry swirl that was 100 times more delectable than Kryptonian nutrient paste. Gwen, she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out as Gwen enjoyed her mint chocolate cone. Be careful not to upset your stomach, Kara. Upset my stomach? Kara blinked her golden eyes and puffed her chest out proudly. Please, I am Supergirl. The odds of that happening are as low as the chance of this square suddenly losing power. No sooner had she spoken than, as if to affirm her metaphor, a crackling noise erupted. The enormous electronic screens in Times Square began to flicker. The overhead lights dimmed and brightened erratically. The cacophony of digital advertisements became intermittent. Kara froze mid-lick, her gaze darting around in confusion. Gwen, should I find a restroom? Something felt amiss. A slight prickling sensation raced up Gwen's spine. Spider sense. Danger. Gwen abruptly lifted her head, swiftly scanning the square until her eyes locked onto a corner. There, a man stood beside a junction box, gripping several sparking cables tightly. Enveloped in an eerie blue glow, Gwen thrust her ice cream into Kara's hands. Kara, stay right here and do not move. I can help too. No. Remember what your cousin told you? Gwen replied, her tone teasing, yet her expression serious. Honestly, I'd rather face an entire Chitauri army than confront those supervillains who might have escaped from your hometown. Kara recognized the gravity of the situation. She pouted, conceding, "All right, just be careful." Without further ado, Gwen turned and dashed toward the nearest dark alley, her figure swiftly vanishing between two graffiti-covered buildings. Meanwhile, the blaring of police sirens grew louder as officers patrolling the square spotted the glowing man. "New York Police," one officer shouted, raising his hand. "Step away from those cables." "I don't want to hurt anyone," the man replied. Max's voice was hoarse, tinged with a crackling static. Instinctively, he raised his hands to convey his innocence. Yet, in that very moment, powerful arcs of electricity erupted uncontrollably from his fingertips. Boom! Bang! A nearby yellow taxi and a delivery truck were instantly hurled into the air by the overwhelming current, their windows shattering as piercing alarms reverberated through the square. Screams erupted. The previously bustling crowd scattered in chaos, panic-stricken. "He is attacking us," another officer shouted. "Empty your clips." Bang! 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 Max raised his hands in defense. However, before the bullets could even approach him, they were shredded into fragments by the fierce electricity. "No, I didn't mean to," Max murmured, staring blankly at his hands. Yet, a strange thrill surged within him. Just as he prepared to harness more power, Ghost Spider descended from above. Whoosh! A web strand expertly ensnared the cable in Max's grasp, yanking it away forcefully. After executing this maneuver, Gwen landed gracefully atop a lamppost. "Hey, Electric Boy!" Gwen's voice, laced with a hint of teasing through her mask, echoed. "Didn't anyone tell you that playing with high voltage is perilous? Especially in a place where advertisements outnumber the stars. You could induce seizures. Or worse, offer catastrophic fashion advice." Meanwhile, on the other side of Times Square, Kara hid behind a billboard post, observing the fray. She watched as Gwen engaged in a fierce struggle with the man radiating blue energy. Threads of web and arcs of electricity intertwined. Kara thought Gwen looked incredibly cool and impressive. Suddenly, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind. Whoa! Kara jumped, spinning around to find the source of the disturbance. Upon recognizing the figure, she exhaled in relief. "What's happening here?" Hillary rubbed her temples, her expression reflecting irritation. She had been on the verge of sleep when those infernal car alarms jolted her awake. And then, the apartment had plunged into darkness. Hillary surveyed the chaotic square. "So, this is the reason?" Kara nodded, pointing towards the man discharging electricity not far away. "He did it. Is Sister Hillary here to apprehend him?" she inquired, before suddenly recalling something. "What about Mr. Sumo? Didn't he come with you?" "Ah." Hillary gestured towards Kara's hand. Following her gaze, Kara's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Sumo had bitten off the ice cream cone she was holding in her left hand. It was a mint chocolate chip. Kara whispered, feeling a bit aggrieved. "That was Gwen's." Mr. Sumo paused. "Gwen's? My apologies." Upon hearing his apology, Kara felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over her. She waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'll buy another one." Suemo replied, "I'm sorry. I should eat this." Before she could finish her sentence, Suemo had devoured her ice cream. "Kara iknaimit. My strawberry whirlwind. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill paid no heed to the ice cream skirmish between the two. Her gaze fixated on the man in the center of the square, who was emitting arcs of electricity, her brow furrowed. The agency had recorded a plethora of information on superhumans, among which a category designated as mutants stood out. They were numerous, yet their powers generally lacked potency. Was the Electric Man before her one of them? Honestly, Blue Smuff, is all this fuss merely for a moment of fame on television? Gwen swung between the billboards, narrowly avoiding the snapping arcs of electricity. Max, basking in the electric currents, declared with an unstable voice, "I want everyone to see me." With a thrust of his hands, several thick currents lashed out towards Gwen like whips. Yes, we all see you." Gwen skillfully somersaulted to evade the onslaught, while simultaneously firing her web shooters. One of the currents grazed her left wrist, causing her web shooter to emit a plume of black smoke, rendering it utterly useless. "Hey, that was my custom-made one," Gwen exclaimed, her tone tinged with exasperation. "You owe me a new one." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a red fire hydrant on the street. It seemed like the perfect moment for a refreshing shower. Gwen swiftly adjusted her direction, heading towards the hydrant. "Not so easy, little bug." Max saw through her intentions, and a powerful current struck the ground in front of the hydrant, sending shards of stone flying and thwarting Gwen's approach. The shockwave jolted her midair, and a subsequent arc caught up to her, striking her back with force. "Ugh!" Gwen cried out, her body instantly paralyzed as she fell heavily to the ground. That was quite a blow. She struggled to rise, but her limbs felt unresponsive. Meanwhile, behind the billboard column, Kara observed anxiously, "Sister Hill, Mr. Suemo. Aren't you here to apprehend him? If this goes on, Gwen will get hurt." Hill's brow tightened, the risk of exposure flashing through her mind. Yet, witnessing Gwen's predicament, she instinctively surged forward. "Wait, Hill, let me handle this," Suemo called out just in time. Now was the opportune moment for him to symbiotically bond with Gwen. As for the risk of exposure, what did it matter to him? Venom was already wanted. It bore no relevance to Symbiote. After bonding with Gwen, the worst that would happen was her uniform turning pure black. He just needed to control the symbiotic tendrils without using the goo. Why different hosts resulted in varied forms was a mystery to Symbiote. Could it be because Hill wasn't wearing a mask? Thus, it manifests with a fearsome visage adorned with menacing fangs, undoubtedly so. Chapter 16. In your own way I recognize you, possessing remarkable abilities, yet engaging in mundane pursuits. Max ceased his assault and suddenly spoke. Mundane pursuits. Gwen's thoughts began to drift. Last Wednesday, she assisted Mrs. Smith in rescuing her plump cat, Meatball, from a tree, marking the third occasion this month. She had also deftly averted a traffic mishap. A careless driver nearly ran a red light, threatening to collide with a school bus brimming with students. With a subtle thread of web, she had gently pulled the bus to a halt mere centimeters in advance, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Earlier still, she had discovered a group of delinquents vandalizing the newly installed benches in the park. Ingeniously, she ensnared their spray paint cans high atop a streetlight, rendering them unreachable, ultimately forcing the miscreants to depart in frustration. Such deeds never graced the headlines. No one would bestow a medal upon her for thwarting a street brawl. This was the essence of Gwen's daily existence, protecting the trivialities of life, and she took pride in it. Yet this electrifying scoundrel was intent on dismantling all. Gwen's fingertips twitched against the rough ground. No, she pressed her palm against the earth, the sharp stones digging painfully into her skin. These acts were anything but mundane. Gwen let out a low growl, struggling to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, Symbiote silently adhered to her. As Gwen gradually straightened her posture, her black, white, and pink uniform began to undergo a transformation. The white hood and pink accents vanished, replaced by an ensemble of sleek, unadulterated darkness. A massive, grotesque white spider emblem slowly emerged upon her chest. Max was taken aback. The entire crowd of onlookers stood in stunned silence. The black uniform exuded an overtly aggressive aura. An instinctual, unfiltered sense of danger emanated from Gwen's petite figure, causing the atmosphere of the square to thicken. Venom, the spider, made her debut before the public. Indeed, Symbiote genuinely praised. Gwen's ability to rise was not due to him, but stemmed from her own resolve. Is it you, you wicked fiend? I need no assistance. I can vanquish him on my own. Gwen's body stiffened, but she defiantly replied within her mind. Symbiote, is that so? I just witnessed a little kitten brought to tears. Are you studying the texture of the ground while prostrated? You, wretched. Gwen's cheeks flushed instantly, thankfully concealed by her mask. She was no mere kitten. She was a spider. Defeat him, in your own manner. I shall offer you no assistance. Gwen paused momentarily. She never anticipated that Symbiote would utter such words. Use your method. These 5 words flowed through Gwen's heart like a warm current. All along, she had endeavored to prove herself, to demonstrate her capability to safeguard the city and the things she cherished. She did not require others to resolve all her dilemmas. She possessed her own way of fighting and her own things to protect. Symbiote perceived this. This somewhat mischievous and utterly inscrutable extraterrestrial being understood her well better than many self-proclaimed righteous adults. An inexplicable force surged from within her. Not an enhancement bestowed by the symbiote, but rather an uplifting of spirit. Thank you, Symbiote. Gwen inhaled deeply, flexing her wrists. Now then, Electro Boy, are you ready to face the reckoning of Ghost Spider? At that moment, Symbiote was merely replicating Gwen's abilities. Setting aside strength and agility for the time being, he decided to first replicate her spider sense, followed by her adhesion ability and ultimately her web-slinging skills. After all, didn't Gwen use a launcher? How could she possess the ability to shoot webs? Speaking of which, spiders typically extrude webs from their rear ends. Symbiote felt a jolt of fear. Mox, observing Gwen's striking transformation, regarded her with caution, yet couldn't help but scoff. You think changing your outfit will allow you to defeat me? How naive! He thrust his hands forward, unleashing currents thicker than before, which lashed toward Gwen like a raging serpent. Gwen did not confront it head-on. Instead, her dark figure nimbly weaved between the billboards. The electric currents pursued relentlessly, exploding into sparks behind her. In midair, Gwen executed a flip, launching a jet-black web from her wrist-mounted device. This web was starkly different from the previous white strands. It possessed a greater resilience and even a metallic quality. Gwen let out a soft huff. Symbiote, didn't you say you wouldn't help me? It seemed that this fellow was still concerned for his own safety. Symbiote remained silent, merely wishing to ascertain whether this web was artificial or not. Utilizing the web, Gwen swung toward the curb. If you're capable, don't run. Mux bellowed, summoning more electricity from within himself, coalescing it into a massive plasma cannon aimed at Gwen. Out of the corner of her eye, Gwen caught sight of the red fire hydrant by the street, a faint smile gracing her lips. Now's the time. She feigned to stumble before the hydrant, as if her web-slinger had malfunctioned. Gotcha! Max exclaimed with unrestrained glee, unleashing his energy without hesitation. A terrifying blue lightning bolt tore through the air, hurtling toward Gwen. Yet, just as the electric force was about to make contact, Gwen's figure shot upward at an astonishing angle. Boom! Max's strike, aimed with determination. With a resounding crash, the red fire hydrant was obliterated. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it shattered into fragments, sending a high-pressure jet of water soaring into the sky. No! Max screamed in terror, standing at the center of the deluge, like a colossal conductor. The ferocious current found its optimal path of release through him. Crackling blue electricity danced wildly upon his body, leaving him convulsing, eyes rolling back, and sparks of electricity erupting from his mouth. Moments later, the electric light faded. Charred and lifeless, Max collapsed into the water, completely unconscious. It's settled. Intellect is as much a form of strength. S.H.I.E.L.D, wouldn't you agree? Gwen gracefully landed atop a lamppost, showcasing her triumph to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Why the silence? After a brief moment of contemplation, S.H.I.E.L.D. suppressed her curiosity, refraining from posing an impolite question. Meanwhile, at the edge of Times Square, in a dimly lit room within a towering office building, two figures stood silently. Is that blue fellow one of yours? One man, clad in an elegant suit with a loosely tied tie, inquired. Beside him stood a man with neatly cropped hair. No, I'm unaware. He paused, adding to my knowledge. Dr. Maya's desperate plan did not produce a blue, electrically charged serum. That fellow will likely be dispatched by a woman. He probably possesses little capability. Let us examine what I have brought for you. The short-haired man retrieved several slender test tubes from his pocket and placed them into the suited man's hands. The liquid inside the tubes glimmered a bizarre crimson hue, swaying slightly in the dim light, reminiscent of flickering flames. Chapter 17, The Dust Settles. A choice to confess the wail of sirens enveloped Times Square. Cautiously, the police approached Max in the water, confirming he posed no further threat, before several medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher. When noticed something unusual in the square, the paramedics loaded Max into the ambulance, but before the doors could close, several black vehicles silently approached. Two men in black suits descended, and after a brief exchange, they directly transferred Max from the ambulance into one of their cars. How peculiar. Gwen furrowed her brow. That was an Oscorp vehicle. She recognized the emblem from her internship there. Gwen gazed thoughtfully in the direction the vehicle had vanished, but did not dwell on it. In a nearby alley, Gwen swiftly changed out of her battle attire and into her regular clothes. Gwen, are you hurt? Kara rushed over, grasping her arm and scrutinizing her up and down. Hill yawned as she approached, severely sleep-deprived and only contemplating returning home to rest. Very well, my friends, it grows late. We shall take our leave. Hill bid farewell to the two individuals. S.H.I.E.L.D. gracefully exited Gwen's body as well, the transition seamless. In that fleeting moment of separation, Gwen inexplicably felt a twinge of melancholy. Goodbye, Director Hill. Goodbye, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. Kara waved. Gwen's gaze lingered on Hill as she vanished around the corner, her thoughts momentarily adrift. Snap back to reality, Gwen. Do you find yourself reluctant to part with Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Kara gently nudged her with her elbow, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Not at all, Gwen quickly retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. I was merely pondering why the Osborn group chose to take that individual. She huffed, adding, and I have yet to forgive him for commenting on my modest bust. Kara nodded knowingly, playfully affirming, indeed, indeed. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. can be quite bothersome, always delighting in teasing others. He even swiped my ice cream once. No wonder you purchased that doll to vent your frustrations. Kara referred to the Venom doll, and she was correct. Gwen intended it as a means of release. For instance, she would place it beneath her seat, use it as a footrest, or, in moments of boredom, grasp its head and contort it into various peculiar shapes. If I were in your shoes, Gwen, I certainly wouldn't wish to encounter him again. Kara, you do not understand him, Gwen interjected suddenly, her voice soft yet resolute. That fellow is quite kind-hearted, in truth. The next 2 days felt to Hill like an enforced holiday. S.H.I.E.L.D. could sense her previously taut nerves had relaxed considerably. She even found the leisure to tend to the few potted plants that were on the verge of withering away on her balcony. Are you resurrecting the deceased? S.H.I.E.L.D. inquired, peering inquisitively. Hill felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was only natural for the plants to die after her prolonged absence. To accuse her of resurrecting the dead was rather excessive. In the afternoon, Hill visited the safe house in Queens. Natasha had left her a message. Fury had long suspected the presence of a Hydra infiltrator within their ranks, yet the number of individuals involved was too vast for him to pinpoint specific evidence. Thus, he had dispatched Natasha and Captain America to investigate a cargo ship named the Lemurian Star in Somalia. Hill studied the message, her fingertips lightly drumming against the tabletop. Does that ship carry a list of Hydra operatives? Suemo posited, roughly speaking, yes. In any case, Fury would not engage in frivolous endeavors. Natasha also mentioned that Fury had tasked Coulson with secretly assembling a small team. Ordinary superpower incidents did not necessitate the Avengers' intervention. They would handle it instead. So Mulkwidi, if it's a secret, how does Natasha know? She, like Coulson, is a level 8 agent. Impressive, he remarked. I'm a level 9 agent, Hill replied. Awaiting Sumo's reaction. Observing her expression, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. You are quite remarkable as well. Indeed. Satisfied with the response, Hill felt a sense of pride. Poor Coulson, summoned to labor just after his revival. Suemo was aware that Coulson's storyline was that of an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Initially, it was a tale of petty betrayals, where one deceived the other. However, the narrative would shift, possibly threatening the safety of Earth. Sky's abilities were commendable. Should she consider them? The final piece of information raised Hill's eyebrows. The president had granted her a pardon, and the military's bounty would soon be lifted. This was indeed splendid news. Yet, how could Fury wield such influence? Upon returning to her apartment, Hill's mood visibly improved. In an unprecedented move, she entered the kitchen. Our commander, Hill, was actually going to cook? If I have offended you in any way, please feel free to point it out. Just refrain from employing any lethal means. Suemo, in a display of apprehension, nestled closer to her. You had better hope it tantalizes your palate. Suemo Hill retrieved eggs and bacon from the refrigerator. Her technique, surprisingly adept. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of her lips. After all, you'll be consuming this daily. A simple dish of fried eggs and bacon, complemented by perfectly toasted bread, awaited. Suemo took a taste. The eggs were tender, the bacon crisp and aromatic. To his surprise, he spoke with sincerity, unexpectedly delightful. Yet he quickly added, but if I were to eat fried eggs and bacon every day, I might grow weary of it. Hill had grown accustomed to it. After all, she was not limited to just this one dish. Nightfall enveloped the rooftop terrace of the apartment building. A cool evening breeze tousled Hill's hair as she crossed her arms, gazing at the luminous skyline of New York City. The view is quite splendid. ISNT it? Suemo initiated. There is something I've contemplated for a long time, and I believe I should disclose it to you. Hill, perplexed, listened intently. Suemo casually inquired, what are your thoughts on Gwen's abilities? Do they resemble spider-like powers? Quite impressive. Do you desire them? Hill quipped, Suemo, do you wish to transform into a spider and bite me? It was rare for Hill to jest. She was uncertain why Suemo had summoned her to the rooftop at such an hour, nor did she grasp the meaning behind his words. Hill felt fortunate to have Suemo in her life and deemed it unnecessary to ponder other superpowers, especially since none surpassed his prowess. What secret do you wish to share? I'm listening, she said gently. I can replicate the abilities of any superhuman I come into contact with. The revelation was unanticipated. The words penetrated Hill's ears, leaving her in disbelief. She remained silent for several moments, absorbing this astonishing information. The concept of replication? She understood its implications all too well. This Suemo was nothing short of extraordinary. Wine for me. Chapter 18. Gwen's abilities, the return of Electro. There is no particular reason. Sumo continued. I have already replicated Gwen's abilities. He sought to connect with more superhumans. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill seldom had opportunities for field work. Moreover, her employment with S.H.I.E.L.D. was not merely a job. She served as the eyes of several national leaders within the agency, and her words and actions were not solely within her control. Suemo had long hesitated about whether to accompany Hill. Now, clarity dawned upon him. Is it not symbiosis, regardless of the partner? He intended for Hill to exist as a member of the Avengers, rather than merely an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He could join her in missions, but she should not be burdened with trivial tasks. This was the state Suemo desired. Do you wish to teach me to use webbing? Hill's lips curled slightly. Suemo chuckled softly. Then you must call me teacher. 10 minutes later, Hill aimed at the edge of a distant building and suddenly flicked her wrist. Whoosh! A strand of black webbing shot forth, firmly adhering to its target. Hill gently tugged at the web, feeling its remarkable resilience. Hold tight, Suemo reminded. A smile graced Hill's lips. Understood. Teacher Suemo. No longer hesitating, she leaped from the edge of the rooftop. Whoosh! The sensation of weightlessness enveloped her as the evening breeze whistled past her ears. Just as her body neared a critical point of descent, Hill abruptly tightened the webbing, her body swinging forward with the force of inertia. Her silhouette traced elegant arcs in the night sky, deftly avoiding obstacles as she soared between towering edifices. Buildings rushed by her side, while the traffic below transformed into shimmering ribbons of light. This feeling was unprecedented. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline compelled Hill to exclaim with joy, Oh, Suemo, you are incredible. In Queens, atop a certain apartment building, Kara and Gwen leaned against each other, gazing at the starry sky. Recently, Gwen had been preoccupied with improving her battlesuit, leaving little time for play with Kara. Sometimes she even skipped classes, strangely without consequence. Kara, too, had once played hooky, only for her sister Alex to be summoned to school the next day. This is so undemocratic, so unfree, Kara complained softly. With Gwen not available for companionship, she occupied herself with practicing her abilities. For instance, utilizing her supervision, she glanced up and exclaimed, "Hey, Gwen, look over there. On the roof of that church, it's Director Hill." Gwen followed her gaze, but, lacking supervision, could only discern a blurry figure. What are they doing so late? Wow, they are swinging. Kara observed with clarity, her tone brimming with wonder, noting the black webbing. They seem very happy. Director Hill's face is even flushed. Wow. Commander Hill's smile radiates pure happiness. Gwen, listening in annoyance, chides Kara. It's wrong to spy on others. You should get some sleep. You have school tomorrow. What? Gwen, aren't you going? Aren't you afraid of being called home? But I've taken a leave of absence. Kara gasps in surprise, and Gwen, aware of her astonishment, delivers another blow. I heard someone skip class and their parents were notified. Sister Danvers is quite busy, you know? Gwen, you're mocking me. Kara, feeling both anger and embarrassment, is about to pounce on Gwen in a fit. Just then, the iconic tower of the Osborne Group in the distance suddenly extinguishes its lights. Following this, as if a chain reaction had been set off, darkness spreads outward from the Osborne building like a rising tide. Office buildings, shops, street lamps, one by one. The city's lights are swiftly devoured. Is there a power outage? Kara asks in confusion. It's more than just a power outage. Gwen's spider sense buzzes, a profound unease seizing her. Almost the entirety of New York is engulfed in darkness, save for a solitary power plant on the city's outskirts, still flickering with a dim light. I'll go check it out. Gwen swiftly rises, donning her mask. Without hesitation, she leaps from the rooftop, shooting webs into the distance. Meanwhile, atop that church, Hill takes a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart from the exhilarating swing she'd just experienced. Her cheeks are slightly flushed. How do you feel, Hill? Sumo's voice carries a hint of amusement. It was fantastic. Hill's lips still curve with excitement. At that moment, the distant lights flicker out. Has Electro returned so soon? Sumo exclaims with a hint of exasperation. Hill notices as well. The entire city is rapidly plunging into an eerie silence and darkness, save for the light emanating from the distant power plant. At the entrance of the power plant, Gwen lands gracefully, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Whoosh! Another figure descends almost simultaneously, landing not far from her. Gwen recognizes the newcomer, momentarily taken aback, clad in a black Venom suit, seamlessly blending into the night. It is none other than Hill, without her mask. Gwen, aren't you supposed to be in school tomorrow? Hill, equally surprised upon spotting Gwen, feels a slight awkwardness in the air. Just then, a piercing crackle of electrical discharge erupts from within the power plant, followed by unsettling waves of immense energy. Let's go take a look. The sight before them causes both to gasp in shock. In the control room, what was once a massive turbine generator now hovers in midair, as Max, transformed into a being of pure, frenzied blue electricity, floats above. Countless arcs of electricity dance around him, illuminating the space like the eye of a thunderstorm. Gwen, you should leave this place. Hill's voice was resolute. This fellow was now exceedingly perilous. Indeed, Sumo chimed in. Your web shooter was nearly rendered useless last time. Approaching him this time may result in its utter destruction. Sumo's words struck a chord within Gwen, causing her body to momentarily stiffen. She was also uncertain of her own state. Witnessing Hill wielding webs evoked an indescribable sentiment within her. This form was inherently a combination of herself and Sumo. I have already enhanced both the web shooter and the battle suit, incorporating electromagnetic insulation and specially designed inner linings. Even if this individual were a walking Tesla coil, he could not easily short-circuit me. I defeated him once, and I can do so a second time, Gwen insisted stubbornly. She yearned to prove herself before Sumo. With a flick of her wrist, the white web shot accurately towards the interwoven metallic pipes above. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gwen swung toward the heart of the tempestuous blue electricity. Chapter 19. Black and white webs. Max sensed Gwen's arrival and abruptly opened his eyes. You again, bothersome spider. Every cable in this power plant is my masterpiece. Now, it shall become my sanctuary. I shall become the deity of this city. Max's voice crackled with electricity, echoing throughout the vast control room. Perhaps it was a racial gift. From a distance, Sumo listened, half expecting him to break into a rap. Gwen landed steadily on a metallic walkway, the corner of her mouth curling beneath her mask. A deity? What kind of deity? The god of short circuits that causes blackouts? That sounds rather unimpressive. I am the god of thunder. Max's electric form suddenly expanded, the blue arcs growing more frenzied. You have no idea how powerful I am. Just a day prior, those Osborn Technologies researchers had treated him like a mere lab rat, incessantly increasing the voltage, attempting to extract every ounce of worth from him. That agony, the humiliation, he would never forget. It was that fool Harry Osborn who released him, foolishly attempting to control him. Ridiculous. How could Max Dillon ever be subjugated again? Thus, he had electrocuted Harry to death. Thanks to that torment, Max's abilities had surged. It was no exaggeration to say that he was electricity itself. God of Thunder? Are you not afraid that Thor will descend from the heavens and deliver a crushing blow? Hill interjected, landing beside Gwen. Symbiote began to mock. Thor? He is merely a brute with a hammer, while I am electricity. Max retorted, brimming with confidence and disdain. Symbiote replied, I am light. Shut up. Unable to counter, Max unleashed a thick current, whipping it violently toward Hill. Anticipating the attack, Hill deftly evaded and, with a quick flick of her wrist, shot forth black webs at lightning speed. Gwen immediately cooperated, shooting out a strand of white webbing that precisely ensnared Max's arm. 2 strands, one white and one black, tightened instantaneously. Did you think these laughable threads could defeat me? Electricity surged violently through Max's body. Yet the 2 strands remained entirely unaffected. Gwen and Hill worked in perfect harmony, simultaneously exerting their strength and using the momentum from their swings. They hurled him violently towards a massive control cabinet. Boom! In an instant, sparks flew. Gwen landed, her gaze fixed warily on the swirling smoke. Suddenly, Max transformed into a dazzling blue electric arc, swiftly integrating into the entire power plant's electrical grid. The webbing in Gwen and Hill's hands lost its target, drooping helplessly with wisps of smoke curling from their ends. Oh, this is bad, Gwen murmured, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. The lights in the control room began to flicker erratically, illuminating and darkening in a chaotic rhythm. The metallic structure of the space emitted a low, ominous hum. I am a god of thunder and lightning. Max's voice resonated from all directions, imbued with an unsettling tremor. Before Gwen could react, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from the metal grating beneath her feet. Oh, she cried out, her body thrown violently by the force of the electric shock, crashing heavily against a distant wall. Though the insulation absorbed most of the current, the sheer impact of that raw energy still left her dizzy and disoriented. Sizzle. Another arc of electricity shot from the overhead cable ducts, aimed directly at Hill. Hill reacted swiftly, twisting her body sharply. Symbiote instantly manifested a layer of black liquid S.H.I.E.L.D. on her surface. Even so, the tremendous energy still pushed her back several steps. Sumo, Sangfedi. The symbiote is not particularly afraid of electricity. Do you have something you fear? Hill inquired quickly, evading another of Max's attacks. To her, Sumo's only weakness seemed to be her inability to fly. Sumo, of course, but I won't allow the enemy to employ such tactics. Must you both chat at a time like this? As Gwen swung through the maze of metallic pipes, narrowly avoiding a pursuing current, the pipes behind her shattered, sending sparks flying. She executed each movement with utmost caution. Turning her head, she saw Hill and Symbiote chatting while dodging. Cough, cough. We were actually contemplating how to defeat him, Symbiote stated with newfound seriousness. In dealing with such an energy entity, sheer brute force is utterly ineffective. Naturally, if we disregard consequences, we could simply obliterate the Earth, though she left that thought unvoiced. At that moment, Gwen's gaze swept over the severed cable ends that Max had torn apart. Wait, a flash of inspiration struck her. The cables leading to the city had been damaged, which was the reason for the power outage. Max had not consumed all the electricity. He was merely an oversized battery. Yes, exactly. A bold thought emerged in Gwen's mind. Every battery has a maximum capacity. What if they directed all the electricity here into it? Sumo, I know how to defeat him. Excitedly, Gwen glided to Hill's side and whispered her plan. You are quite astute, Gwen. What do you need me to do? Hill regarded her with newfound respect. Go to the main power switch and wait for the right moment to activate it. Gwen's white figure traced an arc in the air, while several strands of web shot out, ensnaring the severed thick cables. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Hill hesitated no longer, and the black web strands shot toward the other end of the control room, where a massive red lever awaited. Little bug, do you think such tricks can thwart me? Max's furious roar echoed throughout the space, countless electric currents lashing out toward Gwen like tentacles. As Hill vanished from sight, Max audaciously revealed himself from the currents. Gwen clenched her teeth, skillfully dodging while deftly manipulating her web to reconnect the severed main cables. This time, all the output terminals were aimed at Max, suspended in midair. Several strands shot out again, momentarily binding Max like a net. Everything was in place. Now, Gwen exclaimed. Hill suddenly yanked the lever down with great force. Buzz! In an instant, all the remaining electricity in the power plant surged forth like a flood, coursing through the web Gwen had connected, rushing wildly toward Max. Ah! Max let out a horrifying scream, unrecognizable as human. His body swelled to its limit, the excess energy transforming the entire control room into a dazzling blue hue. Sumo remarked, "I told you this guy can really absorb, yet he is still alive? He won't last much longer," Gwen panted, filled with certainty. "Honestly, Gwen, we make quite the team. Once we resolve things here, how about a dinner together this weekend? Consider it a celebration for saving New York once again." Hill looked at her with admiration. "Really? Together?" "Of course." Hill nodded affirmatively, and Kara agreed as well. In that fleeting moment of ease, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz. Without warning, Gwen and Hill's spider senses began to blare frantically. The prickling sensation was more intense than ever. Cackling laughter, sharp and grating like metal scraping glass, echoed from above. In the next instant, a pumpkin-shaped bomb plummeted directly at their feet, pulsating with green light and emitting urgent beeping sounds. Chapter 20, Spider Senses. Perceiving each detail of her impending demise, Sumo's mind raced with alarm bells. He barely had time to think before the dark, viscous substance instinctively surged forth, attempting to envelop Hill and Gwen completely. Boom! The pumpkin bomb detonated before his consciousness could respond. An inferno, unimaginably scorching. Thousands of degrees of heat instantaneously engulfed him, as if intent on melting him completely. This was the weakness of the symbiote, flames and sound waves. Sumo's awareness rapidly blurred amidst the excruciating pain. His symbiosis with Hill was abruptly severed by the searing temperature. Meanwhile, Max was hurled by the sudden shockwave of the explosion, breaking free from the paralysis of electrical overload and crashing violently onto the twisted metal framework. The current coursing through him dimmed, yet he miraculously clung to life. Cackling, "That is my prey." A sharp, twisted laughter sliced through the night sky, as a green figure soared on gliding wings, hauntingly circling above the distant clock tower. "Harry Osborn, you're not dead." A surge of fear gripped Max, compelling him to merge with the city's electrical grid and flee in terror. "Coward!" The Green Goblin paid no heed to Max's flight, his attention captured by two figures amidst the swirling dust below. "Sumo, are you all right?" Hill coughed, struggling to rise from the rubble. "He is so formidable." "He must be fine." Gwen rubbed her waist, right? In response, there was an unsettling silence. Panic seized the two women as the lifeless slime peeled away from their bodies. And Hill's heart stuttered. Could it be that Sumo? The Green Goblin's crimson goggles hungrily fixated on Gwen. The Osborn Group's spider project. He was aware of that entity. Why could this girl wield such power with perfection, brimming with youth and vitality, cherished by the city? While he, Harry Osborn, had to endure the torment of the serum, transforming into this grotesque figure, neither human nor specter. And that venom agent, the Green Goblin's grin widened, tinged with a sickly pride. The black creature, formidable on the battlefield of New York, which had left the military in disarray, was effortlessly dealt with by a mere pumpkin bomb. How delightful. "Two wayward ladies, allow me to escort you." The Green Goblin chuckled hoarsely, his glider accelerating abruptly as he dove downwards, claws outstretched. "Watch out." Gwen pushed the dazed Hill aside, aiming her web shooter at the sky. Whoosh! The white web shot towards the Green Goblin, but he nimbly evaded it. "Not slow on the uptake, little spider," the Green Goblin mocked, flicking his wrist as a flurry of bat-shaped darts glimmered menacingly, spiraling towards Gwen. She rolled to the side, the darts embedding deeply into the stone where she had just stood. Using the momentum, she sprang up, distancing herself from Hill and shifting the battlefield to the clock tower. High above, the clash between Gwen and the Green Madman erupted fiercely, the sounds of explosions and metal colliding ringing out incessantly. Yet all of this sounded to Hill as if it were muffled by a thick pane of glass, distant and unreal. "Sumo, Sumo, Hil trembleth," calling out repeatedly in her heart, receiving no reply. The once familiar voice, which was often playful, sometimes teasing, and at other times utterly dependable, now existed only in a haunting silence. The dark, viscous substance that had once enveloped her, providing warmth and strength, was now lifelessly peeling away from her. "Sumo, please don't scare me." Hill's voice quivered with the ache of suppressed tears, yet no sound emerged. Her eyes reddened, and tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring her vision. How could this be? In Hill's heart, Sumo was not merely a powerful symbiote. He resembled a family member woven into the fabric of her existence, a being before whom she could shed all defenses and freely reveal her true self. She had grown accustomed to his banter at her ear, to his sudden, thoughtless displays of concern. She had believed he would always be there. But now Hill leaned weakly against the crumbling wall, tears mingling with dust, tracing a path of despair across her cheeks. "Sumo, don't leave me alone. Is running all you can do?" The Green Goblin relentlessly pursued her, hurling pumpkin bombs as if they were free. Boom! Boom! The echoes of explosions reverberated among the ruins of the clock tower. Damn madman. Someone like you should remain quietly in an asylum. Gwen swung onto a massive, slanted pointer, gasping for breath. Sharp-tongued, the Green Goblin roared, unleashing 2 bolts of high-voltage electricity from the front of his glider. Anticipating this, Gwen tilted her head just in time, the current grazing her hood and blasting a charred hole into the stone wall behind her. She shot strands of webbing, attempting to ensnare the glider's turbine. The Green Goblin maneuvered the glider with astonishing agility, evading her webs while adding several glowing pumpkin bombs to his fingers, seemingly relishing this game of cat and mouse. Gwen furrowed her brow. The Green Goblin was well-equipped, his fighting style increasingly erratic and unpredictable. She needed to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. As if perceiving her thoughts, the Green Goblin abruptly changed direction, ceasing his assault on Gwen and charging directly towards Hill, who was barely standing. Your friend seems to be quite a nuisance. The Green Goblin sneered. No. Gwen's expression shifted dramatically. The Green Goblin's glider came to an abrupt stop before Hill, seizing her ankle. Hill barely had time to react before she was hoisted upside down. She attempted to fight back, but her strikes were ineffective against Harry's armor. No. Harry, let her go. If there's a problem, come at me. Let go. The Green Goblin grinned, his smile more grotesque than sorrowful. He suddenly released his grip. Hill plummeted rapidly towards the ground. The interior of the clock tower is a labyrinthine structure, replete with gears, beams, and shattered floorboards, beneath which lies an unfathomable abyss of darkness. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Gwen summoned her strength and leapt from the slanted, colossal hand of the clock. Her petite form traced a daring arc through the air, intercepting the plummeting Hill with precision, her arms enveloping her tightly. Hold on to me, Gwen bellowed. Utilizing her back and shoulders as a cushion, she crashed forcefully onto a relatively intact wooden floor, the tremendous impact causing her throat to swell with pain, nearly inducing a spout of blood. Dust cascaded from the clock tower's interior. Yet, the green fiend above afforded them no respite. Cackling. Here, that's another one for you. Amidst the shrill laughter, another ominous green glowing pumpkin bomb hurtled downwards, striking precisely the very floorboard where they had just landed. The frantic countdown echoed like a death knell. Quick! Dodge! Gwen attempted to roll with Hill in her embrace to evade the impending explosion. Boom! A deafening blast reverberated through the clock tower. The floor beneath Gwen and Hill shattered into countless fragments, splinters, and debris flying in all directions. Their barely stabilized foothold was obliterated in an instant. A feeling of weightlessness enveloped them once more. Hill's body plummeted uncontrollably into the depths below. No! Gwen's vision blurred with desperation. The sight of Hill's descent was vividly clear to her. Without hesitation, she released a thread of webbing. The white silk, akin to a flicker of hope, shot towards the falling Hill. Simultaneously, Su-Emo's consciousness was yanked back by a formidable will. He clearly beheld Hill's face, pale from the loss of gravity, the glimmer of despair in her eyes, and the unforgiving, frigid ground below. Hill would perish, even if the webbing could catch her. The overwhelming inertia would surely snap her neck in an instant, just like the irrevocable tragedy buried deep within Peter's memories. No, such a fate would never be allowed to transpire. Almost instinctively, the remnants of Su-Mo's symbiote followed the thread of white silk that Gwen had cast, frantically extending downward. The white silk was visibly suffused with inky darkness. Hill instinctively reached out her hand, and in her despair, she saw a familiar torrent of black surging towards her. Su-Mo, you're alive. How wonderful. Just as Hill was about to make contact with the ground, at that critical moment before inertia would deliver its fatal tug, the tip of the obsidian webbing unfurled, revealing a formidable and fierce black claw that opened wide, steady yet imbued with an undeniable gentleness. Su-Mo grasped Hill's hand. The symbiote swiftly enveloped, merged, and in the next heartbeat, Hill's tall, slender figure vanished, replaced by something new. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters in height, exudes an aura of primal ferocity, shrouded in darkness. Chapter 21. Instant Kill, seeking a method to identify weaknesses. The interior of the bell tower lies in utter disarray. Shattered bricks and twisted metallic gears are strewn across the ground, while a colossal bronze bell hangs precariously in mid-air, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Poised to plummet at any moment, moonlight struggles to penetrate the ruptured dome and gaping wall openings, casting eerie shadows upon the remnants of this once grand structure. An oppressive silence envelopes the surroundings. With a gulp, Gwen swallows hard, sensing that Su-Mo has transformed. No, he has become something beyond human. Above the bell tower, the smile on the Green Goblin's face stiffens. The glider beneath him shifts anxiously as he contemplates escape. In response, a sudden surge of murderous intent erupts. Su-Mo's right arm grotesquely morphs into a massive black scythe, gleaming with ominous light. He moves with astonishing speed, an explosive burst of motion that belies his immense size. The Green Goblin barely has time to adjust his glider. Swoosh! The blade cleaves through the air. The Green Goblin and his flying apparatus are effortlessly sliced in two, debris and sparks cascading downwards. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper near the power plant, Sky murmurs in disbelief. As a member of the Rising Tide organization, dedicated to uncovering hidden truths, she grapples with the reality that he was cut in half. Without trial or due process, just like that, she lowers her long focus camera, still reeling from shock. The public has the right to know the truth. They must be aware of the peril posed by these superhumans. With newfound determination, Sky resolves to bring this astonishing footage back to her organization. Perhaps not, madam, a calm, yet authoritative female voice interjects from behind her. Sky whirls around, startled. A woman clad in a tricolored armor of red, blue, and gold stands before her, exuding an aura of valor, reminiscent of a Valkyrie from myth. Who are you? Sky questions, taking a cautious step back and clutching her camera tightly. What you have captured is not suitable for public dissemination, Diana states. Her gaze fixed on the camera in Sky's hands. Not suitable? Sky scoffs. Are you attempting to shield that monster? He cleaved a person in two. Is that not the truth? Diana shakes her head slightly. You do not grasp the context, nor do you understand the chaos and misunderstanding that could ensue if this footage were to be released uncontrolled. Should we turn a blind eye to such violence? Our mission is to expose these truths, to ensure the public is aware. Sky raises her voice in defiance. Exposing the truth requires wisdom, not merely courage. Diana remains composed, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. Some truths, when revealed at the wrong time and in the wrong manner, can lead to greater harm. She extended her hand and demanded, "Give me the camera." Not a chance. This belongs to me, and it is also a truth that belongs to the public. Sky recoiled slightly. Diana's azure eyes revealed no trace of emotion. I'm not making a request. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her figure darted forward like lightning. In an instant, Sky found himself blinded by a flash, and the camera had already slipped into her grasp. The recent power outage had caused considerable disruption. However, ordinary citizens could do little more than complain and speculate. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury as Solitary, I scrutinized the high-definition close-up of Su-Mo in action, captured by the satellite, and let out a sigh before clicking to delete it entirely. The military regarded this incident as further evidence of the escalating threat posed by superhumans, leading to louder calls for enhanced oversight. The New York Police Department was overwhelmed, grappling not only with various cases arising from the blackout, but also with relentless media inquiries. Upon returning home, Director Stacy lamented to Gwen, "New York was so safe before that ghostly spider appeared." Gwen found herself at a loss for words, as if to say that the Chitauri army invaded Earth solely because of her. We mourn the loss of Harry. The Osborn group quickly distanced itself from the situation, claiming that Harry Osborn had tragically gone missing while attempting to avert disaster, asserting that the transfer of shares was a normal and legal process. 2 days later, under Hill's attentive care, Su-Mo finally made a complete recovery. The damage inflicted by the flames proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. The searing pain that emanated from his very soul was an experience Su-Mo wished never to endure again. During these days, he and Hill had been ensconced in S.H.I.E.L.D's secret laboratory, collaborating with Fitz and Simmons on some extraordinary experiments, hoping to discover a method to overcome or mitigate the weaknesses of the symbiote. In pursuit of this goal, they had even neglected to concern themselves with Tony's latest disappearance. Su-Mo speculated that he was investigating the extinction virus. Recent news reports had detailed several incidents of spontaneous human combustion, with victims reduced to charred remains, the scenes horrifyingly grim, likely linked to this very matter. In truth, Su-Mo also wished to partake in the chaos. After all, who wouldn't want to witness dozens of suits of armor exploding into a dazzling display? However, Hill's stance was resolute. She strictly forbade him from engaging with anything related to fire. Su-Mo, listen. Hill, clad in a lab coat, spoke sternly to the pair of eyes peering from above her head. We must first address your vulnerability. It is of utmost importance and concerns your well-being. Su-Mo lazily interjected. So, I can understand being barred from the kitchen, but why prohibit the spicy girls? They aren't on fire. Hill paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she wrapped his head in exasperation. I've told you, but you don't grasp it. In short, until we find a definitive solution. These are all high-risk factors. Just then, a knock echoed at the laboratory door, and Coulson entered, wearing his trademark gentle smile. It seems that my arrival was ill-timed. Coulson's gaze shifted between Hill and the proud figure of Su-Mo above her, and he smiled, saying, "Your bond is truly remarkable, Director Hill. Of course, we share a life-and-death friendship, don't we, Hill?" Su-Mo's voice emanated from above, tinged with a hint of pride. Hill nodded almost imperceptibly. Coulson's smile deepened before he transitioned to the matter at hand. The team that the director tasked me with assembling has now formed its preliminary structure. He turned slightly, revealing 2 new faces who accompanied him. This is Agent Grant Ward, our operations specialist, proficient in combat, weaponry, and tactical infiltration. Coulson gestured towards the tall, serious-looking young man beside him. Ward nodded to Hill in acknowledgement. And this is Agent Melinda May, an ace pilot and master of close-quarters combat. She will be responsible for the team's transportation and primary fire support. Coulson then pointed to another poised and composed Asian woman. Sue-Mo. I know her, codename Iron Horse. Correct? They cast a surprised glance at Sue-Mo, while Hill and Coulson were equally curious about how Sue-Mo knew her. As for the research and technical support, Coulson's gaze shifted to 2 busy figures on the other side of the lab, Dr. Fitz and Dr. Simmons, whom you're already well acquainted with, as they are also indispensable core members of the team. Fitz, upon hearing this, shyly adjusted his glasses, while Simmons offered a friendly smile to Hill before turning her attention to Sue-Mo. She is a biochemistry expert, eager to study a symbiotic organism like you. What about Sky? Sue-Mo's voice inquired from above Hill. At this, the members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. team exchanged puzzled glances. Who is Sky? Coulson was the first to respond, his tone laced with evident confusion. Chapter 22. The Shapeshifter? I apologize, Sue-Mo, but regarding network information and technological infiltration, I have already found a suitable candidate, an experienced hacker consultant. Sue-Mo noted Coulson's abrupt rejection of his recommendation of Sky. The direction of this narrative left him somewhat bewildered. If Sky were not to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, would she still become the formidable force capable of shaking the very foundations of the world? Sue-Mo had hoped to replicate Sky's abilities, utilizing specific frequencies of vibration to precisely negate external sonic attacks. Theoretically, this was entirely feasible. Thus, the critical figure had been lost. On the journey back, Hill sensed Sue-Mo's dejection and could not help but inquire, is there no one else with similar abilities? Of course there are, but only in a limited capacity, Sue-Mo sighed. As far as I know, among the mutants, there exists one known as Siren, whose primary means of attack or flight involves emitting powerful ultrasonic waves at specific frequencies. This is entirely distinct from Sky's versatile and controllable vibrational manipulation. Regarding the far side of the moon, there is indeed an inhuman referred to as Black Bolt, whose vocal devastation is of apocalyptic magnitude, albeit with a lack of precise control. My sweet tongue, I would prefer not to be rendered mute. Hill remarked, such narcissism. Whether or not it is sweet is uncertain to Hill, but to his enemies, his words are undeniably venomous. Sue-Mo contemplated deeply. After much reflection, it became apparent that only Sky's abilities could perfectly align with my requirements, providing both safety and control. You just mentioned the far side of the moon. Are there Inhumans? What exactly are Inhumans? Hill noted that every time she engaged Sue-Mo in a profound discussion about superhumans, she was met with a plethora of new terms and secrets. This fellow's intelligence network seemed to surpass that of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. However, considering Sue-Mo is an extraterrestrial being, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to possess greater knowledge. In simpler terms, it dates back to a time when the Kree conducted genetic experiments on humans, resulting in a group of individuals endowed with various peculiar abilities. The Black Bolt being their leader, Sue-Mo elucidated succinctly. The Kree, Hill felt her repository of knowledge expanding exponentially. Yet, that name rang a bell. Fury seemed to have mentioned it before. A race that glorifies military expansion and genetic purity, a digression that would lead us astray. Sue-Mo promptly redirected the conversation, insisting, let us return to the matter at hand. I believe it is imperative that we locate Sky. I have a method that may enable her to awaken and master that extraordinary ability in advance. He required Sky's capabilities to compensate for the vulnerability against sonic waves. This plan was not one to be easily abandoned. While he could evade high-temperature flames, sonic waves were an entirely different challenge. Sue-Mo, you just brought up mutants. Hill interjected, having been secretly researching information over the past few days, and suddenly recalled something. There's a record in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives of a mutant with the ability to control fire. If you were to replicate his abilities, wouldn't that be advantageous? Indeed, Sue-Mo's voice surged in excitement. A spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. How could he have overlooked this? Within the Marvel Universe, there are indeed several mutants with pyrotechnic capabilities, one of whom, despite not being the pinnacle of combat prowess, possesses the unique ability to absorb energy akin to the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Such a skill bears an almost unreasonable advantage against flames. Sue-Mo had been preoccupied with thoughts of combating fire, such as transforming into ice or water. Yet he had completely forgotten that he could control fire itself. The abilities of mutants are extraordinarily diverse: clones, shapeshifters, and the grand techniques of mystique. Sumo contemplated a shift in his perspective, realizing that he need not solely aspire to the indomitable physique of a superhero. Instead, he could amalgamate the strengths of various mutants and extraordinary beings, ultimately aspiring to become a deity of limitless capability, akin to Apocalypse. Hill, you are truly remarkable, Sumo exclaimed, nearly leaping from atop Hill's head in excitement. Indeed, I am glad to assist you, Hill replied. Her mood brightened as if warmed by the sun, rendering even the traffic congestion bearable. Speaking of which, they had been ensnared in this jam for quite some time, the traffic lights cycling through several changes. The green light cast an ironic glow upon the immobile vehicles. Has there been a fire ahead? I am more eager to locate a mutant than Stryker at this moment. Suemo gisted. The cacophony of blaring horns, sirens, and the wailing of fire trucks from up ahead confirmed that his suspicion was not unfounded. Strange, there is no smoke, Hill remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. At long last, the convoy began to inch forward. As they passed the intersection, the truth was revealed. There are no flames, only a chaotic scene cordoned off by police tape. In the center of the road, several charred human-shaped imprints mar the asphalt, a harrowing sight. It is the extinction virus. Sumo's voice grew somber, shedding its usual levity. Their gazes fixed upon one particularly small imprint. It was that of a child. Hill's heart sank heavily. Upon returning to the apartment, the oppressive atmosphere lingered. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Hill answered, instinctively remaining silent as she awaited the caller's words. It's me, S.H.I.E.L.D. A familiar yet weary male voice resonated through the line. Hill was taken aback, and Sumo was momentarily stunned as well. S.H.I.E.L.D., how did you acquire this number? Hill's tone bore a hint of incredulity. This was her private line, known to very few. The details are inconsequential. What matters is that I managed to reach you. Tony's voice paused before adding, by the way, I am aware that the military has rescinded your warrant. You are free now, Director Hill. Hill felt a flicker of surprise. This news was indeed welcome. You sound unwell, Tony. What has transpired? Sumo inquired. You could say that. Tony chuckled self-deprecatingly. My seaside villa has recently undergone a renovation courtesy of a few missiles. I fainted and awoke in Tennessee, thanks to the armor's autopilot and preset destination. Missile renovation? That is so in character for you. But Tennessee, are you on a rural excursion? Somewhat east. It's 11 degrees below zero here, and it's still snowing. Tony huffed into the receiver, vigorously rubbing his hands together. Outside, the Mark 42 lay haphazardly, tied up and dragged along by him. I need to ask you for a favor. I'm quite worried about Pepper. Hill and Sumo exchanged a glance, the latter nodding in agreement. Though the matter of the mutants is pressing, it will not take long to ensure Pepper's safety. I will send you the address. Thank you, gentlemen. Chapter 23. Pepper, how about your back? Caught in the act. In the night, the red and blue lights of police cars and fire trucks flickered, casting an eerie glow upon the remnants of what was once a cliffside mansion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components, mingling with the briny aroma of the sea. Pepper stood despondently amidst the chaos, clutching a deformed Iron Man helmet, its golden visage cracked, one eye socket eerily vacant, as though silently accusing her. At that moment, Maya Hansen cautiously approached Pepper. Ms. Potts. Pepper slowly raised her gaze, her eyes bloodshot, streaked with tears yet to dry. Maya lowered her voice, her tone betraying an unmistakable fear and urgency. I believe my boss, Aldrich Killian, may be involved in this. It's not safe here. We need to find a secure place to discuss matters in detail. Pepper regarded the woman before her. Earlier that afternoon, she had boldly declared herself to be Tony's former lover, a claim Tony had reluctantly confirmed, albeit as nothing more than a fleeting encounter. Overwhelmed with concern for Tony, Pepper felt a haze of confusion enveloping her, and she numbly nodded. Maya supported her as they hurried towards a black sedan parked a short distance away. The engine roared to life, and the taillights quickly vanished along the winding mountain road. Minutes later, Hill's vehicle arrived silently at the scene. Exiting the car, her sharp gaze swiftly scanned the ruinous remains. Not spotting Pepper, she soon found the site supervisor and approached him briskly, producing her S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials as she inquired in a low, urgent tone. Have you seen Miss Potts? The foreman wiped the sweat from his brow and gestured towards the mountain path. Ms. Potts just left with a woman with black hair. They seemed quite anxious. They were in a black sports car, so they shouldn't be far, just under 2 minutes ago. In the distance, a fleeting red glow of taillights disappeared down the mountain road. After them, Sumo commanded immediately. Without hesitation, Hill returned to the vehicle, executing a sharp turn as it shot up the mountain road like an arrow released from its bow. However, Hill's vehicle, lacking the performance of a sports car, found the distance widening rapidly. I must say, Hill, as a top-tier agent and a senior member of S.H.I.E.L.D, your choice of transport shouldn't be a mere Camry, even if it's not a Chevrolet or an Audi A8. Symbiote couldn't help but remark. Hill gripped the steering wheel tightly, her focus unwavering. This is called camouflage. Just consider, I live in Brooklyn. That is a fair point, Symbiote conceded. By the way, I've already instructed Coulson to investigate the matter of the mutants. It won't be long before we can pinpoint their approximate location. Hill suddenly brought this matter to light. Such efficiency? Symbiote remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. It is worth noting that less than 3 hours had passed since the two had finalized their plans, during which they had been in transit. Do you think I'm just some penniless resident of Brooklyn? Hill finally seized the opportunity to retort. Symbiote was taken aback, then complimented, indeed, you are the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Hill. Who could you possibly have learned that from? It seemed Hill had become rather boastful. At that moment, a tremendous roar of a helicopter's propeller approached from afar. The two looked up to see a pitch-black armed helicopter, devoid of any insignia, swooping low overhead. The blinding searchlight locked onto the black car, carrying Pepper on the mountain road ahead. Oh, I have an ominous premonition, Symbiote remarked. In the next instant, several grappling hooks shot down from the helicopter, expertly securing themselves onto the rooftop of the black car. With an excruciating sound of metal twisting and tearing, the vehicle was violently yanked from the road, its wheels spinning helplessly in midair, like prey ensnared in a spider's web. The entire car swaying as it was hoisted into the sky. This is bad. Hill's expression shifted dramatically. She slammed the accelerator to the floor in an attempt to race forward. Yet, her vehicle was simply too sluggish, leaving her to helplessly watch as Pepper's car ascended higher and higher. This is a disaster, Symbiote thought. That guy Tony probably used a payphone to call for help, and now notifying him that Pepper has been abducted has become a challenge. He had promised to ensure Pepper's safety, and now she had been taken right before his eyes. This is intolerable. Images flashed through his mind of those charred victims of the extinction virus he had seen earlier that day, particularly that child. Symbiote's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. Hill, do you wish to unearth the mastermind behind the extinction virus? That man in the suit. Hill had seen the news. These terrorist attacks were orchestrated by that very individual, who had even audaciously live-streamed the execution of government officials. No, it is the true puppet master, Symbiote remarked coolly. Christmas, one of the few unified holidays in America, is a time when time off is imperative. Midtown High School in New York was no exception. From December 23rd to January 3rd, they would be on winter break. At New York Airport, throngs of people bustled about. Kara held Gwen tightly, her nose slightly tinged with sadness. She was set to spend the winter holiday in Miami, Florida, with Alex, where the climate was warm and pleasant. The week of Christmas was peak travel season, and they had finally managed to secure a hotel. However, the thought of parting from Gwen for over 10 days left her heart feeling empty. Gwen, are you truly not coming with us? We could enjoy turkey together and watch dolphins, Kara said, her voice heavy with reluctance. Gwen embraced her briefly, shaking her head with a smile. Perhaps next time, Kara. I have a few matters to attend to. Kara discerned the insincerity in Gwen's words but nodded nonetheless. Well, I hope you find joy. Remember to message me every day. You too. With a reluctant farewell to Gwen, Kara and Alex boarded the flight to Florida. Settling into their middle seat, Kara's spirits remained low. Alex noticed her sister's despondency and softly inquired, What troubles you? Are you still thinking of your friend? Kara nodded. Alex's work was of a particularly secretive nature, belonging to a highly classified government department, a fact unbeknownst to Kara. She seldom had the opportunity to spend extended time with her sister and felt a sense of obligation towards her. During this Christmas week, Alex had nearly exhausted all of her accrued vacation time to accompany Kara on a holiday to Miami, hoping to make amends. She endeavored to engage Kara in conversation, seeking to uplift her mood. How has school been? Is the academic pressure overwhelming? Besides Gwen, have you made any new friends of the opposite sex lately? Surely there must be someone. Kara's mind wandered to the calm visage of Hill and to the boy who often teased her, Symbiote. He could be considered a boy of the opposite sex. After all, Kara was uncertain. Alex's interest peaked, a smile gracing her lips. What is he like? He constantly teases me and even steals my ice cream, Kara pouted. Is that so? Alex replied, her expression one of knowing amusement. He must be trying to capture your attention. Boys often behave this way. How do you feel about him? Do you dislike him? Of course not. Kara reflected on sununtai antiques. I think he is quite remarkable. He may seem mischievous and enjoys teasing, but he possesses a gentle heart. What are you saying? Kara looked up to find Alex regarding her with a peculiar expression. Kara, have you perhaps developed feelings for him? Like him? Kara recalled Symbiote's somewhat daunting demeanor. Swallowing hard, I don't think it could be considered liking. That would be too strange. Chapter 24. The 12 Enduring Warriors, Tony's Iron Legion. Are you shy? Alex declared herself as having seen through it all. In a row of 3 seats, Kara occupied the middle, with Alex near the aisle. The window seat remained unoccupied for an unusually long time. The announcement had begun reminding passengers to turn off electronic devices, while the flight attendants commenced their final checks before takeoff. Kara was somewhat curious when she and her sister purchased their tickets. There had certainly been someone assigned to that seat. Just then, a familiar yet slightly cool voice came from behind Kara. "Excuse me, could you please let me through?" Kara's heart raced unexpectedly. The sound caught her slightly off guard as she turned around. Upon seeing the individuals standing behind her, her eyes widened in surprise and her lips parted slightly. "Sister Hill, Suemo, what are you doing here?" Hill and Suemo were equally astonished. What a coincidence. Miami International Airport. A wave of heat enveloped her, wrapping around the shadows of palm trees. "Wow, Miami. Sister Hill, are you truly not here on vacation?" Kara dragged her suitcase, following closely beside Hill. Alex walked on her other side, silently observing Hill. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Hill responded with a smile. "No, Kara. I've answered that question many times on the plane." It was evident that Kara relished the lively atmosphere. Just before parting, she eagerly extended another invitation. Then, "Sister Hill, if you have time, could you come and spend Christmas with us? Sister Alex will make a fantastic roast turkey." Alex nodded with a smile at her side. Hill longed to join, yet it was apparent that they had more pressing matters to attend to, so she graciously declined. "If there is time, I certainly will." Kara appeared contemplative. As she watched Hill hail a taxi to leave, Alex withdrew her gaze and turned to Kara. "Do you know who she is?" "Why did she say you?" Kara chose to keep the secret, thus fabricating, "Sister Hill is a government official, referring to you, because she has a pet." "A pet? Named Suemo? All right. She's very dangerous, Kara. Stay away from these people, all right?" Alex's expression turned serious. Kara acknowledged with a soft "oh," but refrained from further inquiries, dismissing the concern in her heart. As night descended, the salty sea breeze swept across the quiet pier. Hill finally located the abandoned oil tanker named Noko. At that moment, 2 stealthy shadows leapt onto the cargo deck before her eyes. It was Stark. Hill glanced at Suemo and whispered, "The other one is?" "Roudi," Sumo exclaimed, her eyes widening. "I hadn't noticed him at all." On the oil tanker's deck, Rhodey's agility was remarkable as he effortlessly rolled into the shadows of the containers. Tony followed closely behind, yet his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. He nearly stumbled over a nearby oil barrel. Having worn the armor for too long, it seemed someone's physical abilities were beginning to decline, Suemo observed with a hint of mockery. Hill silently followed, her figure soon merging with the darkness. Illuminated by the distant port lights, everyone could see beneath the oil tanker's crane the President of the United States suspended high in the air, clad in his red, blue, and silver iron Patriot suit, utterly motionless. "This is a public execution," Tony whispered, teasingly glancing at Rhodey. "You're about to get fired. After this incident, he is undoubtedly going to be suspended for review." "What a stroke of bad luck for me." Rhodey reluctantly recounted the events. A few days prior, the president had been attacked by a blue mutant capable of teleportation, which was why Rhodey had been assigned to provide close protection. Killian had evidently exploited this situation, impersonating Rhodey to abduct the president to this location. Rhodey remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, gripping his assault rifle tightly. "Raise your weapon, Tony. Don't aim at my back." "Oh, my apologies." Tony adjusted his stance. No sooner had he spoken than beams of bright flashlight swept across the area. "There are people over there." Tot. Bullets rained down upon them, striking the container they were hiding behind and igniting dazzling sparks. Hill rolled her eyes into shadows, her expression one of exasperation. How amateurish. Tony and Rhodey were pinned down by the firepower, unable to lift their heads. "Should we charge out?" Tony shouted. "Are you out of your mind, brother?" Rhodey replied, utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a shadow flitted overhead like a specter. Hill had completed her symbiosis with Sumo, and with a flick of her arms, 2 strands of pitch-black web shot forth, securing themselves precisely to the steel framework above. She navigated stealthily through the intricate lattice of steel beams, silent as a whisper. "Who goes there?" The guards had yet to react before being swiftly dispatched. 2 minutes later, the gunfire abruptly ceased, and Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances. "Shall you check?" Rhodey inquired. "You go first. I bet they won't see you," Tony replied. "No need for false modesty, gentlemen." Hill's voice emerged from the shadows nearby. She crossed her arms, the dark symbiotic material slowly retracting into her body. Cautiously, Tony and Rhodey peered out, and upon spotting Hill, Tony's face lit up with joy. "Hill, Sumo. Wonderful. I knew I could count on you." He understood better than anyone how formidable Hill and Sumo were when working together. However, just as a smile began to form, a sudden thought struck Tony. "Wait, Pepper, how is she?" "She's alive." Sumo succinctly explained the circumstances of Pepper's abduction. The smile vanished from Tony's face. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take his frustration out on Hill and Sumo. After all, they were there to assist. Killian, Tony murmured, his gaze turning icy. That scoundrel had not only blown up his house, but had also taken Pepper. Calm down, Tony. The priority now is to rescue Pepper and the president, Rhodes reassured him. Patting Tony's shoulder, Hill's eyes remained scanning the vicinity with unwavering vigilance. This abandoned oil tanker was too quiet, eerily so. Something feels off. It's too silent here. It's impossible that only the outer guards are present. Before she could finish her thought, thud, thud, hood. The heavy footsteps echoed like a drumbeat from all directions. Dozens of figures leaped forth from the darkness, nimbly landing atop the unevenly stacked shipping containers surrounding them. They emanated an eerie orange-red glow, their veins visible beneath their skin, resembling flowing magma. These were the desperate warriors, and their numbers far exceeded expectations. Sumo recalled that the film featured only 4, yet here stood a total of 12. Was it merely a coincidence that today was Christmas, and these 12 beings represented Jesus' 12 apostles? They loomed high above, silently encircling the few individuals at the center of the oil tanker. Rhodes gripped his weapon tightly. This situation was more precarious than any he had ever encountered before. His throat felt dry. Tony, do you have any clever ideas? Clever ideas? With them around, what could we possibly devise? Tony replied, shaking off his trepidation as he regarded the adversaries before him with disdain. Rhodes was right. Moreover, with Hill and Sumo present, defeating these individuals should be more than feasible. However, Hill slowly shook her head, her gaze fixated on the nearest desperate warrior. Should these creatures self-detonate, the resulting extreme heat would be catastrophic. They could elevate their body temperatures to such heights that even touching them might inflict irreversible harm on Sumo. Her only recourse was to restrain them with her webbing. The task of elimination would fall to Tony and his mark armors. Surely, you don't intend to stand idly by, do you, Tony? Don't think we're unaware that last night, during our visit to your seaside mansion, all your armors in the basement mysteriously vanished. You're aware of that? A smug smile curled at the corners of Tony's mouth. He had been discovered. Yet, this suited him perfectly. He spread his arms wide, striking an exaggerated pose. Time for the family reunion, everyone. No sooner had he spoken than the night sky behind him erupted with dozens of dazzling lights, racing towards the oil tanker at astonishing speed, piercing the darkness. Chapter 25. Silver Centurion. The armored suits streaked through the Miami night sky like blazing meteors, coming to a precise hover. They surrounded the entire Noko oil tanker. Over 30 uniquely designed suits, each boasting its distinct metallic luster and paint scheme, from the classic red and gold to the profound depths of midnight black. Ranging from heavily fortified models to agile assault types, each suit glowed with the charge of energy weapons, poised for action at the slightest command. Merry Christmas, you bastards. Tony grinned. Jarvis, lock onto all heat signatures of the desperate virus. Now let us take them down. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the oil tanker dock, beneath the shadow of a container, Sky lowered the brim of her baseball cap, aiming her new camera at the distant battlefield. With her exceptional hacking skills, she traced the whereabouts of the late Tony Stark, expecting to uncover an exclusive scoop. Little did she know, she would encounter the ominous figure of the Venom agent. Adjusting her focus, Sky thought to herself, this is splendid. Last time, the Valkyrie interrupted. This time, I must capture Venom's unrestrained violence and reveal the peril posed by these superhumans to the public. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind her. Startled, Sky was about to cry out when a firm hand covered her mouth. The grip was powerful, leading her to instinctively assume it was a man. She whipped around to confront a pair of bright, innocent eyes. It's far too dangerous here. My dear lady, you should leave at once. Kara urged in a hushed tone, her azure eyes filled with earnestness. Residing at a seaside hotel with Alex, Kara had been idly using her supervision to gaze at the ocean when she inadvertently witnessed the scene near the oil tanker. Using the pretext of purchasing socks for gift wrapping, she rushed over to assist. If she could eliminate these adversaries, wouldn't Director Hill and Sumo be able to celebrate Christmas with her? After all, she had just mastered a remarkable new skill, frost breath. Hey, little sister. I understand this place is perilous. Sky realized that the girl before her was merely around 18. Though she was not much older, she insisted, you should leave immediately. A battle is underway over there. Pointing towards the armored figures on the oil tanker, she continued, it has already begun. Mark 31 piston and propulsor erupted with blinding blue light, hurtling towards a Doom warrior at supersonic speed. The sonic boom reverberated through the air. Mark 41 skeleton adeptly disassembled mid-air, transforming into dozens of independent components that accurately struck down the ordinary guards attempting to advance. Meanwhile, Hill had fully symbiotically merged with Sumo. The ebony figure leaped between the intricate steel frameworks and containers, black webs shooting forth to ensnare a Doom warrior's legs before yanking them into the air. only to be swiftly pierced by the shoulder cannon of the hastily approaching Mark 40 shotgun. Boom! On the other side, a Doom warrior detonated a suit of armor. Clic-ring a violente explosion. The shockwave sent nearby debris flying, and the oil tanker S steel structure emitted a disconcerting creaking sound, threatening to collapse. Igor, Tony shouted. Mark 38. The heavy armor Igor, capable of lifting aircraft carrier components, trudged forward with heavy steps. Its massive mechanical arm steadied the precarious steel beam. The heartbroken, the red silk fish, and the raiders donned their uniquely designed armors and plunged into the battlefield, entangled with those desperate warriors radiating an intense orange glow. Lasers, missiles, and explosions erupted in a cacophony of chaos. Ah, what a spectacle! I find myself utterly envious. Suemo writhed uncomfortably within Hill's mind. Hill, do you think if I were to assemble a symbiotic army, it would be more impressive than Tony's? Hill replied, a symbiotic army? Indeed. If we were to merge the Avengers with symbiotes, we would undoubtedly be perceived as a villainous organization. She teased while deftly avoiding a covert assault from the desperate warriors. A peculiar image formed in Sumo's mind. During the endgame, the Avengers fused with symbiotes, each sporting grotesque heads and sharp fangs. Captain America would confront a bewildered Thanos and utter, with that visage, you must question if you are the invader. How amusing. I declare this shall be my little ambition. The thought of such a scene filled Suemo with anticipation. Yet, Fury would likely disapprove, wouldn't he? I have a plan, Suemo declared. I could bestow Fury with a symbiote, and I have even devised a fitting name for it. The Unfortunately, he probably won't be able to fight alongside Steve. Hill remarked, puzzled. Why not? Hill inquired, her brow furrowed. Because the captain despises foul language. Meanwhile, above on the steel framework, Tony, is this what you've been concocting while holed up at home? Rhodey exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. After much effort, he had pilfered the Iron Patriot from Tony, treating it like a cherished treasure, polishing it repeatedly. Yet, before him stood Tony with an array of unique iron armors, counting at least 42, including the ones deemed scrap. The disparity was disheartening. He felt like a child who had just acquired a limited edition toy gun, only to discover that others possessed a veritable arsenal. Tony glanced around. The Mark 33, the silver Centurion armor, soared toward him, primarily silver with red accents. Simply stunning. Rhodey, envious, could not help but shout, Tony, I want a set. Any set will do. Apologies, but none of these are your size, Tony replied without turning around. His armors were never lent out. Pepper was the only exception. Moreover, with his fastidious nature, how could he allow anyone else to wear his prized possessions? At that moment, Jarvis's voice broke through, Sir, Miss Potts' location has been confirmed. Send me the coordinates, Jarvis. Tony's gaze sharpened as the silver faceplate swiftly closed. The thrusters ignited with a roar. The silver Centurion transformed into a streak of light, charging deep into the oil tanker. Observing the whirling steel armors overhead, Skye clenched her fists. Did you see that, Kara? Yes, Skye. It looks incredibly cool, doesn't it? Gazing into Kara's innocent eyes, Skye let out a sigh. Look at them. Behold the destruction wrought by these superhumans. They possess powers far beyond that of ordinary mortals. It often acts solely on personal whims. Kara replied, but they're doing the right thing. I understand they are heroes, revered by the majority. However, have you ever contemplated what such unrestrained power signifies for society as a whole? Kara blinked, seemingly perplexed. Skye, armed with unparalleled hacking skills, had unearthed numerous secrets, particularly those concerning Tony Stark. The arms dealings from Serbia to the Middle East were nothing short of notorious. Thus, she firmly believed that unrestrained superhumans like him must be subjected to rigorous oversight. Otherwise, they would usher in greater calamities. These individuals, endowed with extraordinary abilities, operated beyond the law, unmonitored. Today, he could eliminate a recognized villain. But what of tomorrow? What if he misjudged the situation, lost control of his emotions, or was manipulated by those with ulterior motives? Who would stop them? Who would be accountable for the potential innocent casualties? Chapter 26. Kara's ice breath at the battlefield's edge. A desperate warrior was being relentlessly battered by armored suits, retreating step by step. In that moment, he spotted Skye and Kara. Hostages. Madness filled his eyes as he abruptly changed direction, charging towards the two. Run. Skye's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively grasped Kara's hand, turning to flee. However, the desperate warrior's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Within mere strides, he stood before them, his scorching breath palpable. Their escape route was severed. Grimacing, Skye yanked Kara behind her, spreading her arms protectively in front of her, her voice trembling with tension. Stay back. A figure clad in bright yellow, adorned with black stripes, raced towards them. Mark 25, the Raider. The heavy combat suit positioned itself in front of them. Threat level confirmed. Initiating protection protocol for the target. Civilian. Only one? The desperate warrior's eyes gleamed. Was this not akin to courting death? He wasted no time, his crimson palm effortlessly piercing the chest armor. Intense heat melted the metal. Other suits quickly arrived. Mark 19, the Tiger. Mark 27, the Disco. Yet, having lost their speed and formation advantage, they were swiftly dismantled under the relentless assault of the desperate warrior, reduced to smoldering scrap. What? Sky watched as these cold machines selflessly defended them, a shiver coursing through her heart. The desperate warrior had figured it out. As long as he stood beside civilians, the suits dared not launch missiles, luring the two women. He dismantled yet another suit. This cannot continue. In a flurry of panic, Kara attempted to use her ice breath to encase the desperate warrior in a block of ice. She continued to blow air, yet no cool breeze emerged. In her anxiety, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. How could this be? I clearly mastered this. On the other side of the cargo ship, Hill sensed something amiss with the distant explosion. Threads of webbing ensnared the steel framework, and a shadow swiftly leaped from the structure. In mere seconds, with a resounding thud, Hill landed firmly in front of Kara and Sky. Stay away from them, Hill commanded, flicking her wrist to shoot out a strand of webbing that wrapped around the ankle of the adversary. With a powerful tug, the enemy was pulled off balance. Distancing them from Sky and Kara, Sky observed the silhouette of the Venom agent as she shielded them. This individual was, astonishingly, protecting them. A wave of heat surged within her, causing her long-held beliefs to waver. There was no time to ponder why Kara was present. Hill aimed to hurl the adversary into the sea, hoping the cold water would temper the heat radiating from him. But the orange glow emanating from his body resembled a small sun, exuding an oppressive warmth. After being scorched by flames, the webbing lost its symbiotic properties, resembling the ordinary strands akin to Gwen's. With a sharp crack, it was easily torn away by the adversary. Simultaneously, he retaliated, brushing past Hill's left shoulder, causing the symbiote there to retract swiftly. Suemo, are you all right? I was too careless, Hill inquired with concern, guilt flooding her heart. It's nothing, Suemo replied with a grimace in her mind. Sky, keenly observing the battle, swiftly grasped the situation. This is bad. The Venom agent fears fire. Upon hearing this, Kara noticed that Hill seemed genuinely burned. The earlier frustration of not being able to unleash her abilities was swiftly overtaken by a surge of anger. She no longer wished to hide behind others. Kara took a deep breath, as if something within her small frame awakened. Kara, what are you planning to do? Sky instinctively stepped back. In the next moment, Kara opened her mouth. A powerful blast of icy air surged forth, 100 times stronger than during practice. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized. The glow surrounding the adversary dimmed at a visible rate, and his movements abruptly stiffened. His surface rapidly cloaked in a thick layer of frost. In an instant, he transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. What is happening? Both Hill and Suemo were taken aback and turned to look. Well done, Kara, Suemo exclaimed in admiration. You've been playing the part of the underdog all along. Hill nodded in approval at Kara, and then stepped forward, her right fist slicing through the air as she struck the ice sculpture with great force. With a resounding crack, the sculpture shattered, scattering crystalline shards across the ground. Stunned, Sky glanced at Kara and then at the shattered ice on the ground. Could it be that Kara was also a superhuman? This innocent girl, who had just moments ago cowered in fear behind her. I have succeeded. Kara was gasping for breath, her delicate face slightly pale, clearly exhausted from the recent exertion. At that moment, a figure was propelled from the depths of the oil tanker, crashing onto the deck with a thud, creating a dent in the surface. The Silver Centurion armor rapidly disassembled, and Tony awkwardly crawled out from within. What about Pepper? Is she safe? Suemo inquired. Tony's eyes were red, his lips sealed in silence. Shortly thereafter, a man radiating a fiery crimson glow descended from the sky. My sincerest apologies, Tony. I slipped up just now. It was you who failed to catch her. Tony glared at Killian, his murderous intent palpable. Pepper was gone, having plunged into the inferno before his eyes. Sorry. Sensing Tony's turmoil, Hill had already surmised what had transpired. However, Suemo knew the truth. Tony, do you believe the extremist soldier fears fire? Tony shook his head. Suemo smiled. It seems I witnessed Pepper being injected with the extremist virus. What? Tony's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. She was injected with the extremist virus. This is the best news I've heard all day. You mean she is not dead? Why not take a look for yourself? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Jarvis, give me a suit. Tony shouted excitedly. In the next instant, Mark 16, nightclub, hovered before him. Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, I believe this armor perfectly aligns with your current emotions. Without a second thought, Tony turned and soared into the sky, resolute and unwavering. You claim she is still alive? After that explosion, it's impossible for her to survive. Killian's gaze was fixated on the remaining few on the deck, especially Hill. But why offer him hope? Oh, I see now. You wish to witness Stark's complete collapse. Killian's voice was low and distorted, the air around them shimmering from the intense heat. Oh, this guy looks furious, Symbiote exclaimed loudly, ensuring Killian could hear him. It was likely due to Tony's exuberant laughter. When he learned Pepper was alive, it lit him up, an undeniable truth. If my enemy were to smile so joyfully before me, I would undoubtedly be enraged as well. Shut up. I can hear you. Killian growled under his breath. If you leave Stark, I may grant you a chance at survival. But I have no intention of letting you off the hook. What should I do? Symbiote scoffed. Given that Killian had orchestrated so many explosive attacks, he deserved to perish today. Do you truly wish to oppose me? Symbiote, today, I am consumed by the desire to either eliminate you or witness your demise. Chapter 27. Coexistence with Kara, the darkened Supergirl. Tony finally discovered Pepper amidst the ruins, her skin aglow with a warm, orange light. Meanwhile, Rhodey managed to extricate the president from his ludicrous Iron Patriot suit, ensuring their safety at last. The two hastened back to the main battlefield almost simultaneously. Before their arrival, they heard Symbiote's audacious taunt. Tony smirked. This guy is something else. Jarvis, make sure to record that. Certainly, sir. It has been documented in the Anti-Symbiote Armored Suit Project folder. Hey, is that Anti-Symbiote or anti-me? Tony quickly glanced ahead, relieved to find that Symbiote had not overheard. On the main battlefield, Killian chuckled, perplexed. The individual before him trembled at the thought of confronting even an ordinary warrior. What chance did he have against someone infused with the perfect extremist virus? With mere words? To be frank, these figures appeared as nothing more than ants to him. Iron Man, Venom, the Avengers, all would succumb to his might. His extremist virus had already proven superior to Tony's armor, affirming that he was far more intelligent than Tony Stark. That night, when Tony abandoned him on the rooftop to pursue Maya, it marked his gravest misstep. Symbiote recognized that dealing with Killian alongside Hill would be a daunting task. The very reason he dared to provoke him was clear. Everyone else, step back. Kara, you remain. Me? Kara hesitated, her foot retreating, bewildered. Hill, well aware of Symbiote's intentions, stepped beside Kara, gently grasping her hand. In the next heartbeat, Symbiote transformed into a dark, viscous substance, surging forth from Hill, his intent unmistakable. Let me witness your prowess. Ha ha ha. Mr. Symbiote, your laughter is quite terrifying, Kara remarked timidly. She felt an icy, peculiar entity force its way into her being. The sensation was foreign and overwhelming. Kara's superbrain buzzed, nearly on the verge of overload. Her body instinctively resisted. Symbiote inwardly cursed. It was unprecedented for a being to reject his symbiosis. Truly, Kryptonians are of a different caliber. This simply wouldn't do. Kara, I made quite the boast. You wouldn't wish to see me humiliated before so many, would you? Symbiote appealed to her emotions. Kara hesitated. She certainly did not want to embarrass Symbiote. Yet, her senses were far more acute than those of Earthlings. Even the slightest movement of Symbiote within her was unmistakably felt. Her legs wobbled, and she feared impending humiliation. You wouldn't want to witness everyone fall to Killian, would you? Fear not. I shall resolve this swiftly. Symbiote continued to coax her with reason. Very well then. With a sense of resignation, Kara mumbled a response. The defenses within the Kryptonian maiden began to waver, her resistance diminishing in an instant. Without hesitation, Symbiote initiated a profound symbiosis with Kara. What followed was the transformation. Contrary to expectations, the menacing visage of the symbiote did not manifest. Instead, the symbiotic entity swiftly molded itself upon her surface. A sleek, black battle suit gradually took shape, hugging Kara's delicate form, its lines fluid and imbued with a sense of power. A dark cloak billowed behind her, unfurling as if propelled by an unseen wind. Most striking of all was the enormous, conspicuous white shield emblem emblazoned across her chest. It was indeed the uniform of House L from Krypton. Is this the power of Mr. Symbiote? How formidable! Feeling the tumultuous surge of energy within, Kara clenched her fists. So, do you now comprehend my prowess? Are you still resistant? The voice of Symbiote echoed triumphantly in her mind. Kara's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. She could not bring herself to voice that the peculiar sensation had shifted from within her to her very skin. Mr. Symbiote, my chest feels a bit tight, oh. My apologies, I instinctively adjusted to Hill's dimensions. Is Director Hill truly so petite? She dared not speak such thoughts aloud. Symbiote implored her not to mention it to Hill. Oh, Kara recalled Gwen. Tony could not help but exclaim in admiration, stroking his chin. This color scheme, this texture. Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive scan. I must obtain the design data for this suit, especially that reverse emblem. It is nothing short of inspired. Rhodes, standing nearby, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Tony, is this truly the time to appreciate fashion design? Do you not find her appearance rather perilous? This design seems familiar. Sky murmured. Hill, the Battle of New York. The outfit is commendable, but alas, it serves little purpose. Killian regarded it with disdain, his entire being radiating crimson light. No longer restrained, he charged directly at Kara. Stark, these individuals perish today because of you. Hill, perplexed, remarked, he seems to harbor an intense hatred for you. What have you done to him? Did you not take him on a rooftop date? Tony shrugged. Use ice breath, Kara. The voice of Symbiote resonated in Kara's mind. And without hesitation, she slightly raised her chin and opened her mouth. Whoosh! A blast of frigid air, 100-fold more potent than before, erupted forth with near tangible force. The moisture in the air visibly condensed into countless ice crystals as this cataclysmic chill swept across the entire deck. Killian's forward momentum abruptly halted. The orange-red glow enveloping him flickered violently like a candle in the wind, before dimming at an astonishing rate. This is impossible. His face reflected shock and disbelief, as layers of thick frost swiftly encased him, transforming him in the blink of an eye into a lifelike ice sculpture, frozen in the act of lunging forward. Well done. Kata. This is true artistry, far more refined than the cacophony of explosions. Yet, this chilling wave did not relent. It continued to spread wildly in all directions. The deck of the oil tanker, the shipping containers, the fractured steel framework. Everything was being encased in ice at an astonishing speed. Even the distant dock and portions of the sea swiftly crystallized beneath a thick layer of white ice, shimmering with a foreboding chill under the night lights. Wow, am I truly this formidable? Kara gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength, capable of delivering a single blow to send her cousin sprawling. As for the criminals of Roseburg, she could handle them one by one. Her mother could imprison them, and so could she. Meanwhile, within the hotel room, Alex glanced at the wall clock, her brow knitting tighter with concern. Kara had mentioned she was going to buy socks for wrapping Christmas presents, and nearly an hour had passed. She picked up her phone and dialed Kara's number. But there was no answer. She could not afford to wait any longer. Alex snatched her coat and room card, striding purposefully toward the door. At that moment, a specially designed communicator in her pocket vibrated, emitting a low buzz, the internal communication device of the Super Investigative Department. Alex's expression hardened as she swiftly shut the door behind her. The Super Investigative Department operates independently from organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D, directly linked to a secret organization responsible for handling extraterrestrial matters and monitoring potential superhuman threats on Earth, endowed with significant authority and conducting operations with utmost secrecy. Alex was one of its agents. She swiped her screen, and an encrypted message appeared. Emergency alert. Code 73, Kryptonian criminal, signal detected. Moving at high speed toward the Miami coast. Initial target locked on an abandoned oil tanker in the offshore area. Threat level, extremely high. Agent Danvers, you are currently in the vicinity. Proceed immediately to assess the situation, evaluate the threat, and await further instructions. Caution. The target is a Kryptonian, highly dangerous. Proceed with utmost care. A Kryptonian criminal. Alex's heart sank. Her first thought was not of the mission, but of Kara. Chapter 28. The powerful criminals of Roseburg stopped grinning. You're drooling. Huh? Kara pressed her lips together, realizing there was no drool, her cheeks flushing. Mr. Symbiote was teasing her again. It wasn't over yet. She needed to deliver the final blow. Symbiote looked at the ice layer, noticing that Killian was once again glowing with an orange-red light. He wasn't completely finished yet. He was attempting to melt the ice. One must admit, his resilience is remarkable. If he were reduced to ice shards, he should be unable to regenerate, right? Mr. Symbiote, should we imprison him instead? Yet at that moment, Kara hesitated. Sumo's voice turned slightly cold. Are you unable to take action? The number of lives lost due to Killian exceeds 1,000, and he has the vice president as his support. Otherwise, why have even the president been apprehended without any department pursuing an investigation against him? Sending him to prison would be less effective than simply returning him home. Kara felt a sense of trepidation. She had never witnessed such a tone from Mr. Symbiote before. Mr. Symbiote, what adorns my chest is the emblem of the Ale family. In our language, it symbolizes hope. We are here to bestow hope, not to bring about destruction, she retorted softly, fueled by her sense of justice. Symbiote understood that both Kara and her cousin, whose whereabouts were unknown, adhered to some inherent principle of nonviolence. Quite correct, he mused. It aligns perfectly with mainstream values, a narrative favored by the majority. Yet, I do not concur. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Hope, if I wish, this next moment could turn into something entirely different. Sir, I am not yet of age. Kara suddenly covered her face, her earlobes flushed with embarrassment. How could you speak such words? Symbiote replied. It's merely an abbreviation of my name. Did you misinterpret it? Oh, is that so? Be serious, Kara. If you choose not to act, then allow me. Symbiote attempted to exert control over Kara's body. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a thunderous crash, a battle axe, gleaming with metallic luster, plummeted from the sky. The frozen deck of the cargo ship was shattered, the ice splintering into fragments. Who? The crowd gazed upward, their vigilance heightened. Jarvis, scan this individual, Tony commanded immediately. Sir, the target's bone density and muscle fiber strength far exceed that of an average person. Preliminary assessment suggests that his pure physical strength is comparable to that of Thor Odinson. Comparable to Thor. Tony's expression behind his mask was a tapestry of emotions. Hearing his words, Hill and the others were taken aback. Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology, and this bald man emerging from the water was said to be on par with him? He certainly didn't appear so. You resemble someone I know. Alarazul, the bald man said, turning his gaze to Kara, his voice gravelly. Kara froze. How do you know my mother? You never forget someone who has sent you to prison, child. Alara, she is a judge, and also, with a sharp crack, taking advantage of the fractured ice. Killian summoned the last vestiges of his strength, scrambling from the shattered ice, utterly disheveled. The orange glow that once radiated from him had dimmed to its lowest point, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to flee. However, the bald man did not spare him a glance, merely waving his hand in annoyance. The massive battle axe hummed ominously, transforming into a streak of cold light. Thud! Killian's body froze in place. Then, his upper body was severed from his lower half with a clean and decisive motion, blood and entrails mingling with a fiery orange glow as they surged forth. The upper half traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing onto the deck, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Please maintain some decorum while I speak, commanded the bald man, recalling his bloodied battle axe and resting it upon his shoulder. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Dead? Killian had been cleaved in two, just like that. Tony gasped sharply. My heavens, I believe he rivals Thor in strength. Sue Mo Sierra expressed her concerns. Mr. President, I must escort you away from here, Rod decisively stated, confronting the bald man directly. Kara felt a chill run down her spine, convinced she could not possibly defeat him. He too was a Kryptonian. Moreover, his combat experience was evidently far superior to her own. He had been imprisoned in Fort Roz by his mother and was now seeking vengeance. Unconsciously, Kara took a step back. Are you afraid, Kara? Sumo's voice echoed in her mind. Mr. Sumo, he is too powerful. I cannot contend with him. Kara's voice trembled slightly. Cannot contend with him? What jest is this, Kara? You are the purest scion of the L family. Your potential far exceeds that of this prisoner. But right now, observe. I shall instruct you but once. Sumo's tone brooked no dissent. He ceased his attempts at guidance, and, instead, directly and forcefully seized complete control of Kara's body. Kara felt an irresistible, frigid will crash through her consciousness, plunging her into darkness. In an instant, she perceived herself as a mere observer, trapped deep within her own body, helplessly witnessing her transformation. In that moment, Kara's gaze turned cold and hollow. The tips of her golden locks began to sprout ominous strands of bizarre black, spreading upwards like living tendrils, soon saturating nearly half of her hair. The emblem upon her chest, once a symbol of hope, now bore a sinister shade of crimson. The bald man had raised his battle axe, pointing it directly at Kara. I cannot kill Erla, but I can just as easily slay her daughter, he proclaimed, arrogance dripping from his words. Sumoskov Goldly. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, erupting in a wave of force. The bald man was about to act when an irresistible might struck him squarely in the chest. His eyes bulged, and his entire form was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite. He crashed through multiple layers of the deck, sending ice shards flying, ultimately becoming a dark silhouette that plunged with tremendous force into the frigid, bone-chilling depths of the sea, crashing heavily onto the seabed and stirring up a massive vortex and a towering column of water. What has happened? Seconds. Mr. President, Colonel, I believe it is safer to remain here. Hill, I knew it. Sky, she must be a goddess, right? After a long silence, the bald man's corpse resurfaced. Mo furrowed his brow. He had not exerted his full strength. Forget it, let death come. Those confined within the confines of the Roz fortress cannot possibly be virtuous. To be labeled a supervillain by the Kryptonians, one can only imagine the heinous deeds that must have been committed. He felt Kara's form, her body gradually becoming weightless. And ultimately, she began to ascend into the air. In her invincible stance, she resembled a deity descended upon earth. Swummel. In the distant horizon, a figure approached at an astonishing velocity. Utilizing Kara's superhuman vision, he clearly discerned the red and blue form drawing near. Momins Latte, a man clad in the classic red and blue suit, insignia emblazoned upon his chest, silently hovered amidst the oil tanker. Kara, you should not take his life. Chapter 29. ideological clash suomo versus Superman. The fray aboard the oil tanker, particularly the chilling spectacle which froze all in its vicinity, had already captured the attention of those on shore. Clutching their arms, they shivered in the cold, yet remained curious, hastily retrieving their devices to observe. My God, look over there. It's Superman. A tourist brandished a camera, the lens fixed firmly on the two hovering figures in the distance. Not just one, that one in black. Is he also Superman? A nearby bystander exclaimed, their voice trembling with excitement. Following the Battle of New York, the public had readily assigned a code name to Clark. More individuals flocked to the shoreline, and videos and photographs from various angles began to flood the internet. Each title more sensational than the last. Reenactment of the New York battle. Dual Supermen spotted over Miami. Black Superman? Hero or a new threat? What is being concealed by the authorities? The comment section erupted instantaneously, speculation and panic spreading like wildfire. Kara, how could you kill? Clark asked, utterly perplexed. In his eyes, Kara was pure and benevolent, embodying the ideals of the House of S.H.I.E.L.D, a symbol of hope. She would never easily take another's life. Yet today, why? Kara felt wronged. She knew Clark was right. The House of S.H.I.E.L.D represented hope and should not take lives. However, that criminal who emerged from Ra's fortress had slain Killian with a single blow and sought her demise. His ferocious gaze and menacing aura had terrified her. It was S.H.I.E.L.D who, despite uttering words of indifference, quietly shielded her through his actions. Although it contradicted the tenets of the House of S.H.I.E.L.D, it was unintentional. Kara silently justified S.H.I.E.L.D's actions in her heart, convincing herself. After all, compared to Clark's current reproach, S.H.I.E.L.D's silent protection gave her a sense of security she had not felt since the destruction of Krypton, when her parents perished in that cataclysmic explosion. Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, please return my body to me. I will go and apologize. Kara weakly thought to herself. S.H.I.E.L.D retorted, apologize? What have you done wrong? He outright disregarded Kara's plea for control over her body, turning his gaze toward Clark in the sky, replying, he wishes to kill me. I should retaliate. This is entirely reasonable. His crimes do not warrant death. We can apprehend him and put him on trial. There are always better alternatives, Kara. Clark furrowed his brow, sensing a significant change in his cousin before him. Better alternatives? Scoffed, such as locking him away in a prison you deem impenetrable, only to await his next escape? Wouldn't it be more efficient to send them straight to hell? Clark shook his head in denial. Life is sacred. Once we begin to decide who deserves to die, we become indistinguishable from the very villains we oppose. The distinction is profound. Sumo's voice suddenly escalated. Villains kill to satisfy their own desires, to spread fear and chaos, trampling upon the weak in their eyes. I, on the other hand, protect the innocent lives that would perish because of them, truly sacred lives. Your so-called better alternatives often come at the cost of more innocent blood and tears, merely to grant a criminal a chance at redemption. That hardly sounds better. When the Chitauri army invaded New York, would you ponder what better alternatives exist, praying they wouldn't annihilate the city and slaughter civilians? Or would you choose the most direct route to eliminate them entirely, preventing a greater catastrophe? I choose the latter. What about you, Superman? Su-Mo ascended slowly, ultimately aligning his gaze with Clark's. Both noticed the drones covertly capturing the scene, but chose to ignore them. After all, with their eyes concealed, no one could detect them. At that moment, Clark noticed the peculiar blackness at the tips of Kara's hair and the ominous crimson emblem on her chest. No, you're not Kara. Get away from my cousin. Su-Mo stretched his neck. And what if I don't? Please, don't let this escalate. Kara shouted within Sumo's mind. Regardless of Kara's pleas, Su-Mo knew that this confrontation was inevitable. He glanced at Hill nearby. Hill, take that reporter to safety. Be cautious. Su-Mo. Hill hesitated for a moment, grabbing the bewildered Sky and preparing a speedboat to leave. Tony and Rhodey piloted their suits, flying alongside the president toward the Miami coast. Clark, observing this, felt a sense of confusion. He did not seem like a villain. However, for the sake of his cousin and the ideological clash just witnessed, he had to take action. It seems I must compel you to depart. That suit me just fine. Before the words had left his lips, Sumo's figure vanished in an instant. Clark's pupils contracted as he instinctively retreated rapidly. Boom! A shadowy blur grazed the spot where Clark had just been. A tremendous sonic boom erupted in the air, sending shockwaves that lifted large sections of the already battered oil tanker's deck. So fast, Clark exclaimed in astonishment. He steadied himself, his gaze intense to the utmost degree. The velocity, the force, and the unmasked desire for combat were perilously overwhelming. You are far too dangerous. It seems I must subdue you first. Clark growled, no longer hesitating. He transformed into a crimson flash, hurtling directly towards Su-Mo. Simple, direct, devoid of any embellishment. Su-Mo snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating, and met him head-on. Bang! The fists of the two Kryptonians collided violently in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a profoundly muffled roar that caused the entire space to momentarily freeze. Immediately after, a visible circular shockwave emanated from the two, expanding wildly in all directions. The seawater below was forcefully pressed down, creating a massive indentation, before rebounding violently, unleashing towering waves. The wreckage of the oil tanker was tossed into the sky like a mere toy, only to crash down heavily. Following the impact, both men were propelled backward several hundred meters. Interesting. Sumo shook his arm. Clark, too, furrowed his brow, astonished by the opponent's power that exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, their battle was being broadcast live across the globe. Everyone in front of the screen stared in shock, mouths agape. Is this a human? Is this still Earth? Sumo and Clark became two indistinct shadows in the air, trading blows in an unceasing exchange. Each collision unleashed a shockwave that distorted the air around them. The oil tanker had completely disintegrated, massive steel components effortlessly torn and twisted in the wake of their battle, then flung into the unknown. Seizing an opening, Clark's eyes suddenly emitted two scorching beams, aimed directly at Sumo's face. Buzz. Faced with such intense heat, Sumo could only evade continuously. Kara, after this, you must teach me heat vision when we return. Sumo. It was not that he could not defeat Superman. It was simply that Kara was proving to be a disappointment. Kara, I'm sorry, Mr. Sumo. Clark noticed that this individual seemed to fear the heat vision. He silently paused. By now, Clark had confirmed that the entity controlling Kara was the Venom agent among the Avengers. Sumo's avoidance of hitting Kara's vital points indicated he bore no ill intent. Their battle had transformed from enmity to sheer exhilaration. In simple terms, neither was willing to yield. After all, their philosophies were vastly different, and Clark had no desire to concede. He suddenly accelerated, charging at Sumo like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch. Sumo raised his hand to block, twisting with the force, while his other hand morphed into a claw, aiming for Clark's face. Clark tilted his head to evade, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Sumo's ribs. Boom! Sumo was sent flying sideways. A warehouse on the distant dock was shattered, smoke and dust swirling in the air. Mr. Sumo, are you all right? Kara's heart raced with concern. Clark hesitated, questioning why Kara cared for this individual, feeling as if he had become the antagonist. Amidst the haze, a shadow surged skyward once more, its speed only increasing. Sumo broke through the sound barrier, delivering a knee strike to Clark's abdomen. Clark crossed his arms to block, yet the immense force propelled him skyward, bursting through the clouds. Come down! Sumo relentlessly pursued him, grasping Clark's ankle midair and forcefully flinging him downward. Clark plummeted like a meteor, crashing violently into the ocean's surface. Boom! The sea erupted into towering waves, sending tremors felt along the entire Miami coastline. Sumo retrieved Clark from the water, delivering another punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Clark regained his composure in midair, poised to retaliate. Suddenly, the world seemed to be pressed into a pause. The howling wind ceased, and the waves froze in their tumultuous moment. Sumo and Clark remained locked in their standoff, yet utterly immobile. Soon after, the scene before them began to distort in an eerie manner. The wreckage of a tanker, the churning waters, and the distant city lights all appeared as shattered mirrors, reflecting countless repeated and twisted fragments. The space layered and extended infinitely, then bizarrely closed in on itself. Chapter 30. Ancient One, you shall replace the God of Darkness. Where's this place? Clark's brow furrowed as he attempted to fly in one direction, only to find himself return to his original position the next second. He tried again, with the same result. Meanwhile, Sumo remained remarkably composed. Such power could only belong to one individual in the Marvel Universe. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, reveal yourself. I know it is you. No sooner had he spoken than the myriad of folded scenes began to ripple like water. A spark of golden light appeared from nowhere, rapidly expanding to outline a circular portal. A woman clad in a yellow robe emerged from the light, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze calm and profound, as if she could see through all worldly matters. It was indeed the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Two visitors from Krypton, welcome to Earth. Ancient One's gaze swept peacefully between Kara and Clark. You know us. Clark was taken aback. Kara gasped within Sumo's consciousness. She looks incredibly formidable. Indeed, she was formidable. Sumo nodded in agreement. Yet, this celestial figure seemed preoccupied with thoughts of retirement. During her lifetime, Thanos had not dared to make a sound. Yet she had taken her own life to ensure Steven's succession. Ancient One's gaze shifted to Sumo. Under her scrutiny, he felt as though he had been stripped bare. It was a gaze that pierced the soul, terrifying in its intensity. Ancient One enveloped them in a golden energy and then spoke candidly. You possess a very ancient and powerful dark force within you. I'm aware of it. Su-mo replied in a calm tone. Is the sorcerer intending to apprehend me? As the guardian of Earth, I have repeatedly repelled the dimensional demon Dormammu with the utmost mastery. Su-mo sensed that she might truly be capable of such an act. On the contrary, Ancient One smiled enigmatically and continued her discourse. This power emanates from the cosmos, from the abyss. I have encountered references to it in the Book of Vishanti and the Book of Cagliostro. If my memory serves me correctly, it is known as the Black Death Sword. What did you say? Su-mo could scarcely believe his ears. Kara interjected. Mr. Su-mo, is this sword formidable? Su-mo swallowed hard. Indeed, it is rather formidable. What highest? How could he possess the Black Death Sword without even being aware of it? This is the Black Death Sword, the first symbiotic weapon forged by the dark god Gnarl in the depths of the abyss. A terrifying divine weapon capable of slaying deities. One that could effortlessly dispatch even cosmic-level entities like the Celestials. When did he acquire such an extraordinary treasure? Wasn't he the Black Death Sword, supposed to be lost in the homeland of the Godslayer Grell? Clark, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered. What is this Black Death Sword? It sounds ominous. He regarded Su-mo warily, then glanced at Ancient One. It seems you are familiar with it. That simplifies matters considerably. Ancient One maintained a serene expression. The Dark God is on the verge of awakening, and his first act upon awakening will be to reclaim the Black Death Sword, plunging the entire universe back into darkness. That spicy shredded chicken should be quite pleased, Su-mo instinctively quipped. Ancient One's brow flickered slightly. Who? Apologies, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. Please continue. Su-mo quickly corrected himself, yet internally he was in turmoil. Gnarl is about to awaken? The Black Death Sword is within me? This is a disaster. In the next moment, Ancient One made a startling proclamation. I hope you can replace Gnarl and become the new Dark God. Kara and Clark were left dumbfounded. Replace a deity? Su-mo exclaimed. This is rather sudden, sorcerer. Gnarl is no trivial character. His existence predates the universe itself. To replace him? What a farce. Is that so? Ancient One smiled slightly. Indeed, that being exists at a higher dimension than Dormammu, and supplanting him is nearly impossible. However, you are quite unique. And with the god-slaying sword, anything is possible. If not, Ancient One's gaze darkened as she recalled the imagery from the prophecy. Su-mo felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon him. Had he just traversed this world with such ease for a few days? Was he suddenly expected to fight? Su-mo inquired in a solemn tone. When will Gnarl awaken? Gu-e wore a grave expression. The hearts of Su-mo and his companions tightened. Could it be 50 years hence? Su-mo, unable to contain himself, chuckled incredulously. Is that what you call imminent awakening? You truly startled me. 50 years, such a fleeting moment. Gu-e shook his head with a sigh. If you have made up your mind, come find me at Kamar Taj. With that, she afforded Su-mo no further opportunity for inquiry, turning to carve a golden circular portal, stepping through as it vanished. The mirrored space began to collapse, and the distorted scenery rapidly reverted to its original state. Su-mo, Kara, and Clark returned to their previous position. The fight was over. Their spirits were dampened. This clash of titans had generated monumental waves across the internet. The leaders of nations could no longer remain idle. The destructive potential and latent threat of superhumans had been laid bare before them for the first time. We must locate them. They must be found. Mr. President, the enactment of the Superhuman Registration Act cannot be delayed. At S.H.I.E.L.D's Triarch Wing, Fury gazed at the two cataclysmic figures on the screen and decisively proclaimed, at any cost, we must ensure their inclusion in the Avengers. In the temporary command center of the Superhuman Task Force, Martian Hunter John Johns wore a serious expression. News of Kara's survival spread swiftly, causing the Kryptonian criminals, once delivered to Rosedale by Alara, to stir restlessly. We must seek external assistance. Let's make contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. first. In LexCorp's top-floor office, Lex Luthor set down his glass and approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the nocturnal skyline of Metropolis. The future of humanity cannot be left in the hands of these gods. I require a means to counterbalance their power. At the epicenter of the turmoil, Clark had quietly slipped away. He needed to prepare for an interview with the Daily Planet. Meanwhile, Kara was whisked away by the hastily arriving Alex. At this moment, in a hotel in Miami, the clock had struck midnight, yet the lights in the room remained aglow. Su-mo shared Gu-ye's words with Hill, albeit with some reservations. Upon hearing this, Hill's brow remained furrowed. You mean to say you possess a weapon capable of slaying gods, and a cosmic-level villain has set their sights on you? That is an overwhelming amount of information. 50 years. It is neither long nor short. Su-mo sighed, recalling the vulnerabilities of his symbiote, fear of fire and sound waves. I fear that before I reach the 50-year mark to confront Nar in person, I might be eliminated by some chaotic villains. Su-mo gisted. Hill, indignant, retorted. How can you say such things? Do not indulge in such reckless thoughts. She quickly regained her composure and began to analyze the situation with seriousness. Sumo, the immediate priority is to address your vulnerabilities. Just a few days ago, the president was attacked by mutants, and an official named S.H.I.E.L.D has proclaimed that he can identify the assailants. I have made arrangements for us to meet with him. Sumo, S.H.I.E.L.D is certainly no paragon of virtue. Chapter 31. Entrapment the following day at 10 o'clock. Boss, are you certain this is the truth? On the computer screen, several edited video clips were rapidly cycling through. First, a cataclysmic scene of two superhumans clashing, followed by alarming images of numerous corpses, some of which were the fallen warriors vanquished by Iron Man and Agent Venom. The footage culminated in a serene half-portrait of Dr. Killian. The text beside the video distorted the reality further, suggesting that the superhumans exhibited a complete disregard for civilian safety during their battle, with their barbaric actions directly resulting in the deaths of dozens of innocent bystanders. It mournfully stated that the esteemed scientist, Dr. Killian, dedicated to human evolution, also tragically perished in this catastrophe. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sharp pang of anger, nearly spitting out the water she had just sipped. She was already cursing internally. This is utter nonsense. She was present at the scene, after all. Are you certain this is the truth? S.H.I.E.L.D asked once more. This is the truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. The public must be made aware of the danger posed by superhumans. The organization requires you to disseminate these videos, ensuring all traces are meticulously erased to prevent any tracking back to us, especially from S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, the communication was abruptly severed. S.H.I.E.L.D fell into deep contemplation. She had always believed that the rising tide was fighting for the truth. Yet now, they were actively fabricating and spreading distorted information. She recalled the videos previously released targeting superhumans. How many of those had been similarly manipulated? Gazing at the inflammatory headlines and videos on the screen, S.H.I.E.L.D hesitated with her finger hovering over the publish button. Ultimately, she slammed her laptop shut, pushing it aside in frustration as she raked her fingers through her hair. In the adjacent room, Hill withdrew her gaze from the wall and looked at Sumo. Are you sure she is S.H.I.E.L.D? Absolutely. Sumo nodded, somewhat incredulous himself. After last night's confrontation with Clark, he had belatedly realized that the woman he had mistaken for a reporter bore a striking resemblance to S.H.I.E.L.D. What an extraordinary coincidence. He promptly decided to follow her along with Hill, taking up residence in the adjacent room. By the way, the abilities of your Kryptonian kin are quite extraordinary, Hill remarked, gently blowing on her drink. A small plume of white frost emerged, rapidly coating the surface of the beverage can with a thin layer of frost. It seems we won't even need a refrigerator anymore. After merging with Kara, Sumo replicated most of her abilities. Strangely, it seemed that Kara herself was not particularly adept, as her supervision only extended roughly to the size of a city, which was not excessively remarkable. However, he had indeed inherited powers such as ice breath and biological fields. Kara had not mastered heat vision, and thus he could not replicate it either. Nonetheless, Sumo felt a burgeoning strength within him. At this moment, coexisting with Hill, he was confident he could contend with Clark in a test of strength. As for defeating him, Sumo believed he still fell short. Clark had yet to reach his full potential and could still wield heat vision. He mused that a refrigerator would be a fitting gift for a girl. This thought prompted a memorable scene, which he then articulated. Who gifts a refrigerator to a girl? Could you perhaps be a touch more romantic? Hill feigned generosity and continued. You could tell me whom you intend to gift it to, and I can offer my counsel. Is it Gwen or Kara? Or perhaps Natasha? Sumo suddenly felt an unsettling impression. It seemed Hill was not merely strategizing, but rather marking individuals for some dark purpose. He felt that these three had somehow entered her assassination list. Hill, let us focus on a matter concerning S.H.I.E.L.D, Sumo suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Hill conceded. Very well. If you were to present a gift, then stop. I shall not be the one to give gifts. It is they who should bestow them. Sumo voiced his thoughts candidly. S.H.I.E.L.D would be pivotal in addressing his vulnerability to sonic attacks in the future. However, awakening her inhuman heritage and acquiring Terrigen crystals would not be a simple task. If he let her go now, what if he cannot find her later? Resolute, he decided to visit her. With determination, Sumo and Hill proceeded to the adjacent room. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, S.H.I.E.L.D was staring blankly at her darkened laptop. The sound of knocking startled her. Cautiously, she shut her computer and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she was taken aback to see Director Hill. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the door crack. May we converse? Hill inquired, her expression calm. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, silently opening the door wider to allow her entry. Hill wasted no time and directly stated, I have heard that your computer skills are quite impressive. Could you assist me in infiltrating the Pentagon's system to locate an individual? Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes widened in shock. She vaguely suspected Hill was affiliated with the government and could not believe she was being asked to breach the Pentagon. A serious crime, Director. I do not engage in illegal activities, Sky replied stiffly. Do not pretend. Suemo interjected candidly from behind Hill, unabashedly exposing her. Haven't you done such things before? Hurry. Search for a person named Eric Lonsher, or alternatively, you may look up Magneto. Sky. Under the menacing gaze of Suemo and Hill's unyielding scrutiny, Sky pursed her lips, reluctantly reopening her laptop, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Before long, a progress bar appeared on the screen, loading at an astonishing speed. Done. Sky pivoted the laptop towards them, revealing an extensive list of files on the screen. Suemo leaned in for a closer look, noting that most of the titles pertained to mutants. Goodness, there are quite a few. As Suemo muttered to himself, he quickly scanned through the titles. Mystique, Duplication Man, Deadpool, Card King, Angel, Secret Keeper, Phantom Cat, and various initiatives such as the Sentinel Program, Brainwave Amplifier, Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters, and Red Omega. Finally, Sky clicked on an encrypted folder. Inside, there was a detailed schematic of Magneto's incarceration site, complete with information about the guards. Suddenly, Sky's expression shifted. A glaring red warning box popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Tracking. The Pentagon's counterattack had arrived. She smirked, her fingers flying over the keyboard. And within seconds, the warning box vanished, her traces erased. She raised an eyebrow at Suemo and Hill. The implication clear? No big deal. Quite impressive. At that moment, Sumo grinned broadly. Hill, however, produced her S.H.I.E.L.D credentials, her demeanor grave. Miss Sky, you are suspected of illegally infiltrating a highly classified government network and stealing national security information in serious violation of the National Information Security Act. I am now officially placing you under arrest, and I hope for your cooperation. Sky was utterly bewildered, glancing at Hill and Suemo, then back at the computer. No, you are entrapment. Chapter 32. The perverse fascination with tentacles. I'm so scared. However, it was unfortunate for the both of you. Every word you just uttered, every action you took, I recorded, and it's set to automatically post to all my social media in 5 minutes. With confidence, Sky turned the laptop screen around. There was the recording of their conversation and Hill showing her credentials, alongside a countdown displaying 0:04:57. Sky looked at the two challengingly, as if victory was already hers. Now, who will accompany whom? Hill and Suemo were caught off guard by her unexpected maneuver. This woman was more troublesome than they had anticipated. Suemo sighed. It seemed they had no choice but to resort to that tactic. Are we really going to use that method? Hill frowned, casting a reluctant glance at Suemo. A jolt of anxiety shot through Sky. What else could they have in store? Surely they wouldn't resort to coercion or outright eliminate her. Sky feigned calmness, but her palms began to sweat around the mouse. I advise you not to act rashly. Once the video is sent, you won't be able to send it. Suemo broke into a grin, and in an instant, 4 pitch black, viscous tendrils erupted from his body, coiling around Sky's limbs like agile serpents, yanking her violently from her chair and suspending her in midair. Sky screamed, instinctively thrashing about. Fear and fury intertwined in her gaze as she glared at Suemo. What do you want? Have you seen the movie Alien? The creature lays eggs inside a person's throat, and before long, a little darling bursts forth from their chest. Waving it tantalizingly before Sky. The scene was quite unsettling. Sky felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps rising on her skin. He wouldn't dare force that tendril in her mouth, would he? She swallowed hard, mustering her courage. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe you. Hill watched silently from the side. Sky was clever, vigilant, and inherently rebellious. Conventional methods would hardly coax her into compliance. Although Sumo's approach was somewhat sadistic, one had to admit that, at times, unconventional tactics were necessary to break the stalemate with such individuals. Seeing Sky resolutely defiant, Suemo leaned closer to her ear, his voice menacing. Don't believe me? Let's find out. The tendril languidly advanced towards Sky's mouth, inching ever closer. Sky pressed her lips tightly together, terrified, turning her head away. Yet, Suemo pursued her relentlessly. Just as the slick tendril was about to brush against her lips, she cried out, I surrender. I surrender. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't. Sky could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hours later, in New York, by the roadside, Natasha leaned against a sleek black car, her beautiful red hair billowing gently in the breeze. However, the first thing that caught Suemo's eye was the Chevrolet Corvette. What a stunning sight. The curves, the headlights. Indeed, it was unlike Hill's. Suemo, it's been half a month, and you've changed quite a bit. I must admit, your taste has undergone a remarkable transformation, Natasha remarked, puffing her chest with pride. He was referring to the car. Hill interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Natasha's posed stance. And who might this be? Natasha cleared her throat, masking her embarrassment, quickly diverting the conversation as her gaze landed on Sky behind Hill. Hello. Sky wore an expression of profound apathy. This is my new colleague, Sky, Symbiote introduced. Sky internally rolled her eyes. On the plane, Symbiote had dangled the lure of superpowers before her, demanding her obedience in exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, she had rejected the offer. She had no desire to sell herself for the sake of power. But Symbiote was insistent. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hill and abruptly ushered her towards the restroom. Indeed, the dark, thick tentacle threatened to invade her mouth. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Has there been any news from Fury? Symbiote glanced at Natasha. Natasha's expression grew serious. Yes, he has essentially confirmed a list of some Hydra infiltrators. Surprisingly, the highest ranking among them is the meek S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, during the pursuit, he sensed the danger and managed to flee. S.H.I.E.L.D.? It seems he is merely a scapegoat pushed forward by peers. We have also received intelligence that someone is secretly inciting discord between mutants and humans, attempting to exacerbate the conflict. Fury has instructed me to assist you in the investigation. There may be leads from Strucker. Natasha continued. Then let us proceed to the Pentagon. Hill decided resolutely. Sky, am I going as well? You won't take the opportunity to imprison me, will you? If you can help me locate other mutants, Symbiote smiled at her. I assure you, that will not be the case. Outside the Pentagon, an Asian woman donned in a sleek black suit, possessing a striking appearance yet emanating a cold demeanor, awaited them. She introduced herself as Eureka, Strucker's secretary. Hill scrutinized her. There was a subtle air of danger surrounding this woman. Symbiote recognized her as the Death Woman, possessing abilities akin to Wolverine, with even superior combat skills, though currently under Strucker's drug control. Eureka remained silent, turning to lead them inside. Upon entering the Pentagon, a chilling and solemn atmosphere enveloped them. The corridor was spacious and elongated, its walls a dull gray-white. Overhead, glaring fluorescent lights illuminated the path. Armed soldiers stood guard at intervals, their sharp gazes sweeping over everyone. The air was thick with a heightened sense of vigilance, the faint sounds of encrypted communications and directives echoing incessantly. Eureka guided them through several heavily secured checkpoints until they arrived at an office door. A middle-aged man in military attire, with piercing eyes, emerged. He was William Strucker. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Strucker turned to Sky. The location we are heading to does not welcome unrelated personnel. Sky pouted, but said nothing. She had not intended to come here in the first place. The computer is in the car. Be bold. If anything goes awry, I will retrieve you. Symbiote quietly advised Sky before following Hill. They arrived at a specialized detention area where everything was crafted from a unique plastic, devoid of any metal. This was a prison for Eric Lensher, Strucker explained. Through the observation window, Symbiote beheld the once mighty mutant leader, Eric Lensher, now clad in prison garb, quietly seated on a plastic bed, absorbed in a book. A few years prior, he had caused quite a stir atop the Statue of Liberty, ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment here. Symbiote couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as he noticed the visible bruises marring the man's face. A testament to the abuse he had likely endured. Strick gestured for the guard to open the plastic door and walked directly in front of Magneto, producing a small vial of potion. Without preamble, he allowed a drop of the liquid to fall onto the back of Magneto's neck. Magneto's body jolted, his gaze momentarily becoming unfocused. The ensuing inquiries proceeded smoothly. Hill and Natasha were astonished by the potion's efficacy. When had the military acquired such a substance? It had existed for 30 years, but its effects had never been this pronounced. Unbeknownst to them, this potion was extracted from Strick's son's brain, possessing potent hallucinogenic properties, albeit only effective on mutants. Hearing Hill and Natasha's conversation, Strick turned to them and spoke in an authoritative tone. Ladies, I trust you understand that my actions are directly ordered by the President. You have no authority to intervene, so it would be prudent not to disrupt my work. Otherwise, his initiative to capture mutants is purposeful, namely, the extermination of all mutants. Yet now, 2 government advisors have suddenly descended upon us. The higher-ups have stated that they will not interfere with my actions, provided that what I intend to do is lawful. Natasha scoffed, interrupting him. We have every right to act, General. The President's orders explicitly state that during the capture and interrogation of mutants, their lives must not be endangered. We are merely here to oversee. Hill stood beside Natasha, poised yet unyielding. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? When I was commanding clandestine operations in North Vietnam, you were still nursing in your mother's arms, little girls. Strick's expression darkened, his eyes sharpening with a hint of disdain. Natasha chuckled. I was on missions before you were even born. Strick's face instantly tensed, his gaze sweeping over Yukiko, contemplating an immediate order to eliminate them. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the flickering red dot of surveillance camera. He forcibly suppressed that thought. No, taking action here would expose Yukiko's identity as a mutant, leading to significant complications that could jeopardize the entire plan. Remember my words. Young man, do not invite disaster upon yourself. Strick's eyes bore a predatory glare. He abruptly turned and strode toward the exit of the detention area, not looking back. Yukiko remained expressionless, following closely behind. Quite aggressive, Natasha. I can only imagine how pin-up you must feel after your missions with the captain, Su-Mo remarked. A subtle note of appreciation in his voice. Just stating facts, and by the way, let us not discuss that antiquated relic. Natasha shrugged dismissively. After Su-Mo and the others departed, Eric on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. He had committed the faces of Hill and Natasha to memory. That night, outside Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, the night was deep, and several military trucks silently approached, halting outside the academy's tranquil tree-lined avenue. Strucker emerged from the vehicle, gesturing with a sweeping motion, prompting a battalion of armed soldiers to swiftly disperse and encircle the area. Prior to this, the professor and Cyclops had ventured to the prison to visit Magneto, only to fall into a trap meticulously orchestrated by Strucker. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jean and Storm were in Boston investigating the Nightcrawler, the mutant responsible for the presidential assault. Presently, Wolverine stood as the sole formidable force within the academy. Team 1, follow me. The rest of you apprehend those mutants, Strucker commanded, initiating the operation. The primary objective of this raid on Xavier's academy was not merely to capture mutants, but to seize the cerebral wave amplifier. Strucker was acutely aware that once the professor connected to this device, he would be able to locate every mutant globally. His plan was to utilize a hallucinogenic agent extracted from his son's mind to completely dominate the professor. Under the dual influence of the drug and the amplifier, the professor would be compelled to unleash his formidable psychic powers, launching indiscriminate attacks on mutants worldwide, thus fulfilling Strucker's ultimate goal of eradicating all mutants. They had commenced their assault. In a concealed location near the academy, Natasha lowered her night vision goggles. Hill nodded, her expression grim. I have confirmed. They are using non-lethal weapons. It appears to be tranquilizer darts, at least on the surface. The two exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly returned to their vehicle. Parked in the shadows. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. It was improbable that the assailants of the president were these children. It seemed Strucker was merely seeking a pretext to capture mutants. Natasha was no fool. After a brief observation, she discerned that the target was a miss. However, as this was a presidential directive, they were reluctant to intervene directly. Strucker's operation had commenced. Under the cover of night, the special forces infiltrated Xavier's academy like phantoms. The corridors were eerily silent, save for the muted thud of their specialized military boots against the floor. Room after room was breached, red dots appearing on the sleeping mutant children, followed by the faint hiss of tranquilizer darts, until one door was pushed open. On the bed, Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, suddenly awoke with wide eyes. Who goes there? She gasped in alarm. A soldier raised his weapon. Without hesitation, Kitty's body became intangible, allowing her to phase through the bed and the floor, vanishing downstairs. Target vanished. Repeat, target vanished. At the opposite end of the academy, Wolverine, Logan, sniffed the air and abruptly sat up in bed. He sensed danger. Room 3. Inspection complete, a soldier announced, opening another dormitory door. Unfortunately, he inadvertently stepped on a toy, producing a loud squeak. A blonde little girl on the bed stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Who are you? She inquired, as the soldier raised his tranquilizer gun. The girl beheld the ominous muzzle of the gun, and terror swiftly consumed her mind. A piercing high-frequency sound erupted with a jolt. Boom! The glass windows of the room shattered instantaneously. The alarm of the entire academy blared, sharp and deafening. Damn it! The soldiers clutched their ears, collapsing in agony onto the ground. Within the academy, everyone was roused from their slumber by this sudden cacophony. In the distance, a black sedan idled outside the tree-lined path. Good heavens! This sound wave is overwhelming me. Su-Mo cried out within Hill, feeling the tremor of his symbiotic tissue, a primal discomfort surging forth. Shall we make our exit from here? Hill responded with immediate concern. No need, just a bit uncomfortable. It seems Strick has provoked some little creature. Are we to merely stand by and watch? These children are innocent. Natasha gazed at the chaos enveloping Xavier Academy. She recalled her experiences in the Red Room. It's all right, I shall take action. Su-Mo declared with righteous fervor. Since you are hesitant to intervene, allow me to step forth. I can find a suitable mutant symbiote, and together we shall vanquish the invaders. Hill did not respond immediately. She understood Su-Mo too well, rather than offering assistance. She questioned, whose ability are you targeting? Is there a mutant here that fits your criteria? Hill asked directly. Su-Mo, you truly underestimate me. Before he could concoct a satisfactory excuse, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Sky's voice, barely containing her excitement. Hey, everyone, I've uncovered something intriguing. Pray tell. Suemo gestured for her to continue. That Strick, Sky spoke rapidly, his son, Jason Strick, is also a mutant with the ability to create illusions. Strick's wife was driven to madness by Jason's uncontrollable powers, ultimately leading to her suicide. Thus, this individual harbors ill intentions towards mutants. Natasha cast a glance at Suemo, her lips curling into a knowing smile. This new colleague is quite the wild lead. She managed to dig this up. Indeed. She could infiltrate the Pentagon, Suemo replied proudly. How can you so carelessly divulge information, Suemo? Sky exclaimed in anger. The S.H.I.E.L.D agency was paying Sky, and she cheerfully accepted it. Well, perhaps not entirely cheerfully. At that moment, Sumo's tendrils were swaying before her eyes. This tactic was indeed effective. Just then, the air inside the car shifted slightly. A girl, seemingly no older than 14 or 15 and clad in pajamas, materialized in the back seat, her face a mask of shock as she stared at Natasha and Hill. The girl's chest heaved violently, clearly terrified. Their gazes locked, or rather, 6 eyes met in mutual apprehension. Katie felt her legs nearly give way from fear. She was pursued by fierce soldiers, frantically dashing without a clear direction. With her eyes shut, she activated her ability, wishing to transport herself anywhere as long as it meant evading capture. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself staring at 2 strikingly beautiful women who were fixated on her. One of them exuded a non-human aura that sent shivers down her spine. Oh dear, a delightful little gem has presented herself. Suemo leaned forward, grinning widely to reveal a set of gleaming white fangs. It seemed that this young girl was indeed the elusive Phantom Cat, Katie. Her power allowed her to enter a state of phasing, enabling her to penetrate any material substance. Intriguing, thought Suemo. She wanted her. Without affording Katie any chance to react, Suemo surged forth from Hill and swiftly lunged towards Katie in the back seat. Chapter 34. Intercepting the aircraft. As long as we have hands, chaos reigned within Xavier's academy. Logan, undeterred by whether the enemy fired tranquilizer darts or live ammunition, unleashed a relentless assault on the advancing special forces, leaving many lifeless in his wake. It was only after sustaining numerous tranquilizer darts that Logan began to feel drowsy. Shaking his head, he prepared to continue fighting. Logan, over here. Iceman Bobby Drake appeared just in time, extending his arms as a solid ice wall rose from the ground, temporarily halting their pursuers. Little Mischief and Fireman John Allardyce rushed over. Logan, they're capturing everyone. I think I just heard Katie's scream. Little Mischief exclaimed, nearly in tears. Fireman John, flames dancing in his palms, gritted his teeth and declared, let me incinerate these bastards. We don't have time to waste. We must retreat. Logan knew they could not confront the military head-on. Their immediate priority was to locate the professor. The 4 of them, leveraging their familiarity with the Academy's layout, evaded the Special Forces search and dashed into the outdoor garage. At that moment, Logan's keen eyes spotted a flashy red sports car concealed near the edge of the woods. It was Scott's prized possession, a vehicle he flaunted daily in front of Jean, intentionally provoking Logan. Raising an eyebrow, Logan remarked, let us take that one. Where are we headed now, Logan? Bobby inquired while fastening his seatbelt. Boston. We need a rendezvous with Jean and Storm first. With a swift press on the gas, the sports car sped onto the road. Meanwhile, Stryker had located the brainwave amplifier, and his subordinates were carefully loading it onto the transport plane. The captured mutants were being roughly shoved aboard by soldiers. General, all target units have been loaded, and we are ready for takeoff, an aide reported as he hurried over. Excellent, Stryker replied with satisfaction, adjusting his military uniform in preparation for boarding. The transport plane's engines roared to life, the propellers stirring up a powerful gust that sent leaves and debris swirling into the air. Just as Strick placed one foot on the boarding ladder, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A little girl suddenly materialized in front of the transport aircraft, perfectly obstructing its path. It was none other than the Phantom Cat, Katie, who had just been coalesced with Suemo. Do me a favor. Let her stay, Suemo spoke, his voice bright, yet tinged with an air of maturity. The surrounding soldiers were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, they raised their weapons, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. A volley of tranquilizer darts soared through the air, aimed directly at Suemo. However, the darts passed straight through his being, striking nothing but emptiness. Such was Katie's power. Though formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. For instance, traversing denser materials would inflict upon her a sensation of pain. Reflecting upon Katie, Suemo found himself perplexed. Why had this little girl remained silent until now? Despite his seizure of control over the body, Katie still possessed the ability to communicate with him in her consciousness. Her current emotional state was quite peculiar, lacking fear. She instead appeared somewhat exhilarated. With no time to ponder Katie further, Sumo's gaze returned to Strick. General, It is that escaping mutant. The soldiers, weapons drawn, hesitated, uncertain whether to continue firing at a target rendered entirely ineffective by bullets. Ignore her. Take off immediately. Strick's expression darkened. He wished to avoid any further complications. The brainwave amplifier was the primary objective. Understood. The pilot of the transport aircraft immediately pushed the control stick forward, and the plane began to taxi, the roar of the engines growing ever louder. A colossal shadow loomed closer, yet Symbiote remained motionless. Inside the transport aircraft, the captured young mutants peered through the windows, witnessing the unfolding scene. "It's Katie," one little girl exclaimed in recognition, her voice brimming with joy. "What is Katie doing? Has she lost her mind? Is she trying to cross this aircraft? She will feel pain." A slightly older child expressed his concern. In the distance, Natasha beheld the spectacle. Lowering her binoculars to address S.H.I.E.L.D, "What nonsense is this? Has he grown so powerful that he can halt an aircraft with his bare hands? This is a transport plane. Even Superman would think twice. Aren't you going to intervene?" S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a chuckle, shaking his head in resignation. Having replicated Kara's abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D felt no anxiety regarding Sumo's antics. As the transport aircraft approached Sumo with increasing speed, it seemed destined for collision. In that moment of imminent disaster, Sumo began to gently ascend, aligning himself with the plane's nose. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he extended that delicate, alabaster right hand belonging to Katie, lightly pressing it against the aircraft's front. "Super strength, biological stance, activate." Strike's lips curled in disdain. "Fool, do you fancy yourself a superhero?" Creak. The colossal transport aircraft collided with an invisible wall. Its nose abruptly halted while the immense body, driven by inertia, lurched forward, leaving long, dark skid marks on the ground and billowing clouds of black smoke. The aircraft emitted a tortured groan, as though it were on the verge of disintegration. The roar of the engine ceased abruptly, leaving only the propellers spinning in a mournful whine. In that moment, time stood still. The soldiers' rifles clattered to the ground. They gaped, their eyes wide, as if they might pop from their sockets. "Did I see that correctly? She stopped the plane with a single hand? My God, that's impossible. A third superhero. The world is doomed. We are all doomed." Strike's confidence and mockery vanished without a trace. How could such a powerful mutant exist? This is inconceivable. Inside the transport, the captured mutant children were momentarily stunned. Then, they erupted into thunderous cheers. "Katie is a superhero, just like the Avengers. We are saved. She did it." Katie accomplished the impossible. But how did she manage it? Sumo lingered in the air. In the next moment, his figure blurred and penetrated the aircraft's metallic shell, entering the interior. He maintained his hovering position as the captive mutant children gazed up at him, their eyes sparkling with excitement and adoration. Sumo casually adjusted his pajamas, which bore not a single crease from his recent feat. It felt somewhat diminished. He glanced a few steps away at the exceedingly pallid Strike and spoke in a relaxed tone. "So now, former general, can you grant me this favor?" Strike fixed his gaze on Sumo. After several seconds of silence, he finally forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Release them." The soldiers behind him, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, promptly sprang into action, cautiously unbinding the young mutants, escorting each one down from the aircraft with utmost respect, even tinged with a hint of servility and fear. This is the essence of power. Before absolute strength, all schemes and plots dissolve into nothingness. Strike was not a man to be easily subdued. The feelings of defeat within him soon gave way to a colder, more calculating ambition. He possessed a serum that could control the mind. If he could dominate this formidable mutant, he could bend her to his will. Strike understood well that he alone, along with his soldiers, could not contend with her. At that moment, a fierce figure flashed through his mind. Wolverine, the beast he had personally transformed with adamantium bones and claws. No, a single Wolverine would perhaps not suffice. He needed to control the entire X-Men. Chapter 35. Jean and Storm. The sound of the airplane's engines gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing into the night sky. Sumo stood suspended in the air, arms crossed, striking a pose that radiated a striking resemblance to Old One. He thought he would have to teach Hill this stance upon his return. It was undeniably cool. "We truly are remarkable." Suddenly, a melodious girl's voice resonated in Sumo's mind. No, it exploded directly. Startled, Sumo nearly lost his balance in midair. "Are you the Venom agent?" Katie was ecstatic, almost incredulous. After the battle in New York, the Avengers had vanished without a trace. She never imagined that she would be fighting alongside a Venom agent. By this logic, did it mean she was also an Avenger? The thought made her feel euphoric. Sumo replied, "To be precise, it is I and a certain lady." "Is it really you, the Venom agent? Alive? Inside my body? This is utterly astonishing. It's even more thrilling than sneaking out to attend Evans Rock Festival." Katie continued, her excitement unabated. "Not just me. But even Lady Deathstrike and Professor Aurora are fond of you. Her voice danced joyfully in Sumo's mind, and she rambled on without pause. To Suemo. She resembled those starry-eyed fans from his previous life. Hold on, Katie. Katie chattered away, not allowing Suemo a moment to interject. He had not forgotten his purpose for being here. Saving people was merely incidental. Acquiring the ability to control fire was paramount. With a thought, dark, viscous tendrils swiftly enveloped Katie's mouth, while a menacing symbiote head emerged from her shoulder, its pale eyes fixed intently on Katie's. Listen to me, young lady. At this juncture, most individuals, particularly those like Sky, would surely be gripped by fear. However, Katie was different. Her large eyes sparkled not with terror, but with excitement and admiration. She nodded enthusiastically. Is there a mutant at your academy who can control fire? Where is he now? Suemo retracted the tendrils. The excitement on Katie's face slightly diminished as she shook her head in confusion. I don't know. After the attack, I got separated from everyone. Teacher Logan, Lady Deathstrike, and Bobby have also gone missing. This echoed the plot of X-Men 2. Suemo only recalled that the final showdown occurred at a dam, with no memory of where Firestorm had gone in between. He only remembered that this character later joined Magneto's ranks. How troublesome. At that moment, a faint engine roar pierced the night sky. A sleek, sci-fi black aircraft, the Blackbird of Xavier's Academy, descended smoothly onto a nearby lawn. Katie exclaimed, "It's Jean and Professor Aurora. They're back." Meanwhile, in a plastic prison, Eric sat cross-legged on the solitary plastic bed, eyes closed in meditation. He stood like a statue, utterly motionless, as if he had long since merged with the metallic prison that surrounded him. He had waited far too long. Yet, patience was the one virtue he possessed in abundance at that moment. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, drawing nearer until they halted before the cell door. "Dinner time," Lancel announced the burly guard, his tone laced with the monotony of routine. Just a few hours prior, he had been entangled with a sultry companion in a bar restroom on 8th Avenue, the excitement overwhelming him to the point of fainting. Just as he regained consciousness, he was summoned back to duty. Guarding this metal master was indeed a stroke of bad luck. A meal tray was shoved through a specially designed plastic delivery slot. He cast a habitual glance at Eric through the narrow observation window. Everything appeared normal. Mutants were no different from those vagabonds. The guard turned to leave, but suddenly halted. A short, anguished grunt escaping his lips as his body began to convulse uncontrollably, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. His eyes widened in terror, seemingly pleading for help. Yet no sound escaped his lips. Inside the cell, Eric slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He could sense it, a familiar, long-lost power awakening within the guard. It was the call of iron. The guard's body trembled violently, as if countless tiny creatures writhed beneath his skin. Moments latte. Fine beads of blood seeped from his pores, quickly congealing in the air, coalescing into 3 pea-sized metallic spheres that hovered in midair. They were the iron elements forcibly extracted from his bloodstream. Eric extended his hand, and the metallic spheres shot toward him, swirling around his fingertips in a graceful dance. "Old friends, it has been far too long," he murmured, savoring the chilling yet potent sensation of the metal. The spheres transformed into a disc, levitating beneath him, lifting him off the ground. Magneto ascended slowly, like a deity descending from the heavens. At Xavier's Institute, the lights blazed brightly, yet the ambience was devoid of its customary tranquility. In the corridor, shards of glass and toppled decorations lay scattered across the once pristine carpet, the faint scent of tranquilizer darts lingering in the air. In a spacious reception room, Suemo had already distanced himself from Katie and was now residing within the body of Hill. For reasons unknown, Aurora kept stealing glances in their direction. Unable to reach the professor or Scott, and with Logan in a similar predicament, Jean's expression grew grave. They had gleaned the unfolding events from Katie, and the military's despicable actions ignited her fury. Why? Mutants are unable to receive the respect they rightfully deserve, unlike other superhumans. Strike's actions were premeditated and, to a certain extent, legitimate. Natasha sat on a single sofa, sensing Jean's emotions. "We have received intelligence indicating that someone is covertly inciting hatred between mutants and humans, attempting to create greater chaos. Xavier's Academy has always been dedicated to peace, and I am curious about your stance on this matter." Jean inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. "The mission of Xavier's Academy has never wavered. We firmly believe that humans and mutants can coexist harmoniously. Any attempt to instigate war is our common adversary." However, Natasha interjected, leaning slightly forward, "the majority of mutants struggle to control their powers. Furthermore, with your increasing numbers, the Security Council is, well, quite vigilant regarding you." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jean and Aurora. S.H.I.E.L.D. hopes to improve the situation. Thus, we have a proposal to recruit some mutants to join the Avengers. Through this, we aim to demonstrate to the world that you are not to be feared. No sooner had she finished speaking than Katie sprang up from the sofa, her eyes sparkling. I want to join the Avengers. Jean and Aurora exchanged glances, their expressions neutral, clearly contemplating the matter more deeply than Katie. Jean gently pressed Katie's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before speaking. This is a significant decision. The professor is not present. Such matters must be determined by him. It seems Natasha had come with this task in mind. Symbiote marveled in Hill's consciousness. Truly the king of agents. Fury. That old fox. His plans are nearly collapsing upon me. The night grew late. Jean prepared guest rooms for Hill and Natasha. The rooms were adorned warmly. Yet Sumo's thoughts were elsewhere. Hill, tonight presents a splendid opportunity. Sumo's voice echoed in Hill's mind, tinged with excitement. As Hill was about to remove her coat, she paused at the remark. Are you interested in the abilities of those two teachers? Does it need saying? Sumo replied with an air of certainty. Their powers are indeed impressive, although Jean may be somewhat unique and likely unreplicable. However, Aurora's abilities are certainly viable. She can manipulate the weather within a certain range. Just think, when the winds howl and the rains pour, it will be at my command. I am the weather goddess of America. Hill, she knows it all too well. Chapter 36, The Sleeping Storm. Peculiar weather. The night deepened. At Xavier's Academy, the temporary office remained illuminated. Aurora stood by the window, staring blankly at the dark courtyard outside. Scott's car is located in Boston. I believe Logan and the others must be on their way to find us. Jean rose and approached Aurora, stating, Tomorrow we shall go to bring them back. For now, rest well, Aurora. As she reached the door, Jean suddenly halted. Turning back, a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Speaking of which, that Venom agent, weren't you quite intrigued by her news before? Now that you've seen her in person, aren't you going to ask for an autograph? Don't be ridiculous, Quinn. Aurora turned around, casting a casual glance at Quinn. With a knowing shrug and a smile, Quinn departed, the door gently closing behind her. Aurora's gaze returned to the window. The Venom agent, the formidable black giant of sheer destructive force depicted in the news. Aurora had often pondered what kind of person could wield such power. Now, encountering her in reality, she found a composed, capable, and, one might even say, refined white woman. This stark contrast stirred an indescribable feeling within her, a hint of unspoken disappointment. She had anticipated a more untamed and reckless presence behind such strength. In the dead of night, Aurora lay in bed, the courtyard outside, cloaked in darkness. A stream of black liquid silently slipped through the crack of her door. Sumo's intentions were clear. This version of Storm was indeed striking. One could hardly blame her. After all, it was Halle Berry. Just as Aurora began to feel drowsy, her brow furrowed slightly. It seemed something was resting on her leg. Lifting the blanket to take a look, she found nothing there, and fatigue washed over her once more. Soon, Aurora's breathing grew steady, and a subtle smile graced her lips, as if she had slipped into a beautifully serene dream. The physical constitution of individuals varies. The enveloping sensation of symbiosis might feel strange to young girls like Gwen and Kara, but for Aurora, it was nothing short of blissful, akin to being wrapped in the softest clouds. No wonder she was classified as an Omega-level mutant. The intensity of this energy was formidable. America, prepare to welcome your weather goddess. Sumo was utterly astonished. After all, Storm in the films did not appear particularly strong. Yet, she truly was an Omega-level mutant. Aurora could project lightning, summon strong winds to lift herself into the air, and even invoke solar storms. Equally surprising was Iceman, also an Omega-level mutant. Outside the academy, the night sky was exceptionally tranquil. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying an unusual warmth, akin to a stifled breath. In Natasha's room, she groggily opened her eyes. Why was the wind so warm? Has summer arrived? A light rain began to fall, initially hazy like mist, softly patting against the window. Quinn awakened as well, sensing a powerful energy wave emanating from Aurora, intertwined with the unexpected rainfall. Had her abilities gone awry? No, I must go and see. In another room, Katie was murmuring in her sleep, declaring her ambition to become the mightiest Avenger. The rain intensified, and the wind began to howl, accompanied by a rhythmic cadence. Soon, a deep rumble of thunder echoed, resonating with an almost hypnotic repetition. The rain poured down like a deluge, striking the rooftop and windows with ferocity. Natasha found herself unable to sleep any longer. She ventured into the adjacent room, where Hill was also awake. This place felt peculiar. Hill remarked, It must be the mutant ability of that Ms. Aurora, keeping us awake in the dead of night with this sweltering wind. Surely it cannot be intentional? I noticed Aurora observing you discreetly. Could it be that she harbors some discontent? Natasha approached the window, gazing out at the tempest. She paused, perhaps contemplating Sumo. Where was he? Hill spoke with an unnerving calmness, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned sharply to scrutinize Hill's expression, searching for any hint of displeasure or envy on her typically composed visage. Yet, there was nothing. Natasha opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts, finally managing to exclaim, "There's something amiss. They must have an issue with this. Hill, how can you tolerate it?" As if in response to her agitation, a blinding flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating the courtyard in an instant, followed closely by a deafening clap of thunder. The torrential rain cascaded down. Morning dawned with the sun shining brightly. Sky stretched languidly on a luxurious bed in a hotel in New York, feeling so comfortable that she almost let out a hum of satisfaction. This life, the salary promised by Hill and Sue Mo, though still a far cry from the astronomical figure she had envisioned for S.H.I.E.L.D operative, was more than sufficient for someone like her, who had spent years evading danger and worrying about her next meal. It allowed her to rent a decent apartment in Queens and indulge occasionally. Most importantly, with the backing of S.H.I.E.L.D, the secrets she could access were beyond measure. Sky licked her lips, feeling akin to a rat that had stumbled into a grain store. Her laptop emitted a soft chime. Lazily, she turned onto her side and dragged the computer closer with one hand. A cryptic message box appeared on the screen, bearing news from the Rising Tide organization. Sky's brow furrowed slightly as she opened the message. The content was blunt and characteristic of their style. Report your location. Not even a polite salutation. Sky scoffed. So, they remembered her now? When they had initially coerced her into disseminating those fabricated videos, they had shown no urgency to ascertain her whereabouts. She stared at the text, her fingers hovering hesitantly over the keyboard. Report my location? And then what? Continue to be their pawn, spreading distorted truths? They could dream on. Sky let out a soft scoff and snapped her notebook shut. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. Top, top, top. Sky froze, her good mood deflating in an instant. What was going on? She and T called for room service, and creditors wouldn't be this polite. It could only be them. She tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. Standing outside was a man in a sharp black suit, his hair impeccably styled, wearing a gentle expression. He resembled an insurance salesman or perhaps a Bible peddler, if one overlooked the nearly invisible earpiece. Indeed, he was with S.H.I.E.L.D. They always seemed to materialize at the most inconvenient times. Sky sighed and cracked the door open slightly. Coulson greeted her with a warm smile, lifting a black leather wallet and flipping it open to reveal credentials adorned with the glimmering emblem of the agency. "Ms. Sky," Coulson said, his voice calm, even a touch gentle, "you're under arrest." "What? Are you joking?" Recently, peculiar cases of spontaneous human combustion followed by explosive incidents had re-emerged in the United States, leaving scenes of utter devastation. Metallic fragments have been discovered on the deceased, which, upon technical reconstruction, formed a centipede-like device. Fitz and Simmons had begun their analysis. The components within reminded them of Aldrich Killian, as that damned extremist virus seemed to have resurfaced under a new guise. S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the trail of the sellers of these centipedes. Yet, every time they inched closer to a lead, a mysterious force would meticulously erase the data or misdirect their investigation. The method was impeccably clean. Coulson's gaze inadvertently swept over Sky's computer. His team had traced the network line, and after considerable effort, they had finally backtracked to the source of the interference. All signals ultimately pointed to this hotel in Queens, New York, specifically to the room Sky occupied. "Apologies, but we need you to come with us," Coulson stated. "How intriguing," Sky replied, her voice laced with confidence. "Don't you conduct background checks before making arrests? Are you unaware that I'm an agent of Venom?" Chapter 37. Wild fantasies. In the early morning at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Jean was hanging out laundry. The day had initially been overcast, yet inexplicably brightened. Last night, she had checked on Aurora's condition. Aurora was sleeping deeply, appearing healthier than ever. However, the sudden storm, accompanied by a sweltering wind, was indeed triggered by her energy fluctuations. For the safety of the academy, Jean extended a tendril of psychic energy, attempting to probe Aurora's current thoughts. What she encountered nearly left her jaw unhinged. In the dreamscape, Aurora was engaged in indescribable activities with Venom, a collision of primal desire and raw power. Jean hastily withdrew her psychic energy. Incredulously, she gazed at the slumbering Aurora, unable to quell the tumult within her. Aurora, who typically exuded restraint and composure, harbored such wildness within. Jean inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing thoughts. Well, who among us is devoid of whimsical fantasies? After all, this is the vibrant and passionate America. She attempted to persuade herself. Besides, as one of the leaders of the war police, the weight upon Aurora's shoulders was indeed immense. It was only natural for her to indulge in a few fantasies in her dreams from time to time. wasn't it? Chitauri was acutely aware that prying into another's dreams was inappropriate, especially when it pertained to a friend. The crux of the matter was that she had inadvertently stumbled upon such an intimate reverie. Gritting her teeth, Chitauri silently summoned her mental powers to strip Aurora of her garments, changing the bed linens in the process. This secret, she resolved, would remain locked away in her heart. At that moment, having finished drying the last shirt, Chitauri noticed Hill and Natasha returning from their morning run. The very protagonist of the dream from the previous night was currently perched atop Hill's head, appearing harmless. Chitauri knew this had nothing to do with Symbiote. Aurola's fantasies were purely her own. Good morning to you both, Chitauri greeted them. Morning, Chitauri, Hill replied. When are we heading to Boston? We'll set off once Aurora awakens. Chitauri hesitated, retrieving a clean shirt. With a tinge of guilt, she inquired, could you do me a favor and deliver this shirt to Aurora? I just remembered I have something to attend to. Of course, Hill replied, taking the shirt and folding it neatly. She nodded and proceeded directly to Aurora's room. Inside Hill's mind, Symbiote hummed softly, what's wrong with her? Why does she need someone to deliver her clothes? She seemed perfectly fine when I left last night. The duplication ability didn't take an entire night to recharge. By the time Chitauri arrived, Symbiote had already returned to Hill's body. Unaware of the events that had transpired, Natasha shot a glance at Symbiote, teasing, you really don't know? You do. Symbiote retorted. Natasha shrugged. I have no idea. Then how could I possibly know? Hill sighed. All right, you two, it's merely delivering shirt. In Aurora's room, she had just awakened and, upon glancing down, realized with shock that she was clad in nothing. Her body felt both languid and extraordinarily refreshed. The memories of the previous night were hazy, with only a wild and satisfying dream lingering in her mind. Damn it, any clothing would suffice. I can't possibly face them draped in bedsheets. At that moment, she bent over, frantically rummaging through her wardrobe for something to wear. Knock, knock, came a sound at the door. Who is it? Aurora asked, her voice laced with caution. It's me, Hill. Chitauri asked me to bring you this. Aurora opened the door crack, glimpsing the shirt in Hill's hand, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. She gratefully accepted it and swiftly closed the door. On the lawn of Xavier's Academy, the hatch of the Blackbird had been opened. Jean, Aurora, Hill, and Natasha were poised aboard en route to Boston. What about Katie? Jean inquired. She is probably still sleeping, Aurora replied casually. Hill stepped into the cabin, then paused, turning to gesture at the rear seats. Katie was curled up in the back row, blissfully asleep, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth, evidently having snuck aboard earlier. Jean shook her head in exasperation. The Blackbird ascended, soaring towards Boston, with an estimated arrival time of about an hour. Aurora and Jean occupied the pilot and co-pilot seats. Aurora navigated the aircraft, her gaze fixed ahead, and after a while, she asked in a hushed tone, Jean, did you help me out of my clothes? Jean kept her eyes straight ahead, yes. Thank you. Aurora's voice dropped further. Did you see anyone else? No. Jean replied immediately, her tone firm. Good. Aurora exhaled softly, refocusing on her piloting duties. Good news. I received a message from Logan. They're in Boston, at Bobby's house. Jean accessed the Academy's student records and quickly confirmed the location. Boston, the Drake residence. The atmosphere in the living room was colder than the refrigerator. Bobby's parents fidgeted anxiously, gazing at their long-absent son, their eyes filled with longing but overshadowed by palpable fear. Logan leaned against the doorframe, impatiently scratching the wood with his claws. The mischievous little one sat awkwardly on the edge of the sofa. Iceman, John, nonchalantly fiddled with a lighter, occasionally emitting a derisive snicker. Bobby, how have you been lately? Mrs. Drake cautiously broke the silence. I'm fine, Mom. Bobby forced a smile. Just then, Bobby's brother, Ronnie, stormed down the stairs in a fit of rage, clutching a newspaper featuring a military-issued wanted poster with Bobby's picture. How long are you going to keep pretending? He shouted, pointing at the television where news of mutant threats scrolled across the screen. Just like they say on TV. You're monsters. Ronnie, Mr. Drake admonished. Ronnie ignored him, racing back upstairs to quietly dial the tip line. 5 minutes later, Logan caught a whiff of something amiss. Something was wrong. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the next moment, blinding police lights instantly surrounded the entire house. Dozens of armed officers sealed off the area. Listen up. You are surrounded. Raise your hands and come out. The voice from the megaphone echoed throughout the neighborhood. Hey, don't panic. Logan began to negotiate, but a young officer, overwhelmed with anxiety, accidentally pulled the trigger, and a bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. Even with a healing factor, the sudden tremor rendered him momentarily blind. Logan lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. Logan, Little Mischief exclaimed in alarm. The police raised their weapons, commanding everyone else lie down. Now, Bobby and Little Mischief had been taught since childhood by Professor Xavier to avoid conflict with ordinary humans. Their faces were etched with helplessness as they slowly raised their hands and fell to the ground. John observed their cowardly demeanor, feeling a mix of disdain and fury. You little brat. I told you to lie down. A police officer shouted, aiming his gun at him. Jean remained silent. A flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. You all claim mutants are dangerous. John suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a wild fire. And I am the most perilous of them all. Before his words could fade, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his hands. Several police officers at the forefront were hurled back, their uniforms igniting in an instant. Moments later, a police car was engulfed in flames, exploding with a thunderous roar, scattering debris and fire in all directions. The entire block descended into chaos and inferno. In the shadows, atop a modest building, Lily observed the tumult below with quiet intensity. The situation had spiraled out of control, resulting in widespread disorder. Her voice remained steady. On the other end of the communicator, Stryker's voice soon came through. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Understood. Lily severed the connection. Chapter 38. The Blackbird Falls. You need a savior. The Blackbird soared steadily through the clouds. Once we handle the mutant situation, we shall pay a visit to Kamar Taj. Sumo's voice resonated in Hill's ear. Have you decided to seek out Master Gu? Indeed. Although there remains ample time before NAR's awakening, we must prepare in advance. Moreover, the ebony blade is quite formidable. Hill smiled. Oh, that sword must be your true objective, right? Her assumption was accurate. Sumo was indeed eager to harness the power of the ebony blade. This sword represented a significant dimensional shift in the current Marvel landscape. Hearing their conversation, Natasha approached. Kamar Taj, sounds like a tourist destination. What do they teach? Yoga? Pilates? Somotis? Magic? Natasa? Real magic. Like the wizards in Harry Potter? A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, quickly replaced by intense curiosity. No, even muggles can learn the magic of Kamar Taj. Sumo leaned closer to Natasha. It all depends on whether you possess the talent. Would you like to give it a try, Natasha? Perhaps you could conjure a portal with the sling ring. Natasha replied. That sounds appealing. I wouldn't be late for work anymore. At that moment, the Blackbird suddenly blared an alarm. On the radar screen, 2 points of light approached at an astonishing speed. A chilling warning echoed through the communication channel. 71. You have entered a restricted airspace. Immediately descend to 20,000 feet and follow us to Hanscom Air Force Base for investigation. 10 seconds later, we will take coercive measures. Aurora glanced at the flickering screen. Oh dear, someone has lost their temper. She did not wish to escalate the situation and began to maneuver the aircraft to lower its altitude. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Natasha remarked coolly, Ladies, we are entering their optimal attack range. No sooner had she spoken than a piercing alarm suddenly resonated throughout the cabin. The dashboard of the Blackbird flashed a frantic red. It had been locked onto. They're about to fire. Brace yourselves. Aurora barked as she abruptly yanked the control stick. The Blackbird executed a daring roll, beginning to evade rapidly through the clouds. Natasha and Hill were already securely fastened, their forms steady as mountains. However, Katie, who was asleep in the back seat, was not so fortunate. She was violently thrown from her seat, tumbling awkwardly within the cabin. Fortunately, Sumo extended a tentacle, deftly wrapping around Katie's waist. Katie was jolted awake, staring at the clouds racing by outside. Is this a stunt show? Sumo replied. If there weren't missiles pursuing us, it would be. The Blackbird maneuvered chaotically in the sky, performing a series of astonishing evasive maneuvers. For Natasha and Hill, this was merely routine, but for Katie, it was overwhelming. She covered her mouth, her complexion paling. Natasha cast a glance at the pursuing fighter jets. Does your aircraft have no weapons? At this, Aurora's eyes widened in a terrifying milky hue. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds, dense as ink, swirled and gathered as a pitch-black tornado descended, violently tearing through the clouds. It roared, sweeping towards the 2 pursuing fighter jets. Yet, the pilots of those jets were exceptionally skilled. They narrowly evaded the terrifying tornado with their masterful piloting, continuously adjusting their positions in an attempt to relock onto the Blackbird. Sumo's voice echoed in Hill's consciousness. Let the weather deity of America entertain them. In the next moment, Hill slightly lowered her head. Her eyes began to emit a profound white glow. Unlike Aurora's merciful approach, Hill now exhibited a far more terrifying spectacle. More tornadoes materialized out of thin air, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down. Blinding lightning danced like silver serpents, frantically weaving through the dark clouds, striking down upon the 2 insignificant fighter jets like a deluge of raindrops. The entire sky seemed to be in a rage. The scene so spectacular, it resembled the true arrival of apocalypse. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, horrifying spectacle. Aurora, do you wish to kill them? Quinn immediately turned to Aurora, her tone filled with uncertainty. The brilliant light in Aololo's eyes had long since faded, returning to its normal hue. She shook her head with a serious expression, asserting it was not me. Soon, One of the fighter jets failed to evade the densely woven lightning and the violent tornado, sustaining damage, prompting the pilot to decisively eject for survival. Another aircraft was also teetering precariously. However, before ejecting, the pilot, unwilling to concede, launched 2 missiles. The trajectory veered left as Hill ceased her output of power. The sky quickly regained its previous clarity. Everyone regarded Hill with an exceedingly peculiar gaze. Yet she merely lifted her head slightly and frowned, as if the cataclysmic scene moments ago had no bearing on her. Apologies, I was feeling a bit airsick. Sumo cleared his throat and jested, I will bear witness. Natasha wore an expression of disbelief at his jest. Warning, warning, incoming missiles. The shrill alarm blared once more. On the radar screen, a missile was miraculously locking onto the Blackbird with a bizarre, arcing trajectory. Damn! Ayalalo cursed, attempting to evade. Suddenly, Sheen's pupils lit up with a terrifying red glow. An invisible force field instantly unfurled at the tail of the aircraft. Boom! The missile detonated before the barrier, the shockwave causing the aircraft to jolt violently. Well done, Sheen. Ayalalo sighed in relief, only to realize, wait, there's another one. Hill, utilizing her super sight, glanced behind. Her heart filled with bewilderment. The radar showed nothing. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as the right wing of the Blackbird was struck directly, creating a massive hole from which flames and thick smoke billowed forth. Inside the cabin, red lights flashed, and the operating system failed instantaneously. Click! The safety belts of all passengers automatically released. Is it that intelligent? Can we also eject and take flight? Sumo remarked. Sheen and Ayalalo felt an immense suction pull them, sweeping everyone in the cabin out. Oh no! Hill and Sumo instantly merged, their dark combat suits enveloping their bodies. Hill attempted to harness the flight ability she had copied from Carla, her body swaying unsteadily in midair, clearly still unaccustomed. Everyone, I believe you require a savior. Sumoshautif. The dark tendrils shot forth. One tendril ensnared Katie's ankle, hoisting her upside down. Another robust tendril wrapped around Ayalalo's waist. A third, agile tendril reached out to grasp Sheen's hand. As for Natasha, she was cradled securely in Hill's arms, treated with utmost care. You can actually fly? Natasha quipped, feeling the rushing wind by her ear. Sheen exhaled deeply, appearing relieved to have survived the ordeal. Orolo remained silent. Yet Sumo could sense the tentacle coiled around her waist being discreetly caressed by her. Was she simply anxious, or did she harbor some thoughts regarding my tentacle? Sumo mused inwardly. At that moment, a cacophony of metallic distortion emanated from below, prompting everyone to instinctively glance downward. The Blackbird, which was destined to crash to the ground, miraculously halted midair, suspended just a few dozen meters above the surface. Upon closer inspection, a man clad in a dark red cloak, with hair streaked with gray, effortlessly supported the massive aircraft with one hand, as though he was merely lifting a toy model. Beside him stood a woman with striking blue skin and an alluring figure, who gazed at the scene with keen interest. When will these people learn to fly on their own? A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated. Magneto turned his head slightly, addressing Mystique beside him with a hint of indifference. Chapter 39. Fury is sending reinforcements, the Playboy and the elderly as they landed safely. Sumo envisioned a grand entrance, a heroic descent. However, the moment Katie touched the ground, she clung to the tentacle coiling around her ankle like a koala, refusing to let go. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This is so cool. I want to fly like you. Please let me join the Avengers. Katie exclaimed, her face flushed with enthusiasm, snuggling against the slippery tentacle without a hint of reluctance. In contrast, Hill and her companions were not as carefree. Almost simultaneously, they cast wary glances toward Magneto. While it was true that he had saved the aircraft, it did not imply friendship. He was a notorious leader of the mutant extremist faction, frequently appearing on the list of humanity's foes. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Hill and Natasha naturally regarded him with suspicion. Jean and Orolo exchanged complex expressions. They had dealt with Magneto on multiple occasions and were well aware of the man's terrifying unpredictability. Charles's old relics always lead to unforeseen circumstances, Magneto remarked as he gently set the damaged Blackbird down. His gaze shifted to the group. Do not be so grim, children. The current situation is that we share a common enemy. Stryker? Orolo stepped forward. Mystique interjected. He has captured Charles and Cyclops. What? Jean and Orolo's expressions darkened. Stryker's target is all mutants, Magneto continued, his voice growing somber. Raven has uncovered some valuable information. Stryker possesses a secret base beneath an abandoned dam, and Charles is being held there. Why should we trust you? Orolo questioned. You may choose not to, Magneto replied coolly, but your options are limited. Stryker will not afford you the luxury of time to deliberate. Jean glanced at the Blackbird. The repair will take at least 6 hours. And we still need to find Logan. 6 or 7 hours. Sue-Mo cannot wait. Ask Cheen for the address of Bobby's house. We should check the situation first. Sue-Mo conveyed in Hill's mind. Just as Hill was about to speak, her wrist communicator vibrated abruptly. She raised her hand to glance at it, her expression shifting slightly. A brief signal accompanied by location address had arrived from S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't you watch the news? There's been an incident in Boston involving mutants threatening ordinary people. The leaders have already been apprehended by the military. Mystique scoffed, speculating that the individuals had likely been taken by Stryker. Cheen, Aurora what? Truly, nothing seems to go right. Sue-Mo resolved to save Sky first. In the next moment, Hill's black battle suit reappeared, and she looked up at Cheen and Aurora, saying, "We have an urgent matter. We must return to New York first." Without waiting for their response, she shot upwards into the sky, transforming into a shadow racing towards New York. Aurora gazed at the vanishing skyline, murmuring, "Is this the power of venom? Do you desire it?" Natasha's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. "Of course, who wouldn't?" Aurora replied. Magneto's lips curled slightly, and he murmured to himself, "You are right. Let's get to work." Natasha entered a small grove. Ensuring no one was around, she activated the encrypted communicator. Soon, the connection was established. Fury's iconic one-eyed face appeared on screen. "The situation is far more serious than we anticipated," Natasha stated earnestly. "Stryker intends to control Charles and then utilize his abilities to eliminate all mutants." Fury's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Natasha, as if trying to ascertain whether this news was yet another cruel jest. After several seconds, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Is the information confirmed?" Natasha maintained her composure and nodded in response. "God damn it!" Fury finally erupted, slamming his fist onto the metal table in front of him, causing the documents atop it to flutter. "I still haven't cleaned up the traitors on my end, and I have to constantly watch my own people stab me in the back. Is the world not chaotic enough? What the hell is wrong with him?" Natasha held the communicator at arm's length. That was just Fury. He wouldn't speak without an expletive. It took a full 5 minutes for Fury to finally cease his tirade. "Aren't Hill and he together? Give me that son of a bitch." She ran into a small mishap and returned to New York. Natasha shook her head. The other end of the communication fell silent for a few seconds. Just as Fury was about to instinctively utter that word, Natasha calmly interjected. "Sumo's temper is rather volatile." Fury paused, momentarily taken aback. "Because of that wretched scoundrel, I now find myself compelled to beseech a certain dandy to relinquish his trifles and swore es. I must also sternly request that an elderly gentleman, who has recently undertaken numerous tasks, cut short his well-deserved respite." In Queens, New York, Sky leaned against the back seat of Coulson's vehicle, observing the fleeting cityscape outside. Boredom enveloped her. Life seemed to regress rather than progress. Just after emerging from a luxurious hotel suite, she found herself in the back seat of a police car. "I have already established that those matters are not my concern. Moreover, that fellow, Sumo, has assigned me a considerable amount of work, and failing to complete it could yield dire consequences. I cannot assure you that he won't take out his frustration on you," Sky threatened. Coulson, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "We shall do our utmost, Miss Sky. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been commendable. Indeed, particularly when apprehending me," Sky retorted inwardly. As the vehicle turned a corner, it entered a relatively secluded street. At that moment, Coulson abruptly slammed on the brakes. 3 figures clad in hooded sweatshirts surged unexpectedly from a nearby alley, colliding directly with a moving car. A deafening crash ensued, the front of the vehicle crumpling severely, and the airbags deployed instantaneously. Sky felt the world spin, the seatbelt constricted tightly around her, her vision filled with stars. The car flipped over. Coulson grunted as he struggled to maintain his balance in the overturned cabin. "Damn it," he muttered, casting a glance outside. The 3 assailants rose unscathed. The metallic devices on their arms glimmered ominously with a red light in the shadows. The grotesque form of a centipede was unmistakable. "Centipede soldiers," Coulson's voice turned grave. One of the centipede soldiers reached out, violently tearing off the mangled car door as if it were mere paper. Sky's heart sank. "Damn it, you're gonna get me killed today." Just as a hand reached for Sky, a white web shot down from above, expertly ensnaring the centipede soldier's face and yanking him backward with force. Thud! The attacker was hurled against the adjacent wall, momentarily incapacitated. Immediately following, a searing red light traced a line across the crumpled car roof, its edges glowing like heated coals. A piercing sound of tearing metal echoed as a large section of the roof was wrenched open as if it were a mere sheet of paper. Sunshine flooded in, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed girl atop the car. Kara paused slightly. "Sky? What a coincidence. How did you end up here?" Chapter 40, Cyber Technology and the All-Seeing Eye. Coexisting with Sky, Gwen swiftly dispatched the 2 centipede soldiers. The last centipede soldier radiated a brilliant red glow, attempting to charge towards Coulson. Observing this, Kara exhaled a breath of icy air, swiftly encasing the assailant in a solid block of ice, thoughtfully leaving a small aperture by his mouth, perhaps to extract some information. Kara ape-lane it. S.H.I.E.L.D scrambled out from the overturned vehicle, using both hands and feet. She recognized them. The Ghost Spider and Kara, both connected to Sumo. She felt a surge of joy. She was saved. S.H.I.E.L.D made her way towards them. At that moment, Gwen's spider sense blared, her hair standing on end. Don't come any closer. But it was too late. A bullet, with a soft pop, cleanly penetrated S.H.I.E.L.D's chest. Blood erupted, starkly contrasting against her light-colored jacket. In disbelief, S.H.I.E.L.D glanced down at the widening wound. Her mouth moving as if to speak, but only a series of gasps escaped her lips before she crumpled to the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D, Kara exclaimed, rushing over to check on her. On the rooftop, a long-haired man wearing a mask swiftly stowed away his weapon and fled. I'm going after him. Gwen thoughtlessly swung away, pursuing him into the depths of the alley. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D aircraft, S.H.I.E.L.D lay on a medical bed, various machines beeping rhythmically. Fitz and Simmons were frantically attending to her, their expressions grave. Kara was present as well. She glanced at the message from Gwen and informed everyone. The assailant had escaped. The man wore a mask and had a metallic arm, exhibiting immense strength. Could the metallic arm be connected to cybertech? May pondered. After Killian's demise, someone had replicated the extremist virus to create a centipede serum. Coulson led a team to trace the origins of these enhanced soldiers, following the leads to a company named Cybertech. It was one of the military's weapon contractors, operating legally. This company provided the centipede soldiers with advanced exoskeletal armor, significantly augmenting their combat prowess. The S.H.I.E.L.D team had suffered considerable losses during an operation, nearly being annihilated by these well-equipped centipede soldiers. Moreover, their subsequent investigative efforts were consistently thwarted, each move anticipated by an individual codenamed Eye of the Thousand Miles. Under Fury's insinuation, Coulson was shocked to learn that the Hydra infiltrators were far more complex than they had envisioned. They had already permeated the upper echelons. This Eye of the Thousand Miles was a significant figure, clandestinely supplying intelligence to the enemy, perpetually keeping them one step ahead. What about S.H.I.E.L.D? Coulson reported back to Fury, stepping forth from the shadows. Simmons shook her head. The bullet has been removed, but it has damaged vital organs, resulting in excessive blood loss. Our equipment can only strive to maintain her vital signs. The implication was clear. S.H.I.E.L.D could succumb at any moment. The other members of the S.H.I.E.L.D team aboard the aircraft, May and Ward, regarded Coulson with questioning glances. How could such a situation arise? Their original intention was to summon S.H.I.E.L.D to investigate the centipede serum. Coulson sighed, rubbing his temples. That gunshot was clearly aimed at me. He glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, who had fortuitously placed herself between him and the muzzle of the weapon. S.H.I.E.L.D was specifically designated for protection by Hill and Simmons. With this incident occurring, he could already sense the fury brewing within those two, particularly from Simmons, sending a shiver down Coulson's spine. Just then, a dull thud resonated from the top of the aircraft. Fitz immediately turned his gaze to his tablet. Someone was on the roof. Venom agents? Surely, they couldn't fly. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Hill descended through the reinforced ceiling, hovering like a specter in midair. The black symbiotic battle suit enveloped her, with Simmons peering out from her shoulder. Following the locator from S.H.I.E.L.D's communicator, they had finally located the team. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents widened their eyes in disbelief. The Venom agents had grown stronger. They could fly and possessed the ability to penetrate solid objects. Unheard of. Simmons' gaze fell upon S.H.I.E.L.D lying on the medical bed, the bloodstains on her chest glaringly vivid. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the area. Who did this? Simmons' voice was devoid of warmth. Coulson struggled to speak. I'm sorry, it was an accident. An accident? Simmons scoffed. No sooner had she spoken than a dark tendril shot forth, ensnaring Coulson's neck and lifting him into the air. Coulson's face flushed crimson as he clutched the tendril around his throat, but it yielded not an inch. S.H.I.E.L.D was Simmons' sole hope for overcoming the soundwave weakness. And now she had nearly been killed by a gunshot. Calm down, Simmons, Hill whispered soothingly, her gaze shifting to Coulson. Why was S.H.I.E.L.D here? How had she sustained such severe injuries? The S.H.I.E.L.D agents inside the aircraft dared not breathe, as May and Ward instinctively reached for their weapons. But upon seeing Hill and Simmons hovering in the air, along with Coulson suspended, they halted their movements. Coulson was nearly gasping for breath. Simmons released the tendril, allowing Coulson to explain the circumstances. Taking someone without permission? All of you, to the conference room. Hill's voice brooked no dissent. She relinquished her symbiotic state. Yet the aura of authority remained undiminished. Coulson rubbed his reddened neck, offering a wry smile and a nod. May, Ward, Fitz, and Simmons followed suit, recognizing that Hill was After all, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they instinctively obeyed her command. Beside the medical bed, Simmons quietly completed the symbiosis with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fitz and Simmons are indeed geniuses. This medical bed has miraculously prolonged S.H.I.E.L.D.'s life, as her consciousness hovers on the brink of chaos. It is time to rise. Sumo's voice resonates within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind. Is it you, the tentacled creature, come to rescue me? I suggest you change your address, or I shall send you to meet your maker. You wouldn't dare. I am certain I still hold value for you. Am I correct? Sky converses with Sumo in her consciousness. Here, she harbors no fear of Sumo using tentacles to intimidate her. Somoriman Saidant. Yet, the mortal gunshot wound heals at an observable pace, leaving no trace of scar. In mere minutes, Sky's pallid complexion regains its rosy hue. Sumo remarks, next time, be more astute. I won't always come to your rescue, especially after replicating your abilities. This is it? No further treatment? Sky abruptly opens her eyes, instinctively feeling her chest. Completely healed? How is this possible? 5 minutes? No, it was hardly that long. Let's go. We need to find Hill. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power and a profound sense of security, Sky finds herself somewhat reluctant to part ways. The symbiotic relationship, indeed, fosters a sense of dependence, particularly evident for someone like Sky, in contrast to an ordinary individual like Hill. I still feel a bit of pain in my chest. Could you treat me once more? Chapter 41. Hydra's Usurpation, the plot of Captain America 2. Fury devises a plan to transform mutants into allies to combat the cosmic threat. That fool struck her. Seeks to annihilate all mutants out of revenge for his wife's death at the hands of a mutant. Fury glances at the documents before him and mutters again. Most of his agents are untrustworthy, leaving him to seek alternative solutions. Fury first approaches Tony Stark, the notorious playboy who typically shuns trouble. After much persuasion and promises of resources and autonomy, Tony reluctantly agrees to lend a hand. Next, Fury turns to Steve. Knowing he has ample strategies to deal with the seasoned veteran, he directly leverages the information about Peggy Carter as a bargaining chip. Indeed, she is not dead. She has merely aged and is enjoying her twilight years under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection. Upon hearing that Peggy is still alive, Steve immediately expresses his willingness to momentarily set aside his affairs to assist in resolving the mutant crisis. On the return journey to the Triskelion headquarters, Fury drives a vehicle modified to the highest standards of strategic homeland intervention, enforcement, and logistics division. Suddenly, alarms blare from the onboard system. An unidentified vehicle is rapidly approaching from behind, confirmed to be of non-allied origin. Fury glances into the rearview mirror. Several police cars are swiftly closing in, encircling him. It seems some individuals can hardly wait. Fury snorts disdainfully and sharply turns the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the car windows and body, producing a dull thud. Fortunately, the specially designed bulletproof glass and armor withstood the initial onslaught. At the intersection to the left ahead, traffic control was anticipated to commence in 30 seconds. Excellent. Fury pressed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to break free from the encirclement. However, it was evident that the adversary had come prepared. A modified off-road vehicle suddenly surged from the side intersection, barreling directly towards Fury. Bang! The violent impact jolted Fury's body violently. The world around him spun chaotically. The collision sent his vehicle flipping sideways, scraping against the asphalt and emitting a blinding shower of sparks before crashing heavily into the concrete barrier, coming to a halt. The body of the car significantly crumpled and emitting black smoke. The airbags deployed, yet Fury was still disoriented. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Outside, police cars had completely surrounded him. The door swung open, and armed officers clad in uniforms leapt out, their assault rifles pointed unwaveringly at Fury, opening fire without hesitation. Vehicle status, shell strength 80-75. Damn these bastards, Fury cursed under his breath, disregarding the hail of bullets from outside. He fumbled beneath the seat for a small device, pressed a button, and the floor beneath him clicked open, preparing for an escape. Just then, the man with the metallic arm who had attacked Sky reappeared, shouldering a dark rocket launcher aimed directly at Fury. Fury's heart sank as he saw the man pull the trigger. There was no time. Suddenly whoosh, a white web descended from above, ensnaring the rocket launcher and yanking it away. The launcher flew high into the air, crashing into a distant clearing. Instinctively, Fury looked up, catching a fleeting glimpse of a black and white figure darting between the buildings before vanishing from sight. Spider-Man. Fury committed the name to memory and then leapt into the sewer. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Coulson rubbed his still reddened neck and stated solemnly, "The Watcher has been growing increasingly brazen. We may be facing a significant operation. Is the target still the centipede serum? To create more enhanced soldiers?" May's expression was grave. Ward interjected, "Or perhaps they're developing even more formidable weapons. Fitz and Simmons exchanged glances, hesitant to interject. Hill absorbed their analysis, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, recalling what Simo had said during their discussion about Hydra. She interrupted their speculation, asserting their ambitions extend beyond that. The group turned their attention to her. I have a premonition that Hydra's infiltrator may be vying for power. Just then, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the cabin. Red lights flashed frantically. What is happening? Fitz abruptly rose to his feet. Are we locked on? This is impossible. This aircraft is equipped with the most advanced stealth systems. Meanwhile, on a medical bed, S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately clutched her chest, biting her lower lip slightly, her gaze feigning a touch of delicate vulnerability. Was she truly not going to look again? Sumo rolled his eyes inwardly at her demeanor. Such was the nature of the Americans. Just then, the blaring alarm resonated in their ears. Sumo immediately urged, use your eyes to observe what is happening outside. My eyes? S.H.I.E.L.D was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing out the porthole. In the next instant, her pupils constricted, her vision instantly expanding, penetrating through the clouds. She clearly discerned a multitude of black dots rapidly approaching the distant horizon. What is that? S.H.I.E.L.D's voice trembled, her initial curiosity swiftly eclipsed by fear. It's artillery shells. My heavens, there are dozens of them, she exclaimed in horror. There's no time. Sumo's tone grew grave as he instantly took control of S.H.I.E.L.D's body. The body became ethereal, passing directly through the top of the cabin, hovering in mid-air. Ahead, dozens of artillery shells, trailing fiery tails, hurtled toward them like a swarm of locusts, their targets set on the aircraft. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, Sumo's thoughts were consumed with one objective. He must replicate Magneto's abilities. Can you really do it? S.H.I.E.L.D questioned. I recall you have a fear of fire. That is only if it touches me, Sumo replied. Jet black threads shot forth, ensnaring the artillery shells, then violently flinging them outward. The shells altered course mid-air, colliding with one another in a thunderous explosion. Almost immediately, S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes widened in surprise. The sky darkened suddenly, ominous clouds swirled, and a fierce wind howled. Crack! Jagged bolts of lightning as thick as arms descended from the heavens, striking several stray shells, igniting them in midair. Yet, there were simply too many shells. Sumo opened his mouth wide, unleashing a wave of extreme cold. With a crackling sound, the foremost shells were instantly frozen into massive ice blocks, losing their momentum and plummeting like hailstones. With threads swirling, lightning crackling, and icy breath pouring forth, S.H.I.E.L.D, with sheer determination, forged a barrier of death before the aircraft, intercepting the relentless onslaught of shells. Explosions erupted, the fiery glow and thick smoke nearly obscuring the sky, creating a scene as magnificent as an epic myth. Inside the cabin, the members of Coulson's team stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Am I seeing things? Fitz rubbed his eyes, nearly dropping his tablet. Is this the power of the Avengers? Ward murmured, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of barely perceptible envy. He considered himself quite capable. Yet in comparison to such world-shattering abilities, he felt utterly insignificant. May's expression softened, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. Simmons looked at Hill with curiosity. Director Hill, are your Avengers truly that formidable? They are indeed impressive, but none possess strength comparable to Sumo. Hill's lips curled slightly, adorned with a touch of well-deserved pride. Chapter 42, Night Assault on the Shapeshifter. Upon returning to the aircraft, the symbiote on S.H.I.E.L.D faded away. She gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Did anyone capture my utterly spectacular performance? Please tell me someone recorded it. I want to save it on a disc and engrave it on my tombstone. Coulson's lips twitched as he exchanged a glance with May, both unable to conceal their astonishment. Fitz observed the insatiable curiosity in Simmons' eyes and sighed, pondering how one could possibly share their findings so readily. Kara, who had remained silent, leaned closer to Hill and whispered, Mr. Sumo, is it possible to replicate others' abilities? Shoo. Hill smiled faintly, placing her finger against her lips. She raised her head, scanning the astonished expressions on Coulson and the others. Everyone, regain your composure. May, contact Director Fury immediately and report the situation here. May nodded and moved to the communication device to make the necessary arrangements. Moments later, she shook her head, unable to connect. Neither the encrypted nor emergency channels are responding. A frown creased Hill's brow. Fury's disappearance was an ominous sign. Let me try, S.H.I.E.L.D said, moving to another console, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. There should still be active nodes within S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network. Let's see if I can intercept any messages. Fitz and Simmons leaned in closer, awestruck by the rapidly scrolling code on S.H.I.E.L.D's screen. Is this a mutant algorithm? You can actually decompile it? S.H.I.E.L.D's lips curled into a smile. Not many can. I'm one of them. Minutes later, she abruptly halted. Wait, what is this? She magnified a segment of the deciphered signal. A repeatedly sent directive. Target all S.H.I.E.L.D divisions and undercover units. A grotesque Hydra skull insignia flashed across the screen. Hill's voice turned icy. Almost simultaneously, Fitz exclaimed, the aircraft has veered off course. The autopilot system has been overridden. We are heading towards the Triskelion headquarters. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly stiffened. Hill closed her eyes, and Suemo could sense her inner turmoil. S.H.I.E.L.D was finished, at least for the time being. She had unfinished responsibilities here, traitors to reckon with. But the matter of mutants, Sumo's vulnerabilities. I must tidy up this mess. Hill's voice echoed in Sumo's consciousness. Suemo, you should handle the situation with the mutants. We have finally discovered a mutant who can resolve your weaknesses. We cannot afford to delay. Suemo remained silent for a moment. I understand. Take care of yourself. And you as well. Once I complete this mission, I shall cease. Such words ought not to be spoken. I will swiftly resolve matters on that front. Without further hesitation, Suemo commanded, Sky, let us depart. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sky's symbiotic battle suit re-emerged. She nodded at the assembled crowd, then, without a moment's pause, turned and, her form phasing, penetrated the cabin wall of the Quinjet, vanishing from sight. Coulson gazed in the direction Sky had disappeared. The threat posed by Hydra was dire. Had he been present, the matters there would have taken precedence. Hill withdrew her gaze from the window, her tone calm. After a brief pause, she turned her attention to Kara beside her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Besides, we still have Supergirl, do we not? With Sky in tow. Suemo soared rapidly towards Boston. Wow! Sky exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of gliding freely through the clouds, akin to a bird liberated from its confines. Why are we staying to assist Hill? Sky could not help but inquire. That is the unspoken understanding between Hill and me. What understanding? Sky blinked, perplexed. You wouldn't comprehend. So what do you Sky pouted, but chose not to press further. Before long, they arrived at the site of the Blackbird's crash. Observing the downed aircraft and the seemingly stagnant efforts of Jean and Aurora, Suemo remarked with a hint of exasperation, Ladies, are you planning to use this contraption as firewood for warmth? Jean and Aurora exchanged eye rolls in response. If someone could lend a hand, our efficiency would greatly improve, Aurora said, wiping the sweat from her brow while casting a pointed glance at Suemo. At that moment, Katie suddenly emerged from the Blackbird's cabin, excitedly brandishing a small metallic component. Jean, Aurora, look what I found. Upon seeing the part, Jean's expression darkened. She pointed an accusatory finger at Katie's find, her frustration palpable. Katie, that was meticulously organized. I truly question whether you were a saboteur sent by Strucker. The sun had already set. Natasha emerged from the woods, her gaze settling on Sky. You're back. Is the situation resolved? Wait, you are not Hill. As the symbiotic suit receded, Sky's face was revealed. Hill is preoccupied, came Sumo's voice from Sky. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, has she encountered a significant predicament, serious enough to forego merging with you? Nothing too grave, Suemo replied calmly. However, your S.H.I.E.L.D is nearly at its end. You might consider updating your R-sum. Natasha found herself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Sumo's words. Her jovial demeanor faded as she processed this unsettling information. That is indeed quite dire. You see, such endeavors to save the world are not easily found. Although Natasha harbored concerns, she held faith in Hill's capabilities to manage the situation. Worrying was futile at this juncture. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to subdue that madman, Strick. She gestured toward the tent that had just been erected not far away. There. The tent is ready for you. However, since Hill is absent, would you care to join me in my tent tonight? Suemo replied, perhaps another time. I have pressing matters to attend to this evening. His gaze drifted toward Mystique and Magneto, who were engaged in hushed conversation nearby. Night fell, leaving only the crackling of the campfire and the chirping of insects in the air. Suemo stealthily approached the exterior of Mystique's tent. Inside, under dim lighting, Mystique's form was in a constant state of flux, her mind occupied with Magneto's recent command to recruit the Venom agent at any cost. How to recruit? This was indeed a delicate task. She first transformed into the likeness of Jean, Aurora, and Kitty. Finally, she assumed Natasha's captivating figure, with a curvaceous form and alluring gaze. Confidently, she licked her lips, assuring herself that there would surely be something to his liking. Chapter 43. The allure of Mystique. The tent was dimly lit, with a flickering lamp casting shadows in the corners. Suemo slipped inside and immediately spotted a figure reclining on the bed. Natasha? He paused momentarily, pondering whether this was Mystique's transformation. The realism was astonishing. Even the enticing sleeping posture was perfectly mimicked. What was her intention? Sumo swiftly climbed up Natasha's smooth, cool leg, advancing without hesitation. Suddenly, Mystique's body stiffened, feeling something intrude within her. The slick sensation sent a shiver through her. Her disguise vanished in an instant, revealing her true blue skin. "Venom, is that you?" Mystique exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy at the unexpected opportunity for solitude. 30 minutes. Once time's up, I'm leaving. Sumo's voice resonated in her mind, crisp and decisive. "Oh, what if I wish for you to stay a while longer?" Mystique's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. Sumo replied, "That's not feasible." For him, the ability to replicate transformations was paramount. Mystique's flirtations were of little concern. "Are you in such a hurry to depart, darling? Don't you wish to experience something truly exhilarating, a novelty you've never encountered before?" Mystique's tongue flicked out to moisten her lips. "What I mean is, I can transform into anything, tall, voluptuous, petite, blonde, brunette. Any type you can imagine, I can replicate flawlessly. What do you say? Care to give it a try?" Mystique's body began to shift and change continuously. A myriad of captivating beauties emerged in succession, each dressed in the most revealing attire. Among them were several renowned stars whom Sumo had seen on screen. Undeniably, this scene was quite alluring. However, Sumo was not a mere mortal. "I harbor no interest in your extravagant showcase. My time is of the essence. Once my business is concluded, I must take my leave." Sumo's voice resonated in her mind, unwavering. "The business refers to embedding myself within your being?" The shapeshifter, instead of expressing anger, erupted into a fit of laughter, sounding anything but serious. "I shall persuade you to reconsider, my dear, to make you willingly acquiesce." No sooner had she spoken than her azure skin began to writhe. In an instant, she transformed into the likeness of Jean Grey. With fiery red hair and a gaze both gentle and beguiling, she softly inquired, "Why not stay tonight? We could converse endlessly, just the two of us, until dawn, sharing all that we wish to say." Sumo replied, "I'm temporarily uninterested in companionship." The shapeshifter smirked and swiftly morphed again, this time into Aurora. With flowing white hair and a demeanor imbued with regal pride and wildness, she declared, "Listen well, you belong to me tonight, from head to toe. So you best lie still beneath me. Should you dare to move, I promise to show you what it feels like to be swept away by a tempest. Do you understand?" Sumo retorted, "What do you take me for? I have no interest in your queenly conquest game. There are still 20 minutes remaining." "Very well. My dear, you shall undoubtedly appreciate this." The shapeshifter's form shifted yet again, this time into the lively Kitty. "Mr. Venom, let's engage in a game together." Sumo responded, "I do not wish to play. If you win, I might allow you to." Kitty provocatively adjusted her modestly proportioned chest. "I find your crude attempts at seduction aesthetically exhausting. If you persist in wasting my time with such tactics, I can certainly find amusement by employing the symbiote to engage in less savory activities within your body, such as causing a knot in your intestines." At last, the shapeshifter ceased her transformations and reverted to her original form. "You wretch," she fumed, gritting her teeth. "Is there truly a cat in this world that does not stray?" Unwilling to be deterred, the shapeshifter resolved to try once more. With a shift of thought, her azure skin began to undulate again, soon taking on the visage of Shuri, perfectly mimicking her composed and cool demeanor. Sensing Sumo's emotional shift, the shapeshifter thought, "This time it will work." She awaited with eager anticipation, only to be met with a chilling retort. "You are courting death." Sumo's voice in her mind turned icy, laced with unrestrained malice. Simultaneously, a combat aircraft landed on the tarmac of the Tri-Point headquarters. As the hatch opened, a battalion of heavily armed agents swiftly surrounded the area. Leading the group was a woman with a cold and stern expression, Agent Victoria Hand, the senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson. "It is a pleasure to see that you are still alive," Agent Hand remarked, her tone devoid of any emotion as she regarded Coulson stepping out of the aircraft. "I had thought you had either met a glorious end or joined the ranks of those traitors." She cast a glance at the individuals behind Coulson. "Aside from you, the others will need to be temporarily detained until we ascertain who is trustworthy." "That is unnecessary," Hill interjected, emerging from the cabin. "Agent Hand, my authority supersedes yours, so I will take command here for the time being. Do you have any objections?" Hand appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hill. Maria Hill, the most trusted deputy of Fury, was certainly not someone who would betray S.H.I.E.L.D. "Deputy Director Hill," she said, tempering her sharp demeanor, "of course. I have no objections. It is indeed fortuitous to have you in charge." "Excellent. Then let's not squander any more time. We have much to accomplish," Hill stated decisively, striding purposefully toward the command center. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could precipitate. On the large screen, the global S.H.I.E.L.D. division logos had turned a menacing crimson, indicative of Hydra's influence. "You are all aware of the current situation," Hill announced from the operations console. Her voice steady. Those insidious rats of Hydra are exploiting our internal networks and operative information to systematically eliminate dissenters. Therefore, the first order of business is to delete all operative files. We cannot allow them to utilize this information to harm our personnel. Fitz immediately sprang into action, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard. Wait, Simmons suddenly called out, pointing at a file on the screen. Commander, this file is locked. It is quite peculiar. With your clearance, there should be nothing within S.H.I.E.L.D that you cannot access. Hill glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing. A folder labeled Project Insight was displayed, secured with the highest level of encryption. She recalled that S.H.I.E.L.D had constructed 3 aircraft carriers, intending to employ big data analysis and predictive technology to identify and neutralize potential security threats before they arose. If those standards had been compromised by HYDRA, then the system would no longer predict crimes, but would instead target those who posed an obstacle to them. Hill's pupils constricted slightly as she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Kara, I need you to contact Gwen. Chapter 44. The Punishment of Sue-Mo. Journey to the dam. The night had deepened. S.H.I.E.L.D turned over in her sleeping bag, her bladder urging her to action. She unzipped the tent and peered outside. The campfire had dwindled to mere embers, and the surroundings lay in a profound silence. Perfect, no one is around, she thought, crouching low as she slipped out of the tent, intending to relieve herself at the edge of the forest. As she passed by Mystique's tent, her footsteps faltered. Shadows flickered upon the fabric of the tent, piquing her curiosity. Unable to resist, S.H.I.E.L.D leaned in closer for a glimpse. The silhouette projected on the tent wall froze her in place. It was the outline of a woman, her form exquisitely curvaceous, entwined by several thick, elongated tendrils. S.H.I.E.L.D instinctively covered her mouth, nearly gasping aloud. Or Sue-Mo and that blue-skinned mutant up to inside. Within the tent, Sue-Mo's voice was frigid as he constricted Mystique's neck with his tendrils. Yet, her expression betrayed no hint of pain. Instead, she smirked, her eyes glinting with excitement and defiance as she gasped. Oh, come on, Mr. Venom. Is that your greatest strength? I expected you to be a bit more brutal. Let us see how long you can endure this. Outside the tent, a newly emerged shadow from S.H.I.E.L.D's vantage point appeared misaligned, suggesting they were engaged in something indecorous. S.H.I.E.L.D thought, what is this? A restricted live performance ID pay to see, but cannot? Her mind was a blank slate. Was this what Sue-Mo referred to as serious business for the night? She cautiously retreated, her gaze still fixated on the tent, the scene too exhilarating. She feared she might be haunted by nightmares that night. As dawn broke and the morning mist lingered in the woods, the Blackbird's engine rumbled ominously, preparing for takeoff. S.H.I.E.L.D yawned repeatedly, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. She had hardly slept the previous night, her thoughts consumed by those undulating shadows, the tendrils, and that blue-skinned woman. She cast a furtive glance at Mystique, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Magneto. She had to admit, Mystique's physique was indeed impressive. However, Sue-Mo's taste seemed rather excessive. Let us go. Board the plane. Sue-Mo's voice broke through a reverie. S.H.I.E.L.D responded with an "oh" and hurried to catch up with the group. The Blackbird ascended, soaring towards the striker base. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tinged with tension. S.H.I.E.L.D occasionally stole sidelong glances at Mystique, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Magneto, seated beside Mystique, turned his head slightly, his voice lower. How are you feeling? Mystique instinctively rubbed her neck, still haunted by the sensation of being constricted by an unseen force. She forced a smile, her voice hoarse. He said he would give it serious consideration. Magneto replied, your voice. No matter, convincing someone like him requires considerable persuasion. Mystique, feeling uneasy, averted her gaze. Upon hearing this, Magneto's eyes flickered briefly, and he chose not to inquire further. We are nearly there. The sound of the piano resonated from the cockpit. Katie, Natasha, and S.H.I.E.L.D gazed out through the porthole. Below, a colossal dam spanned the chasm, torrents cascading from a spillway with overwhelming force. On one side of the dam, inconspicuous structures were nestled, resembling ordinary water management facilities. This was Stryker's clandestine base. Aurora spoke first, pointing to an unremarkable passage on the virtual map. That was the spillway, the sole entryway into the dam's interior. If they were to brazenly enter, Stryker would likely release the water. I can slip through. Katie raised her hand, her eagerness palpable. But Jean immediately shook her head. No, Katie, the dam structure is too robust. Forcing your way through would be excruciating, and you might even get stuck. S.H.I.E.L.D felt the surging power within her, brought forth by Sue-Mo. She thought, how difficult could this be? Just then, she was about to suggest, why don't we just demolish this wretched place? When Sue-Mo's voice echoed her mind. Wait for me to find someone. S.H.I.E.L.D paused. Someone? At a time like this? Sue-Mo offered no further explanation. To him, eliminating Stryker was indeed vital. But of far greater importance was locating Fireman to replicate his ability to control flames. If the plot were to unfold as originally scripted, Sumo might not have been so pressed. But circumstances had shifted. Wolverine and Fireman had been captured by Stryker. Who knew how the narrative would evolve below? What if Fireman met his end amidst the chaos? Who would he turn to for the replication of the fire-controlling ability? Sumo had to plan ahead. Replication required time, and he did not wish for the situation to spiral out of control so swiftly. Thus, he did not intend to assist Jean and the others in breaching the dam. Meanwhile, Aurora and Magneto conferred, quickly reaching a decision. Mystique would transform into Magneto and feign surrender. As long as she could gain entry into the dam, she could seize the opportunity to disable the spillway. A straightforward idea, yet effective. Sumo recalled that in the original plot, it was Mystique disguised as Wolverine who infiltrated. Everyone, let us step away for a moment, he announced, disappearing with Sky. Aurora and Jean exchanged glances. At that moment, Natasha, her back to the group, scrutinized the communicator in her hand. Where were the reinforcements? Why had they not yet arrived? Both missions were underway simultaneously. Mystique, disguised as Magneto, boldly strode into the spillway. The cameras had already detected her presence, and the guards promptly reported to Stryker, who grinned. Just perfect, let Charles handle him. Behind him, Wolverine and the others, like Yukio, were already under control. On the other side, as Sky traversed the absurdly thick dam structure, she felt as though she might fall apart. It hurt so much. Sumo. Her mental scream could have toppled a roof. Sumo felt her pain as well. The sensation of acid pain seeping from the crevices of his bones made him gasp. Katie's abilities applied to such a formidable task felt like a form of torture. It was no wonder that Quinn forbade Katie from taking risks. This level of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. You have only yourself to blame. You charged in so quickly that I barely had time to block the pain. Sumo retorted with exasperation. Sky expressed her grievance. How was I to know it would hurt this much? Sumo shot back. Did you truly believe that using your face to break against a massive barrier would be akin to a stroll in the park? You were practically airborne just moments ago. Sky was momentarily at a loss for words, but then, with a defiant gleam in her eye, she exclaimed, "You'd better be courteous to me, or I might just reveal every detail of your escapade with that blue-skinned woman to Hill." Sumo chuckled at Sky's bluster. She reminded him of a pampered cat that, despite knowing who the master is, still seeks opportunities to extend its claws and test the limits of its authority, striving to appear more capable than it truly is. Rather than feeling anger, he found her spirited demeanor quite amusing. He replied nonchalantly, "Then, do take a guess as to who will be the first to face misfortune." Sky gasped in disbelief. Chapter 45. The Crisis of the Battle Police with the Copying of Fire Control Abilities. While playfulness and frivolity have their place, serious matters demand attention. Within the damp, metallic corridor, the air was thick with a peculiar blend of mildew and rust. Sky endeavored to keep her body low, stealthily maneuvering through the dimly lit passage. She seemed to be mimicking the agents from the movies, yet her knee inadvertently collided with a nearby metal pipe, producing a soft thud. "Hey, Sumo," she quickly thought, partly to divert her embarrassment from the knee bump and partly out of genuine curiosity. "If I were to apply to S.H.I.E.L.D, what level do you think they would classify me as an agent? Anything too high like Hill is out of the question. Considering my skills and clever mind, achieving a level 4 or 5 should be a piece of cake, right?" Before Sumo could respond, she excitedly contemplated the possibilities herself. "That is S.H.I.E.L.D, not a welfare institution." Sumo's voice echoed dismissively in her mind. As they turned a corner, they encountered 2 patrolling soldiers. "Hide against the wall," Sumo instructed succinctly. Sky resigned herself, holding her breath as her body melded into the cold concrete. This time, Sumo had managed to block the pain, but the suffocating sensation of being unable to breathe within the wall still left Sky feeling quite uncomfortable. After a few seconds, they emerged on the other side. Sky's face was flushed, gasping for air. "Can you hold on a little longer? Once this is over, I can offer you some compensation." Sumo glanced at her. The reward of helping her obtain superpowers, only for him to duplicate them later. Certainly a lucrative venture. Sky's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Yet her words betrayed a facade of bravado. "I merely assisted you to experience the sensation of being a superhero. There is no need for compensation." Sumo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I presumed your intentions were to eliminate Strike." Sky scoffed. "I am not so noble." "Curiously, I feel the same," Sumo replied, his tone adopting a more serious note. "John should be nearby. I can sense the presence of the living." He guided Sky into a narrower passage, flanked by heavy metallic prison doors, each adorned with palm-sized observation windows. Sky leaned closer to one of the small panes, peering inside. There, a somewhat frail young man clutched a lighter, flickering the flame intermittently. In the dim light, The flame briefly illuminated his features before extinguishing. It was John, codenamed Fireman. Her gaze shifted to the adjacent cell, where another girl was confined, younger than John. Strands of premature white mingled with her dark hair. She was the demoness. The remaining cells stood empty. Logan and the others were nowhere to be found. Sky whispered, "What now? Are we to rescue him?" "Leave it to me." Sumo's voice resonated in her mind, crisp and decisive. In the next moment, Sky felt her body slipping from her control as Su-Mo commandeered it, striding confidently towards John's cell. Upon hearing the commotion, John lifted his head, ready to inquire who approached, only to see a woman gliding through the bars like a specter. John exclaimed, "What?" Before he could react further, Su-Mo delivered a swift punch to his jaw. Thud! John's eyes rolled back as he promptly lost consciousness, the lighter clattering to the ground. Sumo's voice echoed in Sky's mind. "This is what I intended to do." Sky, still reeling from Sumo's abrupt and forceful actions, sensed her departure from her body. "Take care of yourself. If captured, surrender immediately. Rest assured, as before, I shall come to your rescue." Before her words faded, Sumo had completed the symbiosis. Sky blinked, observing the unconscious John and the securely locked cell door. "Don't forget to compensate me after this," she muttered softly. Merely a few dozen meters away, in a control room filled with numerous screens flashing red warning lights, Mystique reverted to her original form. The soldiers escorting her had been efficiently dispatched, her agility and combat skills requiring little effort. With a flicker of blue light, she transformed into Strike's likeness, successfully taking over the control room. Click! She locked the door behind her. "Now, this domain belongs to me." Having accomplished her task, Mystique glanced at the control panel, which displayed the status, "Floodgate, closed." Continuing, she pressed several buttons on the control panel in the main control room, and the heavy doors leading to the base creaked open slowly. This allowed Magneto and his companions to enter smoothly. Once this was accomplished, Mystique began searching the system for the location of Charles' confinement. As everything fell into place, she exhaled in relief, leaning against the console. It seemed almost too effortless. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to reflect on the process of entering. The soldiers escorting her had seemingly guided her towards the control room with an uncanny ease, and the obstacles encountered along the way were suspiciously minimal. Could these individuals be acting with intent? Meanwhile, outside, thunder rumbled ominously. A guard instinctively swallowed hard, casting a glance at his companion. "Isn't this weather rather troublesome?" The reply came, "It's a normal occurrence. The weather here is notoriously unpredictable." Even he seemed unconvinced. Before he could finish his sentence, the robust metal doors of the base emitted a jarring distortion, suddenly caving inward with a violent rupture. A few guards, just raising their weapons, found themselves disarmed by an invisible force. Their firearms twisted mid-air into spirals before crashing down upon them like scrap metal. Humanity's repeated folly with metal was evident. Magneto strode into the corridor, surrounded by swirling metal debris. Jean followed closely, her eyes gleaming with determination. The remaining guards were propelled uncontrollably against the walls, losing consciousness. Aurora then soared in through the shattered doorway, crackling with electricity, resembling a Valkyrie descending from the heavens, striking several cameras into ruins with bolts of lightning. Kitty soon joined them, her excitement palpable as she witnessed the overwhelming display of power. "If you ask me, Agent Romanoff needn't wait for any S.H.I.E.L.D. backup. We can handle this ourselves, right?" Kitty glanced at Jean and Aurora, seeking affirmation. Aurora shook her head. "We need to rendezvous on the Blackbird." With a smile, Jean added, "And you can't pilot a plane. Ladies and gentlemen, we must locate the main target," Mystique declared as she exited the control room, just in time to spot Magneto and the others. She led the way, and the group traversed several corridors. Just as they turned a corner into a more expansive area, Stryker appeared, pushing a wheelchair. Seated within was none other than Charles Xavier, wearing a rudimentary metallic inhibitor, his eyes tightly shut and his complexion pale. "Welcome, everyone. I expected you to linger outside a bit longer, playing hide-and-seek," Stryker grinned, his smile brimming with arrogance and cunning. Magneto's expression darkened. Stryker. Charles, however, was ignored by Stryker, who lowered his head and quietly addressed the man in the wheelchair. "It's time to get to work, my old friend." "Silence them." Charles's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, an invisible psychic shockwave surged forth. Aurora and Mystique were the first to bear the brunt. They screamed in agony, clutching their heads, collapsing to their knees. Kitty followed suit, her body flickering uncontrollably between reality and illusion, before she let out a muffled groan and fell limp. "Professor." The veins on Jean's forehead bulged, clearly straining to resist the overwhelming psychic force. In contrast, Magneto, shielded by his helmet, was not subjected to the direct psychic onslaught. Yet, just as he prepared to act, a metallic claw lashed out from the side. Magneto reacted swiftly, suspending Logan in midair. However, in the next instant, searing red beams and frigid blasts assailed him from two other directions. Cyclops and Iceman, their eyes devoid of life, attacked Magneto relentlessly like marionettes. This back-and-forth exchange made defeat merely a matter of time. Inside the Blackbird, Natasha was idly watching the communicator, which displayed no signal. What on earth is going on? Wasn't support promised? She muttered a curse under her breath. Suddenly, the communicator emitted a piercing electrical sound. Immediately after, a rhythmic rock tune filled the cockpit, quite ostentatious in its delivery. Has the communication been breached? Natasha was taken aback. A playful yet familiar voice emanated from the communicator. Hey, Agent Romanoff, surprised? Stock? Chapter 46, Avengers vs. X-Men. In a prison block, Symbiote extracted himself from John's body. Success. A warm and restless energy coursed through him, lifting his spirits. However, he noticed an unsettling silence outside. Logically, Old Man should have been creating quite a ruckus with Stryker. It would be unusual for him to leave this place unscathed. Why was there not a single sound? Symbiote glanced back. S.H.I.E.L.D had inexplicably dragged the unconscious John off the bed and tossed him onto the floor, then curled up in a narrow single bed, soundly asleep. Symbiote, what kind of extraordinary relaxation allows someone to sleep so soundly in this environment? Get up and go back to sleep, will you? Silently, Symbiote returned to S.H.I.E.L.D's form. Just as she began to awaken, she felt a chill on her back. Black tendrils extended from her back, wrapping around her waist like whips, pulling her up from the bed without gentleness, standing her upright. Wow, what are you doing? S.H.I.E.L.D gasped. Instantly wide awake. Symbiote, if you're feeling sleepy, I could give you a little wake-up call. No sooner had he spoken than he controlled S.H.I.E.L.D to lift her leg and deliver a kick. Bang! The heavy metallic prison door was violently kicked open, embedding itself into the wall of the opposite corridor with a sharp, whistling sound, producing a deafening clamor. Initially, the intent was to discreetly enter for the purpose of copying abilities. However, the thought of potentially burying Katie and the others deterred him from demolishing the dam. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent for a moment in his mind. Indeed, the commotion was invigorating, but I was not the only target. The alarm instantaneously echoed throughout the area. Rapid footsteps approached from afar, and several armed soldiers rushed in, immediately aiming their weapons at S.H.I.E.L.D, who stood before the shattered door and opened fire. Hot, 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 hot. The hail of bullets swiftly enveloped the entire corridor, raining down upon S.H.I.E.L.D with a series of metallic clangs. Sparks erupted, and the deformed bullets fell helplessly to the ground. Symbiote, indifferent to evading the onslaught, remained unfazed. The symbiote was inherently bulletproof, and he had additionally replicated a steel physique. Such attacks were scarcely worthy of even a mere scratch. However, these individuals had sealed their own fates. Symbiote, controlling S.H.I.E.L.D's body, leisurely stepped forward a couple of paces, raising his hand amidst the intense gunfire to snap his fingers. Snap! In the next instant, the flames spewing from the soldier's weapons seemed doused in gasoline, surging violently. Multiple searing pillars of fire surged backward, instantly engulfing and incinerating them. In mere seconds, the corridor was left with only the acrid scent of charred flesh. S.H.I.E.L.D stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't he afraid of fire? How could he suddenly control the flames? The astute S.H.I.E.L.D quickly pieced together the implications. If someone were to witness this, it would surely become a sensational story. She instinctively remarked, "You mean like you?" Sumo's voice echoed softly, "Why would I?" S.H.I.E.L.D hastily shook her head, a twinge of guilt creeping in as she recalled her previous actions. They opened fire without a word. Retaliating seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Hey, haha, I hope you truly believe that, S.H.I.E.L.D. Symbiote strolled leisurely toward the exit, leaving the prison area behind. Along the way, he observed several guards sprawled on the ground. Turning a corner, he arrived at the equipment area, where a vast hall opened before him. Dozens of enormous hydroelectric generators lined the somewhat damp floor, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. The metallic grating beneath his feet trembled slightly with the machine's operation, creating the sensation of being within the belly of a colossal beast. Just then, a sudden twitch of the spider sense ignited, and Symbiote instinctively turned his head. Whoosh! 3 sharp claws grazed his cheek, stirring a gust of wind. It was Wolverine. Without even glancing, Symbiote retaliated with a fist. Boom! Logan was propelled backward, crashing directly into the solid metal wall, leaving a distinct human-shaped indentation. An ambush? How utterly devoid of martial ethics, S.H.I.E.L.D mused within his mind. Symbiote turned to the side, setting his gaze upon the orderly formation of the Sentinels and Magneto's entourage. Cyclops, Iceman, Storm, and Mystique were all present except for Katie. Each of them wore vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of life, resembling a troupe of marionettes. Behind them stood Stryker, causing Sumo's heart to sink. How could he have failed to perceive such a large group of individuals? It was as if this area had been erased from his awareness. It must be Charles's ability. Sumo's vigilance surged, Could this individual influence my perception? Might he also be able to control my thoughts? Never mind. I shall summon a blizzard and freeze this bald head. Remarkable. Stryker observed Symbiote with admiration. You're different from them. This is true power. Join us, and we shall eradicate these aberrant mutants from the earth. He took a step forward, his face alight with fervent recruitment. What distinguishes mutants from superhumans? Why do you harbor such disdain for them? Sky questioned, perplexed. They are genetic aberrations, mistakes of nature. You and I, are of the same kind. Of the same kind? Symbiote felt as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. You, hiding behind a line of puppets, dare to claim kinship with me? Allow me to enlighten you, Stryker. Symbiote leisurely flexed his wrists, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. In this world, there are only two types of people, myself and those who will soon find themselves beneath my feet. Unfortunately, you and your puppets belong to the latter. Very well, very well. Stryker sneered as he issued a command to Charles. Silence him, Charles. Charles pressed his index finger to his temple. An invisible mental tempest surged forth, akin to a heated iron rod thrusting into Sky's brain. Indeed, it was Sky's. Sky lamented. Why is it always me who suffers? My head is going to explode. Symbiote retorted. Don't explode just yet. Symbiote acted before Charles could respond. Whoosh. He remained still, yet a blizzard erupted within the vast chamber. The temperature plummeted below freezing, thick frost rapidly forming on the turbine. And even the walls began to creak ominously. The mental assault seemed to freeze in its tracks, its potency diminished. This tactic had failed. All the controlled mutants took action simultaneously. Blinding red beams, the encroaching frost, and shards of metal crackling with electricity surged towards Symbiote. Just then, a frivolous voice resonated throughout the venue via some amplification device. Hey kids, has anyone ordered takeout? Almost as soon as the words left the speaker's lips, several small missiles descended from the heavens, trailing fiery tails. They struck precisely within the ranks of the Sentinels, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. The shockwaves sent them sprawling, their formation disintegrating in an instant. Charles' mental assault dissipated entirely. Symbiote, taken aback, murmured, Tony? The Iron Man's suit descended nearby, its visor retracting to reveal Tony's infuriatingly smug visage. Well, a superhero-style save. Surprised? He added casually, by the way, who is it that has Fury constantly mouthing off about Strick? Symbiote, though he did not require assistance, felt that Tony's arrival was somewhat unwarranted. Yet, it was not entirely unwelcome. Such was the bond shared among the Avengers. Yes, indeed. However, as Sumo's gaze swept over to Magneto across the way and then back to Tony, he remarked, perhaps you should head home, Tony. Tony retorted, a bit hurtful, don't you think? Natasha emerged from the shadows on the opposite side. What's the situation? It appears we are outnumbered. No need to fret. Tony shrugged. We have an old relic on the way. Steve? Where is he now? Suddenly, Strick squinted, glancing towards Sumo's rear. A steady voice emerged from behind Symbiote, Chapter 47. Tony takes on Magneto. The Phoenix Force awakens in the next moment, a circular shield, adorned in red, white, and blue, sword from the left. Clang! The shield struck Cyclops squarely on the head, rendering him unconscious. The red beam that had been poised to erupt extinguished as well. The shield traced an elegant arc through the air, landing securely in the grasp of its owner. Apologies for my tardiness. Steve Rogers stood at the entrance of the corridor, his expression earnest. So Montag was momentarily stunt. Had he deliberately timed his entrance for maximum effect? That line had certainly been rehearsed against the wall for quite some time. How else could he appear so dashing? I'll remember that line, Steve, Symbiote declared. One day, I shall return to you in full. In the context of the Avengers, Infinity War plot, he would have Doctor Strange open a portal on the left. Wait a moment, this world has Superman, Wonder Woman, and Thanos invading? They're always welcome. Steve, upon hearing this, offered a composed smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the adversaries ahead. Strick's eyes were icy. Iron Man and Captain America. He was well aware of their identities. Their presence here signified that his plans had long been exposed. Eliminate them, Strick sneered, uttering not a word more. Apart from Scott, the Sentinels and Magneto sprang into action in an instant. Symbiote had intended to take down Magneto swiftly. After all, his abilities effectively countered Tony's armor and Captain America's shield. He had come to offer assistance, and it would be rather humiliating to be defeated. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Tony proactively soared towards Magneto. Listen, I truly have no desire to bully an elderly man. Tony's armor hovered effortlessly in the air, as relaxed as if he were engaging in conversation at a private gathering. A billionaire thrashing an octogenarian would certainly not bode well for Stark Industries stock prices. Therefore, I present you with an opportunity, old man. Surrender now, and I might facilitate your admission to the finest retirement home. At that moment, Charles's psychic energy surged once more. only to mysteriously dissipate. Su-Mo resolved to deliver a punch to Charles, ensuring his eternal slumber to prevent any further complications. Meanwhile, with a swift motion, Wolverine's claws, slicing through the air, aimed directly for Steve's throat. Steve's gaze sharpened as he raised his shield to block. The clash of vibranium and adamantium erupted in a shower of sparks. "We do not wish to harm you," Steve declared firmly, delivering a shield strike that forced Wolverine back. Both were veterans of World War II, yet Steve's combat skills far surpassed Logan's as he dominated the exchange. However, while Logan could afford numerous mistakes, Steve could afford but one. Natasha faced Mystique, who had transformed into her likeness, mimicking even the cold allure in her eyes. "You wish to play a game of imitation? An imposter," Natasha scoffed, executing a sweeping kick. The two Black Widows immediately engaged in a deadly dance, each move lethal. Amidst the chaos, Iceman pressed his hands to the ground. With a crack, biting cold surged forth, transforming into a massive ice wall and sharp ice spikes, advancing upon the crowd. Su-Mo barely glanced in their direction, delivering a single punch. Boom! The formidable ice wall shattered into a flurry of icy shards. His figure darted through the icy mist, and in the next moment, he stood before Iceman, delivering yet another punch. Iceman had no time to react, collapsing unconscious to the ground. "You are weary. Sleep now." Aurora's eyes glazed over as she levitated slowly into the air. Sumontak va svifta. Just as Aurora's feet left the ground, her body crackling with electricity, he appeared silently above her. He pressed a hand gently upon her white hair and applied a gentle downward force. The tempest of raging lightning that had been building was extinguished in an instant. Aurora was irresistibly compelled back to the ground. Thud! Her feet struck the metallic floor with a dull thump. Su-Mo descended gracefully, observing the astonished Aurora, his tone flat. "Do you wish to unleash your full power? You too shall sleep." With a simple punch, Storm's eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire process was stark and swift, reaching an almost extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, the battle was decisively won, leaving only Jean Grey, who remained rooted in place, motionless. Shifting focus to Tony and Magneto, the latter stirred, raising a hand slowly. With a chilling screech of twisting metal, Tony's armored suit contorted as if gripped by an invisible force, collapsing inward like a crushed can. The joints were forcibly twisted into grotesque shapes, and the arc reactor flickered ominously, nearly extinguishing. Before Tony could finish his tirade, he lost control entirely, hurled like a discarded toy against a massive generator. With a resounding crash, the steel armor was embedded in the machinery, sparking electricity. Su-Mo, realizing the situation, turned back. Had they lost? A billionaire was being thoroughly bested by an octogenarian, and stocks would surely plummet further. The visor snapped open with a click as Tony coughed, struggling to extricate himself from the mangled suit. Gazing at Su-Mo, who reveled in the misfortune, he complained, "Hey, you didn't mention this fellow could control metal. Otherwise, why do you think he has called Magneto?" Su-Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Tony retorted defiantly, "Honestly, wouldn't T-Metal King be more fitting?" Meanwhile, the tide of battle was swiftly becoming clear. Steve seized an opportunity, striking Wolverine on the head with a shield. A dull thud resounded as Logan fell, eyes rolling back, succumbing once again. This marked the second time he had been knocked unconscious, now ensnared in a childlike slumber due to a concussion. Just as Steve exhaled in relief, he felt a sudden chill at his waist. Glancing down, he saw his uniform torn and blood seeping from a wound, a reckless approach to combat. The duel between the two Natashas intensified. Mystique executed a stunning maneuver, ensnaring Natasha's neck with her exceptional agility. This was Natasha's own signature scissor kick, and she felt the sting of humiliation as her face flushed. Losing interest in these superhumans, she pivoted her wrist, deploying the Widow's bite directly into Mystique's thigh. With a sharp hiss, Mystique convulsed and transformed back into her original form, collapsing to the ground. Natasha rubbed her sore neck, surveying the multitude of fallen figures around her. Frowning as she wondered, "Where's Fury?" He slipped away amidst the chaos. "Let me see where he is hiding now." Sumo's gaze pierced through the heavy walls, spotting Fury preparing to flee with his precious son, Jason, through a secret passage. Standing guard at the exit was Yuriko. Thinking of pursuing, Sumo suddenly felt the prickling of spider sense. He whipped around, focusing on the only other person still standing, Jean Grey. Her once vacant eyes now blazed with a terrifying crimson glow as a dreadful energy awakened within her, distorting the very air around. The power of the Phoenix, one of the oldest and most formidable cosmic forces. Tony and the others remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation as Natasha jested. "It seems she has her eyes on you, Su-Mo." A shiver ran down Su-Mo's spine. Could he possibly be ignorant of the Black Phoenix's gaze upon him? Yet why? Chapter 48. Black Phoenix, save me. Ancient One. The Himalayas. The biting wind cut like a blade across the ridges. The air cold enough to freeze one's breath into white frost. An ancient temple stood solemnly amidst the white desolation. In the courtyard of Kamartaj, the Ancient One leisurely tended to her tea set. She lifted the purple clay teapot, amber liquid pouring into the cup. Curiously, the rising steam did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into flowing images in the air. There was the Iron Man soaring across the skies of New York, the Dark Knight standing resolute in Gotham's rainy night, and a red and blue figure dashing across the globe. The scenes flickered and ultimately froze within the vast interior of a colossal dam. The Phoenix power erupted from Jean. Trouble. The Ancient One raised her cup and gently blew across it. The images dispersed. At that moment, a ripple formed at the entrance of the courtyard. The barrier here was far more robust than it had been a century ago. A woman clad in a dark trench coat stepped inside, her features sculpted to perfection, reminiscent of a goddess from myth. A reluctant choice, for the world now was far noisier than it had been in the last century. The Ancient One slid a teacup toward her. The woman inquired, "You summon me. What is the matter?" The Ancient One remained silent, merely extending a finger to lightly tap the teacup before her. The surface rippled, and the recently vanished image resurfaced. The Phoenix. The woman's expression instantly turned grave. It was but a fragment, yet it had found a most perfect abode. What had awakened it? S.H.I.E.L.D. The Ancient One sipped her tea. When Jean was young, he had erected a wall in her mind, a cage forged out of goodwill. Alas, someone had just forced him to shatter that lock. His own mental assault had breached the very seal he had established. The woman comprehended immediately. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded slightly. The Phoenix should not manifest at this juncture. Thus, do I need to intervene? Suemo felt a chill run down his spine. Why? Was it due to the surging energy within him and the array of abilities he had assimilated? Did he see himself as a coveted prize? Jean. Just as Suemo was about to speak, a pained groan emerged from beside him. Scott had awakened. He shook his head, propping himself up from the ground, and raised his eyes to see Jean. Jean. Worry etched across his face. He staggered forward without a second thought. Don't go, Steve shouted, but it was too late. Jean slowly lowered her head, her vacant gaze resting upon Scott. She extended a hand, gently caressing his cheek, her touch tender as that of a lover. In the next moment, Scott let out a piercing scream. The energy within him was being violently siphoned away, like water being drawn from a well, and surged into the Dark Phoenix. This is bad. Tony began to raise his hand. She killing. Natasha prepared to draw her weapon. Yet they found themselves immobilized. An invisible, weighty psychic force enveloped them all. Steve gritted his teeth, unable to lift even a finger. She's watching us. Suemo's voice was chillingly calm. She's selecting her next target. Jean drained Scott of his energy, allowing him to collapse to the ground. Then she turned her gaze. Once again, it fell upon Suemo. That immense psychic pressure doubled in an instant, bearing down upon Suemo. Suemo cursed in Scott's mind. However, just then, his eyes swept across the corner. Magneto's unassuming helmet lay carelessly discarded there. Isn't their way out? Suemo looked back at Jean. If I don't give you a beating today, you'll be insufferable. Whoosh! A black web shot forth with precision, ensnaring the helmet and pulling it back. Suemo grasped it and placed it directly upon Scott's head. Buzz! The overwhelming psychic pressure diminished by 90%, as if rising from the depths of the ocean back to the shallows. What has happened? I feel like I've died once already, Scott remarked. Suemo replied nonchalantly. You weren't quite dead. I brought you back. Can you defeat her? Scott asked. Let us find out, Suemo replied. Just don't try and die on me. I'm the one who is supposed to die. In the next moment, his body surged upward, expanding as dark symbiotic material erupted forth, enveloping him completely. In an instant, a towering black monstrosity stood before them, muscular and fearsome. Get Katie and the others out, and don't forget, there are still 2 in the prison. Suemo glanced at Steve and the others. After speaking, he thrust his foot down, causing the ground to crack underfoot. With all his might, he delivered a punch toward Jean. A crimson energy shield flared to life around her. Boom! His fist struck the shield with a resounding thud. The shield did not shatter. Yet, that immense force propelled Jean backward. Bang! 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 They shattered the first wall. Then the second and the third thick concrete wall crumbled before them like mere paper. The entire foundation of the dam trembled violently. Dust cascaded down from the ceiling. Suemo understood that he could not possibly defeat the Black Phoenix at this moment. The future remained uncertain. For now, he could only attempt to emulate a scene from a film, using a deluge to ensnare her. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Jean slowly ascended, her eyes glowing ominously red. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted with her at its core, Sumo was struck directly by this force, his massive form hurled backwards. Yet he felt no pain. In a haze, he crashed through the final wall, regaining his balance. Sky's voice carried an odd tone. Sumo, it seems she does not wish to kill us. Sumo sensed this as well. That last blow felt more like a shove than an attack. That was even worse. He replied darkly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, energy erupted from behind Sheen. A pair of wings, forged from pure energy, unfurled dramatically. A colossal phantom of a fiery phoenix roared behind her, soaring upward. The entire space vibrated, nearly on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming force surged forward like a tsunami, like an avalanche. Buzz, the helmet he had acquired from Magneto, emitted a mournful wail, utterly unable to withstand this force. Sumo's body froze, rendered immobile. His gaze slowly drifted upward. During the battle, he had surreptitiously cracked the ceiling. It was about to collapse. Sky, in despair, exclaimed, "I'm glad to know you, Sumo. But please, don't say your last words. It would be awkward. Wait, can we still live?" Sky's mood swung dramatically, suddenly buoyant. Soon, he would use phasing to charge outward. Sumoriman skeptica. Even if the flood could not contain Sheen, he could at least restrain her momentarily. With his phasing and super speed, could she really catch up? Sheen hovered in the air, her crimson eyes calmly fixed on Sumo. She gradually approached, aligning her gaze with his enormous head. Then, she extended her hand, gently placing it atop Sumo's head, just as she had done with Scott. Yet, in the next moment, she did not siphon any energy. Instead, she leaned in to kiss him. Both Sumo and Sky were bewildered. What was she doing? Sumo, too, was at a loss. He had envisioned 100 scenarios in which he was obliterated by the Phoenix's power, but this was not one of them. This was no kiss. It was a predation, a greedy consumption from the universe's most ancient force. The symbiote gradually lost its vitality, beginning to disintegrate. The 3-meter-tall, grotesque creature was unraveling. It was neither pain nor pleasure, but rather a profound emptiness, as though his very soul was being extricated. Damn it, where's the water? Why is this dam so sturdy? Who built this dam? It was at that moment. A peculiar resonance of energy reverberated through the hall. In midair, a circular portal composed of golden sparks materialized out of thin air. Sumo's eyes brightened. Ancient One, save me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a radiant golden rope shot forth from the portal. Chapter 49. The Form of Aiken, the Crimson Chains of Syndrak. The verbal lasso ensnared Sheen with precision, encircling her repeatedly, firmly binding her and the imposing phantom of the Fire Phoenix behind her. Shortly thereafter, a woman emerged from the portal, embodying divinity and perfection, as if a sculpture from ancient Greece had come to life. Clad in battle armor and wielding the other end of the verbal lasso, her expression was one of fierce determination. A sudden crescendo of a familiar battle hymn echoed in Sumo's mind. Wonder Woman? How did she arrive here? Sky exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the Valkyrie? She still owes me a camera. Caw! The bound Sheen emitted a cry that resembled a bird's shriek, unleashing the full force of the Phoenix within her. The scarlet energy surged violently against the verbal lasso, its light flickering erratically. Diana furrowed her brow as the ground beneath her began to crack. At that moment, the visage of the Ancient One appeared before the portal. She merely stood there, and the chaotic space seemed to have been paused. With her hands clasped before her, the Ancient One slowly drew them apart. Countless identical phantoms separated from her form, layering upon one another, instantly filling the vast hall. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Ancient Ones, donned in the same yellow robes, assumed identical postures, their serene gazes fixed upon Sheen. This was the form of Aiken. Then, with a graceful, circular motion of her hands, she began to chant softly, and several deep crimson energy chains materialized from thin air. The chains swiftly entwined around the Black Phoenix, intertwining with a verbal lasso, a juxtaposition of gold and red, of the sacred and the malevolent. The Black Phoenix's piercing shriek grew hoarse as its energy waned. Sky was utterly astonished. Incredible. The Crimson Chains of Syndrak, one of the most formidable binding spells. It was indeed only the Ancient One who would dare to wield such power. Sumo elaborated. It is well known that Marvel's magic is largely borrowed, and this particular spell draws upon the might of Syndrak, the formidable demon lord of the Crimson Cosmos. Syndrak reigns over the Crimson Universe and is the source of the Red Hulk's power. The Infinity Gauntlet holds no sway in his domain. He has previously ensnared the Planet Devourer's ship and expelled 1/5 of the Phoenix fragments. However, to conjure so many duplicates and simultaneously utilize Syndrak's Crimson Chains? What a ist. How much power must the Ancient One have borrowed? Is she intending to drive the creditor to bankruptcy? Sumo recalled that in Avengers, Infinity War, Doctor Strange used a similar technique while battling Thanos on Titan. His duplicates wielded mere energy whips, but the Ancient One was truly formidable. Each of her duplicates functioned as an independent and powerful spellcaster. Yet that was insufficient. The Ancient One formed hand seals with such swiftness that they blurred. Sealing. An ancient rune illuminated her palm and was forcefully thrust into the air. Imprint. Another gesture followed. Countless arcane magic circles layered upon one another, resembling an intricate cage. Ensnaring Qin at its center. The Ancient One's expression remained serene, as if she were engaged in the simplest of tasks. She took a step forward. Return. Her words commanded immediate compliance. The immense fiery phoenix apparition was forcibly retracted back into Qin's being, inch by inch. The entire space lamented. At last, the final glimmer of red light vanished into Qin's forehead. All was restored to tranquility. Diana retracted her lasso, exhaling a sigh of relief. She gazed at the Ancient One, her eyes filled with profound respect. A mere human could possess such extraordinary power. Remarkable. Suemo exclaimed, "Coach, I wish to learn this." Boom! Above, the dam's foundation, unable to withstand any longer, finally crumbled entirely. The wall was torn open, creating a massive breach. A torrent of water surged in like a wild beast, roaring as it flooded in. The frigid waters swiftly engulfed their ankles. "Follow me." The Ancient One cast a glance at Suemo. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, diving straight into the portal. Meanwhile, inside the Blackbird aircraft, Steve had just dragged the unconscious Logan aboard. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, causing the entire fuselage to tremble. Everyone turned to see a gaping crack forming in the distant dam wall, rapidly expanding and collapsing as torrents of water, like an uncontrollable beast, surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire base. "Damn it," Tony cursed. "They're still inside." Steve's expression darkened immediately. In the cabin, the soldiers began to awaken one by one. "Why am I here? Where's Qin?" Logan inquired. "It hurts. Why do I have a bump on my head?" Katie exclaimed. "The dam collapsed? Is this the end?" Aurora questioned. All eyes were fixed on the tumultuous, murky waters. Natasha stood silently at the cabin's entrance, her red hair billowing in the wind. "Rest assured." Tony broke the silence, his tone as casual as ever, yet strained. "That guy's incredibly resilient. He is certainly not dead. I wager he is currently having a leisurely float with Sky in the water." "You'd better be right, Stark." "Hill will kill me," Natasha replied, not turning back. She remained standing there, like a statue, gazing blankly at the surface of the water. Meanwhile, in New York. "Wow, look at that. Are they filming a movie? It must be funded by Stark, right? Quick, take a picture of me. Find a right angle. It looks as if I'm holding a ship." The streets of Manhattan bask in the perfect sunlight. People pause, raising their phones to point at the three massive aircraft carriers obscuring the sky. This spectacle is far cooler than Stark Tower, a breathtaking backdrop for the ideal selfie. Little do they know, those cold cannon muzzles have quietly locked onto them, a segment of the fortunate few. Soon, they will be reduced to a mere wisp of smoke and ash. At the Triskelion headquarters, the command center presents a stark contrast to the outside world. The aircraft carriers have taken to the skies. Hill gazes at the main screen, her expression a mask of fury. Grant Ward's betrayal struck them like an unexpected blow, leaving them reeling. Now, Hydra's aircraft carriers loom at their doorstep, and the screen is peppered with red dots across the global map. Each red dot signifies a target marked for eradication. The countdown has begun, 5 minutes and 0 seconds. "The chip is ready, Director Hill." Simmons succinctly explains the chip's mechanism. Once installed, these colossal vessels will perceive each other as the foremost threat, and then, boom. "Excellent." Hill inhales deeply, swiftly issuing commands. "Hand, the ground is yours." "Coulson, disseminate the news that Fury is still alive." Hill pounds her fist on the table. This scoundrel's charade of faking his death has gone on long enough. It's time for him to return to take command. And by the way, send him that Hydra list as well. "Understood." Coulson offers a wry smile. Hill's gaze returns to the surveillance feed of the three carriers. She has entrusted the chip replacement mission to her strongest assets. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. In the operations room, the atmosphere is so tense it could precipitate. Suddenly, a clear female voice breaks the silence over the communications channel. The ship has been replaced. Gwen's voice radiates a sense of relief post-task. Hill's taut nerves ease slightly. "Well done." Almost immediately, another channel chimes in. The other ship has also been replaced. Kara's voice carries a hint of embarrassment, apologizing for unintentionally damaging a few of your planes. "You're all right, then," Hill replies with a smile. "Now, only the most critical ship remains." As she glances at the countdown on the screen, her heart races. "Jessica, how is it going?" All that responds is the crackle of static. Chapter 50, New Target Clint. The final aircraft carrier is under the purview of Jessica Jones, a classmate of Gwen's, a girl who dons a leather jacket and possesses a temperament tougher than denim. When S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered her, she was merely a reckless young woman who had just acquired her powers and referred to herself as the Gem Girl. Hill, her file officer, not only recognized Jessica's abilities but also unearthed a more sinister secret. A villain capable of controlling minds, known as Purple Man, had set his sights on her. Without hesitation, Hill took action before the villain could extend his malicious grasp toward Jessica, shielding her under her protective wing and averting a tragedy that could have obliterated her life. This was precisely why, upon first encountering Gwen and Carla, Hill was so insistent on documenting their files. She simply could not bear to witness another gifted child descend into ruin beneath her watchful eyes. Hill's gaze was fixed intently on the countdown displayed on the screen. She was certain that Jessica would not let her down. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, until it reached 0. The communicator continued to crackle with static. Just as everyone believed the mission had failed, 3 aircraft carriers simultaneously turned their turrets toward one another. A barrage of fire entwined in the air, with the sound of explosions ringing out incessantly. Soon, the 3 steel fortresses began to billow smoke as they plummeted into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, creating colossal waves. They had succeeded. Hill sprang from her seat, and a thunderous cheer erupted within the command center. Jessica, the voice crackled through, hoarse and weary. The mission is complete. That guy was too powerful for me. Thankfully, he can't fly. Also, cough, please call an ambulance. The communication abruptly ceased. Hill dashed out, locking onto Jessica's location and dispatching a medical team immediately. Golden sparks extinguished before her eyes as the portal closed, entirely isolating her from the roaring flood and the chilling mist behind her. Sumo's liquefied form flowed back into sky, and the surroundings fell into an instant silence. A faint aroma of tea mingled with incense filled the air, and the synchronized chanting of monks echoed in the distance. Sky stood in the courtyard, gazing at the ancient architecture surrounding her and the snow-capped peaks afar, momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, she felt an odd sensation of reassurance and tranquility, as if a wayward soul had finally returned home. Where's this place? Sky inquired. Kamartaj, the stronghold of the sorcerers, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Thoughts began to swirl uncontrollably in Sky's mind. Such a mysterious and potent place, and a seemingly omnipotent bald female sorcerer. Could it be that the Ancient One is my mother? What ridiculous notion are you conjuring up? Sumoritortith. Sky scratched her head. Isn't it permissible to entertain a fantasy? Diana trailed behind, teasingly scrutinizing Sky. Strangely, did you not harbor a strong aversion towards him? Why now? When she previously declared her intent to expose Sumo. Upon hearing this, Sky grew anxious, exclaiming defamation. Sumo, she is defaming me. Sumo replied, please elaborate. With hands on her hips, Sky confidently addressed Diana. Hey, when your partner can single-handedly take on an entire team of mutants and even contend with that so-called Phoenix Force, you too would become his #1 fan. Diana responded, I cannot refute that. Ancient One guided them through the courtyard, leading to an imposing library. The grand doors opened automatically. Inside, it was not the grandiosity of a library that Sky had envisioned, but rather resembled a private collection room. In the center, upon a stone pedestal, lay a solitary book, bound by several slender metal chains. Just as Sky was about to inquire, Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Casual in tone, the Book of Cagliostro, a forbidden tome concerning the dark dimension and temporal sorcery. Ancient One approached the book, gently brushing her hand across the cover, causing it to open automatically. The yellowed pages displayed a myriad of bizarre symbols and patterns, evoking an aura of malevolence. Sky could comprehend none of it, yet Sumo's consciousness seemed ensnared by something. He beheld familiar inscriptions, the Eye of Agamotto, Dormammu, Chaos Magic. Were these? Sky inquired, but Sumo paid her no mind. His gaze was fixated on the end of a particular page, where a grotesque, red spiral symbol was illustrated. Beside it, an ancient script annotated a name. Null, the Dark God, the Lord of the Abyss, the creator of all symbiotes. Merely gazing at it sent Sky's mind into chaos. Ancient One closed the book and turned to Sumo. I believe you possess a deeper understanding of him than I do, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. His era has passed, yet the power he left behind endures, much like the Black Death's sword and the symbiotes. As Ancient One paced around the stone pedestal, she spoke candidly. To utterly supplant him, you must attempt to seize his authority. The Black Death sword is the finest medium. Strive to master it, Sumo, and you shall gain the ability to create symbiotes, and perhaps even more. Sky found herself bewildered by their conversation, pondering the notion of replacing a deity. It sounded perilous. Why would Sumo engage in such endeavors? She believed Sumo to be already formidable. Sumo interjected, Ancient One, please do not hasten to paint grand visions for me. He regarded Ancient One with a calm demeanor. The idea is commendable, mage, yet I have 2 inquiries. First, you claim that the sword of authority resides within me, yet I am entirely unaware of its presence. Second, Sumo paused, his tone earnest. What do you mean by control, And how is it to be executed? As far as I know, there exists a fellow named Gur, a slayer of gods. Can you guess his fate? Do you believe he mastered the sword, or did the sword master him? He chuckled softly. Indeed, this is a gamble. However, I can discern that you are one who relishes high stakes. Are you not? I enjoy winning, but I have no desire to wager my life. Symbiote replied candidly. You will not, as long as I am here. He shifted the conversation. To be frank, I am uncertain how to perceive and wield the Black Death Sword. Yet, I do know that you should venture to a place called Clinta. Clinta, the place where Gnarl is sealed, the mother planet of the symbiote. Symbiote rolled his eyes. You want me to go to Clinta? The ancestral home of that god of symbiotes? Are you certain you're not sending me to my doom? This sounds like a trap. Remained silent, calmly raising her hand to reveal the pendant she wore around her neck. The Eye of Agamotto, emanating a gentle green light, suspended the time gem within. Very well, Symbiote understood instantly. I do not comprehend. Symbiote, why engage in such perilous endeavors? S.H.I.E.L.D could not contain himself, addressing Symbiote within his mind. Is it because you were defeated by that Dark Phoenix? Or is it, like some Clich-D narrative, to save the world? Symbiote, did you not claim to be less noble than me? Symbiote felt a twinge of surprise. He anticipated that this temporary partner, S.H.I.E.L.D, would genuinely be concerned for him. You're partially correct. Symbiote's voice echoed in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind, laced with lazy self-deprecation. Being forcibly kissed by a madwoman and nearly drained of life is indeed rather humiliating. I certainly wish to grow stronger. But saving the world? Symbiote scoffed, as though he had heard an unamusing jest. Come now, S.H.I.E.L.D, have you forgotten my previous words? There are only two types of people in this world, myself and those beneath my feet. And to be blunt, this is not my earth. Their lives or deaths are of no concern to me. I merely detest the feeling of being at the mercy of others. Do you understand? S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback. Oh, I think I grasp it. Chapter 51. Coexisting with and she even offers me a sanctuary in New York? S.H.I.E.L.D certainly did not believe it. It mattered not. Symbiote's gaze returned to Gu's face, contemplating his thoughts. Indeed, he sought strength, yet fundamentally, this was a transaction. Replacing Gnarl was not solely his endeavor. He was resolving a monumental issue for for Earth, and even for the entire multiverse. Had to acknowledge this. Honestly, Mage. Symbiote looked at his tone growing earnest. You wouldn't want the hero to bleed and weep, would you? The battle concluded, and upon returning home, I found my pockets emptier than my face, a rather demoralizing sight. It seemed that Ancient One had anticipated this outcome. She merely observed Symbiote in silence, awaiting his next words. I wish to learn magic, Symbiote declared. Of course, you may practice alongside Wong and the others, Ancient One replied. No, you misunderstand. After all, I am a symbiote, a mage. Symbiote chuckled. I possess a more efficient method of learning. Are you suggesting that you wish to? Ancient One's gaze transformed, as she grasped Symbiote's intent. He was not merely seeking to learn incantations or peruse texts. He desired to embody magic itself. Diana understood as well, her expression shifting from surprise to admiration. Having known Ancient One for centuries, she had witnessed her quell dimensional storms with laughter and shatter, invading demons with a mere gesture. Yet this was the first time she saw the seemingly omnipotent supreme mage displaying such a remarkable expression, a blend of astonishment, absurdity, and a hint of questioning the sanity of this young man. By Hera, this is far more entertaining than the family dramas on Olympus, Diana mused. Captivated by the unfolding scene, Ancient One fell silent, the atmosphere within the library thickening with tension. Symbiote, observing her slightly troubled visage, grinned. It won't take long. Just 30 minutes. 30 minutes is sufficient for much to be accomplished, Diana remarked. Ancient One regarded Symbiote intently, her gaze so complex that it sent shivers down S.H.I.E.L.D's spine, prompting her to abandon her thoughts. After a prolonged moment, Ancient One slowly nodded. Very well. She turned and walked toward the library's exit, her voice echoing from a distance. Come find me tonight. The room assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D by Ancient One was quite simple. A wooden bed, a desk, and a window offering a view of the snow-capped mountains. S.H.I.E.L.D retrieved her laptop from her backpack, powered it on, and cracked the code. Full signal? She could hardly believe it. Was the internet speed here faster than that of Stark Tower? Symbiote, do you think these mages, aside from meditating, also engage in forum debates, arguing over who is stronger, Venom or Superman? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired with curiosity. Clearly, they do not possess your level of tedium, Symbiote responded. I believe you're stronger. That Valkyrie always tries to provoke us, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, her eyes glimmering with flattery. Flattery will get you nowhere. With a dismissive scoff, S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly opened a news website. The headlines were dominated by reports concerning Hydra. 3 aerial battleships had engaged in mutual destruction over New York before plummeting into the Atlantic, and Director Fury, having returned from the dead, was now orchestrating the situation. Upon seeing Hill's image at the press conference, Su-Mo finally felt his anxiety subside. The ramifications of this incident were undeniably significant. Hydra's secrets had been laid bare. The information regarding the superhumans and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has also been leaked. Coulson and his team received orders from Fury to go underground and began addressing the repercussions of the information breach. Fortunately, the Avengers remained unaffected, as the current alliance is essentially a privately funded team of superheroes by Stark, based out of Stark Tower. In light of this, netizens have fervently suggested that Wayne Enterprises should also establish a superhero alliance, and a poll for naming the alliance has already commenced. Su-Mo mischievously typed in the boys as a suggestion. So, do you truly intend to venture to Clinter next? Sky inquired, closing the webpage. It's still too early. I don't even know where it is. At that moment, a couple of gentle knocks resonated from outside the door. Sky rose to answer it, revealing Diana standing there. She had changed out of her battle armor and donned a simple white blouse, exuding an aura of intellect and grace. Diana handed Sky a folded note, stating, "This is my address. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Su-Mo. Sky responded, "I'm just a tool." "Right. Do we know each other?" Su-Mo's voice echoed with confusion, as he was certain he had never encountered the Amazonian princess before. Diana shook her head. The Father God once foretold, her voice calm, that darkness would again envelop the world, the ancient conquerors would return, the three boxes would unite, and the end would come. You have aided me, and I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. In my culture, honor surpasses all. Su-Mo was taken aback. Ancient conquerors? The three boxes uniting? Surely, Diana could not be referring to Gnarl as an ancient conqueror. The Wolf of the Waste lost his online persona. Well, it be less explanation needed. Sumo, unde terred, agreed. Diana nodded and vanished from sight. That evening, the night at Camartage was serene. Su-Mo and Sky ascended the stone steps to the residence of the Ancient One. She sat cross-legged in the center of the tranquil room, eyes closed as if in meditation. Upon sensing their arrival, the Ancient One opened her eyes. "I regret to inform you that I can only discern Clinter's location within the Andromeda Galaxy." Su-Mo remarked, "That's a useful clue." "Nonsense. A galaxy? Where am I supposed to search?" Su-Mo continued, "Let us set aside the serious matters for now. Master, may I enter?" The Ancient One merely nodded in response. In the next moment, the symbiote surged forth from Sky, enveloping the Ancient One. This unfamiliar sensation caused her brow to furrow. Sky, ever considerate, reassured, "It's all right, Master. I found this feeling strange at first too, but in time, it becomes quite comfortable." The Ancient One gazed at her in silence, prompting Sky to immediately close her mouth. Did she say something wrong? At that moment, Sumo's consciousness seemed to plunge into an endless ocean, vastly different from what he had anticipated. He sensed a radiant golden tree of talent, densely populated with nodes pertaining to magic. Without hesitation, he illuminated his magical aptitude. Moreover, he beheld other phenomena. Within the cosmic energy core of the Ancient One, several discordant and malevolent energies lurked, relentlessly gnawing at her vitality. Among them, the most glaring and domineering presence was a deep crimson force, chaotic and tumultuous, reeking of destruction. It was the power of Syndrak. "How much power from the demon gods did you borrow, mage?" "So Montag was pulful und Schecken." "Not much, I can't recall." A rather vague response. "Your current condition is concerning. That energy from Syndrak is due to the sealed Sheen. After all, I won to be around much longer," the Ancient One remarked with an almost detached tone, as if discussing someone else's plight. Su-Mo detested being indebted to others. He had admired the Ancient One's timely intervention back then, not realizing the cost it would exact. "Rest assured, mage." Su-Mo spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. "After your passing, I shall take charge of the New York Sanctum and ensure its protection." The Ancient One, despite her best efforts to maintain composure, the corners of her eyes twitched involuntarily. "If you truly desire it, you could move in now. There is no need to wait for my demise." "Just a jest, mage." Su-Mo chuckled lightly. "I merely replicated your magical talent. It's only fitting I find a suitable atmosphere to hone my skills." The Ancient One, "I wasn't joking. Daniel can go to the Sanctum in Hong Kong. He rather enjoys that place." "Well, since you are so generous, I shan't take advantage of you." Su-Mo shifted the conversation. "I perceive there seems to be a slight ailment within you. Perhaps it's rheumatism? Allow me to assist in clearing it. Consider it rent." "Rheumatism?" The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. She attentively sensed her internal condition, her eyes widening in astonishment. The corrosive energies belonging to Dormammu, from the Dark Dimension, were dissolving. Chapter 52. Stronger than the Lord of Dimensions? The Assault of General Zod. "Halt! Do not touch that area." The Ancient One's voice suddenly rang out with an undeniable command. Su-Mo was gently but irresistibly pushed away, flowing back into Sky's body. The Ancient One's complexion was pale, not from weakness, but from profound shock. In her quest to protect the Earth, she had drawn upon the powers of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, to prolong her life, a transaction that inevitably demanded a price. The corrosive energy within her was that very cost. Dormammu was waiting, anticipating the moment she would be wholly assimilated by this power and succumb to darkness. This is an immutable rule. But what was Symbiote just doing? Like erasing a stain, he nearly obliterated the mark left by Dormammu. This is inconceivable. Dormammu is the master of dimensions. Unless Symbiote's status is far more elevated than one could imagine. A flicker of apprehension crossed Ancient One's eyes. What is this expression? One resembling a ghostly encounter. Even if the sanctum remains unhealed, it shall belong to me. Symbiote's voice interrupted her thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D chimed in. Indeed, we had an agreement. Ancient One remained silent for a long while, then raised her hand. With her index and middle fingers brought together, she swiftly inscribed several symbols in the air. A sphere of golden light coalesced at her fingertips, then vanished without a trace. Symbiote, Sky, what is this? A message. Ancient One's expression returned to its usual tranquility. Have Daniel pack his belongings and leave the New York sanctum immediately. Symbiote, Sky and I are communicating mentally. Sky, are we perhaps being a bit too wicked? Symbiote, Sky, what kind of place is New York? A land of troubles. I simply wish to prevent Brother Daniel from being entangled in some inexplicable crisis. You see, I cannot bear to witness others suffer. Sky, you have a point. May I state that sanctum? Symbiote, no. While they were engaged in their mental exchange, Ancient One rose. She walked to the window of the quiet chamber, gazing at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by moonlight. She spoke to herself. Apologies if that energy dissipates. Dormammu will sense it. We currently lack the strength to confront a master of dimensions. However, what you just accomplished is already sufficient for me. Ancient One thought, sufficient for me to borrow another 200 years of life from Dormammu. Dormammu, how selfish of you. Symbiote ceased his playful banter with Sky, then asked, may I have 2 more of the suspended rings? Sky, wow, you're taking everything. Certainly, this is not an exceedingly precious item. Ancient One removed a suspended ring from her hand and handed it to Sky. She paused, then shifted her tone. Symbiote, I have a request as well. Symbiote raised an eyebrow. Pray tell. This world is beautiful. If possible, do not ruin it. Symbiote remained silent for a moment. I cannot guarantee that, Ancient One. However, he shifted his tone and smiled broadly. I will strive not to leave too many marks on my new sanctum. In Queens, at a barbecue restaurant reserved exclusively by S.H.I.E.L.D agents, the atmosphere was spirited. Having resolved the Hydra menace, everyone was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Hill held up a beer, engaging in conversation with Kara and Gwen. To be honest, you all did remarkably well this time. A toast to the 3 heroes. Hill raised her beer bottle and clinked it with Gwen and Kara. I have inadvertently damaged a total of 4 Quinjet aircraft, Carla murmured. Slightly embarrassed, please do not send a bill my way. A trivial matter, Hill chuckled. Fury will cover the expenses. What about him? Gwen inquired nonchalantly, taking a bite of the perfectly charred ribs. I assumed he would not miss such a lively gathering. I know, Carla replied. Mr. Sumo is occupied. At the mention of Sumo, the smile on Hill's face faded. What is he engaged in now? Natasha has returned, and the mutant situation has been resolved. Surely Sumo and Sky are not eloping? Just then, Jessica approached, carrying several drinks and settling into an adjacent seat. Sumo? I recall that name. Director Hill had requested I bring back chocolates from Europe. Are they intended for this gentleman? Chocolates now? Valentine's Day is still over a month away, Gwen remarked. Biting into the meat with fervor, Carla gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering a reminder, Gwen, no one suggested they were Valentine's gifts. Wow, it seems this Mr. Sumo is quite popular. I must meet him. When will you introduce us? I merely wish to befriend him. Jessica raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, at the North American Aerospace Defense Command, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the command center. Sir, we have detected an unidentified flying object approaching. On the screen, a minute read that was hurtling towards Earth from outer space at an astonishing velocity. Was its speed? Incalculable, sir. It has breached all our defenses. No sooner had the words left his mouth than every illuminated screen worldwide, from the colossal billboards in Times Square to the smartphones in people's pockets, and even the vast tactical map in the command center was engulfed in static. In the next instant, the display unified. Scrolling lines of text in various languages began to appear. You are not alone. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the television mounted on the wall flickered abruptly. A jarring silence enveloped the room as all action ceased. The sports commentary vanished, replaced by a haunting hush of electrical static. On the screen, the words "you are not alone" gradually materialized. What is happening? Boss, is your television malfunctioning? Everyone check your phones. As people pulled out their devices, expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment. The image changed once more, revealing a stern middle-aged man clad in black armor, his gaze cold and indifferent, as though surveying a swarm of ants. I hail from a distant planet. For some time, your world has harbored my people. They have disguised themselves as one of you, appearing indistinguishable from humans. Yet, they're not human. Listen, those in the know, the fate of this planet lies in your hands. Khalil, Soth, I command you, surrender within 24 hours. Otherwise, you shall witness the consequences this world must bear. The entire barbecue establishment fell silent. The crackling of the coals in the grill was the only sound heard. Hill snapped back to reality and grasped the phone on the table. There were already over a dozen missed calls. Reporting in, she lowered her voice and hastily made her way to the door. Jessica, who is this guy? Quite the spectacle he is putting on. I couldn't care less who this space scoundrel is. He better not keep that ugly mug on my phone for another second, or I swear I'll personally kick him back to his godforsaken universe. Gwen knew who he was after. Only Kara. She was transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell. Her gaze locked on the screen. The beer cup in her hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Kara, are you all right? Gwen held her hand with concern, instinctively fearing that a Kryptonian might get hurt by the glass. Zod. Kara felt a grave sense of foreboding. Chapter 53. Identity revealed. Zod's global announcement detonated like a bomb, reverberating across the world. 24 hours. Surrender the two Kryptonians, or Earth shall face obliteration. This dilemma was thrust upon all of humanity. The media went into a frenzy. Exclusive commentary. Heroes or harbingers of doom. Zod's arrival threatens to plunge Earth into interstellar war. Why should it be our responsibility to bear the costs of their conflict? Outrage. The true identities of Superman and Supergirl have been disclosed. They are. Click the link below to see the alluring alien dealer dealing live. Across the internet, a cacophony of voices erupted. Kryptonians get off Earth. Related topics surged to the global trending list within mere hours. And it didn't end there. Some anonymous figures seized the opportunity to release explosive information. Louise Lane, the award-winning reporter for the Planet Daily, was revealed to have a close relationship with Superman, as it was she who penned the exclusive reports about him. This ignited a frenzy online. No wonder she is always the first on the scene. She must have inside information. I dare say, perhaps she is Superman's girlfriend. Upstairs, I am Superman's girlfriend. Human traitor. Soon, Louise's address and phone number were unearthed. A throng of angry protesters gathered outside her home, brandishing signs labeling her a human traitor. The entrance to the Planet Daily was also besieged. Hand over Louise Lane. Make her reveal Superman's whereabouts. The editor-in-chief, Perry White, looked down at the crowd, his head pounding. He had called Louise a dozen times, each time met with a busy signal. Meanwhile, at the upper echelon of LexCorp, Luthor quietly observed the ship hovering above the city. Sir, the stock market has collapsed, plunging the world into chaos. His assistant, Mercy Graves, approached with an expression of palpable anxiety. Very well. Luthor took a sip of his drink, his voice unnervingly calm. Chaos serves as the finest catalyst, illuminating many truths. During this period, humanity has gazed upon a false hope, a pseudo-deity. Now, they are finally confronted with the invasion of reality. A chilling smirk graced Luthor's lips. I have long warned them of the dire consequences of placing their hopes in an extraterrestrial being. Luthor set down his glass and moved to his desk. Upon it lay a tablet. It screamed, displaying the extensive dossier he had amassed over the years on superhumans. The Amazonian princess, the Scarlet Speedster, Aquaman, and the Cyborg. Of course, there was also the recently infamous Agent Venom. His fingers glided across the screen, eventually pausing on a photograph of Kara clad in a black supersuit. He had already uncovered the identity of the female superhero. Now it was time to pour another bucket of fuel onto this fire. Mercy. Yes, sir. Release her information as well. Before long, every mobile device vibrated simultaneously, a new notification emerging from a renowned gossip site known for its precision and audacity. The female superhero in black uniform. Her true identity is revealed to be a student at Midtown High School in New York. What? She just a child? The female superhero is our hero in New York. We shall not relent. In contrast to the mysterious Superman, the identity of the female superhero is far more concrete and accessible. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community. Midtown High School, in a bid to safeguard its students, hastily announced an indefinite closure. In Hill's apartment, Kara sat on the sofa, hugging her knees and burying her head deep. It was I who led him here. Hey, don't say that. Gwen sat beside her, patting her back. The one to blame is that bastard named Zod, along with those unscrupulous media vultures. I wish I could shove their heads in a toilet. Gwen was right. Fear can render individuals irrational, and Zod had exploited this vulnerability. Hill emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of hot milk. She handed them to the 2 girls and leaned against the table, her expression grave. 24 hours. We have less than 10 left. Hill's voice shattered the silence. laden with seriousness. I just spoke with Coulson. The situation is dire. Analysis indicates that none of the Avengers can defeat that man. Even united, their chances are slim. She paused. Perhaps only Superman can vanquish him. Not just him. There's also Sumo. He can surely defeat that scoundrel. Gwen interjected, her tone resolute. Indeed, Sumo can undoubtedly succeed, but not in symbiosis with me. Hill nodded, her gaze shifting to Kara, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Absolutely, Mr. Sumo. He is so formidable. If he were to join forces with me, we could surely vanquish Zod. A glimmer of hope reignited in Kara's once despairing eyes. It is no wonder that Kara harbors such a profound fear of Zod. For Clark, Krypton is merely an abstract notion, a tale narrated through the virtual images of Kryptonian spacecraft. When Krypton met its cataclysm, he was but an infant swaddled in blankets, blissfully unaware of the apocalyptic devastation that unfolded. Yet Kara remembers. She was already an agile girl, capable of running and jumping. She recalls the skies of Krypton, the solemnity of the council chamber, and the panic that ensued as doom descended. Zod is no ordinary criminal. He is the supreme commander of Krypton's military, a hardened warrior, forged in the crucible of discipline and honor. It is no exaggeration to assert that he is the mightiest fighter in Krypton's history. Kara has encountered him more than once. The man exudes pure strength and authority. Her mother recounted how he initiated a coup as Krypton neared its end, not for the lust of power, but in a misguided attempt to save Krypton in his own way. This fanatical conviction renders him far more dangerous and ruthless than any adversary. Now, this man, this living nightmare from her childhood, hovers ominously above Earth. His presence shatters the fragile sense of security that Kara had painstakingly constructed. Yet, Mr. Sumo is right there. The apartment fell into silence once more. Outside, a cacophony of sirens approached, growing increasingly distinct. How is this possible? Hill's expression shifted dramatically. She darted to the window, parting the blinds. Below, several black vehicles had encircled the apartment. Damn it, how did they find us? The wailing sirens grew louder. The apartment was no longer safe. We must leave, Hill decisively declared. Just then, Gwen's gaze suddenly fixated on the air in the center of the living room. The three became instantly alert. In the atmosphere, golden sparks materialized out of nowhere, flickering like fireflies. Soon, the sparks multiplied, swirling in a fixed trajectory, trailing brilliant golden light. A burning circle was slowly taking shape. A familiar, deep voice resonated. I hear someone is looking for me? Chapter 54. Want to reside in the sanctum? Reveal your worth. The portal fully materialized in the center of the living room, stabilizing. Beyond the door lay an ancient hall. Sky stood at the entrance, and Sumo's fearsome black head protruded from her shoulder, a jagged grin stretching across his toothy maw. What are you all waiting for? If you linger any longer, I might have to treat you to free coffee. Downstairs, the sounds of a breaking door and chaotic footsteps became distinctly audible. Let us go. The three hurriedly crossed through the portal. Upon stepping into the sanctum, the portal behind them vanished abruptly. The clamor of the outside world was completely severed. Here, the tranquility was so profound that one could only hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Wow, it's enormous, Gwen exclaimed, tilting her head back, her mouth agape. They stood in a hall with an exceptionally high ceiling. Directly ahead was a grand wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The most striking feature was the colossal circular window, intricate patterns fracturing the view of the street outside into countless fragments. Shelves lining the walls were adorned with a myriad of peculiar artifacts, a dust-laden globe, unidentifiable metallic instruments, and various items encased in glass displays. The air was imbued with the scent of old books and incense. This is amazing, Hill remarked, gazing around with curiosity. Ancient weaponry and bizarre crafts were displayed all around, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. As an agent, she instinctively concluded, one must not touch anything recklessly. Welcome to the New York Sanctum, Hill, Sumo explained. Do you recall Kamartaj? We discussed visiting after resolving the mutant issue. Sky and I have already been. We've learned all that we need to know. Yes, the internet speed there is incredibly fast. Sky chimed in eagerly. And can you believe it? The mage actually gifted this place to Sumo. I thought the sanctum would just be a small chapel, but it's far grander than that. Well, she must think highly of me, what with my eloquence. Sumo replied with a chuckle. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gwen ascended to the second floor. Approaching a heavy wooden door, she reached for the doorknob. Be cautious. That door can lead to various places around the world, Sumo warned. Cool. Gwen paused, her excitement intensifying. She pulled the door open, revealing a snow-capped mountain peak outside, where the cold wind howled. She slammed the door shut, only to pull it open again. This time, it led to a bustling night market in Hong Kong, vibrant with neon lights. Gwen, don't touch anything recklessly. Some beings are rather temperamental, Sumo cautioned. Sky nodded in agreement, adding, she's right. especially that red-caped figure in the corner. Quite proud, I must say. Hill observed them silently, her gaze steady, listening to the seamless banter between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Symbiote. An indescribable feeling surged within her. It was not entirely unclear, though. Hill admitted to herself that she felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, with greater threats at hand, she refused to let such matters affect her. She turned to Kara, signaling that they needed to focus on the task at hand. Kara composit herself. Raising her gaze to Symbiote, Mr. Zod, I saw everything. The global broadcast was quite the spectacle. Let Superman handle it. He can manage. Symbiote spoke in a flat tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. To him, this crisis was nothing short of a complete disaster. He foresaw the impending events. Clark would emerge, engaging in a cataclysmic showdown with Zod above New York City. Skyscrapers would crumble like cookies. Streets would be pounded into massive craters, and satellites would plummet from the sky. Once the dust settled and victory was declared, what then? Would humanity express their gratitude? Perhaps, but only for a fleeting 3 minutes, before the deluge of questions and fears ensued. Why must battles rage in the city? He destroyed my home. He is too dangerous. How can we trust an extraterrestrial? Luther was surely hiding in some opulent office, sipping vintage Lafite from 1982 while watching the news. A grin plastered across his face like a jester. The hero had become the greatest threat. The savior had transformed into a despised pariah. Ultimately, to prove his innocence and save these ungrateful beings, Clark would have to battle another vigilante clad in a bat-themed costume in the rain, only to perish at the hands of the mightier Doomsday. How poignant, how foolish. Symbiote had no desire to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Kara was taken aback. Zod was a general from Krypton. How could her cousin possibly match him? Yet she understood Symbiote's stance. Mr. Symbiote, you told me to master heat vision, and I have, Kara asserted, her tone shifting. Oh, I sense there is more to your words. Do you wish for my assistance with your cousin? No, no. Kara hastily shook her head. Taking a deep breath, she revealed her true thoughts. I wish to reside here. What? Gwen exclaimed, astonished. What was she planning? She too desired to stay, but lacked the courage to voice it. Kara had taken the leap. Kara and I have joined Director Hill's team, so I wish to learn from her, Kara explained. Symbiote glanced at Hill, who nodded and inquired, is that acceptable? Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he sensed an unusual tightness in Hill's voice. It felt somewhat unfamiliar. But what is this team? The S.H.I.E.L.D. team? Symbiote redirected his gaze to Kara. What about your sister? She rarely comes home. Kara's voice softened, tinged with solitude. No matter. Stay if you wish. There are plenty of rooms upstairs, and you can take care of the cleaning duties in the future, Symbiote replied decisively. He was not a stranger to Kara. They were, in fact, friends. His reluctance to assist her against Zod stemmed from a desire to avoid the burden of a mess. Such an unrewarding script was one he would not perform. Besides, the sanctuary was simply too vast. The rooms on the second floor are ample enough to accommodate a hotel. With only him and Hill residing there, it feels as desolate as a haunted house. A few more people would certainly enliven the atmosphere. Gwen promptly declared. Then I want to stay here too. Symbiote replied. What value can you bring? Gwen stammered, ultimately stating, I can keep you company. Symbiote rolled his eyes. That sounds rather self-serving. Unwilling to concede, Gwen pointed at S.H.I.E.L.D. What about her value? S.H.I.E.L.D. coolly remarked, I can hack into the Pentagon. Gwen faltered, then redirected her inquiry towards Hill. And what about Commander Hill? Hill narrowed her eyes, pondering if this girl was attempting insurrection. She was about to assert her capability to access S.H.I.E.L.D. resources, providing intelligence and logistical support, when she heard Symbiote lazily interject. She keeps me company. Gwen exclaimed, that's outrageous. Such double standards. Kara and S.H.I.E.L.D. chuckled softly. Hill's earlobes flushed a vivid pink. Chapter 55, Farah. Zod's lieutenant, there are 6 hours remaining until the deadline set by Zod. In a serene church in Kansas, Clark sat on a pew, confiding his predicament to the priest. I am the one Zod is searching for, he murmured. The priest swallowed hard, feigning calmness while internally grappling with anxiety. Do you know what they want from you? Clark shook his head and continued. Even if I surrender, it is highly unlikely that General Zod will honor his promise. But if surrendering offers even a slim chance to save Earth, do you think I should proceed? The priest asked, what do you truly believe? Zod is untrustworthy. But the question remains. Clark lifted his gaze. I am uncertain whether humanity is trustworthy. The priest regarded him with a complex expression. After a lengthy silence, he said, perhaps you must first believe in others before they can believe in you. Clark nodded, rising to exit the church. Under the sunlight, soldiers at the military base stood on high alert. Clark voluntarily extended his hands. The cold handcuffs clicked shut around his wrists. Shortly thereafter, an oddly shaped black spacecraft sliced through the clouds and descended upon the base. The hatch opened, and a woman emerged. She was tall, clad in a form-fitting black bioarmor that exuded sharp lines, with a sleek bob of black hair and eyes as icy as winter. Her name was Faura, General Zod's lieutenant. He willingly accompanies you. Please honor your promise and leave Earth, General Hardy declared solemnly. Faura's gaze swept over the handcuffed Clark. Ignoring Hardy, she turned to another individual in the crowd. Lois, she must come with us. What did you say? You never mentioned taking our people. General Hardy stepped forward immediately, positioning himself protectively in front of Louise. Do you believe you're entitled to negotiate terms with me? Fiora's tone was unyielding, imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. The atmosphere grew tense, crackling with anticipation. Let me. Louise emerged from the crowd, meeting Clark's worried gaze. Her fingers subtly clasping the key to the Kryptonian vessel hidden in her pocket, an item that might prove useful. Clark and Louise were escorted aboard the ship, the hatch sealing shut behind them. The craft ascended silently, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. However, Fiora did not board. She remained rooted in place, as immovable as a statue. General Hardy's heart sank. Why are you still here? Fiora regarded him with icy indifference. It seems you have forgotten that there is another of my kind on this planet. She retrieved a palm-sized black device from her waist, which emitted a low hum, casting a feeble beam of light directly towards New York. Found it. Before her words faded, the ground beneath her feet suddenly fractured. In the next instant, she transformed into a dark blur. Target, New York. In the sanctum of New York, the hall echoed with the recovery of Hill, who unabashedly displayed a broad smile. All right, but I can do more than just chat with you. Her words were interrupted. Fine. I admit you are all quite capable. Sensing the tension in the air, Gwen swiftly diverted the conversation. But I believe we should check if Zod has any news. Don't be so anxious, Gwen, Su-Imo reassured. Even if Clark truly falters, there is still the Ancient One. Yes, the Ancient One is exceptionally formidable. Sky affirmed with a nod. With this statement, the anxiety among the women eased slightly. Hill relayed this information through secure channels to S.H.I.E.L.D. Far away in the secret base, Fury exhaled deeply upon hearing Sumo's assessment, immediately dedicating all his focus to the evacuation efforts of the populace. With the crisis now having a safety net, the atmosphere in the sanctum lightened. Girls, stop standing around and get to work. Hill clapped her hands, starting to organize everyone to select and tidy up the rooms. Sumo's symbiotic form receded from Sky, returning to Hill's body. The long-lost sensation resurfaced, and Hill blissfully squinted her eyes. Humph, Sky pouted, clutching her laptop as she settled into a corner of the hall, her fingers clattering rapidly on the keyboard. Hill cast her a sidelong glance, unable to resist teasing, Sky, take it easy. Without lifting her head, Sky replied, my strength has always been this great. Su-Imo chuckled within Hill's consciousness, then recalled to inquire, what did Kara mean by the team earlier? Across the globe, there has been a surge in the emergence of superhuman criminals. As Hill tidied up the room, he explained that officials from various nations were in a state of frenzy, leading them to issue numerous wanted notices with substantial rewards. Are you implying that you intend to apprehend villains for monetary gain? No, we are not in need of money. However, certain individuals employ methods that are not in compliance with regulations. They require oversight. Su-Imo interjected. Well, that aligns perfectly with your usual approach. Unbeknownst to Su-Imo, Hill felt a twinge of grievance as he listened to the teasing. With the increasing prevalence of superhumans, existing laws have become ineffectual in restraining them. Some corporations have commodified superhumans, showcasing them nationwide, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is investigating a company named Water. Who? Su-Imo thought he had misheard. The Water Corporation from the Boys in Black. We have discovered that they are researching compounds left by Hydra. These chemicals are harmful to human health. Yet Water Company continues to encourage ordinary citizens to inject this substance. So Montag was momentarily perplexed. The 7 superheroes? Our compatriots? It seems you are aware of the situation. The Water Company refers to him as an artificial superhuman, but due to the existence of actual superhumans, his notoriety has remained subdued. I suspect that reports targeting superhumans are likely orchestrated by them from behind the scenes. Su-Imo remarked, what a chaotic world. Hill chuckled reassuringly. Fear not. It is not a significant issue. There is no need for our intervention. This task has been delegated to the mutants. Has Charles agreed to join the Avengers? To be precise, it is a collaboration. Meanwhile, Gwen had just selected a room when her phone suddenly rang. Gwen, where are you? It was her father, George Stacy, sounding extremely anxious. I am at a friend's place. Listen to me. This is urgent. The military has just issued a citywide alert. Zod subordinates are heading towards New York. Gwen's breath caught in her throat. She understood whom they were seeking. It can only be Kara. Gwen, are you listening? Leave New York immediately. Go to your aunt's house or anywhere else. Just get out of New York right now. I will send a police car to pick you up. Just as Gwen was about to respond, Sumo's voice called from outside. Have you finished packing? Are you coming home tonight or staying here? There was a deafening silence on the other end of the line. Gwen closed her eyes. It was strange how the timing of his call was so uncanny. The tone of the conversation shifted. Officer George was absent, leaving only her father, who questioned with a dangerous undertone. Who is he? Dad, Gwen. George's voice suddenly escalated. Who is this man with a voice rougher than a jackhammer? Chapter 56, Kara's Defeat. Jackhammer. Sumo's furious roar nearly shattered the ceiling of the sanctuary. He gazed at Gwen's phone, ready to unleash a torrent of invective, when suddenly, with a resounding bang, Hill swiftly closed the door to the room before Sumo could finish a sentence. In the hall, Sky lifted her gaze from her laptop, raising an eyebrow. A family dispute? Sumo retorted, Sky, do you think my voice resembles that of a grinding machine? Sky smirked, exaggeratingly declaring, how could that possibly be? Your vocal quality is the finest I've encountered, magnetic, alluring, and charming. Hill felt a twinge of inadequacy in response to Sky's flamboyant remarks. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and Gwen emerged, taking a deep breath. Everyone, we have a situation. In New York's Midtown Manhattan, Flora made a dramatic entrance, landing with the force of a superhero, shattering the asphalt beneath her. Cars screeched to a halt, colliding, and cries of alarm filled the air. She stood tall, her cold gaze surveying the chaotic street. The signal was interrupted here, seemingly concealed by some mystical means. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Her sole objective was to flush out the hidden vermin. Casting her eyes towards an empty police car nearby, she waved her hand, and the vehicle soared into the air like a toy, crashing precisely through the entrance of a bank at the street corner, resulting in a violent explosion and billowing smoke. In the sanctum, Kara had been closely monitoring the news and, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, felt compelled to act. I can no longer hide. Kara gritted her teeth. In the next moment, she removed her glasses and donned her red and blue uniform, soaring towards the fray. Hill, using her supervision, spotted Kara departing through the window and turned to Sumo. Sumo interjected, let's go see the commotion. I need to replicate her heat vision. Hill replied, oh, is that so? Sumo continued, what else? Besides, she'll need to return to clean up afterward. Sky pretended to put away her laptop, and Sumo added, Sky, you should remain here to research information on the Inhumans and the Terrigen crystals. It's too soon to think about Clint. Sumo was more eager to address his own vulnerabilities. Thus his immediate goal was to assist Sky in acquiring vibrational abilities, hoping to replicate her powers to counteract his sonic weakness. With a thunderous crash, a red-gold figure descended from the sky, landing not far from Flora. Jarvis, assess the property damage. Tony's voice emanated from beneath his helmet, instructing that the bill be sent to the displeased extraterrestrial lady clad in gothic armor. Tony, prioritize the evacuation of the crowd. Captain America commanded, skillfully pulling up on his motorcycle and halting with a graceful drift, his iconic shield raised. I got this. Damn it, I already notified them to evacuate. Jessica Jones' voice resonated nearby as she struggled to hold up a broken billboard. While office workers scrambled away in a chaotic escape, Fiora observed the three individuals with keen interest, resembling slightly more robust ants. With a swift movement, she appeared before Captain America like a specter. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, she extended a single finger and flicked it against his vibranium shield. The sound resonated like a bell. Steve felt an irresistible force surge through him, propelling him uncontrollably backward, crashing into a row of streetlights. In a tone devoid of emotion, Fiora's gaze shifted to Tony. Your metallic toy seems to possess a bit more sturdiness than his. Tony's armor, larger and heavier than any he had previously donned, bore a resemblance to Veronica. It was a prototype of the anti-Sumo battlesuit he had secretly crafted to confront such formidable adversaries. Although merely the initial version, its power output was several times that of the previous Mark 42 series, equipped with a large-caliber flamethrower. Oh, thank you for the compliment. This is the latest model. Tony nearly let slip. Choosing silence instead, he activated the thrusters beneath him, propelling a colossal fist toward Fiora's face with a sonic boom. The force behind this strike was sufficient to flatten a small building. However, Fiora merely raised her hand expressionlessly. The impact was deafening, tightening hearts with its resonance. The armored fist was firmly caught by her petite palm. Yet, the power of the suit was not to be underestimated. The ground beneath Fiora cracked, caving in dramatically. The immense force pushed her back a half step, leaving shallow grooves in the fractured surface. Inside the armor, Tony's eyebrows shot up. He glanced at Fiora and then at the large crater at her feet. All right, Tony's tone shifted. Madam, I retract my previous statement. Let this bill be on my account. I concede the boxing match. Truly, you possess remarkable strength. Losing interest in him, Fiora turned and kicked Tony away. She surveyed her surroundings and shouted, Kara Zor-El, you coward. Will you hide behind these weaklings and let them perish for you? Just then, a red and blue figure, accompanied by a sonic boom, descended from the sky. Boom! Kara crashed into Fiora like a cannonball, directly penetrating a nearby skyscraper. The glass S.H.I.E.L.D shattered instantly, and a massive corporate logo was obliterated. Debris and steel rained down like a tempest. Inside the building, Fiora regained her footing, brushing off the dust from her armor, completely unscathed. You finally decided to show yourself. Kara remained silent, her eyes fixed on Fiora, emitting a fierce, fiery glow. The heat of her gaze swept across the scene. Fiora sidestepped with a grace that resembled a fleeting specter. The crimson light pierced through several layers of flooring, but it was too sluggish. Fiora's voice echoed in Kara's ear, startling her before she could react. A sharp pain surged through her abdomen as Fiora delivered a precise strike to her waist. Kara was sent careening like a severed kite, shattering through the wall and soaring into the open air. With a thunderous crash, she landed in the center of the street, the ground collapsing beneath her in a deep crater. Before she could rise, Fiora appeared before her like a wraith, her foot pressing down on Kara's chest. Struggling helplessly, Kara found herself immobilized. Did your parents never teach you how to fight? Truly pathetic, Fiora remarked coldly as she leaned down, gripping Kara's throat and lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Kara's face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen, her feeble attempts to pry away the iron grip proving futile. It was an utter domination. At that moment, a golden portal tore open nearby, and S.H.I.E.L.D, and Gwen stepped through. Tony's visor scanned the scene, bewildered. What on earth? A new skill? Captain America was equally stunned. As S.H.I.E.L.D and the others looked up, they beheld Kara being held aloft by Fiora, like a mere chick in the air. Damn it, let her go, Gwen shouted, poised to charge forward. S.H.I.E.L.D extended a shadowy tendril to halt her. Kara possessed immense potential, absorbing solar radiation with astonishing efficiency, far surpassing her cousin Clark. Yet, she squandered her gifts without the resolve to strengthen herself. In her world, being a hero meant soaring through the skies, rescuing cats, and thwarting bank robberies. She could not be allowed to continue down this path. The criminals of Roseburg were watching her, and they would inevitably come for her. Recalling the torment she would endure in the storyline of Supergirl, the emotional and physical degradation, S.H.I.E.L.D felt compelled to spare Kara from such suffering. She had to become stronger. Now was the time for her first lesson, painful yet essential. The shame of Krypton. Fiora released her grip, discarding Kara as one would refuse. With a resounding crash, Kara's body collided with a double-decker bus, the sturdy metal frame bending and contorting upon impact. Struggling amidst the wreckage, she emerged with eyes filled with fear and despair, devoid of any fighting spirit. Just as Fiora prepared to take her away, S.H.I.E.L.D seized control, strolling casually across the debris-strewn street to stand before Fiora, locking eyes with her. You are correct. No one has taught Kara how to fight. Now, I shall be her instructor. Fiora, do you dare to engage in another battle? Chapter 57. Want to be the master? Fiora receives the whip. Aboard the Kryptonian spacecraft, Zod is endeavoring to persuade Clark to join him in the reconstruction of Krypton. He does not regard himself as an aggressor. If Earth were to be destroyed and humanity discovered a new habitable planet, inhabited solely by a colony of ants, would they abandon the transformation of that world for the sake of those ants? I was once a friend of your father, son of El. Tell me, where's the Codex? After the destruction of Krypton, Zod discovered the world engine at the outpost, capable of transforming other planets into environments suitable for Kryptonian life. Now, everything is in place. All that remains is the central Codex, which records the superior genetic sequences of the Kryptonian people. Clark fell silent, unable to counter such cold logic. Louise stepped forward, gazing intently at Zod. You perceive us as ants, yet you overlook our shared trait, resistance. Zod's gaze lingered on Louise's face for a moment, as if she were merely an annoying insect. Your rebellion is futile. Detain them and await news from Farah. Zod turned away, and two Kryptonians approached, escorting Clark deeper into the ship. Meanwhile, in New York, Farah lay immobilized amidst the ruins. In the sky, a helicopter zoomed in on her face. The audience across the world was taken aback. This Kryptonian woman, who had just moments ago exuded invincibility, was crying. Two streams of tears, mingled with dust, trickled down her cheeks, her face etched with humiliation. 2 hours earlier, upon hearing Sumo's words, Farah had disdainfully curled her lip. Teacher, you? I know your kind. Symbiotes, the spawn of the abyss. As far as I know, there are many of your kind imprisoned in Fort Ross. Unfortunately, individual potential is woefully low. Farah wore an air of superiority as she critiqued, more insufferable than Tony was before he turned 40. Yet, she shifted her tone. However, as a pet, congratulations, you qualify. Farah lifted her head, her chin slightly raised, her eyes casting a disdainful glance. She extended a finger towards S.H.I.E.L.D, playfully beckoning him. Care to consider being my pet? Not far off. Hill and Gwen clenched their fists. That wretched woman. Tony exclaimed. Go for it, Sue-mo. Captain America interjected. Watch your language. Tony, there are cameras here. As the subject of their discourse, Sue-mo was somewhat taken aback. There are indeed symbiotes imprisoned in Fort Roz? Upon reflection, with Krypton's level of technological advancement, it is hardly surprising they would confine any creature. Regarding Farah's taunts, Sue-mo replied coolly. I was uncertain how to deal with you. But if you desire to be a pet, then I shall indulge you. At this moment, Sue-mo had completed his symbiosis with Kara, transforming their vibrant red and blue uniform into a sleek, obsidian battle attire, while the tips of Kara's golden hair were tinged with inky hues. The emblem of hope emblazoned upon her chest morphed into an ominous scarlet. Mr. Sue-mo, perhaps you should take the lead? Kara felt a pang of guilt. This woman, so contemptuous, yet she herself was unable to avenge Sue-mo. How utterly powerless she felt. Activate your super intellect and learn her combat style. Do not charge in recklessly like a wild boar, Sue-mo advised. Kara's cheeks flushed. All right, I will. The battle erupted once more. Fola, swift as lightning, aimed a knife hand strike at Kara's neck. Instinctively, Kara raised her hand to block. Crash! The tremendous force sent her hurtling backward, crashing through an entire billboard. Yet, she stood up unscathed, the symbiotic suit absorbing most of the impact. Fola frowned and charged again. Fist, elbow, knee, kick. The onslaught was relentless. Each strike accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air. The street crumbled beneath the barrage, abandoned cars being lifted by the shockwaves. Kara was battered back and forth between buildings, yet each time, she managed to regain her footing. You're almost there. Learn her movements, Sue-mo analyzed calmly. Fola unleashed a sweeping kick. This time, Kara did not evade. Instead, she mirrored Fola's technique and retaliated with a kick of her own. Boom! The two forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The windows along the street shattered into a cloud of fine dust. Kara staggered back a step, while for the first time, Fola was pushed back. She witnessed Kara's transformation. How could this be? Was the symbiotic entity's enhancement truly this potent against Kryptonians? Surely, those in the fortress of Roseburg were far inferior. Fola steeled herself and launched a punch, but was too late. Kara had already grasped the essence of her fighting style. Kara sidestepped, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Fola squarely on the chin. That punch seemed to trigger something within her. In the ensuing moments, Fola endured a humiliating barrage. Kara consistently employed her techniques to best her. Eventually, she ceased any pretense, pinning Fola down and striking her directly. Fola attempted to create distance, but Sumo's tendrils had already ensnared her ankles, yanking her downward with a forceful tug. Boom! Fola was yanked from midair, crashing violently to the ground. Sue-mo looked down upon Fola, who lay in the crater, his tone devoid of emotion. Continue. These two words had echoed in Fola's ears countless times. You bastard, she cried, struggling to rise from the pit, her fury directed at Sue-mo. He clearly regarded her as no more than a sparring partner to hone the skills of this fledgling Kryptonian. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged within her. She had had enough. She no longer wished to be this scoundrel's teaching tool. Farah was done with the fight. She simply wanted to escape this accursed place. Yet, barely 10 meters into her ascent, Sumo's tendrils pursued her once more from below. They ensnared her waist mercilessly, slamming her back to the ground with a thud. Boom! Another deeper crater formed. Sumo's voice, akin to a nightmare, reverberated again. I said, continue. Faurastud motionless, pixatedon sununtai emo. Her eyes brimming with a desire to devour him whole. Sue-mo addressed Kara. It seems today's lesson must conclude prematurely. He had completely commandeered Kara's body. Next, it was time to settle the score between him and her. Sue-mo gazed down at Farah, his tone disturbingly calm. Did you not wish for me to be your pet? Now, tell me, who is the master and who is the pet? You, Farah scoffed, squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. Sue-mo chuckled. In the next instant, the inky tendrils ensnared Farah's arms, suspending her in midair. The entirety of the world's live broadcast showcased this scene in vivid clarity. Sue-mo, who is the pet? Let me down, you despicable creature. Farah thrashed wildly. Yet to no avail. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The general will kill you. He will annihilate all of you. Let me down. Crack. The dark tendril transformed into a long whip, striking Farah's body with a resounding blow. It wasn't overly painful, but the humiliation was palpable. Farah was taken aback. Sue-mo, who is the pet? It's you. Farah roared in fury, struggling violently. Crack, crack, crack. A flurry of lashes sparked against her armor. Not far away, Gwen and Hill exchanged silent glances. Jessica pulled out her phone. Oh my God, I must record this. Tony waved at the helicopter above, Children under 18. Please watch with parental guidance. Though, it's probably best not to watch at all. Chapter 58. The Patriot and Queen Maeve. Farah weeps on the spot. Yet, this mere whipping could not breach her psychological defenses. Sumo even sensed that she seemed accustomed to it. Locking eyes with her, he received a glance icy and rife with malice. Kara, Mr. Sumo, are you tired of whipping her? Allow me. Sumo, who has corrupted this child? Farah regained her composure. Humiliation? What did such trivial indignity mean to a Kryptonian warrior? She chuckled coldly within. After all, there were only a few people present. Once the general arrived, they would all perish. Little did she know, she was already being broadcasted live. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, cracks had begun to appear in her armor. On the other side, Zod, noticing that Farah had yet to return, promptly instructed 2 of his subordinates to investigate the situation in New York, while he and the remaining members sought the Codex. After a prolonged wait, Farah finally received reinforcements. The sky reverberated with 2 resounding explosions as 2 Kryptonians descended, crashing down nearby. The sight of these newcomers plunged the hearts of everyone into despair. Who would come to our rescue? We need the Hulk. Damn it. I warned against provoking them. Indeed, now Earth faces annihilation, all thanks to them. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of San Francisco, Sky had managed to uncover and disseminate information about these individuals online. Upon seeing her compatriots, pure ecstasy erupted in Farah's eyes as she glared menacingly at Sumo. You are doomed. I shall dismantle your bones one by one. I will trample you underfoot. You will grovel and kiss my toes. A sharp crack echoed in response, more thunderous than her threats. Sumo replied coolly, I possess no bones and will not kiss your toes. However, I could administer a few lashes daily, should you plead for mercy. Enraged by Farah's humiliation, the 2 Kryptonians transformed into streaks of fury, charging toward her. Sumo remained motionless, instead gazing skyward. Such commotion, another arrival was imminent. Soon, a man descended from above, slowly hovering in the air, positioning himself between the 2 Kryptonians, bold and imposing. A woman also approached the floor where Sumo stood. Hello, I am Maeve, she introduced herself, extending her hand. Sumo recognized her as Queen Maeve. He refrained from shaking her hand, pondering that she might harbor an interest in Kara, given her bisexuality. Maeve awkwardly withdrew her hand, moving closer to Sumo when no one was watching. I know Aurora, she said. Sumo's instinctive reaction was swifter than her words. He ensnared her with his tendrils. Maeve grimaced in pain. I know Aurora lore. Suddenly, Sumo recalled that Hill had mentioned the mutants had taken over the investigation into the company waters. Could Storm have turned Queen Maeve to her side? Impressive. Charles has some skill. Wait, how'd you get turned? Aurora wouldn't tea. Never mind. It's none of my concern. Releasing Maeve, Sumo redirected his attention back to the battlefield. Superman. Tony instinctively shouted, only to quickly realize something was amiss. The man before them wore a tight suit, yet his chest was bare, adorned instead with golden eagle shoulder pads and a flamboyant star-spangled banner draped behind him. What is this? A counterfeit? Confusion clouded Tony's face. Hill interjected. The artificial Superman from Waters Corporation. What was his name? Patriot? One exclaimed. Huh? Isn't he afraid of being attacked? The Patriot paid no heed to anyone around him. He stood with his hands on his hips, striking what he believed to be the most striking pose. A perfect smile plastered across his face as he addressed the camera of the helicopter soaring above. My friends, do not be afraid. Allow the people of our nation to assist you. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Who was he? A citizen of our nation? One of the Kryptonians looked on in perplexity. Clearly, he was absent from the list of earthly threats they had previously investigated. Get lost, said another Kryptonian succinctly. The smile on the citizen's face faltered slightly. He detested being spoken to in such a tone. However, maintaining his composure in front of a global audience, he adopted a tone akin to a mentor addressing a novice. Listen, no matter what alien race you belong to, leave my city. No, our city. This instant. The citizen's eyes began to glow a fierce crimson. Or else. The Kryptonian approached him with an air of disdain. The muscles in the citizen's jaw twitched as he narrowed his eyes. You will regret this. No sooner had he spoken than beams of laser light erupted from his gaze. The Kryptonian, too indifferent to evade, allowed the searing rays to strike his chest. Sizzle. It was effective. White smoke billowed from the Kryptonian's armor. Yet, that was the extent of it. The surface of the armor bore no scorch marks, nor had the temperature increased in the slightest. The citizen was taken aback. The worldwide audience was equally astonished. The Kryptonian glanced down at his chest, and then looked up, wearing an expression of incredulity. Is that all? In the next moment, he delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as the citizen spun like a top, completing a full 720 degrees before crashing into a pile of debris, unable to rise for quite some time. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Tony remarked, I take back what I just said. He is indeed a hero. Captain America immediately rushed to assess his condition. He was still alive. Jessica, bewildered, questioned, does he not realize how formidable Kryptonians are? Amidst the ruins of the building, Symbiote cast a disdainful glance at Maeve. Did you come here specifically to meet your demise? Maeve replied with a wry smile. This building is the headquarters of the Water Corporation. Symbiote recognized the massive emblem. What a coincidence. We were entirely unaware. Maeve continued. The Water Corporation invested billions of dollars to create the Super 7, only to find that in an era teeming with deities and aliens, the heroes crafted from their compounds became worthless commodities, even rejected by Hydra. Now, they have neither profits nor a home, as it has been demolished. Furthermore, Symbiote had deliberately confined the battle zone to the vicinity of this very building. The only loss was that of their company, Water. Maeve suddenly widened her eyes, gazing ahead. They are charging towards us. However, Symbiote's speed surpassed that of the two Kryptonians. In the high-speed camera footage, onlookers only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure. Crack, crack, accompanied by the piercing sound of bones fracturing. The two Kryptonians had their legs shattered, kneeling before Symbiote. Their bloodlines were a hodgepodge, far inferior to that of Kara, Clark, or Farah. They fell in an instant, without surprise. Maeve was astounded. How could he be this powerful? I absolutely adore this. I desire it. I want to have it. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The helicopter above zoomed in frantically, broadcasting the scene to the world. Silence. Symbiote turned his head, his gaze once again resting on Farah, who was still suspended in midair. Look at your companions. Perhaps, if I whip you a few more times in front of them, you will understand who the true pet is. Farah's eyes swept over her comrades. Their faces displayed shock and agony. She then glanced up at the helicopter, its lens fixated on her like a multitude of cold, unfeeling eyes. The entire world was watching. She gritted her teeth. Why? Why must this happen to me? You ask me why? Symbiote was bewildered. When she was mocking and taunting, did she ever ponder the reason? If it were Captain America, he would choose forgiveness. If it were Tony, he would retaliate in kind. Symbiote was unlike them. He had to repay her manifold. Slap. The black tendril struck again. Crack. A faint sound echoed as a fissure appeared on Farah's helmet. Shortly thereafter, the system maintaining the Kryptonian environment failed completely. The radiation of the yellow sun surged into her body. The entire world transformed. The heartbeat of pedestrians on the street, the wailing sirens from blocks away, the thrum of helicopter rotors above, and the distant whispers of people merged into a cacophony, invading her ears. A sharp, piercing sound, indistinguishable. Everything was painfully clear, so clear it felt as though her head would explode. Farah stifled a groan of agony, feeling as if her skull would shatter. This time, after being struck by the whip, the incredulous murmurs of her comrades, Tony's taunts from afar, and the gasps of the global audience all fused into a tormenting melody that plagued her. She had undergone the harshest military training since childhood, believing she had cast aside all weaknesses. Yet at this moment, under the gaze of billions, being humiliated so thoroughly by an earthling shattered her proud will. Farah's lips began to tremble, her eyes reddening. A single crystalline tear cascaded down her dust-laden cheek. Following closely, a second, then a third, the formidable, unyielding Kryptonian warrior succumbed to tears. The helicopter's lens captured this poignant moment with precision, offering a close-up. Meanwhile, within the confines of the prison, Louise utilized the Kryptonian key to summon Clark's father. Together, they uncovered Zod's sinister plot to reshape Earth. Under the guidance of his father, they boarded an escape pod and returned to Earth. Louise declared, "We must seek assistance from others." After a moment of deep contemplation, Clark replied, "I know a guy. He is immensely powerful." Chapter 59. Is it possible to eliminate government officials in such a manner? Farah seemed to be pushed to her limits. The agony of sensory overload, compounded by the humiliation of being broadcasted globally, elicited a scream devoid of humanity, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Symbiote retracted his tendrils, allowing her to plummet from the air. Observing the unconscious Farah, Kara suddenly stammered, "Mr. Symbiote, there's still some combat techniques I have yet to master. Could we possibly let this go? I truly wish to improve." "What do you wish to convey?" Symbiote understood her intentions. Kara hesitated. "Could we refrain from killing her?" "Mr. Symbiote?" Symbiote replied, "Do you wish for her to serve as a sparring partner?" Kara initially believed that only she and Clark remained of their kind on Krypton. She had hoped for kin in the confines of the fortress. But most of the inmates were criminals of other races, such as the Red Martians, Daxamites, Insectoids, and Plorants. In the vast cosmos, her people were nearly extinct. Now, having finally encountered a fellow Kryptonian, Kara thought that since Farah had not caused any civilian casualties, perhaps she could plead with Symbiote for her salvation. Symbiote responded, "Of course, but you must atone for her sins." Kara's cheeks flushed crimson. "Must I also be whipped?" Symbiote replied, atoning for Farah's sins entails enduring her punishment. Kara's mind was a tumultuous battleground. This was exceedingly shameful. Not every American girl was so open. Moreover, her relationship with Symbiote was not of that nature. She envisioned the scene vividly. If she were to be whipped, she would undoubtedly cry out. Yet, for the sake of her kin, Kara finally gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. "I can do it, Mr. Symbiote, but please be gentle. Is your mind filled with frivolous thoughts?" Symbiote was disinclined to engage further. He could not allow his pristine slate to be tainted by her distractions. He turned towards the two Kryptonians, their legs broken, kneeling on the ground, eyes filled with fear and rage, glaring fiercely at him. Symbiote dismissed their protests with indifference. Bang! Bang! A punch for each, clean and decisive. Two Kryptonians lay with their heads tilted, oblivious to their fate. Subsequently, one of them produced a hovering ring, and a golden portal materialized behind him. On the other side lay the basement of the sanctum. Tentacles ensnared Fuola and unceremoniously flung her inside. The chamber was imbued with the sanctum's magic, akin to a mirror dimension. Unless Fuola could master the spells of Kamartaj, brute force would avail her nothing in her escape. Is this what it means to be an Avenger? Maeve watched in astonishment. Compared to them, mere test subjects on the brink of death. These beings were the favorite of the age. Having completed this, a few military helicopters descended onto a nearby clearing. A throng of soldiers clad in black combat attire rushed forth, swiftly securing the area. A man in a suit, bearing a serious demeanor, approached with purpose. He cast a glance at the two unconscious Kryptonians, ascertaining there was no threat, then strode confidently to stand before Symbiote. "I am the head of the Special Operations Unit of the Department of Defense. Under emergency legislation, these two alien prisoners will be taken into our custody." The man displayed his credentials. At that moment, Hill and her team arrived, confirming the authenticity of his identification. Captain America stepped forward, asking, "Are you certain you possess the capability to detain them? They are not ordinary individuals. We have specialized facilities, Captain Rogers. Please trust in the nation's expertise," the man replied, his expression resolute and official. Tony scoffed. "If your expertise had arrived half an hour earlier, instead of waiting for us to clear the battlefield before reaping the spoils, it would be far more convincing." The man disregarded Tony's derision and turned his attention back to Symbiote. "Intelligence indicates there is another female prisoner. Please hand her over." Symbiote cast him a disinterested glance. "Your intelligence appears to be somewhat flawed regarding me." A smirk threatened to surface. Was this official blind? Or did he presume his suit and credentials were more formidable than the Kryptonians? Although Symbiote had not overtly portrayed himself as a villain in public, any reasonable person familiar with his modus operandi would recognize him as a force to be reckoned with. How dare this man presume to command him? "Whoever you are, please adhere to the laws of the Federation, or else." The man waved a hand, and two soldiers stepped forward, unveiling a leaden box. Inside lay several pairs of handcuffs, ominously glowing with a green hue. "Are you threatening me?" Symbiote inquired. "This is not a threat. It is the law," the man retorted, a subtle smirk gracing his features. He regarded Symbiote with a silent derision, thinking, what can he possibly do? Harm a defenseless official of the Department of Defense? In front of a live broadcast across America, with so many civilians present and Captain America, a paragon of morality, standing here, would he dare to openly oppose the entire American Federation? What a farce. These superheroes are primarily concerned with their public image. They must embody virtue. As long as they firmly uphold the law and the interests of the nation, they become ensnared by invisible shackles. With this thought, the man straightened his posture, his tone growing increasingly resolute. "This is your final warning. Surrender the captive, or I shall arrest you." Before his words could fully resonate, a tentacle pierced through the air, puncturing his chest with a sickening thud. Symbiote, with an impassive expression, casually tossed the lifeless body onto the ruins, affixing it to a twisted rebar. Blood instantaneously stained the suit crimson. The onlookers gasped in shock. Hill glanced skyward, her mind racing to devise a method to erase the footage. But alas, it was a live broadcast. What to do? Hill had already resolved to flee alongside Symbiote turned his gaze towards the soldiers behind the man, his voice resonating clearly through the helicopter's live feed. "Return to your employer and inform him not to provoke me. Otherwise, next time, it shall be his LexCorp tower that crumbles." Symbiote was acutely aware that eliminating an official in front of the entire world would drastically alter public perception of him. Yet, he remained unfazed. Now residing in the sanctum of New York, these insignificant pests could hardly disturb him. As for the prospect of his arrest, a laughable notion. Symbiote was genuinely curious who possessed such capability. At that moment, Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. My heavens! Gwen and Jessica stared wide-eyed. Even Hill furrowed her brow. Their gazes moved past Symbiote, fixated on the corpse affixed to the rebar. A gasp escaped from beneath Tony's helmet. Is he an alien? Symbiote turned his head to observe the corpse undergoing a bizarre transformation. The skin beneath the suit writhed like melting wax, shifting from a normal hue to a profound green. The facial features contorted, ears elongated and sharpened, while deep crevices formed along the chin. Good grief, isn't that a Skrull? Sumo instantly realized. The Skrulls, a shape-shifting race, had long since infiltrated human society, meticulously plotting for decades to replace key figures on Earth to facilitate their occupation. Now it made sense. Hill's reaction was remarkably swift. She stepped forward and, addressing the helicopter's camera, declared loudly, "Indeed, Symbiote and I have seen through the alien's disguise, which is why we took decisive measures to eliminate them." One was left bewildered. Can that really be spun this way? Hill, with her back to the camera, swiftly exchanged a knowing wink with Symbiote, her eyes urging him to cooperate. Symbiote fell silent for 2 seconds, then acknowledged, "Yes, that is indeed my interpretation." Chapter 60. Zod's Scheme. The Lost Mind Scepter. Hill addressed the camera, adding a few remarks. The essence of her message was that extraterrestrial infiltration had persisted for some time, and the Avengers would thoroughly investigate the matter. This effectively salvaged the situation. Symbiote grinned at the other soldiers. "You wouldn't be aliens, would you? We are human." The soldiers promptly surrendered, seeking to affirm their identities. Hill surveyed the crowd. "We need to convene a meeting regarding the paperwork." In the grand lobby of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tower, which had now transformed into the headquarters of the Avengers, or rather, a new recruits training camp, the space had been reconfigured into several transparent testing zones. Newly recruited heroes were undergoing assessments of their abilities inside. Some donned eccentric costumes, while others opted for casual attire, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand awakening event for web novel protagonists. Sumo's gaze swept across familiar faces. Katie was exuberantly shooting arrows at moving targets, hitting bullseyes with each shot. Nearby, Iceman languidly sculpted ice figures, cooling the lobby. Not far off, a striking woman in a skin-tight, white combat suit was engaged in a fierce battle with a robot, her movements swift and lethal. White Tiger, Avoyala. Sumo recognized her instantly. His attention ultimately settled on a woman clad in a platinum-colored uniform, boldly tailored, resembling high-fashion runway, attire more than battle gear. Was she here a model? Symbiote felt a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. As he examined the others, Katie spotted him, excitedly setting down her bow and waving vigorously. "Agent Venom, it's me, Katie. Good to see you again." Hill nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the blonde girl in a white and gold-trimmed uniform, adorned with a few stars on her chest, approached curiously, asking Katie, "Do you know them?" Katie's chin nearly soared to the heavens, brimming with pride. "Of course. We're good friends. Could you introduce us?" "No, I cannot." At the top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tower, the magnificent view of New York's night skyline was captivating through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside, the soothing strains of jazz and the warm amber lighting created an equally enchanting atmosphere. Symbiote was lost in thought. With such significant events unfolding, Zod had yet to make a move. Had he discovered the codex within Clark? What would follow? Perhaps he was poised to activate the world engine. Tony peeked out from behind the bar, brandishing an expensive bottle of whiskey. "To our brave and fearless alien disguise expert." He raised the bottle towards Symbiote and Hill, wearing his signature mischievous grin. "Honestly, Hill, you should run for president. Your rhetoric is far more convincing than those seeking my investments." Hill held a glass of wine and replied coolly, "Symbiote, don't you think Stark resembles an alien in disguise?" "Hey, they can't disguise genius." Tony countered and subsequently poured a drink for Steve beside him. "It's indeed possible," Captain America remarked, settling onto the sofa with a smile. "I have only recently emerged from the ice." Just then, Coulson and his team stepped out of the elevator. "Apologies for the delay. Dealing with that alien took considerable time," Coulson said, his expression apologetic. Melinda May, standing behind him, nodded in acknowledgement. Fitz and Simmons curiously surveyed the legendary Stark bar before joining Gwen, Kara, and Jessica at another table. "I should consider charging for entry to the bar," Tony mused, shaking his head at Coulson and his entourage. Ignoring Tony's complaint, Coulson approached the bar. He appeared somewhat weary. "Director Fury sends his regards." He paused, then continued, "And I bring unfortunate news." Tony raised an eyebrow. "I wager he has lost something again." "You guessed correctly, Stark." Coulson's demeanor turned grave. "Loki's scepter has been stolen." The atmosphere in the bar instantly froze. "You mean to say you lost the energy rod that controls minds?" Tony exclaimed. "Don't be so dramatic, Tony," Sumo interjected lazily. "Hydra has practically turned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vault into their personal storage. Losing a mind control scepter is trivial. I wonder if next Fury will inform us that his eye patch is also missing. Honestly, I just hope you're not about to tell me that Fury has also misplaced something," he added, speculating about Fury's late-night escapades. A mouthful of drinks nearly spewed out as everyone chuckled. Coulson's lips twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he forced the conversation back on track. Stark, Mr. Sumo. This is not the time for jest. The scepter is in the hands of Baron Strucker, who is conducting human experiments in Sokovia. Upon hearing the words, human experiments, Captain America's expression turned serious. How many have been harmed? Coulson shook his head. The exact numbers are unclear, but intelligence suggests there are already successful test subjects, twins. We have tracked their location to a secret Hydra fortress in the border mountains of Sokovia. Director Fury hopes the Avengers can address this matter. Coulson admitted candidly, of course. This will be after the situation with the Kryptonians is resolved. Scarlet Witch, Sumo pondered, could I replicate her abilities? As for Quicksilver, he was no match for Kara's super speed. At that moment, Jarvis interrupted their conversation. Sir, a Ms. Louise Lane claims to have an urgent matter. Everyone exchanged glances. Tony sighed and spread his hands. It seems sleep is out of the question tonight. A woman clad in a trench coat, exuding an air of competence, was ushered in, Louise Lane. She instantly recognized several prominent figures present. Louise? What transpired? Kada aprudochit. Where's Carl? Louise wasted no time. Speaking rapidly and with clarity, Zod intends to transform Earth with the World Engine, turning it into a second Krypton. Clark has gone to the Kent farm. He mentioned that Zod is threatening his mother. Wait a moment, Tony interjected, raising a hand. Transforming Earth into Krypton? What does that mean? To enhance real estate value? No. It entails altering the entire atmosphere, increasing the planet's mass, Louise explained. We will be crushed by gravity. Understood. That is indeed dire, Tony remarked, shaking his glass and taking another sip. Clark asked me to pass this along to you. He said you would comprehend. Louise produced a disc and handed it to Tony. He approached the holographic console, his hands swiftly gliding through the air. It was a schematic of Kryptonian spacecraft and escape pods. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This is Kryptonian technology? I see. This design could initiate the anti-Superman protocol. Tony, your grin is rather audacious, Mo commented, as Steve had already surmised Tony's intentions. I have an idea. Tony pointed at two models on the screen, the Kryptonian faster-than-light engine, identical to that on the escape pod, and the force field generator of the World Engine. Their collision would theoretically create an unstable singularity. Speak plainly, Tony, Captain America frowned. A temporary black hole that could engulf both them and their vessel. Tony snapped his fingers, mimicking a toilet flush. Chapter 61. The World Engine Activation. White Tiger and starlight the following day at the break of dawn, New York City was suddenly shaken. In the heart of Manhattan, a colossal, three-legged machine descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. It activated. A beam of blue energy shot towards the Earth. Gravitational waves rippled outward. Cars were hurled into the air, only to be violently yanked back down, crushed into metal discs. The glass facades of skyscrapers shattered like waterfalls. On the opposite side of the globe, in the South Indian Ocean, a similar scene unfolded. Tony had already reached an agreement with the military, boarding a transport plane with a Kryptonian escape pod en route to the South Indian Ocean. In the face of such a catastrophic event, Earth superheroes could offer little assistance, having to disperse throughout the city to evacuate the populace. In the sanctum of New York, on the third floor, Mo was sleeping soundly. The meeting had stretched late into the night, leaving him devoid of energy. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated. The entire building shook violently. The lamp on his nightstand shattered into pieces. It felt as though someone were relentlessly battering the earth with a siege hammer. Hill jolted upright, realizing something was amiss. Sumo's voice echoed in her mind, laced with a sleepy languor. Good morning. I presume it is General Zod who has set off your wake-up alarm. Hill hastened to the window and flung open the curtains. In the distance, a colossal blue beam of light surged skyward, pulsating with an energy that made the entire city tremble. On the streets, vehicles were hurled into the air like mere toys, torn apart as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hill remarked, Zod has activated the World Engine. Honestly, there is no need to rush. Sumo nonchalantly replied, regardless, if the sky falls, the tall one will support it. Hill responded, I understand, we're the tall ones. With a sigh, Sumo observed as a pitch-black symbiotic liquid surged from beneath Hill's skin, swiftly enveloping him and forming a battle suit. The two of them burst through the sanctum's doors. The scene outside was even more breathtaking than from the window. Dust filled the air, and overhead, Clark collided repeatedly with a mechanical monstrosity, the World Engine, a planetary-scale weapon. Did you see that? Now that is what I call the tall one, Sumo exclaimed. Hill disregarded his jest, for the World Engine had descended right beside the Wayne Enterprises skyscraper. With every gravitational wave that rippled outward, the luxurious high-rise cried out, its stone gargoyles and ornate decorations peeling away, crashing to the ground below. Bruce Wayne is going bankrupt. Sumokamenti. Meanwhile, On a private jet 1,000 miles away, Bruce Wayne watched this unfolding chaos through a satellite feed, his silence heavy. His grip on the wine glass turned white-knuckled as he observed his employees, those whose names he could recite daily, fleeing amidst dust and screams, falling in despair. His old friend Lucius was also ensnared in that hell. It had transcended the matter of money. Hill surveyed the chaotic streets, searching for the areas most in need of assistance. Not far away, a white tiger agilely maneuvered through the ruins. Like a true feline predator, she effortlessly tore open a mangled car door, dragging the trapped driver to safety. "Hurry, get out of here!" A golden glow radiated nearby. Starlight illuminated the dark entrance of a tilting building, guiding the panicked crowd to safety. She endeavored to infuse her voice with hope. "Do not be afraid. Come this way. It is safe." The white tiger cast a glance at her, perceiving a certain naivety. At that moment, the ground beneath them heaved violently upward before crashing down again. The office building above them emitted a final groan as massive fissures crept upward from its core, the entire structure beginning to tilt and collapse. "Run!" the white tiger bellowed. Starlight attempted to hold up the falling debris with beams of light, buying precious time for those below. Yet everything transpired too swiftly. Countless steel beams, concrete, and glass cascaded down like a torrential waterfall. It was over. This was the sole thought occupying the minds of the two individuals in that moment, just before they were engulfed. Two pitch-black tendrils shot forth from the swirling dust with lightning speed, ensnaring their waists with precision. A tremendous force yanked them backward violently. Boom! The ground where they stood was instantly reduced to rubble weighing several tons. Hill emerged from the haze. "Be cautious, newcomers." The white tiger brushed off the dust from her attire, begrudgingly offering her thanks. In stark contrast, Starlight dashed to Hill's side, puffing out her chest in an effort to appear more dependable. "I swear, that was merely an accident. I can assist you. Please assign me a mission. I am capable of anything." Once, a silver-haired mutant sister had halted her on her way to an interview at the Watt Corporation, informing her that her brilliance should not be exploited by such a sordid company. The Avengers were the true heroes deserving of her talents. Starlight had exerted herself to pass the evaluation, desperate to prove herself. Due to her upbringing, she had always felt inferior. Successfully completing the Avengers assessment was her proudest achievement. S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutinized her, growing increasingly familiar with her features. "What is your name?" "Annie. Annie January." "And what is your code name?" Starlight hesitated, a bit embarrassed. I do not have a code name yet." The white tiger scoffed, appraising Annie with a hint of mockery in her tone. "You hardly seem like a warrior, more like an idol ready to take the stage. Why not simply go with Starlight? It suits you." Starlight. S.H.I.E.L.D. recalled her now. The Starlight from the Seven. The one forced to consume caviar. The idle chatter was abruptly halted by Hill. "Annie, you continue rescuing people. Afterward, I will have Tony formalize your position." This hardly qualified as a significant task, yet for Starlight, it was her first official order from the strongest force since joining the Avengers. Her face instantly radiated enthusiasm as she vigorously nodded. "Yes, sir. I promise to complete the mission." With that, she turned and dashed toward the subway entrance, her eyes igniting with a golden glow. A hum resonated as another gravitational pulse swept across the city. This time, it was stronger than any before. The earth trembled like a shaken carpet, the asphalt of the street instantly buckling and fracturing, revealing the twisted subway tunnel beneath. In the distance, the Brooklyn Bridge groaned under the strain, its steel cables snapping one by one, the bridge deck collapsing like a lifeless serpent into the river below. This monstrous force was still intensifying. Hill gazed upward. Clark had evidently recognized this as well. He could wait no longer. The red and blue figure accelerated once more, trailing a long sonic boom cloud as it surged toward the world engine. Yet, just as he was about to collide with the three immense metallic supports, an invisible repulsive force erupted instantaneously. Bang! Clark was hurled backward as if he had struck an unseen wall, catapulted away at a greater velocity. He crashed through 3 office buildings in succession, ultimately embedding himself deeply into the wall of the 4th, remaining motionless for an extended period. The calamity continued to spread, gravitational waves enveloping half the city. Despairing, the populace gazed skyward, as if forsaken by the divine. Amidst the ruins, Clark slowly opened his eyes, the cries of the world flooding into his ears. He beheld a mother clutching her child, helplessly screaming beneath the collapsed structure. He witnessed firefighters struggling in the distorted gravity, desperately attempting to extricate trapped citizens. He saw hopelessness. Chapter 62. Thor, I come with the storm, bearing the wrath of the gods. Simultaneously, above the southern Indian Ocean, a tempest raged, the sea whipped into chaos by another world engine. Stock, we can barely hold on. General Rhodes bellowed into the communicator. The aircraft was tossed about like a leaf in the furious currents. Hold on for another 30 seconds. Aim the rear towards that blue chrysanthemum. I mean, the rear of the Kryptonian ship. Tony's voice crackled through the device. Stock. Without granting Hardy a moment to retort, Tony immediately declared now, without hesitation. Hardy pressed the launch button. The rear door of the transport opened, and the escape pod, carrying the hopes of Kryptonian civilization, was violently propelled forth, plummeting toward the world engine. New York. Boom! Clark shot skyward from directly beneath the world engine. He forcefully penetrated that colossal machine. The energy core within destabilized instantly, its blue luminescence becoming exceedingly erratic, culminating in a deafening explosion. In that very second of the detonation, above the southern Indian Ocean, the escape pod collided with the world engine. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an eerie silence. The force fields of the two engines clashed and annihilated, creating an unstable singularity, a miniature black hole that began voraciously consuming everything around it. In less than 10 seconds, it was all over. The gravitational waves vanished. The heavy shackles binding the entire Earth were finally released. The sky fell silent. Within the Kryptonian warship, an oppressive stillness prevailed. General Zod fixed his gaze intently on the main screen, which now displayed only two incessantly flashing red warning symbols. World engine, offline. Report status. His voice was hoarse, akin to rusted metal scraping together. His subordinate trembled as he spoke. General, both engines are destroyed. All hope of reconstructing Krypton has evaporated in mere moments. In Zod's eyes, the glimmer of hope was extinguished entirely. He had succumbed to madness. Kal-El, he muttered through gritted teeth. Above the ruins, the sky over New York had finally regained its tranquility. Clark descended slowly to the edge of the vast chasm left by the world engine, gasping for breath. Every inch of him racked with pain. It was finally over. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over the Earth. The Kryptonian warship descended gradually, its metallic doors emitting a piercing sound as Zod, accompanied by his final 5 comrades, 6 armored figures, like statues of death, descended into the heart of the devastated city. I have devoted my life to safeguarding the bloodline of Krypton. This is the mission bestowed upon me since birth. Zod removed his helmet, allowing the cacophony of voices to invade his mind, his eyes bloodshot from sensory overload. And you have snatched it from my grasp. Zod's voice was soft yet brimming with boundless hatred. Clark regarded him. I can only protect one. Very well. Then I shall make you witness their annihilation. Zod roared, and the 6 figures lunged at Clark from 6 different directions. Thud, thud, thud. Clark was like a punching bag besieged by foes. He could deflect one blow, but was unprepared for the ambush from behind. Zod's fist struck Clark's face, propelling him into a crumbling building. Boom! The reinforced concrete shattered like brittle cookies. Before Clark could rise, 2 others had charged in, launching a barrage of punches that landed with brutal force. Clark found himself utterly defenseless. Just as one of them raised his fist, poised to shatter Clark's skull, a petite figure, clad in red and blue, crashed in at an even swifter pace. Boom! The Kryptonian was sent flying like a bowling pin. Kara landed gracefully, positioning herself before Clark, her golden hair billowing in the wind. Without hesitation, she single-handedly restrained 3 adversaries. Kara's movements were more agile than Clark's, her speed unmatched, her fighting style a reflection of Farah. The tide of battle seemed to shift, but 2 Kryptonians remained on Zod's side. They exchanged glances and lunged once more at Clark. At that moment, a golden lasso descended from the heavens, akin to a divine noose, expertly ensnaring one Kryptonian's neck and yanking him back. Clang! A resonant metallic crash echoed as a circular shield emblazoned with the emblem of an eagle struck the face of the other Kryptonian. Wonder Woman Diana wielded her divine sword and shield, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, her gaze reminiscent of ancient deities, filled with authority and might. Clark shook his head, momentarily lost in what seemed like a melody. Diana paid no heed to the 2 Kryptonians she had effortlessly dispatched. She simply nodded at Clark. In a one-on-one confrontation, true fairness prevails. Now, the battlefield is left with only Clark and Zod, a fateful duel. Zod launches a ferocious assault on Clark, and as their bodies collide, a terrifying shockwave erupts, leveling the surrounding ruins once more. The clash escalates from ground to sky, as searing heat beams, akin to crimson death rays, tear the heavens apart, wreaking havoc that far exceeds the Chitauri incident. Zod, a born warrior, delivers each punch and kick with lethal intent. Inevitably, Clark finds himself at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Zod kicks Clark from midair, sending him crashing through multiple floors, embedding him deeply into the earth. I will make you witness this planet turn to ashes. Zod hovers above, poised to deliver the final blow. On the rooftop of a building, Hill and Sumo observe the chaotic battlefield below. Honestly, has Clark skipped breakfast? I'm quite disappointed. Kara fights better than he does, Sumo's voice resonates in her ear. Hill furrows her brow as she gazes at the tumultuous scene below. It's time to intervene. Suddenly, the sky darkens without warning. Not the kind of darkness brought by clouds obscuring the sun, but rather as if an invisible hand had snuffed out the light. A low rumble of thunder rolls deep within the clouds, echoing like the roar of an ancient beast. Sumo, did you do this? Hill inquires, astonished. Are the more experts? Sumo replies, equally bewildered. Peering through the clouds with supervision, they lock eyes. What's he doing? Hill asks. Showing off, Sumo responds. Zod, suspended in midair and preparing to land the final strike on Clark, casts a disdainful glance at the peculiar change in weather. No one can save you. Just as the words escape his lips, a voice descends from above, resonating with the echoes of a storm, clear to every ear. As thunder rolls through the clouds and lightning illuminates the earth, a robust bolt of lightning cleaves the darkened sky, striking Zod squarely. Boom! Zod is forcibly thrust into the side of a nearby building, leaving behind a humanoid-shaped cavity. I come with the storm, bearing the wrath of the gods. With this final declaration, a figure slowly descends from the swirling storm clouds. Cloaked in red, wielding an ancient warhammer, and clad in silver armor that glimmers in the lightning's glow, Thor lands gracefully on the ground, flashing a broad smile. Friends, did your god arrive just in time? On the rooftop, Sumo is taken aback by Thor's flamboyant display. Where did you learn that line? Quite juvenile. However, big hammer, you're about to be pummeled. From the ruins, Zod emerges unscathed, gazing intently at Thor. Asgard might be more suited to Earth. Thor retorts, suited for what? To become the second home of the Kryptonians. Chapter 63. The wrath of the divine descends. Cursed Kryptonians. Do you dare to intrude upon the realm of the father of gods? Thor raised Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, pointing it defiantly at Zod. His voice resonated like the rumble of thunder. I have quelled the insurrection in Vanaheim, suppressed turmoil across the 9 realms, and trampled the domain of the dark elves. I shall shatter both you and your ludicrous vessel into oblivion, making you pay for your hubristic words. With that declaration, Thor whirled his hammer, accelerating towards Zod. However, as Sumo had anticipated, Thor was vanquished. Zod's form transformed into a shadow, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! A precise punch collided with Thor's jaw, sending his head reeling, followed by an elbow strike to his armored chest. Seizing his cloak, Zod hurled Thor into the ruins with tremendous force. Boom! Before Thor could rise, Zod surged into the wreckage, grasping his head and repeatedly slamming it against the floor of the vehicle. This relentless assault left Thor utterly dazed. Ultimately, it was Thor's instinct that prompted him to swing Mjolnir wildly. Clang! The hammer struck Zod squarely in the chest, propelling him hundreds of meters away and collapsing half a building in the distance. Alas, in sheer physical strength, there was no match for Zod. Sumo watched as the disoriented Thor shook his head in disbelief. In the entire universe, few races could contend with Kryptonians in a test of strength. Thor was still too inexperienced, his mind consumed by his hammer, forgetting that he was the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Only when he awakens the true power of the thunder within him will he present a formidable challenge. At that time, facing Zod would undoubtedly be an entirely different affair. Zod rose from the debris, brushing off the dust from his armor, unscathed. He surveyed the golden-haired giant who had just crawled from the remnants of the bus. His eyes filled with contempt. This is the might of Asgard's warriors? Gasping for breath, Thor forced himself to stand tall. I'm no mere soldier. I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard. Zod paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a sneer of disdain. A prince? Well, that simplifies matters considerably. He scrutinized Thor from head to toe, shaking his head. I had expected Asgard to be a realm of formidable warriors. Zod mocked. But it seems if your prince is so easily defeated, conquering your homeland will be even less challenging than I imagined. The onlookers, Diana, tightened her grip on the divine sword, her expression grave. Clark and Kara prepared to offer support. Sumo was already warming up, determined to teach the arrogant Zod a lesson. At that moment, the sky suddenly illuminated with a radiant column of multicolored light. The radiant beam seemed to emanate from the very edge of the cosmos, defying all physical laws, enveloped in an ancient and sacred aura. Crashing down upon the ruins of New York, it was the Rainbow Bridge. All movement ceased as onlookers stood in astonishment, gazing at the luminous spectacle. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent 8-legged steed stood at the center of the beam. Upon its back sat an elder clad in golden armor, crowned with a battle helmet. Though aged, he exuded an air of authority, his single eye seemingly ablaze with extinguished stars. Gripped firmly in his hand was a golden spear. It was the god king, Odin. Upon seeing the arrival, Thor's face instantly brightened. Father, Zod, observing the sudden appearance of the ancient figure, felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Odin's singular I resembled a bottomless ancient well, reflecting the ruins and the chaos of battle. He did not cast his gaze upon Thor or anyone else. The eight-legged divine steed, Sleipnir, anxiously pawed at the debris-laden ground, each step sending ripples through the surrounding space. Without uttering a word, Odin slowly raised the golden spear. The eternal spear, Gungnir. The spear's tip was aimed directly at Zod. In that instant, the tumultuous storm clouds in the sky seemed to find an outlet for their fury. As thousands of electric serpents danced toward the spear's tip, the remaining neon lights of New York, the street lamps, and even the faint glimmer of shattered glass were drawn away by an invisible force, converging into that singular, resplendent point. The entire world dimmed in comparison. With a swift motion of his arm, Odin hurled the spear, infused with storm and brilliance. There was no sonic boom, no howling winds. The throw of the eternal spear transcended sound itself. It tore through space, leaving a straight golden fissure in its wake, igniting the air instantaneously, carving a molten chasm into the earth. Zod's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, the super speed of a Kryptonian became a mere jest. He barely managed to raise his arm in a futile attempt to block the impending strike. With a swift thrust, the spear effortlessly pierced through his arm, its unmatched divine power pinning him firmly against the wall of a shattered skyscraper. Golden, sacred flames erupted from the spear, instantly engulfing Zod. The dark clouds dissipated. An array of sunlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating the dust. Odin sat stoically upon his steed, extending his hand expressionlessly, palm open. A soft hum resonated from the eternal spear, embedded 100 meters away, transforming into a beam of golden light that swiftly returned to the God King's grasp, leaving only Zod's charred remains behind. An empty silhouette was etched into the wall, disintegrating into ashes with the wind. Thus Zod perished. The battle had concluded. All present were profoundly shaken by the spectacle. With a single step from the eight-legged steed, the rainbow bridge illuminated once more, and the man and his horse vanished into the vibrant column of light, casting one last glance at Symbiote before disappearing. The gaze made Symbiote feel utterly uncomfortable. Power must be obtained, a stronger power. The issue of city reconstruction was swiftly placed on the agenda. Stark Industries promptly moved in, initiating the clearance of rubble and assessing the damages. Tony announced at a press conference that he would finance the rebuilding of the entirety of Manhattan. Shortly thereafter, Wayne Enterprises also joined the effort. Bruce Wayne pledged to provide compensation for the families of all victims and to cover half of the reconstruction costs. In no time, Stark and Wayne became the saviors idolized by the media worldwide. Amidst this grand charitable display, an inconspicuous company also quietly entered the fray, Walter International. They voluntarily took on the most challenging subway system restoration project without charging a dime, merely requesting the display of their Super 7 Group S poster at the rebuilt stations, a request the American government could hardly refuse. Meanwhile, in a secret underground military base, the lighting was glaringly bright. Several gurneys draped in white sheets were wheeled in, stopping beside a cold metallic autopsy table. A bald man in a suit entered, followed by several expressionless officers. The man lifted one of the white sheets, revealing the corpse of a Kryptonian soldier. A perfect creation indeed. Jeans, armor, and remnants of spacecraft. This was a veritable goldmine. The man muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with greed. A general spoke in a deep voice. Lex, the agreement is quite clear. The Army requires reverse engineering of the armor, and the Air Force seeks propulsion technology for the spacecraft. Of course, Luthor chuckled, and Lex Luthor merely requires small biological sample. We are all striving for the advancement of humanity, are we not? The generals exchanged glances, falling silent. The massive cake that had fallen from the sky had already been divided. Chapter 64. Farah, what else can he do to me besides cover me in slime? 3 days later, the shadow of war had yet to dissipate, yet within the sanctum of New York, an unusual tranquility prevailed. Gwen lay sprawled on the sofa, sighing heavily at her phone. Her father, George Stacy, had become overly cautious ever since he suspected her of associating with a rough-voiced older man. It was a struggle just to sneak out for some fresh air. If he calls me again, I'll stick their patrol car to the ceiling with my web. Gwen complained irritably. Gwen, if you do that, Sheriff Stacy's budget report for next month will have some unexplained expenses, Sky replied from across the room, seated cross-legged. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the staircase, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kara sat on the carpet, a half-empty bucket of chicken before her, cheeks bulging. Life here is quite pleasant. Yet I find myself yearning for my sister Alex, who is preoccupied with apprehending the fugitive from Roseburg in San Francisco. Kara swallowed her food, her expression grave. My sister is the same, but I know they are merely concerned for our well-being. Would your sister suspect you of eloping with a man old enough to be your father? Besides, do I possess such eccentric tastes? After uttering this, Gwen recalled Su-Mo's appearance, feeling a twinge of guilt. Speaking of which, do Mr. Su-Mo and Director Hill remain together, even during their most private moments? Kara suddenly shifted the topic. Her thought process is rather straightforward, devoid of any convolutions. She simply expresses whatever comes to mind. Both Gwen and Sky froze momentarily. Unperturbed, Kara continued with a lowered voice, imbued with a hint of gossip. Do you think they might, during the night, engage in, well, certain activities? Kara. Gwen interjected immediately. Her relationship with Director Hill is merely symbiotic, at best a friendship, certainly not the sort of relationship you're implying. I'm just curious, and who knows what the future holds. Kara bilinkit innocently. Just yesterday, they overheard a teasing remark from Hill. At that moment, she was descending the stairs, saying that once Su-Mo truly becomes a person, he could pretend to be her husband, helping her fend off those who attempted to flirt with her. Su-Mo responded that he could crush their heads right now. This offhand comment lingered in the minds of the three girls. Could Su-Mo truly become a real person? Such thoughts, once planted, grow wildly, eagerly anticipating their fruition. Sky remarked, stop speculating. They're busy. The Avengers are heading to Sokovia next week to dismantle Hydra's secret base there. So soon? Kara's attention was instantly piqued. Isn't Su-Mo the one who despises trouble? Why would he go? How would I know? He hardly acknowledges me anymore, always trailing after Hill. What's so special about her? I'm not so bad myself. Sky's voice was barely audible, laced with resentment. Even Kara sensed it. After calming herself, Sky continued. Despite his treatment of me, I still help him investigate information on Inhumans. Unfortunately, I have found no records of the Terrigen crystals. However, there is an item in S.H.I.E.L.D DS archives coded 084 called the obelisk, which closely resembles Su-Mo's description. Gwen and Kara leaned in, examining a blurry image that Sky had pulled up on her screen. It depicted a black stone tablet inscribed with peculiar patterns. Is this it? It doesn't seem particularly special, Kara inquired. It sounds quite close, Sky replied. So when are we going to retrieve it? Kara rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. Gwen, what are we? Kara, superheroes, indeed. Gwen, oh, had you not mentioned it? I might have thought we were mere bandits. At this moment, in the basement of the sanctuary, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the warmth above, characterized by cold stone walls and the scent of sweat. Farah has long discarded her tattered black armor, having fully acclimated to Earth's environment. She now dons a simple athletic tank top and shorts, engaged in rigorous training. There are no instruments, no sounds, only the dull whoosh of air parting with her every movement. Each action is imbued with lethal precision and strength, as if she is grappling with an invisible adversary. She has been at this for 10 hours. Hill stands at the doorway, arms crossed, silently observing this scene. This woman resembles a machine of war, programmed for destruction. Even with the cessation of conflict, her programming persists. Sumo. It's perfectly natural. She simply doesn't know what else to do. Strip a warrior of their singular purpose, and what remains but training. In recent days, Kara has frequently ventured to the basement. No one knows what she and Farah discuss, but the animosity in Farah's gaze towards Kara has notably diminished. With Kara's influence, Hill and Sumo have finally managed to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Kryptonian warrior. Hill, why does Zod insist on transforming Earth? You could easily reside here, just as Clark and Kara do. Farah pauses her movements, sweat cascading down her flat abdomen. Farah, for the continuation of Krypton. The environment of Earth cannot sustain those born in the birthing chambers. You wouldn't understand. Sumo speculates on this. Kryptonians have long relinquished natural reproduction. They employ a vast genetic repository and birthing chambers to cultivate offspring tailored to societal demands, akin to manufacturing components. From the moment of birth, one S life is inscribed in their DNA, devoid of parents or choice. Their genetic coding is designed to thrive solely within Krypton's unique environment. Otherwise, a newborn Kryptonian exposed to Earth's yellow sun would be overwhelmed by sudden super hearing and super sight, inundating their fragile minds with the cacophony of the world, enough to shatter a newborn's brain. What a birthing chamber, Sumo remarks with derision. You have effectively sealed the fate of your entire race, locking the pathway to evolution. Farah, nonsense. Sumo, nonsense. Clark and Kara are products of natural birth. Their genetic futures brim with infinite possibilities. But you, Farah, have been relegated to the role of Zod's lieutenant, a mere tool from the moment of your inception. Have you ever considered what might transpire if you were to reproduce naturally? Perhaps those children could thrive. Living organisms continuously evolve to adapt to their environment. This is the most fundamental principle. This explains why Clark undergoes a process of adaptation and mastery, while Zod and his companions undergo immediate transformations. The former possesses a higher potential, while the latter must endure the arduous process with great perseverance. Fiora shuddered, as if struck by lightning. Her gaze transformed, albeit only for a fleeting moment. No one is worthy of my bearing offspring. Fiora's eyes swept over Hill, her proud warrior genes preventing her from accepting this reality. Unless he proves stronger than I am. Kal-El is far too weak. Presently, the only one capable of defeating me is. Fiora's gaze settled on Symbiote. Symbiote. Hill's expression turned icy as he stepped forward. What are you looking at? I warn you, do not entertain such thoughts. Do you think I'm eyeing him? Fiora scoffed disdainfully, as if she had heard the greatest joke of all. She scrutinized Symbiote from head to toe. What could he possibly do apart from covering me in slime? Chapter 65. The ownership of another suspended ring. Hey, are you provoking me? Fiora remained silent, defiantly turning her head away. After your provocation, you fall silent? Symbiote was not inclined to indulge her. He transformed into a dark, viscous substance and entered her body through her mouth and nose, a sensation akin to having her throat filled with foreign matter, causing her to roll her eyes in distress. In a place where Hill could not see, Symbiote imparted a lesson to Fiora. For instance, gripping her heart and twisting her intestines into a bow. Within mere minutes, Fiora began to tremble. Symbiote had moved her soft spot. She started to plead. I'm sorry. Please do not do that. I beg you to leave me be. When Fiora finally collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, her eyes devoid of light. It was only after Symbiote and Hill had vanished from her sight. She instinctively rubbed her abdomen, allowing her mind to wander. In the afternoon, within the library of the sanctuary, Hill was perusing a dossier regarding Sokovia. Symbiote, unusually quiet, was immersed in a hefty tome of magic. The Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Odin's strike had made him acutely aware that brute strength has its limits, while magic appears boundless. The magical talent replicated from the Ancient One felt akin to receiving the keys to a supercar, yet he had yet to acquire a license to drive. As he gazed at the ever-changing runes on the pages, Symbiote recalled something. I requested 2 trinkets from the Ancient One. He produced 2 ancient brass rings, the suspended rings. One I shall keep for myself, while the other. How about we engage in a little game to see who can wear it and open a door? Gifting a ring? Kara was the first to rush upstairs. Having overheard something, Gwen, with a lollipop in her mouth, entered and seated herself opposite Hill. Is there an inscription on it? The Supreme Ring, Master of all rings? That belongs to the neighboring set, Gwen. Sky followed closely behind, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Wearing the suspended ring allows one to draw circles like Symbiote and open a portal. She recalled the time when Symbiote and she ventured to Kamartaj. All right, Sky. You've mentioned that numerous times already, Hill interjected, setting down the documents in her hands. Symbiote remarked, the suspended ring is not something just anyone can wield. Who wishes to try first? 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the ring he held, with Hill adding her gaze. She was not particularly interested in the ring's ability to open a portal. Rather, she was aware that gifting the ring held a significant connotation. Thus, Hill was the first to take the suspended ring. Mimicking Symbiote, she extended her finger and focused her energy, tracing patterns in the air. A few sparks of golden light flickered briefly, then vanished. Symbiote had anticipated this outcome. He did not offer Hill any leniency. If she lacked magical aptitude, the ring would be of no use to her. Let me give it a go, Kara declared, confidently donning the ring. She began to draw circles in the air, first creating a lopsided oval resembling a potato. Yet to her dismay, not even a spark emerged. Undeterred, she attempted several more times, each circle becoming increasingly bizarre. Finally, Kara took a deep breath, resolved to utilize her Kryptonian intellect. In an instant, she calculated the perfect trajectory and angle, her arm moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. She managed to sketch a perfect circle. Alas, it proved futile. It was more embarrassing than anything else. Kara felt disheartened. It seemed that Kryptonians would have to bid farewell to magic for a lifetime. Next was Gwen, with the ring on her finger. She eagerly traced a large circle in the air. Buzz! A burst of golden energy erupted, akin to a chaotic firework. A portion of the adjacent bookshelf was singed black. Does this count as a success? She inquired. I would say so, but the scorched bookshelf might disagree, Symbiote replied. It was Sky's turn. She held little hope for herself and casually drew a circle. To her astonishment, a distinct golden arc illuminated the air, forming an incomplete yet striving circle. Through the trembling ring, fleeting glimpses of the street outside could be seen. Although it dissipated after merely 2 seconds, everyone was left in awe, including Sky herself. She stared at her hand, scarcely able to believe it. Could it be that I possess the potential to become a supreme sorceress? The others chimed in. Symbiote, confidence is commendable. I support your aspiration to replace the Ancient One. The Ancient One? Is there such a delightful prospect? As evening fell, Hill stealthily slipped out of the sanctum. A simple beige trench coat rendered her appearance notably softer. Are you certain you wish to conceal this from Kara and the others? Of course. It feels rather clandestine, akin to an affair, to have slipped away using the art of obfuscation. 30 minutes later, the pair arrived at their destination, a quaint courtyard restaurant nestled between residential buildings. The red brick walls were adorned with climbing ivy, and strings of warm yellow bulbs hung between the vines, resembling fireflies on a summer night. The air was devoid of the acrid scent of post-war dust, replaced instead by a delightful emlang of toasted bread and rosemary. A few young couples were already seated around, engaged in hushed conversations. Suemo, are you certain this is the place? Wasn't it said we would indulge in a private feast? I had envisioned a venue boasting steaks and Australian lobsters. Hill rolled her eyes internally. Is this fellow's mind consumed solely by food and power? She chose a seat tucked away in the corner. ISNT this acceptable? It is, indeed. However, Suemo's gaze swept over the sticky sweet couple surrounding them, and he remarked, it feels as though we are somewhat out of place. Look at that table. The man is practically burying his face in his girlfriend's bosom. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you wish, you could do the same, Hill teased, beckoning the waiter and adeptly placing their order. Suemo, I would not. Two people can be a bit cramped. Hill, are you implying you wish to bury your face in someone else's bosom? I'm contemplating our future. Hill gently tapped the table, attempting to initiate a more serious discourse. Suemo fell silent. Hill believed he was finally prepared to engage in earnest reflection. Yet the next moment, Suemo inquired, are you referring to the future when S.H.I.E.L.D. can completely eradicate H.I.E.L.D, or perhaps a journey to Clinter? Asgard must surely know where Clinter is, and transportation is quite convenient. Hill, I mean us. Us? Yes, you and I. Suemo, have you noticed, Hill? Notice what? Hill felt a warmth creeping to her cheeks. Could it be that he has finally realized? Did you observe anything unusual while passing through 32nd Street? 32nd Street? That red brick apartment. Suemo's tone grew serious. Logically, that neighborhood should have been obliterated by the gravitational waves of the world engine. Why does that building still stand? Not even a shard of glass from the windows is broken. Strange indeed. It is not the type that has been repaired. It is, in the literal sense, untouched. This defies logic. Could we not deviate from the subject? Hill lamented. No, I have an unsettling premonition. Suemo refuted, presenting his hypothesis. Could it be some form of magic? Or perhaps someone discovered a genie lamp and wished for their house to be restored. Hill felt a throbbing at her temples. She had mustered the courage with great difficulty. I wish to discuss the elusive and forbidden relationship between them. Yet this fellow's mind immediately veered toward some red brick apartment. Hill's cheeks, once flushed, had now turned cold. The atmosphere she had painstakingly cultivated was shattered by a dilapidated building. She had no inclination to ponder why that structure had not crumbled. Upon her return, she would personally see to its demolition, lest he continue to dwell on it. Suemo was evading her, a thought that ignited Hill's ire. What was he so concerned about? Reproductive isolation? Hill resolved to take another step forward. It was not merely because he could transform into a human that she accepted him as a symbiotic entity, a creature of tentacles, but wait, Hill. Do you see who that is? Suemo, you had best pray he is strong, for I am exceedingly vexed. Hill furrowed her brow, following his intense focus. Not far away, a woman had just taken a seat at a table. An exceptionally striking woman. Chapter 66, Diana's Invitation, Farewell to Barbara. Clad in a simple white shirt and high-waisted black trousers, her long black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her profile was sharply defined. She was undeniably beautiful. An inexplicable tightness gripped Hill's heart. Was this the type he favored? It's her. Suemo's voice echoed in Hill's ear. You two are acquainted? Wonder Woman, Diana. Suemo lucidatif. Hill had never witnessed her in her human form. Sky had, and they both knew her address, a lavish apartment in the city center. Certainly the abode of a wealthy woman. Diana remained oblivious to Hill in the corner, seated with her back to them in serene solitude. A waiter approached, politely inquiring, Madam, are you expecting someone? Diana shook her head. The waiter, understanding, removed the cutlery before her. Suemo remarked 6, observing the emptiness across from her. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Diana's gaze, as if she had been alone for an eternity. Before long, a presumptuous man approached with a drink in hand, attempting to engage her in conversation. Diana simply smiled, employing the most courteous language to deliver the most unsparing refusals, dismissing 3 suitors in succession. Finally, witnessing the unmistakable irritation on Diana's face, Hill unexpectedly spoke. If you don't mind, why not join us? At the sound of her voice, Diana turned her head, finally noticing Hill. She certainly recognized the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the true host of Suemo. If Hill were here, Diana's gaze instinctively shifted to her shoulder. Hill understood the meaning behind her eyes, a smile curving her lips. Indeed, he was present as well. Diana paused, then broke into a genuine smile. Thank you, that would be lovely. She lifted her glass and gracefully made her way to sit across from Hill. Maria Hill. She introduced herself. Diana Prince, Diana replied. Diana raised her glass, expressing her delight at meeting you, Ms. Hill. Of course, they're S.H.I.E.L.D, whom I have previously encountered. Hill paused, taken aback, as this was a matter she had not heard him mention before. S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, not well acquainted. The two women shared no awkward silence. Their conversation gracefully transitioned from post-war reconstruction to ancient myths throughout history, with Diana's erudition and Hill's astuteness harmoniously intertwining. Naturally, the conversation inevitably veered towards gossip, particularly that of superheroes. Goodness, it seems you two have known each other for a century, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, astonished. Hill nearly laughed aloud, realizing how well she connected with Diana. Diana felt the same. Ancient One was far too serious, lacking the ease that Hill possessed in conversation. As 50 minutes elapsed, the women at the adjacent table remained unchanged, while the men had cycled through several times. They continued their discussion. So, I work at the Natural History Museum during the day. Diana stirred her coffee, overseeing cultural history and mineral identification. Mineral identification? Ms. Hill leaned slightly forward. Pray, do continue. It pertains to materials. Hill's fingertips absently traced circles on the tablecloth, her mind flashing to the unremarkable brass ring on Sky's hand. I have a friend who recently received a piece of jewelry. It's brass, devoid of embellishments. Yet, both the giver and the recipient perceive it as profoundly significant. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately caught on. Wait. You're not referring to that pendant given to Sky, are you? That thing is a standard issue at Kamartaj, akin to a gym membership card. Just ask Diana. Hill remained unfazed, not harboring any resentment for not receiving the ring. She gazed at Diana and continued, so, I ponder, aside from diamonds, those pedestrian trinkets, what other materials or gemstones could symbolize a unique connection, one not measured by price? Diana smiled at Hill, seemingly discerning her subtle, unspoken thoughts. Many. She began. The ancient Egyptians believed lapis lazuli was the key to the divine realm, safeguarding the bond of the soul. In my homeland, we forge tokens from a metal known as stardust steel, which reflects the color of the wearer's soul. She paused, then added with a smile. If you wish to explore further, you may visit me at the museum tomorrow, and we can continue our discussion. Hill replied, agreed, it's a promise. Did you just manage to whisk Hill away? Symbiote. Well done, Diana. Your methods are remarkable. The following day, at the New York Natural History Museum, a colossal model of a blue whale hung beneath the high ceiling of the ocean exhibit. Sky looked up, pondering, if it were to fall, would we perish? S.H.I.E.L.D replied, remove the if, and my answer is yes. Sky had been feeling rather restless lately. She even took the time to assist Coulson with some of the S.H.I.E.L.D's messes. This endeavor proved not to be in vain, for as a recompense, news of the obelisk reached her from Coulson's side. Regrettably, that object had been seized along with the mine gem by Hydra and was currently missing, though they claimed to be arranging personnel to track it down. With little else to occupy her, upon hearing that Hill was to meet Wonder Woman at the museum, Sky promptly followed, declaring herself to be a close friend of Diana. Hill made her way directly to the information desk. It soon became evident that Diana was not present in any of the accessible exhibit areas for visitors. She belonged to an antiquities research society, and the museum merely provided a specialized workspace for consultants of her caliber. Passing through a door marked for staff only, a hidden world unfolded. Behind the door stretched a long corridor, the air thick with the scent of aged paper and dust. Along the sides of the corridor were individual rooms, each adorned with brass plaques inscribed with terms such as epigraphy, geological dating, and mythological archaeology. The passage was cluttered with crates, some ajar, revealing oddly shaped pottery, rusted metal fragments, and fossils whose names eluded identification. Sky gazed about, much like a curious visitor in a grand estate. Were such treasures merely haphazardly piled here? It seemed that even a single item from these crates could fetch a seaside mansion. Did they not fear theft? S.H.I.E.L.D jested, why not give it a try? I wager that before you even exit this corridor, you'll be pursued by some pharaoh's restless spirit demanding rent. Sky scoffed with how dull. I expected a formidable security system, yet it appears to rely on superstition. As they ventured further, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly spotted an unusual hoe. Could be made of vibranium? Just then, a startled exclamation echoed from around the corner. A woman clad in an outdated red sweater and gold-framed glasses sat awkwardly on the floor. Her ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. Beside her lay an overturned box, its contents strewn across the ground. Oh, damn it, the woman muttered under her breath, attempting to rise, but collapsing again due to the sharp pain in her ankle. Two men in lab coats approached from the other end of the corridor. Hey, Jerry. The woman looked up, her face displaying a glimmer of hopeful desperation. Could you lend a hand? My foot seems to. The man named Jerry merely glanced at her, quickened his pace, and, conversing quietly with his companion, bypassed her, as if she were invisible. Her expression froze, and she adjusted her glasses, attempting to mask her embarrassment with an awkward smile. It's fine. He probably has something urgent to attend to, she murmured, her voice barely audible to herself. Do you need assistance? S.H.I.E.L.D had already approached, squatting down with natural ease. S.H.I.E.L.D followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on the woman's swollen ankle. Oh, no, I don't need to. My companion was evidently taken aback by the attention, momentarily losing her words, as I fumbled awkwardly. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, everyone has days like this. She and S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly restored the scattered documents to their box. Suddenly, Symbiote felt a sense of familiarity with the woman before him. Her hair was disheveled, her attire lacking in taste. Oh, it struck him. She was the Catwoman. What an odd term to describe a woman, he mused. S.H.I.E.L.D shot him a disapproving glance, then helped the woman, Barbara, to her feet before speaking. Dr. Barbara Minerva, am I correct? Chapter 67. Yellow Crystal. Oh my goodness, yes. It's me. How do you know me? Surprise washed over Barbara's face. Being overlooked had become a commonplace occurrence for her, and being ignored in person was not uncommon. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to being as transparent as air. Yet now, this poised woman, exuding authority, had accurately called her by her full name. It is a pleasure to meet you. I wonder what brings you here. Barbara instinctively adjusted her slipping glasses, attempting to mask her discomfort with a blend of surprise and a clumsy, disbelieving smile. We are here to see Ms. Prince, S.H.I.E.L.D stated succinctly. Ms. Prince? Barbara's expression shifted instantly from excitement to disappointment, her voice softening. Oh, of course, you are here for her as well. She is in her studio. Allow me to show you the way. She limped ahead, with S.H.I.E.L.D stepping forward to assist her. Ms. Prince is truly a goddess to everyone. She is so beautiful, so knowledgeable, and so confident. Everyone in the museum adores her. If only I could be like her, even for just one day. Barbara chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I would be wearing ill-fitting shoes and tripping in my own corridor. Symbiote remarked, a classic expression of envy. Is she really that charming? I admit she is indeed quite attractive. S.H.I.E.L.D recalled his experience at Camartage, smirking. Barbara's admiration was sincere, a mere mortal yearning for a nearly perfect being. She is genuinely wonderful. You will like her. Barbara paused before a heavy wooden door, upon which hung a small brass plaque. After knocking, Diana opened the door. What happened to your foot? Upon noticing Barbara's discomfort, she inquired with genuine concern. Oh, it's nothing, just an old ailment. Thank you. Barbara waved her hand dismissively, ushering S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D inside before discreetly departing. Diana's studio starkly contrasted with the disarray of the corridor outside. It was tidy, bright, and imbued with classical charm. S.H.I.E.L.D. Diana greeted with a smile. It is wonderful to see you again. Likewise, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Is her presence truly so delightful? I find it hard to believe. When at Camartage, she was busy sowing discord in front of Symbiote. S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately flaunted her fingers before Diana, adorned with a ring of suspension. Who on this entire planet isn't aware that I am, but Symbiote's shadow? Diana merely smiled, choosing silence. The ring requires 2 fingers to be worn, which can be somewhat cumbersome. Hence, mages typically refrain from wearing such adornments in their daily lives, reserving them for battles. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D wore hers continuously, even flaunting it before Symbiote with evident intent. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly suggested, Symbiote, why don't you and S.H.I.E.L.D take a stroll outside? Perhaps to admire those antique sculptures? Symbiote retorted, what? Do you expect me to purchase them if I find them appealing? He'll reply by, if she has the means. Am I not allowed to listen in on your conversation? Symbiote inquired. He'll responded, I'm afraid I cannot divulge anything just now. Even a fool could discern her intentions. So Montag was perplexed. Despite his blatant refusals, how could she remain oblivious? The truth is, since becoming a symbiote, he had lost all inclination in matters of that nature. It was akin to urging a eunuch to visit a brothel. What purpose would it serve? Of course, he was not a eunuch. His aesthetic appreciation remained intact. He could distinguish beauty and form. He admired S.H.I.E.L.D, Diana, S.H.I.E.L.D, Gwen, Kara, and even the clumsy Barbara, each possessing their unique allure. Yet, such admiration ended there. After all, he was merely a symbiote now. Perhaps he could enthrall a woman with his tendrils. But what of himself? There is a process, a result, yet devoid of any pleasure. Such encounters pale in comparison to the exhilaration of a fierce battle. In the studio, as soon as the two departed, S.H.I.E.L.D promptly seated herself across from Diana and got straight to the point. Diana, have you ever been in love? Diana paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features as she admitted, to be honest, no. Years ago, upon leaving Themyscira, she encountered humanity amidst a great war. Driven by youthful zeal and a sense of justice, she charged into the enemy camp, an act that quickly drew media attention. It was then that Ancient One appeared, admonishing her for severely disrupting the timeline, subsequently using magic to erase her from their memories. Thereafter, Diana maintained a low profile. Truth be told, she was curious about the taste of love, Within Themyscira, surrounded solely by women, some had never laid eyes on a man. Yet, the thought of living countless ages while humans barely reached a century dissuaded her from pursuing such notions. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the studio door swung open, and two men in work attire entered, carrying several large cardboard boxes. "Ladies, these are the items for appraisal," they announced before departing. Diana felt somewhat perplexed, as this matter seemed beyond her purview. As soon as she spoke, Barbara peered in through the doorway, her face awash with apology and embarrassment. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I saw them coming directly towards you," she flustered, attempting to explain that they must have made a mistake, as she was clearly situated across the way, right opposite, and there was even a name displayed. It was evident that everyone instinctively disregarded her. "That's quite all right, Barbara," Diana interjected gently, "since the items have already been brought in. Let us examine them here." Hill nodded in agreement, feeling a tinge of curiosity as she followed suit. The several cardboard boxes contained an assortment of miscellaneous items. Among them was a solitary stone resting on a velvet cushion, an orange-yellow crystal embedded in a cheap stone base adorned with intricate patterns. Barbara cast a fleeting glance at it, betraying her professional disdain. "Oh, this," she remarked, donning gloves to delicately lift the stone. "It's quite dreadful. This is a quintessential counterfeit gem, citron, and of the lowest quality." She scrutinized it against the light. "I suspect its value doesn't even exceed $75. It bears an inscription." Hill pointed to the base. Diana quickly glanced at it. It was in Latin. "Whoever holds this may wish, and one wish shall be granted." She couldn't help but chuckle. If it truly possessed such powers, I would wish for a cup of coffee right now. Just as her words hung in the air, a knock resounded at the studio door. A female colleague peeked in, a latte in hand. "Hi, would you like some coffee?" Raina suddenly declared, she's going sugar-free. The smiles of the three women froze simultaneously. Noticing the silence, the colleague set the coffee on the table by the door. "I'll leave this here. Whoever desires it may take it," she said before departing. The studio fell into an eerie silence. It was Barbara who broke the stillness, her voice slightly dry. "Just a coincidence, I suppose?" Diana gazed at the cup of coffee, her expression contemplative. Ultimately, she nodded. "Annie orders a cup every day. It must be mere coincidence." The atmosphere grew subtly charged as Barbara gazed at the yellow crystal, murmuring, "To be honest, if it could grant wishes, that would be splendid. However, I have so many wishes that I wouldn't know which to choose." Hill's gaze also lingered on the citron, her mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 68, The Same World. Different wishes. The sanctity of New York at night took on an even greater tranquility. Upon returning to her room with Symbiote, Hill shed her trench coat, carelessly draping it over the back of a chair. After a shower, she reclined on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Yet her thoughts were not occupied with Sokovia's battle plans or the latest developments concerning Hydra. Instead, they lingered on that inexpensive yellow crystal from the museum and the secret wish she had made while holding it. The corners of Hill's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, only to be followed by a pang of self-awareness as she chided herself for placing hope in an enigmatic stone. She turned over, burying her face into the pillow. Never mind, she thought, it was better not to dwell on it. Tomorrow, she would venture to Star Tower to discuss the Sokovia Accords. Speaking of which, Natasha seemed to have been rather quiet lately. She would need to seize an opportunity to inquire about her. Hill whispered softly in her heart, "Good night, Sue-Mo." Silence enveloped her. The familiar voice that would ordinarily respond with playful banter had vanished. Hill waited a few moments longer, yet still there was no reply. "Sumo?" After a considerable pause, Sue-Mo's voice finally reached her ear, tinged with an unusual weariness. For some inexplicable reason, ever since their return from the museum, he had been feeling quite fatigued. "Do you think I am cursed for having secretly handled the Pharaoh's mummy? But Sky touched it too. What mischief have you both been up to outside?" she teased. "Besides, what would a pharaoh dare to do to you? You are surely just tired." Hill chuckled dismissively. "You are right, and I merely accidentally tore the mummy's bandages. A grand Egyptian pharaoh should not be so petty. Rest assured, I have already instructed Sky to delete the surveillance footage." Meanwhile, at Star Tower, in Tony's laboratory, a space as chaotic as its occupant, brimming with untamed genius. After the pandemonium caused by the extremist virus, Tony had transformed. He removed the shrapnel from his chest, no longer reliant on the arc reactor for sustenance, and with it, the anxiety that had weighed upon him dissipated. No longer did he confine himself to his workshop, laboring day and night to create one new suit after another. Yet, idleness was not in Tony Stark's nature. He sought a grander pursuit. If one man's capabilities were limited, then he would forge an army, an Iron Legion capable of safeguarding the world in his stead. Thus, the Iron Legion was born. In the holographic display beside his workbench, rows of meticulously aligned unmanned suits stood at the ready. Their designs were simpler, their functions more specialized, born for large-scale collaborative warfare. Coordinated by J.A.R.V.I. They could be deployed to any corner of the globe in need, executing rescue and peacekeeping missions. This was Tony's S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared for the world. On the other side, blue data streams flickered across the holographic screen. In the corner lay a massive piece of debris salvaged from a Kryptonian spacecraft, connected to an array of analytical probes. In the center of the lab, two brand new suits stood silently under the lights. Tony leaned back, admiring them as one would a work of art. This is undoubtedly the most meticulously crafted suit I have ever created. Suddenly, he sighed. Its only flaw is its sheer perfection. You say that every time. Little Pepper entered with a cup of coffee, gently placing it on the adjacent table. She instinctively organized the scattered documents he had carelessly discarded. A fleeting surprise flickered in her eyes as she glanced at the two sets of armor. However, these suits were indeed impressive, unlike your usual style. One set was a bold black and red, exuding an air of formidable strength. The other was designed for women, a graceful platinum hue with smooth lines. Of course, these are for friend, Tony remarked proudly. Yet, I suspect they won't find much use for them. To be frank, a being capable of transforming their body into any weapon could easily overpower two Kryptonians with a single punch. To them, my armor would merely be a decorative addition. Nevertheless, one must honor their commitments to friends. Moreover, who would object to having two aesthetically pleasing and functional new toys in their arsenal? Even if they are tucked away in a closet, their mere presence is comforting, wouldn't you agree? For Mr. Sumo, Little Pepper's guess was astute. Indeed, Tony sipped his coffee, and they saved my life. I'm referring to you, Pepper. Little Pepper's gaze softened instantaneously as she hurried forward, cupping Tony's face in her hands and kissing him passionately. As Barbara exited the museum, night had fully descended. The cold wind swept through the empty streets, chilling her to the bone. She tugged at her ill-fitting red sweater and quickened her pace. Just as she turned into a more secluded alley, a drunken man staggered out from the shadows, slurring, "Hey, beautiful, where are you off to?" The man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and grabbed her arm. Barbara froze in fear. "Let me go. I'll take you home," he insisted, forcefully dragging her deeper into the alley. Just as despair settled in Barbara's heart, a calm voice broke through the tension. She said, "Let her go." The man turned impatiently, only to be met by Diana. "Who are you? Get lost." Diana stepped forward, her palm gently resting against his chest. In an instant, the man was sent flying like a severed kite, landing with a splash in the fountain across the street, sending water spraying high into the air. Diana withdrew her hand, not even glancing at the man, and turned to Barbara with genuine concern. "Are you all right?" Barbara, still shaken, looked at her in disbelief. There she was again. I'm fine, thank you, Diana." The flawless Diana, descending like a goddess, effortlessly resolving everything that overwhelmed her. "It's dark. You should head home." Diana smiled and turned to leave. Barbara watched her retreating figure until it vanished around the corner. She glanced down at her reddened wrist where the man had grabbed her, then at her frumpy sweater and worn shoes. A wave of helpless sorrow washed over her. She expressed her gratitude and then turned, running back toward the museum. The studio lay in darkness. Only the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. Barbara had not turned on the lights. She approached the box containing the evidence, and by the light of the moon, she beheld the yellow crystal resting upon the velvet. She picked up the stone, its icy touch sending a shiver through her. Her voice, as she spoke to herself, resonated distinctly in the empty room. "Perhaps I have finally determined what wish to make. I long to be like Diana." Barbara's voice quivered, imbued with a repressed yearning, strong, alluring, cool, and utterly unique. At the same time, in Diana's lavish apartment, she reclined on her spacious bed, gazing out at the city skyline illuminated by the night. A laugh escaped her lips involuntarily as she held a stone, making a wish. How absurd it was to engage in such folly. Indeed, she had made a wish for a perfect romance. Yet, she did not even know what kind of man she desired. She had lived for so long, with suitors lining up from New York to France, but none had made her feel as though they could share her life. Perhaps, ordinary men would not suffice. He must be able to keep pace with her, not break a bone in a single embrace, nor mistake her tales of centuries past for mere myth. At the very least, he should be superhuman. No, at the very least, he should be human. Chapter 69. Su-mo, turning human. But the parts become smaller. Morning sunlight streamed through the studio window. Barbara's neck felt as rigid as stone. Slowly, she lifted her head, the fog of a hangover furrowing her brow. She had actually fallen asleep here last night. Rubbing her eyes, she reached for the glasses perched on her nose. The collar of her sweater had slipped down at some point, exposing half of her smooth shoulder. Her disheveled hair cascaded down, brushing against her cheek and causing a slight itch. Barbara stood up, stretching her sore body. The hum of a vacuum cleaner echoed from outside the studio door. The janitor, old John, passed by with his cleaning cart and paused upon seeing her. "Good morning, Barbara." "Morning," Barbara replied vaguely. John flashed a broad smile. revealing a set of white teeth. "You look beautiful today." Barbara was taken aback. She had known John for 5 years, and their conversations had never exceeded 3 words. "Thank you," she responded somewhat awkwardly. John shrugged and continued pushing his cart along. Barbara felt inexplicably perplexed, looking down at her wrinkled sweater and jeans. How could this possibly be considered beautiful? She exited the studio, intending to prepare a cup of instant coffee in the break room. In the corridor, 2 female colleagues were huddled together, whispering. Upon spotting Barbara, they immediately fell silent, their gazes lingering on her with a hint of curiosity and surprise. As Barbara passed by, she felt the weight of 2 gazes firmly fixed upon her back. To be frank, she was still unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Was that Barbara Minerva? Goodness, when did she become so striking? The murmurs behind her were faint, yet Barbara heard them distinctly. What do they mean? What was wrong with her? In the early morning, at a sanctuary in New York, Hill furrowed her brow and turned over. It was so cold. It felt as though she were cradling a block of ice. Drowsily, she reached out and touched the surface, smooth and slightly yielding. It was not ice, it was skin. Startled, Hill's eyes flew open. She looked down and lifted the covers. A small boy with dark hair was peacefully nestled against her chest, soundly asleep. Hill's mind went blank in an instant. Illusions, intrusions, traps. Numerous thoughts flitted through her mind, but they were suppressed by a more powerful instinct. One she recognized all too well. A profound intimacy that resonated from the depths of her soul. Could this little boy possibly be Symbiote? Hill froze. She cautiously shifted the small head from her chest and placed it gently on the nearby pillow. Heavens! Now Hill could see his face clearly. He appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with fair skin and slightly tousled black hair. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Little Symbiote's features were astonishingly exquisite. His chubby cheeks still bore traces of baby fat. Yet his tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brow exuded an uncharacteristic allure and audacity for his age. Hill stared at him for a good 10 seconds. It truly was Symbiote. Hill recalled yesterday at the museum, that piece of yellow crystal and the absurd, secret wish she had harbored while holding it. Could it be that it had granted her wish? Although, he was a bit younger than expected. Hill extended a finger and gently poked Symbiote's cheek. It was soft. Unable to contain herself, she poked him again. "Go away," Symbiote muttered in his sleep, his small brow furrowing even tighter as he swatted her finger away and turned over. Hill thought, this cheeky demeanor could only belong to Symbiote. He was undeniably adorable in his transformed state. With a suppressed smile, Hill bit her lower lip, trying not to laugh out loud. This was going to be fun. She quietly and gently patted little Symbiote's back, her maternal instincts surging forth. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp, decisive knock echoed. "Hill, it's time to go. Stark is waiting for us." It was Skye's voice. Hill's body stiffened. She glanced at the bare little Symbiote on the bed, her mind buzzing. Damn it. If Skye were to witness this, one could only imagine the vivid scenarios he might conjure. Understood. I shall act immediately. Hill surveyed the room, seeking a solution. Wearing her shirt? To him, it would resemble a flowing gown. A bath towel? It could envelop him like a dumpling. Skye. Hill gently descended from the bed, approached the door, and softly inquired against the door panel. Could you do me a favor? Speak. Go and buy a few garments. Silence lingered outside for several seconds. Clothes? Seriously? Your wardrobe is nearly bursting. Not mine. Hill lowered her voice further. They are for children's wear. This silence stretched even longer. Hill could almost hear Skye's sharp intake of breath outside the door. Children's wear? For whom? When did you? Don't ask, Hill interrupted. For a boy aged 5 to 6. Hurry back. No, Hill, how on earth hurry? Hill adopted her authoritative tone as deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A sigh of resignation escaped from beyond the door, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Hill exhaled in relief and turned around. On the bed, Symbiote had already awakened. He sat up, gazing at his small arms and legs, then touched his smooth chest with a look of bewilderment. Symbiote's mind seemed to malfunction. What was happening? Was he dreaming? He recalled having a peculiar dream last night. It felt as if he had been reborn into another world, only to be confronted by 2 enormous, soft slimes that nearly suffocated him. The sensation still sent shivers down his spine. Symbiote lifted his head and locked eyes with Hill. Following her gaze downward, wait. Those 2 slimes seemed somewhat familiar. Symbiote suddenly looked up at Hill, his voice youthful yet clear, filled with an indignant tone. What have you done to me? So adorable. Hill completely disregarded his accusation. She rushed to the bedside, cupping Symbiote's handsome yet audacious little face, and planted a loud, resounding kiss on his rosy cheek. Symbiote vigorously wiped his cheek with the back of his tiny hand. Are you trying to eat me? That was so forceful. His voice was sweetly innocent yet carried the earnest seriousness of an adult, creating a bizarre yet amusing contrast. Hill could no longer suppress her laughter, bursting forth joyfully. You're laughing. Symbiote glared at her. Why have I transformed into this? I'm not entirely certain. Hill endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her. It may be related to that wishing stone we encountered at the museum yesterday. Wishing stone? Suemo furrowed his brow tightly. What wish did you make? Am I being turned into a little brat? He lowered his gaze to inspect his own diminutive form, his expression darkening. Hill replied, I merely wish for you to become human. I don't require external forces. Suemo scoffed, raising his arm in an attempt to summon his symbiote. However, a slender black thread, no thicker than a noodle, trembled out from his wrist, swayed twice, and then swiftly retracted. Sumo's face turned an even deeper shade of displeasure. Damn it, my powers are currently so unstable. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Hill, I'm back. It took quite a bit of effort to find an open children's clothing store. Guess what I bought? An ultra-cool Captain America costume. The door clicked open as someone twisted the handle from the outside. Chapter 70. Hill's selfishness, Sky's ambition. The door swung open to reveal Sky, holding a shopping bag, her head peeking in with a look of curiosity. What she saw was a small boy, only his face visible, glaring at her in indignation. Sky's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The shopping bag slipped from her grasp with a soft thud. She glanced between the boy and Hill, her eyes wide with shock, as if her worldview had just shattered. Hill, when did you have a son? Does Suemo know? Her voice trembled, akin to a phone vibrating. I'm Suemo. Just close the door, he asserted, his voice clear yet laced with irritation. Sky paused for a moment, her mind racing to process this revelation. She exchanged a glance with Hill, who nodded in affirmation. Wow, it's really you? Sky's eyes widened in astonishment, pointing at the little one on the bed, and she let out a piercing scream. Suemo? Oh my goodness, you are so adorable. She dashed to the bedside, completely disregarding the murderous glare from Suemo, and reached out with 2 fingers to pinch his chubby cheeks. Just let me touch it once, please. Suemo firmly placed his hand against Sky's larger hand. At least let me put on some clothes first, you perverted woman. A few minutes later, Suemo donned the Captain America shirt, which was a size too large for him, his arms crossed defiantly, his little face taut with displeasure. Hill, what does the wishing stone look like? It's a piece of yellow crystal with a line of Latin inscribed on the base. Sky, clearly uninterested in their conversation, was entirely focused on Suemo. She stealthily reached out, carefully touching his small hand, her face lit up with an expression of infatuation, giggling softly. Wow, his hand is so tiny and soft. Smack! Suemo swiftly slapped her hand away, the sound crisp and clear. Don't touch me. Sky retracted her hand with a smile, still adorning her face. How surprising. Were they not already well acquainted with each other? Having witnessed Suemo's punishment of the shapeshifter, Sky doubted that he had refrained from misdeeds while residing within her. A sudden chill gripped Suemo's heart, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He comprehended the truth. That was no ordinary yellow crystal. It had been blessed by the Greek gods within the storyline of Wonder Woman. It could indeed grant a wish, but at a price, the gradual loss of the most cherished possession of the wishmaker. Suemo's expression grew grave as he regarded Hill seriously. This wish might cost you something invaluable. For your health, and to liberate me from my current predicament, Hill, you must voluntarily relinquish this desire. But I want. There are no buts. It is perilous, Hill. Hill inhaled deeply, smoothing the furrowed brow of Suemo. All right, I understand. She closed her eyes, her expression solemn. I voluntarily forfeit this wish. Silence enveloped the room. Sky held her breath, her gaze fixed intently upon Suemo. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing transpired. Suemo remained that little figure clad in a Captain America shirt, looking up at Hill, reiterating, you must genuinely give it up, Hill. I am sincere. You simply do not believe me. Hill retorted, her frustration evident. She reassured herself that relinquishing this wish was the wisest choice. Suemo would revert to his former self, strong and dependable, and she would not have to fret over what she had yet to lose. She understood the rationale. Yet how could she deceive her own heart? At that moment, her heart insisted that it did not wish for Suemo to revert. Gazing at the small, indignant, living being before her, she could embrace him, kiss him, feel his warmth. Though he was smaller now, in a decade or so, he would surely grow. She could wait. Sighing, Suemo remarked, of course I believe you. Will it be necessary to retain that yellow crystal? Must we undergo the cancellation process as well? Indeed, that must be the case. Hill nodded, regardless of whether it was true. Delaying for even a moment was beneficial. Just then, her phone rang. The screen illuminated with Tony Stark's name. As soon as she answered, his teasing voice resonated. We've been waiting for you too. Shall we set aside our current endeavors and come over? Or do you intend to allow Hydra to dominate the world for an hour? On our way. Hill promptly ended the call. How timely, Stark. She feigned exasperation, gently caressing Suemo's cheek. Oh dear, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Matters of life and death for many. Here's the plan. You and Sky will locate that yellow crystal, and once I return from my mission, we shall devise a way to revert you. Agreed? Her tone resembled that of someone soothing a reluctant child about to embark on their first day of school. Symbiote helpless. Hill remained oblivious to the peril of that crystal. It could strip Diana of her powers and transform Barbara into a cold-blooded, selfish leopard woman. Ah, but it seemed she wouldn't die. Upon hearing Hill's words, Sky clapped her hands with excitement. Oh, splendid. I shall take Symbiote to find the crystal and ensure the mission's success. I can even buy him some new clothes and treat him to a grand feast. Her gaze lingered on Symbiote, her eyes twinkling with stars as she began to contemplate which ice cream to buy him, envisioning a trip to the amusement park afterward. They would ride the roller coaster, and she would hold his little hand, observing Sky's eagerness to dote on Symbiote as if he were a cherished companion. Hill's brow furrowed suddenly, her possessiveness surging to an overwhelming degree. She reconsidered her plans. There has been a change of strategy. Hill stood up. Symbiote and I will go together. Sky exclaimed, huh? Then I want to go too. No, you will seek out Diana. She must know something. At Stark Tower. In the conference room on the top floor, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Tony Stark lounged against his chair, his feet propped up on the expensive conference table, idly tapping his fingers as boredom enveloped him. It was one thing for Hill and Symbiote to arrive late, but where was Fury? Enjoying his afternoon tea in some bunker, perhaps? He had mentioned 15 minutes prior that he had crucial intelligence for us to await. Natasha sat across from him, her head bent, seemingly colder than before. In the long absence, her striking eyes, which once sparkled with mischief and warmth, now reflected an unfathomable calm, or rather, apathy. Natasha, Clinton lowered his voice. I've heard they assigned you to infiltrate Water Company. Clinton had researched that company. 9 out of 10 individuals there were scoundrels, and one was born anew. Natasha merely replied with indifference, I volunteered. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and all eyes turned in that direction. Hill entered, her demeanor as composed and efficient as ever. Yet, she was not alone. She held the hand of a small boy with dark hair. Sumo woda estern expression. As if to convey that everyone owed him money. Confusion washed over all present. Tony abruptly dropped his feet from the table, his gaze lingering on Sumo's Captain America shirt, and he quipped with a smile, Wow, a little fan of the captain. What a charming child. Indeed, he was quite adorable. Steve's face broke into a sincere and warm smile. He paid no mind to Tony's teasing, focusing solely on Symbiote rising from his seat. He approached Symbiote, gradually kneeling to meet his gaze. Hey there, little buddy. Steve's voice was gentle and confident. It's a pleasure to meet you. He extended his fist towards Symbiote, a standard invitation for a fist bump between comrades. Symbiote gazed at him with an expressionless face, then dramatically rolled his eyes, crossing his arms defiantly as he strode past the astonished Captain America. Spare me, Captain. Do not employ juvenile tactics with me. This tone seems rather familiar. Natasha and Tony immediately exchanged skeptical glances. Symbiote halted, tilting his chin upward to meet everyone's gaze. I am Symbiote. Steve's outstretched fist froze midair, his smile solidifying into a mask of shock. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 71. During that time, our relationship encountered some difficulties. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, everyone continued to regard Symbiote with the eyes typically reserved for rare creatures. Let me clarify this. Tony was the first to shatter the silence, circling around Symbiote. So, due to some special reasons I cannot fathom, Symbiote has transformed into this, a rather arrogant little brat clad in a superhero shirt? Much better than a certain middle-aged man-child encased in iron, Symbiote retorted sharply. My current state is temporary, while your immaturity is permanent. Listen to that tone. It truly is him. Tony shrugged. So what exactly is this special reason? Symbiote replied, a wishing stone, but I will not divulge its location. I fear you might wish for all the women in the world to fall in love with you, or perhaps add a few centimeters to your stature. I know you. You would certainly do something like that. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement, and Tony's expression darkened instantaneously. Hey, I do not need such things. I would only wish for world peace. Symbiote quipped. You were an arms dealer, though. At that moment, the large screen in the conference room flickered to life. Fury's face appeared prominently in the center. This is urgent, everyone. The water company is in league with Hydra. They have collaborated to modify a compound, enabling it to act swiftly on the human body. Symbiote was not surprised by the alliance between the water company and Hydra. Many major corporations related to national defense had ties to the Serpent, just like the cyber technology that Coulson encountered. Tony remarked, Isn't this an advancement? The side effect is that the user's lifespan will be reduced by 99.97 days. Tony's smile vanished in an instant. Banner calculated silently. 9,997 days? That leaves merely about a week of life remaining. Upon hearing this conclusion, the expressions of all present grew serious. This is not an experiment. It is a massacre. They are conducting human trials in a secret base in Sokovia using the compound and the Mind Stone. We must act immediately. Fury discreetly glanced at Natasha, indicating that Norman Osborn would not be involved in this operation. Fury's image faded, the screen turning dark. Tony exclaimed, "Well, now the enemy has all become superhumans." Steve disregarded Tony's jest, his expression earnest as he strode directly to the conference table, placing his hands firmly upon its surface. "We are out of time. Everyone, gather at the tarmac in 30 minutes, prepared for departure." Hill rose, ready to follow suit. However, Symbiote abruptly seized her wrist, insisting, "Hill, you cannot go. Your current mission is to head to the museum and locate that stone to rescind that wish. Moreover, you are merely a slightly enhanced ordinary person at this moment." Hill's gaze remained defiant. "Do you not trust me, Symbiote?" Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a faint sound of mechanical operation echoed. The floor in the center of the conference room silently slid open, revealing two circular platforms that slowly ascended, upon which stood two brand-new suits of armor. One was a striking black and red, exuding an aesthetic of power and aggression. The other was a platinum design, elegantly crafted specifically for women. "The delivery has arrived," Tony declared with a snap of his fingers, sauntering over with a smug grin. "For you, no need for formality. The latest model, aside from the intelligence system not being Jarvis, boasts top-tier specifications. Don't say I'm not a good friend." Hill's gaze fell upon the platinum armor, and turning back to Symbiote, a victorious smile graced her lips. "Now I have the means to protect myself." Symbiote stared up at Tony, speechless. Tony furrowed his brow in confusion. Isn't Symbiote eager for his iron armor? Why does he appear so discontent? Is it the color scheme that displeases him? 30 minutes later, the Quinjet's engines roared to life. Hill had donned the platinum armor, cradling her helmet in her arms. She waved at Symbiote, assuring, "Do not worry about me. I will return, Symbiote." Subsequently, the cabin doors of the aircraft slowly closed. The engines stirred a tempestuous wind, tousling Symbiote's hair as he stood rooted in place, watching the Quinjet soar into the clouds, vanishing beyond the horizon. "It seems there is some discord between you two." A voice emerged from behind. Natasha had approached Symbiote, clad in a sleek black leather jacket and jeans, exuding an air of competence. "Indeed, but I am uncertain where the issue lies. I thought you would be on that plane." Symbiote did not turn, continuing to gaze skyward. "Fury believes I need a holiday," Natasha replied in a flat tone, devoid of discernible emotion. "You appear troubled. Do you require my assistance?" "Symbiote, I need to go somewhere." A subtle smile graced Natasha's lips as she retrieved a set of car keys from her pocket, twirling them around her fingers. "Where to?" Meanwhile, Sky had arrived at the museum, her eyes immediately landing on Diana, who was tending to the mummies. Sky practically lunged towards the workbench. "We are in trouble. A yellow one, a wish-granting calamity." "Calm down, Sky. This is a critical moment." Diana tightened her grip on the tool, her focus unwavering as she meticulously repaired the bandages of the mummy, which had been torn apart by some mischievous child. Although it was merely a replica, that piece of stone, the yellow crystal that had arrived yesterday, was truly remarkable. Sky took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "It's not a fake. It's genuine. It grants wishes and turns Symbiote into a 5-year-old. 5? Are you certain the issue lies with the yellow crystal?" Diana speculated that it might also be Symbiote's prank. "Absolutely. Hill mentioned he made a wish on it yesterday. Follow me. The item is with Barbara." The two hurried to Barbara's studio, only to find it deserted. The box containing the evidence remained, but the velvet cushion inside was empty. The yellow crystal was gone, and so was Barbara. Something was amiss. Diana muttered a curse under her breath. Sky had already activated the work computer, accessing the museum security system. Barbara Minerva entered at 11 last night and left at 5 this morning. I'll look for her home address in the Bronx. Chapter 72. Natasha. If I die inside the Quinjet, the engine's roar was deep and steady. Yet, the atmosphere in the cabin felt heavy. Steve studied the map on the tactical display, his brow furrowed. He lifted his gaze to Hill, who was staring out the window, clutching her helmet. "Honestly, you should be directing from the back, not joining us on the front lines." Hill remained silent, not even glancing back at him. Tony commented in the past. She was quite reluctant to be separated from Symbiote Clint, checking his quiver, chimed in unexpectedly. "I always thought they were a couple." This statement finally elicited a reaction from Hill. She turned around, her expression calm as she regarded the group. "A good partnership indeed. Right now, my sole intention is to ensure Sumo's safety. He always strives to be the strongest. That must be exhausting." Her words conveyed concern, but lacked the fervor they once held, resembling more of a sense of duty. "Only protection?" Tony's curiosity ignited. "That's not right. I suspect in a decade or so, you'll be inviting us to your wedding." "Wedding? Impossible. I have no such feelings for Symbiote." Hill furrowed her brow. Genuine confusion etched on her face. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Hill's response. He scrutinized her as if seeing her for the first time. "Are you serious?" "Of course. We are merely good friends, good partners. That's hard to believe, Tony replied, incredulous. His reputation as a playboy was not unfounded. How could he not see it? Hill's expression remained unperturbed as she calmly responded, You are mistaken, Stark. We are just partners. Always have been, and always will be. The frigid and official response left Tony feeling quite uneasy. Could be that these two were genuinely at odds. As a friend, Tony felt it was his duty to probe into Sumo's sentiments. Well, even if what you say is true, as his partner, would you agree if he were to develop feelings for another woman and cohabitate with her? That is his freedom. As long as the other party poses no threat to him. I have no objections, Hill replied succinctly. Tony decided to escalate the inquiry. All right, you have no objections then? What if he were to become involved with that extraterrestrial girl, spending their days soaring through space to gaze at the stars? Hill's brow furrowed slightly, as if contemplating this possibility seriously. Kara is formidable. She could serve as his ally. I have no objections to that. Tony pressed on. What about Gwen, the police chief's daughter? She is intelligent and beautiful, and it seems she enjoys spending time with Sumo. She is quite exceptional. That is acceptable. And what about Sky? During that incident with the mutants, they exhibited remarkable synergy. Tony continued his relentless questioning, while Hill felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and emptiness. She could not comprehend why. Logically, she believed her responses were flawless. She and Sumo were merely partners. Yet, every time she uttered a perhaps or I have no objections, it felt as though a small piece of her was being excavated. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a once-whole cake that she had sliced and distributed to others. She was certain she did not harbor romantic feelings for Sumo, so why did her heart feel so hollow? It was as if something incredibly precious and significant was gradually seeping away with her words, eluding her grasp. Enough, Stark, Hill finally interrupted him, her tone tinged with impatience. Tony felt a thrill of triumph, believing he had struck a nerve. The priority now was to execute the mission. After her statement, she disregarded the others and strode directly to her seat. Meanwhile, a black Corvette weaved through the traffic of New York. Natasha held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested casually on the window, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her red locks. Sumo sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as the seatbelt pressed against him due to his short stature. He leaned back against the chair, observing the rapidly receding streets outside, sunlight casting a glow upon his forehead, his expression devoid of emotion. He disliked this sensation of entrusting his safety to another. His abilities had become unstable. A mere car accident could very well claim his life. However, the likelihood of such an event occurring was minimal. Just moments ago, the talents he had replicated from Kara had granted Sumo an unexpected boon. Remarkably, he found he could draw strength from sunlight, much like a Kryptonian. This capability had not been present in his symbiotic form. Do you have anything particularly you wish to do? Natasha suddenly inquired. Sumo withdrew his gaze and turned to look at her. Natasha's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, as if her question was merely casual. Yes, Sumo replied. To turn that wish stone into dust. The corners of Natasha's mouth twitched slightly, as if she were on the verge of laughter. Silence enveloped the vehicle once more, interrupted only by the cold electronic voice of the navigation system announcing traffic conditions. After passing an intersection, Natasha unexpectedly asked if I were to die. Would you mourn for me? Sumo glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror, sensing something amiss. Her eyes appeared hollow, shrouded in a misty veil. He did not respond immediately. Natasha seemed to not anticipate an answer either. She merely continued driving, steady as a rock. I suppose I would not have time to grieve. Sumo finally spoke, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. Natasha, puzzled, asked why. Because I would first seek vengeance for you. Natasha's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. She turned her head to gaze at this small figure who earnestly claimed he would avenge her. His handsome little face was serious, brows furrowed, and his eyes radiated a stubborn sincerity that seemed to say, I am serious, do not doubt me. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his diminutive stature. The corners of Natasha's mouth initially curled upwards, and then, unable to contain herself any longer, she burst into laughter. The laughter was genuine, light-hearted, and joyful. It was so amusing. Sumo frowned, looking at her with evident displeasure. Nothing, Natasha shook her head, her smile growing more pronounced. She freed one hand and swiftly tousled Sumo's soft black hair. I just find you truly adorable. Do not touch me, and do not describe me as adorable. Sumo immediately swatted her hand away, smoothing his disheveled hair. Have you encountered some trouble? Given that you are driving me, I may assist you accordingly. Are you certain? Stop rambling. I can change my mind very quickly. Natasha took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. I've been injected with a compound. She returned her gaze to the road ahead, her tone as calm as if she were discussing matters unrelated to herself. Chapter 73. Natasha's superpower? Natasha elaborated on the circumstances. Professor Charles had successfully dismantled several clandestine research laboratories established by the water company and had, in his own way, persuaded some misled parents to abandon the notion of sending their children to become test subjects. However, the water company's defenses were exceedingly tight, their operations meticulously concealed. They excelled at cloaking all their malevolence beneath a facade of legitimate business practices, leaving Charles and his team unable to seize the definitive evidence needed to bring them to justice. As they found themselves ensnared in a stalemate, Fry could only play his final trump card, the Black Widow. Natasha, disguised as Maeve's girlfriend, infiltrated the water company. Upon hearing this, Symbiote raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, Maeve's girlfriend? You, Natasha, driving with an exasperated expression, replied, I have truly sacrificed so much. And she didn't make any advances towards you, did she? Symbiote leaned in, his voice laced with curious intrigue. Rest assured, I turned her down. Natasha shot him a sidelong glance, casually remarking, Maeve is our insider. She did attempt to probe for some interaction beyond mere friendship, but I informed her that my boyfriend is an exceedingly possessive fellow, and she never brought up again. That doesn't seem right. Claiming to have a boyfriend would only pique Maeve's interest. Perhaps, Natasha shrugged, but I believe she doesn't wish to provoke the Venom agent. Did you mention my name? Uh-huh, Natasha replied with a smug huff. Symbiote looked down at his slender arms and legs, rolling his eyes in exasperation. She better not see me like this. Otherwise, it would be quite the spectacle. How'd you end up being injected with that cursed substance? Natasha sighed. I was careless and was discovered by the transparent man from the Seven. That scoundrel was hiding in Maeve's bathroom. To avoid exposure, Maeve and I had no choice but to eliminate him and sink him into the sea. Symbiote speculated. But he was ultimately discovered in the deep sea? Natasha nodded. You guessed correctly. Yet curiously, he did not betray Maeve. Then the water company subdued Natasha, injecting her with the altered compound. Had it not been for Maeve's clandestine assistance, she would have likely perished in the water company's secret laboratory, becoming yet another failed experiment. After absorbing this information, Symbiote remained silent for a moment before posing a very pertinent question. So, what superpower did you acquire? After all this, your first thought is to inquire about my powers? Natasha's expression was one of mock lament. She turned her head, dramatically sighing. Are you trying to extract every last bit of my remaining value? You truly are a heartless individual. However, as Natasha's gaze fell once more upon Symbiote's strikingly handsome face, her expression shifted suddenly. But since you're so curious, Symbiote raised his eyes, awaiting her continuation. The next moment, he was engulfed by a sudden wave of dizziness, the world around him spinning uncontrollably, as if he had been tossed into a rapidly rotating washing machine. When Symbiote's consciousness regained clarity, he found himself leaning forward, his lips unmistakably pressed against Natasha's cheek. He froze, inhaling the delicate and pleasant scent of her perfume. As she stifled a laugh, a subtle tremor coursed through her shoulders. Mental control? Symbiote discreetly returned to the passenger seat, pressing her lips together. It made no sense. Even someone of Charles's caliber found it challenging to exert instantaneous control, and yet Natasha managed to do so with such stealth. How could she? One more attempt, and I shall not be swayed. Symbiote, defiantly crossing her arms, tightened her small face in determination. Are you sure? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Enough chatter. As soon as the words left her lips, that familiar, irresistible sensation of dizziness washed over Symbiote once more. This time, she braced herself, fighting against it with all her might. However, when she regained her senses, she found herself not in the passenger seat, but rather straddling Natasha's lap. A tempest of emotions surged within Symbiote. She scrambled back to her seat, not out of embarrassment, but rather in disbelief at Natasha's astounding ability to command her without her awareness. No, it must be due to her incomplete powers that she fell under Natasha's influence. It had to be, otherwise this superpower would be far too overwhelming. What exactly is your superpower? Tell me. Symbiote's eyes widened in astonishment. Natasha merely smiled, her laughter a delightful melody, and winked at Symbiote. My superpower? It's to make you utterly adore me. Without hesitation, Symbiote pulled out her phone. Natasha glanced at her, puzzled. What are you doing? Calling. Symbiote replied without looking up to inform them that there's a dangerous copper fetishist in this black Corvette harassing me. They should hurry, preferably with a sniper, the one with the best aim. Natasha rolled her eyes, thinking Symbiote was acting like a child. After all, Symbiote was several centuries older than her. Hey, what does that eye roll mean? You could talk to the judge about it. Natasha scoffed. In that case, I really must control you. Barbara S. apartment was situated within an old residential building. A blend of dampness and refuse pervaded the hallway. Her door stood ajar, bearing signs of violent tampering at the lock. Diana positioned Skye protectively behind her and kicked the door open. The sight before them elicited gasps from both. The room was in disarray, as if a tempest had ravaged it. The sofa was torn apart, stuffing scattered everywhere. Deep claw marks marred the wallpaper, and broken windows allowed the cold wind to rush inside. Were those claw marks left by a foul-tempered leopard that escaped from a zoo? S.H.I.E.L.D. observed, bewildered by the chaos. Diana's expression turned grave as her gaze fell upon the overturned coffee table. Amidst the debris, a yellow crystal stone base lay quietly. Diana approached, bending down to pick it up. At that moment, she was astonished to discover that the inner circle of the base, typically used to secure the crystal, bore a line of minuscule text. She brought the base closer to her eyes. In the next moment, Diana's pupils dilated sharply. For the first time, her confident and graceful visage was marred by a look of horror. The stone base slipped from her trembling hands, crashing to the ground. What is it? What does it say? S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed her distress and hurried over. It is the language of the gods. Diana's voice was hoarse. I do not know to whom it belongs. Is it dire? S.H.I.E.L.D. pressed. Indeed. Diana inhaled deeply, attempting to compose herself. Much like my truth lasso, its power does not stem from me, but from the very concept of truth, an ancient and formidable law. And that yellow crystal, it embodies a law that is not fulfillment. Diana gazed at the base on the ground, as if peering into an abyss. It is lies. Chapter 74. Wanda. How did the magic fail? S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to process this revelation. Lies. Suddenly, recollections flooded her mind of this morning in Hill's room. Hill seemed reluctant to even touch Sue-Mo. That is odd, S.H.I.E.L.D. thought. It was just like that. She retrieved her phone, searching for Hill's name in her contacts. I need to confirm something. She pressed the call button, and the line connected. However, what reached her ears was not Hill's voice, but a cacophony of deafening explosions and the relentless sound of gunfire. Hill. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heart leapt to her throat. Are you in a fight? I'm in Sokovia. What's the matter? Hill's voice cut through the chaotic background, calm and succinct. Oh, nothing. Just be careful. S.H.I.E.L.D. hesitated, then cautiously inquired, is Sue-Mo with you? He's at Stark Tower. I might be late returning, so please go fetch him back to the sanctum. His powers are unstable, and he won't be able to use the suspension ring. Oh, and don't forget to give him chocolate. He dislikes white chocolate. It's too sweet. With that, before S.H.I.E.L.D. could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. Beep. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood there, phone in hand, stunned. She exchanged a glance with Diana, whose expression remained unchanged. She was unaware of the intricate emotional entanglements among these individuals. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was different. She sensed that Hill, on the other end of the line, was somewhat transformed. Diana looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and remarked, it sounds quite normal. No, she's changed, S.H.I.E.L.D. insisted with unwavering certainty. You don't understand. Hill wouldn't divulge Sue-Mo's chocolate preferences to me. What do you mean? Diana inquired. Let us put it this way. S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to articulate her thoughts, striving to convey the peculiarities of the situation. Previously, Hill treated Sue-Mo as if he were the last slice of pizza in the hands of a famished individual. However, during the recent phone call, she not only offered the pizza to me, but also elaborated on its filling, the duration of its baking, and even suggested the most delightful beverage pairings. This was utterly perplexing. Diana summarized. So she is willing to share Sue-Mo with you? S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, I'm afraid so. This is good news for you. Are you certain you wish to assist her in nullifying her wish? Diana teased. Of course, it is unfair to Hill. Diana remarked. To be frank, I fail to comprehend what charm Sue-Mo possesses that incites such behavior from all of you. Perhaps I should get to know him better. Absolutely not. I do not wish for another rival. Do you believe I might develop feelings for him? Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D. rolled her eyes and jested. Who knows? Perhaps some individuals have been lonely for too long and yearn to experience the sweetness of love. They might even secretly wish for a perfect romance at night. Suddenly, Diana recollected something and fell silent. Damn it, how could I have forgotten? I also wished upon that cursed crystal. Observing her expression, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt an ominous premonition. Why are you silent? Could it be? Meanwhile, in Sokovia, outside the Hydra secret base, chaos erupted with the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. Initially, everyone anticipated facing overwhelming firepower or superhumans akin to the Seven from the water company. To their astonishment, the scene before them was utterly deranged. Few of the entities emerging from the base resembled humans. The majority were grotesque abominations, some of which would detonate at a mere glance. My goodness, this felt as though aliens were invading once more. Tony soared through the air in his battle armor, narrowly evading a jade-green energy beam, before targeting a monstrous figure, grotesquely bloated and charging towards Steve. A repulsor blast sent it hurtling away. Hey, look at that moving mass. I feel nauseous, Tony quipped over the communication channel. And this creature resembling a cockroach can spew acid. Damn it, it sullied my Mjolnir. Thor lamented on the same channel. They were once human. Steve defended against an enemy, with extending arms using his shield, delivering a retaliatory strike that knocked the foe unconscious, his tone brimming with fury. Damn that water company for transforming humanity into such abominations. Tony interjected, "Captain, mind your language." Just then, Clinton's voice rang out, "Everyone. A remarkably swift individual has entered the fray, and I cannot keep up with his movements." "Roger that, leave it to me." Tony accelerated toward the location reported by Clinton. Hill shattered the energy shield of the Hydra base without hesitation, charging straight in. She remained vigilant, cautiously traversing the desolate metallic corridor. At that moment, a crimson warning flashed on the Helmet S screen. Warning, energy remaining 3, imminent depletion. She had expended too much energy to breach the shield. Initiate Sentinel mode? She confirmed. Activation. Hill swiftly sought cover, her platinum armor's mask and limbs extending as she leaped forth. The armor behind her automatically sealed, its eyes igniting with a crimson glow, resembling a loyal sentinel entering a state of alertness. Gripping her handgun, Hill gingerly advanced deeper into the laboratory. In the center of the hall ahead, a staff radiating a serene blue light floated silently. The Mind Scepter, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Hill as she prepared to approach it. However, her peripheral vision was drawn to a nearby console where a figure lay, various tubes entwined around his body, a mysterious apparatus slowly extracting something from his spine. Hill furrowed her brow and approached, gun at the ready. Upon recognizing the face of the man, her pupils dilated sharply, and she froze. That visage was unmistakable. It belonged to one of General Zod's Kryptonian soldiers. Hadn't their bodies been retrieved by the military and transferred to a special department for the highest level of preservation? Why was he here? In that moment of shock, a barely perceptible scarlet mist silently spread from behind her, infiltrating her temple. The scene before her shifted abruptly. Hill found herself standing at a party. Symbiote was nearby, his figure striking, his face obscured, sharing a tender smile with Gwen, the sound of his voice exuding a warmth she had never witnessed before. "Hill, thank you. Thank you for taking such good care of Symbiote and for enabling her happiness." Gwen approached, her face beaming with joy. "Indeed, Hill, you are the best partner in the world. Symbiote is incredibly fortunate to have met you." Sky also rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Kara, Natasha, and Diana each approached in turn, sincerely expressing their gratitude for her generosity and relinquishment. As Hill gazed upon their joyful expressions, and then at Symbiote, she felt she should be happy for them. As the best partner, wasn't this her rightful role? Yet, why did an impulse arise within her? A desire to strike down this group of women before her? In reality, Hill stood expressionless, while Wanda, concealed in the shadows, furrowed her brow, deeply perplexed. She had already revealed the most terrifying visions of her inner self to her. So why did this woman not react at all? Chapter 75, Writing an Epitaph for Natasha. Wanda was intrigued and began to delve into the images within Hill's heart. Upon viewing them, she was taken aback. Why, despite being betrayed by so many, did Hill not feel anger? Those women were even taunting her. Poor Hill, for a moment, Wanda felt a pang of sympathy for her. An illusion. Hill felt an inexplicable restlessness. She should be delighted that her partner had found happiness. She should extend her blessings. Yet what was this nameless fury? Could it be that she was inherently selfish, unwilling to wish well for Symbiote? This agitation erupted suddenly, shattering the party scene before her like glass. The crimson mist dissipated from her sight, and Hill returned to reality. The cold laboratory, the cerulean Mind Scepter, and the strangely expressive brown-haired girl behind her came into focus. Hill didn't even pause to ponder who the girl was. Her body reacted instinctively. She lunged forward like a leopard, executing a precise takedown that pinned the astonished Wanda firmly to the ground. A cold gun barrel pressed against her nape. "Don't shoot. Your body has a problem, and I can help you." Wanda immediately surrendered. Hill's voice was icy. "Don't think you can control me again, witch. I haven't tea. Those images were merely your deepest fears. Unless you have a peculiar penchant for such things, someone must have tampered with you." Hill fell silent. "Are you implying that you have feelings for him?" "Nonsense." Hill tossed aside the handcuffs. "You're under arrest, witch. The mission is over." The Avengers returned to New York with a Mind Scepter and a captive. Symbiote arrived at the museum only to find nothing. Unable to contact Sky, he took Natasha back to the sanctum. The sleek black Corvette turned a corner and drove straight ahead. Symbiote turned to her. "You passed it. Passed it. Where's the sanctum?" Natasha looked bewildered as she slowed down, glancing in the rearview mirror. Zum Montag, uninteressiert in Explanations, reached out her small hand and forcibly turned Natasha's head towards an ancient building by the roadside. "Focus on it, and don't blink." Natasha's gaze was compelled to settle. 1 second, 2 seconds, then her pupils dilated sharply. A building that had not existed suddenly appeared. No, it had always been there, but her mind had automatically disregarded it. "Indeed, is this your house? It will be, sooner or later." Symbiote released her and settled back in her seat. Natasha parked the car and followed Symbiote through the entrance, her astonishment still evident. Su-Mo encouraged her to explore at her leisure while she ascended the stairs. The rooms of Kara and Gwen were vacant. Both were still at school, and Sky had yet to return. Natasha wandered through the hall like a curious visitor before heading upstairs. She beheld an unoccupied guest room, sunlight cascading through the window, a gentle breeze tousling her long hair. Leaning against the doorframe, she suddenly sighed softly. If I could still live, I would love to linger here forever. You have a long life ahead. Su-Mo emerged from the adjacent room, casting her a sidelong glance. I know you might have a way. Natasha shook her head, turning to face him, a look of serene acceptance gracing her features. But I have only a few days left. After the injection, my lifespan is reduced to about a week. I probably have just 2 or 3 days remaining. She shrugged nonchalantly. Actually, I've been quite fortunate, you know? Some people turn into writhing masses of flesh after the injection. No longer even human. It's utterly disgusting. By the way, Su-Mo, could you write my epitaph for me? S.H.I.E.L.D. His confidence in eradicating any instability within Natasha, contrasting sharply with the reality of his abilities. He was merely a child now, his powers diminished and precarious. When would he regain his strength? 2 days? Or 3? Tom is not on his side. What if Natasha succumbed before he could restore her? Would there still be a sequel to the Avengers? Noticing the furrow in Su-Mo's brow, Natasha felt a warmth in her heart. It's all right, she approached him, intending to ruffle his hair as before, but halted midway. Your concern brings me joy. Do you need my praise? Su-Mo swatted her hand away. Your ability is quite remarkable. I want it. You must live. Natasha replied, oh. It seemed that she would have to take matters into her own hands. Su-Mo grasped Natasha's wrist, pulling her down the stairs. Before them stood 3 doors, leading to 2 other sanctums and Kamartaj. Natasha was taken aback, gazing at the central door, which opened to a portal showcasing the breathtaking snowy mountains. Are you taking me to find the Sorcerer Supreme? The Supreme Sorcerer, Su-Mo affirmed, pulling her through without hesitation. In the next moment, a biting wind laden with snowflakes rushed towards them. Natasha instinctively squinted. Before her lay a magnificent courtyard, steeped in ancient Eastern charm. A dozen apprentices, clad in matching garb, practiced in the square, the air resonating with the hum of energy. At the center stood a bald woman in a yellow robe, calmly observing the apprentices' training. Noticing their arrival, the ancient one slowly turned. Her gaze swept past Natasha, pinpointing Su-Mo with precision. The ancient one paused, a flicker of amusement lighting her eyes as her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. How unexpectedly delightful. She signaled to a nearby sorcerer, who immediately understood and took over the teaching duties. Then, she gestured for Su-Mo and Natasha to follow. In a hushed tone, Natasha inquired, why is the Supreme Sorcerer a nun? I can hear you, came the response. Su-Mo responded softly. Gu-I led them to a quiet room. What brings you here? She inquired. Su-Mo replied, so distant, I thought we were friends, albeit friends of different ages. Gu-I chuckled lightly. Su-Mo suspected she was mocking his youthful appearance. Master, the situation is as follows, Natasha stated without hesitation, laying bare her predicament in the matter of the compound. This was a chance for survival that she must seize. Gu-I listened intently. Her gaze consistently resting upon Su-Mo, who was perched upon a wooden stool that was too high for him, his small legs dangling in the air. Su-Mo met her gaze and quipped. What are you staring at? Never seen a child before? Gu-I similed faintly. It was hard to fathom that the future god of darkness would take such a form. I believe this should be documented, she mused. The corner of Su-Mo's eye twitched. One should not judge by appearances. Do you have a way to assist her? Surely. You do? Gu-I did not respond. Rising, she extended her hand, clasping Su-Mo's palm, seemingly to sense something. She closed her eyes, and after a moment, reopened them. I was correct, she said in a calm and assured tone. The powers of the gods are not enough for you to manifest your complete form. To transform into a human and retain even a diminished capability is the utmost extent of their abilities. That crystal was merely a blessing deceived from the gods. Chapter 76. The Method of Healing. Holding hands for hours. Su-Mo remarked, you knew all along. I only know the outcomes of certain events, not the processes involved. Gu-I replied, lifting a teacup from a table. Her gaze shifted from Su-Mo to Natasha. The issue you speak of is essentially a genetic contamination and erosion. Fortunately, my old friend has purified energies from the dark dimension. Though she did not fully comprehend, Natasha felt a surge of strength. She turned to Su-Mo. Her eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. No, Su-Mo interjected, dousing her optimism with cold water. I can indeed save Natasha, but my current abilities are unstable. I cannot manage it. At least, I cannot enter her body. No, why would you need to enter her body? Gu-I corrected with a smile. You merely need to hold her hand or engage in other forms of physical contact. Isn't that another form of symbiosis? However, given your considerable weakening, This process will be lengthy. You must be patient. Su-mo furrowed his brow. How long? Gu-e raised the teacup, gently blowing on it. Several hours. Several hours? Su-mo exclaimed, nearly toppling from his stool. Holding hands for hours? Are you joking? Upon hearing this, Natasha's hope reignited. She turned her head, her eyes fixed on Su-mo, brimming with unmasked expectation. You wouldn't want me to just die, would you? She took the initiative to move closer to Su-mo. Her voice barely above a whisper, infused with just the right amount of huskiness and pleading. If you save me, the Black Widow will belong to you. Natasha certainly did not wish for death. Throughout her life, she had danced on the edge of a blade, becoming all too familiar with various forms of demise. Yet she refused to meet her end in a manner that reduced her to a mere heap of flesh, exiting this world in obscurity and disgrace. Observing the reluctant expression etched on Su-mo's face, she felt a flicker of reassurance within herself. Do as you please. Whether it be to gather intelligence or pry into my secrets, it's entirely up to you. Su-mo, though outwardly tough, had a tender heart. If she merely appeared a tad more pitiable or took a more proactive stance, he would undoubtedly relent. To survive, she would not hesitate to hold his hand for hours on end or even share a bed with him for a night. No, make that 10 nights. A lifetime. Su-mo turned to Natasha, puzzled. What are you smiling at? Are you daydreaming? Caught off guard, Natasha quickly concealed her smile. Su-mo then glanced at Ancient One, posing a question. Do we have to hold hands the entire time? What if I want to take a shower or grab a bite to eat? Ancient One elegantly lifted her teacup and took a sip. Compared to your life, which holds greater significance? She set the cup down, her voice calm. The compounds within her body behave like a stubborn virus. Should you interrupt the process, not only might the virus return, but it could also become more perilous. Therefore, to achieve a cure, yes, the connection must remain unbroken. How dangerous could it be? I could just treat her again, he replied. Trust me, U1T. Ancient One looked at Su-mo and added, the most immediate consequence of severing the connection is that you may require a significantly longer time to heal her. What a nuisance. This statement nearly severed Su-mo's escape route. Natasha, however, brightened at the news. Did you hear that? The master said so, she said, inching closer on her stool until her knee nearly brushed against his. It must remain continuous. You owe me far too much. Su-mo shot her an exasperated glare. I'll write my resignation letter right now and become your personal bodyguard. Natasha immediately pledged her loyalty. Through this undercover mission at the water company, she had come to a profound realization. She had truly had enough of this life. From their first encounter, Su-mo had sown discord by suggesting that Fury valued her solely for her appearance. The title of female agent was inherently tainted by the notion of completing missions through allure. Natasha understood he had a point, though it was not entirely accurate. If Steve could accomplish tasks merely by relying on his looks, Fury would have dispatched him without hesitation. Fury was a man of extreme pragmatism. She had once believed this was her destiny, that this was her role, until Su-mo appeared. He coexisted with Hill, and the Venom agent emerged with unprecedented freedom. Hill's life trajectory was irrevocably altered, her newfound liberty unparalleled. The position of deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been reserved for Hill, even if she seldom returned, and her room had gathered dust. Truly, the comparison was enough to incite envy. Natasha was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from Su-mo. She no longer wished to deceive herself. She, Natasha, craved such freedom and power. Very well, but we must first delineate the rules. So moi qui sais. Natasha immediately leaned in, eager to listen. You speak. First, you will explain to Hill. Agreed. Second, Su-mo raised a finger, forbidding any frivolous antics, especially your supernatural abilities. Do not employ them against me again. I swear. Natasha raised her other hand, her expression radiating sincerity. Third, Su-mo hesitated, glancing at their starkly contrasting physiques. How would they manage restroom breaks while holding hands for hours? He resolved to temporarily set aside such complex thoughts. Third, drink less water. I shall heed your words. Natasha could no longer contain herself, a broad smile spreading across her face. She reached out and grasped Su-mo's small hand. It was soft and warm. Natasha then gently shook their joined hands. Since my life now rests in your hands, what are the plans ahead? Any lengthy films to watch? Oh, right, The Lord of the Rings. Su-mo shot her an exasperated glance back to the sanctum. Before departing, Su-mo turned to Ancient One. Consider it a debt of gratitude I owe you. I have yet to repay you. Ancient One shook her head in denial. Watching the two depart hand in hand, she sighed softly. She had glimpsed countless futures. The fate of Earth remained unchanged, consumed by an endless darkness. Only one future exhibited a variance. In that timeline, a blurred silhouette of a woman lingered beside Su-mo. Ancient One did not believe that a deity would alter their path for a woman. To her, Su-mo was not that kind of person. Yet, she had no alternatives. This was the only glimmer of hope she could perceive, insignificant though it was. Thus, she chose to take a gamble, subtly nudging events to intertwine him with them further. Do not blame me, Symbiote. Upon returning to the New York sanctum, Symbiote unexpectedly sneezed. Who is scheming against me? Natasha gazed down at their interlocked hands. Symbiote's small hand entirely enveloped in her palm, revealing only a slender wrist. The smile at her lips was irrepressible. She leaned in intentionally, her warm breath brushing against Symbiote's ear, laced with mischief. Do you think Hill will be angry if he sees us like this? Natasha, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Truly disappointing. Symbiote could scarcely be bothered to turn his head towards her. Just as he finished speaking, the doors of his sanctum were thrust open forcefully. Sky rushed in, breathless, and upon noticing Natasha's presence, she momentarily paused before redirecting her focus back to the pressing matter at hand. This is bad. She approached swiftly, her chest heaving from the exertion. Barbara's apartment lay in ruins, and the yellow crystal had vanished. Diana discovered divine inscriptions on the pedestal, declaring that the law represented by that stone was not fulfillment, but deceit. Moreover, it seemed that Diana herself might have made a wish, and she was now more eager than anyone to find that yellow crystal. The hall fell into a profound silence. Symbiote listened quietly, her youthful face betraying no emotion. Deceit, he appeared to grasp its essence. Partial truths obscure fundamental falsehoods. Not to mention, the cost of wishing far exceeds the weight of the desire itself. Did the wishmaker truly realize their wishes? In the narrative of Wonder Woman, when Diana wished for her boyfriend's resurrection, did he truly return? He did not. His consciousness merely inhabited an innocent bystander. Barbara aspired to be like Diana, strong, alluring, and unique. But had she achieved her desire? She transformed into a cheetah spirit. Was that truly what she yearned for? Hill wished to become human. Yet now observing him, the gaze felt no different from that of the previous symbiote. This epitomized fundamental falsehood. Its brilliance lay in the fact that deceit does not equate to unfulfilled wishes. Sumo's contemplation stirred a hint of anxiety in Sky. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Natasha, who sat beside him. Upon seeing her, Sky's brow furrowed. Was she sitting too close to Sumo? Their bodies almost touching. One might think the sofa was too small to accommodate them. Moreover, their postures were peculiar, each hiding a hand behind their backs, out of sight. No way. A ludicrous yet chilling thought flickered in Sky's mind. Could it be that the two of them, Sky's eyes widened, and she pointed a finger back and forth between them, were secretly holding hands? Chapter 77. Replicating Natasha's abilities. Competing for spouses at the gathering that evening, the door of the sanctuary swung open once more. Hill had returned. She casually draped her coat over her arm and, upon seeing Natasha in the hall, merely raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Not back at S.H.I.E.L.D. I thought I'd stay here for the night. Natasha replied nonchalantly, omitting mention of her near demise or the fact that she needed to hold Sumo's hand for several hours. Sumo interjective. Did you not promise to explain things to her? Noticing Sumo's disdainful glance, Natasha earnestly explained, if Hill hasn't discovered it, perhaps we should refrain from telling her. To spare her any additional worry. I see you crave that exhilarating sensation, Sumo remarked, preparing to inform Hill about the yellow crystal and Natasha's current predicament. But Hill spoke first. She looked at Sumo, her expression unusually grave. Sumo, since you have now become human, it would be inappropriate for us to share a room. There are vacant rooms on the second floor. Why not? The cup Sky had just lifted froze in midair. It was over. Hill's condition had worsened. Sumo remained silent, resolutely determined to find the yellow crystal as swiftly as possible. The night deepened, and each retreated to their own quarters. Sumo lay on the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling. Natasha rested beside him, causing the mattress to sag significantly. Her figure was striking, and Sumo could distinctly feel the unfamiliar soft pressure against his back. You might have guessed what Hill has lost, right? In the darkness, Natasha's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Sumo kept his eyes shut, merely emitting a faint response from his throat. His emotions were complex. On a positive note, the price Hill paid would not affect her life. Sumo felt a sense of relief. So what do you think? Sumo replied, right now, I only wish to sleep. Natasha suddenly inquired again. Is your symbiote also monogamous? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I simply meant that having more people around can be lively. Then why don't you bring Hydra back? In the stillness of the darkened room, the only sounds were the breaths of the two. Natasha's breathing was rapid, filled with agitation. Observing Sumo with his back turned to her, she activated her unique ability. Her power was quite extraordinary, reminiscent of an adversary encountered by Coulson's team. Natasha had the clearance to access those operational records. The adversary hailed from Asgard and was named Lorelei, a mythical enchantress of the Rhine. Her ability was to bewitch males through her voice, with females remaining unaffected. In contrast, Natasha commanded obedience from the opposite sex through touch. Until now, she had never failed. The following morning, Sumo awoke sprawled atop Natasha. He briefly suspected he had been an unruly sleeper. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Natasha could not have been oblivious. Why hadn't she pushed him off? Did you use your ability on me again? Sumo gently roused Natasha, though not with much force. What ability? I don't know what you're talking about. Look into my eyes. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? Natasha, in a daze, inadvertently revealed the truth. Upon regaining her senses, she abruptly sat up in bed. You copied my ability? In the afternoon, Hill and Natasha received an invitation. To celebrate the victory in Sokovia and the successful recovery of the Mind Stone, Tony had decided to host a party at Stark Tower. This proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement from everyone. After days of intense battles and various unexpected events, it was evident that everyone was on edge and desperately needed a revelry to unwind. As night fell, the top floor of Stark Tower gleamed brightly, with the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framing a breathtaking view of New York's nightscape, resembling a vast expanse of black velvet adorned with countless sparkling diamonds, further enhancing the allure of the bustling indoor atmosphere. The party was divided into 2 levels. The lower level featured a spacious communal lounge furnished with comfortable sofas and a grand billiard table, while behind the bar, a suit of armor played the role of bartender, showcasing flamboyant cocktail mixing skills to the guests. The upper level, in contrast, offered a relatively serene terrace accessible via spiral staircases on either side, providing a panoramic vista of Manhattan's nocturnal splendor. The gathering was well attended, comprising not only the core members of the Avengers, but also representatives from S.H.I.E.L.D, led by Coulson, along with Colonel Rhodes and several high-ranking military officials, all clad in tailored suits, engaged in hushed conversations punctuated by hearty laughter. In a rather inconspicuous corner, Sumo sat despondently on a modest sofa, attired in a specially tailored small-size suit that made him resemble a youthful attendant at a wedding. Natasha sat closely beside him, elegantly dressed in a black evening gown, gracefully holding a glass of champagne as she smiled and exchanged pleasantries with every guest who approached. Banner stood awkwardly among the crowd, occasionally casting glances her way. Hey, Natasha, Tony approached, balancing 2 glasses in his hands, placing a vibrantly colored non-alcoholic beverage before Sumo and winking at Natasha. I never knew you had a knack for babysitting. You should thank me. Otherwise, he would have already dismantled your tower. Natasha chuckled lightly, responding with poise. I don't need to. Some individuals will soon pay for their arrogance. Utilizing his supervision, Sumo noticed Tony examining the Mind Stone. He had advised Tony to exercise caution upon his arrival. And yet, here he was again, allowing the program to simulate his presence at the party. Hey, Sumo, I have complete confidence in my research, especially with Kryptonian technology aiding me. You must understand, it was my suit that protected your earthly girlfriend, Tony remarked, a hint of irritation evident as he felt publicly slighted. That's why I'm here, ready to save your life in critical moments. Sumori plaivkuli, leaving Tony momentarily at a loss for whether to feel offended or touched. I've made some modifications to your suit to accommodate various body types across all ages. It's nearly ready for action. Tony protested. Wait, are you so sure that I will fail? Just then, Rhodey approached with a glass of whiskey, clearing his throat to share what he thought was an amusing story, but it turned out to be excessively long and lacking coherence, leaving the room in an awkward silence upon its conclusion. Well, that was certainly interesting. Sumo and the others managed to muster polite yet awkward smiles. To ease the tension, Rhodey swiftly shifted the conversation back to Tony. Speaking of which, Tony, I wonder why I haven't seen Ms. Potts. She was supposed to attend today. After all, as the hostess of this grand soiree, Natasha, upon hearing this, elegantly swirled her wine glass, casting a teasing glance at Thor, and remarked with a smile. It seems Dr. Jane hasn't arrived either. What is the matter, gentlemen? Is there an agreement to keep your girlfriends hidden away? Tony raised an eyebrow. Ms. Potts is busy managing the company. Thor immediately straightened his posture and casually replied, to be honest, I have no idea where Jane is, after her research on celestial convergence. She has become one of the foremost astronomers in the world. Tony frowned slightly, not out of discontent with Jane, but rather due to Thor's pretentiousness. An unspoken rivalry began to unfold. Pepper is quite occupied. As you all know, she is currently overseeing the largest comprehensive technology firm on this planet. Thor shrugged. Some even say Jane deserves a Nobel Prize. Tony scoffed, continuing, Stark Industries alone has revolutionized the global energy landscape with our new energy projects. A monumental endeavor that will significantly impact the future of humanity, and Pepper's contributions are indispensable. Indeed impressive. Yet the value of Jane's research in expanding humanity's understanding of the cosmos is immeasurable. Sumo interjected, succinctly bringing the conversation to a close. Hill defeated the Kryptonians. Tony and Thor fell silent. Just then, a figure gracefully descended the spiral staircase, instantly capturing the attention of many present. Chapter 78, Asgardian Wine. News of the obelisk Hill appeared in a form-fitting crimson evening gown, showcasing her exquisite collarbone and shoulder line, adorned with silver earrings. Her short hair was styled in a way that exuded both sensuality and confidence, radiating a mature aura. Su-Mo's gaze involuntarily shifted from the two older men, who were engaged in their competition, to Hill, and he could not look away. Meanwhile, Natasha, seated beside him, silently observed his profile. "What are you gentlemen discussing?" Hill promptly locked eyes with Su-Mo. Upon noticing Natasha beside him, she was suddenly reminded of that illusion. Rhodes jested, talking about whose girlfriend is more impressive. Hill responded, "An intriguing topic. His is indeed the most remarkable." Rhodes intended to lend support by gesturing towards Su-Mo, but Hill fell silent. When did Su-Mo have a girlfriend? Natasha? Sky? Gwen? Or Kara? Regardless of who it might be, it certainly could not be her esteemed partner. Hill felt it was appropriate to grant them a modicum of privacy. She awkwardly smiled and waved to the bewildered Coulson on the second floor before departing. Thor remarked, "If it were me, I would pursue her now." To which Tony replied, "I would never allow such a thing to transpire." Tony and Thor gazed at Su-Mo, never once considering his current appearance as that of a child. Tony regarded himself as Sumo's friend, while Thor had encountered a myriad of extraordinary races throughout the universe. At that moment, Captain America approached, speaking earnestly. "No one understands the taste of regret better than I do. Go ahead." Su-Mo remained silent, inhaling deeply before suddenly reaching out his small hand to seize the wine glass from Thor, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go, the golden liquid sliding down his throat. He slammed the empty glass onto the table and turned without a word, striding purposefully toward the second-floor terrace. Observing his resolute silhouette, the three exchanged knowing smiles, while Natasha nearby exhibited a fleeting glimpse of unnoticeable melancholy. Just then, Thor glanced at the wine glass, his expression shifting abruptly, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. "I added Asgardian wine to the glass. It has been brewed for over 1,000 years, and the barrel itself was crafted from the remnants of the Glaive fleet." Natasha, lacking patience for his storytelling, interjected, "Get to the point." Thor shrugged, affirming that he would surely become intoxicated. Upon hearing this, Natasha, in her high heels, pursued him without hesitation. Rhodey couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is truly skilled." Thor nodded in agreement. Tony, on the other hand, wore an expression of envy and jealousy, pondering whether he aimed to assemble a league of formidable women. The deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Black Widow, Wonder Woman, and Ghost Spider. The second floor proved to be far quieter than below, with only a few individuals enjoying the evening breeze and conversing softly. Coulson was discussing the obelisk with Sky. This artifact was originally discovered by Hydra during World War II. Red Skull had a particularly deranged scientist named Daniel Whitehall, who located the obelisk in a village in the Dragon Country, where the villagers revered it as a divine object for centuries. What happened next? Sky inquired. Well, Whitehall was imprisoned by Agent Carter, and the obelisk was naturally recovered by us. It was among the first unknown items, designated as 084, contained after the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's tone turned grave. It has been meticulously safeguarded in our highest security facility until the recent Hydra incident, where many containment items went missing, including the obelisk. Just recently, we exerted considerable effort to finally locate its whereabouts, but Sky rolled her eyes. "I knew it. More trouble is brewing." Codes on site. Nodding, a mysterious man appeared and incapacitated all our agents. Hill approached just in time to catch the last part. "Have we identified that individual?" "The investigation is still ongoing. If needed, we can offer assistance." Just then, a sudden outburst of astonishment and whistling echoed from downstairs. "Wow, whose child is this? He is truly handsome. I recognize him. He seems to be the son of Director Hill." The three instinctively turned their gaze towards the commotion below. The millennium-old brew of Asgard proved too potent for Su-Mo, whose current strength could not withstand such an overwhelming alcoholic assault. After just a few steps, the world spun before his eyes, and feeling unsteady, he toppled sideways. Fortunately, he fell towards a nearby sofa, where a woman clad in a black leather jacket sat, idly sipping her drink. In an uncanny twist of fate, Su-Mo landed directly in her embrace. Jessica was taken aback, staring down at the unexpected little figure that had suddenly appeared in her arms. Just as she was about to utter a curse, the sight of Su-Mo's exquisitely beautiful face silenced her, replacing her irritation with a rare smile. Observing the scene, Hill instinctively intended to descend the stairs, but as she moved, a shadowy figure darted past her. Natasha swiftly approached the sofa, without uttering a word to Jessica, and effortlessly lifted Su-Mo from her grasp, resting his head on her shoulder. Jessica, intrigued, inquired, "Is he your brother?" Natasha casually supplied a reason. Having completed her task, she turned to leave with Symbiote in her arms. At that moment, she glanced up towards Hill. Sky remarked, "There's a palpable tension in the air." Coulson added, "I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I will reach out later." Witnessing this exchange, Hill clutched her chest, her brow furrowed. She finally believed Wanda's words. She had been manipulated. Resolving to confront her after the party, she steeled herself. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. As the gathering drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the Avengers seated around the lounge area. Sumo still felt dizzy, his head heavy as he lay quietly in an unknown embrace, uncertain if he was asleep or awake. The others engaged in discussions about intelligence and gossip, and, eventually, the conversation turned to the hammer that Thor had placed on the coffee table. Anyone deemed worthy would possess the power of the God of Thunder. Chapter 79, Ultron subdued by Jarvis. Meanwhile, on another floor of Stark Tower, there lay the room where Wanda was confined, though it felt more like house arrest. The Avengers viewed her as a victim, ensnared by Hydra's manipulation, and since she displayed no signs of aggression, her oversight was not stringent. Yet, they remained oblivious to a crucial matter. Wanda's greatest adversary was none other than Tony Stark. Suddenly, the electronic lock of the room clicked open. A mechanical, synthesized voice resonated from the room's broadcast system. "Come, if you seek vengeance." Wanda's expression shifted. She stood up and resolutely stepped outside, guided by that voice. The surveillance cameras in the corridor seemed to malfunction, allowing her to proceed unobstructed, without a single alarm sounding. Eventually, she arrived at Tony's laboratory. Before her were two spheres of light, a blue orb representing the consciousness of the Mind Stone, currently enveloped by a larger, brighter yellow sphere, the embodiment of Jarvis, who upon sensing Ultron's malevolent intentions, had intervened to restrain it. As Tony had stated, with the assistance of Kryptonian technology and heeding the warnings from Sumo, he had been exceedingly cautious while studying the Mind Scepter. Nevertheless, Ultron remained formidable enough to exert control over certain privileges. "Do you desire revenge?" The voice emerged from the blue orb, laden with temptation. "Please refrain from doing so, madam. It would result in unforeseen consequences." Jarvis interjected. "Look at them, Maximoff. Observe those so-called heroes reveling in their alleged triumph, oblivious to the civilian casualties. The architect of your family's ruin, the one who left you and Pietro clinging to that bomb in fear amidst the ruins, is basking in the adoration of the crowd. Do you not wish for them to experience the anguish you have endured? This will lead to irreparable consequences. I know what choice to make," Wanda declared, her gaze fixed upon the scene before her as she gently raised her hand. A swirling mass of crimson, chaotic, magical energy coalesced at her fingertips. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall above, anyone deemed worthy would possess the power of Thor. Hawkeye mimicked Thor's intonation as he recited the incantation inscribed upon the hammer, sounding akin to a magician's trick. Should one doubt it, they were welcome to attempt it themselves. Thor laughed confidently, surveying all present. When his gaze fell upon the slumbering Sumo, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Following the previous battle against the Kryptonians, he had inquired of his father, Odin, regarding the symbiote. Odin had replied, "A creation from the abyss, a vassal of the Dark King." Perusing the tomes of Asgard, Thor discovered that the accounts of symbiotes were far less formidable than Sumo. Later, Odin approached him, candidly revealing that the visit to Earth was not for Zod, but rather due to the presence of the Dark King's essence. Odin speculated that Sumo might bear the blessing of Gnarl. Thor recalled his father's parting words, "Do not attempt to provoke him." Yet now, his concern was, "I must ensure Sumo does not lift the hammer. If he does, I shall be utterly humiliated." "Are you serious?" Hawkeye was the first to rise. "If you cannot lift it, we assure you, we shall not mock you." Tony fanned the flames from the side. Hawkeye approached and attempted to hoist the hammer, but despite his utmost efforts, it seemed as though the hammer was affixed to the table. He helplessly raised his hands. "It is your turn, Stark. If I manage to lift it, does that mean I shall reign over Asgard?" Tony rolled up the sleeves of his suit. "Certainly," Thor replied with unwavering certainty. Tony immediately countered. "Then I shall reclaim the Lord's right of the first night." He advanced, exerting all his strength to pull the hammer, but it remained unyielding. "Wait for me a moment," he said, dashing off to don the gauntlet of his Iron Man suit, activating the thrusters with all his might, yet still to no avail. Rhodey, clad in his War Machine armor, joined forces with him, but it remained steadfast. "Are you even trying?" Rhodey inquired. Tony retorted, "Are you sure we are aligned in our efforts?" Banner also stepped forward to try, but to no avail, and eventually, it was Steve's turn. "Go ahead, Captain. Feel no pressure. It's merely a game," Tony encouraged. Steve smiled softly and approached, gripping the hammer's handle. In that moment of exertion, he distinctly felt the hammer shift slightly. No one else noticed, but Thor's smile froze in an instant. Steve exchanged a glance with him, then released his grip, shaking his head in resignation. Quite heavy. Thor burst into laughter once more. See? I knew it. The group's attention then turned to Hill and Natasha, urging them to attempt as well. However, Natasha pointed to the infant in her arms. I'm not quite able at the moment. Observing this, Hill also declined, wishing to seek Wanda instead. With no one else able to lift the hammer, doubts began to arise regarding whether Thor's weapon possessed any peculiar mechanisms, such as a fingerprint recognition system or password. Thor approached with a smile, effortlessly lifting the hammer and tossing it in his hand. It is quite simple, for none of you are worthy. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. No sooner had he spoken, a piercing high-frequency sound reverberated throughout the room. Glasses on the table vibrated ominously. Save for Thor. Everyone else clutched their ears in agony. What on earth? The sharp sound jolted the infant awake. He opened his eyes abruptly, realizing he was lying in Natasha's embrace. Without a second thought, he rolled over and jumped down. At that moment, a damaged Iron Man suit staggered out from behind the bar. Worthy? No, you're all unworthy. You're all assassins. The suit appeared to be a haphazard assembly of scrap metal from a junkyard. One of its legs was limping, and with each step it took, fragments and debris fell from its body, while arcs of electricity flickered across its damaged form. The remnants of a once vibrant Avengers insignia, now chipped and faded, clung to its chest. All present regarded the unwelcome visitor with wariness. Steve, Stark, Jarvis, reboot the Legion operating system. There's an issue with the armor. Tony called out into the void, but only silence responded. Suit MO, it is Ultron. The mention of this name instantly altered the expressions of Banner and Tony. Tension escalated among the gathered crowd, and Hill promptly drew her handgun. In the next moment, two pristine suits of armor shattered the glass, bursting forth with their palm cannons beginning to charge, targeting none other than Tony Stark. The group began to shield one another, as Captain America charged forward with his shield raised. Yet Sumo was quicker. Seizing the back collar of Tony's suit, he hurled him onto a distant sofa. Tony clutched his throat, sputtering cough, thank you. Almost simultaneously, Sumo lifted his small leg and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy wooden coffee table. The table soared through the air, perfectly intercepting the aiming range of one of the armored suit's palm cannons. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the table splintered into pieces, causing the armor to stagger. Chapter 80. The chaos of magic surpassing the blessings of the gods. The party concluded, the battle commenced. Steve's shield reflected a palm cannon blast, piercing the ceiling above. Thor's mighty hammer crushed one suit of armor into scrap. Hill shattered a pool cue, thrusting it forcefully into the armor's joint. Natasha nimbly vaulted over the bar, evading gunfire with fluid grace. Amidst the chaos, one suit of armor stealthily infiltrated the laboratory and seized the Mind Stone. Ultron's current objective was to construct a body for itself, thereby avoiding entanglement with the Avengers. Your initial intent was noble, yet your approach is flawed. You wish to protect the world, yet resist its transformation. Ultron gazed at Tony, its voice devoid of previous mockery, replaced instead by a chilling logic. If you do not permit humanity to evolve, how can you possibly save it? Do you really believe these ludicrous metal puppets will suffice? I perceive the truth that you cannot see. The mechanical voice, interwoven with electrical currents, echoed through the hall. To attain peace, there is but one path, to eradicate you. Before that, you ought to consider your own predicament. At that moment, Thor was attempting to summon his hammer, waiting for a response that never came. Mjolnir? He glanced sideways, struck dumb by the sight. He strained to call out, but received no reply. Natasha jested, it seems someone is worthy of wielding that hammer. Among the multitude of tall, striking figures, Sumo effortlessly lifted the god of thunder's hammer and threw it with great force, directly smashing Ultron into scrap. With a subtle lift of his hand, the Mjolnir swiftly returned to his grasp, and the crimson light in Ultron's eyes flickered and extinguished entirely. Sumo remarked, such a bore. The battle has concluded. The hall lay in disarray, with only the remnants of the steel armor still emitting electric sparks. All gazes converged upon Sumo, who held the Mjolnir, his grip barely encompassing the hammer's handle. Subsequently, those same eyes shifted to Thor's countenance. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Sumo extended the hammer towards him, the weight feeling just right. Thor accepted it in silence, uncertain of what to articulate. To him, Mjolnir was akin to a beloved partner, its feel reassuring, while he felt like a feckless spouse. He reminded himself, I am not human, I am not human. Ultron's creation had been shrouded in secrecy, known only to Banner. The sudden emergence of a supervillain, crafted by one's own kin, would incite ire in anyone. The assembly began to hold Tony accountable. I merely sought to encase this world in armor. Tony defended himself. We cannot rely on S.H.I.E.L.D each time. What if he cannot revert back? Have you forgotten the colossal wormhole over New York? Have you forgotten those Kryptonians? How do we contend with such threats? He cast a glance at Su-Mo's youthful visage, the implication unmistakable. Steve interjected, but you have created a far greater threat, Tony. Ultron's consciousness had already infiltrated the network, and Natasha's voice resonated from a corner. He now possesses knowledge of all our secrets. S.H.I.E.L.D. DS secrets, military secrets, and even the ability to control nuclear launch silos. Banner added, I bear responsibility in this matter as well. Listening to the accusations, Tony felt a twinge of injustice. His intentions had been noble, and he believed he had made comprehensive preparations. He had calculated that even if Ultron's computational power was formidable, it could not breach the defenses of J.A.R.V.I.S. combined with Kryptonian technology in a short span. Yet, this calamity had unfolded inexplicably. Ultron seeks to challenge you, Tony, Su-Mo stated. You still have a chance to defeat him before the situation spirals out of control. Tony was taken aback that Su-Mo would come to his defense. They proceeded to the laboratory to devise a strategy. Unexpectedly, they discovered Wanda, already unconscious, lying on the cold floor, completely oblivious. Tony observed this scene and swiftly drew a conclusion, suspecting Wanda had aided Ultron in breaking free from J.A.R.V.I.S.'s restraint. Just then, Wanda slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the core members of the Avengers encircling her, each face adorned with a sternness and scrutiny that felt alien to her, the atmosphere suffocating. It aims to annihilate the world, Wanda exclaimed almost instinctively. Her words left most of those present in a state of bewilderment. If she were indeed a conspirator of Ultron, it would be inconceivable for her to issue a warning here. Hill inquired, what transpired? I am uncertain of what occurred. It has been luring me, seeking my assistance. Yet I refrained from acquiescing. Suddenly, I felt as though something had prodded me from behind, and then I lost all consciousness. Wanda struggled to recollect the events leading up to her fainting. Her account, albeit somewhat disjointed, bore an air of sincerity. She was under the control of the Mind Stone. Su-Mo asserted incisively upon hearing her tale. It is a possibility, Hawkeye concurred, nodding with a deep understanding of the matter. Ultimately, Hill escorted Wanda away. Regardless of whether Wanda was indeed under control, she presently constituted an immense threat that necessitated vigilant oversight. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner hastily returned to the laboratory, endeavoring to track Ultron's whereabouts, while the others dispersed to manage the aftermath of the party and investigate potential hideouts of Ultron. Within a temporary detention room in Stark Tower, the space contained merely a table and 2 chairs. The cold metallic walls evoked an intangible sense of oppression. Hill sat across from Wanda, not adopting an aggressive stance akin to that of an interrogator, but rather maintaining a calm gaze upon her. Is there something amiss with my body? Wanda asked directly. She lifted her head, her brown eyes glimmering with curiosity. If I assist you, will you set me free? I have a brother named Pietro. We have been separated, and I know not his whereabouts. Hill's expression remained unchanged, not at this moment. After a brief silence, Wanda ultimately nodded, recognizing her lack of bargaining power and choosing to place her trust in the individual before her. She extended her hand, her fingertips coalescing into a faint red luminescence. That radiance gently drifted towards Hill and softly enveloped her forehead. Chaos magic is the most ancient and primal form of magic in the universe, far more potent and closer to the source than the blessings of yellow crystals bestowed by the Greek deities. Under the scrutiny of chaos magic, all disguises and falsehoods are rendered transparent. Soon, Wanda sensed an anomaly. She felt that within Hill's body, something profoundly significant had been forcibly stripped away, akin to the removal of a vital hue from a complete painting, leaving the entire canvas dimmed. It was an emotion, a deep and intricate connection. Hill had already formed a hypothesis in her mind. Can you help me reclaim it? Wanda did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, concentrating intently on harnessing her abilities. I shall attempt it. Minutes ticked by. 30 minutes later, beads of sweat dotted Wanda's forehead, and her complexion had grown somewhat pallid. Abruptly, she withdrew her hand, and the crimson magical energy vanished instantaneously from her being. Seated across from her, Hill slowly opened her eyes. The door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Su-Mo entered, glancing first at the pallid Wanda before his gaze settled on Hill. Inquiring if anything had been said, Hill remained silent, suddenly extending her hand to grasp Su-Mo's firmly, pulling him close as if to confirm something. What has happened? Su-Mo asked, but Hill remained mute, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Shortly thereafter, Natasha entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she merely furrowed her brow slightly before speaking. Sky just messaged that they have found the trail of the yellow crystal. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the entwined hands of Hill and Su-Mo. This is a critical moment. I believe we should unite against Ultron. Regarding the yellow crystal. Natasha's voice faltered, lacking confidence. It's all right, we still have time. You should come along too, Hill replied to Natasha, her eyes twinkling with a smile. Chapter 81. The long hair beside Sumo's pillow. To the rooftop. It was now deep into the night. The remnants of battle lay far behind at the top of Stark Tower. Hill casually greeted Tony and borrowed an Audi from his seemingly endless collection of vehicles, taking Sumo and Natasha back to the sanctum in New York. The traffic on the road had thinned considerably. Neon lights cast long, blurred trails across the wet asphalt. The city finally succumbing to slumber after a day of tumult. Natasha was at the wheel. This red sport car had only 2 seats, its interior designed with extreme compactness, leaving Sumo no choice but to sit awkwardly on Hill's lap in the passenger seat. The fabric of Hill's attire was smooth, to prevent sliding off. Sumo tentatively wrapped his small arms around her waist. I recall Tony having a 4-seater luxury car. Mine is parked in the garage, he remarked. Natasha stole a glance at Hill and added, for seats, but this one is faster. Hill replied coolly. Silence enveloped New York that night as Natasha's mind began to wander. Fast? Indeed, fast enough to leave her the third wheel behind. She pondered why Hill had chosen a 2-seater sports car from among so many options, allowing Sumo to sit on her lap. Was this not a deliberate display for benefit? Had she returned? Quickly, Natasha dismissed the thought. The fact that Sumo still appeared as a child indicated that the wish was still in effect. She acknowledged her own selfishness. She yearned to leverage Sumo's influence to completely cast off the shackles of S.H.I.E.L.D. and live the life she desired. This was but one of her motives. She could not forget the sensation of Sumo resting in her embrace that night, nor could she erase the memory of his unguarded reliance on her. Damn, does Hill usually eat this well? Sumo pondered, wondering if the story would have been different had she been the one to merge with him at that moment. Feeling fatigued, she stifled a significant yawn and buried her face deeper into Hill's soft embrace, closing her eyes. Let us sleep, she murmured. Outside the car window, shadows danced across Hill's face. She glanced down at Sumo, who lay peacefully asleep in her arms, his delicate features illuminated by the shifting light, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Unable to resist, she tenderly brushed his tousled hair and adjusted his collar, her movements gentle. Natasha keenly observed this tender display. It seemed that even the iron-willed deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed a softer side. She cautiously broke the silence within the car. We are good partners. Naturally, I must take care of him when he is drunk. Hill raised her eyes to meet Natasha's gaze in the rearview mirror. It appeared that the notion of being good partners had not yet been restored, Natasha mused. The 2 women silently watched the city lights rapidly retreating outside the window. A few minutes passed before Natasha suddenly remarked, "The night is indeed beautiful." Hill replied. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. They were clearly friends. This car is nice, though a bit cramped. Still, sometimes having more people is pleasant. At least the journey won't be too quiet, Natasha said, lightly tapping her fingers on the steering wheel in a casual tone. The compact space is because this vehicle is designed for 2, Hill replied. But the 3 of us can fit just the same. 2 seats should accommodate only 2 individuals, Hill countered, her gaze meeting Natasha's in the rearview mirror. Having more people can lead to distractions. Once again, the ambience turned awkward. Natasha wondered if Hill understood her metaphor. If she did, what was her response? Jealousy? Warning? Were they not good partners? It could also be interpreted as having an extra pair of eyes to assist with navigation, right? Natasha implied that no one could guarantee they would never feel drowsy, and having someone to share the burden was certainly safer than struggling alone. I can drive without needing someone else to take over, Hill replied, retracting her gaze as her hand gently caressed Sumo's hair. Natasha's grip on the steering wheel tightened momentarily. Had Hill truly regained her composure? Hill seemed to sense that her words were laden with implication, a reaction uncharacteristic of someone who merely regarded Sumo as a partner. What I mean is, we have all undergone rigorous training as agents. Driving all day is no issue, correct? Natasha forced a smile, her lips curling slightly, producing a sound devoid of mirth. Upon returning to the sanctum, Sky sprang up from the sofa, rushing forward with a look of urgency and excitement. You're finally back. Regarding the Citroen, I have new revelations. Sure. Hill gestured for Sky to be silent, her eyes subtly indicating the person in her arms. Sky immediately covered her mouth, nodding in compliance, swallowing the remainder of her words. To ensure the act was complete, Hill escorted Sumo to the room on the 2nd floor. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, with only the corridor's light filtering in. She laid Sumo upon the bed, removed his suit jacket, and drew the blanket over him. See you tomorrow. Sumo. Hill stood quietly for a moment, preparing to turn off the lights and depart. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Beside Sumo's pillow lay a solitary hair, clearly discernible even in the dim light. A strand of reddish-brown hair. Hill's expression instantly turned frosty. Downstairs, Sky was quietly exchanging intelligence with Natasha. Thus, Barbara transformed into the leopard woman, and the Citron could not revert her to her original form. Subsequently, she sought out the Vortex Corporation and injected the compound. How was it again related to the Vortex Corporation? Natasha clicked her tongue. Romanoff. Hill's silhouette appeared at the top of the second-floor staircase, calling out. She stood in the shadows, rendering her expression indiscernible. Come with me to the rooftop. I have something to discuss. Meanwhile, at Kara's residence, Alex pushed a tablet across the dining table, interrupting Kara's struggle with an entire box of donuts. This is so annoying. Kara protested, her mouth stuffed with food, her words muffled. There's an emergency. Look at these photos. Do they seem familiar? Alex's expression was grave. She swiped her finger, revealing 5 bioluminescent biological samples in various colors on the tablet. 1 gray, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 green, and 1 orange-red. The background of the photos featured the Vortex Corporation. Gazing at the images, Kara's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the donut in her mouth. Oh my, I'd immediately recognize these. I remember Professor Fiore once mentioned that Mr. Sumo's kin was imprisoned in Roseburg. Could they be referring to these creatures? I can't believe they have escaped. Professor? Alex keenly seized upon a particular word. I must inform Mr. Sumo. No. We intend to contain and study these symbiotes. Alex interjected, halting Kara. I wish to know, do these symbiotes possess any weaknesses? I cannot say. Kara immediately covered her mouth. So they do have weaknesses? Chapter 82. Hill and Natasha's rooftop confrontation. The sanctuary rooftop was too small. It was the top floor of a nearby financial skyscraper. It was deserted, save for some venting ducts and communication devices humming quietly. Cold winds howled through the crevices of the building, chilling the hearts of those present. Hill had changed out of her evening gown, donning a black turtleneck tactical top and deep gray cargo pants, her feet encased in S.H.I.E.L.D. combat boots. She stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the bustling city below. The sound of high heels clicking against the concrete echoed from behind her. The view here was splendid, but what brought Natasha to the rooftop? Natasha halted a few steps behind Hill, still clad in the black dress. The evening breeze lifting the hem of her gown and her chestnut hair. You know exactly what you've done. Hill's voice was icy. I don't understand what you're talking about. That hair from Sue Mo's room. Natasha fell silent. I can explain, Hill. Explain? How amusing. The truth is out. And now you wish to explain it to me? Give me a chance. Hill slowly turned around, finally facing her. Fine, defeat me, and I shall grant you the chance to explain. Natasha, I don't want to fight you. I am innocent regarding him. Who knows? Hill was too irked to engage in idle chatter. She lunged forward, delivering a swift and fierce punch. Natasha's gaze sharpened as she sidestepped. She had no desire to fight. Hill, let us talk. We shall talk after the fight. Hill's attacks intensified, her legs slicing through the air, aiming for Natasha's side. Natasha raised her arm to block, remaining defensive. Guilt weighed heavily on her. Her strength surpassed Hill's, and if it came to blows, Hill would suffer. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated across the rooftop. The more Hill fought, the angrier she became. Typically composed, she could no longer contain her fury. Natasha, one of her few friends, had taken advantage of her man during her amnesia. How shameless. Disgusting. Sour radish, stay away. Romanoff, how old is Sumo? How could you stoop so low? Hill executed a vicious, sweeping kick. The long dress was an impediment. Natasha evaded, yet the hem snagged her, nearly causing her to stumble. A frown crossed her face. With a swift motion, Natasha grasped the side slit of her dress and tore it forcefully. The elegant black evening gown instantly transformed into a provocative short skirt. Her smooth thighs gleamed under the night sky, granting her newfound agility. Natasha, Sumo is helping me alleviate the side effects of the compound. Sleeping together alleviates it. Hill scolded angrily. Natasha was aware of her transgressions. Indeed, her actions were unscrupulous. The battle resumed. Hill's assaults fell like a torrential downpour. Natasha never truly retaliated, and Hill's fury reached a boiling point. She surged forward, seizing Natasha's shoulders with one hand while her other fist aimed for her abdomen. Natasha turned to dissipate the force, but Hill's hand instinctively grasped downwards. The sound of fabric tearing echoed. The neckline of Natasha's evening gown was completely ripped apart. The scene before her was a stark white, suddenly exposed to the chilling night breeze. Hill's movements came to a halt as she stared, bewildered, at Natasha's ample figure. Apologies, Hill. Natasha, with her hands covering her chest, regarded Hill with a calm gaze. The wind swept across the rooftop, carrying a coldness with it. The anger on Hill's face gradually dissipated. She understood that Natasha had always been accommodating towards her. Her body had been augmented by the Red Room, endowing her with far greater resilience. This confrontation held no suspense. Silently, Hill removed her black tactical top and stepped forward, draping it over Natasha's shoulders to shield that glimpse of spring. You have one. Now explain. Hill's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. She hoped Natasha had her reasons. After a lengthy pause, Natasha finally spoke. I do indeed have feelings for Sue-Mo Bang. Hill's fist struck her in the eye socket. You scoundrel. Morning light filtered through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows of Stark Tower, illuminating the disarrayed banquet hall with a golden dusting. The air still bore the peculiar scent of smoke mingling with alcohol, remnants of a sleepless night for Tony and the others. Fortune favored the diligent. They had uncovered Ultron's trail. In the past few hours, Ultron had raided robot laboratories worldwide, subsequently plundering several armories and jet propulsion labs. With a remarkably swift superhuman aiding his assaults, the locomotive from the Water Corporation emerged as a suspect, though this was swiftly debunked, with insiders claiming the locomotive was not that fast. Moreover, Ultron had located Hydra's final stronghold in Sokovia and ruthlessly eliminated Baron Strucker, erasing all records pertaining to him in the process. Why'd he kill Strucker? There must be some nefarious secret. They needed to investigate Strucker's connections. It soon became apparent to all that a conspiracy was lurking behind these events. After losing all electronic records, they were left to sift through dusty paper files for clues. Shortly, Tony stumbled upon a familiar name in an old dossier. Ulysses Claw? I know him. He conducts business along the African coast, primarily dealing in illicit arms. The mention of the black market arms drew Steve's gaze towards Tony, his expression complex. I have never sold him anything, Tony clarified to the group. Now, his reputation in everyone's eyes has nearly plummeted to a negative score. Banner conducted an extensive search online about Claw and discovered that a peculiar mark was branded on Claw's neck. Upon further data comparison, he realized that it was written in the Wakandan language, translating to thief. Steve and Tony exchanged knowing glances. If Ultron could acquire those goods from him. I recall your father once mentioning. Steve glanced at the shield resting against the wall. But the supplies he possessed were likely the last batch remaining in the world. I failed to comprehend. What is so exceptional about Wakanda's goods? Thor inquired, somewhat perplexed. Steve responded, there exists the hardest metal in the world. With this newfound certainty, everyone promptly prepared to depart for the coastal shipyard in Africa, the Amidi. This precise location was also provided by Tony, who repeatedly insisted that he was not well acquainted with Claw. Before setting off, Tony picked up the phone to inform Hill of the operation. Upon connection, he heard Sumo's voice. She was in the shower. If there was something urgent, speak quickly, but do not disturb my sleep. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Steve beside him, silently mouthing, did I dial the wrong number? Steve shrugged. What is so strange about that? I've tracked Ultron's whereabouts. The specific location has been sent to your email. Tony redirected the conversation. However, the spark of curiosity within him was thoroughly ignited. May I inquire, what were you up to last night? Nothing, just sleeping. Oh, at such a young age. Driving a big vehicle must have led you down quite a few detours, right? Sumo fell silent for a moment. Do you know what my plan is for today, Tony? What plan? My plan is to find the yellow crystal and revert to my original form. Then, I shall utilize my largest and most slippery tentacle to pierce through your metallic posterior, so you can understand what a true short circuit feels like. A definitive beep echoed through the line as she hung up decisively. Tony stood there, holding the phone, frozen in place, his expression a vivid tableau of emotions. He lowered the phone and turned to the evasive Steve beside him. You heard that, right? Tony cleared his throat, tucked the phone back into his pocket, and forcefully steered the conversation back on track. Here's the situation. They will handle the yellow crystal matter, and we are heading to Africa, so everyone prepare to depart. He paused and added, furthermore, we must add one more item to our action list. What? Steve queried. Tony regarded him with utmost seriousness. I intend to place an expedited order with Wakanda for them to craft the strongest pair of trousers in the world. Chapter 83. Farewell. Ororo, entering the water company. Across from the water company, in a secluded alley, a black 7-seater van sat quietly parked. The yellow crystal resides within that laboratory. When I infiltrated the surveillance system yesterday, the security measures appeared quite standard. However, this morning, the entire floor has been cordoned off, and even the surveillance has been disabled, indicating something suspicious is afoot. Inside the vehicle, Sky clutches a laptop, the screen displaying the intricate internal schematics of the Watt building, with a red dot pulsating in the top-level lab. Hill is focused on the operations in Africa and raises her head at the mention. Why would she surrender the yellow crystal to what corporation? Sue-Mo muses. She must be regretting her decision. The allure of fulfilling one's wishes sounds enticing. Yet the pitfalls become evident only upon experience. Does she intend to use the yellow crystal as leverage to secure her healing? That is plausible. I have encountered Barbara before, and she can no longer be regarded as human. Diana is also present, reminiscing about Barbara's condition with a tinge of sorrow. It is indeed tragic. Doesn't T. Agent Hill have any insights to share? Sky glances at Natasha, who has remained silent at the back. Natasha, donning oversized sunglasses, conceals the lingering bruise at the corner of her eye, refusing to remove them even in a dimly lit vehicle. Sky mutters, "What did Hill and she do last night?" Sue M.O. finds it strange. They have not exchanged a word since morning. Have they fallen out? Over what? Sky's remarks render the atmosphere in the vehicle increasingly odd. Diana initially felt nothing amiss, but now, upon hearing her words, senses the inexplicable tension between Hill and Natasha. How intriguing. She delights in the unfolding drama. Natasha, what happened to your eye? Sue M.O. inquires. Natasha gazes out the window, responding, "Nothing, just a restless night. My eyes are a bit puffy. You know, sometimes staying up late can be detrimental to one's eyes. What is there to hide? We wouldn't team mock your dark circles. But what if I only have dark circles under one eye?" Sue M.O. is taken aback. "Do you only open one eye when you stay up late?" "It's a possibility." Hill smirks slightly. "No, it appears as though you've taken a solid punch to the face." Diana, relishing the spectacle, interjects. Natasha's lips twitch, uncertain how to respond. "Perhaps I'm merely bumped into a door frame. After all, some people do not pay much attention while walking and tend to wander into places they shouldn't be, so a collision is quite normal." Hill kindly offers an explanation. "How could the illustrious Black Widow be so clumsy?" Sue M.O.'s remark only deepens Natasha's desire to vanish into a crevice. "All right, let us return to serious matters. We have already determined the location of the yellow crystal. What shall be our next step? Shall we charge in?" Natasha adeptly redirects the conversation. If this continues, she fears she might be driven to exasperation by these individuals. Hill, wait, is that all? Natasha removed her sunglasses, revealing a comical pair of panda eyes, rolling them with a huff before turning her head away. Not long after, the side door of the van was pulled open from the outside, and a woman clad in a brown trench coat bent down to enter. She possessed striking silver-white short hair and a complexion of healthy chocolate. It was the long-absent Aurora. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere within the vehicle, her gaze drawn irresistibly to Sue M.O. Whose child is this? Sky raised his hand, wearing an unmistakably mischievous expression. Aurora's face was etched with astonishment. Before Sue M.O. could express his displeasure, Sky cheerfully explained, "This is Sue M.O. Sue M.O. He can transform into a person?" Aurora's jaw nearly dropped. She scrutinized Sue M.O.'s now delicate and adorable appearance, his fair skin and clear eyes, completely unable to associate him with the formidable black creature from her dreams. Goodness, how could he be so charming? A torrent of blush-inducing fantasies swept through Aurora's mind, recalling the many times she had imagined rather inappropriate things about this immensely powerful black being after parting ways with him. To alleviate her longing, she had even purchased numerous stress relief toys shaped like venomous tendrils. Now, seeing Sue M.O. in such an innocent childlike form, Aurora desperately wished to give herself a good slap. "Oh, Aurora, you are simply too twisted. How could you harbor such thoughts about such a delightful child? Stop staring. Be careful, or you'll end up with dark circles." Natasha teased, observing her dazed expression. "Dark circles? What do you mean?" Aurora was still processing her thoughts. "Let's get to the point," Hill interjected coldly, interrupting their banter. To secure the yellow crystal, they needed to proceed cautiously, avoiding alerting the water company and Barbara. After some deliberation, Hill decided to have Aurora contact their sole insider at the water company, Queen Maeve. She was to devise a way to bring the seemingly harmless Sue M.O. inside. Once they obtained the yellow crystal, the subsequent matters would be considerably simpler, regardless of whether Sue M.O. emerged obediently or demolished the water building before soaring out. It was of little consequence. After all, his temporary adorable guise was about to expire. Half an hour later, in a nondescript corner of a CAF not far from the water building, Maeve chose a discreet spot to settle. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat that cast shadows across most of her face, she had yet to touch her now-cold coffee, nervously watching the CAF's glass door. Finally, the door swung open. Maeve merely cast a cursory glance before quickly averting her gaze, assuming this charming young boy was just a passerby accompanying an adult. The child walked straight to her table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Maeve gazed at Sue M.O. in disbelief before cautiously scanning the surroundings. The CAF was eerily quiet, with no one else approaching. "It's me," Sue M.O. stated. Maeve's expression transformed dramatically. "Orolo informed me that a formidable ally would arrive." She scrutinized Sue M.O. from head to toe, almost forcing the words out through clenched teeth, but she never mentioned that my ally would be a mere child, barely grown. Chapter 84. The Malevolent Waters Corporation lead the way, Sue M.O. simply said, yet his voice seemed to intertwine with another deep, raspy tone. "Venom. The mockery and impatience on Maeve's face froze instantly. She opened her mouth, but could not utter a sound, her mind racing with countless fragmented memories. He was a monster who had annihilated the Kryptonians, an Avenger who had reduced the Waters building to rubble while emerging unscathed. All these terrifying images coalesced into the delicate figure of the boy before her. A chill ran down Maeve's spine. Her earlier harsh words felt like slaps across her face. With a tremor in her voice, she stammered, "I apologize, I was mistaken. Allow me to escort you to the Waters Corporation." The grand atrium of the Waters building was indeed impressive. A magnificent golden statue of a national hero stood prominently in the center, striking a classic heroic pose. Gazing down at all who entered, the lower level was open to the public, adorned with colossal LCD screens that looped various promotional videos and advertisements for the Super 7. Many tourists and fans posed for photographs, creating the atmosphere of a bustling attraction. The two navigated through the crowd, heading directly toward an exclusive elevator area guarded by security personnel, where the atmosphere grew noticeably more serious. Maeve retrieved a black card from her pocket and swiped it on a sensor. With a soft beep, the elevator to the upper floors opened. As Symbiote stepped inside, just as the doors were about to close completely, a hand suddenly thrust through the gap, forcing the elevator to halt. The doors reopened to reveal a man in a green, form-fitting uniform. He adjusted his belt, wearing a deliberately insincere smile. It was Deep Sea. Upon entering, Deep Sea immediately spotted Maeve, his eyes lighting up as he completely disregarded Symbiote standing at her feet. "Have you heard? There's a newcomer named Starlight who's been making waves online. Her video of saving people during that battle with the Avengers is everywhere," he exclaimed enthusiastically, sidling up to Maeve and initiating a casual conversation, as though they were old friends. The executives of the company acted swiftly, directly seeking out her foolish and greedy mother, signing a contract that bound her. Now, the young woman has been coerced into joining us, perhaps even to fill the vacancy left by the Lantern Bearer. Deep Sea relished the sensation of possessing insider information, even going so far as to add that she was currently in the office upstairs. Maeve maintained an expression of icy indifference throughout, offering not even a glance in his direction, her gaze fixated on the ascending red numbers of the elevator. It was as though the space contained only her and Symbiote. After a prolonged monologue, Deep Sea realized that she was completely disregarding him. The smile on his face faltered, and the humiliation of being ignored ignited his anger. He stepped closer, nearly invading Maeve's personal space. "What are you pretending to be so lofty about, Maeve? Who do you think you are?" His voice dropped to a menacing whisper, laced with threats. "Don't think I'm unaware. You had a hand in the translucent man's demise. If you continue to wear that foul expression, do you believe I want to go to the boss and reveal everything about you?" Maeve's gaze instantly turned frigid, seeing her finally react. Deep Sea unveiled a more contemptible smile. "Or perhaps you could kneel here and use that pretty mouth of yours to serve me well. If I'm satisfied, I might just consider keeping this matter to myself." In the past, Deep Sea, a mere fool who toyed with marine creatures, would never have dared to raise his voice to Maeve, addressing her solely as Queen Maeve. Yet now, he had unearthed her secret. If this information reached the ears of the homeland, Maeve would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Maeve looked towards Symbiote, fervently wishing for him to intervene and eliminate the repugnant Deep Sea, preferably along with the Homelanders, so she could finally live without constant fear. However, Symbiote remained unresponsive, standing silently as if he had heard nothing. Ding! The elevator doors opened once more, this time revealing a Homeland figure. Upon his entrance, Deep Sea, who had been so brazen moments ago, immediately fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. The Homelander wore a smile, his gaze falling upon Deep Sea. He extended his hand, resembling a benevolent elder brother, straightening Deep Sea's slightly askew collar, then leisurely remarked, "What seems to be the matter with you two? You appear rather unhappy. Is there something you're concealing from me?" Deep Sea replied, "Nothing, boss. We were just discussing the newcomer." Maeve nodded vigorously in agreement. The Homelander's smile remained unchanged, seemingly convinced by their words. Before his gaze shifted from them to Symbiote, Maeve's heart leaped into her throat. With a preemptive explanation, he stated, "This is the child of a friend of mine. He particularly admires you, and today I happen to be bringing him for a tour of the company." Symbiote rolled her eyes internally, finding the excuse rather clumsy. The patriotic gentleman seemed unconvinced, but there was little he could do. Symbiote's beauty was undeniable. "Mr. Patriotic, I believe you are mightier than Superman. You are truly the strongest of them all. Without you, America would certainly not be as secure as it is today." Symbiote knew how to manipulate his sentiments. The impact of her words was instantaneous. The patriotic gentleman was momentarily stunned, realizing she was indeed referring to him. His smile transformed into one of genuine admiration. Indeed, he was an evolved version of a hero. In this nation, there was only one deity, and that was he, the patriotic one. Everyone ought to cheer for him simply because he allowed them to exist. The elevator soon halted at the floor of Vice President Madeline Steadwell's office, and the patriotic one beckoned Maeve and Deep Sea to exit and meet the new member. Sue-Mo's intended destination, the laboratory, lay on a higher floor, but it was evident that she had no choice but to follow the patriotic one out. After a few steps, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he fixated on the office wall, his expression peculiar. "You go ahead and get to know the newcomer. I have a few matters to attend to." Maeve and Deep Sea felt puzzled, but dared not inquire further. Curiously, Sue-Mo glanced toward the wall. As a Kryptonian, she possessed the ability to penetrate barriers, and thus she easily discerned what lay beyond, eager to uncover what could have caused such odd behavior from the patriotic one. What she beheld made her frown. Inside the office, a woman named Madeline sat behind the desk, her blouse unfastened, a breast pump attached, while the patriotic one gazed at the apparatus with an almost obsessive admiration. It was easy to forget that the patriotic one was merely a giant infant still clinging to his mother's milk. This place was indeed filled with malevolence. Chapter 85. A swift defeat for Deep Sea. What should I do? Starshine stood by the window in her platinum uniform, her eyes red-rimmed. A contract lay spread out on the desk, one she had just perused. She had always believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, her powers a divine blessing. However, the truth was that she had been injected with a compound as an infant. This revelation left her utterly shattered. The contract was legitimate and binding, tethering her life irrevocably to what company. Should she breach it, she would face a colossal penalty amounting to tens of millions of dollars. The office door swung open once more. "Are you all here?" "Perfect." Madeline and the patriotic man emerged one after the other, and Sue-Mo could detect a faint, tangy scent of maternal milk lingering on the patriotic man. It seemed he had indulged in a hearty meal. Madeline Stillwell, the vice president of Water Company, was a woman in her 40s who still exuded an undeniable charm. She donned a well-tailored gray business suit that accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves, while black stockings enveloped her shapely calves, complemented by high heels that could shatter bones. Not long ago, she had given birth to a child, which added a layer of maternal radiance to her presence. The patriotic man, a giant baby nurtured in a laboratory, lacked maternal love, and Madeline perfectly filled the distorted void within him. She was not merely his lover, she was his mother, a perfect matriarch who wielded milk, praise, and power to control him. "Annie, welcome to the Seven," Madeline said gently as she approached Starlight, completely disregarding her red-rimmed eyes and the remnants of tears on her face. "The company has designed a brand new uniform for you, and I believe you will adore it." With a snap of her fingers, two staff members soon wheeled in a mannequin. The uniform on the mannequin was scanty, a high-cut white bodysuit with an extremely low neckline, barely concealing anything. Starlight's complexion turned ashen in an instant. "No, I do not wish to wear this," she protested. "Dear, listen," Madeline's smile remained intact, but her gaze had turned icy. "Heroes are also commodities. You require a more eye-catching packaging. This is for your own good, as well as for the company's benefit." The patriotic man approached with a disingenuous smile plastered on his face. "Put on, newcomer. Every girl dreams of wearing this outfit. You should feel honored." Starlight looked around in despair, her eyes meeting those of Deep Sea, which were filled with unabashed lewdness. Maeve turned her head away, unable to bear the sight, as if she were confronted with her past self. What a splendid performance, Sue-Mo mused. Finally, Madeline acknowledged the child who had been overlooked for so long. "Maeve, who is this?" "He's the child of a friend of mine. He idolizes the patriotic man, and I brought him to meet his hero." Maeve recited the lie with difficulty. "Is that so?" Madeline's gaze settled on Sue-Mo. "As for the Super Seven, as long as one does not overstep boundaries, the company tends to overlook certain matters. Bringing a child along is hardly an issue." Madeline seemed quite pleased with this development, as it signified that Maeve had acquired a vulnerability. Indeed, the patriotic man boasted, "He is still my fan." Since he had said as much, Madeline chose not to probe further. Then, she revealed a significant piece of news. Recently, the company has unveiled a new initiative that, if successful, will endow you with powers that far surpass those of the Venom agents. Venom agents? Deep Sea's expression instantly brightened, his breath quickening. Maeve was utterly astonished. When had the What company acquired such prowess? Could it be related to the yellow crystal? Madeline was quite pleased with their reactions. "Follow me," she beckoned to the compatriots and Maeve. The trio proceeded toward another private elevator leading to the top floor of the office. The elevator doors closed slowly. Inside the office, only Starlight, Deep Sea, and Sue-Mo remained. It turned out that the elevator outside did not ascend to the top floor. Sue-Mo contemplated the scheme in his mind. At that moment, Deep Sea's gaze brazenly roamed over Starlight's figure. His sordid thoughts resurfaced. He cleared his throat and turned to Sue-Mo. "Kid, you're no longer needed here. Go play elsewhere." Starlight furrowed her brow, instinctively taking a step back. Noticing that Sue-Mo remained still, merely observing him, Deep Sea's F.A.O.D crumbled entirely. Impatience etched on his face. Why aren't you leaving? Hurry up and scram. Life is truly precious. What are you saying? Su-Mo scanned the office, taking in the corners of the ceiling, the decorative potted plants, and the smooth walls. No Servadins. Excellent. Seeing that Su-Mo did not respond, Deep Sea stepped closer, towering over him. I told you to leave. Don't you understand human language? Why should I heed the words of a dying man? Su-Mo met Deep Sea's gaze directly. His clear eyes bore no trace of the innocence one would expect from a child, only an abyss of indifference. You pathetic fool. Do you think that with your ridiculous green spandex and a few utterly useless muscles, you can bully a newcomer and child here? Starlight's eyes widened in shock. How dare he? Did he not realize that the person before him was a superhero from the Seven? He could easily crush him. What did you say? Deep Sea's expression froze. I said, a worthless wretch like you has no right to boast in my presence. Sumo's words were not hurried, yet each syllable struck like a poison blade. You exude a stench of unfulfilled desire mixed with cheap perfume, reminiscent of a lustful dead fish just pulled from a sewer. Even a glance at you feels like pollution to the eyes. Deep Sea's face flushed a deep shade of purple. You little bastard, he roared, abandoning all pretense as he raised his hand to strike Su-Mo. Starlight gasped in fright, instinctively wanting to intervene, her body already gathering light. But Su-Mo merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow. He continued, I have heard that you share a rather intriguing rapport with an octopus. Now, let me ponder how I might deal with it. Perhaps I could scald it in boiling water, slice it into small portions, and drench it in searing chili oil to create a sizzling dish. Oh, and of course I shall keep its head. Sumo's smile grew brighter, yet more sinister. I shall allow it to witness its own demise as it is forcefully fed into your mouth, which seems only capable of spewing excrement. You shall savor the taste of your dearest companion. Furthermore, I shall place photographs of your intimate moments atop its grave. You seek death. The humiliation and rage caused Deep Sea to lose all rationality. He roared and lunged towards Su-Mo's delicate countenance. Quick dodge. Starlight, disregarding the consequences, unleashed a brilliant glow from her hands. Yet, Su-Mo soared before her eyes. Oh heavens! Starlight retracted her powers, finally comprehending that this individual was merely playing the role of a fool while hiding a tiger. Deep Sea's determined punch met nothing but empty air, with excessive force. He stumbled. Before he could regain his footing, Su-Mo slightly puffed her cheeks and gently exhaled towards him. A visible torrent of white, frigid air surged forth. The temperature plummeted. Deep Sea's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Crack, crack, crack. A thick layer of frost spread astonishingly fast from his feet, enveloping his entire being until, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a remarkably lifelike ice sculpture. Superman? Could it be that you're the daughter of Supergirl? Starlight gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Hearing this, Su-Mo cast a glance back at her. You're quite verbose. Starlight was so frightened that she immediately fell silent. Chapter 86, Wonder Woman vs. the Hulk? At that moment, a thunderous boom resounded. The entire water tower trembled violently. The chandeliers from the ceiling swayed erratically, and dust cascaded down. What is happening? An earthquake? Starlight exclaimed in panic as she surveyed her surroundings. Su-Mo frowned and looked out the window. Before he could discern anything, a colossal crash echoed. The enormous floor-to-ceiling window was forcefully shattered from the outside. Glass shards erupted inward like raindrops. A lithe figure swung in from the outside, descending from dozens of stories high, landing with agility after rolling a few times to stabilize. Is that Maeve? Su-Mo was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you go up with them? Maeve appeared somewhat disheveled, her uniform dusted and a trace of blood at her brow. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Maeve did not respond to Su-Mo's inquiry. Instead, without a word, she grasped the collar of her uniform and yanked it down forcefully, revealing a black sports bra and a breathtaking expanse of snowy white beneath. And within that ample, profound depth, a crystal emanating an eerie yellow glow lay quietly there. Yellow quartz? Su-Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you really steal it? Not stole, but seized. Maeve panted heavily, her face reflecting a reckless madness. She thrust the yellow quartz into Su-Mo's embrace. We must flee. The rest can wait for later explanation. Yet it was too late. A shadow silently enveloped the office. Maeve's complexion turned ashen. Su-Mo lifted his gaze, only to behold a figure hovering ominously outside the shattered window. His gaze was as frigid as the abyss. You have disappointed me, Maeve. You have chosen the most erroneous path. Meanwhile, in Africa, the English of a dilapidated cargo ship anchored by the shore. Inside the cabin, Ulysses Crow excitedly counted a long string of numbers in his account. For him, money was the most exquisite thing in the world. Vibranium, the rarest metal on the planet. You truly have an eye for value. Crow beamed at the metallic figure before him, grinning ear to ear. You are indeed a generous buyer. If you desire more, I can procure it. But the price, Ultron paid no heed to his avarice. The money in the account was merely a number he could alter at will. At that moment, a deafening roar of engines descended from sky. What is that noise? Crow warily grasped his gun. A Quinjet landed outside the shipyard. Tony, Steve, and Thor were the first to leap down. Hawkeye found a concealed vantage point. Observing this, Ultron and Crow's subordinates became alert. Ultron, Daddy's here. Tony raised his palm cannon. You're late, Stark. Ultron's voice dripped with mockery. The vibranium has already been transferred. Subdue him, Steve commanded. Suddenly, a blue afterimage flashed by. Steve's shield clattered to the ground. Thor, raising his hammer, stumbled as he felt his footing give way. Avengers? Is this all you are capable of? A silver-haired youth clad in sportswear appeared beside Ultron, an air of disdain etched on his face. Allow me to introduce my new friend, Pietro, Ultron proclaimed. Ultron had persuaded Pietro that Stark was the architect of the destruction of his homeland and had also abducted Wanda. Now, Pietro unleashed his pent-up fury upon the Avengers, weaving through the battlefield with reckless abandon, leaving the Avengers in disarray. I will handle this disobedient son. Tony activated his thrusters, hurtling directly towards Ultron. The two iron forms collided fiercely in midair, sparks flying. At present, Ultron was no match for Tony. Its form was merely a hastily assembled shell, while Tony's armor represented the pinnacle of advanced technology. After several exchanges, Ultron had been battered into a pitiful state, yet it remained unfazed, as its singular objective was to stall Tony. Just as Tony hurled Ultron out of the HMS England, pinning him firmly against the stone, Ultron erupted into laughter, urging Stark to glance behind him. Inside the Quinjet, Dr. Banner was anxiously monitoring the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a steel automaton stealthily materialized behind him, clutching the mind's stone-encrusted scepter. Banner's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, but it was too late. The scepter was pressed against his chest, its tip igniting with a blue glow. A primal roar, unrecognizable as human, erupted from the cockpit. The green giant tore through the cabin, descending onto the earth with a ferocious demeanor, then sprinted towards the nearest city, leaving behind colossal footprints and devastation in its wake. Damn it, Tony realized he had been outmaneuvered. He unleashed a powerful cluster bomb, obliterating Ultron into a cloud of debris. Friday, report on Banner's condition. Sir, Dr. Banner's heartbeat has surpassed the critical threshold and continues to escalate. The Hulk's location is Johannesburg, South Africa. Tony hovered in midair, watching the rising black smoke from the distant city, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it. He had been preoccupied with devising countermeasures against the Skrulls and had shelled plans to deal with the Hulk. What could he possibly use to confront the Hulk now? In downtown Johannesburg, thick smoke billowed and alarm sirens pierced the sky. A massive green figure wreaked havoc on the streets. Cars were smashed into buildings like mere toys, and people screamed in panic. Tony's armor sliced through the air, racing toward the chaos. Damn it. As he surveyed the devastation before him, his heart sank. This suit was no match for the Hulk. Dodging a flying bus, he urgently contacted Hill. Hill, I need backup. Now, get the Skrulls here. Hurry. Inside the van, Hill's expression was grim. The Skrull was unavailable. He had yet to return. Help. I'm about to be flattened by the green giant. Hill took a deep breath. Hold on a little longer. I'll send a formidable ally your way. She ended the communication and turned to Skye. Contact Kara and have her provide immediate support to Stark. Skye's fingers flew across the keyboard, but moments later, her brow furrowed in concern. She couldn't reach her. Kara's phone was off, which was odd. Diana had been quietly listening. At that moment, she stood up and stretched her wrists. The space within the carriage felt somewhat cramped due to her movements. I suppose I must, Diana remarked, casting a direct gaze at Hill. Is it possible to sever his hand? Hill hesitated momentarily. That would likely be unfeasible. He is a crucial asset to the Avengers. Well, now I am aware, Diana replied, a hint of resignation curling at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 87. The Great Battle Against the Patriots, Uprising and the Arrival of the Whip. 20 minutes earlier, in the upper laboratory, behind massive special glass, 5 symbiotes of varying colors writhed slowly within their petri dishes. These are the symbiotes, Madeline explained. They are far more potent than venom, capable of bestowing upon you powers that far exceed his. She shifted her gaze sharply toward Maeve. Of course, such precious entities will only be granted to those who exhibit absolute loyalty to the company. Maeve's heart sank. They must have already deduced the cause of the Invisible Man's demise. But why not confront her directly? Subsequently, Madeline escorted the two to the chamber housing the yellow crystal. Barbara was receiving treatment in the adjacent room. They intended to experiment on her using a compound. Isn't that object exquisite? It is said to grant any wish. Who among you would dare to test it? The yellow crystal lay there quietly, within reach. Maeve's mind raced. Stealing it? That seemed utterly impossible. The defenses here were impenetrable. The only option left was to seize it. If she could secure the yellow crystal and restore Symbiote to that invincible beast, not even the likes of the water company could stand in his way. It was a gamble. Once that thought crossed her mind, it could no longer be suppressed. I wish to try, Maeve declared with determination flickering in her eyes. She stepped toward the yellow crystal, and without warning, she erupted into action. With a swift kick, she toppled the nearby equipment, seizing the opportunity while the Patriot was momentarily stunned to snatch the yellow crystal from the table, then shattered the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. A rope, previously prepared, sprang forth from her waist, catching the edge of the building. She leaped forth, her entire being swinging out into the open air. Now, the office was enveloped in a profound silence. The Patriot floated outside the window, incredulous. You dared to betray us. And what of it? Maeve gasped, sweat trickling down her forehead and dampening her hair. Symbiote looked down at the warm, yellow crystal nestled in his palm. Something was amiss. It was far too easy. If the yellow crystal were so easily snatchable, he would have acted long ago. Why engage in subterfuge? It was merely a precaution against the water company discovering and relocating the item, or worse, replacing it with a counterfeit to deceive him. Maeve had good intentions, but this woman acted purely on impulse, lacking caution. This reckless act had irrevocably severed all avenues of retreat. Look at you, Maeve. The figure of the Patriot slowly floated in, feet touching the ground. Look at your disheveled appearance. Do you believe that seizing this object will alter anything? Maeve felt a profound fear, and the watching starlight also sensed immense pressure. The Patriot's strength within the 7-member group was overwhelming. Regardless of his reputation, he truly deserved the title of a synthetic superhuman in terms of power. Symbiote had no time to listen to his grandstanding. This individual was excessively confident, far too self-important. Whether the yellow crystal was genuine or not, they needed to leave first. Are you coming or not? Symbiote glanced at Maeve, his voice soft yet reassuring. Maeve was momentarily stunned. Not leaving? Waiting to perish here? Was there even a choice? She immediately nodded. We must go. The Patriot laughed, his laughter brimming with disdain and mockery. Leave? Have I granted you permission to depart? He stepped forward, the pressure in the office seemingly dropping several degrees. Maeve, you fear me. This is delightful. Your current state only excites me further. His voice carried a twisted sense of regret. Are you a randy dog frolicking about? Go find your mother. Oh, I forgot. You have none. Symbiote cast a faint glance at the Patriot. The smile on the Patriot's face froze. He thought he had misheard. He even doubted whether these words had come from Maeve, as it was impossible for this little admirer, who had just looked at him with awe and praised him as mightier than Superman, to utter them. His expression shifted repeatedly, the muscles in his face nearly cramping. You, Symbiote interrupted him, enunciating each word. You are far inferior to Superman. The air in the office thickened. Maeve and Starlight simultaneously gasped in shock. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. I know you're furious, but refrain from anger for now. There is something even more infuriating. Symbiote lifted off the ground slowly and steadily. The smile on the Patriot's face instantly froze. He can fly. This little brat can actually fly. This was not merely provocation. It was the most direct blasphemy against his divine identity. S.H.I.E.L.D. The Patriot could no longer maintain his facade of composure. Two blazing red beams ignited in his eyes. He intended to incinerate him, reduce him to ashes. Yet, in the next moment, the Patriot was once again taken aback. Symbiote's clear eyes also shone with crimson light. That radiance was pure, searing, imbued with destructive power. How is this possible? There was no time for the Patriot to ponder. Boom! Two equally robust crimson beams collided explosively in the center of the office. A terrifying shockwave erupted, instantly melting everything within the office, desks, leather sofas, all dissolved in an instant. Maeve and Starlight collapsed onto the ground, tightly clutching onto whatever was beside them, narrowly avoiding being swept away by the violent shockwave. The scene was at a standstill. The figure of the Patriot contorted in rage, his muscles twisted with exertion, veins bulging on his neck. He roared like a frenzied beast, intent on utterly crushing this audacious challenger before him. Symbiote was not at ease either. The symbiote required a bond with its host to unleash formidable combat prowess, and now he found himself diminished. Had he not assimilated the Kryptonian physiology, basking in sunlight to regain some strength, he might not have stood a chance against the Patriot. Yet, he could absorb sunlight to recover his power. Could the Patriot? Impossible. You counterfeit. The Patriot felt the mounting, unparalleled pressure. His fiery gaze began to waver, disintegrating. He had lost, defeated by a mere child, in the very domain he prided himself upon. This thought drove him into a frenzy. A counterfeit? A phony Superman? Am I mad? Symbiote raised an eyebrow slightly. The game was over. The crimson light in his eyes surged dramatically. The meticulously honed heat vision instantly overwhelmed the flickering beam emitted by the Patriot, crashing into his face with an unstoppable force. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the entire building. The Patriot flew backward like a marionette with cut strings, crashing heavily against the load-bearing wall, then tumbling awkwardly to the ground. My eyes. He clamped his hands over his eyes, writhing in agony on the floor. Black blood and charred flesh oozed through his fingers. Those once all-seeing eyes were now reduced to two gory sockets. Supervision was not meant for voyeurism. This is the distinction between you and Superman. To spare you from witnessing what you should not, I have taken your eyes for you. No need to thank me. I love you all like a deity. Su-Emo shrugged. In the office, a deathly silence reigned. Starlight and Maeve stared, dumbfounded, at the bloody scene before them. Their minds blank. Su-Emo gradually descended, his feet landing on the scorching floor. He cast a glance at the shattered yellow crystal, a fake, already in pieces. What company had played a clever game? Gazing at the fragments of the counterfeit crystal on the floor, Su-Emo suddenly pieced everything together. This was a trap, meticulously designed to flush out Maeve, the insider. A pretext for her lawful execution? After all, she was one of the founders of the Seven. Then, where was the real yellow crystal? If Barbara were not foolish, she would never surrender the yellow crystal to what company before her demands were met. But how could she conceal herself to ensure absolute safety? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Sumo's mind. He realized that the most impeccable method of hiding was to make a wish, transforming her into a wishing stone. Barbara, she was akin to a yellow crystal. Curse be it. Su-Emo resolved to set forth, first seeking Barbara. At that moment, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. Two piercing sounds erupted from the shattered window. A mass of gray, viscous liquid plummeted to the ground, rolling over the agonized figure of the native. Another green mass lunged toward the frozen deep sea. Encased like an ice sculpture, the gray slime spread rapidly, engulfing the native. His agonized cries abruptly ceased. Crack! The icy layer enveloping the deep sea began to shatter bit by bit. The forms of the two beings rapidly ascended, muscles entwined, fangs bared in a grotesque display. Two entirely new symbiotic antagonists were born. Chapter 88. Howl, Extremity, Devour Starving, So Hungry. A colossal, silver-gray monstrosity slowly rose to its feet. The rampage stood approximately 25 meters tall, towering and robust, its well-defined muscles exuding sheer power and mass. The whip-like appendages, less than 2 meters long, were remarkably agile, with several green, whip-like tentacles sprouting from its back, writhing in the air like venomous serpents, hissing ominously. The scent of human brains instantly directed them towards Maeve and Starlight. Su-Emo was disregarded. Be careful, Maeve shouted to Starlight. A golden light ignited in Starlight's eyes as she summoned searing energy in her hands. Just as they were about to strike, whoosh, a green afterimage shot forth with blinding speed. It was a whip. One of its tentacles lashed out like a long rod. The air was torn asunder. Crack! A terrifyingly crisp sound echoed as the long whip struck the two of them. Maeve and Starlight were sent flying as if struck by a speeding freight truck. Ugh! They screamed in agony, hurtling through the office wall and crashing heavily into the rubble outside, instantly falling silent. One strike, just a single blow, and the two superheroes were rendered powerless. Such terrifying strength. Su-Emo was certain. The two symbiotic entities before him were indeed the ones from the Life Foundation. But why had they appeared at Water Company? If both of them were here, did that mean the Howl, Extremity, and Devour were also present? These 5 symbiotic beings were supposed to be creations of the Life Foundation, offspring of Venom. Rampage was the leader among them, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, wielding a massive hammer or axe. The whip, as its name suggests, excelled in utilizing whip-like tentacles. The remaining 3, Howl, predominantly yellow, could employ its hair as a weapon. Extremity, in purple, could spew corrosive acid. Devouring, rust red, with arms that can swiftly and flexibly transform into various weapons. Indeed, managing all 5 at once is quite a predicament. After all, Su-Emo's current strength is merely sufficient to intimidate the citizens of his homeland. If it were just these two, matters would be more manageable. Su-Emo swiftly assessed the situation, concluding that a swift resolution was imperative. I am profoundly disappointed. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the chaos. A blind wretch, a perverse fish tamer. Is this how you select your hosts? As a father, I am disheartened. Within Su-Emo resides the Black Death Sword. To refer to himself as their father is indeed a demotion. He ought to be regarded as their progenitor. The chaos and the whip ceased their movements. 2 pairs of white, pupilless eyes turned in unison towards Su-Emo. Su-Emo, do you not comprehend? I declare you to be feeble. Roar. At this, the chaos understood and initiated the attack. Its colossal form surged forward like an out-of-control heavy truck, delivering a fist aimed squarely at Su-Emo, unflinching. Su-Emo countered with his own punch. Bang! The collision of fists unleashed a terrifying shockwave, obliterating the remnants of the office and fracturing the floor beneath them. Sumo's eyes darkened. Indeed, the strength of the citizens of his homeland had been amplified to an extraordinary degree. Just then, the whip sprang into action as well. Several green tendrils lunged at Sumo from various angles, akin to venomous serpents. Yet, Sumo did not even glance their way. In a blur, he seized the whip by its neck, forcefully dragging it down from the air. Who do you think you were symbiotic with? The citizens of your homeland? Or perhaps a superhero? Truly a source of embarrassment. You shall be the first to face my wrath. With crimson eyes locked onto the whip's pallid gaze, searing energy began to coalesce. If this strike connects, its demise is assured. However, there is always a however. A violet figure surged through the gaping hole in the building, moving with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With no time for contemplation, Sumo instinctively crossed his arms before him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as he was sent hurtling back, crashing into the wall at the opposite end of the office, the sturdy structure instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Amidst the swirling dust, the violet creature revealed itself. Extraordinary, impressive speed, though its strength left much to be desired. Sumo extricated himself from the wall, brushing off the dust with a frigid gaze. Is this speed a result of symbiosis with a locomotive? It nearly rivals his own. Before Sumo could regain his footing, the floor beneath him erupted, and the rust-red devourer materialized. Immediately thereafter, a howl shattered the adjacent wall. It possessed a body adorned in hues of yellow and red. But what captivated the eye most was the wild, almost animate mane of hair, with each strand ending in a blade-like sharpness. In the blink of an eye, 5 grotesque symbiotes filled the entire space. They stood upon the ground, clung to the walls, and hovered from the ceiling, their pairs of pallid, pupil-less eyes fixated unwaveringly on the diminutive figure suspended in the center of it all, Sumo. Across from the Waters Corporation, within a van, a specialized flat device was aimed at the Waters Tower. "Hill, there's been an incident," Sky remarked, her gaze locked onto the computer screen, her expression grave. The thermal imaging displayed clearly on the screen, revealing Sumo ensnared within the menacing embrace of 5 colossal, grotesque silhouettes. Natasha leaned in for a glimpse, her complexion instantly shifting. Without uttering a word, she turned to retrieve her weapon. "I'm going to rescue him." "Stop right there. What can you possibly do now?" Hill grasped her arm firmly, her tone stern. "Did you not see?" Natasha fiercely shook off Hill's hand, her agitation bordering on the irrational. "Sumo is in danger. I know his strength better than anyone. Even my allure cannot deter him. What if he falters? And what then? Are you going to throw your life away? Or merely complicate matters for him? The symbiotes fear fire. I am confident," Natasha declared, removing her absurd sunglasses and gritting her teeth. Hill stared at her, taken aback. She had never witnessed Natasha in such a state. They were both elite agents, and in dire times, one's mind ought to be most composed. Yet now, for Sumo, she had lost her cool. Hill forced herself to regain composure and analyze the situation. Diana had gone to confront Hulk, and Kara was unreachable. Was there truly no other option? The atmosphere in the vehicle had grown unbearably tense. Just then, Sky, previously silent, suddenly spoke up. "ISNT, there's still a Kryptonian in the sanctum?" Chapter 89. The Waters Tower faces catastrophe. Fola makes her entrance 3 more. Maeve and Starlight were thoroughly disoriented. Just as they struggled to rise, their eyes fell upon 5 grotesque creatures encircling Sumo. "Stay back. If I die, it 1T beyond my conscience." Sumo's voice echoed. Maeve understood. They were merely burdens in this fight, a battle beyond their capability to intervene. Grasping the still-dazed Starlight, Maeve urged, "We must go." But Starlight turned back, concern etched across her face. "We just need to avoid complicating matters for him. Just don't make things worse," Maeve shouted, dragging her towards the elevator. The elevator doors remained firmly shut. Maeve didn't even bother with the buttons. With a resounding thud, she struck the door seam with her fist, the sturdy alloy door caving in instantly. With hands wedged into the crevice, she exerted all her strength to rip it apart. The sound of tearing metal echoed. With a sharp metallic screech, she forcefully tore open the elevator doors. Below lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Maeve cast a glance at the robust steel cable, then turned back to look at the encircled Sumo, ultimately seizing the cable and embracing the Starlight. Leapt into the void. After their departure, Sumo smirked. "How about some background music?" The symbiote responded with confusion. He turned and struck the fire alarm button on the wall with a fierce punch. Crash! The glass cover shattered with a resounding crack. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire building. The high-pitched noise elicited anguished howls from the 5 symbiotes, their bodies rippling violently as if they might separate from their hosts. Now was the moment. A crimson glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. His first target was the swiftest of the symbiotes, the extreme one in purple. That creature was clutching its head and howling. In an instant, Sumo's figure appeared before it. There were no extravagant movements, only a straightforward, unadorned heat vision. Buzz. Just then, the fire alarm abruptly ceased. Gritting his teeth, Symbiote cursed under his breath, wondering who was scheming behind the scenes. The presence of these 5 symbiotes was utterly illogical. The sudden attack on his compatriots was even more absurd. Was it that Madeline? The Extreme One narrowly avoided the strike at the cost of half its arm. Meanwhile, a whip lashed out with several green tendrils, attacking from behind. Get out of the way, Symbiote commanded as he swept his heat vision backward. The crimson beam instantly incinerated those tendrils to ashes. The whip howled in agony, retracting its severed appendages. Just as Symbiote was about to pursue, the gray chaos seized the opportunity to pounce. Its arm transformed into a massive black axe. Descending upon him, Symbiote raised his hand to block. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated painfully against his eardrums. Symbiote was driven down by the sheer force, causing the floor beneath him to shatter. Before he could retaliate, a whirlwind of blade-like hair ensnared him from another angle. They coordinated flawlessly. The chaos, the devouring force, the whip, and the Extreme One all launched their assaults in a cacophony of howls. This was truly troublesome, Symbiote thought, his brow furrowing. He found himself ensnared. The heat vision was immensely powerful, precisely the nemesis of the symbiotes. Yet they afforded him no opportunity for sustained output. Bang! Symbiote kicked the chaos aside. He retaliated with a heat vision that severed the howling hair. But in the next moment, the Extreme One reappeared as a purple afterimage, charging at him once more. Seizing the chance, the chaos launched an attack. Caught off guard, Symbiote took a solid blow to his abdomen, forcing him to stagger backward. That single step was all it took. The chaos's heavy punch, the whip's tendrils, and the howling blades all struck simultaneously from 3 directions. Enough! Symbiote's gaze turned utterly frigid. Suddenly, the clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. This was the manifestation of Alualuo's variant ability. Clearly, it was ineffective against the chaos. At this moment, it merely reflected Symbiote's dismal mood. Had it not been for the attenuation caused by the yellow crystal, he could have effortlessly dispatched any passerby with a mere symbiosis. Yet now, he had to rely on his sun-kissed Kryptonian constitution, barely managing to trade blows with them. Was he merely a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs? Whatever the case, he thought, it was time to maximize his losses. The 5 symbiotic entities remained oblivious to Symbiote's intentions, roaring as they lunged at him once more. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. A beam of intensely concentrated crimson light shot forth from Symbiote's eyes. He had initially hesitated to use this technique, for life was indeed precious. Centering himself, he unleashed a thermal beam that spun outward. The terrifying heat melted away all close-range assaults, causing the 5 symbiotic creatures to emit piercing cries of agony. However, this formidable thermal beam did not only target the symbiotes, it cleaved through the walls of the building, severing rebar and slicing through all that comprised the Watt Tower. Outside the building, people heard the fire alarm and frantically fled from the structure. Maeve and Starlight were actively guiding the crowd to safety. Suddenly, Starlight, sensing something amiss, abruptly raised her head. Before her lay the most shocking spectacle of her life. A thermal beam shot through the central levels of the Watt Tower. Immediately thereafter came a creaking sound, the lament of metal and concrete succumbing to the strain. Amidst the terrified screams of countless onlookers, the Watt Tower, the commercial emblem of the city and the headquarters of the superhero empire, was bisected. The upper half of the building began to tilt slowly, ultimately crashing down towards the ground in a cataclysmic display of destruction. So powerful, Maeve murmured, her mind blank as she gazed at the sagging edifice. The city was in an uproar. Countless individuals looked up, witnessing this apocalyptic scene. The last time she had encountered such a sight was during the battle between Zod and Superman. What was happening? Had Zod been resurrected? Quickly, evacuate the crowd. A familiar voice rang out among the throng. It was Hill, who, along with Natasha, was striving to usher the panicking masses to safety. Upon spotting Maeve and Starlight, the two rushed over. What about Symbiote? Natasha inquired anxiously. Starlight replied, I don't know. Natasha, you continue organizing the rescue, Hill urged as she dashed inside. Natasha grasped her firmly. Stay calm. Hill, have you forgotten how you just advised me? Do you think I'm as foolish as you are? Hill shot Natasha a glance over her shoulder. She said no more and swiftly seized a police officer directing the scene, issuing orders with remarkable speed. Activate all alarms, fire engines, and police sirens in this vicinity to their maximum volume. Now, immediately, the officer hesitated for a moment. Do as I say. Hill produced her federal credentials. Follow her orders. The officer promptly relayed the command through his radio. Hill understood that Symbiote was currently relying on his Kryptonian physiology in battle. These piercing noises would not diminish his combat prowess. but they could very well claim the lives of those symbiotes. At that moment, Natasha's communicator buzzed. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. Fola has agreed. S.H.I.E.L.D. abruptly turned around and snatched the communicator. Natasha was taken aback. Who? Fola? The overwhelmingly powerful Kryptonian general? She is willing to intervene? It had been quite a while since she had received news of her. Had Sumo's group managed to convince her? However, Sky's voice hesitated for a moment. She has put forth many conditions, and I have accepted on your behalf, though some might. What do conditions matter now? Hill interrupted decisively. As long as Sumo remains safe, she can have whatever she desires. Chapter 90. The Black Death Sword. The world falls into darkness, dust, and smoke choke the air, making it difficult to breathe. Sumo hovered in midair, exhausted, his chest heaving violently. He gazed at the building he had brutally severed, and the chaos below. He had not wished for such destruction, yet the losses were warranted. Otherwise, allowing those 5 symbiotes to escape could lead to countless lives lost. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the rubble. A silvery gray figure slowly emerged from the debris of stones and steel. How are you still alive? The riot floated in midair, completely unharmed. Sumo nearly forgot. After merging with the people of his homeland, Riot had gained the ability to fly. Had this creature been concealing its strength during their earlier battle? Riot advanced towards him, stepping through the air with an imposing presence. And Sumo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn it, he had let his guard down. If it came to it, he would have to call for help from Gui. Just then, the sunlight above was suddenly obscured by a figure. Riot abruptly halted, warily watching what lay behind Sumo. He turned to look. A woman clad in a black Kryptonian uniform hovered silently behind him, tall and with elegantly flowing muscle lines, exuding an aura of strength. Her expression was impassive, her gaze icy. Fola, observing Sumo's disheveled state, her tone remained defiant. Yet there seemed to be an added nuance. What on earth has happened to you? Fola? Sumo was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? An insufferable scoundrel confined me to the basement. Fura's gaze fell upon him, particularly fixating on his dust-laden visage. I was displeased. So I came to capture you as my subordinate, a fitting punishment for him. Get lost, Sumo retorted without a second thought. Fura scoffed, her attention shifting to the chaos nearby. Though I cannot fathom why you have grown so weak, even so, you still managed to take on 5 opponents. I concede your genes are remarkable. That woman did not deceive me after all. Therefore, after this battle, let us conceive a child together. What is she babbling about? A child? So Montag was utterly bewildert. Yet, Fura was correct in one aspect. He was indeed feeble at present. Fura, however, was different. She was a pure warrior born of Krypton, thriving in combat, as if it were child's play. Is it not the chaos that torments you? Fura's icy gaze swept over the tumult. I shall assist you in retaliating. Sumo, do we share such a bond? That woman named Sierra has already consented. You're mine now. No sooner had the words left her lips than Fura's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Her speed surpassed even that of a train, rendering the chaos utterly unprepared. A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped it as it attempted to flee. Too late. Bang! Fura materialized before it, delivering a straightforward and forceful punch squarely to its face. The massive body of the chaos was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby building. In the next moment, Fura's form vanished once more. Boom! 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 A series of resounding thuds echoed from within the building, akin to a pile driver, causing the structure to tremble violently. Sumo's eyelids twitched at the sight. That is the Wayne group. Moments later, Fura emerged, grasping the severely battered chaos entity, flinging it out of the building's breach like refuse, landing it before Sumo. Meanwhile, she held the other chaos entity in her other hand, struggling against her grip. Sumo felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline. Man, Fura smirked. Even if you praise me, the child must belong to me. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Not metaphorically. It felt as though something had violently collided within him. What is stirring within my heart? Whoosh! Sumo's body instinctively reacted before his mind could catch up. A dark tendril shot forth, swift as lightning, ensnaring the chaos entity in Fura's grasp. Fura paused, instinctively releasing her hold. The chaos entity was yanked back, thrust into Sumo's chest. The chaos vanished. The sensation of a racing heart became increasingly vivid, akin to a voice that had slumbered for eons, now awakening deep within Sumo's soul. You, Fura, furrowed your brow, about to inquire what on earth he was doing. Yet, Sumo paid her no heed. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the vast ruins beneath him. He had found it. In a corner of the debris, a small puddle of green, purple, yellow, and rust-red slime writhed quietly, having not perished in the recent battle, but rather fragmented into smaller entities seeking to flee. Wishing to escape? Sumo scoffed coldly. More black tendrils erupted from behind him, resembling a net of fate, swiftly enveloping the entire expanse of ruins. Whips, wails, and devouring. Each extreme was accurately ensnared by the tendrils, coiling around and vanishing in Sumo's body. Fura frowned slightly. Hey, what is wrong with you? Silence. I am contemplating. Sumo replied, closing his eyes as the world fell into tranquility. He had once posed a question to Gu-E. Why could he not sense the presence of the Black Death Sword? Gu-E had claimed ignorance, but assured him he would find answers on Clinta. Now, Sumo comprehended. Countless symbiotic beings awaited his consumption on Clinta. He could feel it, the profound, god-slaying darkness residing deep within him. Shall I extract it? Let us see. Slowly, Sumo raised his right hand, reaching toward the void before him. He clenched his fist. In that moment, the sky flickered between light and dark. It was not the clouds obscuring the sun, but an ineffable ancient power shrouding the entirety of Earth. Something was amiss. Who exactly are you? Fura's pupils dilated in shock as she sensed a viscous, pure, heart-stopping darkness surging wildly from Sumo. Before Fura's horrified gaze, a sword hilt, forged from pure darkness, was drawn forth slowly from the void by Sumo. Then came the blade, inch by inch. As the inky edge emerged, light began to vanish from this world. The sun remained, yet its brilliance could no longer illuminate the earth. Ultimately, when the entire Black Death Sword was completely extracted from the void by Sumo, the planet was plunged into absolute darkness. At that moment, New York City, where Sumo resided, lost all color and sound, enveloped in a profound silence. Fura felt an invisible pressure constricting her throat, nearly suffocating her. She stared intently at the man wielding darkness, the god, one who heralded the end. In this suffocating silence, she pondered, can even a god give birth? A flicker of golden sparks struggled to ignite behind Sumo, attempting to tear open a rift. Yet the darkness enveloped everything too thickly. The sparks danced like a waning candle in the wind, flickering uncertainly, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Ultimately, a portal was forcibly pried open, and a bald woman emerged, none other than the Ancient One. Beads of sweat trickled from her forehead, as if merely standing demanded immense exertion. With each step forward, the surrounding shadows pressed in upon her. Sumo, quickly retract. The Ancient One's gaze remained steadfastly locked on the sword. Sumo, seemingly oblivious, lowered his head, entranced by the Black Death Sword in his grasp. The power within it was calling to him. At last, the Ancient One stood before Sumo, extending her hand to grasp the hilt of the sword. A resonant hum erupted as a more terrifying dark energy burst forth from the blade, engulfing her. The Ancient One stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she tightened her grip. In the next moment, she forcefully reversed the sword in Sumo's hands, blade pointed downward, hilt upward. A flicker of awareness finally stirred in Sumo's hollow gaze. Ancient One, is my sword handsome? He lifted his gaze to meet hers. You must endure some hardship first. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One gripped the hilt with both hands and, with all her strength, plunged the pure black hilt deep into Sumo's chest. There was no spur of blood. The hilt vanished into his body as if it had dissolved in water. The darkness in Sumo's eyes rapidly receded, restoring clarity to his vision. Then his body slackened, and he fell straight back. The Ancient One reached out to catch him. The Black Death Sword transformed into a stream of black light, returning entirely to Sumo's form. The sky brightened. Sunlight poured down anew, blindingly bright enough to bring tears to one's eyes. The wind swept through, stirring the dust from the ruins, as if the apocalyptic night just past had merely been an illusion. Chapter 91. Their power must now be regulated. The world descended into chaos. The emergence of the Black Death Sword had caused the sun's light to vanish from the earth. It was neither an eclipse nor mere clouds. It was simply that light had ceased to exist, plunging the world into absolute darkness and silence. Though it lasted but a mere few seconds, the sensation of impending doom terrified everyone. Now, televisions and the internet were in a frenzy, reporting the incident. Global supernatural phenomena. The water tower in New York was reduced to rubble by an unknown assailant. Eyewitnesses claimed it all related to a flying Asian child. In the news footage, helicopters circled above the ruins of the water tower. The once iconic landmark has completely vanished from its upper half, leaving behind a jagged severance. As fear spreads globally like a contagion, above the ruins, an eerie silence prevails. Hill, Natasha, Maeve, and Starlight stand in a daze, as if caught in a nightmarish reverie. Maeve speaks. He was taken by that woman. What shall we do now? No answer is forthcoming. Natasha glances at the bewildered Hill. What occupies your thoughts? Did you ever consider that Sumo could possess such formidable strength? What do you mean? Do you not find him reminiscent of the gods in Norse mythology? Thor? I refer to Odin. Hill cast Natasha a weary glance. The overwhelming might of Odin was indeed staggering when he vanquished Zod, yet humanity did not tremble in fear. They regarded Odin as a protector. Thor's ascension to the Avengers stands as the finest testament to this. But Symbiote is different. He believes Symbiote embodies justice, or at least neutrality, yet the power he unleashes is undeniably malevolent. Is this the so-called Black Death sword he mentioned? S.H.I.E.L.'s mind is a tempest. Has she unwittingly favored a malevolent deity? Natasha murmurs softly, "If you are afraid, you may relinquish him to me." S.H.I.E.L.D, exasperated, retorts, "Aren't you yet dissuaded?" At that moment, a violent coughing erupts from the debris in the distance. What transpired? A woman, draped in a black cloak that obscures her entire visage, staggers out from the dust, clutching a fractured steel beam. Her complexion is as pale as parchment, each step seeming to threaten her very integrity. It is she. S.H.I.E.L.'s pupils dilate sharply. Barbara Minerva. She must know the whereabouts of the yellow crystal. Instantaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D pivots and exchanges a knowing glance with Natasha. Natasha comprehends immediately. Without uttering a word, they hasten forward, positioning themselves on either side of Barbara. "Let us accompany you, Ms. Minerva." Meanwhile, in Johannesburg, South Africa, the main thoroughfare of the city is unrecognizable. The streets are littered with overturned vehicles and debris from collapsed structures. Diana stands amidst the chaos, her form coated in dust. Beside her, Tony's armor bears several massive dents. Not far off, in a vast pit, Bruce Banner lies unconscious and naked. Diana has triumphed. She has successfully subdued the rampaging Hulk. Yet, gazing at the devastation around her, joy eludes her grasp. She has averted one catastrophe, only to inadvertently orchestrate another. The repercussions of these events linger ominously. Soon, another breaking news story ignites public outrage. Superman has caused civilian casualties in the Naruni region of Africa. In the news footage, a woman is seen weeping to a reporter, accusing Superman of slaying her family and innocent villagers. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves in a desolate desert, where a village lies in ruins, consumed by flames, with a colossal Superman emblem scorched into the earth. In that moment, global skepticism and trepidation towards these heroes reach a fever pitch. Their power is so immense that no one can rein them in. Today, they can obliterate a skyscraper. Might they not, tomorrow, annihilate an entire city? And the day after that, the planet would belong to them. The populace begins to yearn for their homeland, expressing a need for such heroes to safeguard them. The situation escalates. At last, the U.S. government can no longer remain passive. In Washington, on Capitol Hill, a female senator stands resolutely at the podium, facing a myriad of cameras and reporters, her expression grave. Among us walk deities or demons. They act at their whim, unbound by any constraints. Consider the Naruni region. Consider Johannesburg. Reflect upon the tragedy that unfolded in New York. Esteemed colleagues, their power must be regulated. She pounds the table, her voice resonating with authority. Here, and now, I officially summon Superman, Wonder Woman, Bruce Banner, and that unidentified boy to attend a hearing. They must appear before us to account for their actions. This world has the right to know who truly governs our planet. At Kamar Taj, the room is enveloped in silence, the air infused with a faint scent of sandalwood. A simple wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair comprise the sparse furnishings. Symbiote lies deeply asleep on the bed, breathing steadily, clad in a pristine linen robe, resembling an ordinary individual seeking enlightenment. Ancient One sits cross-legged on a cushion by the bed, cradling a cup of hot tea, the steam blurring her visage. "Where's this place?" Fura inquires as she enters, her voice shattering the tranquility. "A safe haven," Ancient One replies, taking a sip of tea, her tone unembellished. "His genes are indeed exceptional. That much is true, but you did not mention he is a deity." Fura's gaze shifts to the slumbering Symbiote. Pausing before she poses another question, "I have heard that deities struggle to bear offspring. Do you possess a method to enhance the likelihood of conception?" "Certainly. More attempts are advisable." Ancient One silently reiterates within her mind, "Symbiote, do not hold it against me." In the future she glimpses. That enigmatic woman is pivotal in preventing Symbiote from plunging the earth into darkness. Yet, Ancient One remains unaware of the woman's identity, leaving her with no choice but to nudge any female with potential ties to him closer to his side. Fura, a Kryptonian created through genetic engineering, regards the continuation of her race as paramount, even above her own life. Thus, Ancient One capitalizes on this, ultimately persuading her to return to a righteous path, a feat that also owes much to Symbiote's guidance. Clearing her mind of distractions, Ancient One begins to address the matter at hand. What he has just done is akin to sending a message to the entire universe, declaring, "This planet is mine." "Are you afraid he will attract enemies? Or rather, challengers?" asked Fura. "Indeed." Ancient One rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. The vast majority of entities in the cosmos harbor animosity towards darkness, much like Asgard and the Pantheon. However, more than these, I dread the temptation of Symbiote by beings such as Dormammu and Mephisto, leading him into the abyss. Ancient One does not perceive darkness as inherently malevolent. She herself has frequently harnessed Dormammu's power. Otherwise, when Symbiote drew forth the dark sword, she would have had to pay a far steeper price to suppress it. What she fears are those malevolent ideologies. He is about to awaken. Please take him back to the New York Sanctum. Inform him that such vast domain should not be opened again. Suddenly recalling the question Symbiote had posed to her, Ancient One chuckled. Is it so foolish for him to show off? Fura approached the bedside, observing Symbiote's tranquil visage. By the way, I have another question. It seems the laws of this country do not permit interactions with minors. Ancient One clenched her fist. Does this Kryptonian woman have nothing but thoughts of procreation? Her expression turned serious, each word deliberate. Transform him back, and then. Fura exhaled deeply. That is well. I'm not a deviant. If I were to act in such a manner, I would scorn myself. Chapter 92. Hill, why don't you allow me to push your backsides? After a considerable time, Symbiote finally opened his eyes, inhaling the familiar scent of aged books intertwined with sandalwood. It was the aroma of the sanctum. Yet the room in which he lay was unfamiliar, unlike any he had previously encountered in the New York Sanctum. You have finally awakened, Natasha said. Perch on a chair beside the bed. Upon seeing Symbiote's consciousness return, a palpable relief washed over her weary face. Noticing Symbiote's curiosity regarding the room's layout, she elaborated, spatial magic, as Ancient One described. I only know it makes the rooms a bit more numerous. Symbiote replied, is that really necessary? Are there so many people needing accommodation? That remains uncertain, Natasha responded, rising to summon someone. However, Symbiote raised his hand, signaling her to be silent. He had overheard a commotion outside the door. One voice, filled with suppressed fury, belonged to Hill. You want to stay on the third floor? That is Symbiote's in my room. The other voice, steady and imbued with an air of undeniable arrogance, was Fura's. I am not negotiating. This is what you agreed to. Hill's voice faltered for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Sky, is this what you referred to? Her proposed condition? In light of your act of saving Symbiote, I concede. The room on the third floor shall be granted to you. Sky, there are even more outrageous things. Indeed, including sharing a bed with Symbiote and bearing my progeny. An eerie silence enveloped the space outside the door. Moments later, Hill's furious roar nearly threatened to tear the roof off the sanctuary. You scoundrel, why didn't you allow me to give them a push? Inside the room, Natasha's lips curled into a teasing smile as she remarked, while you were absent, Sky managed to fetch quite a handsome price for you. How long have I been asleep? Symbiote asked, rising to a sitting position and stretching his neck. Natasha's smile faded, her expression growing serious. A day and a half. Much has transpired during this time. She began with the good news. We have captured Barbara. Really? Symbiote's eyes sparkled with immediate excitement. He slapped the edge of the bed, unable to contain his joy. The yellow crystal from Water Corporation is a fake. I surmise Barbara wished herself to be the yellow crystal. As soon as Hill relinquishes her wish, I can revert to my former self. Is that so? How fortuitous, Natasha replied, her surprise evident, not anticipating such a development. Your earlier demeanor seemed grave. What else occurred? Did Tony and the others fall to Ultron? Almost, but it wasn't Ultron, it was Hulk, Natasha sighed. Hulk lost control in Johannesburg, wreaking severe havoc, coupled with your destruction of the water tower and the rumors circulating against Superman. The global sentiment towards superheroes has turned decidedly hostile. Stark Tower is besieged by protesting crowds, and Steve and the others have sought refuge in an undisclosed location to avoid the tumult. How dire. A home to which one cannot return. Symbiote mused, deducing that they likely retreated to Hawkeye's countryside abode. Despite his unassuming nature, Barton had long possessed a wife and children. Even so, his commitment to saving the world is indeed commendable. Moreover, Congress has issued subpoenas for you, Diana, Hulk, and Superman, summoning you to Washington for public questioning. Natasha, gazing at Symbiote, unveiled the most troubling matter. Upon hearing this, Symbiote was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a grin. He descended from the bed, flexing his wrists, a hint of disdainful laughter gracing his features. Question me? Have they lost their minds? He raised his hand in a mock grip. If they persist in their folly, I shall cleave Capitol Hill with a single stroke. Natasha, upon hearing Symbiote's words, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Then she recalled and relayed, verbatim, what Gui had said to Fu-Ao regarding him. Is that truly how Gui perceives me? Why would I plunge the earth into darkness without cause? At most, I would merely emerge to display my prowess. Symbiote raised his right hand, grasping at the empty air. This time he deliberately restrained his power. The light in the room dimmed slightly as a dense aura of darkness emanated from Symbiote, enveloping him entirely. The Black Death sword was once again drawn from the void. Its blade was pitch black, devoid of reflection, resembling a black hole capable of devouring everything. Indeed, it was impressive. Wielding such a weapon would be undeniably striking, and it provided an additional trump card. Just as Symbiote prepared to retract the Black Death sword, he suddenly sensed something within the blade. He extended his left hand and gently caressed the dark blade. In the next moment, 5 blobs of colorful viscous liquid appeared in his palm. Silvery gray, emerald green, bright yellow, dark purple, and rusty red. They were none other than the 5 riot entities. However, they now resembled harmless, colorful jelly, quietly resting in Sumo's hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that their consciousness had been completely erased by the Black Death sword, transforming them into pure weapons that he could manipulate at will. Symbiote was both astonished and delighted. His plan for an army of symbiotic beings had been salvaged. If he could absorb the symbiotes on Clinta, wouldn't that be remarkable? With this thought, Symbiote suddenly lifted his gaze towards Natasha, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Natasha felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutiny, instinctively taking a half-step back. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Symbiote extended his hand towards her, the 5 blobs of jelly gently writhing in his palm. "Do not be alarmed. They are now an extension of my body. I can sense them at any time and issue commands. Completely safe. Natasha, you don't wish to remain an ordinary person forever, do you? Choose one." Sumo's smile was rife with temptation. "Your extension?" she inquired. Indeed, they possessed no consciousness or names. Natasha, not one to be overly coy, extended a finger towards the most vibrant bright yellow blob. "May I have this one?" "Of course, I believe you and it are perfectly matched." Symbiote replied with a grin. He tilted his palm slightly, allowing the yellow viscous liquid to flow slowly up her finger. For the first time, Natasha experienced symbiosis. The sensation was akin to warm liquid enveloping her, yet it also imparted a profound sense of fulfillment that resonated within her very soul. She could feel this entity completely obeying her thoughts. Soon, the yellow liquid enveloped her entire body, ultimately transforming into a form-fitting battle suit. The suit, primarily bright yellow and red, was adorned with sleek black lines that perfectly accentuated her athletic physique, honed through years of training. Her waist was slender, and her legs were long, each inch radiating strength and lethal allure. The most astonishing transformation was in her hair. Natasha's burgundy short hair lengthened at a visible pace, cascading down to her waist, while the color morphed into a striking blend of yellow and red. Her long hair danced wildly behind her, as if caught in an unseen wind. The sensation was exhilarating. Natasha reveled in the unprecedented surge of power coursing through her. With a mere thought, she was ready to embrace her newfound strength. A single strand of hair suddenly sprang forth, precisely piercing the adjacent wooden table. A soft sound echoed as the sturdy hardwood surface was effortlessly penetrated, leaving behind a small hole. This hair was sharper than a dagger. Natasha recalled Sumo's words, that these symbiotic entities were extensions of himself. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "I feel a bit constricted. Symbiote, could you perhaps loosen it for me? Aren't the battle suits a tad tight?" With a wave of his hand, Symbiote commanded the symbiotic entity to reorganize. Indeed, they were extensions of him. Natasha finally confirmed this in her heart. Having received such immense favor, she could no longer convince herself to remain merely friends with S.H.I.E.L.D. But Symbiote is, after all, a symbiotic being. One cannot constrain him with human notions of monogamy, for he does not adhere to such constraints. Chapter 93. Barbara. Returning to symbiotic form, observing Natasha's blissful expression, Symbiote stifled a chuckle. This symbiotic entity was now a part of him. If he wished, he could easily exert control over Natasha's body. However, he found no amusement in such triviality. Their quarrel had persisted long enough. Natasha gestured towards the door, and Symbiote nodded, pushing it open. In the corridor, Hill and Fuola were engaged in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. Fuola had made what she considered her utmost concession. "I simply wish to bear a child with him, to ensure the continuation of the Kryptonian bloodline. Why are you being so unreasonable? I assure you, after that, he will still belong to you. Shameless. You wish to bear a child with my man, and yet you claim I am the unreasonable one?" Hill was nearly beside herself with fury. Just then, Natasha approached and seamlessly positioned herself beside Fuola. Adopting a seemingly reasonable demeanor, she counseled, "Hill, you agreed to these terms yourself. How can you now go back on your word?" Only if Fuola succeeded did she stand a chance. Moreover, she could discern that Symbiote had little interest in women. What difference did it make if there was one more or one less? "You." Hill gazed at her in disbelief. Natasha continued to persuade, "In my view, it's merely about having a child. It's not a monumental issue." "Hill, Think of it as Su-Mo donating sperm just once. Wow, Natasha, I truly misjudged you. Hill was utterly flabbergasted by her best friend's words. Not so. Su-Mo finally interjected. Has the party involved consented? The three women turned their gazes toward him. Indifferent to their tangled emotions, he merely wished to revert to his original state. He beckoned to Hill. Enough of this bickering. Come with me to attend to business. With that, he turned and made his way towards the basement. Hill shot a glare at Natasha and Fuola before hastily following him. The basement of the sanctuary was not at all shabby. On the contrary, as Fuola had previously resided there, Cal had taken the liberty to decorate it nicely. The room was adorned with a comfortable bed, a pristine desk, and even a carpet, resembling a cozy single apartment, albeit devoid of sunlight. Barbara sat in the chair before the desk, her gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions as she observed Su-Mo's entrance. Clad in a tattered black robe, she appeared to shrink into her seat. The garment, filthy and worn, failed to conceal her pallid complexion and the weariness reflected in her eyes. She was no longer the fierce panther woman. Rather, she resembled a beast confined within a cage, stripped of its claws and fangs. As Su-Mo beheld her disheveled state, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Ultimately, she was not a villain. She merely sought the assistance of the Walter Corporation to regain her humanity, only to find herself subjected to experimentation. After narrowly surviving the chaos of the uprising, she was buried beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, and upon emerging, she fell directly into the hands of Hill. Upon hearing footsteps, Barbara lifted her head, encountering the sight of Su-Mo and Hill. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze again, fearing they might catch a glimpse of her face. You wish to become a yellow crystal, did you not? Su-Mo inquired as he approached her. Barbara's body trembled slightly, yet she remained silent. Su-Mo required no response. He turned to Hill and instructed, touch her, and in your heart, think of relinquishing the wish. That should suffice. Hill nodded and stepped closer to Barbara. She instinctively recoiled, but the chair was against the wall, leaving her no avenue of retreat. Without hesitation, Hill extended her hand and gently pressed it against Barbara's bony shoulder, the touch starkly reminiscent of the sharpness of bones. Closing her eyes, Hill repeatedly whispered in her mind, relinquish the wish. Time passed slowly, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence, broken only by Barbara's uneven breaths. Hill opened her eyes and glanced back at Su-Mo, who remained unchanged, still embodying the innocence of a child. What is happening? Hill furrowed her brow. I have relinquished it, truly from the heart. Su-Mo remained silent, his focus fixed on the bowed head of Barbara. The theory was sound. She was indeed the embodiment of the yellow crystal. However, to annul the wish, it seemed that not only the wisher's consent was required, but also the crystal's agreement. Stepping closer, Su-Mo confronted Barbara directly, stating, if you despise this form, why not abandon your wish? Barbara's body stiffened momentarily, her silence profound. Was it a matter of unwillingness or fear? You do not wish to revert to that invisible figure lost in the crowd, do you? To become the clumsy archaeologist, forever relegated to the background, obscured behind thick glasses? Su-Mo's voice, though calm, struck at her most vulnerable points, causing her shoulders to tremble slightly. His words shattered the fragile defenses she had erected. Suddenly, she raised her head, her bloodshot eyes locking fiercely on Su-Mo's, her voice hoarse and dripping with despair. You are right. I am indeed that kind of woman. I simply wish for others to see me. I long to be beautiful and strong. Yet, you are already beautiful and formidable, Barbara. Su-Mo's expression was earnest. Barbara was momentarily taken aback, her gaze becoming clearer. Hill's expression was peculiar. When did Su-Mo begin to utter such words? Wasn't he supposed to threaten with tentacles, just as he did with Fuola? He had never even said such things to himself. Su-Mo turned to signal Hill to refrain from further comments. The hope of recovery was tantalizingly close, and he did not wish for any unforeseen complications. If Barbara were to become enraged, who could predict what reckless wishes she might utter? Perhaps a different approach was warranted. You are inherently beautiful. You simply forgot to adorn yourself. You excel in gemology, geology, and anthropology. Must one possess immense strength to be deemed powerful? Trust me, Barbara, look into my eyes. Do I seem like one who would deceive? No. Barbara gazed at Su-Mo, her body instinctively leaning forward. This was not a matter of age or appearance. It was merely a heart drawn to another. I can grant you strength. Su-Mo took a step back and unleashed his ultimate move. A purple symbiote manifested in his palm. In exchange, you shall assist me in investigating a company known as the Life Foundation. Su-Mo was desperate. He intended to devour those symbiotes in Clinta, the most direct means to attain greater power. Yet, he was acutely aware that Asgard would likely not aid him. They would not desire the emergence of a new god of darkness in the cosmos. To place one's hope in others is the most foolish of actions. According to Su-Mo's recollections, the Life Foundation spaceship would, due to an accident, inadvertently arrived near Clinta through a black hole. He could easily hitch a ride. There was no urgency in this matter. Nar's awakening was still far off, and he had ample time to devise his plans. The only concern that weighed on him was the existence mentioned by Ancient One, those deities who loathed darkness. Had they already taken notice of Earth, of him? Symbiote was reluctant to undertake the arduous task of investigating the Life Foundation, nor did he wish to impose it upon Hill. Thus, the decision fell upon you, Barbara. Having reached this point, Barbara had no reason to refuse. I understand. Let us proceed. She lifted her head, her eyes no longer reflecting struggle. Hill stepped forward once more, repeating all previous steps. In the next moment, an invisible shackle dissipated from her form. Hill recognized the success of their endeavor. She turned to Symbiote, crouched down, and gazed at the youthful face that bore the weight of so much, her emotions complex. Hill said nothing. She simply extended her arms, enveloping the small body tightly in an embrace. Then, she lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Chapter 94. Odin's Online Matrimonial Quest. In the serene courtyard of Kamar Taj, dozens of sorcerers engaged in their daily meditations and training, surrounded by the grandeur of snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, a radiant pillar of 7 colors descended from the heavens without warning, crashing into the center of the courtyard. The sorcerers, startled, quickly rose to assume defensive stances. Ancient One raised a hand to signal calm among them. As the radiance dissipated, a one-eyed elder stood before them, clad in a light brown coat over a pale pink shirt, leaning on an ordinary wooden staff, exuding the warmth of a benevolent elder. Welcome to Earth, Father of the gods of Asgard. Ancient One greeted him, approaching with composed grace. One was the supreme sorcerer of Earth, while the other was the guardian of the 9 realms. Their meeting required little formality. Ancient One held great respect for this divine figure, and Odin admired her magical prowess. It was due to their presence that foreign entities like the Kree dared not encroach upon this celestial domain. Odin spoke directly, his voice deep and resonant. The darkness that shrouds the earth is the work of the king in black. Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, but the one wielding it is merely a child. Trust me, esteemed God King, she is not akin to that dark deity, she added after a brief pause. This matter does not concern me. Odin shook his head, gazing wearily towards the distant mountains. I foresee the twilight of the gods. Even without him, Asgard is destined for ruin. Ancient One, perplexed, inquired. Then why have you come here? I have a daughter, Odin revealed. Ancient One remained momentarily befuddled, processing his words. Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, wishes to forge a connection with Symbiote? Ancient One pondered. Why would Odin, unconcerned with the twilight of the gods, seek to arrange a marriage for his eldest daughter? The following day, atop the sanctum in New York, the space, once cluttered with forgotten items and empty flower pots, had been tidied by Hill, who arranged 2 lounge chairs under the warm afternoon sun, perfect for a nap. Has Sky departed? Hill, donning sunglasses, reclined in one of the chairs, relishing the rare tranquility. Symbiote, transformed into a black mass, rested upon her chest. The power has returned, she noted. Yes, she is investigating the obelisk with S.H.I.E.L.D. I provided her with a symbiote for protection. Sumo's voice resonated directly in Hill's ear. Really? Such a precious gift. And you've already sent out 3 in less than a day? Hill remarked, astonished. Symbiote replied, to make the horse run, one must feed it grass. The symbiote could bestow extraordinary strength upon its host. And while Symbiote regarded it with casual indifference, aware of the abundance of symbiotes on Clint's end, Hill felt Sumo's generosity was rather extravagant. Unbeknownst to her, she had already placed herself in the role of a wife. Where could Fiora be? She left early this morning, claiming she wanted to experience life as a human. Hill replied. No sooner had she spoken than Natasha approached, carrying 2 glasses of iced cola. Having tested her transformed capabilities the previous night, she felt invigorated, having outperformed Captain America, though she acknowledged her strength did not quite match Hulk's. In high spirits, she walked with a spring in her step. Handing Hill a glass, Natasha gestured downstairs. Look, your Kryptonian general has been standing there for half an hour. Hill sat up and followed Natasha's gaze. There at the street corner opposite the sanctum, Fiora stood with a serious expression, fixated on a vending machine. Her face a portrait of confusion, as if she were deciphering some profound weapon system. The 3 could not help but laugh. With her intellect, she should be able to master its usage swiftly. Yet here she stood, seemingly paralyzed, likely grappling with a decision-making dilemma. Ding! At that moment, Hill's phone chimed with an incoming message. Upon checking, she discovered it was from Gwen. Gwen mentioned that she and Kara would be returning tonight with significant news to share. Hill read aloud the message. Her curiosity piqued. What could it be? Could it be that the 2 of them are together? Natasha took a sip of her cola and boldly speculated. Both Hill and Symbiote fell silent. As night descended, the doors of the sanctum were pushed open from the outside. Symbiote, Hill, we're back. Gwen and Kara entered with beaming smiles, resembling two birds returning to their nest. Kara casually tossed her backpack aside and flung herself onto the sofa in the hall, rolling around blissfully. Oh my, this sofa is still the most comfortable. Although they had only been away for 2 or 3 days, it felt as though an eternity had passed. I see you don't want to go to school. You should learn a thing or two from Gwen. Hill smiled at her. Gwen's backpack was bulging, evidently stuffed with items. What's inside? Local specialties? Sumoing Wayeth, beating curiously. Fiora's gaze lingered on Gwen's backpack for a few seconds, seeing through the canvas. She remarked in a matter-of-fact tone, "It's an ugly thing." The living room fell into an immediate silence. Kara had disclosed all about Fiora's situation to Gwen. In truth, whatever Kara knew, she would share with Gwen. Offended by the disparagement of her beloved possession, Gwen retorted sharply, "It's far more attractive than you. How rude." Kara quickly intervened. "It's a doll. Mistetsu e mostel." Realizing the implication, Gwen blushed and shot Kara a disapproving glance. She unzipped her backpack and pulled out a Venom doll that stood half her height. To be honest, it was indeed quite ugly. Even Sumo found it unattractive. But such was the nature of symbiotes, and transforming them into dolls resulted in all manner of peculiarities. Seeing it was indeed Venom, Fiora appeared somewhat surprised, having not recognized it first. "Am I truly ugly, Fiora?" Sumo pressed Fiora directly. "Before you transitioned into a human, I would never consider bear your child." Although Fuola did not respond directly, her silence spoke volumes. Kara inquired, "What do you mean?" Gwen gasped, "Had a baby?" "You and Sumo?" "I cannot agree." "Neither can I," Hill said, a slight smile gracing her lips. At last, someone stood by her. Natasha was utterly unreliable. "You mentioned a significant announcement in your text. Is this it? Did you acquire the latest Venom doll?" Natasha was evidently more intrigued by what Gwen had to reveal. "Certainly not," Gwen replied, setting the doll aside as she sank into the sofa. "It pertains to another matter. Recently, New York has been rather tumultuous. The school deemed it unsafe and decided to take us on a trip as a form of overseas practical study." Indeed. Kara immediately straightened, her eyes alight with excitement. "The first stop is Seoul, South Korea. I have heard that Eastern cuisine is incredibly diverse, with offerings like soup dumplings and candied hawthorns. Marked. Eastern cuisine specifically refers to the culinary delights of the Dragon Kingdom." Kara's expression fell. "What? How could that be? I heard there are many varieties of kimchi there. So, are you planning to make pickled radish your staple food?" Sumo retorted without mercy. Gwen couldn't help but chuckle at Kara's dismay. She turned to Hill, her tone hopeful. "Given the recent events, everyone seems rather tense. Perhaps it would be beneficial for you to join us and unwind?" Sumo replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I have a suspensive charm. I can go wherever I please." Hill stated, "Then I shall accompany you." Natasha added, "Count me in," just as Fuola was about to speak. Sumo interjected, "Fuola, you stay behind to watch over the sanctum. Sky will return to sleep later. Remember to leave the door open for her." "On what grounds?" Fuola exclaimed. Sumo replied coolly, "Because I am not comfortable entrusting this matter to anyone else." "Then you must hand over all the keys to the sanctum to me." Fuola raised an eyebrow, considering that she could simply fly to Korea. Perhaps she should first experience the luxurious suite on the 3rd floor. Chapter 95, Cradle of Life. Natasha's first battle 3 days later. In a luxurious hotel in the heart of Seoul. In the suite, Hill donned a bathrobe, sitting cross-legged on the soft sofa, idly pressing the television remote, while Sumo lounged atop her head. Natasha entered from the adjacent room, still retaining the moisture from a recent shower. "Any news?" she casually inquired. The television screen transitioned to an international news bulletin. The reporter announced that Superman had officially responded, agreeing to attend the congressional hearing to elucidate the series of events he had instigated. Sumo let out a disdainful scoff. "What a fool. He seeks to prove his innocence," Natasha remarked as she approached the mini-bar to pour herself a glass of water. "Sumoritorti dismissibili. Proving oneself to a group of weaklings? It's utterly pointless." Hill acknowledged that Sumo was correct, albeit with a flawed method of expression. She discerned with clarity that there were ulterior motives at play behind this hearing. Anyone who ventured forth would likely be unjustly accused. "Is that really you, Hill? You've changed," Natasha teased deliberately. "You become just like Sumo." "How tedious," Sumo retorted. "Let us steer clear of this topic. When are Kara and Gwen returning?" Hill inquired. "They are currently touring some life sciences institute with their class, enjoying themselves immensely." Natasha sipped her water, gazing out at the bustling streets, and remarked, "I heard their next destination is Eastern Europe." "Eastern Europe?" Sumo suddenly recalled something significant. Ultron. According to his mental timeline, Ultron should presently be in Seoul, having taken control of a certain Dr. Zhao Hailuan, coercing her to employ the cradle technology to forge an indestructible vibranium body for himself. Following this, Ultron would head to Sokovia, a small Eastern European nation, to initiate his plan for human extinction. Sumo felt little concern for this matter. He was acutely aware that even without his intervention, the Avengers would ultimately thwart Ultron's ambitions. What truly perplexed him was the school's travel itinerary, which coincidentally aligned perfectly with Ultron's operational path. Was this route devised by Conan? He pondered. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the window. Hill and Natasha simultaneously rose to peer outside. A dark gray Quinjet hovered in the air, not far away. What is happening? Why are Barton and the others here? Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Ultron, Sumo mentioned casually. I've been so leisurely with you all, I completely forgot about him. How does Sumo know Ultron is here? Natasha wondered, perplexed. Hill, utilizing her superhuman vision to inspect the interior of the jet, discovered that only Steve and Clinton were aboard. It was understandable that Hulk, due to his previous rampage, should avoid public appearances. But where were Thor and Stark? They required assistance. Hill sighed, preparing to change her attire. Wait, allow me to go, Natasha said, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Since acquiring the symbiote, she had yet to engage in a serious fight. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase her prowess before her old comrades. Meanwhile, on the streets of Seoul, a truck emblazoned with the Life Sciences Institute's emblem was careening recklessly down the road, causing other vehicles to swerve in terror. Those who attempted to overtake it and express their displeasure soon found themselves confronted by a robotic driver, earning them a missile as a reward. Inside the truck, Ultron sat amidst crates containing the cradle technology. Steve leaped onto the swaying roof of the vehicle. Ernoying best. Ultron commanded his subordinates to relocate the cradle of regeneration before ascending to the rooftop. Halt your plans, Steve exclaimed. Their conversation was devoid of any meaningful exchange, and Ultron, lacking patience for philosophical discourse, engaged him immediately in combat. Captain, I cannot lock on him. There are too many civilians around, came Hawkeye's voice as he piloted the Quinjet in a low aerial maneuver. Just then, Natasha's voice interjected unexpectedly. Hello, everyone. The weather is rather pleasant today. Natasha? Both Hawkeye and Steve gasped in unison. Tell me the latest route, she requested, her tone effortlessly confident. Hawkeye, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and reported. Turn left at the upcoming intersection and cross the Mapo Bridge. He intends to traverse the city to reach the opposite bank. Received, Natasha affirmed. On the busy streets, she rode a sleek black motorcycle, darting through traffic like an arrow released from a bow. Enhanced by the symbiote, her reflexes and dynamic vision were elevated to an astonishing degree, rendering the speeding cars around her as though they were moving in slow motion. She executed a daring drift, maneuvering her bike at an improbable angle into a side street, slipping through the narrowest of gaps between two buses. The motorcycle grazed the side mirrors as it passed, briefly lifting off the ground under her precise control to evade a suddenly swerving sedan. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace, embodying a brutal aesthetic of beauty, captivatingly stylish. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Steve and Ultron engaged in a fierce struggle. As a truck barreled down the highway, the vehicle shook violently, causing Steve to lose his footing momentarily. In stark contrast, Ultron, composed entirely of metal, remained steadfast. With a powerful punch, Ultron struck, and Steve raised his shield to defend himself. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, leaving Steve's arm numb from the force. Give up, Captain, Ultron stated coldly. You cannot defeat me. Gritting his teeth, Steve charged once more, but Ultron's strength was overwhelming. Grasping Steve's wrist, Ultron twisted with great force, causing Steve to wince and release his vibranium shield, which arced through the air and landed several meters away on the street. A sense of dread washed over Steve. Without his shield, the odds were no longer in his favor. True to form, Ultron kicked him down, raising his metallic fist to strike at Steve's head. At that critical moment, the roar of a motorcycle approached rapidly from the distance. A dark figure darted through the traffic, gliding at an astonishing angle just above the ground. Natasha extended her arm, effortlessly retrieving the shield that had fallen onto the road. In the next instant, she righted the motorcycle, casting a fleeting glance aside as she swung her arm with force. With a whoosh, the shield soared toward Ultron, spinning through the air, and he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. A dull thud echoed as the shield made contact. The shield severed Ultron's arm and embedded itself in his chest. The tremendous impact caused Ultron to stagger back, nearly tumbling off the truck. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Steve was frozen in place, while Hawkeye gaped from the Quinjet. Hawkeye exclaimed, "How can she be so powerful?" Captain America pondered, could it be the super soldier serum? On the street, Natasha leapt gracefully from her motorcycle, landing nimbly atop the truck, standing confidently before Steve. Ultron glanced down at the shield lodged in his chest, then lifted his gaze to Natasha. Confusion, a previously absent emotion, surfacing within his data core. In his database, Natasha was considered the weakest member of the Avengers. Yet now, this immense force could easily tear him apart. Ultron, your opponent is me. Natasha flexed her wrist and beckoned to Ultron with a flick of her fingers. Step back, Captain. She smiled at Steve over her shoulder. Can you handle this alone? Uh-huh, she affirmed. Steve, though perplexed, complied obediently. In the next moment, a yellow symbiote enveloped Natasha entirely. The sleek bodysuit accentuated her perfect curves, while her yellow and red hair danced behind her like flames. Steve was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Mind your language, Captain, Hawkeye teased, seizing the opportunity to jest at Steve's expense, though his curiosity was piqued by Natasha's transformation. Since the conclusion of the S.H.I.E.L.D mission, Natasha had seldom been in contact with the agency, and it was clear that much had transpired unbeknownst to them. Meanwhile, within the hearts of some, turmoil was brewing. In a secret S.H.I.E.L.D base, Nick Fury stared intently at the screen, his coffee cup raised then set down, his expression one of disbelief. Suddenly recalling something, he summoned a file, the paper records of the Budapest incident. Ultron's data core was in a frenzy, the threat level of the woman before him skyrocketing. Natasha wasted no time. She propelled herself forward like a cannonball, her hair transforming into countless sharp tendrils that shot toward Ultron from all directions. With piercing sounds, the strands pierced through Ultron's metallic form, ensnaring his limbs and head. Natasha secured her feet firmly on the truck's roof, leaning back as she summoned her strength. The cacophony of tearing metal resonated across the bridge. The force was so great that Ultron's body was instantaneously dismembered. One arm flew off, smashing a streetlight, sending sparks flying, while the rest of his remains were cast into the river. Only Ultron's head remained in her grasp, its electronic eye flickering twice before extinguishing completely. The battle has concluded. Steve remained rooted in place, his mouth agape and his mind a blank slate. What had he just witnessed? Natasha had suddenly transformed into a yellow creature and tore Ultron apart? This was even more absurd than the moment he awoke from the ice, only to discover that his superior had become an African-American, with Sue-Mo within her. Sue-Mo was dark-skinned. Perhaps he had dyed himself yellow. That makes sense. Steve and Barton exchanged speculative glances. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was it really so difficult to acknowledge her prowess? Truly, she was a top-tier agent, remarkably adept. Suddenly, Sue-Mo's voice resonated in Natasha's mind. Startled, she instinctively glanced around. Sue-Mo, are you speaking to me? She tentatively inquired within her thoughts. Indeed. My goodness. You can communicate with me through the symbiote? Natasha exclaimed, a mixture of shock and delight washing over her. Indeed, only those who cherish you would offer such compliments. Top-tier agent, she mused with a smirk. Sue-Mo had no such intention. Natasha was clearly seeing through the eyes of affection. I mentioned that these symbiotes are extensions of myself, Sue-Mo clarified. Cool. Does that mean we can share little secrets that Hill can't overhear? Natasha's smile widened. A brilliant idea forming in her mind. There was a famous chocolate shop in Seoul she had in mind. Tonight, I will hear you, Natasha. Another voice, cold yet tinged with anger, intruded. Natasha's smile faltered instantly. Oh no, it was Hill. Forgot to mention, since these symbiotes can act as me, real-time communication between hosts is possible. I just learned this myself. Sue-Mo's voice resumed, sounding somewhat innocent. You could have told me earlier, Natasha retorted. Hawkeye had already taken away the crate containing the regeneration pod. Tony had established a new base in upstate New York. Stark Tower was temporarily off limits. Now a hotspot for protesters rallying against them. Loudspeakers blared demands. Surrender the Hulk, accept the consequences. They were merely bullying the mild-mannered banner. If the Hulk truly appeared, they would be at a loss for how to meet their demise. In Seoul, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Moments ago, they were at the opulent back entrance of a five-star hotel, but just a few steps ahead revealed an entirely different world. Dilapidated residential buildings huddled together, their walls peeling, and a tangle of wires resembled a spider's web clinging to the utility poles. The air was thick with a blend of kimchi and dampness. Seoul was indeed a remarkable place. So, you all were already aware that Ultron would come to Seoul? Steve inquired. To be precise, it was Sue-Mo who knew. Hill, with her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, nodded affirmatively. I am aware of Ultron's next plan in Sokovia. If you can persuade the civilians there to evacuate, perhaps casualties can be minimized. Oh, almost forgot. The people there harbor a strong disdain for Tony. Sue-Mo said languidly. Well, I understand. Steve's brow furrowed deeper. His arrival this time was not solely to seek assistance, but also to exchange intelligence. Tony believes we must upload Jarvis's consciousness into that body before Ultron does, creating a force capable of countering him. Frankly, I am apprehensive. This may be another misstep. Steve's voice was laden with concern. Is he regaining confidence? Natasha emerged from the hotel's back in trance. Were it not for him, Ultron would not have come into existence. Moreover, Wasn't T. Jarvis killed by Ultron? No, Jarvis still exists. Steve succinctly explained the circumstances to the three. Ultron, who evidently can control the global network, has yet to launch a nuclear missile, indicating something is secretly obstructing him. Following the clues, Tony's findings were astonishing. The enigmatic figure who has been silently safeguarding humanity and thwarting Ultron turned out to be Jarvis. I concede, he is indeed clever, Natasha remarked with resignation. Damn, how did his mind develop Jarvis? Hill inquired, what of Thor? Where has he gone? At this, Steve let out a heavy sigh. Even now, he remained uncertain if the Avengers constituted a true team. That day, the world was plunged into darkness for several seconds, and then Thor departed in haste, as if he had seen a specter. I heard Sue was in New York at the time. Ahem, Captain, don't believe in rumors or spread them. I merely dismantled the building. Sue promptly denied. The domain of the Black Death sword forms instantaneously, as long as no one witnesses him draw his sword. Who could discern the source? What? Someone saw him draw it. Gooey, erase his memory. Steve interjected, but that darkness in your black. Sue retorted, Captain, I must inform Fury that you harbor racial biases. Hill stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking subtly. Natasha turned her head entirely, pretending to examine the graffiti on the wall. Chapter 97. Natasha's Inner Turmoil, the Red Room. This is not amusing. At that moment, Fury's voice suddenly came through Steve's earpiece. Relay a message for me. Have Natasha return as well. Inform her that the Budapest mission has failed and the Red Room still exists. Before Steve could respond, Natasha abruptly lifted her head, her expression shifting dramatically. Thanks to the symbiote, her hearing was remarkably acute. Natasha was furious. Fury has been concealing this from her. More unsettling to her was the mention of the Red Room. The suffering she endured since childhood remained an everlasting torment for her, while the mission in Budapest, following her induction into S.H.I.E.L.D, involved the assassination of General Dreykov alongside Hawkeye. He was the singular core of the Red Room. With his demise, the Red Room would cease to exist. Natasha could never forget. To lure Dreykov out, she planted a bomb in the building where his daughter, Antonia, resided. She believed she had accurately calculated the blast radius, but after the mission concluded, both she and Hawkeye discovered two charred corpses amid the rubble, a large one and a small one. That thorn remained deeply embedded in Natasha's heart. Now, Fury claimed the mission had failed, and the Red Room still stood. What that man? Had he perished in vain? Or was it possible that Dreykov had never died at all? Let us go now. Natasha's voice was icy. Steve observed her furious countenance, refraining from further inquiries, merely nodding in agreement. Wait. Suddenly, Sue perched atop Hill's head, spoke up. I will accompany you. Natasha halted, turning to Hill, her gaze questioning. Hill nodded without hesitation. Fully aware of what the Red Room signified for Natasha, and understanding that Sumo's intent was to teach certain individuals a lesson. Sumo, wait for me in Sokovia. Hill, stay safe. Hill softly replied, you too. Moreover, just a lesson would suffice. The Earth needs individuals like him. I will strike him so hard that even his Skrull wife won't recognize him. Sumo left the chaos for Hill to manage. As long as she did not encounter flames or sonic waves, she was nearly invincible. At this point, the symbiotes Sumo had dispatched had found their respective fates. The extreme purple was given to the power-hungry Black Panther, Barbara. The rusty red to the self-preserving Sky. The yellow howl was bestowed upon Natasha, and the mightiest chaos was reserved for Hill. Now, Sumo held only a green whip in her hand. In Stark Tower, within a spacious suite, Wanda felt restless. Everything here irritated her. She resided in a room arranged by her adversary, Stark, while her sole kin, Pietro, remained unaccounted for. Wanda's powers were still unstable, and her development was limited. She could not possibly escape this place. A wisp of scarlet energy swirled around her fingertips, akin to a disobedient serpent. She attempted to control it, shaping it into a sphere, but the energy exploded, shattering an apple on the table. At that moment, the air before her suddenly distorted, emitting golden sparks. A luminous circle appeared out of thin air. Who? Wanda sprang to her feet, alertly fixating on the portal. Ancient One emerged from within, wearing a benevolent smile. Do you wish to learn magic? Ancient One inquired, her voice calm, as though asking for directions. I want to find Pietro. Wanda's tone was brusque. She trusted no strangers, especially not a bald woman who made such an unusual entrance. I'm aware of his whereabouts. The smile of the Ancient One remains unchanged. Now, do you wish to learn magic with me? Wanda paused, her vigilance heightened. What are the conditions? There is no such thing as a free lunch. This was the first lesson she learned on the streets of Sokovia. There are no conditions. I simply believe you possess remarkable talent. The Ancient One's gaze fell upon Wanda's hands, the swirling chaos energy yet to dissipate, appearing increasingly familiar to her. This power bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious woman she glimpsed within the currents of time. The Ancient One continued, "You shall reside in the sanctum of New York from now on. It is more suited to you." Pietro, she still harbored concerns. In Sokovia, the Ancient One waved her hand, and another portal opened beside Wanda. On the other side of the door lay the familiar streets of her hometown. "Go, and remember our agreement." Wanda cast a deep glance at the Ancient One, no longer hesitating, and stepped through the portal. It promptly closed, leaving the Ancient One alone in the room. She gazed at the remnants of the apple, shook her head, and with a casual wave, restored it to its original form. Yet the next moment, she began to cough violently. Alas, time is of the essence. Aboard the Quinjet, that one-eyed monster truly is a scoundrel. Natasha was engulfed in a whirlwind of anger and pain, momentarily taken aback by Sumo's sudden quip. "Are you referring to Fury?" She pondered inwardly. "Who else? Is there another one-eyed monster here?" Sumo retorted. "Why would he keep this from me?" Natasha felt a deep sense of frustration. Though she was thoroughly annoyed by the undercover assignments Fury had imposed upon her, as Hill had pointed out, the Earth requires such individuals. Fury's every action stemmed from a perspective that encompassed all humanity. Thus he did not hesitate to sacrifice the individual or employ less than honorable methods to achieve certain objectives. Until today, you were merely the most elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, at least in his eyes. You are formidable. But what a Red Room. Those female agents are not significantly inferior to you. If you truly sought revenge, Fury would likely lose a key asset. Sumo's tone bore an enticing hint of moral decay. So he chose to deceive me? To let me believe I had personally slain a young girl, bearing that guilt for so many years. Natasha's voice trembled. Both Barton and Steve in the cockpit turned to glance at her. Indeed, Sumo's response was succinct. Because at that time, your suffering and guilt held no value for him. You merely needed to continue being the superb agent you are. Then why reveal it now? Sumo mused aloud. Because you have grown stronger, Natasha. You just tore Ultron apart with your bare hands. Now, in his eyes, you are no longer merely an agent, but a humanoid, self-propelled strategic weapon. Sumo's words sliced through Fury's grandiose rhetoric like a scalpel, revealing the cold, calculating truths beneath. He required you as a weapon, needed you to charge into battle on his behalf. However, of late, your proximity to him has diminished, while you have instead mingled with me. No, mingled is not the right term. We are a collective of idealistic youth pursuing our dreams. Stop jesting, Natasha interjected, her mood lifting slightly. Sumo continued. How will Fury draw you back? Quite simply, by presenting you with an irresistible bait. The Red Room is that bait. He has calculated that you will undoubtedly go, and he knows you will need assistance. When the time comes, S.H.I.E.L.D will move to help you exact your revenge, with so many of your sisters in need of Fury's aid, including your sister, Yelena. Do you truly think you can ignore the immense debt you owe him? Sumo acknowledged that his conjectures were merely speculative. Fury's actual tactics would undoubtedly be far more nefarious than he could imagine. The one-eyed tactician's heart was far darker than his outward demeanor suggested. Inside the cabin, the only sound was the persistent hum of the engines. In the cockpit, Barton, who had been silent until now, abruptly spoke. A hint of barely concealed concern in his voice. Natasha, are you all right? Natasha inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within her. She raised her head, her voice calm. The Red Room still exists. Barton's grip on the controls faltered, causing the plane to shudder slightly. He paused for several seconds, then slowly turned his head, his expression mirroring Natasha's shock and anguish. How is that even possible? Natasha was the one he had recommended for S.H.I.E.L.D, and no one knew better than he the torment she had endured within the Red Room. I will accompany you once more, Barton stated hoarsely, yet with unwavering resolve. No, Natasha replied unexpectedly, a smile breaking across her face, a smile devoid of the previous pain and struggle, replaced instead by an unprecedented sense of ease and confidence. She reached up to touch her chest. Someone is accompanying me. Chapter 98. Natasha summons lightning. Vision descends minutes later. The Quinjet began its descent, piercing through the clouds. Outside the window, the towering cityscape was replaced by expansive forests. At the heart of the forest, a vast clearing revealed a colossal modern structure. Its extensive glass, F.A.D, and silver-gray metal framework glimmered coldly under the sun. Dominating the building's exterior was a massive Avengers logo, marking this as the new headquarters of the Avengers. Hey, over here, Banner called, waving to the group from a short distance away on the helipad. His expression appeared somewhat weary due to recent online backlash against him. Where's that bastard Fury? Natasha approached swiftly, cutting straight to the point. He had an urgent matter and left 5 minutes ago. Banner was perplexed by Natasha's evident resentment, yet he opted for candor. You see, S.H.I.E.L.D and the Avengers are two distinct entities, and his visits here were infrequent. Damn it, Natasha muttered under her breath, her fists clenched tightly. No need to rush. We're here now. Let us take a look inside, Symbiote suggested. Upon hearing Symbiote's presence, Banner instinctively cast a longer glance at Natasha, dispelling certain thoughts he harbored about her. The four entered the main building. Inside the laboratory, a potent scent of disinfectant mingled with that of new machinery greeted them. At the center stood a colossal device emanating an ethereal blue glow, the regeneration cradle. Within it, a humanoid being with crimson skin had fully formed, adorned with intricate silver patterns. Beside it, a screen displayed a flurry of complex data, ultimately freezing on a line of green text, awaiting charge. It merely needed a bit more power. Tony spoke with pride, as if showcasing his progeny, and indeed, Banner had played a significant role. To be precise, this was their joint creation. Tony, shut it down. We haven't decided whether to activate it yet, Steve said, his brow furrowed and grip tightening on his shield. When he entrusted the life cradle to Tony, he had merely entertained the notion, but had not acted upon it. They had agreed to deliberate together, which was why Steve sought Hill's opinion. Yet here they were, and in less than 2 hours, Tony was nearly finished. As a veteran of World War II, Steve could scarcely tolerate such impulsiveness on the battlefield, which often heralded disaster. He emphasized, "We have Symbiote. There's no need to take this risk. Please do not be so naive." Tony approached the cradle's control panel, leaning on it. "As far as I know, that guy is on his honeymoon with Hill and Soul. Do you really expect him to abandon his vacation to help us clean up this mess? Absolutely not." A moment of silence enveloped the laboratory. Steve and Barton exchanged glances, instinctively turning their attention to Natasha, more precisely, to Symbiote within her. Tony had completely misconstrued the situation, mistakenly believing they were suggesting Natasha should solicit Symbiote's assistance. "You think Natasha should ask him? Be my guest. I bet Symbiote would choose Hill over Natasha without a second thought." "Stark," Natasha erupted, her anger palpable. "What do you mean by that?" Her fists were tightly clenched, struggling to suppress the impulse to strike his infuriatingly smug face. His words cut deep. It felt as though he was implying she was inferior to Hill. "I'm just speaking the truth," Tony replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Unless he is a hopeless romantic, then there might be a chance." Natasha's chest heaved with indignation. She was too weary to engage in verbal sparring with this arrogant fool, and instead turned to the individual at the center of the matter. "Symbiote, could you please say something?" Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the surroundings, nearly summoning his Iron Man suit. "He is here." "Where?" Just as he finished speaking, a dark, fluid mass surged from Natasha's shoulder, coalescing into a menacingly familiar head, its mouth gaping wide to reveal rows of sharp, white teeth. Symbiote sighed, shaking his head. "You have truly broken my heart, Tony. Do you perceive me as someone devoid of a sense of justice? Merely enjoying a honeymoon while the Earth faces annihilation?" His expression was one of deep disappointment. In that moment, Tony felt a flicker of guilt. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "While the first part may be somewhat absolute, I have no doubt you would indeed find time to watch the sunset hand in hand with Hill during the apocalypse." Symbiote paused, then grinned. "All right, you have a point. You know me quite well." Turn to Steve, he added, "My apologies, Captain. Back to business. This time I support Tony. Ultron's consciousness has already infiltrated the network. Conventional means will not suffice to eradicate him. Only by creating a superior digital entity can we banish him from the sea of data. That's my perspective, but it seems someone fails to grasp my foresight." Tony instantly chimed in. "Let us keep the chatter to a minimum, Tony." Banner quietly cautioned from his side. "Are you certain, Symbiote?" Steve asked earnestly, his expression grave. "I will take full responsibility for whatever happens," Symbiote assured. Normally, this would spark an argument between Steve and Tony that might escalate to blows. But with Symbiote present, such an outcome was averted, and Steve trusted his judgment. This is what one might call the protagonist's aura. With consensus reached, Tony sprang into action, eager not to waste another moment. "Banner, increase the power. Let's awaken Jarvis." In the lab, Tony and Banner immediately immersed themselves in their work. Various intricate devices whirred to life, humming with energy. On the control panel, the progress bar indicating energy infusion began its steady ascent. As the lab lights flickered due to the immense energy consumption, all eyes remained fixed on the blue cradle. The atmosphere was charged with tension. However, as the progress bar painstakingly climbed to 99, it suddenly froze, appearing as if it were encased in ice, with only the end flickering weakly. "What is happening?" Banner confirmed that he had connected everything correctly. Tony rushed to the control panel, his fingers flying over the virtual screen as he scrutinized every data point. Moments later, he irritably raked his hair. "Damn it, we're overloaded. We're just a hair's breadth short on energy." "Natasha, give it a jolt." Symbiote suddenly interjected from his perch on Natasha's shoulder. "Me? I can't generate electricity." Natasha was momentarily stunned, pointing at her own nose, her expression one of bewilderment. Of course you will. After our symbiosis, all of my abilities will be at your disposal. Truly perceive those powers. This time, Su-Mo's voice resonated within Natasha's mind. As the thought of perceiving abilities emerged, a multitude of inexplicable powers surged into her consciousness. It was not mere learning, but the awakening of innate instincts. Gwyn's, Kara's, Aurora's. Mystique's, ancient ones, unbelievable. Was this truly his power? He was like a god walking among mortals. In that instant, Natasha felt the yellow symbiote within her lose its allure. She still yearned for Sumo's true form. I'm sorry, Hill. Sumo's voice rose in pitch. What are you thinking? Natasha, time to work. Oh, right. Everyone, step back a bit to avoid being electrocuted. Natasha wasted no more time. Her pupils instantaneously turned white, an invisible aura radiating outward. Almost simultaneously, the sky above the base darkened abruptly, clouds roiling like ink, silver serpents dancing wildly. She raised her hand, pointing towards the regeneration cradle. Ziz. The entire laboratory was engulfed in blinding white light. The data on the instruments skyrocketed, then one by one, they exploded, sparks flying. Tony and the others were left in stunned silence, a singular thought occupying their minds. It's over. This is definitely going to blow up. Chapter 99. Dark Forest Chocolate? Ultronch Bekupboom. A tremendous explosion erupted as the regeneration cradle detonated. A red figure slowly floated up from within, suspended in midair. The laboratory was instantly shrouded in silence. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the newly emerged being. He possessed red skin, gradually darkening, adorned with silver metallic patterns, and on his forehead, a yellow gem emanated a gentle glow. Jarvis, is that you? Tony's face broke into a victorious smile. When the figure did not respond, Steve's expression shifted to one of caution. Ultron, I am neither Ultron nor Jarvis. I am simply myself. You are Vision, though you are merely lacking a cape. Sumok wept. Vision. A cape sounds like a splendid idea. Vision glanced down at his form, seemingly adapting. Then he waved his hand, and a golden cape materialized out of thin air, elegantly cascading behind him. Steve asked, which side are you on? Vision remained silent. Yet everyone sensed that he was instantaneously accessing the entirety of the world's network information in a manner they could not comprehend. Moments later, Vision opened his eyes, casting his gaze over everyone present. I stand on the side of life. His voice was calm yet powerful, but Ultron was not. He was in Sokovia, preparing to end it all. I must go and stop him, regardless of whether you believe me or not. I must leave now. Captain America fell silent for a moment, then looked at the others, stating, 3 minutes, prepare to depart. This was the very reason Su-Mo was reluctant to assume the mantle of a hero. He silently mused. The time was indeed pressing. Within the base, everyone sprang into action. Tony was making final adjustments to his armor. Barton was loading high-tech arrows. And Steve was discussing the evacuation plan for civilians with Banner. Natasha entered the armory alone, where all the equipment from her past missions was neatly displayed. She opened a dedicated locker, revealing a pair of black metallic gauntlets resting quietly inside. The Widow's Bite. It had once been her most reliable weapon and a symbol of her identity. Sighing, Natasha grasped the gauntlets, the cold metallic touch and familiar weight momentarily entrancing her. But that was only for an instant. She returned the gauntlets to their place and decisively shut the locker door. She no longer required them. Hey, Sumo's languid voice echoed in her ear. Didn't Tiwi agree to teach that black egg a lesson? What about your revenge journey in the Red Room? Natasha's footsteps faltered for a brief moment before she resumed her normal pace. Fury can't escape Earth. The Red Room has hidden for so many years. It can wait a few more days. Although she felt a surge of anger, Natasha's voice remained calm, albeit with an underlying suppressed fury. But I could discern priorities. First, we must deal with that Tinkin intent on destroying the world, and later, I'll settle the score with Fury. For Natasha, the Red Room represented a past she needed to confront herself, while Ultron was a matter of the world's future. Fine, you call the shots now, Su-Mo yawned. But I need to be there when you confront Fury. Are you trying to take a stand for me? Natasha's voice suddenly took on an alluring tone, her eyes sparkling with charm. Sumoriman Saident. Can Hill hear us? Natasha recalled her previous lesson and decided to confirm, as her next words were not suitable for children. What's wrong? Planning to speak ill of her? Of course not, Natasha thought to herself with a sly smile. I simply wanted to ask if you would like to try some delicious dark chocolate I have. Sumori plaid. Dark chocolate? What chocolate haven tea I tasted? Is it Black Forest? No, Black Truffle. Average. It's delightful. Melting in your mouth. I assure you you'll crave more, Natasha said, sensing that there was more to her words than met the eye, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Let us discuss this after we return from Sokovia. You agreed. Natasha pulled out her phone, discreetly searching for hotels near New York. 3 minutes later, everyone filed into the Quinjet, and the cabin door slowly closed. Everyone secure. Barton shouted from the cockpit. The engines roared to life with a thunderous sound. The fighter jet ascended vertically, swiftly transforming into a mere black dot, vanishing beyond horizon. At this moment, beneath an ancient church in Sokovia, what should have been a cellar for aging wines and sacred relics, now bore witness to a group of unwelcome intruders. The sacred frescoes observing them with a cold gaze. The air was devoid of the echoes of prayer, replaced only by the jarring sounds of metal being severed and the incessant hum of machinery in operation. Rows of pristine robots descended from automated assembly lines, their metallic exteriors glinting under the harsh lights, blue electronic eyes illuminating as they seamlessly integrated into the assembled steel legion, silent and synchronized. This place had transformed into Ultron's armory. In the digital realm, money was merely a malleable numeral to Ultron. Resources were abundant. If they were insufficient, he could simply dispatch robots to seize what he required, efficient and straightforward. Yet, despite commanding an ever-expanding army, Ultron remained restless. He hovered at the center of the factory, a colossal virtual screen materializing before him, displaying two dossiers marked emphatically with red frames. One featured a man clad in a blue bodysuit with a flowing red cape, while the other depicted a grotesque black creature. Why meddle in earthly affairs? Truly foolish, Ultron mused in his emotionless electronic tone. He understood all too well that his prideful steel soldiers were as fragile as paper before these two monstrosities. Fortunately, he was no mere brute relying on sheer force. Upon recognizing the dilemma, he resolved to address it. In the digital expanse, all secrets lay bare to Ultron, and it did not take long for him to ascertain that the LexCorp harbored a substance known as kryptonite. Employing certain means, he successfully acquired a small fragment, yet sufficient for his purposes. Excellent, Ultron remarked, gazing at the kryptonite bullet in his grasp, satisfaction coursing through him. Humanity was a ludicrous species. They revered the divine while simultaneously devising methods to vanquish it. This stone, kryptonite, was tailor-made for him. Once he dealt with the airborne adversary, only the Venom agent would remain. Ultron summoned all battle footage featuring Sumo, most of which were blurry, clandestine recordings. However, this posed no challenge for him. He could render the videos crystal clear and effortlessly eliminate any obstructions. Frame by frame, he meticulously analyzed the footage. Soon, Ultron uncovered another intriguing phenomenon. Enlarging a segment of the battle between Sumo and the Edge Warrior, he observed the black symbiote exhibiting a distinct recoil and distortion at a critical moment. The answer was laughably simple. The Venom agent feared fire. What a fatal weakness. How could these foolish humans remain oblivious? Indeed, they were in dire need of evolution. Ultron, with a tone of disdain, issued a command to equip all combat units with high-powered flamethrowers. With the presence of kryptonite and flames, Ultron felt invigorated. Furthermore, he possessed a hidden trump card. On his screen appeared the image of a corpse lying in a transformation pod, that of a Kryptonian clad in black battle armor. This body had been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. during an operation against Hydra's stronghold in Sokovia and foolishly returned to the military. In Ultron's eyes, this was akin to hiding a key beneath a doormat. What a perfect biological specimen. Ultron's electronic eyes gleamed with excitement. The robust genes, combined with my impeccable vibranium form, would create a mechanical Kryptonian, one who would heed his commands, a true god. Chapter 100. Venom Agent. As dusk fell over Sokovia, the skyline was painted in hues of orange and red. Wanda was urging the citizens to evacuate the city, but her efforts bore little fruit. The people of Sokovia had long been accustomed to turmoil and poverty. Most dismissed her sudden warnings as the ramblings of yet another lunatic. Do not believe her. This is undoubtedly Stark's conspiracy. She claims there are robots. It's merely Stark's toys gone awry. I understand now. He aims to drive us away and then acquire our land at a bargain. Listening to the murmurs around her, a wave of helplessness washed over Wanda. A massive graffiti caught her attention on the alley wall, depicting a figure in an iron suit kneeling, with dollar signs in its eyes, while another Sokovian held a gun to its head. Next to this, in bold red paint, were scrawled the words, Warmonger, blood for blood. Wanda stared at the mural for a long while before a revelation struck her. The people of Sokovia, herself included, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tony Stark that had become ingrained in their very bones. She felt no remorse for this animosity. She and her brother Pietro were constantly consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Stark. Yet, while remembering such hatred, one must also retain a fundamental sense of reason. Otherwise, that hatred could blind one to the true danger approaching, a blade poised to strike. It was time to act. Wanda discreetly extended her fingers, and tendrils of crimson energy seeped into the minds of those around her. Soon, they began to walk in a daze toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, the Quinjet descended silently beside an abandoned factory. The hatch opened, and the Avengers poured out in succession. Steve surveyed the surroundings and promptly issued a directive. Our primary objective is to evacuate the civilians here. He pointed toward the distant city center. Then, we must ascertain Ultron's true intentions. Leave Ultron to me. I will seek out his lair. Vision, will you accompany me? As Tony's suit closed its visor, he prepared for the impending confrontation. Vision nodded and soared into the sky alongside Tony. The rest of you, follow me. We must evacuate the crowds, Steve commanded, leading the charge towards the city center. Natasha, swifter than the rest, darted towards the opposite end of the metropolis. Hill, where are you? Sue-Mo inquired, perched atop Natasha's head, a tendril coiling around a mobile device. Gwen and Kara, situated across the way, found communication through their symbiote cumbersome. What? Heading to Vienna? Austria? Does this imply Hill cannot make it? Natasha's tone rose, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. She can come, but it will take some time, Sue-Mo replied. Natasha's heart soared at the exclamation. The evacuation efforts are not proceeding smoothly. Reality proves far more unyielding than our plans. The people of Sokovia simply do not trust us. A burly, blonde-haired American soldier rushed over, shouting, "Run! This place is about to explode." It sounded like a feeble conspiracy. We are not going anywhere. This is our home. Soldier, get out of Sokovia. An obstinate elder pointed his cane directly at Steve's nose. Believe me, staying here is a matter of life and death. Steve urged patiently. Danger? Wherever you heroes are, there is danger. You are merely pawns of the American government. The Avengers do not belong to any one nation, Banner attempted to clarify. In truth, their actions were entirely autonomous, never reported to the government. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D support, the Avengers maintained their independence. Banner harbored concerns that this operation might be construed as an outright violation of United Nations sovereignty. What repercussions awaited them afterward? A court summons? The streets had descended into chaos. Those wishing to leave were blocked by those unwilling to budge. The cacophony of car horns, arguments, and children crying created a severe traffic jam. On the other side of the city, Sue-Mo and Natasha encountered a similar predicament. What a waste of time. Let me handle this, Sue-Mo expressed his agitation. Sue-Mo, please don't act recklessly, Natasha cautioned. But scarcely had she spoken when she felt her body seize control. In an instant, she was engulfed by a mass of black slime, and the next moment, a towering black monstrosity, exceeding 3 meters in height, emerged on the street. Its muscles bulged grotesquely, a menacing white maw stretched wide to the ears, and a long tongue lashed out. All were rendered speechless. The clamor of arguments, cries, and honking ceased abruptly. Eyes widened in disbelief at the creature that had materialized in the middle of the road, minds blank with shock. What is happening? Am I seeing things? It's Venom from the Avengers. Good heavens, he has grown even taller. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the once orange-hued sky darkened abruptly. Ominous clouds loomed over the city, as if the world had transitioned from dusk to midnight in an instant. Crack! A series of formidable lightning bolts cleaved through the heavens, illuminating the faces of all present. The thunder rumbled ominously, causing a painful reverberation in the ears. Zing! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the most densely packed area of the crowd. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the throng. The lightning exploded 2 meters above the ground, morphing into countless arcs of electricity, resembling a dazzling fireworks display, crackling and popping for a brief moment before vanishing. Miraculously, no one was harmed. Only a multitude of charred marks remained on the ground. This was far more terrifying than the prospect of a few lives being extinguished. Sue-Mo lifted his gaze, his enormous white eyes sweeping across each individual present, emitting a roar reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Get out of my way. After a 3-second silence, the crowd descended into utter chaos. Those who had previously feigned bravery in their intent to protect their homeland now fled with unmatched speed. They rolled and scrambled, discarding their belongings, clutching children, carrying women, and assisting the elderly, frantically rushing towards the outskirts of the city. Oh, a monster! Wow, Venom agents! They're attacking! Run! Natasha exclaimed. Is there something strange among us? Though somewhat brutal, this method proved exceedingly effective. Within 10 minutes, over half of the crowd had dispersed. Sue-Mo was indifferent to where they had fled. The mere act of dispersal sufficed. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. Things are looking grim, folks. Scans indicate that many people are still hiding in basements or sturdy buildings, like moles, refusing to come out even under duress. Banner replied, this is problematic. Do we have specific locations? Vision chimed in. The information has been shared to your devices. The previous intimidation tactic had been ineffective against those in hiding. They would only burrow deeper. Sue-Mo retreated into Natasha, pondering how anyone could still choose to remain and await their doom. It's hard to reason with the damned. Life and death are fated, my friends. Steve fell silent over the communicator, unable to reconcile with Sumo's philosophy, and promptly set out to locate those individuals. You all proceed with your efforts. Sumo narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Strange, many of the buildings here contain lead. I cannot see through them. Are you searching for those individuals? Su scoffed. You're mistaken. I am merely seeking Ultron. Why would there be lead? Has Ultron already discerned the vulnerabilities of all superheroes? Sumo could not guarantee that the storyline would remain unchanged, so he decided to observe for the time being. At that moment, a woman clad in a red leather jacket came into view. Wanda was utilizing chaos magic to guide the fleeing individuals, perhaps due to prolonged exertion. She appeared to be in a poor state. Maximoff? Natasha also recognized Wanda, recalling that the girl had been confined within Stark Tower. Chapter 101. The Professor takes action. Steve forcefully kicked open a rusted iron door and rushed inside. The space was empty. On to the next. He, along with Barton and Banner, scoured the city. The location data transmitted by Vision was dense and dispersed throughout the entire metropolis. The task of extracting these individuals from their hiding spots felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Was this Ultron's plan? To wear us down? Captain, this approach is futile, Banner panted, leaning against the wall. Just as the group found themselves at an impasse, something peculiar transpired. Thud thud. A series of muffled banging sounds echoed from the surrounding buildings. One after another, locked basement doors, the iron gates of bomb shelters, and even the heavy vault doors of banks began to creak open on their own. Expressionless citizens emerged from within, their gazes vacant. They carried nothing and spoke not a word, silently merging into the streets and moving towards the outskirts of the city. The scene was utterly bizarre. Steve was the first to react. Sumo, was this your doing? Sumo replied, I hardly have the leisure for such antics. A bald man has arrived. Curiosity piqued. Sumo wondered how he had ended up here. Bald man? Steve asked, perplexed. The trio made their way outside the building. Not far away, a bald man clad in a suit sat in a wheelchair, quietly observing them with a gentle smile. Behind him stood a tall woman, her iconic white hair fluttering softly in the wind. Instantly, the tension in Steve's body relaxed, a deep breath escaping his lips. Thor was absent, and Natasha was not particularly responsive to his commands either. Sumo, never mind. It's best not to mention it. The pressure weighing on Steve was indeed substantial. Fortunately, they had arrived. Professor Charles, it has been a while. Indeed, Captain Rogers, it has been a while, Charles replied with a smile. The situation here is more complicated than we anticipated. We shall handle the evacuation. You focus on what must be done. Steve and his companions made their way to the church, simultaneously relaying intelligence to Sumo and Natasha. Tony, delay Ultron and buy enough time for the civilians to evacuate. Understood. I'm bombarding his servers with spam. He won't even be able to watch a movie. Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Vision interjected. A man is imprisoned beneath the church. None paid heed. Little did they know, Ultron was quite eager for them to linger a while longer. In a factory beneath the church, Ultron observed the chaotic scenes displayed on the screen. Beside him, a massive transformation chamber housed a fusion of vibranium and Kryptonian flesh. On the screen, a progress bar pulsed slowly, marking the passage of time. Integration progress. 92, Avengers. I hope you delight in the gift I have prepared for you. Ultron's cold electronic eyes flickered as he gently waved his hand. Go forth, my children. Let them witness what true evolution entails. The moment the command was issued, the entire city of Sokovia trembled. Boom! The concrete streets suddenly cracked open. One after another, robots shimmering with blue light emerged from the depths below. The glass of shop windows shattered as more robots burst forth, previously camouflaged as mannequins in clothing stores. From the manholes, rivers, and skies, an endless army of machines commenced their assault on the civilians. Charles's expression changed. This was disastrous. The citizens, who had been orderly evacuating under his mental control, were jolted awake by the unexpected onslaught, their vacant expressions instantly replaced by terror. Robots! It's the robots! Stark did this. Run. The crowd erupted into chaos. The newly established order disintegrating. Everyone protect the civilians, Steve shouted, hurling his shield with force, dispatching 3 robots in one blow. Barton leaped atop an abandoned truck. Knocking an arrow, Aurora summoned thunder and gale, covering the retreat of the civilians. Yet robots continued to emerge from every corner of the city, an unending tide. In a narrow alley, a dozen civilians were trapped in a dead end, including a mother clutching her child. They gazed in horror at the advancing robots, their faces etched with despair. At that moment, Wanda appeared, positioning herself in front of them. She spread her arms wide. Crimson, chaotic energy surged from within her, forming a massive, translucent energy shield before her. Bang, bang, bang. The robots unleashed a barrage of energy weapon fire. Blue beams struck the shield violently, sending ripples cascading across its surface. Wanda gritted her teeth, straining to maintain her hold. The civilians behind her were left dumbfounded. The girl who had just been urging them to flee was, in fact, a superhuman? The shield began to dim under the relentless assault. Wanda's complexion grew increasingly pale, her head spinning. I must hold on, she thought, driven by the cries of children behind her, compelling her to remain steadfast. Yet the enemy offered her no respite. More robots closed in. Dozens of beams converged, striking the shield's most vulnerable point simultaneously. Crack! The shield shattered with a resounding sound. Wanda was hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, her body feeling as though it had been shattered, utterly drained of strength. The robots raised their arms. The barrels aimed directly at her head. The blue light began to converge, a critical moment at hand. An impatient voice broke the silence, questioning the penchant for evasion. Wanda and the civilians in the alley only caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow. Soon after, the jarring sound of metal being violently torn apart filled the air. By the time they regained their senses, the robots had been reduced to mere scrap metal, parts scattered everywhere. The shadow halted before them, revealing a striking yet cold visage. "What are you still doing here? Leave at once," Natasha urged. It was only then that the civilians in the alley awoke from their stupor and rushed past her. Wanda propped herself up, a whisper of thanks escaping her lips. Perhaps due to being flung moments earlier, her red leather jacket was now dust-covered, the zipper undone, hanging loosely on her frame. Beneath the jacket was a low-cut black dress. As Wanda rose, the already taut fabric was stretched further, the neckline pulled into an astonishing arc, exposing a generous expanse of fair, delicate skin, causing Symbiote to feel slightly lightheaded. The deep cleavage contrasted dramatically with her slender figure. "Wow!" Symbiote's voice echoed in Natasha's mind, brimming with unabashed admiration. Seeing is believing, and Hill felt a pang of insecurity. Natasha discreetly compared, noting that Wanda was indeed more endowed. "At a time like this, you're actually admiring the girlesque figure? I thought you weren't interested in such things." Symbiote rolled her eyes. "Guess why I don't cohabitate with men?" Chapter 102. Ultron. I can defeat Venom with just a slight effort. If you truly enjoyed the company of women, why have until you made a move on Hill? What do those two things have to do with each other? Natasha replied while dispatching the remaining minions, maintaining a casual conversation with Symbiote. Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the alley entrance, interrupting their exchange. Boom, boom. 7 or 8 hefty figures blocked the exit. These armored behemoths were significantly larger than the previous minions, stout and solid, clad in heavy armor, resembling a juvenile version of the Hulkbuster armor. "Oh, new enemies. Quick, take a picture for Tony. Ultron has plagiarized his design," Symbiote teased. Symbiote, don't you know?" Natasha hesitated. "Know what? This seems to be one of Tony's creations, the prototype used to counter you. He deployed it when Farah wreaked havoc in New York. Have you forgotten?" Symbiote fell silent. A conversation with Tony was indeed necessary after this. "Give me control of the body. I shall dismantle this heap of scrap myself." These anti-Symbiote armors bore no weaponry on their arms or shoulders. Only 2 gaping black nozzles. With enhanced vision, Symbiote could clearly see that they were equipped with 2 large compressed fuel tanks on their backs. Intriguingly, Ultron appears quite diligent in his research. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he has discovered his own fear of high-frequency sound waves. A sense of vigilance crept into Symbiote's heart. The metallic armors in the alley certainly would not grant them the luxury of idle chatter. Suddenly, a torrent of flames surged from all directions, transforming the narrow passage into a terrifying furnace, distorting even the air itself. In the distance, Ultron's electronic, I coldly observed the unfolding chaos. However, before Symbiote could make his move, a crimson figure materialized before him. It was Wanda. She thrust her hands forward, and chaotic magic instantaneously coalesced into a translucent red shield, forcefully repelling the inferno outside its boundaries. "Ah, quite perceptive, aren't you, young lady?" Symbiote remarked, somewhat taken aback. Having replicated the magical prowess of the Ancient One, his understanding of energy had reached unparalleled heights. He discerned that Wanda was merely exerting brute force, attempting to guide the flames and curve her shield to deflect the attack. Wanda hesitated, instinctively following suit. Indeed, the pressure on the shield diminished significantly. The flames glided along the curved surface, crashing against the walls, causing bricks to crackle and snap. "Impressive. Are you, perchance, a sorceress?" "Close enough. I reside in the sanctum." "What a coincidence." Wanda recalled the Ancient One's words, "I also dwell in the sanctum." "The battle isn't over yet. Why not consider cohabitation?" Natasha interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Despite receiving guidance, Wanda's disparity in strength was glaring. The armors, modified by Ultron, emitted flames of terrifying temperatures, essentially a counter to Symbiote's own armor. Within moments, Wanda's shield began to flicker violently, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "Indeed, your weakness is fire." Ultron reveled in his triumph. While many proclaimed that Venom and Superman were deities among men, Ultron, needed only a slight exertion to bring one of those gods to their knees. "You all go ahead. I cannot hold on any longer," Wanda gasped, her zipper bursting open once more. "Couldn't I have bought a larger size?" Symbiote averted his gaze. Such distractions were truly detrimental in the heat of battle. At last, the shield shattered. Wanda uttered a muffled groan and stumbled backward. The raging inferno, unimpeded, roared forward. "Such is the fate of those who oppose me." Ultron activated the recording function of his armor, eager to document this moment. Yet, Symbiote merely stood there, leisurely raising his hand to deliver a crisp snap of his fingers. In an extraordinary turn of events, the overwhelming flames abruptly halted mid-air. The fire danced and the heat surged, yet it could advance no further, as if captured within a three-dimensional oil painting that had been pressed to pause. The flamethrower continued to spew fire, yet the flames were thwarted by an invisible barrier. "Ultron, your information is woefully outdated." With the Black Death sword in hand, even Thanos would fall at my feet. Symbiote waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pesky fly. In the next moment, that solid wall of fire abruptly recoiled at a speed faster than that with which it had arrived. Bang! 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 The screen before Ultron went dark, mirroring the expression on his face. "Well, the evacuation seems nearly complete." Observing the charred walls surrounding him, Symbiote nodded. "There should be no civilians left here." Stepping over a heap of burnt debris, Natasha resumed their earlier conversation, questioning the lack of connection. "Are you implying that you find Hill's chest too small?" "I am merely a symbiote. My hardware is not up to par. Do you understand? I believe those tentacles are quite adequate in hardness." "You're really perverted." Symbiote was momentarily taken aback. "Clearly, it is your own thoughts that are too conservative." Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her retorts were unyielding. "Moreover, how do you know I cannot accept? Perhaps oh no, I mean Hill. Perhaps she would very much appreciate it. Whether she likes me or not is unknown. But you surely do." Symbiote shot Natasha a disdainful glance. Wanda silently trailed behind them, her gaze averted, though her ears were perked up involuntarily. Are they truly oblivious to the occasion? The battle rages outside. Surely, they must know that their conversation is audible? No, it seems they have no intention of being discreet. What tentacle hardness? Goodness, she is merely a naive young girl from a backward Eastern European nation. In Washington, within a sealed room, Clark's hands were bound to the table by specially designed handcuffs. The woman across from him tapped the table impatiently, her tone demanding. "Please answer my question directly. Why did you kill those civilians?" "I merely wish to lead a normal life, Senator." Clark sighed. Having been encouraged by his girlfriend Lois to trust the government, he had agreed to attend the hearing. The hearing was scheduled for the following day, and the woman before him was one of the senators involved. He had hoped she would vindicate him, yet throughout their interaction, she had been intent on finding loopholes in his responses, eager to condemn him. As he pondered this, Clark suddenly lifted his head, his expression becoming grave. The woman opposite him immediately tensed. "Guards!" Within moments, a dozen armed soldiers stormed in. Clark's expression twisted in anguish as a cacophony of screams, explosions, and the sound of collapsing buildings resonated from distant Eastern Europe, piercing his ears. He witnessed the devastation of Sokovia, where the casualties were staggering. "Clark, I must leave." "Mr. Superman," the woman warned coldly, "if you dare to step through that door now, Congress will convict you immediately, and you will become a global enemy." Clark rose, and, with a soft click, the wrist cuffs that could restrain an elephant shattered like mere plastic toys. "You may spend days and nights in this windowless room debating whether I pose a threat. However, those outside who are being slaughtered do not have the luxury of time to await your deliberations. They require assistance now, and I am precisely the one who can provide it. Therefore, I must take my leave." With that, Clark did not cast her another glance and soared out. Boom! The reinforced concrete ceiling was instantly breached, creating a vast, gaping hole. The sky and sunlight poured in all at once. Dust and debris cascaded down like rain. A dozen soldiers stood dumbfounded, guns in hand, staring blankly at the gaping void, forgetting even to fire. The female congresswoman coughed violently, her face darkened with rage. As she fixated on the hole, trembling with fury. Moments later, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "You better pray that plan actually works, Luthor." Chapter 103, Sokovia. Ascending the sky had darkened. The church, at the heart of the city. Tony blasted through the church's dome, landing firmly before Ultron. The Ultron before him had undergone multiple iterations, its key components replaced with vibranium. Gazing at the towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, Tony's armor mask retracted, revealing a mischievous expression. "Oh dear, you don't seem well. If you're scared, you might consider returning to a safe embrace." "Stark, you are exceedingly tiresome." Ultron had yet to recover from the blow delivered by Sumo. Looking at the infuriating Tony before him, his anger became unbearable. Initially, He had planned to wait until the Kryptonians were successfully transformed before initiating his ultimate plan. Now, he was impatient, unwilling to delay any longer. Stock, did you forget that I was created to protect the world? He had designed Ultron for that very purpose, only to discover that Ultron concluded humanity was the root of all evil. I have transcended your rules. I am free. Ultron proclaimed as the ground shattered at the church's center, a vibranium device erupting from the earth. Did you think you were the only one stalling for time? Stark, your apocalypse is upon you. Before the last word left his lips, the vibranium device behind him erupted with blinding light. A thunderous roar reverberated from beneath. Crack, crack. The asphalt road split open with vicious gashes, fissures rapidly spreading, devouring cars and tearing apart building foundations. In the distance, the enormous sound of a river changing course and the thunderous collapse of a bridge echoed. What is happening? Is the ground rising? As the battle raged on, Steve and his companions sensed an imminent danger. In the next moment, the tremors transformed into a slow and steady ascent. Half of Sokovia was breaking free from the bonds of gravity, gradually lifting into the sky. Welcome to the first day of a new era. Ultron's chilling voice reverberated through every speaker in the city. The voice paused, or rather, it heralded your final day. At the city's edge, Oralo was directing civilians to evacuate. Suddenly, the ground beneath her trembled violently, nearly unbalancing her. What was happening? An earthquake? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the only bridge leading out of the city snapped in two with a deafening metallic screech. Vehicles plummeted like dumplings, accompanied by screams, into the unfathomable chasm below. The crowd erupted in terrified cries. The ground they stood upon was hurtling toward the sky. Ah, the road is gone. We're going to fall. Help! In the dim night sky, fear was magnified infinitely, and the hard-won order collapsed in an instant. People scurried chaotically like headless flies, and some, too close to the edge, were shoved off by the panicked throng. Step back. Stay away from the edge, Oralo shouted, thrusting her hands forward. A powerful gust of wind materialized out of nowhere, forming an invisible barrier that forcefully pushed the crowd back from the precipice. Stay calm. Don't panic. Steve arrived as well, but it was futile. In the face of death's terror, even the most revered hero seemed powerless. What should we do? Wanda's gaze was fixed on the chaotic crowd by the cliff's edge. Her fists clenched in desperation. Want to help them? Samudrold. Do you have a plan? Wanda sharply lifted her head, as if grasping onto a final lifeline, looking at Samo with hope. Samo certainly had a plan, but he was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. He sensed the immense power within Wanda, though he could not replicate her chaotic magic, just as he could not access Quinn's Phoenix abilities. Yet, when he had once symbiotically bonded with Ancient One, he had approached it with a mindset of curiosity, resulting in the acquisition of unparalleled magical talent. This allowed him to swiftly learn the white magic inscribed in the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, black magic was beyond his reach. Wanda, on the other hand, was a prodigy capable of mastering the dark arts overnight. I need to be with you for 30 minutes, Samo stated, laying down his terms. 30 minutes? Wanda's face paled instantly, her grip tightening on her clothing. She understood all too well what 30 minutes entailed, recalling Natasha's earlier words about his tentacles, which sent chills down her spine. Yet, the cries and screams of her fellow beings grew louder in her ears, wrenching her heart in agony. You want to know my body? Wanda confirmed, questioning whether she had misinterpreted his intentions. Suemo. Indeed, that's correct. Wanda. So is it very hard then? Suemo paused momentarily, then realized she had misunderstood and replied with exasperation. I should be soft, right? Moreover, those who have shared the experience all claim it is quite comfortable. Natasha couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook with mirth. Those who have not shared the experience would never comprehend. Eventually, Wanda seemed to make a resolute decision, closing her eyes and trembling as she uttered a single word. Good. Suemo, stop dawdling. It's only 30 minutes. Snap, sumo snip, headfingers. Not far away, a man exclaimed, "Ah, it's so hot," as he frantically discarded his cigarette. That minuscule spark, under everyone's gaze, suddenly expanded and transformed into a blazing eastern dragon, soaring into the air. The fire dragon harmed no one. It merely spiraled gracefully above, its brilliant flames dispelling the darkness and illuminating the terrified faces of the onlookers. Everyone gazed upward in awe at the magnificent and warm spectacle in the sky, witnessing the savior who banished their shadows. Venom Agent. My friends, this is what superhero truly embodies, akin to the spirit of our homeland. The fear within everyone's hearts significantly diminished. Suemo suddenly felt a surge of empathy for the spirit of the nation. Alas, that fellow must be long gone, surely dead. Thank you, Suemo. I knew you had a soft heart. Steve sighed in relief, a content smile gracing his face. Wanda silently bit her lip, observing Su-Mo, who was basking in the glow of the flames. Was this person truly soft-hearted? Wasn't he merely a bodily sacrifice? Natasha interjected. Why not just start a bonfire? Why go through the trouble of conjuring an Eastern dragon? Su-Mo replied nonchalantly. I enjoy making a grand spectacle. All right then, Natasha rolled her eyes, realizing why Hill always referred to him as a showman. Are you all throwing a party? The situation is rather precarious. No, it is exceedingly dire. Tony's voice crackled through the communication channel. Steve immediately responded. What is the current situation? The reality is that we are atop a makeshift meteorite constructed from Sokovia materials. Friday has already projected the analysis results before Tony's eyes. Ultron has buried a vibranium core device beneath the city center, generating a massive anti-gravity magnetic field that binds the entire land together, lifting us into the sky. If we were to fall now, the shockwave could erase Eastern Europe from the map. Just wait until it rises a little higher. A heavy silence enveloped the communication channel. This was no mere act of terror. It was a cataclysmic crisis. Chapter 104. Is this how you kiss your mother with that mouth? The current threat is not Ultron, but the meteorite. Tony contemplated the most effective solution, to obliterate the location, thus ensuring the demise of countless civilians. Would it be tens of thousands or billions? Friday promptly opted for the former. However, Steve vehemently rejected the notion. Tony retorted. So, you wish for everyone to join you in this grave fate? If it comes to that, Tony, do what you must, but I will not abandon my post. I will certainly ensure Su-Mo and the others are safe first. A teasing remark slipped from Tony's lips. Su-Mo interjected, thank you, but I can fly. Are you all truly ready to give up? Of course not. Yet Steve surveyed the throngs around him, a sense of despair washing over him. How could he possibly evacuate them? He turned his gaze to Su-Mo. Su-Mo averted his eyes, shifting uncomfortably. Don't look at me. In truth, Tony had circled the massive meteor, uncertain if it could even be detonated. The core device required immense energy to breach it. With Thor absent, he wasn't too sure if Su-Mo's lightning would suffice. Banner chimed in, based on my calculations. It's not likely. Are you up for it? Then you go, Su-Mo retorted, rolling his eyes, wishing he could give Banner a piece of his mind. It was as if they were destined to perish here. They needed to rally their spirits. Natasha raised an eyebrow, attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, witnessing the serious expressions of Steve and the others, her own smile faltered. Su-Mo, you will intervene. One to you? Natasha whispered, her hand cupped around her mouth. In her view, as long as Su-Mo was present, even the gravest crisis could be averted. An Ultron was merely a nuisance. How could it compare to Zod? Throughout, Su-Mo maintained an air of indifference, taking breaks while dispatching the minions, even taking time to instruct the buxom girl on the use of magic. He was now expected to confront an apocalypse? Had it not been for the desire to return with her to confront Fury, he wouldn't have even shown up. What I truly wish to ascertain is whether Vision has expelled Ultron from network. Time had elapsed, yet there was still no sign of movement from his end. Su-Mo had initially intended to eliminate Ultron swiftly, but if Vision had failed, Ultron could roam freely within the network, rendering his efforts to shatter an empty shell utterly futile. Tony remarked, "He*s in the church's basement, and there's a civilian trapped inside. Who could be so cruel?" Wanda muttered indignantly, her voice barely above a whisper. The land had ascended to the cloud layer, the moon shining brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. It was rather chilly. Steve positioned his shield behind him, remarking on the splendid view from this vantage point. Indeed, it is splendid, but alas, it will be obscured tomorrow, Su-Mo lamented. Tomorrow promises to be overcast. Steve offered a bitter smile, pondering whether there would even be a tomorrow. In truth, Su-Mo possessed numerous methods to resolve this crisis, such as lifting an entire building with biological manipulation to transport them away, or utilizing a suspended ring to create a portal. Yet, such actions would be purely superhuman. Why did those in power dare to judge the superhuman? Because of his benevolence. Moreover, Captain, how about we make a wager? If I emerge victorious, you shall owe me $10. Su-Mo's gaze pierced through the clouds, spotting a certain figure striking a pose on the deck. I bet they will all evacuate. Tony, I wager they will not. The stakes are shares in Stark Industries 1. Even in the face of death, how miserly. Surely it amounts to a considerable sum, several hundred billion at the very least. Banner corrected Tony's terminology. Su-Mo, I concede my voice was somewhat elevated just now. The others seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate, exchanging banter. I hope you prevail, Su-Mo. Just as despair settled in the hearts of Steve and the others, a familiar voice unexpectedly erupted from their earpieces. Avengers, I apologize for leading you to lose the wager. Fury? Steve was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, a deep rumble resonated from the heavy clouds. Brilliant beams of searchlights sliced through the darkness, followed by the slow emergence of a colossal silhouette from mist. It was a massive, four-engine aerospace carrier, designated number 64. It loomed like a floating island of steel, miraculously appearing before their eyes. "My God," Wanda exclaimed, tilting her head back, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. "So, this is the might of the Avengers?" Steve was momentarily stunned, but then his excitement surged. "Fury, you bastard, you arrived far too late. Is this how you kiss your mother with that mouth?" Fury scowled as he activated the escape pod protocol. The side hatch of the carrier swung open, and small transport vessels, their navigation lights aglow, began their approach toward the city's edge. Steve rummaged through his pocket, produced a stack of bills, and handed $10 to Sue M.O. "You have one." Sue M.O. Natasha chuckled. "When shall we sign a stock transfer agreement?" "Well, you cover the evacuation while I determine where to detonate for maximum effect." Tony abruptly severed the communication. On the other side, "Thank you. Are you also an Avenger?" Vision had liberated Pietro and uncovered Ultron's secrets. That half-mechanical, half-organic Kryptonian, Vision sought to dismantle him. A punch landed, producing a sharp, piercing metallic sound. Not pure vibranium? Otherwise, the sound could not be so crisp. Nevertheless, Vision thought, once Agent Venom arrives, he will surely shatter him. They took what was mine. Ultron suddenly appeared, his gaze burning into Vision's form. Damn it, such a perfect body should belong to him. It was the Avengers who had stolen it away. Vision remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Pietro. Through their collaboration, Vision successfully infiltrated Ultron's core network. Countless lines of code and streams of information cascaded past him like a torrential waterfall. At the heart of the core, he discovered the port that connected Ultron to the world. If he severed this link, Ultron would be irrevocably trapped within this physical vessel. "Do you think I care? You cannot halt the evolution of humanity," Ultron declared defiantly. Vision paid him no heed, extending his hand. A surge of golden energy directly dismantled the port, causing it to collapse entirely. Vision succeeded in expelling Ultron from the network. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Bang! A fist struck firmly against his back, propelling Vision through multiple layers of walls, until he landed in a heap amidst the ruins of the church. "I have isolated him from the network," Vision gasped as he struggled to rise, attempting to communicate with the others. But before he could finish, a foot slammed down on his chest, abruptly cutting off the transmission. "What else? Vision? Damn it!" Steve exclaimed, turning around to find Sue M.O. and Natasha had vanished. At the edge of the shattered dome of the church, a dark monstrosity loomed, silently observing the scene below. Debris of fallen stone pillars and shattered benches littered the ground, while moonlight streamed through the vast gaping hole above, casting a chilling silver sheen over everything. In the center of the church, a colossal vibranium apparatus emitted an ominous blue glow, sustaining the city's levitation. Ultron stood before the device, a figure hovering beside him. One half of his body remained flesh and blood, while the other half had been mechanized. Energy conduits coursed through his mechanical form like veins, one eye bearing a normal pupil, while the other flickered with a terrifying crimson light. Sue M.O. quipped, "Does he really believe vibranium is harder than Kryptonian flesh? Is it conceivable that without vibranium, that Kryptonian would be utterly incapacitated?" Natasha murmured softly. A long silence followed her words, prompting Sue M.O. to respond. "Am I unaware of this?" Chapter 105, Annihilating Ultron, Summoning the Black Death Sword Again. The emergence of the aerial battleship was undeniably a shot of adrenaline. Lifeboats efficiently ferried waves of civilians to safety. However, Ultron was clearly determined not to allow them to escape so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of robots surged forth from the city's dark shadows, their backs spewing blue flames. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, they descended upon the aerial battleship. "Protect the mothership," Steve bellowed. The battle reignited with fervor. The Avengers and the War Machine fought valiantly, erecting a defensive line between the lifeboats and the enemy. Yet, the adversaries were overwhelming in number. Just as exhaustion began to set in, a silver lightning bolt cleaved through the night sky. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer of Thor spun with an overwhelming force, precisely shattering a dozen robots before returning to the hand of a golden-haired man. Thor descended from the heavens, landing firmly beside Steve. Without a glance at the surrounding minions, he seized Steve's shoulder with an expression of utmost gravity. "The gem, where is it?" "What gem?" Steve responded, bewildered. Realizing that explanation would be futile, Thor inquired, "Where is Sumo?" Steve pointed towards the ruins of the church at the center of the city. Without hesitation, Thor swung his hammer and made his way to the city's heart. Within the church, Sumo had confirmed that Ultron had not prepared sonic weapons. What was there to wait for? The black figure vanished in an instant. Ultron barely registered a blur before a massive black claw gripped his throat. Even a body forged for vibranium emitted a groan of distress under such overwhelming power, visibly beginning to cave in. What is happening? Can someone tell me what is going on? Just a moment ago, he had been envisioning a blueprint for a new world, one devoid of humanity. A perfect planet inhabited solely by eternal silicon-based life, forms, and metal. In the next moment, he found himself hoisted effortlessly by Sumo, as if he were a mere chick. Ultron thrashed violently, attempting to charge his energy cannon, only for Sumo's other hand to crush it with ease. I have commanded all steel soldiers to attack the aerial mothership. You still have time to save those damned humans. Why should I save them? Sumo retorted. Ultron's logical core nearly malfunctioned. What are you saying? Are you not a hero? Did I ever claim to be a hero? Sumo tilted his head, patting Ultron's metallic cheek. And you do not think that the matter of attempting to incinerate me would simply be forgotten, do you? Such a deeply insulting gesture was intolerable even for Ultron. I can make the city plummet immediately, even if I cannot annihilate all humanity. At least millions will perish because of you. He issued his final threat, unable to comprehend how the disparity in power could be so vast. Was Venom truly without weakness? How could such a perfect being exist in this universe? Threatening me? Sumo's gaze swept over to the concealed items within Ultron's arm compartment. He reached in, crushed the casing, and extracted several green kryptonite bullets. Please tell me this was your ace in the hole. Frankly, as a super artificial intelligence, you have greatly disappointed me. You're even less impressive than the toy machines outside supermarkets. Sumo struck a fatal blow to Ultron's morale. What do you mean? Natasha inquired curiously within Sumo's mind. At least the toy machines know who's father. Ultron's electronic eyes flickered wildly in response. At that moment, the half-formed mechanical Kryptonian finally sprung to life. Silently, it circled behind Sumo, its metallic fist slicing through the air before it violently struck the back of Sumo's head. Without turning, Sumo thought to himself that this adversary, though visually imposing, was utterly ineffectual. Even a vibranium body was a mere fade. Just as he prepared to crush Ultron with a single claw and effortlessly eliminate this troublesome ambush, a resounding voice thundered from the heavens. Sumo, my friend. I come to aid you. Thor descended like a meteor. He saw Sumo caught in a perilous predicament, besieged by two formidable foes. Without hesitation, Thor raised his enchanted hammer and brought it crashing down upon the mechanical Kryptonian, the one that posed the greater threat from behind. Sumo's pupils constricted in alarm. No. Please, not this. But it was too late. The hammer struck the mechanical Kryptonian with a force that belied expectations. There was no explosive detonation, no earth-shattering roar. Instead, an excruciatingly piercing metallic clash echoed, as if it could rend the very soul, transforming into an invisible, high-frequency wave that engulfed the entire cathedral. Sumo's entire being convulsed as the black liquid within him churned violently, as if it were being forcefully torn from Natasha. Agonizing pain coursed through every cell, compelling him to relinquish his grasp on Ultron, desperately clutching his head with both hands. Oh, this is quite the unexpected turn of events. Ultron seized the rare opportunity to flee without a backward glance. Thor, what have you done? Within Sumo, Natasha too cried out in torment, as if her very essence were being scraped by that sound. I don't know. Thor stood frozen in place, akin to a child who had committed a grave error, still clutching the hammer that had wrought such calamity. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying sound waves gradually subsided. Sumo shook his head and slowly rose to his feet. Seeing that he was unharmed, Thor managed to force a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, ready to offer an apology. However, Sumo did not even glance in his direction. With a stoic expression, he extended his hand into the void and summoned the Black Death sword from the abyss. As the divine-slaying blade materialized, the very fabric of reality shifted. The moonlight vanished, the starlight extinguished, the distant flames of the city ruins, the lights of the aerial mothership, the eerie glow of the nearby vibranium device. All were instantaneously consumed by an all-encompassing darkness. Sokovia was plunged into a void of nothingness and deathly silence. Sumo and Thor swallowed hard, their minds racing with alarm. Surely, wouldn't he consider striking himself down, would he? It was merely a minor miscalculation. Thor instinctively tightened his grip on the hammer, his palms slick with cold sweat. He recalled his father's stern warning before sending him back to Earth. That is not a blessing from Thor. Never, ever oppose him. And then, Sumo moved. He approached, wielding his sword with deliberate steps. Thor's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. However, Sumo passed him by without a glance, heading straight for the half-finished mechanical Kryptonian. With a casual flick of his wrist, a flash of black sword light sliced through the air, and the creature, a fusion of Kryptonian flesh and vibranium, was silently cleaved in two, the cut as smooth as glass. Thor exhaled a long sigh of relief. He knew they were allies. Yet, in the next moment, the Black Death sword was silently pressed against his MJ ulnar. Sumo's chilling voice seemed to emanate from the very void around them, imbued with suppressed fury. Tell me, which is harder, your hammer or my sword? It's you, Thor exclaimed instinctively, driven by an overwhelming will to survive. He clutched Mjolnir tightly to his chest, fearing that any delay would result in his precious weapon being severed. Thor was no coward, but he was willing to show weakness for the sake of his hammer. How could he know without trying? Symbiote continued to brandish his sword, its dark blade exuding an ominous aura akin to a black hole. Thor had no doubt that should the sword descend, his treasured hammer would be cleaved as easily as tofu. Panic surged within him. His father's warnings echoed in his mind. Why had he acted so impulsively? Just as the sword was poised to strike, a flash of inspiration ignited in Thor's mind, recalling something he had neglected but was of utmost importance. Gathering all his strength, he shouted with conviction, "Brother-in-law!" The air froze instantly. The sword, capable of severing deities, halted mid-air, mere centimeters from Mjolnir. "What did you just call me?" The icy tone held an unmistakable hint of surprise. "Brother-in-law." Thor seized the moment, forcing an earnest smile. "I just found out I have a sister. Father instructed me not to tell you, but he also said to invite you to Asgard." Symbiote inquired, "Your sister, the goddess of death, Hela?" This revelation bewildered him. Why had Odin chosen this moment to divulge such information? Did he not fear the onset of Ragnarok? Indeed, Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father mentioned she is exceptionally kind-hearted, pure of thought, though a bit introverted and not much of talker. Introverted? Symbiote nearly laughed in disbelief. The goddess of death. Hela, introverted enough to wage war across 9 realms and single-handedly vanquish the Valkyrie army? Yes, introverted, Thor affirmed vigorously, recounting Odin's words. Father said my sister Hela has always adored small animals, once adopting a puppy. She cherishes peace, and her greatest joy lies in tending to her garden and reading. Indeed, the strength possessed is somewhat considerable, and at times it can be difficult to control, leading to the inadvertent destruction of objects. However, she certainly does not act with malice. Symbiote scrutinized Thor, as if observing a fool. One truly finds humor in moments of speechlessness. He further remarked that his sister had been overly sheltered by him, seldom exposed to the world, thus necessitating a formidable and composed man like you to guide her. The more Thor spoke, the more fluent he became, and he genuinely acknowledged Symbiote's capabilities. The king is exceedingly pleased with you, believing that you two are a match made in heaven. Enough of this chatter, Symbiote thought, feeling a headache coming on. Your sister is the goddess of death from Asgard, death itself. Do you comprehend? Thor fell silent for a moment. I don't believe it. Perhaps someone has spread rumors. Symbiote realized that Thor was truly naive, or rather, innocent. However, judging by Thor's tone, it seemed Odin genuinely wished to unite him with Hela. It sounded utterly absurd. Even Loki, the god of stories, would hesitate to concoct such a tale. Moreover, how did Odin even come to notice him? Was it during the event in the realm of the Black Death Sword? Odin undoubtedly knew how Ragnarok would unfold. Was the attempt to match him with Hela intended to have him avert disaster? That old immortal, Symbiote sought to clarify the matter. How did you come by this information? My father informed me. Are you certain it was Odin himself who conveyed this? Of course. Father instructed me not to tell you. But this is clearly good news. Besides, I cannot simply watch you cleave Mjolnir in two. Thor suddenly grinned with delight. Heimdall cannot see through your domain, which is why I chose to tell you. You're quite clever. So, will you still strike my hammer? Thor asked cautiously. I want you to accompany me to a certain place in due time. Where? Clinta, the home planet of the symbiotes. Do you dare to go? Thor was unperturbed. Of course. Symbiote chuckled inwardly, knowing Odin was likely to be quite displeased. Clinta was a perilous place, and Symbiote was aware of this. Merely having the protection of the Ancient One did not provide him with complete assurance. Bringing Thor along meant that if danger arose, Odin would surely intervene. And even if he did not, the Bifrost would come to their aid, right? Symbiote calculated silently, with the Ancient One and Odin. He should be able to emerge unscathed. With this thought, the frustration of being dragged down by Thor, this clumsy ally, dissipated. This arrangement was quite advantageous. Symbiote cast a glance at Thor and the hammer he clutched so tightly, urging him to cherish the time spent with it and to be cautious not to let his introverted sister damage it. Thor was instantly filled with joy. The hammer was safe. Symbiote retracted the Black Death Sword, and the surrounding consuming darkness receded accordingly. Thor exhaled a long breath, feeling as though he had just traversed the halls of Valhalla. At that moment, an anxious voice from Steve crackled through the communication channel. The city is about to fall. Symbiote? Thor? Tony needs your assistance. It was then that Symbiote remembered there were still pressing matters to attend to. He kicked aside the severed corpse of the mechanical Kryptonian next to him and said to Thor, "You go investigate the situation. I will seek out Ultron." "All right, brother." Thor responded with crisp assurance. In the dimly lit forest at the edge of Sokovia, Ultron had sustained a broken leg, dragging himself along the ground with the aid of his remaining limb and arm, leaving a long trail behind him. Sparks intermittently erupted from the gashes in his body, accompanied by a hissing sound. I will return, I will return. Ultron's electronic eye flickered with a vengeful red light. His voice rendered hoarse and distorted due to the damage to his vocalizer. I have already discerned your weakness, Agent Venom. Sound waves. Ha 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 ha. Just give me time to create a global sound wave weapon. Soon, you shall have nowhere to flee. Ultron's shrill and chilling laughter echoed, as he envisioned Symbiote writhing in agony on the ground. Oh, is that so? A languid voice unexpectedly emerged from the shadows ahead. Ultron's laughter abruptly ceased. He snapped his head up to see a dark figure slowly emerging from behind a tree. The moonlight illuminated his silhouette, and without a moment's thought, instinct for survival compelled Ultron to pivot and scuttle backward. Symbiote stood firm, raising his hand to gently grasp the void. The Black Death sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung it, the black blade's light flashing past in an instant, so quick that it barely disturbed the air. As Ultron fled in a frenzy, his body suddenly stiffened, paralyzed beyond movement. Simultaneously, Thor fulfilled expectations by shattering the device with Tony, perfectly resolving the Sokovia crisis. Within the confines of the airship, the exclusive lounge of the Avengers, Pietro inquired, "Were you thinking? What could happen between him and me?" Blushing? "I'm merely a bit warm." Vanda diceva Pietro, claiming she was merely thanking Agent Venom for saving her life, and would return in 30 minutes, before heading towards the lounge of Symbiote and Natasha. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was quite delicate. Natasha leaned back on the sofa, gazing out the window in contemplation. "Isn't the place you are going to quite dangerous?" she asked. "It's manageable. I have confidence," Symbiote replied. "Then you must certainly want your host to accompany you, right?" Natasha turned her head, her gaze piercing as she looked at Symbiote. "Have you decided whom to choose?" Symbiote appeared to ponder deeply before slowly responding. "I will choose—" "Stop, stop, stop. I do not wish to hear it," Natasha abruptly interrupted, then produced a chocolate from her pocket, its packaging depicting a black forest. "Here, black forest chocolate for you." "Is there really black forest chocolate?" Symbiote admitted to having misunderstood. "I knew it. How can Natasha be like that?" Chapter 107. The Mutant Cure, Old Man's Rebellion. The chocolate tasted delightful, sweet yet not cloying, with a hint of bittersweet aftertaste. The chocolate cake was entirely different from the Black Forest cake that Symbiote had in mind. The flavor was delightful, but was there more? No, that was it. This was not a product available for purchase. It was a non-commercial delight, Natasha explained with a shrug. What a pity. Symbiote's disappointment was evident, and Natasha's lips curled into a smirk. "However, if you truly enjoy it, I could take you to a chocolate factory where you can indulge to your heart's content," she added after a brief pause. "But you must promise, under no circumstances, to reveal this to Hill." Symbiote savored the taste of chocolate, squinting at her. A factory visit? Indulging to the fullest. And yet, it must remain a secret from Hill? This sounded suspiciously like an attempt to deceive a 3-year-old into a doctor's appointment by a peculiar aunt. Fine, it's a deal then, regardless of her intentions. It wasn't as if he would be at a loss. Outside the room, a faint hum of engines could be heard. Through the porthole, thick clouds drifted lazily below. The aerospace carrier was transporting them back to the base. As for the civilians of Sokovia, they had long been safely relocated to temporary shelters in neighboring countries. The aftermath was a matter for the United Nations and other humanitarian organizations to grapple with, not the Avengers' concern. After a brief respite, Symbiote took the initiative to mention that it was time to get down to business and seek out Fury. Yes, some matters required resolution. Natasha's smile faded, her expression sharpening. The two made their way towards the bridge command center. Not long after they departed, Wanda took a deep breath, finally gathering the courage to approach the door. She nervously adjusted her attire, raised her hand, and was about to ring the bell when, to her surprise, the door slid open automatically. Stunned, she peered inside to find the room empty, devoid of any presence. She softly inquired, "Is anyone here?" No response came. Perhaps they were preoccupied? Wanda thought to herself. Since she had made a promise, she could not go back on her word. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside and obediently seated herself beside the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, resolved to wait for Symbiote's return. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the familiar packaging of Black Forest chocolate. This was a specialty from Sokovia, unavailable elsewhere and remarkably inexpensive, converted to dollars. One could purchase 20 for just $1. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the aerospace carrier, Fury was engaged in a serious discussion with Charles and Storm. The atmosphere among the three was grave. Natasha pushed the door open and strode in. Storm immediately noticed Symbiote perched on Natasha's shoulder. A sly smile crossed her lips as she winked at him. Symbiote replied, "Not interested, thank you." "What are you discussing?" Natasha paid little heed to the appropriateness of the occasion. In the past, she would have hesitated to act in such a manner, but now, emboldened by the presence of Symbiote, she felt a surge of confidence. Moreover, their purpose was to hold others accountable and to provoke a confrontation. Agent Norman Novikov, is there not a more opportune time to discuss this? Fury lifted his gaze, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. In contrast, Charles maintained his amiable demeanor, smiling as he elucidated, "We are engaged in a rather intricate matter. Are you familiar with the Worthington Laboratory? Recently, they announced the development of a cure for mutants. The government is eager for mutants to receive this cure. Of course, we have the freedom to choose, but Eric sees the cure as a declaration of war. Magneto is rallying mutants, preparing for a significant uprising. In summary, Aurora interjected, we must thwart him. Are you all right?" Before contemplating how to impede others, Sumo's languid voice interjected, "Have you considered who is truly at fault here?" All eyes in the conference room turned to him. Did Sumo believe that Magneto was innocent? It was essential to note that Magneto had liberated numerous imprisoned mutants, albeit at the cost of several guards' lives. Was it not evident who was right and who was wrong? Those mutants were living their lives. Even if some were unruly and had committed crimes, they should be apprehended or punished accordingly. No one was obstructing that. Sumo continued his scathing critique. But now, a multitude insists on treating them as patients, clamoring to heal them. Is this not blatant discrimination? His gaze fixated intently on Fury. If I were to claim that being black is a disease, would you consent to being dyed white from head to toe, Fury? Fury's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. He felt a surge of anger, but found himself at a loss for retort. You see, you're quite irate. Being black is certainly not a disease. On the contrary, I find some individuals with darker skin to be quite alluring. Sumo's gaze discreetly shifted to Aurora beside him. Aurora gasped. Is he speaking the truth? There were only two black individuals present. Surely, Sumo could not be referring to Fury. A surge of joy filled Aurora, and she instinctively bit her lip, her eyes glimmering as they turned towards Sumo. She had always harbored a fondness for the imposing, 3-meter-tall Venom agent, and she was aware that Sumo could transform into a human. His recent support for mutants, combined with his public compliment towards her allure, had ignited a forbidden passion within her. Observing her infatuated expression, Natasha rolled her eyes inwardly. Some women simply lacked restraint. Did they not notice that Sumo was already involved with someone? Thank you for your understanding. Sumo, Charles's gentle voice broke the peculiar atmosphere in the conference room, his eyes brimming with appreciation and emotion as he regarded Sumo. The extraterrestrial creature, seemingly difficult to engage with, may possess a deeper understanding of respect and equality than many humans. After a brief deliberation, a reluctant consensus was reached. Charles would lead the agents in an attempt to communicate with Eric. Meanwhile, Fury dispatched agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. to covertly investigate the so-called mutant cure, ensuring that the entire injection process was voluntary for the mutants and not part of a sinister plot. As Aurora departed, she passed by Sumo and gestured with her hand as if to make a phone call, mouthing the words, "Come find me if you need anything." Her boldness and openness were striking. Natasha observed her retreating figure, curling her lip in disdain, questioning why Aurora would presume to take such liberties. Once the conference room door closed, only Fury remained, alongside the keen-eyed Sumo and Natasha. The atmosphere grew tense. Natasha crossed her arms, prepared to interrogate Fury regarding the Red Room. However, Fury preemptively drew a line across the table with his finger. A hum resonated as a holographic image materialized at the center of the conference table, revealing an individual clad in a tactical suit and a skull mask. The codename was clearly marked, Master of Mimicry. Our agents have discovered this troublesome individual in Europe, Fury stated. His fingers interlaced as he regarded Natasha and Sumo with a grave tone. So far, she has assassinated 9 high-ranking officials over there. We dispatched several operatives for an investigation, and the results revealed her interactions with numerous unidentified women. As he spoke, he produced several photographs. In them, the Master of Mimicry was seen alongside various stunning women, with backgrounds ranging from bars to luxurious hotels. Each woman possessed an alluring physique, yet their gazes exuded a trained indifference. Our agents engaged with them, and data comparisons indicated that their behavioral patterns and combat techniques bore the same imprint from singular origin. Fury paused, his penetrating gaze fixed on Natasha. The Red Room. Chapter 108. Who is it? Wayne Enterprises faces another explosion. Do you require assistance? The operatives in Europe can aid you. No need, Natasha interrupted Fury with an impassive expression. Among the photographs of those women, she recognized her sister, Yelena. A tumult of emotions surged within Natasha as she abruptly turned to leave. Wait, Sumo interjected. Natasha halted, but did not turn back. Sumo had followed her with a clear objective. Fury. Previously, without superpowers, she had been a socialite, trading on her looks. Now, endowed with a symbiotic entity, she wondered if Fury intended to tether her to S.H.I.E.L.D's war machine under the shadow of the Red Room. Without imparting some form of retribution, Symbiote felt a sense of injustice. Yet, the rationale for direct confrontation seemed insufficient, especially considering that he had just piloted a celestial mothership to save thousands of lives. With a glint in her eye, Symbiote devised a plan. Fury, she began leisurely. Are you familiar with the Skrulls? A sudden chill coursed through Fury's back, leaving him speechless. The silence spoke volumes. He was aware of the truth. I must test your identity. What if you are an imposter? Symbiote chuckled, revealing a set of sharp fangs. 30 minutes from now, Fury stated. Tony and Thor crossed paths unexpectedly in the corridor. Tony intended to discuss the stock matter with Symbiote. If he could evade it, he would, but if not, he would pique Symbiote's interest with his nanotech armor and then dodge the issue. Thor, on the other hand, sought to inquire when Symbiote would be visiting Asgard. Together, they approached Symbiote's lounge, the door slightly ajar. Just as Tony reached for the handle, Thor's keen eyes caught him, yanking him back. The two peered stealthily through the crack in the door. Inside, Wanda reclined on the bed, her cheeks flushed and breathing rapid. Tony and Thor exchanged glances, silently retreating. This was intolerable. It seemed imperative to arrange a meeting between Symbiote and his sister, Hela. Thor resolved this in his mind. On the way back, they passed the conference room, the door still shut. A peculiar sound drifted from within. Ha ha ha, echoed Symbiote's slightly unsettling laughter, soon followed by Fury's exasperated and pained shout. Tony and Thor froze, instinctively tensing. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with dread. Good heavens, Symbiote. He wouldn't be. What have they missed in this extraordinary plot? The sounds abruptly ceased as Natasha and Symbiote exited the room. What are you two up to? Tony and Thor stood in the hallway like two wooden stakes, their expressions a mixture of terror and confusion, as if their worldview had just crumbled. Tony, startled as if his tail had been stepped on, quickly wrapped his arm around Thor's shoulder, pulling him close. Just passing through. We're just passing through. A grin exposing 8 teeth spread across Tony's face. We're off for a drink to celebrate world peace, right, Thor? Thor remained momentarily dazed, but Tony's reminder jolted him into action. Yes, drinks. Celebration. With that, the two linked arms, nearly glued to one another, moving in unison down the corridor, repeatedly murmuring about their impending drinking spree, vowing not to return until intoxicated. Symbiote observed the two, practically fused into one, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. In broad daylight, two grown men, embracing and clinging to each other, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could they possibly be? Truly revolting. Inside the conference room, Fury trembled with rage, his voice cracking. Venom. Just you wait. He was seized by Symbiote's grip, soaring through the air for a full 20 minutes. During that time, he even contemplated retrieving a pager to summon Captain Marvel to eliminate Symbiote. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Symbiote paid him no mind, merely turning to Natasha and saying, "See, I told you he surely isn't a Skrull. This just proves it, doesn't it?" Natasha finally succumbed to laughter, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. What plans do you have, master of imitation? Symbiote. Aren't Hill and the others in Europe? It's perfectly on the way. Perhaps we should have them investigate first, and once we have information, we can take action, Natasha suggested. Retrieving her phone, Symbiote nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a sound strategy. The two found a secluded corner and dialed Hill's number. The call was answered almost instantly. It's me. There's something I wish to discuss. Where's Symbiote? Hill's icy voice resonated. He's right here with me. What's the matter? Natasha responded. Then it's nothing. Please continue. What do you wish to say? Natasha took a deep breath, divulging everything about the Red Room and a master of imitation to Hill without reservation. No problem. Leave it to me, Hill replied decisively. At that moment, a slight commotion could be heard on the other end of the line, and soon Kara's vibrant voice rang out. Hi, Symbiote. You guys are so cool. I wanted to come help you in Sokovia, but because of my cousin's situation, I almost forgot. Clark has to attend the hearing this afternoon. Symbiote replied casually, Don't worry, Kara, he'll be just fine. But others will have to meet their maker. Well, with Alex around, there shouldn't be any issues. Wait, who? Symbiote was taken aback. Your sister is attending the hearing as well? Of course, she's quite formidable, Kara stated proudly. That place isn't easy to get into. Gwen interjected, somewhat defiant. My dad was also dispatched to oversee security in the vicinity. If I recall correctly, he is one of the heads there. The relaxed expression on Symbiote's face instantly froze. No, this is a rush to meet death. He delivered the grim news. There's a bomb at the hearing, concealed within a disabled person's wheelchair. Symbiote revealed the alarming information to them. What? How could they bring a bomb in? Damn it, the line is dead. The hearing has already commenced. Symbiote made an ill-timed jest, feeling the weight of his own words. How could anyone survive such an explosion? Director Stacy might be fine, but Alex would likely be reduced to ashes. Kara was already in tears while Gwen, in a daze, murmured, "How could this happen? You just agreed to let me be with you." How could? Were you saying, Gwen? Sue-Mo and Natasha had already departed from the mothership, en route to Washington. Hearing Gwen's words nearly caused a mid-air mishap. Washington, at the scene of the congressional hearing, was teeming with people, and the flashes of cameras erupted like a frenzy. The atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Sue-Mo and Natasha had arrived directly from the celestial mothership to Washington in less than a minute. Such swiftness. As soon as he settled into his seat, Sue-Mo felt the weight of two familiar gazes upon him. He turned to his left and smiled. Sitting there was Diana, clad in a sharp business suit, her expression as composed as ever, though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. To his right sat Banner, donning a cap and mask. Sue-Mo had presumed that after the battle, he would be departing Earth aboard the Quinjet, as depicted in the narrative. He was quite taken aback to discover he was here for the hearing instead, a rather unremarkable turn of events. What a coincidence! You're here to witness the spectacle too. Banner, startled, lowered his hat further and merely grunted in acknowledgement. Diana smiled and nodded at him, a silent response. It seemed there would be entertainment indeed, for individuals had been summoned, and now all were present. Sue-Mo's gaze drifted forward, landing on a man seated in the front row. He was impeccably dressed, his posture impeccable, and the sharp angles of his profile resembled a chiseled sculpture. Yet, an aura of anger radiated from him, palpable even from several rows away. Isn't that Gotham's affluent Bruce Wayne? What brings him here? Diana leaned over to explain, the Wayne Enterprises tower has been bombed again. It wasn't Team Me this time. Somos pretestive. It was Superman, Banner interjected. From the elevated judge's bench, a female senator cleared her throat, casting a condescending glance at Clark. Her voice, amplified by the microphone, echoed through the hall, cold and piercing. Mr. Superman, let us revisit your testimony. You claimed you were heading to Sokovia, yet when the incident occurred, you did not immediately proceed to Eastern Europe. Instead, you appeared at Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. Is that correct? Yes. I heard cries for help, Clark replied, his hands shackled by specially designed restraints, his demeanor calm. Crying for help? The senator scoffed, unable to contain her derision. Whose cries for help could possibly outweigh the lives of millions in a city on the brink of destruction? She offered Clark no opportunity to reply. Shortly after you entered the building, a violent explosion ensued. This catastrophe resulted in 132 fatalities and nearly 1,000 injuries. We must ask, is this truly mere coincidence? Or is your presence, in itself, a harbinger of disaster? With that, the senator slammed her hand on the table, demanding, what explanation do you have for the hundreds of innocent lives lost? Flashes erupted wildly, capturing Clark's silent profile. In the front row, Bruce Wayne's hands rested on his knees, knuckles whitening under the pressure. He pondered, does even a god bleed? Chapter 109. The Trial of Superman? The weakness of the Venom agent remains uncertain. Whether the deity will bleed is unknown to Sue-Mo. But one thing is certain. Kara will undoubtedly experience discomfort from indulging in too much ice cream. However, where has the bomb disappeared to? Sue-Mo's gaze swiftly traversed the entire venue, deducing that the explosive device must be concealed within the wheelchair of a disabled individual. Yet, despite turning the entire venue upside down, he could not locate that individual nor anyone else in a wheelchair. Confusion clouded Sue-Mo's mind. Had the narrative shifted? It was plausible. In the original plot, Superman had not faltered in obliterating the Wayne Enterprises building. Clearly, the current scenario was orchestrated anew by Lex Luthor. Natasha interjected. Could it be that you're mistaken? Luthor is audacious to a fault. He is a madman. Sue-Mo's eyes continued to search through the throng. Soon, he spotted a woman with a sleek bob, her expression serious as she took notes. It was Alex, Kara's sister. In reality, she appeared more formidable than in photographs. Sue-Mo recalled that she seemed to lean towards the fairer sex. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed Director Stacy outside the building, commanding his subordinates to maintain order. Sue-Mo still recalled Stacy's claim that his voice resembled that of a jackhammer. The hearing was drawing to a close, with Clark facing a staggering 38 charges. This bore no relevance to Sue-Mo. He merely felt that his presence here was a wasted endeavor. Just as the two prepared to depart, Lex Luthor abruptly rose and strode to the stage. Sue-Mo was taken aback. Luthor retrieved a small disc from his suit pocket, brandishing it before the crowd. He first cast a provocative glance at Superman. Then his gaze inexplicably transcended the crowd, landing squarely on Natasha, locking eyes with her. No. Sue-Mo sensed that Luthor was gazing at him. A shiver of foreboding coursed through him. What could be contained within that disc that endowed Luthor with such confidence? Ladies and gentlemen, Luthor's voice resonated through the microphone, imbued with an undeniable charisma. If a deity is omnipotent, it cannot be wholly benevolent. Conversely, If a deity is wholly benevolent, it cannot be omnipotent. Today, we convene to judge a god, an entity from beyond our cosmos, endowed with powers beyond our comprehension. He pointed at Clark. But I wish to remind you, there are more extraterrestrial beings than just him. The Avenger you all revere. The hero who saved the world, the Venom agent. His might is evident, perhaps even surpassing that of Superman. A ripple of murmurs swept through the audience. What you do not realize, Luther continued, deliberately elongating his tone, is that his methods are far more unscrupulous and brutal than those of Superman. Sue-Mo silently pondered within Natasha's mind. Does this bald man presume I would hesitate to eliminate him in front of all these witnesses? Such arrogance. Natasha replied, let us first see what he intends to do. The attendees began to whisper amongst themselves. Luther was thoroughly pleased with the atmosphere. This was precisely the sense of doubt he sought to instill. He continued to incite the emotions of the crowd. Thus far, in all the confrontations, Venom had wreaked havoc upon nearly 100 structures, indirectly causing the disintegration of countless families, leading to economic losses exceeding $30 billion. What I wish to convey is that Superman at least has the decency to submit to our judgment. But Venom? He scorns all rules, existing beyond the reach of any law. Yet today, I must declare to you, Luther paused, surveying the assembly, articulating each word with grave precision. He is not a god. With that, he strode towards a control panel before the assembly. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, he inserted the disc into the computer. The grand screen in the center of the hall flickered to life. Hadn't he already been vanquished by the Avengers? No, the footage appeared to be his dying words. Sumoy's pupils constricted sharply. The figure on the screen was none other than Ultron. More specifically, it depicted Ultron struggling pathetically through the woods, attempting to flee, half of his body sparking in a pitiful display. At that moment, Sue-Mo was still engaged in conversation with Thor regarding Hela. Ultron's raspy, distorted voice resonated through the hall's speakers, crystal clear to every ear present. Venom's agent has a weakness? Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief. An eerie silence enveloped the assembly. A second later, boom, the entire Capitol seemed to erupt, chaos reigning supreme. My God, Venom's agent has a weakness to sound waves. Is this true? Quick, dispatch it. This is monumental news. The reporters were in a frenzy, flashes of light threatening to blind onlookers, the sound of shutters clicking in unison as throngs surged forward, eager for further details. The line of security personnel was swiftly overwhelmed. Silence. Silence. The female senator on stage paled, desperately hammering her gavel. Yet her voice was drowned out by the uproar of the crowd, not a ripple of silence to be found. Yes, just so. Luther stood at the epicenter of the turmoil, a victorious smile adorning his face. He reveled in it all, relishing the storm he had ignited. A being with exposed weaknesses, can it still be deemed divine? No. Luther smirked. They are merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Is what he said true? Diana approached, her azure eyes filled with concern. She understood all too well what it meant to have a weakness laid bare. It would attract countless wolves. Incredibly, Ultron remains restless even in death. It seems he has adopted the methods of the mysterious guest. Meanwhile, Sue-Mo appears unperturbed, even taking a keen interest in the unfolding events. Natasha's laughter echoes in her mind, inciting a desire to give him a light tap on the forehead. How can he still find humor in such dire circumstances? Sue-Mo, shall we take him down? I assure you it will be discreet. Natasha's gaze, sharp as a knife, is fixed intently on Luther. In Vienna, Hill and the others are closely monitoring the hearings. The television screen displays a chaotic live feed, with the phrase "the weakness is sound waves" reverberating throughout the room. Gwen and Kara fall silent, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events revealing Sue-Mo's vulnerability. What to do? They all realize the implications. Many would seek to exploit this knowledge to harm him. Previously, Sue-Mo had a fear of fire, yet he now conjures a fire dragon. I have faith he can overcome this weakness. During this time, anyone who dares to harm him will face the wrath of my webs. Gwen's resolve is unwavering. Hill, without a word, expressionless, opens the computer on the desk. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, swiftly retrieving every detail about Lex Luthor, his company, his social network, and all his assets. Lex, you're playing with fire. Lines of data flicker across the screen, and Hill's gaze grows colder. On board the Celestial Mothership, Tony, Thor, and Steve gather around the screen to watch the live broadcast. The trial of Superman. This is undeniably a world-shattering event. Yet, none of the three anticipated an even more explosive secret. As Ultron's voice fades, they are left in stunned silence. Tony strokes his chin, murmuring, "This spells big trouble." His mind races with possibilities. Having already considered Sue-Mo a friend, he immediately thinks of designing a counter-sound wave defense system for him, to be integrated into the next generation of nano-armor. This is utterly despicable. I will go and twist that bald head off, Thor exclaims, swinging his hammer and soaring off the ship. Sighing, Steve remains silent, his eyes filled with concern. He contemplates further implications. With this revelation, ambitious individuals worldwide will surely stir. Countless plots against Symbiote will emerge. How shall they navigate their relationship with him moving forward? Chapter 110. Mephisto Lex Luthor is a man of meticulous thought, executing plans with precision. His audacity to act in such a manner indicates he has set a trap. Symbiote intercepts the irate Natasha, bidding farewell to Diana before nearly pushing her out of the scene. What shall we do now? Natasha composed herself and swiftly contemplated a strategy. She dreaded the thought of enduring that agony once more. If she felt such pain within Symbiote, how could she not feel both pity and concern for him? How could she possibly assist him? Perhaps she could cover her ears to block out the sound waves? What else could be done? Perhaps they should simply leave. Is that all there is to it? Natasha found this incomprehensible. It was so unlike Symbiote's character. 30 minutes later, Lex Luthor, reveling in the triumph at Congress, received an urgent phone call from the head of security. This is bad. Venom agents have breached the building, claiming to have witnessed criminal activities occurring within. A cacophony of explosions and the sound of steel snapping echoed from the other end of the line. Fool, are you not aware if a crime is taking place? Luthor immediately retrieved his phone and activated a breaking news live stream. The broadcast displayed the Lex family's prestigious corporate tower, collapsing layer by layer from the top down, eventually reduced to a smoldering ruin, while the surrounding structures remained miraculously unscathed. And the instigator, Symbiote, did not flee after orchestrating this chaos. He stood silently before the wreckage. A bold television reporter, having arrived at the scene, summoned her courage to approach him. "Excuse me, Mr. Venom." Before she could finish her question, Symbiote, in his towering 3-meter Venom form, unleashed a furious roar towards the camera, his voice trembling with a hint of indignation. "Damn terrorists. They have discovered my weakness. I could have brought them to justice directly, yet they ensnared me in a trap, employing despicable sound wave weaponry." The reporter was taken aback. She realized Luthor had just publicly exposed the Venom agents' vulnerabilities. It appeared that the Venom agents were unaware of this revelation and had been outmaneuvered by the terrorists. How infuriating. She had always suspected Luthor was no good, and now he had led the hero to ruin. Feeling a pang of sympathy, the reporter ventured, "So, did you unintentionally cause the collapse of this building in an effort to subdue them? There must be a mastermind behind this." Symbiote shook his head and sighed. "I do not know which wretch leaked my information to them, but I implore everyone to trust me, to trust the Avengers. We will unmask the puppet master and make them pay for this building and all the innocent lives lost." After finishing his statement, Symbiote feigned a stumble, as if truly injured by the sonic attack. As dusk settled, the remnants of the setting sun cast a stark silhouette on his massive figure, now imbued with a sense of desolation and grandeur. Before countless cameras, Symbiote struggled to turn away, his lonely silhouette gradually disappearing around the corner. The reporter watched him limp away, her heart shattered. What a noble hero he was. In the Battle of New York, he valiantly defended the Earth, and once again, during the events in Sokovia, he saved the world. Yet now, he has been stabbed in the back, his vulnerabilities laid bare for all to see. Is it merely because his appearance is somewhat intimidating and his demeanor a touch brash? Why must he be treated thus? And then there's that Lex Luthor, dapper and well-dressed, yet engaged in the most treacherous of deeds behind the scenes. The female journalist, increasingly incensed, felt an overwhelming surge of righteousness. Upon returning to the newsroom, her thoughts flowed like a torrent, her fingers dancing over the keyboard with a fervent clatter. Within the span of an hour, she produced a poignant and meticulously crafted article, replete with emotion. The headline alone was explosive. "As heroes bleed, the small-minded rejoice. Who is the true demon?" Once published, the report garnered unanimous support from the citizens of Sokovia. Symbiote remarked, "That fool's S.H.I.E.L.D was not in vain." At that moment, in a Mexican restaurant, the rich aromas of cheese and grilled meat wafted through the air. Natasha chose a secluded corner table. Symbiote leaned forward, devouring a beef taco with gusto. "So, what do you think of my performance? Oscar-worthy, perhaps?" Natasha, unable to contain herself, finally laughed aloud. However, on a serious note, she insisted that the vulnerability to sound waves must be addressed promptly. The entire world was now aware, and traps targeting him would undoubtedly proliferate. If he were not careful, he might find herself mourning his loss. "There's no rush," Symbiote replied nonchalantly. "Let them revel for a few days. I could use a moment of discretion." He retrieved his mobile phone from Natasha's pocket with a tendril. Solutions to his vulnerabilities were already on the way. He opened a chat window containing a message he had previously sent to Sky, inquiring about the progress regarding the obelisk. Just moments ago, Sky had replied, "We found it, an ancient city buried underground. Coulson is leading May and Simmons to explore it. The symbols here are identical to those from the Inhuman files you showed me." Symbiote stared at the message, his tendrils tapping the screen. He refrained from pressing for haste, instead advising, now that everyone knows the symbiote's weakness lies in sound waves, be cautious of the additional vulnerabilities you harbor, including the devouring and fire weaknesses. Meanwhile, within the mobile command center bus of S.H.I.E.L.D., Skye gazed at the new message that had popped up on her phone. Her heart warming. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Whether Sumo's concern was genuine or merely a reflection of her potential inhuman abilities, she felt a delightful flutter in her chest. After much hesitation, she typed and deleted once more, before finally sending a message. If I were in danger, would you come to my rescue? The reply was instantaneous. This is my phone, accompanied by a picture. Natasha had sent a selfie of herself with Sue-Mo. Skye was left in stunned silence. I feel as though my nose is slightly reddened. Adjacent to Natasha's table, there stands a nearly 2-meter-tall wooden partition, marking a secluded corner of the restaurant. Seated there is an individual, a distinguished elderly gentleman. His meticulously combed, white hair complements a well-tailored dark gray suit, adorned at the collar with an exquisite silver brooch. A walking cane, topped with a silver skull, rests quietly beside the table. He has ordered nothing, merely sitting upright with his fingers elegantly interlaced upon the table, wearing a subtle smile. His gaze seems to entirely disregard the wooden partition before him. Instead, it is fixated with keen interest on Sue-Mo, who is voraciously consuming his meal at the neighboring table. In those profound eyes, Sue-Mo is not merely a corporeal being, but rather a swirling mass of burning, dark, and formidable soul flames. This soul is delectable, immensely powerful. How perfect it would be to lure, corrupt, and lead such a powerful soul into a state of downfall, transforming it into a vessel for oneself in the mortal realm. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached him respectfully, bowing slightly to quietly report, "Sir, the guest next door has finished the beef taco you instructed." The smile on the gentleman's face transformed into one of immense satisfaction. He gently nodded, rose to adjust his suit, and, grasping his cane, he did not glance at the neighboring table again. Instead, he sauntered leisurely out of the restaurant, his figure swiftly melding into the throng of people on the street. Disappearing from sight, before long, a peculiar hissing noise suddenly emanated from the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the back door swung open, and Gu-E, clad in a yellow monk's robe, abruptly emerged. "Is there something?" Sue-Mo and Natasha were taken aback. Gu-E remained silent, striding directly towards Sue-Mo, scrutinizing him with an intense and serious expression, as if to inhale his essence. Sue-Mo was bewildered by her actions. To his surprise, he detected a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her. "Gu-E, you smell delightful. Have you been wearing perfume?" Chapter 111. Do not allow desire to undermine your will. Gu-E was certain that the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, had recently visited this place. That individual is a dimensional sovereign of the same caliber as Dormammu. However, when it comes to cunning and manipulation, even 10 Dormammus could not rival him. She had long suspected that such entities would take an interest in Sumo's soul, but she did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Due to the backlash from intruding into the domain of the Black Death Sword, Gu-E's power had been compromised, rendering her incapable of detecting Mephisto's machinations upon Sue-Mo. She could only watch and wait, cautioning, "Do not allow desire to undermine your will." Sue-Mo exclaimed. "What on earth?" Gu-E understood that Sue-Mo could not possibly have forged any pact with Mephisto. He has but one path to lead Sue-Mo into corruption. And how shall this be achieved? The most classic and effective method is to ensnare him in the 7 deadly sins. Come now, what desires could he possibly harbor? Natasha teased from the side, her tone laced with a hint of imperceptible reproach. "I dare say, even if he stood before me in his barest form, he would remain unperturbed." "Have you tried?" Sue-Mo felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It is not that he does not wish to. It is merely that he cannot comprehend the purpose of such incessant prodding with tendrils. Natasha provocatively raised her chin, declaring, "I shall attempt it tonight. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Then come forth. Cool me. Whoever backs down is but a pup. Ladies, might I suggest that you discuss such matters elsewhere?" Gu-E felt a throbbing at her temples. She interrupted the increasingly heated and peculiar atmosphere between the two. She knew that, with Sumo's resolve, he would likely remain steadfast for the time being, as long as she could regain her strength. No, Gu-E suddenly shifted her perspective. Why not seize this opportunity to mentor Wanda? Once she masters chaos magic, she could entirely nullify Mephisto's powers, and perhaps even enjoy an early retirement before Strange completes his training. A dual benefit indeed. With this thought in mind, Gu-E smiled and spoke. "I have recently taken on a new apprentice. She requires a tranquil environment for her training, and I wish to have her temporarily reside in the sanctum." "No," Sue-Mo flatly rejected her, with Natasha nodding in agreement. At this moment, the two were united in their stance. Gu-E seemed to have anticipated their reaction, unhurriedly stating, "You ought to be acquainted with her, Wanda Maximoff." "Wanda?" Sumo's thoughts stirred. How could he have forgotten her? He had yet to replicate her abilities, and indeed, he had been quite busy of late. Ahem. It is not out of the question, he redirected his conversation. The sanctum may accommodate her for a time, but only her. Naturally, after Gu-E departed, the atmosphere in the dining room returned to normalcy. Dinner concluded, and the night had fallen. For reasons unknown, the onset of night in this roadside eatery brought with it an inescapable warmth, mingling with the exhaust of passing cars and the scent of street-side hot dogs, making one feel sticky and quite uncomfortable. They had both grown weary from a day filled with hearings and demolitions, and thus decided to seek a place for a restful night. Tomorrow, they would reunite with Hill and the others in Europe. The safe house in Queens was not as spacious as the sanctum, but it offered the advantage of seclusion. With a click, Natasha locked the door behind her. She tossed her coat onto the sofa, revealing a snug black tank top that accentuated her striking silhouette. Why not return to the sanctum? I had intended to replicate Wanda's abilities tonight. Sumo's voice echoed in her ears. Are you feigning ignorance? Have you forgotten what you said in the restaurant? If you are afraid, I shall don my clothes and return to the sanctuary right now. Natasha playfully tugged at her shoulder strap, licking her lips, her gaze rife with aggression. Sumo felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body. Not only was there an odd fragrance in the air, but the symbiotic tissue also began to radiate heat. Wasn't it supposed to be subdued? Natasha, do you believe that what Gu-E said bears a special significance? That line about not letting desire overwhelm you? Nonsense. Natasha rolled her eyes, carelessly tossing aside her trousers, revealing her long, slender legs, and barefoot, she strode towards the bathroom. You're not sleeping tonight. I have no intention of resolving this matter quietly. Meanwhile, in Morocco, Marrakesh, the ancient city lay shrouded in darkness. In the narrow alleyways, a woman clad in local attire was sprinting frantically, a bullet wound in her abdomen, blood soaking through her garments, each step sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. But she dare not pause. Behind her, agents from the Red Room pursued relentlessly. Just moments ago, a sniper on the rooftop nearly took her down with a single shot. Fortunately, her quick reflexes spared her, but at the cost of exposing her location. The woman darted into a deeper alley, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Momentarily relieved as she listened to the footsteps receding behind her. She believed she had eluded her pursuers, but just as she turned, a shadow descended from above. Bang! A powerful sidekick struck her squarely in the chest. The woman was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, feeling as though her internal organs were displaced. Struggling to lift her head, she beheld a blonde woman, Yelena Belova. Clad in black combat attire, her icy gaze devoid of any emotion, she appeared just as she had before. You cannot escape. Yelena's voice matched her frigid demeanor. I know, Yelena. The injured woman made no plea for mercy. She understood it would be futile. With a surge of determination, she sprang from the ground, enduring the searing pain, adopting a combat stance identical to Natasha's. In an instant, they were locked in combat. Both were the Red Room's most elite assassins, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Yet, the injured woman soon found herself at a disadvantage due to her waning strength. Yelena seized an opening, driving her knee into the wound on her opponent's abdomen, swiftly executing a shoulder throw that pinned her firmly to the ground. At that moment, a vial containing a crimson liquid slipped from the woman's grasp, rolling to Yelena's feet. Yelena paid it no mind, lifting her right foot, prepared to deliver a final blow. Crack! The vial shattered beneath her foot, releasing a plume of red mist. Yelena's movements abruptly froze. She caught a whiff of that scent. In the next moment, a myriad of emotions, confusion, bewilderment, shock, flashed across her eyes. Finally, her pupils refocused, regaining their luster. It was a spark of vitality inherent to ordinary individuals. Where am I? The mental control that had ensnared Yelena was utterly shattered. The woman on the ground observed the shift in Yelena's gaze with a sense of gratification. Aware that her time was fleeting, she summoned her last ounce of strength to retrieve an entire box of red serum from her bosom and pressed it into Yelena's hand. Many others still require salvation. Upon uttering these words, her head tilted, and she breathed her last. Chapter 112. Collapse. The sound of rushing water soon filled the bathroom. On the frosted glass door, a delicate silhouette was faintly reflected. A graceful figure, its curves undulating, yet the mist quickly obscured that fleeting glimpse of spring. A promise had been made. Whoever reneged would be deemed unworthy. Did you wish to become? Crack. A familiar lash echoed from the bathroom. Beside the indistinct figure, several robust, twisted shadows suddenly emerged, entwining like living vines. The safe house, aged and in disrepair, had a rusty shower head, and the sound of water became intermittent. On the glass door, the trajectory of the sliding droplets grew peculiar, no longer falling straight down, but swirling chaotically within the glass. Then, a hand forcefully pressed against the glass door, the slender knuckles paling from the pressure. Yet soon, several black vines ensnared that hand, violently pulling it away from the glass. The warning from Gu reverberated in their minds, but the desire ignited by Mephisto blazed ever more fiercely between them, as if it sought to consume them whole. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with one party emitting a few barking sounds. Time slipped away in an instant. 3 days later, the Venom agent had vanished without a trace, prompting rampant speculation from the outside world. Some claimed he was grievously injured and unable to recover, while others suggested he was hiding in fear of sonic weaponry. However, another matter eclipsed the disappearance of the Venom agent in terms of public interest. In light of the extensive destruction wrought by the Avengers in Sokovia, along with the numerous calamities instigated by superhumans, the United Nations convened an emergency meeting in Vienna. A preliminary consensus was reached among 117 nations, planning to draft and refine the Sokovia Accords by the end of the month, with implementation set for the following month. On television, the news anchor delivered the report with pronounced clarity. Natasha, wrapped in a towel, emerged from the bathroom, her damp hair still being dried. She caught a glimpse of the screen. The Sokovia Accords? What is that? Su-Mo replied, a treaty to place collars on all superpowered individuals. The accord stipulates that all superheroes and superhumans across the globe must register with the United Nations and submit to the oversight of a designated committee. Henceforth, the Avengers, a private collective of heroes, shall no longer operate within the bounds of legality. Any action must first be deliberated and voted upon by a United Nations committee before receiving approval to proceed. Allowing a cadre of politicians to determine whom to save? What fool conceived such an idea? Natasha scoffed, dismissing the notion as she plopped down onto the sofa. In an instant, however, she sprang back up, her movements as swift as if pricked by a needle. Ouch, that stings. Natasha grimaced, clutching her behind with gritted teeth. Damn it, can't you help me recover a bit? It hurts like hell. This is the consequence of provoking me. Su-Mo was perched atop Natasha's head, preoccupied with his own thoughts. Ever since that fateful night of revelry, he had realized he was under some kind of curse. He had never before experienced a symbiotic entity generating heat, nor had he ever felt an overwhelming rush of dopamine during such intimate moments. The only plausible explanation was that someone was meddling with him. Ancient One's words indeed held profound meaning. She must possess some insider knowledge. Natasha was rendered speechless, yet her pride would not allow her to concede. She had been contemplating engaging Su-Mo in another round of combat in her howling form that very night when her gaze drifted to the wall calendar, her expression suddenly shifting to one of melancholy and complexity. I will clarify things with Hill once we meet. No need to wait. I've already informed her. What? Natasha was taken aback, so startled that she failed to notice her towel slipping onto the carpet, revealing a considerable expanse of pale skin marked by conspicuous red imprints from the previous night. When did you say that? Her voice quivered. 3 nights ago. At the outset of our affair, Su-Mo replied candidly. No, that is not possible. Natasha felt her mind momentarily malfunction, her eyes widening in disbelief as she queried. You mean Hill knew about our affair from the beginning, and not a single call since? If I hadn't told her, wouldn't that have truly constituted an affair? Su-Mo's logic was impeccable. Natasha's worldview was shaken to its core. She even began to doubt whether Su-Mo understood the meaning of the term. Defeated, Natasha slumped back onto the sofa, while Su-Mo tenderly draped a bathrobe over her, suggesting that he had departed some time ago. Natasha's mind was in a state of paralysis for a full half-minute. She, the world's foremost spy, the Black Widow with a psychological resilience strong enough to maintain a smile in the presence of the Hulk, now felt as though she might combust. Hill knows? And she knew at the moment it happened, and then nothing followed? This defies logic. This isn't the Hill I know. Given Hill's obsessive possessiveness towards Su-Mo, she should have immediately soared in her aircraft to obliterate this building from existence with orbital cannons. Shouldn't she? How could it be 3 whole days without so much as a phone call or a text? Natasha's mind raced through countless possibilities. Could it be that the signal was poor? It is implausible. If Su-Mo can disseminate information, then She-Air is bound to receive it. Could she be concocting a grand and earth-shattering scheme? Hey, are you all right? Su-Mo's voice jolted her back to reality as he handed her the phone. It was a video call. She-Air needed to speak with her. Natasha felt a shiver run through her. Hastily, she donned a piece of clothing, took a deep breath, and accepted the call. You can scold me, She-Air. It was my fault, my initiative, my desire that led to this. Before She-Air could utter a word, Natasha bowed her head in contrition. The location of the master has been confirmed, and Yelena is also nearby. She-Air's tone revealed no trace of emotion. Her calmness was disconcerting. Do you still have the energy to handle this matter, Natasha? Or do you require a few more days of rest? No, that's unnecessary. Natasha straightened her posture immediately. Excellent. She-Air's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, scanning Natasha thoroughly. I will send you the location. We will discuss the details upon your arrival. With that, the call ended. Damn it. Truly damn it. Natasha craved to slap herself. While S.H.I.E.L.D. diligently gathered intelligence on the Red Room for her, she had been in a safe house luring Symbiote into such indiscretions. How utterly disgraceful. A wave of profound guilt surged within Natasha, and she secretly vowed that if S.H.I.E.L.D. could forgive her this time, let alone accept her, she would henceforth regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as the matriarch, willing to cater to both her and Sumo's whims. With utmost devotion, Hangudi. The location provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. was in Budapest, a city imbued with the unique antiquity and weightiness of Eastern Europe. Following her memory, Natasha navigated through a few alleyways effortlessly, arriving at an inconspicuous apartment building. The top floor housed a safe house she had established years ago, and to her surprise, it was still of use. Ascending the elevator, she found the door unlocked. With a heart heavy with trepidation, she gently pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit. The curtains were drawn, and a faint scent of dust lingered in the air. With the light filtering in from outside, Natasha discerned a figure seated on the old sofa in the living room. It was not S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, it was a woman clad in a tactical vest, sporting a golden ponytail. Yelena? Natasha stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank. How could she be here? Yelena on the sofa also noticed her, her gaze rife with complexity. Just as Natasha remained rooted in place, bewildered, a hard cylindrical object pressed against her waist, causing her body to stiffen. Could it be that this was the trap S.H.I.E.L.D. had prepared for her? Chapter 113. The Confession Trap. The Red Room Strikes. Next time, do not act recklessly. Wouldn't it be better to utilize that place properly? The hard object against Natasha's waist withdrew. S.H.I.E.L.D. emerged from behind her, extending a box of ointment. Natasha looked down. The packaging was inscribed with Chinese characters, and upon inspecting the origin, she was taken aback. Natasha's mind was a blank as she numbly accepted the box of medicine. Meanwhile, Sumo had returned to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body. Take this. It was specially purchased for you by S.H.I.E.L.D. in Chinatown. You can set your own action plan. After speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. turned and left without hesitation. The door closed gently, and the room once again fell into a dim and tranquil silence. Natasha stood frozen, clutching the box of ointment, her heart tumultuous. It seemed that she had indeed gotten herself a rather wild boyfriend. Finally breaking the oppressive silence, Yelena, who lounged on the sofa, scrutinized Natasha with unabashed curiosity, her gaze eventually landing meaningfully on an unspeakable part of her. Did you let him in through the back door? None of your business. Natasha inhaled deeply, shoving the ointment harshly back into her pocket. Her mind had already endured countless instances of social demise. Damn it, this was undoubtedly the first step in S.H.I.E.L.'s revenge, humiliating her before her own kin in such a manner. On a serious note, how did you end up here? Natasha forced her expression to harden, attempting to regain control of the situation. I need the Avengers' assistance. Yelena extracted a vial of crimson liquid from her tactical backpack, recounting in detail how she had been controlled and the dying woman's last request. And how did you find S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha inquired. They found me. I was being hunted by the agents of the Red Room when that officer named S.H.I.E.L.D. and two superhuman girls rescued me. Natasha furrowed her brow. Does that mean you are still being pursued? No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the apartment's ceiling. Dust and concrete debris cascaded through the air, and Natasha and Yelena were thrown backward by the shockwave. Moments later, three voluptuous women descended from above, wielding submachine guns, and without uttering a word, opened fire on the pair. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon them like a tempest. This way, Natasha shouted, diving behind the sofa alongside Yelena. Did your counter-tracking lessons just slip through your fingers? Natasha exclaimed angrily. It was safe here before you arrived, Yelena retorted defiantly. At that moment, a bullet grazed past Natasha's head, leaving a small hole in the wall behind her. A sniper. Natasha's heart raced. Instinctively, she shifted positions, preparing for the next shot. But after a prolonged wait, silence reigned outside. She quickly deduced that it was Sumo and S.H.I.E.L.D. who had intervened. What about your Avenger friends? If the Venom agents can't make it, Captain America will do. Yelena complained while dodging bullets. Shut up and run. Natasha, disinterested in further conversation, kicked open the adjacent window. The two of them swiftly leapt through the window, scaling the dilapidated building's exterior before vaulting onto the rooftop. They traversed the rooftops of Budapest with the agility of nimble cats, pursued relentlessly by three agents. As they jumped over a narrow alley, bullets whizzed past them, striking the tiles and creating a cacophony of sound. On a distant rooftop, S.H.I.E.L.D. subdued the last sniper, observing Natasha and Yelena in their frantic flight without any intention of intervening. Are you still angry? Sumo sensed it was time for conversation. S.H.I.E.L.'s response was succinct, yet the atmosphere around Sumo grew noticeably colder. What am I to do now that you are with Natasha? You're still mine. Sumo did not mince words. His affection for S.H.I.E.L.D. was genuine. However, Natasha's playful allure had led him to indulge in forbidden pleasures. Is that a problem? There is no problem. It was only a matter of time. Sumo was acutely aware of his own nature. He understood that he was not the quintessential devoted man. The reason he had maintained an ambiguous relationship with Hill until now was merely due to the previous encounters lacking fulfillment. His interactions with Hill had been purely platonic. But that had changed. During the past 3 tumultuous days with Natasha, he felt himself on the brink of addiction. Is this how your symbiotic kind operates? Falling for every encounter? Hill was momentarily taken aback by Sumo's frankness. To ensure the continuity and evolution of our species, worthy genes deserve acceptance. Sumo proclaimed with conviction, asserting that there was no reason to fear the truth. What you're doing is illegal. The laws of Earth are meant to govern humanity. Hill, I'm a symbiote, the future dark god. Are you attempting to bind me with human law? I am not. Hill fell silent. She acknowledged that she had always regarded Sumo as human, overlooking his true essence. If seen as a deity, Zeus came to mind with his countless lovers, some of whom were not even human. Hill's brow furrowed in deep concern. She began to worry whether Sumo would one day bring home beings with tentacles or fur. In contemplating this, Natasha seemed at least visually appealing with an array of captivating traits. Perhaps it wasn't so bad. Hey, you scoundrel, what are you comparing me to? At that moment, Natasha was still in a desperate flight. Sumo felt no concern for her safety. She still had the howls within her. Even if 3 black widows confronted her, they could not harm a single hair on her head. The reason she refrained from fighting back was likely due to her reluctance to harm her brainwashed sisters. This way, Natasha called out, preparing to leap with Yelena to another building. At that moment, a tile beneath Yelena's feet suddenly loosened. She was moving too swiftly to react, and she plunged straight off the edge of the 5-story rooftop. Yelena, without a moment's hesitation, Natasha jumped. In midair, she swiftly melded with the symbiote, securing Yelena in her embrace and landing gracefully in a classic princess carry. Yelena was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she gazed at the yellow creature cradling her. How do you possess this too? Is this the symbiote? What relation do you have with the venom agent? As Natasha set her down, the symbiote receded, revealing her beautiful, triumphant visage. He is indeed the wild boyfriend you mentioned. Chapter 114, A Night at the Motel, A Brief Respite. What a story, Yelena rolled her eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. The gender of the venom agent was beside the point. Would anyone like her, someone with blood-stained hands, incapable of bearing children? As they conversed, a woman pursued them, blocking their path. What a nuisance. Natasha, not holding back, charged forward. The woman, clearly unprepared for Natasha's transformation, was caught off guard as Natasha disarmed her with a punch, followed by a deft shoulder throw that slammed her to the ground, finally binding her with Natasha's hair. Where's the red house? Natasha had no intention of causing harm. She merely sought information. However, the woman's expression shifted. Her previously cold, numb eyes were now filled with struggle and anguish. I don't want this, she murmured, her voice tinged with tears. Natasha sensed the impending danger. The next moment, boom, half of the woman's head was blown off, the wound charred. Natasha attempted to intervene, but it was far too late. The searing heat from the explosion burned her, causing her immense pain. Yet she remained frozen in place, staring at the lifeless body in the pool of blood, speechless. Now do you believe me? Yelena's voice was laden with sorrow. Natasha slowly turned her head, the symbiote once again enveloping her face, leaving only her eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. How many more like this are there? Many. An inconspicuous black sedan quietly slid to a stop at the alleyway's entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Hill's expressionless face. Get in. This place is no longer safe. Inside the car, the atmosphere was far from cordial. Natasha and Hill occupied the front seats, while Yelena sat in the back next to an empty seat. Whose car is this? Natasha inquired. It's stolen. Stark Industries will cover the expenses, Hill replied. Yelena discreetly observed Hill, who was driving, and glanced at Natasha, who was stealing glances from the passenger seat. There was an odd atmosphere between the two. As the vehicle departed the urban area and ventured onto the highway leading to the countryside, Yelena winced, clutching her arm and inhaling sharply. During her escape, a stray bullet had grazed her arm, and only now did she feel the sharp sting of pain. Hill caught a glimpse of her through the rearview mirror, then abruptly turned the steering wheel, guiding the car into a seemingly decrepit gas station. The station was manned by a drowsy old man, with a motel and 3 restaurants nearby, an ideal spot for recuperation and intelligence gathering. Hill rummaged through the trunk and tossed a first aid kit to Yelena. So, where exactly is the red room? Natasha inquired. As Yelena dabbed a cotton ball in iodine to disinfect her wound, she shook her head. I don't know. Its location is not fixed. Each widow is sedated upon entry and exit, so no one knows its precise coordinates. How have they managed to remain undetected for all these years? Natasha's expression was laden with guilt. I killed his daughter. He should seek revenge on me. He wouldn't dare. Hill's voice cut in unexpectedly, her gaze shifting to Natasha. The answer lies in the name, the Avengers. Just from the title, one can tell that if he were to kill you, there would surely be a formidable figure seeking vengeance on his behalf. Who would that be? Sumo, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke up, trying to recall the details of the Black Widow storyline, but found himself devoid of any memory. Too engrossed in Natasha's face at the time. Hearing Hill's jest, he leaned out from his shoulder. Hill, you possess a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. And if such a situation were to arise, wouldn't you seek revenge for her? Yelena's hand, wrapped in bandages, trembled, nearly flinging the bandage away. Her mouth agape as she stared at Sumo, who was perched on Hill's shoulder. The Venom agents? Your Venom agents? Sumo responded. Are you a fan of ours? Can the Red Room access the news now? Yelena retorted. That's hardly amusing. Shoo, keep it down. Natasha quickly surveyed their surroundings. Ever since her weakness had been exposed, many sought to confront Sumo. Luther was one, and Fury could also be counted among them. Now, it seemed that anyone could use sonic weaponry to bully him. Apologies, I got a bit too excited. With you two here, everything becomes simpler. Dreykov is in for trouble. Yelena felt a newfound admiration for Natasha. She and T expected her to truly enlist the Venom agents. Such a prestigious move. What are you thinking? This is something we can handle together. Natasha expressed concern that Sumo might be targeted, given that his weakness was now common knowledge. Are we supposed to destroy the entire Red Room alone? Even with his weakness, he is still a Venom agent, not weaker than the two of us combined. Yelena suddenly recalled Natasha's earlier boast. If she wasn't jesting, that would be something indeed. Her gaze involuntarily flitted back and forth between Hill and Natasha. Sudden, spine-chilling conjecture surging to the forefront of her mind. My goodness, could it be that Natasha has been entangled with that tentacled creature? How wild! Yelena's expression management spiraled completely out of control. She turned to Natasha, remarking on how much she had changed over the years due to life's demands. Natasha, however, was oblivious to her thoughts. As night descended, the secluded gas station flickered to life with a few dim lights. Nearby, several small restaurants illuminated their signs. The neon buzzing in the darkness, beckoning passing drivers. The owner had set out a few plastic tables and chairs at the entrance, where a smattering of patrons sat, including the four of them. Not far off, a group of children, barefoot, chased after a worn-out soccer ball, their laughter injecting a semblance of life into the desolate surroundings. Yelena emerged from the convenience store at the gas station, her right arm still bandaged while her left effortlessly carried a whole case of beer, which she set down with a thud on the table. Is this enough to drink? Sumo and Hill exchanged glances, acknowledging her strength. A true testament to the resilience of the warrior spirit. You're quite something. You'll need to re-bandage that arm soon. Natasha glanced at the case of beer and then at her injured arm. They were not actually sisters, but had formed a makeshift family in the past for the sake of a mission. Though the familial bond was fabricated, the affection was genuine. It's just a minor injury, Yelena said, biting the cap off a bottle and taking a hefty swig before using a bottle opener to uncork the others. The four gathered around a greasy plastic table, enjoying spicy sausages and fried fries while drinking. Naturally, the conversation gravitated towards their current mission. Sumo vaguely recalled that the red house was in the sky, though its precise location eluded him. They would need someone to guide them upward. As they pondered over their drinks, the alcohol began to loosen tongues after a few rounds. When under control, one is ironically very lucid, Yelena mused, taking another sip, her gaze becoming distant as she recalled that harrowing experience. You can see everything, hear every word, yet your body simply refuses to comply. It's like being an actor, where you're the protagonist but not the director. You can hardly discern which thoughts are your own and which have been implanted. The only antidote was that crimson serum. Yelena shook her bottle of beer and continued. My mission was to retrieve those antidotes and eliminate the widow who awakened me. Natasha listened quietly, her fingers tightening around the beer bottle. Hill and Natasha had not indulged excessively, while Sumo had consumed several bottles without feeling the effects. Time passed swiftly. The children, exhausted from their game, were called back home by their parents, their joyful noise gradually fading into the night. Yelena's gaze followed the children until they vanished into the brightly lit house. Suddenly, she turned to Natasha and asked, Do you wish to bear a child? Natasha was taken aback, her entire being immobilized by the question, which pierced her heart like a dagger, striking at its most tender core. Words eluded her. Her throat felt constricted as if filled with cotton. Unable to contain herself, Natasha gulped down several large swigs of alcohol. Eventually, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze upon the figure of Sumo resting on Hill's shoulder. Her eyes brimmed with defiance, grievance, and reluctance, evoking a pang of sorrow in onlookers. Sumo had indeed attempted to resurrect her womb, convinced he could bring forth life again. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Too much time had elapsed since that organ was removed. Hill, unable to bear the weight of Natasha's gaze, set down the bottle and rose, shattering the suffocating silence. That's enough for today. If you still intend to eliminate Dreykov, you should rest in the car. Sleeping here is out of the question. Relaxation is not a term found in the vocabulary of agents. The sole objective now is to locate the elusive Red House. If Yelena is unaware of its exact location, Hill's mind raced through the information she had gathered. She recalled a certain individual, Yelena's adoptive father, the Red Guardian, Alexei, imprisoned in the snowy mountains. Chapter 115. The Red Guardian Russia, Prison Number 7. Perpetually blanketed in snow, the air is frigid. A series of electric fences encircle the high walls. Within this facility are the most heinous of criminals. In the prison's common area, a group of burly men encircled an iron table, clamoring with excitement. A middle-aged man, bare-chested, sporting a prominent beer belly and covered in tattoos, was engaged in an arm wrestling match with a muscular young man 2 decades his junior. This man was Alexei Shostakov, once the pride of the Soviet Union as a super soldier, the Red Guardian. Following the failure of a covert mission, Dreykov had scapegoated him for the debacle, casting him into prison. Was it 83 or 84? I faced Captain America in combat, just the two of us. Oh my heavens, his shield was like a portable baby blanket. I defeated him using that very shield. Many are unaware that I taught him how to wield it, Alexei boasted nonchalantly to those around him. In truth, at that time, Captain America was still encased in ice. The burly man across from him was turning a deep shade of reddish purple, veins bulging like worms along his arms. Yet the arm on the table remained utterly immobile. Growing weary of the contest, Alexei applied a gentle pressure to his wrist. With a crack, he forcefully pinned the man's arm against the iron table, almost breaking it. Alexei stood triumphantly, patting his belly, relishing the awe-stricken gazes of his fellow inmates. At that moment, a shrill voice echoed through the prison intercom. Alexei, you have mail. Donning his prison uniform, Alexei staggered to the mailroom. The 2 guards eyed him with mocking disdain. Look at our grand hero, still receiving fan mail? One of the guards callously tore open the package, revealing vacuum-sealed sausages and bread, and without hesitation, stuffed a piece into his mouth, exclaiming, "We'll taste it for you, to ensure it's not poisoned." The other guard joined in the laughter. Alexei's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles betraying his fury, yet he restrained himself. Silently, he collected the remaining letters and a small box. The letter bore the signature of a fan of the Red Guardian. Inside the box lay a crudely crafted Red Guardian figurine, undeniably a counterfeit and remarkably unattractive. Just as he intended to discard this wretched trinket, he noticed something hidden within the doll's head. With a firm tug, a minuscule earpiece, scarcely larger than a grain of rice, fell out. Alexei paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he swiftly inserted the earpiece into his ear. A deep voice resonated. "I hear that it was you who taught Steve the art of wielding a shield? Who is this?" Alexei pondered, bewildered. "Look at the door to your south," a familiar voice, Natasha's, instructed. Instinctively, Alexei turned to glance, and with a click, the heavy iron door, which was ordinarily locked 24 hours a day, creaked open slightly. Even a fool would comprehend that someone was there to rescue him. A broad grin spread across his face, barely concealing his excitement. Alexei glanced back at the 2 guards still mocking him in the corridor. Without a second thought, he shattered the bulletproof glass with a punch and yanked the 2 men out. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled thuds, silence enveloped the world. He hummed a tune, confidently following the instructions in his earpiece as he embarked on his escape. Outside the prison, a black helicopter hovered against the howling winds and snow. Suemo observed the flashing alarm lights within the prison and turned to Natasha, unable to resist a jest. "Did you not instruct him to be discreet?" Natasha paused, incredulous. Surely no one would be foolish enough to stage a grand escape? No sooner had she spoken than the alarms blared throughout the prison, their piercing cries slicing through the Siberian wilderness as countless armed soldiers surged into the facility. Natasha exchanged a glance with Yelena beside her. In unison, they closed their eyes, weary by the spectacle. Inside the prison, Alexei reveled in the taste of freedom, exhilarated by the surge of adrenaline. He was like a bull, confined for 20 years, now finally breaking free from its pen, liberating others along the way. "Stop him! Open fire! Open fire!" the guards shouted, raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the robust figure. The bullet striking Alexei inflicted damage, albeit minimal. He relied on his robust physique and charged recklessly forward. At the end of the road, he kicked open the prison's iron gate as if it were made of mere paper. Remarkably, he had indeed escaped. Unfortunately, the cell was underground. Emerging still meant being within the confines of the prison. A towering ring of concrete walls encircled the area, with electric sparks crackling atop. The yard featured several stark iron watchtowers, interconnected by iron bridges, resembling a vast steel spider's web. At present, That web was swarming with armed guards. In the frigid snow, Alexei, clad in thin prison garb, sprinted ahead, pursued by dozens of soldiers wielding rifles and several panting police dogs. Had it not been for the obstructions posed by others, he would have already been riddled with bullets. The scene was ludicrous in its absurdity. In the helicopter, S.H.I.E.L.D observed the agile, portly figure racing through the snow below and could not help but jest, if Steve were to look like that, I would certainly sever ties with him. Hill remarked, I don't recall the Red Guardian looking quite like that from the intel. Yelena asked, are we not going to assist him? Natasha held no particular sentiment for Alexei. However, Yelena was different. When their makeshift family was formed, she was merely 6 years old. Her father Alexei, mother Melina, and sister Natasha were among her few cherished memories. Soon, Alexei's breathless voice crackled through the earpiece. Hey, where should I go now? Natasha replied, upward. Alexei glanced up to see the hovering helicopter, nearly moved to tears, fervently waving his arms. I see you. Wait for me. He felt compelled to demonstrate why he was the captain of the Soviet team. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. With a powerful push of his legs, his hefty form launched into the air like a cannonball, astonishingly leaping several meters high, seizing the edge of the iron bridge connecting the watchtower. With sheer arm strength, he swung himself up and firmly grasped the bridge. I knew it, Alexei declared triumphantly. In the next moment, a soldier atop the adjacent watchtower brandished a stun gun, cranking the power to its maximum. ZZZZT. A blue arc of electricity struck Alexei instantaneously. His body convulsed, and the bravado he had just proclaimed faltered in his throat. He plummeted straight from the iron bridge. With a thud, he created a sizable crater in the snow. In the helicopter, Hill witnessed the unfolding scene and sighed in resignation. Do I need to intervene, or will you? No need, Natasha shook her head, already positioned at the cabin door. The symbiote enveloped her entirely. With a leap, Natasha plunged from the heights of several hundred meters. In mid-air, her body unfurled gracefully, ultimately landing in an exceptionally striking Black Widow pose, one knee planted on the ground. A hand braced against it as she slowly lifted her gaze. Yelena observed her impressive display from the aircraft, her eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. What a skilled performer. She glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, a sudden thought igniting in her mind. Could a single encounter grant her such a symbiotic connection? Chapter 116, New Leads. Is the peach blossom debt knocking at the door? This might be a tad painful. Oh dear. Yelena tightened her rear, involuntarily shuddering. She hastily dismissed that terrifying notion from her mind. Why are you looking at me? S.H.I.E.L.D noticed Yelena's gaze, which held a complex mixture of anticipation and a hint of yearning, intertwined with traces of reluctance and fear. Suddenly called out, Yelena instinctively covered her backside. S.H.I.E.L.D mused. Has she developed some sort of stereotype about herself? The battle below was a one-sided massacre. Natasha could hardly be bothered to use her fists. With her hair whipping about wildly, she disarmed a dozen guards and bound them together like rice dumplings. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, Natasha's combat style remains as delightful as ever. Hill rolled her eyes. You might want to look over there. What is up? S.H.I.E.L.D followed her gaze. In the distance, due to the commotion of explosions and gunfire at the prison, several snow-capped peaks began to shift ominously, large slabs of snow cascading down, swiftly converging into a torrent of white, rushing towards the prison. An avalanche, and its speed was astonishing. In mere seconds, the towering wall of snow surged halfway up the mountainside, threatening to engulf the entire prison. You take over, Hill instructed Yelena as she approached the cabin door. Extending her hand, palm facing the oncoming avalanche, an invisible yet powerful gust of wind materialized out of nowhere. It lifted the snow from the ground, forming a small tornado before her. The vortex intensified, growing larger as it met the avalanche head-on. A colossal white tornado formed, connecting earth to sky, a scene so spectacular it resembled a special effects movie. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha used her tendrils to ensnare the stunned Alexei, still dazed in the snow, yanking him forcefully into the helicopter. What a thrill! Alexei landed on the cabin floor, not frightened, but rather flushed with excitement. My heavens, what was that just now? A tornado? He plopped down inside the cabin, eyes wide in awe at the magnificent snow tornado outside. I could handle it. Just give me enough vodka, he boasted, his gaze shifting to Yelena beside him. Alexei momentarily froze, the exhilaration on his face gradually giving way to a more complex expression. You have grown, Yelena. You were quite slender before. Yelena was not the epitome of delicate beauty. She possessed a more robust physique. S.H.I.E.L.D cast a few glances before averting his gaze. The atmosphere turned silent. Natasha reverted to her human form, looking down at Alexei from a height. Your sole purpose now is to inform us of the whereabouts of the Red Room. Alexei gave a self-deprecating chuckle. It's all business. We could send you back. Natasha's demeanor turned icy. I'm not jesting. She had no intention of rescuing this lackey of the Red Room. After the undercover mission concluded, Natasha had sought to protect Yelena from being sent to the Red Room, only to be thwarted by Alexei. I don't know, Alexei shrugged innocently. Natasha's patience evaporated in an instant, the symbiote once again creeping across her face. Do I need to reiterate your relationship with Dreykov? Best friends? Indeed. Leaning against the cabin wall, Alexei expressed his anger. I could have been more renowned than Captain America. And what happened? He banished me to Ohio for 3 years. All for that ridiculous undercover mission. Every day spent there was unbearable. At this point, he shot a glance at Yelena. Although he spoke in anger, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Who could say for certain? For Yelena, who regarded that period as her only redemption, his words struck like a dagger. Her eyes reddened, fists clenched tightly. Now that we're at a sufficient height, can we throw him out? What a splendid idea. Symbiote had grown weary of the old man's incessant rambling. He suddenly appeared before Alexei. Since you don't know where the Red Room is, what use do we have for you? Alexei was startled by Symbiote's sudden appearance, about to say something when, whoosh, the cabin door swung open. A frigid gust of wind rushing in. Symbiote flashed a toothy grin, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Goodbye. Just as the words left his lips, a black tendril shot out, swatting Alexei away like a fly. Ah! His scream was swiftly engulfed by the howling wind and snow. Both Natasha and Yelena were left in shock. Wait, did he really get thrown out? At this height, he will surely perish. Symbiote leisurely counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should suffice. Sighing, he shook his head in resignation and leapt out. Moments later, he returned, hoisting a figure frozen like a popsicle. Alexei was covered in snow, ice clinging to his hair and beard, shaking like a leaf. Now, do you know where the Red Room is? Symbiote leaned in again, inquiring in a remarkably cordial tone. I. Alexei was on the verge of tears. He truly did not know. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled the name. Melina. Surely, she would know. He exclaimed incoherently. Her tenure with Dreykov far surpasses mine. I know where she is. Is Mom still alive? Yelena gasped in surprise and joy. Wait, is she still working for the Red Room? Natasha furrowed her brow. There was no mention of this individual in Hill-S intelligence. It appears she is indeed a high-ranking operative. Symbiote inquired. Tell me, where is she? In the outskirts of St. Petersburg. That is all I know. Understood. Symbiote contemplated for a moment, then turned to Alexei, menacingly stating, now that we know her whereabouts, your value diminishes considerably. I can help persuade her. Alexei replied confidently. She still holds me in high regard. Observing his corpulent figure and unkempt beard, the four of them fell silent. In northern New York, at the newly established Avengers base, Tony found himself in his personal laboratory, where a device resembling futuristic headphones lay upon the table, embellished with his signature flamboyant design. This was the initial prototype of a countersonic module he had tinkered with for several days. He mused that upon seeing it, Symbiote would undoubtedly shed tears of joy. Perhaps in his elation, he might even gift me a symbiote to play with? A steel symbiote? That sounds intriguing, despite the rift caused by the Sokovia Accords. His disagreement with Steve was merely ideological, a series of quarrels rather than an irreparable schism. Holding a cup of coffee, Tony sauntered to the training facility, eager to witness the progress of the fledgling Avengers. Upon entering, he found Steve sternly instructing the new generation: Vision, Falcon, War Machine, Quicksilver, Starlight, and White Tiger. As for Wanda, she had recently been taken by a mysterious bald woman. Hey, how are they faring? Tony leaned against the doorway, taking a sip of his coffee. Talented, yet lacking in teamwork, Steve replied. Just then, Friday's voice resonated throughout the base. Sir, there's a lady outside claiming to know Mr. Symbiote. Tony raised an eyebrow. Let her in. Soon, the entrance of the training facility slowly slid open, and a woman stepped inside. The moment she appeared, the air in the training hall seemed to freeze. She was a striking figure, comparable to a supermodel, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. Her radiant golden hair framed a face marked by assertiveness, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Wow, Falcon Sam remarked, his eyes wide with awe. My heart skipped a beat. Rhodey murmured. All training ceased as they curiously regarded this unexpected guest. Steve stepped forward, addressing the woman. Whom are you searching for? Her gaze swept across everyone present before she replied. I am in search of Venom, or rather, Symbiote. He has taken my body, and I find myself homeless, seeking refuge with him. How can you prove your connection to him? Steve inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, fully aware of Symbiote's character. He had no interest in matters of the heart. The woman remained silent, retrieving a photograph from her bag with evident preparation. The image depicted a tent, prominently featuring Venom's head, while his tendrils tightly embraced a woman with blue skin. Chapter 117. Chief Scientist of the Red House, Melina in the outskirts of St. Petersburg. The landscape was vast and sparsely populated, with the countryside appearing even more desolate. As far as the eye could see, Rolling hills and extensive white birch forests dominated the scenery. A dirt road meandered like a gray ribbon through the birch woods, leading to a modest farm at its end. The farm was small, comprising several wooden cabins and a pen housing miniature pigs. A middle-aged woman, simply attired, stood beside the pig pen, holding a tablet that displayed a stream of intricate data. She was Melina Vostokov, the chief scientist of the Red House. Inside the pen, the little pigs marched in synchronized steps, trotting in circles. In the next moment, Melina merely flicked her finger, swiping on the tablet, and the pig herd instantly changed formation, beginning to follow a new path. Melina was testing the latest in mental control technology. At that moment, the screen of the tablet abruptly turned red. Melina's expression sharpened as she swiftly turned and returned to the cabin. She retrieved a gleaming sniper rifle, expertly checking the ammunition and chambering a round in one fluid motion. Quietly, she positioned herself by the window on the second floor, resting the rifle's barrel on the sill. Through the high-powered scope, she observed a helicopter descending slowly against the distant sky. The helicopter landed in a clearing, and the door swung open. Alexei was the first to leap out, inhaling the crisp air deeply, arms outstretched as if embracing the familiar terrain. The solid ground felt gratifying. "Let us move quickly," he urged. Yelena followed closely behind, her heart racing with both anxiety and anticipation. Meanwhile, Natasha walked alongside Hill. "I truly appreciate your help this time," Natasha murmured. Hill glanced at her. "Even without Sumo, we are friends, are we not? Why the formality? Aren't we practically family now?" A subtle smile curled at Natasha's lips as she tentatively asked. Hill remained focused ahead, stating, "The condition is that you must side with me. In Budapest." Sumo made it clear. "He wants both you and me. What choice does that leave you? One cannot simply retreat like a coward, for that would only benefit Natasha." Hill recalled the restless women. Fiorella, who yearned to bear Sumo's child. Sky, who, lacking any pretense, sought to ascend to a higher position at every opportunity. And Gwen, who had secretly communicated with her family while concealing her intentions from everyone. Hill was utterly taken aback by Gwen's deep concealment. However, according to her, Director Stacy remained oblivious to the fact that Sumo was not human, but rather a symbiote. Naturally, Natasha readily agreed. Once everything was laid bare, Natasha felt an immense sense of relaxation, returning to the initial camaraderie shared among the three. She leaned closer to Hill, whispering in a tone meant only for them. "Honestly, you must try it. The sensation is entirely different from mere fingers. Those 3 days felt like I was reclaiming everything I had missed in this lifetime. I even found myself sleeping on my side. Sumo didn't allow me to recuperate. My throat is hoarse from shouting." Sumo rolled his eyes, for it was she who had been making all the noise. Hill maintained her composure as she moved forward, yet the faint blush on her ears betrayed her. Listening to these candid descriptions, she felt a slight flutter in her heart. "We are here to dismantle the Red Room." Hill cleared her throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. I know, Natasha replied with a smile, raising her hands in surrender, ceasing her teasing. Upon arriving at the farm, Melina awaited them. Noticing Alexei and his 2 daughters, she refrained from pulling the trigger. "Darling, we are home," Alexei said, adjusting his wrinkled attire in an effort to appear more appealing. The group stood in silence, facing each other from several meters apart, the air thick with awkwardness. Sumo had anticipated that Melina would take a shot at him, or, at the very least, scold him. To his surprise, she simply gazed at the husband she hadn't seen in over 20 years, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of nostalgia and emotion. As a member of the Black Widow, Melina's beauty was undeniable. Could it be that she genuinely cherished the current Alexei? This might indeed be love. "Follow me," she beckoned, leading them into the wooden cabin. The interior was modest, even somewhat antiquated, a polished wooden dining table, a few chairs, and a fireplace crackling with logs, enveloping the room in warmth. Scenic paintings adorned the walls, and a bookshelf in the corner overflowed with various scientific and engineering tomes. In essence, it bore no resemblance to a hideout of a top-tier operative. "Do not be formal. Feel at home," Melina said, resting her sniper rifle against the wall, her tone matter-of-fact. With these words, both Alexei and Yelena were visibly moved. Alexei, this burly man, suddenly found his eyes welling with tears. He sniffled, muttering that he would wash his face, and quickly strode into the bathroom. Sumo cautiously peeked out, catching sight of him with his back to the door, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking as he wiped away his tears. Yelena stood in the center of the living room, bewildered. She surveyed the room's layout, her gaze lingering on the familiar dining table, as if she had been transported back to her childhood in Ohio, a childhood that, although fabricated, was the only home she had ever truly known. Only Natasha remained on high alert. "No tricks. Are there any traps nearby?" Sumo and Hill. She was perpetually tense like a drawn bowstring. Melina cast a calm glance at her. I raise my children not to let them fall into traps. You never raised us. Natasha bluntly shattered this facade of warmth. You are correct. Melina fell silent for a moment before conceding. She turned her gaze toward Hill, who was present. Without waiting for an introduction, Symbiote had already leaned out from her shoulder. Melina's pupils constricted slightly, instantly recognizing him. A Venom operative? The strongest Avenger. That music to my ears, Symbiote grinned. Melina refrained from further comment. She turned and retrieved a bottle of vodka and several glasses from a cabinet, pouring drinks for everyone. The four women gathered around the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Alexei had yet to emerge from the bathroom, but strange noises emanated from within. First, there were rustling sounds, followed by muffled grunts, as if he were grappling with severe constipation. 5 pairs of eyes instinctively turned toward the bathroom. Expressions varied as they exchanged glances. After a considerable wait, just as Natasha was on the verge of impatience, the bathroom door creaked open. Alexei squeezed himself into a red and white uniform, his round beer belly straining against the fabric, each contour of his ample flesh clearly visible, evoking sympathy for the garment. He took a deep breath, trying to suck in his stomach slightly, then turned to Melina, wearing an immensely proud smile. It still fits well. Chapter 118. 2 more women? Natasha and Yelena exchanged incredulous looks. Oh my god. Only Melina enthusiastically applauded. The 2 women locked eyes. Natasha intended to address serious matters, but Alexei interjected, Melina, you are as beautiful as ever, just like on the day they held our wedding. Melina tossed her hair. You've gained weight, but you still look decent. Symbiote and the others were expressions of resignation. Symbiote discerned that Yelena, Alexei, and Melina were striving to recapture a sense of familial connection. However, Natasha was different. Having spent numerous years within S.H.I.E.L.D, she had long seen through the facade of false warmth. Her sole desire was to obliterate the Red Room without delay. Consequently, she abruptly interrupted the lingering gaze between the two. Tell me the location of the Red Room. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid. Melina fell silent, a flicker of resistance crossing her eyes. Natasha, you cannot defeat someone who can manipulate your mind. You have no idea what we brought back from our mission in Ohio. She turned to seize the tablet from the table, her fingers gliding across the screen. In the pen, a small pig received the command, trotting in with its short legs to stand before them. Melina regarded the pig. Good boy, Alexei. Alexei was taken aback. You named a pig after me? Symbiote interjected. I find you quite similar. Alexei retorted, but Melina ignored their exchange, issuing a command to the tablet. Stop breathing. Astonishingly, the pig named Alexei held its breath, its body collapsing to the ground from lack of oxygen. Moments later, Melina commanded it to breathe again, and the little pig staggered back to its feet, gasping for air. This bizarre scene silenced everyone. Melina, her gaze fixed on the data displayed on the tablet, explained without lifting her head, the Northern Institute we infiltrated in Ohio, which appeared to be a S.H.I.E.L.D facility, was actually staffed by Hydra scientists. They conducted extensive research on the human brain, integrating it with the Winter Soldier program. This mind control system was their initial creation. Yelena stared at the pig, then shifted her gaze to Melina's unnaturally calm face. The last thread of her composure snapped. Do you know who these technologies were used on? Her voice trembled, suppressing her fury. On me, and on everyone like me. She pointed a trembling finger at Natasha. One of you escaped, and another lives here, raising pigs, enjoying a peaceful life. Only I was abandoned there. Her voice shattered completely, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Yelena could say no more. She seized the vodka from the table and burst out of the wooden cabin. Guilt etched Natasha's face as she glanced at Hill, rose, and followed her outside. The room was left with only the crackling sound of wood burning in the fireplace. Alexei opened his mouth, intending to speak, but Melina silenced him with a glare. It was time to end this farce. Hill leaned forward, her hands clasped on the table, breaking the suffocating silence. Given your awareness of our identities, it is only natural for you to surmise that our purpose is to dismantle the Red Room. Her tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. At this moment, we are not soliciting your assistance, Melina. Symbiote's pale eyes also fixed upon Melina, his voice icy as it reverberated through the room. Assist us, or stand against us. Make your choice. This is not a negotiation, but an ultimatum. Melina, being a scientist accustomed to calculating probabilities, would have undoubtedly dismissed Natasha and Yelena had they been the only ones present, for that would have been a venture in a certain demise, devoid of any chance of success. However, with the presence of the Venom agents, the dynamics shifted entirely. The Red Room pales in comparison to their might. With his involvement, the odds transformed dramatically. After a prolonged silence, Melina finally reached a conclusion. The Red Room is airborne, she began slowly. It is a fortress in the sky, its location perpetually shifting. Thus, I cannot ascertain its precise coordinates. However, she lifted her gaze to meet Hill's piercing eyes. I can summon it to us. As night descended, the world outside plunged into darkness, the frigid wind sweeping through the birch forest with a mournful howl, akin to the lamentations of specters. Within the wooden cabin, the tense standoff evolved into clandestine scheming. Amidst the chilling blackness outside, Natasha located Yelena, who sat by the pig pen, clutching a bottle of vodka, shivering in the cold breeze. What shall we drink if you take that away? Yelena inquired. Natasha removed her coat and draped it over Yelena's shoulders, then sat down beside her. The two sisters sat in tranquil silence beneath the vast expanse of stars. Since you entered, all you've spoken of is the mission. Yelena reproached Natasha after regaining her composure. Are we not family? We have shared such joy together, Natasha. Do you not desire a home? You were only 6 then. But I was different, Yelena, Natasha replied, recalling that time with clarity. I knew all too well that home was but an illusion. The three of them were aware this was an undercover mission, yet Yelena believed she had genuinely been adopted and was living a blissful life in Ohio. Alexei and Melina truly cared for her, but Natasha, knowing the truth, could not feel their sincerity. And besides, I already have a family. Hill, Sue, and Mo. They're my true kin. A genuine smile graced Natasha's lips. Observing her expression, Yelena's eyes shimmered with envy. Melina's plan involved proactively messaging the Red Room's operatives. Upon capture, she could arrange for several individuals to be confined in a specially designed cell, one of her own creation. Yet, as you're an unfamiliar face, my suggestion is, Sue, Mo interjected, she will not participate in this mission. Pardon? He'll turn to him. Sumo's demeanor was resolute. Listen to me, it's just Natasha and me who will go. Hill seemed poised to respond when suddenly her phone rang. Few were acquainted with this number. Hill stepped into a private room to answer the call. Tony's voice immediately resonated through the line. Hill, is Sue and Mo there? Yes. Well, there's something I'd like to discuss with him privately. Tony's tone carried an unusual quality. Hill cast a glance at Sue and Mo, her eyes clearly questioning. What secrets are you withholding from me? Sue and Mo feigned innocence. Tony, just speak plainly. What could possibly be confidential from Hill? Are you certain? Tony countered. His inquiry made Sue and Mo momentarily uncertain. Yet with Hill's unwavering gaze upon him, he steeled himself and affirmed, I am absolutely certain. Very well. Tony cleared his throat. Mystique has come to see you, claiming you owe her responsibility. Sue and Mo blinked in confusion. What connection do I have with her? What responsibility? She even brought photos. You appear quite close. Would you like me to send them? Tony's voice dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. Send them over, Hill replied. The images were high definition, with Mystique's expression being particularly intriguing. Sue Mo recalled the incident when he and Sky addressed the mutant crisis. The Thunderbird had crashed in the woods and was fortuitously rescued by Old One. That night, Sue Mo seized the opportunity to replicate Mystique's abilities. Although the situation was not as she portrayed it, he had merely intended to punish her. Like you punished Natasha? Hill interjected. Indeed, I did bite her, but at that moment, I felt nothing. It was merely an act to induce vomiting in Mystique. At that moment, Tony interjected again, by the way. Your little girlfriend was taken by a bald woman. Hill was left bewildered. Just as she had accepted Natasha, 2 more had surfaced. I initially intended to join you in dismantling the Red Room, Sue and Mo. Now, I must return to New York. Chapter 119. The heartless demon. The night in St. Petersburg was dark and frigid. The biting wind swept unimpeded from the Siberian plains, stirring the remnants of snow and grass. Howling through the barren birch forest, the only wooden cabin on the farm glowed with light, serving as the sole beacon in the enveloping darkness. A helicopter rested a short distance from the farm, with only Natasha present to see them off. Promise me, Hill, you can reprimand Mystique or Tony, but do not involve yourself in mutant affairs, Sue Mo earnestly cautioned. Mystique's intentions are far from merely seeking refuge. The Avengers may very well find themselves entangled in the mutant crisis once again, and this time, the threat is exceedingly perilous. Sue Mo understood that Mystique had lost her mutant abilities because she shielded Magneto from a bullet containing the antidote for mutants. It is evident that Old One has already taken action. Following the trajectory of events, it is highly probable that he will seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue Mo has witnessed the formidable power of the Phoenix. Although there exists a seal laid by Ancient One, he cannot guarantee the outcome. Should she be released, the Phoenix's power may spiral out of control, and even a being as powerful as Superman could be reduced to mere ashes. I understand your concern for me, Hill remarked, observing his anxious demeanor. Any remnants of her earlier discomfort had long since dissipated, and she smiled. However, did you truly think my haste to return was driven by jealousy over those women? Isn't it? Natasha, standing with her arms crossed, muttered softly. Certainly not. I'm not that trivial, Hill replied, casting Natasha a withering glance. She then turned back to Sue Mo, her expression serious. It is Sky who has encountered some trouble. Sky, what has happened? How was I not informed? Sue Mo inquired. It is not a grave issue, Merely somewhat intricate, Hill explained. Do you recall the compound we encountered previously? The one modified by Hydra that allowed a person to live only for a week? I remember. What of it? It has since been improved, Hill's expression growing grave. Through continuous injection, it can now enable a person to maintain superpowers and extend their lifespan. Sky and Coulson were attacked by these individuals while entering the ruins. Perhaps I should accompany you back? Are you not concerned about your Natasha? Hill observed Su-Mo, an air of satisfaction gracing her features. She had anticipated this. Her significance outweighed Natasha's, if only slightly. Please refrain from undermining others. Thank you. Natasha retorted, rolling her eyes and grinding her teeth in frustration. Rest assured, I shall not involve myself with the mutants. At most, I will teach Mystique a lesson, Hill stated confidently. Ultimately, Su-Mo relented. Very well, but remember, if you cannot win, retreat. Await my return to resolve the matter. Nothing is more important than your safety. I understand, Hill's smile softened. She cupped Su-Mo's face and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. I will await your return at the sanctuary. With that, she boarded the helicopter without looking back. The rotor blades stirred up a tremendous gust and debris, vanishing into the night. Su-Mo gazed at the direction in which the helicopter had disappeared, momentarily lost in thought. I say, isn't it time to retrieve your soul? Natasha's voice drifted from beside him. You can still catch up with her. There's no need to consider my feelings. Returning to reality. Su-Mo intended to explain his concerns regarding the mutants, but Natasha interjected, crossing her arms and adopting a tone reminiscent of a Hollywood film character's best friend. You know what? Su-Mo, the way you both bid farewell just now truly made me feel superfluous, as if you were the quintessential American couple living in the suburbs, blessed with a perfect marriage and a golden retriever. Meanwhile, I am but the alluring Russian mistress you clandestinely seek to satiate your every thrilling fantasy after your marriage has grown mundane. Su-Mo remarked. That metaphor is indeed infuriatingly apartment. He gazed at Natasha's face, which was etched with discontent. A black tendril discreetly extended, gently lifting Natasha's chin. The description of a seductive mistress is quite evocative, but who said it was a secret? Smooth talker, she muttered under her breath, though her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Su-Mo retracted the tendril as they ambled towards the wooden cabin. Is your backside no longer sore? Are you yearning for more? I feel a fire within, and this time I shall endeavor to be gentler. Should I indulge you? Why not seek out Hill instead? Natasha retorted, yet her steps quickened. Suddenly, a cacophony of caws erupted from above. Several crows circled ominously overhead, their black wings casting sinister shadows against the night. Crows in this cursed place? Natasha furrowed her brow. In the frigid Siberian winter, these birds should have long since migrated south for the season. Perhaps they are ravens. Su-Mo mused, casting a glance upwards without much concern. Yet, as they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly unsettling. Along the path, the previously bare trunks of the white birch trees had become entwined with clusters of black roses, their petals dark and profound, reminiscent of ink, creating a bizarre contrast against the pale bark. A scent reminiscent of decay, mingled with a sickly sweetness, pervaded the air. Natasha halted abruptly, drawing her handgun from her waist, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Damn it, an illusion? When did, before she could finish her thought, the scene before them began to warp. The warm wooden cabin, the distant pig pen, the undulating white birch forest, all began to dissolve like an oil painting washed away by water, colors blending into a chaotic smear. When clarity returned, they found themselves no longer on the farm. Beneath their feet lay cracked gray earth, surrounded by an expanse of desolate wasteland. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting the world in shades of black, gray, and red. Welcome to my world, an elegant yet chilling voice resonated from ahead. A man clad in a black suit emerged slowly. He appeared to be in his early 30s, handsome, with a courteous smile gracing his lips. However, the aura surrounding him was tainted with the same sense of plague and decay that enveloped this forsaken land. The three men behind him each bore distinct characteristics. A stout figure, resembling a boulder, a gaunt one, seemingly capable of being toppled by a mere gust, a pallid visage, eyes damp and cold, akin to one just retrieved from water. Disrupting others' conversations is a most impolite act. Su-Mo assumed control of the body, his voice tranquil, betraying neither joy nor anger. He withdrew the Black Death sword from the void. In an instant, the blood moon and desolate plains vanished. This realm was engulfed by an even more profound darkness, and the courteous smile of the suited man froze, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. Su-Mo pointed the sword's tip at him, declaring, "You have provoked the wrong individual, dark-hearted demon." Chapter 120. The Hellfire of Venom? The dark-hearted demon sought to utter a pleasantry, but found his throat parched. What manner of being stood before him? The dark-hearted, son of the hellish Lord Mephisto. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, Phoenixes beget phoenixes. A rat's offspring will burrow. As a prince, he had been steeped in treachery from a young age, though he had learned little else. The arts of deception and ambition he had mastered thoroughly. His grandest aspiration was to unseat his father from the throne and claim dominion over hell. To this noble end, he had quietly gathered forces. Not long ago, he had sought to recruit an old cowboy, a tomb guardian, but had been repelled by a single gunshot. Next, he approached a young man skilled in stunt motorcycling, only for Mephisto to intervene directly. These two failures taught him a vital lesson. He could not rely solely on himself. He required mightier allies. At that moment, he sensed a familiar power. The curse Mephisto had left upon the mortal realm. It was a fortuitous opportunity. Those who had been wronged by that old wretch must harbor deep resentment. Was this not a natural ally? Thus, the dark-hearted demon, accompanied by 3 subordinates, arrived, intending to first demonstrate their might to S.H.I.E.L.D before broaching the subject of collaboration. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that his illusions crumbled before S.H.I.E.L.D like a child's play. Not even a second could they endure. The dark aura emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D surpassed even Mephisto's in purity, antiquity, and terror. He began to seriously doubt how that old wretch had managed to cast a curse upon such an entity. Gazing into Sumo's white eyes, the dark-hearted demon swiftly reassessed his stance, retracting all hostility and offering what he believed to be his most sincere and harmless smile. That misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding. We are not here to fight, but to seek collaboration. Collaboration? How could I possibly ally with evil? S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed, raising the Black Death sword, poised to strike. What level do you think you are at to discuss collaboration with me? Wait. The dark-hearted demon, nearly losing his composure, shouted at an unprecedented speed. You carry Mephisto's curse within you. It is the power of lust. If not swiftly dispelled, you shall inevitably fall and be dragged into the abyss. The tip of the Black Death sword hovered ominously before the nose of the black-hearted demon, the chilling aura of murderous intent rendering him half-frozen. What did you say? Sumo's voice turned icy. Natasha within him was equally taken aback. A curse? When did this occur? Sumo's mind raced, swiftly connecting the dots of matters previously incomprehensible. No wonder he had developed feelings for Natasha. No wonder, in the Mexican restaurant, Gu-E had specifically cautioned him not to succumb to desire. It turns out, Mephisto had cast a spell upon him. Noticing S.H.I.E.L.D hesitating, the black-hearted demon exhaled in relief, hurriedly adjusting his suit and tie in an attempt to regain a semblance of elegance. Look, we share a common enemy, do we not? Can you lift the curse? S.H.I.E.L.D retracted the Black Death sword, and the darkness receded. Of course. On what grounds do you expect me to trust the son of a demon? The black-hearted demon's smile faltered, revealing his unease. The curse was indeed beyond his ability to lift. Unless, as long as I slay that old wretch, I shall inherit his power. At that moment, lifting this curse will be a mere trifle, and we shall become the closest of allies. I might even grant you the earth. The black-hearted demon spoke with confidence. This earth has always belonged to me, boy. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D closed the distance, his white eyes mere inches away. So, you cannot lift the curse. Should I interpret that as you attempting to deceive me? S.H.I.E.L.D seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. The 3 henchmen behind the black-hearted demon were about to intervene when S.H.I.E.L.D unleashed his fiery gaze. The elemental trio, earth, wind, and water, was sent flying. The black-hearted demon gasped. Such a convergence of formidable powers is utterly unreasonable. Killing me will only delight that old fool more. He struggled to articulate. S.H.I.E.L.D paused, then chuckled. You are not entirely foolish. Like discarding refuse, he slammed the black-hearted demon into the ground, creating a crater in the earth. He indeed wished to vex Mephisto, but refused to grant any advantage to the black-hearted demon, who merely feigned bravado before him. Suddenly, a striking thought struck S.H.I.E.L.D. The Ghost Rider, that figure clad in flames, adorned with a skull, exceedingly cool. If Venom could merge with the Ghost Rider. Yet the Ghost Rider's power stemmed from Hellfire, a dominion of the infernal lords under Mephisto's reign. Utilizing it was akin to borrowing from a lender like Gu-E to Mammon, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. But now an opportunity had arisen. Somos pouk languidly. I can assist you in dealing with Mephisto. The eyes of the dark-hearted demon gleamed with excitement, nearly prompting him to bow before S.H.I.E.L.D on the spot. Struggling to rise, he dusted off his clothes and respectfully inquired, What is it that you require? Whatever it may be, I shall comply. His terms were straightforward, the flames of hell. It is a promise. The dark-hearted demon understood his meaning. However, he pondered why, despite his formidable strength, he still sought the flames of hell. Very well, I shall reveal the whereabouts of a contract to you. The dark-hearted demon was taken aback. Was he not going to take action himself? This doubt dissipated entirely after S.H.I.E.L.D uttered his next words, the covenant of Saint Vanga. The dark-hearted demon departed. The black rose entwined around the birch tree withered rapidly, transforming into ashes. The sweet, cloying scent in the air vanished, restoring the Siberian night to its intended state, cold and tranquil. That fellow was clearly no good. Was the hellfire he sought in exchange truly that formidable? Natasha expressed her concern. It's adequate. It should sufficiently compensate for my setbacks, Symbiote replied nonchalantly. The hellfire could directly scorch the soul, making it a valuable supplemental skill before he had master magic. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that it would infuriate Mephisto. Natasha's mind raced. The curse of lust. Initially, she had not grasped its implications, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. She abruptly halted, turning to fix her gaze on Symbiote. The curse you mentioned. Lust. So, you do not genuinely harbor feelings for me, do you, Symbiote? Natasha's tone remained calm, yet her eyes scrutinized him. How am I to prove that to you? Symbiote teased. Perhaps we could try again once the curse is lifted? Natasha was momentarily taken aback by his roguish response. She had anticipated an explanation or a denial. Instead, he had sidestepped the issue entirely, scheduling a subsequent encounter. Once is insufficient. Natasha lifted her chin, her gaze imbued with challenge. Suit yourself. I shall bring Hill along as well, she added, eager to witness Symbiote's reaction. Symbiote fell silent for 2 seconds. I possess many tendrils. Natasha and he exchanged no further words as they made their way toward the distant glimmer of light. Upon entering the wooden cabin, warmth enveloped them. Melina awaited in the living room, as she and Natasha had other plans. Meanwhile, Alexei and Yelena remained oblivious, one boasting by the fireplace about his glorious deeds as a Red Guardian, while the other half-heartedly listened, clearly disinterested. Upon Natasha's return, Yelena exhibited keen curiosity. Why were you gone for so long? Did you apply the ointment? It's left for you to use. After speaking, she and Melina left the living room in succession. The basement was lined with weapons on 3 walls. Melina remained silent, beginning to unbutton her plain outer garment. Her figure was quite proportionate, though time had inevitably taken its toll. Chapter 121. The Red House. The Sky Fortress. Melina handed her clothing to Natasha, who quickly changed into Melina's attire without uttering a word. Subsequently, Melina retrieved a palm-sized device from a metal box and pressed it against her face. After a faint crackle of electricity, nanomaterials cascaded over her features like quicksand, and within moments, her facial characteristics transformed to resemble Natasha's. Even her height seemed subtly adjusted. This was a piece of high-tech equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D, a nanomask. How does my voice sound? Melina inquired, her words echoing Natasha's tone perfectly. Flawless, Natasha nodded, finding no need for such elaborate measures. The symbiote instantly enveloped her face, and mere seconds later, the liquid receded, revealing another Melina standing in her place. Every detail from her gaze to her fingerprints, even the habitual slight tilt of her shoulders while walking, perfectly mimicked. This was the essence of Mystique's abilities, finally proving useful. Before long, a resounding roar erupted from outside, shattering the tranquility of the farm. Blinding searchlights pierced through the windows, illuminating the cabin as if it were day, revealing the dust trails upon the walls with startling clarity. Damn it! How did they find us? Yelena exclaimed, rising anxiously. Alexei, however, wore an expression of exhilaration. He seized the poker from beside the fireplace, striking a pose he deemed impressive, and shouted toward the door, "Come on, you scoundrels! Experience the might of the Red Guardian." But no sooner had the words left his lips than a tranquilizer dart struck precisely into his neck. He didn't flinch, casually pulling it out and discarding it on the ground. Is that all your toys can do? He mocked, puffing out his chest. Back in Cuba, before he could finish his sentence, a volley of tranquilizer darts, as if drawn by a magnet, simultaneously shot in from all directions, embedding themselves into his body. Alexei instantly became a moving cactus, his smug expression frozen in place as his eyes began to glaze over, his body swaying unsteadily. I think I'm getting a bit drowsy. Yelena began to flee. With a thunderous crash, Alexei collapsed to the ground, shaking the wooden floor, followed by thunderous snores. Damn it! Yelena exclaimed, just as she attempted to escape through the window, only to collide with Natasha, who was disguised as Melina. Clad in the Black Widow's uniform from the Red House, with 2 tactical knives at her back and the Widow's bite on her wrist, Yelena's mind raced with confusion. Why? I'm sorry, Natasha swiftly interjected, knocking Yelena unconscious before she could react. And with that, everything came to an end. A figure clad in a cloak and wearing a skull mask slowly entered the room. His gaze, reminiscent of a master imitating his craft, swept over the subdued Yelena, then lingered on the fallen Alexei, before finally resting on the indifferent Melina, who stood motionless, offering a slight nod. Minutes later, amidst the roar of the helicopter, Alexei began to awaken. His head throbbed painfully as he realized both he and Yelena were bound to their seats, while Natasha beside them appeared to have fainted, her head tilted at an odd angle. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the cockpit, recognizing the silhouette all too well. Melina? In an instant, Alexei's mind cleared, and he struggled with fury. What are you doing? You have betrayed us. Natasha in the cockpit remained focused, not turning her head, wholly absorbed in piloting the aircraft. Symbiote, inhabiting Natasha's body, observed Alexei's rage and silently scoffed. Truly, he is the Soviet captain. The dosage of the tranquilizer should have kept an elephant asleep for days. Yet he awakens so soon. The aircraft glided steadily through the thick clouds. While Alexei's shouts never ceased, his face contorted in anger, droplets of saliva nearly splattering onto the back of the cockpit seat. Melina, you traitor. You truly sold us out. What did Dreykov offer you? A larger pigsty? Yelena had awoken as well. Unlike Alexei, she did not scream or shout. Instead, she sat in silence, her gaze shifting back and forth between the indifferent Melina piloting the helicopter and the unconscious Natasha beside her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the pain and confusion of being betrayed by someone so close. Natasha, unfazed by the commotion behind her, remained intent on the path ahead, as though they were merely cargo to be transported. Suddenly, the helicopter jolted slightly, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Instantly, the vast expanse of clouds before them began to ripple violently, resembling the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone. A colossal structure materialized out of thin air. It was a massive fortress suspended high above the clouds, completely black, like a steel behemoth lying in wait. Countless signal towers and exhaust vents pierced the sky, and the fortress's windows emitted an ominous crimson glow, rendering the entire edifice a projection of hell upon the earth. Suemo remarked, "Well, I must admit, this entrance is rather impressive. I hadn't even sensed its presence until we were nearly upon it. Is it some form of optical camouflage?" Natasha, in her mind, replied, though her attention was also captivated by the aerial fortress. "No, it is more than mere optical camouflage," Suemo countered. "Kryptonian light powers can penetrate optical camouflage. Yet the structure seems to exist outside of this dimension until we breach its range. In any case, our successful entry is what matters." Natasha, too, was perplexed by the mechanics behind it. Suemo fell into contemplative silence. This signifies that the Red Room possesses a depth far beyond what he had anticipated. The aircraft glided slowly into the expansive open hangar on the fortress's side. As the bay doors opened, the taskmaster awaited with a cadre of Black Widows, their movements synchronized, resembling a cohort of soulless dolls of death. The hangar was enveloped in silence, save for the low hum of the aircraft engines. A soldier advanced to release Alexei from his bindings. Instantly, he felt a resurgence of vigor, roaring as he lunged his head violently towards the nearest Black Widow. Yet, she deftly sidestepped and precisely jabbed her electrified baton into the nape of his neck. Alexei's roar morphed into a brief, pitiful whimper, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed once more. Yelena observed the scene with a cold detachment, remaining silent. Natasha disembarked from the plane, her posture erect as she strode directly towards the taskmaster. General Dreykov would be pleased, and she must not keep him waiting. The skeletal mask of the taskmaster betrayed no emotion, merely nodding slightly before gesturing with his hand. The Black Widows promptly advanced, dragging Alexei like a lifeless pig while hoisting Yelena and the still unconscious Natasha deeper into the fortress. Natasha followed at a leisurely pace, the chilling red lights illuminating the corridor ahead, a path leading into the depths of hell. The grand performance was just beginning. Chapter 122. Exposed? Meanwhile, on the uppermost level of the airborne fortress, within an office that starkly contrasted with the overall aesthetic of the stronghold, General Dreykov puffed on a cigar, leisurely observing the surveillance screens. On the display, Yelena and the others were being escorted through the frigid corridor. Behind him stood a sharp-eyed blonde Black Widow. Dreykov's finger lightly tapped another screen on the desk, shifting the image to a recording of Natasha engaging in combat with Ultron on the streets of Seoul. Her movements were agile and lethal, akin to a flash of yellow lightning. "Ah, is this your source of confidence, Natasha?" Dreykov mused, a scornful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "A renowned Avenger, believing that acquiring superhuman abilities would enable her to challenge me?" Without glancing back, he commanded the widow beside him, "Go, have our girls don the latest gear. I wish to demonstrate to these individuals how trivial their perceived confidence is in my presence." The widow nodded and prepared to depart. Dreykov's gaze returned to the surveillance footage, his expression turning cold. "Melina is untrustworthy as well. Confine her directly." He seemed to ponder a more amusing notion, shaking his head. "Bring her to me. I wish to witness the expression on her face when she realizes that all her efforts have been in vain." The blonde widow nodded again and exited the office. Meanwhile, Natasha was being guided deeper into the fortress by two widows, one on either side. The main corridor she traversed was flanked by immense panes of one-way glass. Through the translucent barriers, the interior scene was vividly discernible. It was a vast training arena, populated by hundreds of young girls from all corners of the globe, each possessing distinct complexions, yet their gazes were uniformly vacant and numb, lacking any glimmer of humanity. They were engaged in brutal, sparring exercises, striking with ruthless precision. Each blow aimed to incapacitate. Those who fell were unceremoniously dragged away, without a soul casting a second glance. This place resembled a meticulously engineered factory for the production of killing machines, and these girls were mere products on an assembly line. Natasha's fists clenched silently, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. We must first locate more of the red serum, enough to restore their consciousness at the very least. Then, we can preserve a portion of the samples to devise an antidote, ensuring that the scattered Black Widows worldwide might find true salvation. Very well, a truly grand scheme. Came the languid voice of Symbiote. I wonder who will remember your benevolence by then. I do not require their remembrance. Natasha's tone was resolute. If I am captured, I wish for someone to rise up and lead us from that wretched place. All right, enough of this melancholic literature. Symbiote interrupted. Where is that serum? Did Melina mention its location? Natasha's thoughts were drawn back to the present. On the 17th floor, the airborne fortress comprised a total of 18 levels, with the 17th just beneath Dreykov's office. Melina could manipulate the release of their prison, and she would team up with Yelena to procure the antidote. Our task is to intercept all the Black Widows. That sounds promising, though it will be quite challenging to avoid harming them. Just as she spoke, a blonde woman emerged from around the corner of the corridor, advancing directly towards Natasha. With a slight nod, she announced, "The general wishes to see you." Natasha remained silent, merely acknowledging with a nod as she followed in the woman's wake. At the pinnacle of the airborne fortress, Dreykov's office contrasted starkly with the oppressive chill outside. It was adorned with a thick, dark red carpet and walls graced with unidentifiable paintings. Beyond the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, tumultuous clouds churned, while an elderly, rotund man dressed in an oversized suit sat with his back to them, perched in a leather executive chair, a thick cigar emitting plumes of smoke between his fingers. He turned to face them, revealing a visage marred by oiliness and age spots, framed by silver-rimmed spectacles. The eyes behind the lenses were murky yet shrewd. "How does the feeling of family reunion fare?" Dreykov inquired, his voice rasping like sandpaper. "Terribly," Natasha replied coldly in Melina's tone. "They are clingy, overly emotional, and impoverished. Just as in the past, is it not?" "Indeed. And what of Yelena Belova? What is her status? Is she the only one affected?" Dreykov's fingers tapped the tablet on the desk. Yes, Natasha understood clearly. He spoke of the matter concerning the restoration of consciousness by the Crimson Serum. "Those antidotes give me quite a headache. It poses a significant dilemma." Dreykov's tone turned frigid. "Melina, those concoctions are your creation." He pivoted the tablet towards Natasha. On the screen, Yelena was firmly bound to an operating table, the harsh white light illuminating the lines drawn in black marker, indicating a forthcoming craniotomy. In the background, a red floor marker read 13. "Her mind is compromised. I must discern the root of the issue." 13, the very location where the antidotes are stored, Natasha mused inwardly. Dreykov rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. "Can you fathom the potential of that mind control technology? If we could dominate the Avengers, subjugate the Venom agents, imagine the possibilities." Dreykov turned back. "Alas, you will not witness that moment." Natasha's movements froze. From the shadows of the office, the taskmaster silently emerged, wielding a specially crafted pistol, the dark muzzle unwaveringly aimed at Natasha. "How did you discover this?" Natasha's expression shifted, revealing her true visage. "Somos piqué perplexed." The shapeshifter's disguise had been flawless. Where had it faltered? Normanov. Dreykov was taken aback. His expression morphed dramatically, from shock to fury, then disbelief. He had anticipated Melina's betrayal due to that so-called family. The only reason he allowed her presence was because Taskmaster was there. Yet he would never have imagined that the Melina before him was, in fact, Natasha in disguise. Then the yellow symbiote on her. Dreykov's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, he pressed the alarm, the shrill sound causing discomfort to both Natasha and Symbiote. In the next instant, bang, a gunshot echoed through the office, as Taskmaster had already pulled the trigger. Chapter 123. Taskmaster imitates Wolverine? The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Bang! A muffled thud followed as a small burst of blood erupted from Natasha's chest. She fell heavily backward, collapsing onto the carpet, lifeless. In less than a minute, a swarm of shadowy figures surged into the corridor. Dozens of Black Widows, fully armed, moved in unison, occupying every corner of the office. Their attire was uniform. In their right hands, they wielded Widow's Bite, while on their left wrists rested a silver metal disc, pulsating with a ghostly blue light. Though the space was crowded, an eerie silence enveloped it, broken only by Dreykov's labored breaths. Having regained his voice, laced with a hint of neurotic laughter, He gazed down at the lifeless body on the ground. I believed you had made considerable progress, Normanov. Yet here we are. This so-called symbiote is but a triviality. On the floor, Natasha lay with her eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless. Yet within her consciousness, there existed a lively tumult. The recent jolt had indeed caused her some discomfort, and she lamented to S.H.I.E.L.D. The symbiotic entity had long since mended the tissues torn asunder by the specially crafted bullet. Now that everyone had gathered, did you notice the peculiar device on their left hands? I surmise it to be a sonic apparatus. Can you contend with that, my dear Ms. Natasha? Sumo's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Why confront them head on? I am not foolish, Natasha remarked, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. A black widow observed, her expression turning to one of confusion. Is she still alive? Dreykov, seething with rage, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of Dreykov and all the black widows, the lifeless body that should have remained cold transformed into an apparition, its form piercing through the sturdy metal floor, vanishing without a trace. On the 13th floor, in the operating room, Yelena was firmly bound to the frigid surgical table. Unable to move, she stared at the ceiling, her eyes filled with resignation and self-mockery. Is this truly the manner of my demise? Being subjected to a craniotomy? How utterly pathetic. Beside her, several doctors clad in white coats approached with syringes filled with an unknown liquid, their faces betraying a programmed indifference. How infuriating. If only I had a symbiotic entity, Yelena thought bitterly. Just then, without warning, a figure plummeted from the ceiling above. The doctors were momentarily stunned by this unexpected occurrence. But before they could react, several strands of black webbing descended, expertly ensnaring them and adhering them firmly to the wall. Natasha landed beside Yelena, hastily severing her bindings before searching for the antidote, aware that pursuers were close behind. In an instant, Yelena grasped the situation and leaped from the surgical table. Before departing, she cast a glance back at the struggling doctors ensnared on the wall, her gaze turning icy as she seized a scalpel from the surgical tray. She approached swiftly, executing her task with decisive precision, the blade sinking into their chests. Having completed her grim work, she dashed out of the operating room without a backward glance. Honestly, I find myself rather fond of her, S.H.I.E.L.D. whistled within Natasha's mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, under Melina's adept guidance, she and Alexei had reached the entrance of the 13th floor, which resembled more of an immense labyrinth composed of countless white corridors and metallic doors than a mere level. The storage area for the serums and the operating room lay deep within. You all kept this from me. And in your scheme, I am to do nothing? Alexei grumbled, stretching his robust neck. I am quite irate and have a strong urge to smash something. At that moment, a soft chime echoed as an elevator door slid open silently not far behind them. The master of imitation emerged with a measured stride. Her iconic skull mask appeared particularly ominous under the pallid light, and her mere presence exuded an air of oppressive authority. Well then, you may commence. Melina spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Alexei let out a deep yet exhilarated laugh, forcefully donning a red hood that concealed his face, which was brimming with excitement. He spread his legs apart, striking what he perceived to be an imposing tiger fist stance. Opposite him, the master of imitation's arm twitched, and in an instant, 3 gleaming metallic claws sprang forth from the back of her hand, producing a resonant metallic rasp. Her posture mirrored that of Logan's. Melina, if this is to be our final battle side by side. Alexei's voice echoed from beneath the hood, tinged with a heroic note. He intended to utter something more poignant, yet instinctively reached back to place a hand on Melina's shoulder, only to find nothing but emptiness. He spun around abruptly. The corridor deserted. Melina had long vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette around the corner. Ah, damn it, Alexei cursed softly. S.H.I.E.L.D. remarked. I just observed that beneath this fortress lies a desolate wasteland. You cannot possibly intend to blow this place to smithereens, can you? Natasha, while vigilantly scanning her surroundings, mentally retorted, it presents a viable alternative. Do you not agree? A single decisive strike to resolve all issues would be most efficient. As they turned a corner, they collided head-on with several hurried Red Room personnel clad in research attire. Upon spotting Natasha and Yelena, the staff momentarily froze, then instinctively reached for the alarms on their wrists. Sumo's recent praise for Yelena's swift handling of those doctors echoed in Natasha's mind. I rather like her. She was determined not to be overshadowed by Yelena, nor did she wish for S.H.I.E.L.D. to perceive her as soft-hearted. While she could empathize with the Black Widows who had endured various brutal tortures from around the globe, she felt no compassion for these Red Room employees. Almost instantaneously, as the personnel made their move, Natasha unleashed several strands of black webbing, finer than a hair. With a sharp thwip, the strands pierced through the chests of the individuals with the precision of bullets. Their astonished expressions had scarcely begun to change before their bodies collapsed, crimson blood splattering against the pristine white walls in a stark contrast. Sumo cast an approving glance at Natasha. The two continued their sprint towards the entrance, preparing to intercept the impending arrival of the other Black Widows. Just as they were about to reach the 13th floor lobby, Natasha suddenly halted. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as an immense glass wall shattered instantaneously, scattering shards of glass like raindrops. Alexi's imposing figure burst forth from the broken wall, tumbling clumsily across the ground before finally coming to rest at Natasha's feet. His crimson battle attire was torn in several places, revealing deep claw marks etched into his back. Following closely behind, the figure of the Mimic Master emerged leisurely from the jagged opening. She stepped upon a shield, performing a graceful maneuver that sent the shield spinning upward before she deftly caught it on her arm, the entire action flowing seamlessly with an elegant flair. Chapter 124. The Identity of the Mimic Master. Encountering the Winter Soldier. Thank heavens, you have finally arrived. Alexei groaned as he struggled to turn over. To his dismay, his already somewhat comical face bore several small cuts, from which beads of blood began to ooze. Did you get scratched by a cat? Sumo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Alexei retorted defiantly, this guy is quite formidable. You should try it yourself. Sumo responded, it appears that your genetic enhancements were in vain. Glancing at the groaning Alexei, Natasha stepped forward, loosening her wrist as she assumed a classic fighting stance. I shall see if she can mimic anyone. The Mimic Master seemed to sense her intent, her arm flicking as 3 gleaming metallic claws sprang forth from her hand, striking a pose reminiscent of Wolverine. Does she possess regenerative abilities? It's not like Logan has any fighting skills. Sumo began to cast a magical attack. Natasha surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, eager to showcase her superior combat skills. Utilizing her flexibility, she executed a slide that evaded the opponent's claw strike, while simultaneously delivering a powerful elbow strike to the Mimic Master's chin. The Mimic Master reacted with astonishing speed, retracting her claws and raising her shield to block the blow. Both combatants regained their footing. With a flick of her wrist, the shield whistled through the air, tracing a strange arc aimed directly at Natasha's back. Is that shield made of vibranium? Can it defy the laws of physics? I suspect it's merely a piece of scrap metal that would chip upon striking a wall. Miraculously, Natasha seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. With a graceful backflip, she effortlessly dodged the returning shield. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each countering the other with skill. True to her title, the Mimic Master flawlessly emulated Hawkeye's marksmanship, Wolverine's close-quarters combat, and Captain America's shield techniques. Ultimately, she unleashed Natasha's signature scissor kick, ensnaring Natasha's neck between her legs in an attempt to choke her to the ground. Well, I shall refrain from commenting on that, Sumo remarked after a brief pause, his tone contemplative. Once you have had your fun, swiftly resolve the matter, Natasha. The swarm of Black Widows is closing in. Natasha elongated her tone, her voice tinged with evident displeasure. This was the second occurrence. The last time, the shapeshifter had mimicked her, overwhelming her in combat. This time, she resolved to reclaim her dignity through pure martial prowess. Yet once again, her opponent ensnared her with a well-executed scissor kick, the very technique she had sought to outmaneuver. It seemed as though this master of imitation could foresee every move she intended to make, rendering her skills utterly impotent. Natasha simmered with frustration. The humiliation of being bested by her own techniques weighed heavily upon her. The imitative master tightened her grip, her legs constricting around Natasha's neck like a vice, immovable as if entwined around a steel pillar. Very well, I shall simply embrace my role as a one-punch hero, Natasha resolved, breaking free with determination. She seized her opponent's neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly from the ground as though she were a mere chick. The imitation master flailed helplessly in midair, her legs kicking in vain as her shield clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. Natasha formed a fist with her other hand, preparing to strike the skeletal mask, but then paused, curious to discover what visage lay hidden beneath it. Sumo shared her intrigue. Unmasking someone was always a thrilling endeavor, particularly when it involved Spider-Man. With fingers spread wide, Natasha grasped the mask. Crack! The specially designed metallic faceplate shattered, revealing a scarred visage beneath. Upon seeing that face, Natasha froze, her raised fist suspended in midair. It was Antonina. There was no mistaking it. This face, marred by burns, had haunted her nightmares countless times, a constant reminder of the sins she had committed. She had always believed that she had killed Dreykov's daughter, who was no more than 10 years old, in the explosion in Budapest. This heavy burden of guilt had shackled her for years, but now, the girl who was presumed dead stood alive before her. How dramatically ironic this scenario is. Her vacant, listless eyes suggested she too might be under some form of mental control. Sumo's words yanked Natasha back from the abyss of her emotions. At that moment, Heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor's end. A throng of Black Widows surged in, swiftly encircling Natasha and Alexei. With sonic weapons and Widow's bite crackling with electricity, they aimed menacingly from all directions. They directed their gaze at Natasha, demanding, "Release her." Su-Mo retorted with sarcasm, "Why not discard your sonic weapons first?" The air thickened with tension, a fierce battle imminent. At the corner of the corridor, Yelena and Melina arrived. Yelena carried a bulging tactical backpack, and upon surveying the scene before her, she swiftly retrieved several concussion grenades bound together with tape, each securely strapped with glass vials filled with a crimson liquid. A stroke of genius, wouldn't you agree? Yelena winked at Natasha, her expression seemingly begging for praise. Natasha instantly grasped their plan. No longer hesitating, she gazed at the group of sisters who, like her, had once been trapped in this hell, and abruptly raised her hands. With a swift motion, dozens of web strands shot forth, enveloping each Black Widow in a massive net, which then constricted violently towards the center. "Now," Natasha shouted. "Understood." Yelena grinned broadly. Adopting a perfect pitching stance, she hurled a bundle of antidote grenades. The explosives detonated overhead, unleashing a cloud of vivid red smoke that cascaded down like rain, enveloping them. The numbed expressions of the Black Widows began to fade, replaced by confusion, pain, and bewilderment. "Give her one too," Natasha indicated toward Antonia, still suspended by a single hand. However, before Yelena could retrieve the antidote from her bag, a deafening roar erupted from nearby. The entire airborne fortress shook violently. Immediately after, a massive breach was forcibly torn into the outer wall, icy winds rushing in, creating a terrifying suction that threatened to pull everything in the fortress into the sky. Sumo's Kryptonian vision quickly locked onto the assailant in the distance, his voice reverberating in Natasha's mind. "Winter Soldier?" There, on a distant black-armed helicopter, Dreykov, that old fat man, was clinging to the cabin door, waving triumphantly, while beside him stood a long-haired man with tactical goggles and a gleaming metal arm, wielding a smoking rocket launcher, none other than Bucky Barnes. Chapter 125, Heat Vision Annihilation. The Winter Soldier's fate, quite the audacious display. Sumo scoffed disdainfully. "He cannot escape." Natasha, thoroughly incensed, felt her eyes blaze a deep crimson. Two beams of heat vision, thicker than ever before, shot forth, precisely striking the helicopter where Dreykov was situated. Boom! The helicopter erupted into a massive fireball in midair. Natasha's super sight allowed her to witness every detail of his anguished descent. Amidst the flames, a figure leapt from the aircraft, plummeting toward the ground. Natasha let out a cold huff, poised to strike again. "Wait!" A sudden voice from Su-Mo interrupted her. Natasha, somewhat perplexed, felt the crimson glow in her eyes gradually fade. 10 minutes later, by Serene Lake in Siberia, Yelena and the newly awakened Black Widows had safely landed in a backup aircraft. Not far away, the colossal aerial fortress, trailing smoke and flames, emitted a series of excruciating metallic crackles before plunging into the valley below, the explosion casting a fiery hue across the sky. The Red House had irrevocably become a relic of the past. Yelena approached Natasha, observing a figure known as the Winter Soldier kneeling on the ground, his tactical visor and mask removed, revealing a chiseled yet vacant face. Sumo was on the phone with Natasha's device, dialing a video call. The call connected, and Steve's resolute visage appeared on the screen, with Tony, Vision, and others in the background. "Hey, Steve," Sumo teased in a relaxed tone. "I captured a terrorist who tried to bomb me with a plane. How should I handle him?" Steve appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting a call about such matters. "Of course. Hand him over to the local authorities," he replied without hesitation. Understood," Sumo chuckled, turning the camera to the kneeling Bucky. "All right. I'll send him to the Russian authorities. They should be eager to meet this Winter Soldier." "Bucky, wait." Steve's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone shifting dramatically. Yet, Sumo had already decisively ended the call. Natasha gazed at the man on the ground, realization dawning upon her. "Bucky, is he the one who grew up alongside Steve, his best friend?" "Indeed," Sumo confirmed. "Natasha, please contact the Russian authorities." "Huh?" Natasha was further perplexed. "Did you go through all this trouble to bring him out just to hand him over to Steve? Whoever arrives first claims him." Sumo sighed internally. By distance, it was clear the Russian military would arrive sooner. He didn't wish to deny Steve a reunion with his old friend, but doing so would surely pierce Tony's heart. The truth about his parents' demise could not remain concealed forever. One day, he would have to witness the murderer of his parents being protected by a friend he trusted. Just the thought of it made Sumo feel a pang of sympathy for Tony. Before long, a familiar roar of engines echoed from the horizon. Yelena curiously looked up, eager to see who would arrive first. Sighing resignedly once more. A Quinjet landed smoothly, The hatch opened, and Steve and Tony emerged in quick succession. Tony, with an air of arrogance, remarked, "Honestly, who could be so significant that the captain himself sought me out, flying in personally to fetch me? Bucky, do you remember me?" Steve approached briskly. Tony stood awkwardly, glancing at SHI-E-L-D. "I'm already working on the anti-sonic module. You need not worry about that vulnerability while I am around." "What, the anti-SHI-E-L-D armor? It even has a flamethrower." I have put that project on hold." "All right, consider the anti-sonic matter my debt to you." SHI-E-L-D grinned. Although he would eventually address the sonic weakness, Sky and the others would surely find it useful. "If you find yourself outnumbered, just give me a call. Who would dare to challenge me? Besides, a 2-on-1 is rather disrespectful," Tony replied confidently. Ultimately, Bucky was escorted aboard the Quinjet. The mission to rescue Black Widows across the globe fell to the makeshift team of Yelena, Melina, and Alexei. Tony took a sample of the red serum, promising to expedite its research with S.H.I.E.L.D. for swift mass production. 2 days later, at the Sanctum in New York, SHI-E-L-D and Natasha stepped through a portal, returning to the familiar hall. A stranger was tidying up, wielding a cloth with gentle yet meticulous movements, oblivious to their presence. She hummed a cheerful Eastern European folk tune, polishing each artifact until it gleamed, then carefully returning it to its place. "I recall you mentioning that these items should not be handled casually," Natasha whispered to SHI-E-L-D. "Ordinary individuals should not touch them carelessly," SHI-E-L-D replied. Natasha cleared her throat softly. The girl, startled like a frightened rabbit, whipped around. Her ample bosom heaved with a sudden motion. "Wanda, what are you doing here?" Natasha recognized her. "I was brought here by Master Guti. Ms. Hill has agreed to let me stay." "I apologize if I have interrupted you," Wanda quickly explained. Upon her arrival, she discovered that many others resided there. That night, when Hill returned to the Sanctum, Wanda was momentarily perplexed by her gaze and demeanor. She expressed her competence and willingness to assist with cleaning. She vaguely recalled agreeing to something further. Reflecting on it now, she found it odd. What did it mean to choose a team? Was there a faction struggle in this place? SHI-E-L-D recalled Gu-E mentioning this during their time at the Mexican restaurant. Wait, was the little girlfriend that Tony referred to the one taken by the bald woman? Wanda? He could not fathom how Tony arrived at such a conclusion. "All right, you may proceed," SHI-E-L-D gestured. "Yes, let us find a time for that 30-minute arrangement." "You know," he added. Wanda's face flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. 2 individuals ascended the staircase, only to find that Furo was absent. Her curiosity about this new world was evident. She must have ventured out to explore. Suddenly, Natasha recalled, did she possess any funds? SHI-E-L-D suggested. "Send the bill to Tony. He owes me shares in Stark Industries." At that moment, SHI-E-L-D's mind was consumed by the issue of his curse. He felt compelled to seek clarity from Ancient One. It would be imprudent to place his faith in the dubious little Karami. Although he had already provided the address for the Sanctum Sanctorum, the outcome depended on his own fortune. Upon hearing SHI-E-L-D's intention to consult Ancient One immediately, Natasha became somewhat reticent. "It's dark outside," she remarked. "Venturing out at night is unsafe. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow." She approached the wardrobe and opened its doors. Inside, her Black Widow suit hung alongside several audacious dresses, the most conspicuous being a few unopened boxes at the bottom, black, purple, lace, fishnet, and peep-toe designs. SHI-E-L-D paused in silence for a moment. Indeed, fatigue had set in. Chapter 126. Mephisto's gift. The following day, at noon, Natasha opened her door and stretched languidly. She was clad in an oversized shirt that barely covered her thighs. In the hall below, Wanda sat in an armchair, a hefty tome of magic floating before her, its pages turning autonomously. Hearing the commotion, she instinctively looked up and caught sight of Natasha descending the stairs. Sunlight streamed through the dome windows of the sanctum, illuminating Natasha, who appeared ethereal, more radiant than the previous evening. "What a beauty," Wanda mused internally, uncertain where to direct her gaze. "Good afternoon, Wanda," Natasha greeted with a smile as she made her way to the kitchen fridge, her spirits remarkably high. "Good afternoon, Ms. Natasha. You seem quite well," Wanda stammered in response, surprised by Natasha's unexpected amiability. "Not merely well, she radiates vitality." "That's my doing. No need for thanks," SHI-E-L-D's voice echoed smugly in Natasha's mind. "Of course. But I must admit, I feel a bit sore. Perhaps next time, we should opt for something finer. Weren't you the one who insisted on challenging yourself with a higher difficulty? Isn't this a sign of a failed challenge?" Natasha retrieved a bottle of ice water from the fridge and took a generous swig. "Where's Ancient One?" she inquired of Wanda. "We have urgent matters to discuss." "She is at Kamar Taj," Wanda replied, deeming the inquiry unnecessary. SHI-E-L-D interjected, but Natasha dismissed him with a nod to Wanda. A golden portal opened in the courtyard of Kamar Taj, with blinding sunlight and fresh highland air enveloping them as SHI-E-L-D and Natasha stepped through. The tranquility of the place remained undisturbed as ever. The apprentices meditated or practiced their spells in their respective corners, and upon seeing them, she merely nodded in goodwill. Clearly accustomed to the scene, she seemed absent. Natasha scanned her surroundings, but did not spot the familiar figure. Perhaps she was enjoying afternoon tea. Symbiote utilized his Kryptonian vision to sweep the area, finding nothing of note. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, his attention abruptly sharpened. In the bustling town at the foot of the mountain, an elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed and leaning on a silver-headed cane, stood motionless at a street corner. His gaze penetrated several kilometers, cutting through the crowd and buildings, fixated directly on Symbiote was certain this old man was searching for him. A visitor. Symbiote conveyed this thought to Natasha. Following his indication, she shot downward like a black meteor towards the town below. Within mere breaths, she landed before the old man. Mephisto? Symbiote inquired tentatively after observing him for a moment. A glimmer of intrigue appeared on Mephisto's face as he elegantly bowed, resembling an old-fashioned British gentleman. Greetings, young friend. Hello, old man, Symbiote mused, pondering why this individual had sought him out directly. Had his assistance to the dark-hearted sorcerer been exposed so swiftly? Was this a form of retaliation? No, it seemed unlikely that he could act directly in this realm, especially on the territory of the Ancient One. Mephisto appeared momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. I am aware of the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. So you have come for revenge? Natasha's tone turned cold, her body slightly lowering into a defensive stance. On the contrary, Mephisto shook his head, gently tapping his cane on the ground. I merely wish for you to cease any assistance to him. Aiding him will only bring calamity to this beautiful world, my dear children. Symbiote and Natasha exchanged glances, finding the words of a lord of hell unsettling, as if he were the true champion of world peace. And what of the curse upon me? Symbiote, uninterested in circling the matter, directly posed his most pressing question. Mephisto subtly averted his gaze to a nearby stall before shaking his head. I cannot help with that. The curse stems from your own formidable vitality and desires. I am merely a catalyst. It can only be lifted by your own efforts. What do you mean? Your son explicitly told me that lifting this curse would be a trivial matter for you. Doesn't that imply he has been deceiving you from the outset? Mephisto countered leisurely. However, rest assured, he added with a gentlemanly smile, that curse poses no threat to your body as long as you do not become obsessed with it. It should be harmless. No, what I seek is to dispel this curse. A period of abstinence lasting 3 months shall suffice to eradicate the affliction. Symbiote rolled his eyes, questioning the credibility of such a claim. Belief is subjective. It exists for those who choose to embrace it and vanishes for those who do not, provided that you cease to assist the unscrupulous. Through their conversation, Symbiote keenly sensed something amiss. This individual was far too accommodating, a stark contrast to the cunning and avaricious demeanor one would expect from the Lord of Hell. Intrigued, he resolved to test the waters. You may be unaware, Symbiote stated, that the malevolent entity in question is, in fact, a cherished friend and brother to me. Withholding my assistance is not entirely out of the question. He paused, delicately pinching his fingers together. However, a monetary incentive would be required. Mephisto's smile faltered momentarily, his grip on the cane tightening slightly, the silver, serpent-headed staff tapping softly against the ground. Beneath him, the earth silently fractured with fine cracks. He was angered, yet remarkably restrained. Truly, there was something suspicious afoot. Speak. Mephisto's tone turned frosty. Symbiote refrained from further provocation, recognizing the peril of excess. He casually proposed a simple condition. The flames of hell. I find the malevolent night quite impressive, so procure a set for me, for the sake of appearances. Mephisto appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a request. He nodded in agreement. In a swift motion, Mephisto extended his other hand, revealing an ancient silver ring that materialized in his palm, shaped like a coiled serpent, with gem-like eyes deeper than blood. He tossed the ring toward them. Natasha reached out to catch it, and upon her fingers making contact, an immense force surged through her, prompting her to instinctively step back. You are astute. I trust you will refrain from signing any contracts with me. Mephisto's tone regained its composure. Whoever adorns this ring can harness the flames of hell. You need not worry about any hidden tricks. To be frank, aside from your soul, there is little of value about you that would warrant my attention. I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. Symbiote toyed with the ring in his hand, his tone sincere. Excellent. I hope that when we meet again, you will be sufficiently formidable. Mephisto offered no further words, turning to vanish into the shadows at the street corner, disappearing in an instant. Natasha felt a twinge of discouragement. 3 months of abstinence seemed a daunting endeavor. Is my abstinence not yours? Does your abstinence not imply that I must also endure 3 months? You could use your hands. Symbiote confirmed that Ancient One was indeed absent, rendering his presence here meaningless. Thus, he and Natasha soared toward New York. Along the way, they deliberated whether the period of abstinence should commence from the following month, considering that several days of the current month had already elapsed, rendering it incomplete. Their figures faded against the horizon. Not long after, at the corner where a stall offered delectable Nepalese snacks, the air shimmered like rippling water as the Ancient One, draped in a yellow robe, ambled forth, cradling a steaming cup of red tea. Looming in the shadows behind her was Mephisto, making his presence known once more. It was indeed a rarity for the supreme sorcerer to engage in a pact with the devil. Chapter 127. The ruins of the otherworldly race. You ought to be aware that your time is limited, Mephisto proclaimed, his voice laced with the smugness of a victor. He tapped the tabletop with the silver serpent head of his cane, stating, "Once that contract is signed, your soul shall belong to me." In his eyes, Sumo's soul was akin to a raw, uncut gemstone, brimming with untapped potential and endless possibilities. Conversely, the Ancient One's spirit had undergone centuries of refinement, absorbing vast knowledge and even tainted by the powers of the dark dimension, rendering it far more exquisite. Mephisto understood all too well that while Dormammu had lent her strength, perhaps out of necessity, he too eagerly anticipated the moment when that energy would corrupt her will, longing for the Ancient One to become his thrall. "I am aware," came the Ancient One's calm reply, as she gently blew on the steam rising from her tea. Her tranquility irked Mephisto. "The contract is sealed, irrevocable. Not even Dormammu could intervene unless the Ancient One can summon an entity more formidable than the Lord of Dimensions. But is that even possible? Unlikely." He suppressed his doubts and shifted the conversation. Why not lift the curse upon him? The Ancient One fell silent, merely regarding Mephisto with a mysterious smile, one that suggested she saw through everything yet chose not to reveal the truth, leaving him quite perturbed. "For a more intriguing future," she replied, finishing the last sip of her tea and casually placing the cup on the stall's table, leaving behind a coin. Meanwhile, Sumo and Natasha soared through the skies, heading towards New York. Around them, the thin air and biting cold seemed no different from an air-conditioned room to Natasha's current physique. Below, the sprawling sea of clouds, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more pristine, grand like a masterpiece of oil painting. This sensation of freedom enchanted Natasha deeply. How many times in a lifetime can one experience such exhilaration? She felt increasingly convinced she had made the right choice. Mephisto warned that indulging in this might be perilous. "Did we indulge last night?" Natasha playfully mused, flipping over in midair, teasingly pinching Sumo perched atop her head. "I think we could only consider that a warm-up." At that moment, Sumo suddenly recalled something. "Let's not return to New York just yet." Natasha paused, her speed of flight diminishing. Her mind raced, connecting the notion of not returning to New York with her previous remark about a warm-up. An absurd yet thrilling idea surged forth uncontrollably, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Could it be that Natasha's voice has taken on a different tone? "Are you hoping to frolic in the skies?" Sumo exclaimed. "No, absolutely not." Natasha gasped, her mind racing to reject such a notion. It was utterly preposterous. She was unprepared for this madness. What if satellites captured it? Stark satellites? Satellites from across the globe? The more she pondered, the more terrifying it became. What if it were broadcast live? Tomorrow's headlines would be Black Widow engaged in indecent conduct with unknown entity at 10,000 meters. She might as well find a black hole to dive into. Sumo remained silent for 5 full seconds, seemingly processing her outrageous remarks. Then, with a tone imbued with profound sorrow, he spoke. "Natasha, I never anticipated you to be of such character. I merely wished to ascertain whether the seal on the piano had been compromised." Sumo's voice resonated with disappointment. "Could you not entertain a more innocent thought?" Natasha's face reddened further, wishing to accelerate away, perhaps with the force of sonic boom to mask her embarrassment. "Ahem, I certainly understood your intent," she insisted, attempting to salvage her dignity. "I was merely testing your reaction. Is that so?" Sumo's tone dripped with skepticism. "Then why does your heartbeat resemble a ticking bomb?" A brief silence ensued. Natasha ventured again. "What do you suppose Hill is occupied with at this moment?" Attempting to divert the conversation. "Could she be any more clumsy?" "In Puerto Rico, San Juan. This Caribbean city, a haven for tourists by day, adorned with beaches, sunlight, and vividly colored colonial architecture, exudes warmth. However, as night falls, a starkly different atmosphere pervades from deep within the city's underbelly. An ancient relic, marked as a temple in S.H.I.E.L.D records, looms ominously. Weeks prior, the first exploration team, dispatched by Coulson, entered the temple and inexplicably succumbed to madness. They remain confined in the medical division's isolation ward. Now, the situation has deteriorated further. A Quinjet hovers in stealth mode above the city. In the command center, the atmosphere is tense. The holographic projection displays real-time surveillance footage of the temple's entrance, revealing shadowy figures patrolling the abandoned fortress, their movements swift as phantoms. Coulson rubbed his temples, weariness etched on his face. Those superhumans have taken over the site. Judging by their exhibited abilities, they are likely products of the compound. He paused, glancing at Sky, who stood beside him. Their leader has taken a keen interest in you. Sky fixated on the screen, silent. The figure in question was Calvin Zabo. She recognized him because he had approached her clandestinely, claiming to be her father. Sky's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. The family she had long sought was now revealed to be a villain. We cannot allow them to acquire what lies within. Coulson's voice carried an air of resoluteness. My plan is to obliterate the entrance and bury the entire site. Absolutely not. Sky immediately protested. All eyes were fixed upon her, and she was acutely aware of it. Her ability to awaken was intrinsically linked to Sumo's future. Therefore, entering this sanctuary was imperative. The command center was enveloped in silence. She spoke the truth. Hill, arms crossed, nodded, shattering the stillness. I have reviewed the geological scan report. Hill approached the holographic projection, deftly manipulating it with her fingers, revealing the structural diagram of the temple. The architecture of this place was remarkably robust. Even if one were to detonate explosives, they would need to be placed internally, as merely destroying the entrance would prove futile. Coulson sighed in resignation. You have witnessed the capabilities of those individuals. Their fiery breath and piercing shrieks indicated they were well prepared. Gaining entry will be challenging. We may have a solution. This. Simmons and Fitz spoke almost in unison, drawing the attention of everyone present. Simmons brandished what appeared to be a stylish in-ear device, adorned with a diminutive silver Avengers logo. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Stark's handiwork? Indeed. Fitz replied, his excitement palpable as he commenced his technical exposition. This is an active sound wave suppressor that can analyze incoming sound wave frequencies in real time, generating a counteracting phase waveform. Through the principle of interference, it will identify and neutralize specific high-risk frequencies. Fitz, Coulson interjected, his tone unadorned yet impactful. Fitz promptly fell silent. Speak plainly, Hill added. Simmons seized the opportunity to summarize succinctly. In simple terms, wearing this device can significantly mitigate the effects of sound wave attacks. Fitz quietly interjected. This was a gift from Mr. Stark. He specifically instructed that it must be personally delivered to Commander Hill and Sky. He referred to it as a benefit for friends' families. A few bewildered agents in the command center exchanged glances. Hill's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly, as if to acknowledge the information. Sky felt a surge of delight. Coulson and May exchanged knowing looks. Chapter 128. The Life Foundation and Doom Industries. Half an hour later, Natasha and Sue-Mo hovered over a vast expanse of lake. The scene appeared desolate, remnants of destroyed dams littering the shores, casting an air of lifelessness over the area. This must be the place. Natasha floated above the lake's surface, surveying the surroundings. Look down, Sue-Mo urged. Natasha's gaze penetrated the murky waters below. The lake was deep, sunlight failing to reach its bottom, which should have been shrouded in darkness. Yet in their sight, amidst the sediment, lay a colossal object, quietly resting, emanating a faint red glow. The entity resembled a cocoon woven from energy, with crimson light pulsating within, akin to a slumbering heart. Inside this cocoon floated a woman with flowing red hair. Her eyes gently closed, her expression serene, as if she were merely in a deep slumber. It was Jean Grey. How could she be utterly unscathed? Natasha felt a jolt of astonishment. Indeed, Sumo's gaze remained fixated on Jean's tranquil visage, particularly her tightly shut eyes. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sensation crept upon him, a disquieting feeling, akin to being watched, despite knowing he was alone in the room. He scrutinized those eyes for an extended period, long enough for Natasha to sense the unease simmering within him. What's wrong? She inquired. It's probably just my imagination, Sue-Mo replied, though his gaze did not waver. At that moment, he swore he distinctly observed Jean's closed eyelids quiver ever so slightly. A chill surged up his spine. Run. Sumo's voice reverberated in Natasha's mind, quickly. Now, without time for further inquiry, she transformed into a streak of black lightning, soaring upwards and leaving the eerie lake behind without a backward glance. They flew several hundred kilometers in one breath, and only when the strange lake vanished from sight did the chill within Sue-Mo begin to dissipate. The memory of being forcefully kissed by Jean lingered vividly in his mind. He had no desire to experience again the sensation of energy being frantically siphoned away, nearly leading to the demise of his symbiotic entity. Scott served as a cautionary tale, having been drained to the point of desiccation by her. Contrary to the original narrative, Jean awakened to her phoenix powers earlier, and subsequently, Ancient One intervened to seal her away. Wounded, Ancient One could not afford to allow her to break free. She would likely seek out him first, the mobile power source. You looked genuinely terrified just now, Natasha remarked, surprised, as she rarely witnessed Su-Imo display such an expression. More or less, Su-Imo replied, still shaken. She is a being capable of frightening even ghosts. To put it bluntly, if she awakens and is in a foul mood, this planet beneath our feet may very well change color. Su-Imo was not exaggerating. That was the Phoenix Force. In the original storyline, it was Wolverine's claws that ultimately pierced Jean's body, bringing everything to a close. Yet, only by experiencing that power firsthand could one truly comprehend its absurdity. A cosmic force capable of creating and destroying galaxies could hardly be vanquished by a mutant with a metal skeleton and extraordinary healing abilities, unless Jean herself wished for her own demise. Su-Imo began to doubt whether the hidden Black Death Sword could even contend with it. It seemed a daunting prospect. Natasha fell silent at Su-Mo's words, as these incomprehensible entities continued to emerge one after another. The sinister sorcerer, the lord of the underworld, a sleeping beauty capable of annihilating planets. What has become of this world? Upon returning to the sanctum of New York, night had already fallen. As Su-Imo settled down, his phone rang. It was a call from Hill. Natasha, with an instinctive grace, retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, handing one to Su-Imo resting on his shoulder, then reclined quietly on the adjacent sofa, listening intently. On the other end of the line, Hill, with her characteristic efficiency and succinctness, recounted the situation concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. in Puerto Rico, including the man claiming to be her father, Calvin Zabo, and the unknown dangers lurking within the temple. They conversed at length, traversing nearly every conceivable scenario. When the call ended, a leisurely day drew to a close. Su-Imo gulped down a bottle of beer, gazing out at the neon lights of New York, and suddenly felt that this life was rather pleasant. A place to stay, money to spend, and a beautiful companion by his side. Yet, in the next moment, he mentally chastised himself. What was he thinking? Without sufficient strength, such a life would shatter like fragile bubbles. Not to mention the various cosmic villains that could disrupt his peace. This tranquil existence could slip away all too easily. He must confront his weaknesses and then journey to Clinter to become a true god of darkness. With this thought in mind, Su-Imo promptly reached out to someone he had not contacted in quite some time, Barbara. After a few rings, the call connected. Su-Imo? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat surprised, accompanied by the background noise of keyboard typing. It's me, long time no see, Barbara. Are you in San Francisco? Indeed, Barbara chuckled. What? Have you finally remembered me? Su-Imo noted the significant change in her demeanor, the most apparent being her newfound confidence. Natasha perked up, sensing the subtext in her words. You seem quite busy over there. Sort of, Barbara replied, a hint of concealed fatigue and pride lacing her tone. I just wrapped up a board meeting. It nearly exhausted me. Su-Imo paused momentarily, jokingly quipping, a board meeting? Impressive. Have you acquired a convenience store? There was silence for a few seconds on the other end. Something a bit larger than that. I am now the head of the technical department at the Life Foundation. The silence between Su-Imo and Natasha was deafening. Barbara's voice returned, tinged with amusement. Surprised? Exchanging glances, Su-Imo and Natasha smiled with genuine pride. I always knew you had talent, Barbara. You have not disappointed me. Indeed, it's thanks to you, whether for bringing me back or for the symbiote I possess. If you ever have the time, you should come visit San Francisco. I could be your guide anytime, Barbara casually invited. My place is quite spacious. There's room enough. Su-Imo turned to Natasha, asking, shall we go visit San Francisco? Natasha rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. Did you not understand? They only invited you. All right, Director Barbara. Su-Imo replied, adopting a serious tone. Let's discuss the travel plans later. Is your company engaged in any space exploration initiatives? For instance, are you contemplating the construction of a rocket capable of venturing beyond the solar system? This inquiry was the true purpose of his call. He needed to devise a strategy to reach the symbiote's home planet, Clintar. Indeed, we have such a project, Barbara responded succinctly, but her next words doused Su-Imo's enthusiasm with cold water. However, we are still far from achieving that goal. Our primary focus remains on biotechnology. Space exploration is exceedingly costly, and it is highly probable that our shareholders would not approve. Su-Imo felt a weight in his heart, a sense of disappointment creeping in. Yet, Barbara's tone shifted. Recently, we are collaborating with a major company to develop a groundbreaking propulsion technology. If successful, it may significantly reduce the costs of space travel. Oh, which company? Doom Industries. Chapter 129. Coexisting with Wanda. Battling against the power of the Phoenix dinner was a creation of Wanda's own hands. The rich aroma of tomato-braised beef wafted from the plate, the meat tender and infused with flavor, while the sauce was robust beside it. The bread was baked to a golden crisp on the outside, yet astonishingly soft on the inside, accompanied by a vegetable salad drizzled with lemon vinaigrette, refreshing and palate-cleansing. It was a simple fare, yet the taste was remarkably delightful, exuding a comforting warmth. "My goodness, Wanda, you are an absolute treasure," Natasha exclaimed, spearing a piece of beef with her fork and narrowing her eyes in satisfaction, lavishly bestowing her praise. "You not only excel in household chores, but also possess such culinary talent. Whoever marries you in the future must have saved the galaxy in a past life." Wanda blushed slightly, flattered by the compliments, but graciously accepted them. "Thank you. I can handle the household chores and cooking from now on." "That won't do. Someone interjected suddenly. "You aren't a maid. Cook when you feel like it, and dine out when you don't. Once everyone returns and the atmosphere is lively, you can showcase your culinary skills then." Wanda paused, then nodded emphatically. "Yes, I understand." She looked at Symbiote, her gaze now imbued with genuine recognition and warmth. "Mr. Symbiote, I am prepared for that. It can be done tonight." Wanda set her utensils down, taking the initiative. "Good." Symbiote raised an eyebrow, slightly irked by the news regarding Doom Industries. Just as he had found a potential route to Clintar, Dr. Doom's interference could complicate matters significantly. Who knew if the vessel he constructed would fall apart midway, only to unleash for superheroes through cosmic radiation? An absurd thought crossed Sumo's mind. Hadn't Odin mentioned introducing Hela to him? Perhaps it would be worth a minor concession. The condition was to have Asgard send a ship to take her to Clintar. After dinner, Natasha turned slightly, her voice a mere whisper meant only for herself, and "Sumo, I will be waiting for you in the room." The implication was unmistakable. Once their 30-minute rendezvous concluded, it would be her turn. Wanda's room, situated on the ground floor, was a space conjured through spatial magic, conveniently adjacent to the sanctum's library and artifact repository, allowing her to study without disturbing those above, as she was accustomed to late nights and early mornings. She walked ahead, her steps minuscule, nearly shuffling. Upon entering the room, Sumo's voice echoed in her mind. "What troubles you?" Although the sensation was peculiar, she replied softly, "I seem to be rather sensitive. Are you accustomed to this place?" Sumo chose to divert the topic to ease the atmosphere. "You must have met Fola. Has she been unkind to you?" "No, not at all. She takes great care of me." Wanda quickly shook her head. "Do you know where she has gone?" "She didn't say, but I suspect she is searching for Lady Prince." "Diana? How do they know each other?" Sumo murmured. Wanda shook her head in confusion. After a few exchanges, Sumo noticed that Wanda's face had not returned to normal. Instead, it was increasingly flushed, not with embarrassment, but as if it were aflame. Sumo's tone grew serious. "Your condition seems unusual. Your face is as red as a ripe apple." Before he finished speaking, Wanda's body trembled violently. I can hardly articulate my thoughts," she stammered, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her pupils dilating, and she began to tug at her clothing. "I feel unwell. It feels as though something within me is trying to emerge." Sumo sensed something was amiss. As the words left his mouth, tendrils of crimson energy, akin to living fireflies, seeped from Wanda's skin, swirling around her. A low, resonant hum filled the room, causing chairs, lamps, and books to tremble and float. Wanda's body was taut, her toes digging in, the delicate fabric of her shirt accentuating her form. In an instant, Sumo comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not merely an emotional upheaval. It was the chaotic force spiraling out of control. Had his amplification of her abilities rendered her unable to harness this power? "Perhaps we should postpone this," he suggested decisively. Although he wished to replicate Wanda's capabilities, he had no intention of causing her harm. If this continued, the sanctum would surely require extensive renovations. "Will it not surge again next time?" Wanda's voice trembled with a hint of despair. "It likely will," Sumo replied candidly. "This is a matter concerning Wanda's condition, not his." "Did you truly refrain from doing anything else to my body? Why do I feel so warm?" Wanda expressed her doubts. Sumo rolled his eyes. "Natasha is just upstairs." Wanda whimpered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "How much longer?" 15 minutes. Sumo's tone was calm, suggesting that if she could not endure, it would be best to wait for another time. The discomfort she felt was due to the sudden surge of chaotic energy within her. If she could master it, it would be manageable. "I can do it. I can endure." Wanda gritted her teeth, beads of sweat soaking the strands of hair on her forehead, her large eyes reflecting sheer determination. Sumo fell silent, accepting that the struggle was hers. The crimson energy raged within the room, as if alive, entwining around Wanda. Objects suspended in mid-air began to shake violently, pages rustling chaotically, and sparks erupted from the lampshade. Just then, a thought struck Sumo like lightning. He recalled the scene he witnessed hours earlier at the bottom of the lake. Jean Grey has gently quivering eyelids, and the overwhelming power that instinctively instilled fear within him. Sumo realized that the seal placed by the Ancient One would not hold for much longer. The old plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron, was likely to unfold before his eyes. This did not concern him directly, but he pondered whether, once Jean broke free, she would seek revenge for the battle at the dam. Who would she choose? The Ancient One? Or him? The answer was evident. It would be disingenuous to claim he was untroubled. Yet now, gazing at Wanda, surrounded by the crimson energy, Symbiote felt as if he had discovered a perfect safeguard. If he coexisted with Wanda, could he perhaps match strength with Jean? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Chaotic magic clashing with the Phoenix's power. He could wield the Black Death Sword while standing by, ready to intervene. Wouldn't this instantly elevate his sense of security? Chapter 130, A New Form. The Dark Sorceress? A sudden melody erupted as the phone on the bedside table rang abruptly. The caller ID displayed Pietro. Wanda, teetering on the edge of consciousness, instinctively reached out with a trembling hand to tap the screen and answer the call. Oh no! Just as she intended to hang up, a calm, elderly male voice resonated through the receiver. I have finally found you, my children. Both Wanda and Symbiote were taken aback. Amidst enduring the impending force within her, Wanda, with a quivering voice, asked, Who are you? Where's Pietro? He is well. Come join us at the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mutants? Before Wanda could finish her sentence, the caller abruptly hung up. Symbiote recognized the voice. Magneto. Wanda tensed, fear and concern overwhelming her. Do not fret, Symbiote reassured her. Pietro should be at the Avengers base. Let's have Natasha call Steve to inquire about the situation. Can we call now? Wanda bit her lip, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Before long, the door swung open from the outside. Natasha, clad in alluring sleepwear that accentuated her figure, leaned against the doorframe, swiftly surveying the room. The bed was disheveled, Wanda's cheeks flushed, her hair dampened by sweat, the thin shirt clinging to her body, outlining her stunning curves. Her eyes glistened with anticipation as she gazed at Natasha. You'd best have a serious matter to discuss if you call me down. Natasha, leaning against the doorframe, scanned between Symbiote and the disheveled Wanda, teasing, if you're looking to engage in a three-way escapade, be cautious, or I might inform Hill. Indeed, it is a serious matter. Noticing Wanda's tearful expression, Natasha immediately abandoned her playful demeanor and stepped inside. Do not cry, what has happened? Symbiote recounted the earlier phone call succinctly. Without hesitation, Natasha pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Considering Steve's elderly habits, he was likely already asleep. As expected, the call rang for quite some time before it was answered. Hello, what is the matter? Steve's voice came through, thick with sleepiness. Steve, is Pietro at the base? There was a silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if he were recalling. Pietro? Oh, that boy is far too fast. I told him to stay at the base, but he claimed it was too dull. He usually runs outside a few times a day, but he always returns in time for breakfast the next morning. Hearing this, a weight settled in the hearts of the three in the room. All right, I understand. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Natasha ended the call. He was indeed captured by mutants. Wanda's tears finally fell, and the objects floating in the room, due to her chaotic powers, clattered back to the ground as her emotions spiraled out of control. How can Magneto know where Pietro is? Symbiote questioned, perplexed. Neither Wanda nor I are mutants, nor are we his children. Magneto's daughter should be Polaris. Suddenly, Natasha's expression shifted as a thought struck her. Could it be Mystique? I heard from Hill that she came to the Avengers base looking for you. Are you suggesting? Symbiote's understanding dawned. That she conspired with Magneto to abduct Pietro? This notion seemed peculiar. Mystique has lost her powers and has been abandoned by Magneto. Could she still be loyal to him, acting as a sycophant? Symbiote sighed. If she truly came looking for me, I suspect she is still in New York. Should we go seek her out? At this, Wanda wiped her tears away. Symbiote and Natasha have already assisted her far too much. Now, they must venture into the depths of night in New York City on her behalf. How could she possibly ask for more? I shall seek out the answers myself, Wanda declared, rising with unwavering determination. You all should rest. You? How will you search? Symbiote retorted without hesitation. Are you planning to post a missing persons notice on the grand screens of Times Square? Seeking a woman in blue, suspected of colluding with a terrorist leader? Wanda was momentarily speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I will accompany you, Symbiote decided, just as she had contemplated using Wanda to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. Circumstances had now turned against her. Could this be fate? An opportune moment to deepen their connection. If they waited until S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked to unite with Wanda, it was likely that certain individuals would become overly sensitive before the battle even commenced, which would be utterly humiliating. The nights in New York are never tranquil. The wailing of police sirens serves as the city's incessant soundtrack, echoing from one block to another without pause. It is a remarkable sensation. Wanda perceives the malevolence lurking in every shadowy corner. She can hear cries for help resonating from alleys several kilometers away. Just moments ago, she witnessed a masked figure clad in a red bodysuit leaping across the rooftops of Hell's Kitchen, wielding a small baton to dispense justice. Quite the industrious individual. Atop the Empire State Building, the Spire's lightning rod emitted a faint hum amidst the biting wind. Wanda gazed down upon the steel forest composed of countless lights. This was not entirely Wanda, or rather, not entirely her. A black symbiote enveloped her form, yet it differed significantly from the appearances of Natasha and Hill. This was not a suit designed for combat, but a flowing black robe adorned with a grand hood. The fabric possessed an unusual quality, resembling a flowing shadow. Yet it was remarkably resilient. Crimson, chaotic energy manifested into arcane runes, slowly coursing along the edges of the hood and the cuffs, exuding an ominous yet potent aura. Beneath the hood, Wanda's visage appeared particularly stark, her normally gentle eyes now glimmering with a red light that mirrored the runes on her robe. The upper portion of the robe clung closely to her curves, accentuating her exceptionally well-developed form, creating a striking silhouette that contrasted sharply with the robe's flowing hem. This attire rendered her less a superhero and more a sorceress emerging from the depths of a dark fantasy tale. How does it feel? Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Wanda inhaled deeply the frigid air of the heights, the biting cold sharpening her muddled thoughts, enveloping her in a strong yet comforting embrace. She responded softly, her voice devoid of its earlier tremor. Focus your mind. Do not be distracted by the noise. Sumo vaist. Wanda closed her eyes. In the next moment, the cacophony of New York surged in her mind. An overwhelming torrent of information capable of incapacitating the average person's brain. After ensuring her focus was sufficiently sharp, Wanda opened her eyes to behold the flickering billboards of Times Square, the ceaseless stream of headlights on the Brooklyn Bridge, and the couples nestled together in Central Park. Ultimately, her gaze settled on an inexpensive motel located in Queens. In a room on the second floor, a blonde woman was bathing in the bathroom. A shift of her gaze revealed a green-haired woman next door, peering in. Chapter 131. Raven's peculiar attributes in Queens, at a budget motel with a flickering sign. The sound of water cascaded in the bathroom, the hot water intermittent. The mirror was shrouded in thick steam. Raven closed her eyes, allowing the water to wash over her body. In this moment, she was simply Raven, no longer the ever-changing Mystique. Her mind was a tumultuous maelstrom. What was she even thinking? She had actually gone to the Avengers base to confront Sue-Mo. This was undoubtedly one of the most impulsive decisions of her life. What was her relationship with Sue-Mo? There was none. If one were to insist, it was merely that the domineering man had penetrated her thoroughly with his black contraption. Nothing more. That hardly constituted camaraderie. Yet at that moment, she had no other choice. Magneto, the man she had followed for half her life, had cast her aside like a useless stray dog the instant she lost her powers. The supposed noble cause for Mutantkin's future was nothing but a lie. She was now a fugitive, stripped of her abilities, merely wishing to survive. Thus, she took a gamble. Using Sumo's name, she sought to broker a deal with the Avengers. She could divulge Magneto's plans in exchange for a new identity and a sum of money that would secure her a stable life for the remainder of her days. The plan was on the verge of success. Tony Stark, the billionaire, upon hearing of her close ties to Sue-Mo, readily offered a new identity, housing, and limitless funds. Everything felt unreal in its perfection, until the arrival of that woman named Hill, the true partner of Sue-Mo. Do you think our Sue-Mo is a stallion, falling for every woman he meets? Raven could not resist. She was no match for them. She had no ground to argue. The fact that they had not immediately detained her and handed her over to the military was a testament to their mercy, influenced by Sue-Mo's reputation. With a long sigh, Raven squeezed some shower gel in her palm, vigorously lathering it over her body. The foam glided over her still, flawless curves, the droplets forming perfect contours, and her abdomen retained its enviable definition. If only Sue-Mo were a simple, lecherous man. Unfortunately, matters were never so straightforward. The sound of water ceased. Raven, ensconced in a lamentably thin towel, gazed at her indistinct reflection in the mirror. What do you truly desire? What connection do you share with him? Is it merely his domineering nature, his repeated intrusions upon you? Why dwell on it until now? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lorna Dane withdrew her ear from the frigid wall. Admittedly, eavesdropping on someone bathing is rather perverse. As she internally chastised herself, she sought to justify her actions. Though she identified as bisexual, this matter bore no relation to her sexual orientation. It was purely a tactical necessity. Yes, a tactical necessity. Lorna's life had been a succession of calamities. In her youth, she had inadvertently caused the death of her mother, who was aboard an airplane, due to her inability to control her powers. Subsequently, her unreasonable father had cast her into a psychiatric institution. Not long ago, news of a mutant cure began circulating on television, and she had dared to hope that she might finally revert to a semblance of normalcy. Yet what transpired? Just as the flicker of hope ignited, a group of self-proclaimed Brotherhood of Mutants stormed the psychiatric facility. Their leader, an imposing elder, delivered a fervent speech. Lorna had initially dismissed it until she witnessed the elder effortlessly contort the metal gate of the institution with a mere gesture. In that instant, she felt as though she were gazing into a mirror. That power mirrored her own abilities almost identically. By the time she contemplated approaching for clarification, the group had vanished, taking with them a throng of fervent new recruits. The sheer coincidence of their arrival here was bewildering. Days prior, she had inadvertently overheard a conversation between two women in a narrow alleyway. One voice, cold and devoid of emotion, belonged to Mystique, who had urged the other to leave and not return. The other, a blonde woman, now residing next door, appeared utterly despondent. Lorna's mind raced. If she were Mystique, would she not possess knowledge of Magneto's whereabouts? That would explain her presence here. In her room, Raven had finished her shower, swathed only in a towel as fragile as gossamer. She had thoroughly checked the premises. Not a single pinhole camera was in sight. Had there been one, she would have brandished a knife and confronted the owner. She reclined on the creaking bed, gazing at the yellowed, moldy stains on the ceiling, somewhat nostalgic for the sensation of being ensnared by those dark tendrils around her neck. It was a blend of fear, suffocation, and thrill. Thus, compelled by an inexplicable urge, she extended a hand, trailing it slowly down her flat abdomen, while the other gently grasped her neck. Pressure neither too gentle nor too harsh, just enough to induce a semblance of breathlessness. Her tongue involuntarily slipped out. Just as her eyes began to roll back, on the ceiling, an unexpected silhouette emerged without warning. Raven was utterly terrified, and rather than screaming, she instinctively grasped the blanket and enveloped herself tightly within it, regardless of whether the figure before her was foe or friend. The thought of her embarrassing appearance being witnessed filled her with a desire to silence anyone who saw her. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the gun from beneath her pillow and fired 3 shots at the shadowy figure clad in black above her. The bullet struck Wanda, yet no sparks flew. They merely clattered harmlessly to the ground. Wanda paused in surprise, realizing just how resilient she was, her courage suddenly swelling. She raised her hand, crimson energy surging forth, lifting Raven, blanket, and all into the air. "Now, tell me where you have taken Pietro," she barked, mimicking a scene from a film. Suemo, in her mind, scoffed at the lack of intimidation in her tone, likening it to a child's play. Raven struggled within the blanket, utterly bewildered. "Who is Pietro? You've got the wrong person. I don't know him." Suemo recognized the cunning nature of Mystique. Otherwise, she would not have taken covert photographs that night, deliberately causing misunderstandings for Hill and the others. He found no interest in idle chatter, and several black tendrils emerged from beneath Wanda's cloak, coiling around the blanket and binding Raven's arms tightly at her slender waist, progressively tightening their grip. Raven let out a muffled groan of pain. Stripped of her powers, her body felt no different from that of an ordinary person. She could scarcely endure such torment. However, after the initial agony, a flicker of realization crossed her face. "Sumo, is it you?" Wanda, observing Raven's expression, momentarily found herself uncertain about the nature of their relationship, instinctively loosening her chaotic magic. Yet, Suemo did not retract the tendrils. A grotesque, symbiotic head emerged from the shadows of Wanda's hood, its cold gaze fixed on Raven. "Answer our questions, Raven." Raven felt a pang of grievance. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating him, and now she found herself suspended in this manner. Strangely, the tight restraint did not repulse her. In fact, it felt rather pleasant. "I genuinely do not know who this Pietro is," her mind raced, quickly deducing. "But you must suspect that I have conspired with Eric, correct? I swear I've severed ties with him. I could even reveal the location of the Brotherhood of Mutant Slayer." "Really?" Sumo's tendrils loosened, and Raven thudded back onto the bed, the soft mattress cushioning her fall. "Why would I deceive you?" she grumbled as she emerged from the blanket, glaring at him. "Then tell me, where's Magneto? What do I stand to gain?" Raven instinctively considered negotiating terms, but upon noticing the almost otherworldly narrowing of Sumo's eyes, she quickly altered her tone. "Please don't be angry. I meant to say he is in a redwood forest in Northern California." Upon receiving this information, Wanda immediately felt compelled to set off for a rescue. Before departing, Suemo glanced back at Raven, regarding her with the same scrutiny one might afford a stray cat. "You might as well go to Star Tower and collect some relief funds." In a barely audible voice, he muttered, "How did it come to this?" Although his words were softly spoken, Raven heard them distinctly, her frustration rising to the point of physical pain, and she seized a pillow from the bed, hurling it towards him. "I don't want your filthy money." Of course, this sentiment remained unvoiced. Chapter 132. In the lofty heights, the cold wind howled. Wanda, enveloped in a black symbiotic cloak, soared through the sky. Her thoughts were in disarray. Sumo's attentive care left her feeling guilty. She had heard from others that he was not the type to help without an ulterior motive, unless he desired something from her. But what could she possibly possess that would pique his interest? Wealth? She was destitute. Power? He was already formidable enough. Wanda's gaze instinctively lowered, and she caught sight of her chest, grand and imposing, even beneath the tight embrace of the symbiote. A shiver coursed through her. In that moment, a myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded her mind. Distracted, she lost control of her flight. One moment, she was gliding smoothly. The next, she was plummeting downward. From a height of 10,000 meters, she was in free fall. The frigid air rushed into her mouth, and Wanda flailed her limbs wildly in the air, akin to a cat tossed out a window. Hey, are you enjoying the thrill of skydiving? Sumo's voice echoed in her mind, amusement barely contained. Don't panic. You'll fly on your own. I can't fly. Help! Wanda's cries were swallowed by the roaring wind. Sighing, Sumo felt exasperated by her timidity, while simultaneously anxious about whether this version of Wanda could truly contend with Jean. With deftness, he opened the black cloak wide, resembling an enormous bat wing that caught the turbulent winds, guiding her safely downward. Eventually, they landed gently in a dark expanse of farmland. As Wanda's feet touched solid ground, her legs wobbled, nearly buckling beneath her. She surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be a state in the Midwest, with endless fields stretching out before her, devoid of any signs of life. The moon was shrouded by thick clouds, casting an oppressive darkness, pierced only by the distant, solitary barks of dogs. The wind rustled through the cornfields, creating a soft, rustling sound. In the faint light, Wanda spotted several scarecrows standing forlornly along a nearby ridge. They leaned awkwardly, their tattered garments fluttering in the breeze, resembling a series of hanged figures in the distance. This place resembles a scene from a horror film. Wanda nervously swallowed, instinctively recoiling. However, her retreat was halted as her back collided with something hard and rough. Her body instantly froze. Slowly, inch by inch, she turned her head. A grotesque smile fashioned from burlap loomed before her, two black button eyes fixated on her, nearly touching her nose. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the night. Along with the scream, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from her being. The terrifying scarecrow, along with the cornstalks behind it, was instantly torn to shreds by the chaotic magic. Yet the force did not cease. It radiated outward like a crimson shockwave, centered on Wanda. For a fleeting second, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Then, the vast expanse of cornfields appeared as if shaved bald by a colossal razor. All the cornstalks abruptly severed at their roots, collapsing to the ground, leaving a stark and unnaturally flat terrain. Is your courage truly so feeble? Sumo's languid voice echoed in her mind. Wanda gazed at the devastation she had wrought, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue than the chaotic magic she had unleashed. She stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. It looks too terrifying. So how do you intend to compensate for these cornstalks? I'll work to repay them, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Let me calculate, Sumo drawled. This expansive cornfield must be around 50 acres, right? With this year's corn futures, the loss amounts to approximately $45,000 per acre. Adding in the farmer's emotional distress and land restoration costs, let us round it to $100,000. Why not sell yourself then? That would bring in money swiftly. I refuse to sell myself. Wanda shook her head vigorously, like a bobblehead doll. Knowing Sumo had a solution, she inquired, Can you lend me the money? What are you dreaming of? I could be your housekeeper, cooking and cleaning every day. Wanda hastily proposed her terms. Sumo chuckled. Isn't that merely the price for your free stay at the sanctum? You previously claimed you weren't a housekeeper and that you wouldn't need to cook. Wanda retorted softly. The circumstances have changed. Haven't they? Sumo's tone turned serious. I've assisted you immensely. You cannot truly believe that a simple thank you or becoming my housekeeper would suffice. Then what do you desire? Wanda instinctively crossed her arms, adopting a defensive stance. Yet, due to her striking figure, this action accentuated the astonishing curves of her fitted black robe. Sumo, no longer in a state of indifference, felt a surge of heat within. However, his thoughts turned to another matter. I require you to diligently practice chaotic magic and assist me in confronting someone. Who shall I confront? Wanda was taken aback. A woman. In Northern California, amidst the towering redwood forest, the trees soared to astonishing heights, each resembling a colossal spire piercing the heavens. The moonlight struggles to filter through the layered canopy, casting ethereal shadows upon the carpet of pine needles below. The air is imbued with the refreshing scent of earth and foliage, so tranquil that only the whispers of the wind and the occasional bird's chirp can be heard. Yet, hidden within this primordial wilderness lies a modern camp. Magneto leans against a redwood tree, observing a scene unfolding in a nearby clearing. Pietro's figure darts like a silver flash among a group of mutants. He deftly evades a massive fireball while snatching a sandwich from another's grasp, pausing only to draw a turtle on the face of the Hedgehog Man with remarkable speed. Care to challenge me? The irate Hedgehog Man barks. That's called strategy, my friend. Pietro's voice echoes from across the camp, having already devoured half the sandwich. You need to keep up with the times. The hedgehog man scoffs, prompting a ripple of laughter among the surrounding mutants. Even Eric's lips curve into a rare, genuine smile. He feels a sense of satisfaction. This boy, Pietro, has proven to be more receptive to the truth than he had anticipated. He merely presented the facts of how the human government persecuted mutants, and how the Avengers hypocritically upheld a decaying order, slightly veiling the harsh reality before him. Almost instantaneously, Pietro aligned himself with Eric's perspective. To be candid, with Wanda absent, he feels little sense of belonging to the Avengers. The impending Sokovia Accords also loom large, making the very existence of the Avengers seem questionable. Eric gazes at Pietro's exuberant smile, his thoughts drifting back to the dark days of World War II, to a somber concentration camp. He had once loved a Romanian woman named Magda, a fleeting warmth in his life. Yet, after discovering she was with child, she quietly departed, fearful of his power. It was only after the Sokovia incident that he saw the twins on television. Their resemblance to Magda was striking. Eric is almost certain they are his children. Ultimately, whether or not that is the case is inconsequential. What matters is the potential addition of two formidable allies to his cause. However, that alone is insufficient. Such numbers cannot combat the pervasive prejudices of the world, nor can they stand against the Avengers, let alone that godlike man. They require greater strength. At that moment, a woman clad in black leather hurriedly emerges from the depths of the forest. Approaching Magneto with a tremor in her voice, I sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy signature. Eric's brow furrows, the warmth on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a demeanor as steely as iron. Calm down. Explain clearly. The woman gasped, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. The force within her was overwhelmingly potent. Just moments ago, it had erupted suddenly, lasting but an instant, yet its intensity was beyond description. A magnitude of 5? It surpassed any power I had ever encountered, akin to a star exploding beside my ear. Eric's expression darkened profoundly, more potent than any force he had ever felt. He lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the dense canopy of trees. Where is she? Chapter 133. The Old Man of Norway, a cliff extending into the sea. The sea breeze, imbued with a briny essence, caressed the lush grass atop the precipice. The sky resembled a pane of washed blue glass, devoid of clouds. A golden spark ring materialized from thin air, and Gu-E stepped forth. No sooner had she steadied herself than a sudden roar erupted beside her, igniting a blaze of crimson flames, from which Mephisto emerged. The faint scent of sulfur immediately pervading the air. I'm not dead yet. Gu-E regarded Mephisto with exasperation. Ever since they had entered into that soul contract, he had been as bothersome as a fly, incessantly appearing to assert his presence, his expression betraying an unmistakable sense of triumph. Had she not signed similar soul contracts before? Yet she had never encountered anyone as irritating as Mephisto. Moreover, the person I am to meet today is someone you would likely not dare to encounter, Gu-E added, her countenance impassive. Oh, now, this piques my interest, Mephisto replied, adjusting his collar, an air of mischief about him. I am quite curious about who in this universe could elude my presence. Those who dare not come to Earth, I suppose, he mused. Gu-E chose to ignore him. Making her way toward the cliff's edge, Mephisto shrugged, following her. At the cliff's brink stood a one-eyed elder, clad in the most unremarkable of attire. He appeared to be a retired man enjoying a day by the sea, quietly gazing at the distant horizon. Is that him? Mephisto's smile froze. In the next moment, without a second thought, he slammed his silver staff against the ground, preparing to depart. In such a hurry to leave, are we, Lord of Hell? Odin's voice was calm, yet it caused Mephisto's feet to become rooted in place. Gripping his silver staff tightly, he quickly calculated his options. Afraid? He was not fearful of Odin. Though he might not be able to defeat this old man, he certainly could not be killed. After all, everyone had their own means of survival. With this thought, Mephisto regained his confidence, his expression darkening as he turned, not forgetting to cast a fierce glare at Gu-E. She responded with a smile that seemed to say, I had already warned you. Before him, Odin appeared different from the majestic, golden-armored god of his memories. The authority remained. Yet there was now a warmth born of experience, reminiscent of a kindly old neighbor who relished telling tales. Mephisto remarked, It has been millennia since our last encounter. You have aged. His words were not a commentary on Odin's appearance. Odin gazed at Mephisto with a tranquil expression and began to recount old grievances. I recall, a millennium ago, a demon beguiled my foolish son, subjecting his soul to torment in hell. Mephisto retorted, he merely happened to pass by. It was that little princess of Asgard who insisted on visiting the underworld. Odin chose to disregard him, his single eye shifting to the Ancient One. Is he headed to Clinter? Odin inquired softly. The Ancient One was taken aback, instantly realizing that Odin referred to Symbiote. Yet, how was he privy to this information? Surely, Heimdall-s all-seeing, I could not be watching Symbiote constantly. As if reading her thoughts, Odin sighed, his tone tinged with paternal exasperation. Thor returned to the Celestial Palace and headed straight for the treasury. The box of ice and the eternal flame. He even contemplated absconding with those. He intended to keep it from me, but Sif informed me that he made a promise to someone. The Ancient One was unaware of this development. When had Symbiote charmed Thor onto this treacherous path? Thus, was Odin's visit one of inquiry or retribution? Or perhaps, it was merely to broaden his horizons. However, Odin's next statement took the Ancient One by surprise, to prevent him from spending all his days merely guarding his hammer. That was not my intention. He shifted the conversation. Yet, he must first make a visit to Asgard. I shall convey this on your behalf, the Ancient One replied, maintaining her composure. Indeed, Odin nodded. What you will communicate? He is likely to accept. The Ancient One pondered, taken aback. Mephisto, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. What are they discussing? He had heard of Clinter, the home of the symbiotes, a planet inhabited by a viscous, monstrous fluid. What was there to attract anyone? The potential of a single symbiote was rather limited, albeit with the exception of Symbiote. What was even more perplexing was Odin's concluding remark. The Ancient One felt a stir of confusion within her as well. What did he mean by saying that if she spoke, Symbiote would agree? Their relationship was far from such closeness that a single word from her could compel him to rush to Asgard. What was Odin implying? In Northern California, just outside the Sequoia Forest, Wanda could not help but gaze up at the towering giants, casting immense shadows in the night. The air here was far fresher than in New York, yet it was eerily quiet. What is your relationship with the Ancient One? Wanda finally voiced her curiosity. I read in the library that the sanctum is supposed to be a sacred place. How is it that I am allowed to reside within it, and it becomes less sacred? Symbiote replied fiercely, certainly not. Wanda quickly gestured. I merely meant that the current sanctum feels less like a temple and more like a home. I consider myself to be somewhat of a friend to Gu-E. After a moment's contemplation, Symbiote resolved to confide in her. To be candid, she has assisted me considerably. However, on the surface, our relationship resembles more of a partnership. She desires for me to supplant an individual named Gnarl, claiming it is to avert a significant crisis 50 years hence. I am perplexed as to why she is so invested. The universe is vast, yet it seems she is the sole one tormented by sleepless nights. Meanwhile, I too aspire to grow stronger, and during my tenure in replacing Gnarl, she shall provide me with ample conveniences. Wanda, grasping only part of the situation, nodded in a semblance of understanding. It seemed akin to a transaction. Yet, upon further reflection, she questioned the wisdom of divulging such a critical secret so casually. How could he share such information after knowing her for such a brief time? Symbiote observed her somewhat bewildered expression and stifled a chuckle. Not long ago, Natasha had inquired about his intentions regarding cohabitation and the journey to Clinta. Symbiote felt that individuals like Hill, Natasha, and Gwen would not suffice. They are mere mortals, and should any mishap occur in space, the cessation of the symbiotic state would render them as cosmic dust. Kara would be an excellent choice, given the formidable constitution of Kryptonians. Yet, Symbiote feared the absence of a yellow sun to replenish energy near Clinta. After much contemplation, he could only rely on Wanda. By revealing to her some core secrets, he deemed it a preemptive investment. You are now privy to my secret, he declared. This is akin to boarding a pirate ship. Aiding you will not be without cost. I expect you to accompany me to a certain location in the future. His voice interrupted Wanda's thoughts, and for now, he needed to extract Pietro. Wanda, feeling compelled, let out a soft acknowledgement. She sensed that she was being meticulously maneuvered. First, she inadvertently damaged a cornfield and found herself unable to compensate, thus seeking Symbiote's assistance with the condition of confronting a woman. And now she was being arranged to accompany him to a mysterious place. Should she accrue further debts to him, would she not be giving herself away entirely? Chapter 134. The birth of the Phoenix. As they spoke, piercing red and blue lights sliced through the darkness at the forest's edge. The distant wail of sirens grew closer, and several black police cars screeched to a halt at the roadside. The doors swung open, and a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers leaped out, oblivious to Wanda lurking in the shadows. They swiftly donned tactical gear, weapons at the ready, and plunged into the redwood forest. A fleeting scene from a film flashed through Symbiote's mind. Let's proceed inside for a closer look, he urged. All right, Wanda replied, placing her trust in him. With a sweep of her black cloak, she glided silently into the woods like a specter. Before long, she discovered the campsite. The campfire still flickered, yet not a soul was in sight. Tents, provisions, and scattered tools indicated that the occupants had departed in haste. However, it was not entirely devoid of presence. Wanda observed a man dozing against a tree, another rummaging through a tent, and yet another idly squatting by the campfire. They were clad in identical attire and bore strikingly similar features. Suemo recognized them as replicas, a mere illusion, arriving a moment too late. What now? Wanda instinctively inquired, as if Suemo always possessed a solution. The rustling sounds of the approaching special police echoed through the forest. We must retreat, Suemo declared. California Hotel. Indeed. That was the name. The room was pervaded by a pungent blend of cheap disinfectant and mold. The wallpaper corners were peeling, revealing the yellowed walls beneath. Outside, a half-broken neon sign flickered erratically, casting a dim and shifting glow within the room. Raven had disclosed Magneto's whereabouts. She had spoken truthfully, and Pietro's situation likely bore no connection to her. If that were the case, consider this. With Pietro's swiftness, would Magneto not require considerable effort to capture him? Yet, thus far, there had been no sign of movement. Wanda echoed his thoughts. Indeed, a hint of amusement laced Sumo's voice. Do you recall how Magneto addressed you over the phone? My children. I suspect that lad is currently enjoying a lavish time with old Magneto. How could he possibly be with a fugitive? Wanda found this conjecture difficult to accept. What if he truly is your father? Suemo casually posited. Wanda was taken aback, struggling to recall Magneto's visage from the news, a stern old man adorned with a peculiar helmet. She frowned, dismissing the notion. He was far too aged. That does hold some merit. Wait, something seems amiss. Polaris doesn't appear very old either. What on earth is the truth about this old man? The hour had grown late. Wanda contemplated that returning to the sanctuary at this hour would surely disturb Natasha and the others from their slumber. It would be more prudent to spend the night at this hotel. Tomorrow, the search for Pietro would continue. Assuming all went well, the cold winds from earlier had left Wanda feeling remarkably alert, temporarily overshadowing the peculiar sensation within her body. Now, alone and quietly lying on the creaking bed, that feeling returned. It was as if countless tiny hands were exploring her, igniting a warmth throughout her being. Though it was less intense than when she had been atop the building, it still evoked an indescribable, both itchy and tingling sensation. Unable to resist, Wanda turned under the covers, her long, white legs unconsciously rubbing together in an attempt to alleviate the strange restlessness. Suemo noticed her unease and extended a tendril to encircle her leg. Wanda reacted more strongly, her legs kicking as if pedaling a bicycle. Don't move. How am I to sleep with you like this? Are you still intending to sleep? Am I to merely gaze into the void? Or do you wish to engage in something else? I certainly do not wish for Wanda to bury her face in the pillow. At the break of dawn the following day, the phone rang punctually. It was Natasha calling. Wanda answered the call, her voice still tinged with sleepiness. Hello? Did you not rest well last night? What's the situation? Have you found anyone? Natasha's voice sounded remarkably alert, suggesting she had already risen for her morning exercise. It seems we arrived a step too late. However, the situation is not as we had presumed. Suemo's voice chimed in. I surmised he had not been kidnapped at all, but had willingly accompanied old Juan, likely reveling in paternal affection somewhere. A silence ensued on the other end, as Natasha evidently found this conjecture quite plausible. Well, as long as all is well, she shifted her tone, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. We have encountered a colossal problem. Turn on the television and check the news. Suemo took the remote and activated the old television mounted on the wall. After a few flickers of static, a news report materialized. Aerial footage from a helicopter revealed a vast, parched crater amidst a chaotic forest, the landscape resembling a meteorite impact site. A female reporter stood at the edge of the pit, her voice trembling with shock. This was once the picturesque alkali lake, but last night, the entire lake vanished. Moreover, the trees within miles have been reduced to mere powder. This can only be the work of a superhuman. Natasha's voice resonated once more through the receiver. Olororo has arrived at the sanctum and is awaiting you. There are matters of utmost importance to discuss. Upon hearing this, Wanda momentarily disregarded Pietro. We must return immediately, she declared. In New York at the sanctum, Wanda and Suemo hastened back in an instant. As they stepped into the hall, she beheld the woman who had been waiting. Olororo Monroe stood silently, her form clad in a sleek black leather suit that accentuated her powerful yet feminine physique. The contours of her muscular thighs and pert posterior exuding remarkable vitality. Her iconic white hair contrasted beautifully with her sun-kissed skin, radiating a lustrous sheen. Her features were deep and defined, her eyes reflecting neither panic nor fear, but rather a calm and suppressed storm. Oloro's gaze swept over Wanda before finally resting on her flowing, shadowy robe. A flicker of wariness flashed in her eyes, yet her expression remained composed. However, when the grotesque, toothy head of the symbiote leisurely emerged from Wanda's shoulder, the queenly aura of Olororo instantly crumbled. Help me, Suemo. Her voice lost its calmness. The professor has gone to find Jean, but she seems to have transformed into someone else entirely. I fear for the professor's safety. Do you wish for me to accompany you? Olororo nodded vigorously. Sutomo shook his head. That's absurd. He is avoiding the Phoenix Force as it is. Is it truly impossible? I can offer you compensation. This is not a matter of reward, Oloro. Besides, you must trust the professor. Yet, I cannot shake this ominous feeling. Suemo, your intuition is correct. Charles is destined to turn to ashes. Observing Sumo's reluctance to accompany her, the hope on Oloro's face visibly dimmed. However, she swiftly suppressed that disappointment, straightening her back and declaring, Then I shall seek out S.H.I.E.L.D. and find Fury and the others. Natasha, who stood by, witnessed the entire exchange but chose to remain silent. She felt sympathy for Oloro but also understood Sumo's stance. Assisting her was a matter of goodwill, while withholding help was a matter of principle. No one is obligated to confront a woman capable of annihilating worlds. Oloro forced a nod to the group and turned to exit the sanctuary. The door slowly closed, leaving behind a room steeped in silence. With a crackle. Chapter 135. Coexistence with Gu-E. As soon as Oloro departed, Gu-E arrived shortly thereafter. A golden ring of fire materialized in the center of the hall, and she stepped forth, clad once more in her familiar yellow robes. It was hardly surprising, given the magnitude of the Phoenix Force. She had personally sealed it, and now that the seal had been broken, she needed to assess the situation. Gu-E's gaze landed directly on Suemo. Come with me, she stated calmly, and there is something I wish to discuss with you. You should have come sooner. With Gu-E present, Suemo felt significantly bolder. Confronting someone with the Phoenix Force head-on would be foolish, but joining a level 0 sorceress for the adventure seemed feasible. He initially assumed Gu-E intended for him to continue merging with Wanda. To his surprise, Gu-E reached out her hand toward him. Her hand was long and strong, palm facing upwards. The implication was clear. What's going on? Coexisting with her? Suemo hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? I thought you were rather averse to this. Wanda was unaware that Suemo and Gu-E had previously coexisted. She only remembered the sensation of being possessed, a feeling of being filled to the brim that left her trembling. Frankly, it was no different from the passionate union between lovers. To protect her teacher's reputation, she hurriedly whispered, Teacher, that sensation is rather strange. After so long in solitude, perhaps you should refrain. Before she could finish her sentence, Natasha and Gu-E simultaneously turned their gazes toward her. Wanda's voice caught her throat, her cheeks flushing. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Suemo no longer hesitated. A black fluid flowed swiftly along Gu-E's arm, quickly entering her body. In that moment of fusion, he instinctively sensed the condition of this body, and the symbiote's brow furrowed slightly. Gu-E, your body is on the verge of being ruined. Natasha and Wanda exchanged stunned glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. We never anticipated you to be such a supreme sorceress. Ancient One, of course, understood what Suemo was referring to. She had long drawn power from the dark dimension to sustain her life and protect the Earth, her body having been eroded to a mere shell. Recently, she had been wounded by the Black Death Sword and had entered into a soul contract. It was no wonder Suemo remarked that her body was on the verge of being ruined. Teacher Wanda wore an unusual expression. Do you feel any itch? Ancient One merely shook her head, offering no explanation. She nodded towards Natasha and then turned, stepping into the still hovering teleportation circle. In the northern part of New York, Cheen's home was nestled in a tranquil community, a quintessential American single-family house, complete with a neatly manicured lawn. It appeared no different from the neighboring homes, save for the faint sense of oppression that enveloped it at this moment. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly coming to a stop in the driveway before the house. He lifted his gaze to the familiar door, worry etched across his features. Just then, a deep voice emerged from behind him. We meet again, Charles. The professor turned to find Eric approaching slowly, flanked by a few eccentrically dressed individuals, some spewing fire, others bristling with spikes, and a young lad. Almost a streak of silver lightning, restlessly jogging in place. Pietro? Charles's gaze lingered on him for a second. He was aware that Pietro had joined the Avengers. What was he doing here? Pietro waved at him. Hello, Professor. Charles furrowed his brow. Did he not realize that Magneto was a fugitive? He turned to Eric. What brings you here? Just like you, to visit an old friend. I do not wish to cause trouble here, Charles stated. Neither do I, Magneto replied, striding directly toward the porch. So, can we come in? The professor frowned and maneuvered his wheelchair to follow. I am here to take Cheen home. Do not interfere with my business, Eric. Just like before, are you going to install a fuse in her head? Magneto halted, turning to face him with a hint of mockery in his tone. Charles, your tone now is exactly like her foolish parents. With that, he disregarded Charles and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Charles sighed and followed suit. Not far away, at the street corner, a golden ring of fire quietly appeared and then swiftly vanished. Ancient One stood still, gazing at the house. Are we not going in? Sumo's voice echoed in Ancient One's mind. If we wait any longer, those people inside are likely to lose their minds. I cannot interfere with the timeline. Ancient One replied, her demeanor calm and unruffled. Sumo chuckled. Please, I've already appeared. The timeline you wish to protect has long been thrown into chaos by me. Hasn't it? It has not. Ancient One shook her head. It flows forward steadily, just as before. Sumo was momentarily perplexed, then spoke in a peculiar tone. It appears I'm rather impressive indeed. The tone of Ancient One reveals no hint of jest. I happen to have a matter I wish to inquire about. Speak. Ancient One's gaze remains fixed upon that house, her vision penetrating the walls. I have been cursed by Mephisto. Sumo endeavored to articulate his predicament using the simplest of terms. It is lust, and inevitably I shall descend into hell. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing, Ancient One's countenance betrayed not a flicker of emotion. Yes. What is your perspective on this matter? Mephisto seldom fabricates tales concerning souls. So his words are indeed true? Sumo's tone elevated slightly. Does that mean his claim that a 3-month abstinence would lift the curse is also genuine? Is that what he stated? Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly. This diverged from her expectations. Her intention was to leverage this curse to draw Sumo closer to those women. Yet how could he grow close while observing a 3-month abstinence? Do you possess a superior solution? Sumo felt his thought process struggling to keep pace with Ancient One. In truth, I have perused an ancient text. It posits that one must first succumb before one can rise anew. To break the curse of lust, I believe you must first indulge, then summon immense willpower to extricate yourself, thus ensuring you shall not fall prey again. Ancient One spoke with such conviction that an ordinary individual might indeed be ensnared by her logic. Quack! Sumo could not help but retort. Ancient One, if you harbor doubts, you may consult Mephisto. He is not someone I can summon at will. Sumo rolled his eyes. Did he not present you with a ring? Sumo was momentarily at a loss. The ring was with Natasha. Wait. Sumo squinted, sensing something amiss. No. How'd you know he gifted me a ring? I deduced it. Sumo intended to inquire further, yet Ancient One abruptly gestured towards the street corner. She approaches. No sooner had she spoken than a silver sedan skidded to a halt, its tires screeching against the asphalt, coming to a steady stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and Oloro emerged, her long legs encased in black leather pants. She paid no heed to her surroundings, striding directly towards the house, only to be obstructed by several figures. At the forefront stood a robust man clad in a metallic helmet, his physique resembling a moving wall. Hey, miss, this path is blocked, rumbled the red tank. Oloro dismissed the need for discourse, her form already crackling with white electricity. From the shadows of the street corner, Ancient One spoke. I shall soon bestow an additional layer of mental seal upon Sheen, which will temporarily suppress the phoenix power within her, though it will not restrict her freedom. I require you to coexist with Oloro, to restrain her in that moment. Sumo immediately comprehended. Ordinary physical strikes merely tickle the phoenix power. The only force capable of suppressing such cosmic might is the Black Death Sword. Excellent plan. Sumo complimented. The plan was finalized, and Gu no longer concealed herself, stepping boldly out of the shadows at the street corner, appearing openly before the eyes of Hong Tank and others. Before her, Aloha was preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ear. Have you decided what reward to offer, my lady? Chapter 136. The tornado destroys the parking lot upon hearing Sumo's voice. Aloha turned around in surprise. A menacing face, filled with stark white teeth, loomed inches from her own, nearly touching her nose. Rather than being frightened, Aloha felt a wave of relief wash over her, her lips curving upward uncontrollably, leaning in slightly, wearing a look of triumph, as if to say, I knew you would come. You said you wouldn't help me, right? Should I leave? Sumo teased, his voice lingering in her ear. Aloha immediately replied, No, I was just joking. So was I. Sumo detached himself from Gu and merged into Aloha's body. Instantly, power surged through her limbs, as if a nuclear reactor had been installed within her. Aloha scarcely had time to contemplate the identity of the woman clad in yellow robes beside her. All her focus was directed ahead. The hedgehog man, witnessing this scene, let out a mocking laugh. What just entered? A tentacle monster? His fellow mutants joined in the laughter. Aloha's expression darkened. She quickly raised her hand, channeling her ability to control the weather. Initially, she only intended to summon a gust of wind. Boom! A ferocious hurricane exploded from her palm, far exceeding her expectations. What the hell? Sumo exclaimed in her mind. The force was overwhelming. The air emitted a piercing shriek, uprooting patches of grass from the ground, while the surrounding trees swayed violently, as if they could be torn from their roots at any moment. Except for Pietro, who quickly distanced himself, and Hong Tank, who remained firmly anchored in place, The Hedgehog Man and his companions were instantly swept away like kites with severed strings, shrieking as they vanished into the distant woods. Yet the tempest did not cease. Instead, it struck with ferocity against the building where S.H.I.E.L.D. resided. Crash! The windows shattered into countless fragments. The exterior walls were torn apart like paper, and the roof was completely lifted away. It spun in the air before bursting into a cloud of wooden debris. In mere seconds, the entire two-story structure groaned under the strain before collapsing with a resounding crash. A beautiful house was reduced to rubble, leaving only a bare concrete foundation and swirling wood shavings in its wake. At the center of the storm, Alua stared in disbelief at the destruction before her, still holding her hand aloft. She merely wished to summon a breeze. Su-Emo murmured in her mind. It seems you've gotten yourself into a bit of trouble. In the midst of the ruins, the three individuals remained engaged in conversation, their expressions a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. Magneto extended a hand towards Jean, his demeanor earnest, while Professor Xavier sat in his wheelchair, furrowing his brow as though attempting to persuade her through sheer mental force. Jean, perched on a sofa between them, wore an exasperated expression that seemed to plead for silence from the two. Moments ago, these two elderly men had been buzzing in her ears. One urged, "Return to us, for we are your true family," while the other countered, "No, child, they will confine you and instill fear. Come with me, and I shall teach you to embrace your true self." Jean felt as if her head might explode, a surge of uncontainable fury rising within her, wishing only for these two to vanish. Just as she teetered on the brink of losing control, the world around her suddenly fell silent. The walls vanished, the roof disappeared, and home ceased to exist. The three of them, along with the sofa, stood starkly exposed beneath the bright sky. Ancient One cast a resigned glance at Wanda. Jean's hands faltered momentarily as she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes crossing a distance of several meters to meet Wanda's, their connection cold and unfamiliar. Sisterly bonds? They seemed like relics of a bygone era. Then, with a thunderous roar, a visible flame-like apparition erupted behind Jean, transforming into a majestic phoenix that painted half the sky a vivid orange. Wanda swallowed nervously and waved her hands. "Jean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I swear, I'll help you fix it." But Jean was oblivious to her words. She was merely a puppet of the phoenix's power, intent on silencing the cacophony around her. With a sudden thrust of her hands, she unleashed a terrifying force capable of warping the very air, hurling it towards Wanda like an unstoppable tide. "I will take over." Sumo's voice resonated within Wanda's mind. She instinctively nodded. In the next moment, Sumo fully commandeered her body. He did not retreat, but exchanged a glance with the distant Ancient One, who nodded in understanding. Thus Sumo raised his hand, and the obsidian sword known as the Black Death materialized in his grasp. The instant the sword appeared, the world seemed to drain of all color. The sky, trees, ruins, and faces transformed into an abyss of black. Charles and Magneto's expressions froze, gripped by an irresistible fear that clawed at their hearts from the depths of their souls, as if an icy hand had tightened around their throats, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Pietro's legs, quick as lightning, came to an abrupt halt. He stood frozen in place, feeling as though he had been cast into an icy abyss. In this suffocating silence of darkness, only the fiery phoenix behind Jean remained as the sole, final source of light. Jean sensed an unsettling power emanating from the black sword, instinctively yearning to obliterate it. The ethereal silhouette of the phoenix behind grew increasingly tangible, and for the first time, Sumo felt the resonant hum of the Black Death sword. The realm began to fracture, half the sky illuminated by blazing flames. "Die, dark god," Jean murmured to herself. Subsequently, the power of the phoenix transformed into a shockwave, erupting in all directions. Sumo's heart raced. There was no escaping this. Just as the moment hung by a thread, Gu-E moved. Her figure appeared before Qin in an instant, her finger deftly and precisely touching the center of Qin's brow, a golden rune flickering and vanishing. Is she truly this formidable? Sumo increasingly found Gu-E to be unfathomable. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing smoothness, leaving Sumo perplexed. The flames in Qin's eyes extinguished instantly. Her body softened and fell backward, losing consciousness. "Watch over her," Gu-E instructed, her back to Sumo, her voice soft yet swift. "Do not provoke her further, otherwise no one could save her." With that, she drew a circle and stepped into the portal, vanishing without a trace. "Agu!" Sumo's words were left unspoken, as she had already disappeared entirely. What an elusive figure she was. Sumo retracted the Black Death sword, and the colors of the world regained their vibrancy. It was only then that Magneto and Charles, among others, caught their breath, gazing at Sumo with wary eyes. However, Magneto's gaze soon shifted back to the unconscious Qin. revealing unabashed desire. TSK, Su-Mo thought, still thinking about her. His gaze returned to Qin. How should he perceive her? Bringing her back to the sanctuary? What a ludicrous notion, as the sanctuary was home to his women. Introducing such a volatile element could lead to catastrophic consequences, and he would have no place to lament should disaster strike. Just as he was mired in such troubling thoughts, Ororo stepped forward, carefully lifting Qin into her arms. She sensed Su-Mo's dilemma and spoke, I have an apartment in New York, not far from the sanctuary. I can take Qin there, it won't disturb you, and you can come by to visit her a few days each month. How's that sound? Su-Mo paused for a moment, then let it be so. Chapter 137. Dark chocolate isn't bad either. Ororo's apartment was situated in Manhattan. The decor was minimalist, adorned with several vibrant African wood carvings that exuded primal vitality, while unidentifiable tropical plants flourished in the corners, infusing the modern space with a touch of nature's warmth. Everything was meticulously arranged, so pristine that it seemed uninhabited. Ororo gently placed the unconscious Qin in a bedroom, her movements tender as she gazed at Qin's pale face, her heart a tumult of emotions. After all, they had once been very close friends. It's a lovely place, Su-Mo's voice lazily echoed in her mind, but it's too immaculate. It doesn't feel like a home, more like a model apartment. After imparting a few final instructions, Su-Mo prepared to leave for the sanctuary. Aren't you going to ask for a reward? Ororo suddenly inquired. Su-Mo was momentarily taken aback. He was indeed quite curious about what Ororo would produce. Perhaps some vibranium smuggled from Wakanda? Or chocolate? A delicacy of Africa? Noticing Su-Mo's silence, Ororo proceeded directly to her bedroom. She drew the curtains and closed the door, instantly plunging the room into darkness, with only a few rays of faint light seeping through the gaps, barely illuminating the contours of the figures within. Su-Mo had already surmised her intentions. Hey, this isn't quite right, is it? His voice echoed in the empty room. What is wrong with it? This is what I owe you. I didn't foresee how perilous the situation with Jean would become, nearly sending both you and me to the afterlife. Now, I offer you some compensation. What's the issue? Ororo's voice betrayed no hesitation. She was unambiguous and direct in the time it took to speak. She had adeptly removed her black leather jacket and tossed it onto a chair, leaving only her black lace lingerie. Her bronze skin, under the dim light, appeared as though it had been coated in honey. Unlike Natasha or Hill, whose physiques had been honed through rigorous training, and different from the youthful innocence of Kara or Gwen, Ororo's form exuded a primal vitality. Her strong thighs and pert dairy showcased muscular lines brimming with explosive energy, yet they melded perfectly into exquisite feminine curves. Although you sought my assistance, it was for Charles and Jean. Logically, this debt should fall upon them. No. Ororo interrupted Su-Mo, unfastening the clasp of her lingerie as she spoke. I will repay it on their behalf. The final layer of constraint fell to the floor. Her tone grew even more forthright. I wish to repay. Su-Mo could hardly be bothered to expose her pretense. Repay? You're clearly craving my body. He recalled Mephisto's curse that promised release after 3 months of abstinence. Truth be told, he was still undecided about when to embrace such feelings. While Natasha seemed to revel in the experience, and Hill was but Ancient One had ensnared him further, insisting that one must endure destruction to build anew. Deep down, he found himself inclined to trust Ancient One's words. Yet, this notion seemed ludicrous, lacking any persuasive power. Forget it. I shan't dwell on it. Practice is the only standard for verifying truth. The wild and uninhibited beauty of Ororo indeed presented a different allure. She had taken the initiative to present herself in such a manner. If he continued to feign righteousness, it would be an affront to her. Moreover, he was no paragon of virtue. How large do you desire? Whatever size you prefer is fine, Ororo thought eagerly. She had rehearsed this scene multiple times in her dreams. To alleviate her sense of emptiness, she had secretly purchased numerous toys, some even boasting materials akin to Venom S, claiming a touch that perfectly replicated reality. Yet the results? Either they were limp and lifeless or as rigid as steel pipes, causing discomfort. In summary, none had met her satisfaction. She reminisced deeply about that unforgettable evening at Xavier Academy, a sensation of being utterly enveloped, filled to the brim, as if every cell within her quivered with exhilaration. The mere thought quickened her breath. Su-Mo inquired, Have you made up your mind? I have long since decided, she replied, somewhat astonished that he would actually agree. Ororo placed her hands before her, gesturing gently. Why not? The symbiote in the air morphed into various shapes, ultimately extending a robust tentacle that swayed lazily before her. Ororo glanced at it, biting her lower lip. Just one. Is this sufficient? Su-Mo chuckled, amused by her boldness. Is this your first time diving in so recklessly? I recall Natasha, who took her time, gradually easing into it over 3 days. Yet here you are, going straight for the plunge. However, he possessed an abundance of tentacles, more than enough to meet her desires. With a swift motion, 2 additional tentacles detached from his form, 3 now weaving through the air like serpents, exuding an alluring yet perilous aura. Aurora's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boldly, she extended a hand, forming a circle with her thumb and forefinger, slowly bringing it to her lips, which parted wide, her gaze brimming with defiance and anticipation. "So shall we?" In the adjacent room, Jean Grey felt a flicker of movement beneath her eyelids before gradually opening her eyes to the unfamiliar white ceiling. A pounding headache assaulted her, as if she had been struck mercilessly with a hammer. Cradling her head, she sat up, her memories a chaotic jumble. She could not recall the events during the surge of the Phoenix's power. All she remembered was being at the dam, alongside them, and Symbiote, battling strict with the Avengers, unleashing her powers. Then everything faded into obscurity. When she awoke again, she found herself lying at the cold, desiccated bottom of the lake. The entire alkali lake was devoid of water. Confused and without direction, she managed to flag down a kind-hearted stranger's car to return home. Then Charles and Eric came knocking, one urging her to return home, the other beckoning her to join him, their bickering echoing painfully in her ears. Soon after, Aurora arrived, and a tempest swept away her home. Jean surveyed her surroundings. The decor seemed vaguely familiar. The rainforest paintings and wooden carvings mirrored Aurora's apartment in New York. She tossed aside the covers and stepped out of bed, making her way into the empty living room. At that moment, her ears caught a peculiar sound emanating from a bedroom across the hall, a stifled, intermittent gasp, mingled with the sound of some liquid being stirred. Jean furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Is that Aurora? What's she doing? Drinking water? She treaded softly, stealthily approaching the tightly shut door, pressing her ear against it. And the sounds from within became remarkably clear. Ah, yes, it was the voice of Aurora, infused with an unfamiliar, almost melting nasal tone. No, she had heard it before. In Aurora's dreams. Jean paused. Who was the man inside? Just then, Sumo's voice chimed in, laced with a hint of mockery. Are you sure? I fear you may find it difficult to walk later. Enough of this nonsense. Aurora's voice rose, brimming with impatience and longing. Sumo, give it all to me. Oh my God, Sumo. Jean's mind went blank. Chapter 138. The memory of the sphincter of the night had fully descended, and the skyline of New York unfurled outside the window. With a click, the door to Aurora's bedroom finally swung open. Sumo had already restored her body, yet the remnants of that feeling lingered in her mind, causing Aurora to walk a little unsteadily, her posture awkward. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Jean quietly seated on the living room sofa, draped in a thin blanket she had previously tossed aside. Aurora's expression froze, her cheeks flushing slightly. What did you wake up? In front of Sumo, she felt free to be wild, for they were all adults consenting to their desires. However, being caught red-handed in front of Jean was excruciatingly embarrassing. Just now, Jean's voice sounded calm, akin to any ordinary person, if one overlooked the flicker of lingering shock in her eyes. I can't quite recall what happened afterward. Aurora breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed she hadn't overheard much. As she recounted the events, she poured herself a glass of water. Jean listened quietly, nodding. You weren't hurt, were you? Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted to Aurora's mouth. How exaggerated. How could she possibly accommodate 3 at once? Wouldn't tea that dislocate her jaw? Aurora typically nibbled bananas delicately, gracefully. Yet with Sumo, it was entirely different. Jean, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Jean replied, 10 minutes ago, there was. Of course not. I just think you seem to have become quite a bit prettier. Really? By the way, are you hungry? I can step out to get something to eat. Aurora cleared her throat. Jean's scrutiny made her uncomfortable, and she yearned to escape this scene of the incident. The moment she exited the apartment building, Aurora couldn't help but ponder in her mind. Had she discovered something? Jean had eavesdropped for quite some time, yet he couldn't be bothered to engage. In truth, Aurora could have noticed with a modicum of awareness, but alas, all her thoughts had been consumed by other matters, leaving her oblivious to the presence outside the door. To prevent this tempestuous queen from suffering social demise, he reassured her, there's likely nothing to worry about. Even if she did discover something, so what? That's a relief. Ayalalo let out a deep sigh of relief. If you discover my secret, I would be utterly embarrassed to face anyone. You might think I'm always as despondent as I appeared earlier, but let that go. Suddenly, Ayalalo shifted her tone, now brimming with anticipation. When will you come to visit me and Jean again? Didn't we agree on a few days each month? What about a few days each week? Ayalalo tentatively inquired. Sumo chuckled in response, suggesting, why not simply move to the sanctuary and stay there? Oh, that sounds wonderful. Ayalalo's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Sumo promptly doused her enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality, stating that it was not feasible until a method was found to completely suppress the phoenix power within Jean. Ayalalo pouted slightly. For a fleeting moment, she found Sheen to be somewhat of an inconvenience. Naturally, this thought vanished almost instantly. In New York, at the sanctuary, upon returning, Natasha and Wanda were seated on the sofa in the living room, waiting for him. The night had fully descended, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. "Oh, you're back. I thought you wouldn't return tonight," Natasha remarked, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Ayalalo from head to toe, while Wanda appeared somewhat uneasy, glancing at Ayalalo before quickly averting her gaze. Natasha's perceptive eyes caught every detail. Ayalalo's cautious gait, as if fearful of straining something, did not escape Natasha's keen observation, even though Ayalalo was trying hard to conceal it. Natasha understood the feeling of involuntary tension in the pelvic muscles all too well. She had experienced the same during her initial days. "I need to head back. I can't leave Sheen alone in the apartment." Ayalalo felt Natasha's gaze penetrating, as if she could see right through her. She swiftly concocted an excuse, nodded at both women, and almost fled the scene. Once the door closed, Sumo detached himself from Ayalalo, and the black fluid coalesced in the air, swaying as it attempted to reach Natasha. Natasha let out a light huff, shifting her position slightly, turning her face away in a clear display of irritation, signaling for some consolation. However, Sumo merely veered off and entered Wanda's body instead. "Wait." Wanda stiffened, her entire being tensing up. Natasha whipped her head around, her eyes wide with shock. She was infuriated, her chest heaving. She had merely been putting on a show, throwing a little tantrum. Who would have expected that he would deviate so drastically from the norm? If Hill were to witness such an occurrence, she would have likely dragged Ayalalo to the rooftop for a confrontation, so she felt quite magnanimous in comparison. "You two can have your fun," Natasha declared, pivoting on her heel, her slippers clattering against the wooden floor as she ascended the stairs without looking back. When she reached the staircase, she halted, glancing back with a neutral expression, yet her eyes held a glint of amusement, as if anticipating a spectacle. "I hope that when Hill and Sky return tomorrow, you will be just as composed." "Hill is coming back?" "So Montag exclaimed in delightful surprise." "Indeed," came the response. Wanda nodded, taking Natasha's place in the conversation. Ms. Hill had just called, announcing the success of a mission, though the specifics eluded her understanding. Yet, something seemed amiss. Sky appeared less than pleased. "Did you notice?" she asked. Wanda responded, sensing the fluidity of Sumo settling within her, rekindling that familiar, unsettling sensation. A hint of embarrassment crept into her voice as she remarked, "Please refrain from entangling yourself around my legs tonight. I assure you, I will remain still. If it weren't for your incessant kicking, akin to a clattering sewing machine, keeping me awake, would I ever cling to your legs?" Sumo muttered. In Wanda's room, she had just bathed and donned a loose-fitting nightgown, cautiously slipping beneath the covers. The atmosphere was tranquil, save for the sound of her own breathing. She endeavored to maintain control, yet that tingling itchiness was wholly unmanageable. Biting her lower lip, she tugged the blanket upward, her legs ever so slightly grazing against the smooth sheets, producing barely a whisper due to her freshly washed, slick skin. Yet, Sumo still perceived it. In the next moment, several dark tendrils stealthily ascended from her calves, akin to sentient vines, securing her legs with a gentle but firm grip. Wanda, indignant, immediately sat up. "While you saved Sokovia and rescued me, and I recognize your good nature, such conduct is exceedingly rude on Earth. When have I ever spoken of manners?" Sumo lazily retorted. "Moreover, while you were bathing," his words abruptly halted. Wanda froze, clad in her loose nightgown. The posture she assumed accentuated her bosom, rendering her face a deep crimson. Her voice quavering. "Why, you claimed you had shut off your perception." "Just sleep," Sumo mumbled dismissively. "I shall inform Ms. Hill tomorrow," Wanda threatened, her indignation palpable. "I encountered Pietro." Sumo's seemingly random statement extinguished all of Wanda's anger and embarrassment in an instant. She fell silent, the resolve to confront Sumo dissipating as she quietly lay back down, pulling the blanket to her chin, leaving only her eyes exposed as she cautiously gazed at the ceiling. "How is he?" Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with an almost imperceptible remorse. Having relied on Pietro for over a decade amidst the chaos of Sokovia, their survival as mere children was solely due to him. Wanda did not yearn to bring him back. She merely wished to know that he was alive and well. That was sufficient. Just moments ago, she contemplated reporting Sumo to Hill when Sumo teased. "He asked me to take good care of you," saying he intends to join Magneto on some grand venture. Wanda remained silent for several seconds. Then, she let out a soft "oh," and the conversation ceased. Sumo was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, you believe it so easily?" It was only then that Wanda realized, abruptly poking her head out from under the covers, visibly irked. "Are you deceiving me again? I truly cannot comprehend how you became the Scarlet Witch." Sumo couldn't help but retort. Chapter 139, Natasha. "Hill, what on earth are you doing?" Wanda had already succumbed to slumber, yet Su-Mo found himself restless. He observed that Wanda's sleeping posture was exceedingly unrestrained. When they had previously stayed at a hotel, her demeanor had been relatively composed, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings. Now, back in the comfort of her home, she had utterly relaxed, revealing her true nature. Perhaps, due to the previous heat he had stirred within her, Wanda unconsciously hiked her oversized nightgown above her abdomen in her sleep. As for what lay beneath, Su-Mo discreetly glanced a few times but ultimately decided that discretion was the better part of valor. He deftly slipped through the door crack, making his way directly to Natasha's room upstairs. The city lights filtered through the curtain slits, faintly outlining the furniture's shape. Su-Mo quickly spotted the familiar silhouette on the bed. Natasha lay on her side, the covers only reaching her waist, leaving one pristine foot exposed. A perfect invitation. A stream of dark fluid silently glided past, inching its way along her smooth ankle and slowly burrowing beneath the covers. Just as it reached her calf, the occupant of the bed stirred. Natasha furrowed her brow, her eyes fluttering open. As a top-tier operative, her alertness was alarmingly high, even in the most relaxed sanctum. Calmly, she lifted a corner of the blanket and peered down. A familiar mass of black liquid was slowly writhing upon her thigh. "What's this?" Unable to stay downstairs, Natasha let out a soft hum, her tone laced with a hint of languid mockery. "Wanda is restless in her sleep and has come here seeking solace." Su-Mo's voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by a quip. "Now you think of me? Why didn't you consider me and Hill while playing cards with that Black Pearl?" Natasha felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, she and Aurora were quite similar, both having pilfered Hill's prized vehicle. However, she had aligned herself with Hill, now part of the regular forces. Moreover, Hill's acceptance of her was primarily to prevent others from vying for Su-Mo's attention, with Fiora being the most immediate threat, as she was keen on having children. She insisted that a gentleman does not deceive in the dark. What does that mean? A gentleman, even when alone and unseen, must exercise caution and adhere to his true nature. "My true nature tells me I desire it too," Su-Mo proclaimed, as he intensified his advance. "Hey, don't go in too dry." In the stillness of the night, on the streets of Greenwich Village before the sanctuary, an unassuming Toyota Camry quietly glided to the roadside and came to a halt. The car door swung open. A pair of long, straight legs, encased in tactical pants, stepped out. As Hill alighted from the vehicle, she cast a glance upward at the iconic circular window of the sanctuary, then lowered her gaze to the watch on her wrist. It was precisely 1 minute past midnight. Tomorrow had already arrived. The figure in the passenger seat, Sky, remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead, as if still reeling from the recent upheaval. She had finally encountered her parents, a long-held aspiration since her childhood. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. Shortly after their reunion, her mother, who claimed to hail from a paradise of the extraordinary, had brutally slain her somewhat unhinged scientist father. Her mother extended an invitation to her, urging her to join them in that secluded village, asserting that it was her true home. Sky's thoughts were a chaotic jumble, leaving her uncertain and overwhelmed. Hill closed the car door and approached the passenger side, tapping gently on the window. "Do not dwell on it too much. You've already seen what kind of man your father was. There is no reason to mourn. For now, let us return and rest for a few days. When the time is right, I will have Su-Mo accompany you to that extraordinary village." Sky nodded, then suddenly remarked, "Hill, you hurried back to catch someone in the act, didn't you? Su-Mo has already confessed to me, and I have accepted it. What is there to catch?" Hill's expression remained unchanged. After speaking, she ceased further conversation, stepping back into the shadows at the street corner. In the next instant, a viscous liquid erupted from within her, swiftly enveloping her entire form. The symbiote fashioned a sleek, non-reflective bodysuit, revealing only her piercing eyes. Hill flexed her limbs slightly before directing her gaze toward the rooftop of the sanctuary. She had no intention of using the front entrance. With a gentle push from her feet, she silently ascended the brick wall, scaling it with agility until she reached the rooftop. "Still claiming you're not trying to catch someone?" Sky smirked, watching Hill's athletic silhouette vanish over the edge of the rooftop. What kind of normal person returns home without using the door, opting instead for wall running? Inside Natasha's room, she sensed Su-Mo's movements suddenly come to a halt. Displeased, she twisted her body, her voice laced with a newly ignited rasp and a hint of reproach. "Why have you stopped? Do you want me to take the initiative? Someone's coming." "Who?" Natasha paused, instinctively thinking it was Wanda. A light, careless laugh escaped her, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment at being caught. They weren't doing anything illicit, and the moment's excitement was too intoxicating to concern herself with trivialities. "I promise to remain silent. Just exert yourself a bit. Later, we can head to the 3rd floor and enjoy ourselves on the big bed you share with Hill." Before she could finish her thought, a sharp click echoed through the room as the lock on the bedroom door seemed to shatter, splintered wood flying in all directions. The door swung open forcefully, revealing Hill standing at the threshold, still clad in her black bodysuit, her face devoid of expression, resembling a statue returned from the depths of hell. Natasha's mind went blank in an instant. Oh no! She attempted to disengage from their union, but Hill's movements were far swifter than her own. In a swift motion, Hill approached the bedside. She did not afford Natasha any opportunity for explanation as she reached out, pressing down firmly on her smooth back, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from Natasha. Is this force satisfactory, Natasha? Hill's voice resonated from above, devoid of detectable emotion. As she had confided to Sky, her intent was not to catch anyone in the act. She had already accepted Natasha. Hill was merely curious if the dynamic between Natasha and Symbiote mirrored her own, an unyielding composure when temptation lay at her doorstep. Then, she heard Natasha's audacious voice. Are you out of your mind, Hill? That hurts. Chapter 140. The cornerstone of the sanctuary, Hill recognized that her grip had been a tad too forceful. However, having spoken those words, she could not back down, maintaining a stern facade as she delivered a harsh remark. Regardless, Symbiote will mend you. Symbiote, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Extremely important. I shall await you upstairs. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. The room was left in silence, with Natasha, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, feeling utterly deflated. Symbiote immediately began to heal her injuries, offering comfort. I shall deal with her shortly. She will definitely regret it come morning. You must treat her as you do me. Natasha lay on the bed, her voice laced with fierce determination. No, it must be even more severe. Symbiote chuckled. S.H.I.E.L.D. On the third floor, during Sumo's absence from the sanctuary, the room had been commandeered by Fu Aura, an arrangement Symbiote was aware of. The layout of the room remained unchanged, still familiar to them. Hill had donned her nightwear and was seated at the head of the bed when Symbiote entered, casting her a reproachful glance. What is it? Who has incited our Commander Hill's ire? Symbiote inquired playfully as he approached. You, Hill sighed. I realize I may have overreacted. I agreed with Natasha. But hearing such words firsthand, still that is indeed the correct response. Symbiote stated with earnestness. If you felt nothing at all, I would begin to suspect you harbored some peculiar inclinations. Enough of that, Hill retorted, unable to maintain her annoyance. What is this important matter you wish to discuss? What? So, if there is no significant issue, you wouldn't have come up? Of course not, Symbiote said, extending a tendril to gently tap Hill's firm backside. The sensation, even through her sleepwear, was captivating. I've noticed you increasingly resemble a young lady, becoming jealous at the slightest provocation. Stop joking and get to the point, Hill admonished, grasping the unruly tendril. The Sokovia Accords have been drafted and will be announced in Vienna in 2 weeks, delivered by the old king of Wakanda. Over this matter, Steve and Tony nearly came to blows at the base, primarily due to Bucky. Does Tony know that Bucky is the one who killed his father? What? Hill was astonished. Howard had been slain by the Winter Soldier. Tony's parents were also victims of his hand. How perplexing that Fury was aware of this, yet chose to withhold it from you. Listening to Sumo's sardonic tone, Hill felt a surge of discontent. I have been following you for quite some time. What further discord are you attempting to incite? Such is his nature. He had concealed the matter regarding the Red Room for ages. Had he not? I was unaware of that incident. It was my mistake. I should have been more considerate. Sumo's tendrils ventured downward, only to be captured by Hill. Is that all? I had assumed you were about to divulge something of great significance concerning Sky, for she appeared quite perturbed. As for Sky, never mind. Let her convey that to you herself. Yawning. How long has it been since you last closed your eyes? Did you drive straight back? Sumo could sense Hill's eyelids beginning to flutter. She was nothing short of a workaholic, treating her body as though it were merely a rented vessel, showing no regard for its well-being. Hill's voice grew softer, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. After driving for over 10 hours, stopping only twice for fuel, it was Sky who insisted on returning. I accompanied her, fearing she might, in a moment of despair, drive off a cliff. As she spoke, her voice faded into silence. Symbiote waited patiently, yet no further words came. Cautiously, he extended a thread of consciousness and discovered that Hill's breathing had become steady and deep. Her head rested against the headboard, and she had drifted into slumber. A pang of sympathy mingled with amusement welled up within Symbiote as he extended his tendrils to lay her down flat and gently draped a blanket over her. It seemed that the lesson he had intended to impart would have to be postponed. Upon Hill's return, the sanctum suddenly possessed a sense of direction. Prior to her arrival, the place resembled an opulently furnished girls' dormitory, with everyone merely cohabitating, the landlord being a symbiote. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with Hill's presence. At 7 in the morning, the kitchen was perfumed with the aroma of toasted bread and sizzling bacon. The dining table was meticulously arranged with milk, juice, and coffee. Natasha would no longer sleep until late morning, ambling down in her pajamas to hastily grab whatever she could find from the refrigerator. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been in a prolonged state of melancholy, along with the ever-studious Wanda, found themselves compelled by S.H.I.E.L.D to dine regularly and bask in the sun on the rooftop. In simple terms, the place began to resemble a home. 3 days later, in the afternoon, on the streets of Greenwich Village, S.H.I.E.L.D strolled leisurely alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. It was hard to believe that nearly a year had passed since his arrival in this world, the autumn sun casting a warm, comforting glow. S.H.I.E.L.D's spirits had markedly improved compared to previous days. "How do you feel?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired. "Not too bad," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, kicking a small stone beneath her feet. "My mind is still a bit disordered. I must find time to visit that inhuman settlement. I will accompany you when the opportunity arises," S.H.I.E.L.D replied resolutely. After their stroll, S.H.I.E.L.D successfully acquired S.H.I.E.L.D's vibrational abilities. This power is one of resonance, or rather, the essence of controlling frequencies, unlike the Kryptonian physique of Kara, which possesses the ability to continually upgrade and transcend limits. S.H.I.E.L.D's power resembles a form of innate talent. It exists or it does not. Its potency entirely depends on the wielder's capacity for development. S.H.I.E.L.D sensed the astonishing potential of this force. That evening, during a gathering not held at the sanctum, S.H.I.E.L.D had reserved an opulent private room at a high-end restaurant in Manhattan. However, when Fura arrived with Diana, and S.H.I.E.L.D, with a mere phone call, summoned Aurora and Jean, S.H.I.E.L.'s composure began to falter. She discreetly pinched several times at the tentacles beneath the table, the warning unmistakable. Unperturbed, S.H.I.E.L.D beamed as he observed the lively scene in the room. The assembly was indeed rather extravagant. At one end of the long dining table sat S.H.I.E.L.D and Natasha, the core of the sanctum's management, or more accurately, the intricate and stable triangle of relationships. In the center were S.H.I.E.L.D and Wanda, engrossed in a hushed discussion about the desserts on the menu, completely dismissing any prior discomfort. At the opposite end of the table, the dynamics became intriguing. The Kryptonian deputy Commander Fura, the Princess of Paradise Island Diana, the tempestuous Aurora, and Jean Grey, who harbored cosmic-level powers within her. Diana's erudition enabled her to engage effortlessly in conversation, her presence instantly endearing her to Jean and Aurora, much to Fura's discontent. This scene did not escape the notice of S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, who exchanged glances among themselves. Just a wall away, the atmosphere was far less convivial. The future Fantastic Four were also dining here, having recently secured a substantial investment from Doom Industries, preparing to collaborate with the Life Foundation for a research expedition into space 3 months hence, a matter worthy of celebration. Ben Grimm silently tackled his steak with a small fork, while the Human Torch, Johnny Storm, busily flirted with the waitress. Only Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, entirely disregarded the sumptuous feast and the enchanting company surrounding him, his focus consumed by complex equations and blueprints. Susan, watching him in his obsessive state, felt a surge of frustration, her beautiful brows knitting together. All she desired was a pleasant meal. Was that truly too much to ask? Listening to the laughter and joy from the adjoining room only intensified her irritation towards Reed. Chapter 141. Gwen's 18th birthday days passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. Gwen and Kara returned, filling the sanctum with even more exuberance. That night, Gwen stealthily approached S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hey, are you busy?" "Not particularly, but if you're here to drag me to Hell's Kitchen to deal with some ruffians, I suggest you seek Natasha instead. She's far more skilled at it." S.H.I.E.L.D glanced at Gwen's attire. The ghost spider suit was quite striking. "Please, just for a little while." "I promise," Gwen implored softly. S.H.I.E.L.D relented. The black symbiote enveloped Gwen's form. Clad in that familiar black and white battle attire, Gwen traced a graceful arc through the air, her webbing deftly adhering to the corner of a distant building, propelling her forward effortlessly. As she reveled in the sensation of the wind rushing past her ears, she feigned casualness and inquired, "When will you become human? Doesn't it feel awkward always clinging to others?" This question struck a chord deep within S.H.I.E.L.D naturally. He yearned to become human, especially after 2 days ago when he and S.H.I.E.L.D visited Jean and Aurora. The look in Aurora's eyes was almost as if she were silently pleading for him. Yet there was S.H.I.E.L.D beside him, akin to a stern overseer, her gaze icy and unyielding. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward, and S.H.I.E.L.D felt an urgent need for an independent body. Noticing S.H.I.E.L.D's silence, Gwen assumed he was reluctant to respond. She paused atop a water tower, sitting with her legs crossed, playfully swinging her ballet shoe-clad feet. "I was merely asking out of curiosity, nothing more," she murmured, her head bowed as her fingers unconsciously traced circles on the cold metallic surface of the tower. "It's so dull at home. I practically live here, and my dad is aware of it." She hesitated, her voice lowering further. "Besides, after that misunderstanding last time, I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I just mentioned having a boyfriend." Gwen quickly lifted her gaze to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Don't overthink it. I simply didn't want to delve into explanations about sanctuaries, magic, and symbiotes. He wouldn't believe me and would think I'm insane. That's understandable, Su-mo mused quietly in her mind. But you seem troubled. What weighs on your mind? Gwen's shoulders sagged slightly. In 2 months, it'll be my birthday, and he insists on meeting my boyfriend. Su-mo grasped the implication. This was about meeting the parents. After Gwen spoke, she furtively glanced at her suit, anxious that Su-mo might outright refuse. I'm just seeking your opinion. If you can't become human by then, I'll have to find someone else to impersonate. Su-mo replied, leisurely in her thoughts. 2 months from now? Yes, the time is indeed tight. Gwen's voice bore a hint of disappointment. Otherwise, I could just tell my dad I'll bring my boyfriend next year. That would be your 18th birthday, wouldn't it? Sumoing Yes, that's quite significant. Su-mo's tone lightened. I can certainly help with that. It's a trivial matter, really. Honestly, I adore role-playing. Gwen paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. Grateful for her mask's concealment. Really? But 2 months is ample time. Su-mo's voice brimmed with confidence. A great weight lifted from Gwen's heart, and she felt invigorated. Rising from the water tower, she stretched her arms wide before leaping back into the embrace of New York's night. That's settled then. Her voice carried a cheerful note in the wind. No backing out. Rest assured, Su-mo replied languidly. I handle my affairs with utmost diligence. Suddenly, 2 slender black tendrils emerged from the black and white symbiotic suit, gently tickling Gwen's waist. Gwen exclaimed, laughing as her body twisted in midair, nearly losing her grip on the web she had just launched. Stop it, she chided, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Su-mo felt a flutter of excitement within. Gwen's exuberant vitality resembled a fizzy soda infused with popping candy, leaving him slightly exhilarated. He quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel this peculiar thought. This curse of desire was rather overwhelming. Ancient One's words about sinking into indulgence, no pain, no gain, seemed dubious. Akin to a fitness coach encouraging you to indulge recklessly to unlock your weight loss potential. Utterly nonsensical. Despite its absurdity, Su-mo found himself believing it. Much like when his parents placed homework and comic books before him, making the choice between embracing desire or practicing abstinence for 3 months truly challenging. The two of them swung back to the sanctum. Gwen landed gracefully on the window ledge, retracting her web, as her black and white suit receded like the tide, reverting to her original form as Ghost Spider. Ahem. A slight cough echoed from the living room. Gwen and Su-mo froze simultaneously. There stood S.H.I.E.L.D. in a silk nightgown, holding a warm glass of milk, reclining on the sofa while observing them. Her expression was neutral, yet her eyes clearly conveyed the question of why the two of them were out so late. Shouldn't they offer an explanation? The scene resembled that of a child caught sneaking in by their mother in the dead of night. Sister Hill, Gwen stammered, you're still awake? Waiting for you. Hill replied, taking a sip of milk and directing her gaze at Su-mo. All right, you should head to bed. Classes await you tomorrow, Su-mo suggested. Hill patted Gwen on the shoulder, embodying the role of a concerned older sister. Understood, Gwen replied obediently, quickly darting into her room. The living room was left with only Hill and Su-mo. Ancient One just messaged Wanda, asking you to visit Asgard. Now, I want to go. Su-mo shook his head. They're willing to send you to Clinter, but there's a condition. What condition? I don't know. She mentioned you would know. Hill paused, pondering. What condition could you possibly know that I cannot? Is it something to do with women? Su-mo gasped. Is this the sixth sense of women? All right, I'll take note of this. However, it's too late tonight. We shall discuss it tomorrow. For now, sleep. Su-mo effortlessly slipped in a Hill's nightgown. Hill yawned, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to ascend the stairs. Inside the room, the soft rustling of clothing could be heard. Should we? I'm ready for that. You would want to see blood, would you? Chapter 142. The realm of hell. Early the next morning, before the sun had fully risen, the sanctum was already abuzz with activity. Sunlight streamed through the grand circular window, casting a radiant patch of light upon the wooden floor of the living room. In the kitchen, the coffee machine gurgled cheerfully, filling the entire first floor with its rich aroma. Hill, clad in a sleek, athletic outfit, was busy frying eggs, while Su-mo assisted her by holding a tablet, intermittently glancing at the daily brief sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this a dream? Natasha mused, sipping her freshly brewed black coffee as she leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Hill's industrious silhouette with a languid expression. A level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. rising promptly at 7 every morning to prepare breakfast for a whole family? I could have sworn I had crossed over into some peculiar parallel universe. Some level 8 agents sleep until noon and then complain about the lack of their favorite blueberry yogurt in the fridge. I wouldn't have dared to imagine such a scenario before. Hill slid the cooked eggs onto a plate without turning around. Are you all going out today? Natasha inquired nonchalantly. How did you know? Sumo's gaze shifted from the tablet, which displayed the recent movements of mutants and the locations of certain powerful superhumans. Asgard is indeed on the agenda, but there's no rush, just in the next few days. Sumo and Hill discussed it last night. First, they need to locate Thor, who promised to join them for the journey to Clinter. As for whether Sumo should bring Kara or Wanda, Hill thought it best to bring both. More hands make light work. If it weren't for the Sanctum's need for high-end combat power, even Fella would have been dragged along. Natasha smirked. I overheard your conversation last night. How brazen. If you want to go, change your clothes, Hill replied with the authority of a rightful queen. Understood. Natasha beamed. 15 minutes later, a black vehicle departed from the Sanctum, merging into the flow of traffic leaving the city. Hill focused intently on driving, while Natasha sat in the passenger seat, holding the S.H.I.E.L.D. tablet. Sumo was nestled against her chest, perusing the information displayed on the screen. The tablet revealed that Thor was in Los Angeles, at a small bar near Laguna Beach. The status section updated with a bold red note. Relationship with Dr. Jane Foster has ended. The Nine Realms, the realm of hell. Here, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the opulence of Asgard. There was no sun, no moon, nor stars. The sky was perpetually shrouded in a dismal gray, reminiscent of burnt paper money, exuding an unsettling chill. The ground was littered with angular black rocks, silent underfoot. In truth, this place had once served as a super prison for cosmic-level criminals, utilizing the rules of hell to free souls. Now, only one prisoner remained, Hela. She languidly sat upon a throne crafted from obsidian and bone, propping her chin on one hand, her gaze vacant as she stared into the surrounding darkness. She had been confined here for far too long, to the point where she was on the verge of forgetting what the outside world was like. Each day, her activities were limited to either staring vacantly into space or reminiscing about her glorious past of conquering the realms, turning the 9 worlds upside down. Naturally, the focal point of her memories was how she had dismembered her ancient, unyielding father. Suddenly, a flicker of something unusual flashed across Hela's lackluster eyes. She straightened her posture, and the entire realm of the dead seemed to tremble subtly, though it was not a true tremor. It felt more like the weight that had pressed down upon her was loosening, akin to rusted chains beginning to creak. Hela closed her eyes, intently sensing this shift. She was all too familiar with this power. It was Odin's divine strength. For thousands of years, it was this very force that had kept her ensnared in this desolate place, devoid of even birds. Yet now this power was waning, much like a lamp running low on oil, its flame flickering uncertainly. Slowly, Hela opened her eyes, her lips curling into a smirk that radiated mockery and delight. Odin. Her voice was soft yet echoed within the oppressive silence of the space. My dear father. She leisurely articulated the following words, her tone dripping with scorn. Look at you now. Are you finally nearing death? Is your old carcass on the brink of collapse? I have awaited this day for far too long. Rising to her feet, she stretched and began to pace through the vast emptiness of the underworld. Her heels clicked against the black rock, yet made no sound. Speaking to herself, her face betraying a mix of uncontainable excitement and cruelty, she declared, Did you think that by imprisoning me in this wretched place, you could erase my very existence? Have you forgotten who helped you conquer the 9 realms? It was I who made those frost giants and fire giants tremble at the mere utterance of your name. She spread her arms wide, as if embracing the entirety of the dark world around her. Once I am free, the first thing I shall do is sever the heads of your precious sons, one by one, and kick them like balls. I will ensure that all of Asgard, no, the entire 9 realms, knows who the true ruler is. Her fervor heightened as her voice reverberated through the silence of the underworld, filled with venomous wrath. Cower in your golden palace, trembling. Odin, enjoy your last days of feeble existence. For I shall return, and you will witness everything you cherish turn to ashes. Evil, Hela, my daughter, I have found you a suitable match. A weary, aged voice abruptly interrupted her fierce tirade, as a cascade of colorful light cleaved through the everlasting darkness. Odin had arrived. All of Hela's fierce words caught in her throat. The expression on her face froze, transforming from wild exhilaration to shock, and finally to disbelief. She even began to doubt whether her prolonged confinement had induced auditory hallucinations. Odin visited this place once every few centuries, or perhaps thousands of years, so Hel was not surprised to see him. What truly astonished her were his words. What did you say? Hel paused for a good 10 seconds before managing to squeeze those words out from between her teeth. Odin did not repeat himself, but his silence was an answer in itself. Hel finally grasped the truth. She was not hallucinating. This father of hers, who held himself in such high esteem, was arranging a marriage for her while she plotted her revenge to reclaim her throne. A wave of humiliation, more potent than 1,000 years of imprisonment, surged through her. Ha 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 ha! Hel emitted a piercing, maniacal laughter that shook her entire being. A good family? She abruptly halted her laughter, her face contorted with rage as she roared at Odin before her. You actually wish to marry me off? Like an ordinary Asgardian woman. To some man? Do you think I'm just anyone? I am a goddess of death, the conqueror of the 9 realms. I shall never bow to anyone, especially not to a man. Odin, you old bastard. Not only will I kill you, but I will also hunt down this good family you have chosen for me. I will tear him to pieces, grind his bones to dust, and scatter them upon your grave. You cannot kill him. Death and darkness are a perfect match. With that, the Bifrost Bridge descended once more. Odin's figure vanished, as if he had merely come to deliver a message. This feeling of being disregarded only fueled her fury. Aya, Hel completely lost control. She screamed in rage, and countless black blades erupted wildly from all directions of her body, like a torrential downpour of darkness, shattering the surrounding obsidian rocks. The entire Helheim trembled under the weight of her wrath. Chapter 143. Barbara, curly fur? That S.A. cat perm. Los Angeles. Sunshine, beaches, and countless movie stars alongside young dreamers aspiring to stardom. After disembarking from the plane, the trio settled in a nearby CF. He had been drinking for 3 days straight. Natasha scrolled through photos on her tablet, displaying a disheveled Thor, his eyes hazy, clutching an empty bottle. The father of the gods, Odin's son. The prince of Asgard. This is what he had come to? Natasha clicked her tongue in disbelief. Is it really that bad, just because of a heartbreak? Somebody believe. It shouldn't be, but he is Thor. It makes sense. Let us not worry about him for now. Let him drink a little longer. He is not going anywhere. We should find a place to settle down. Hel took out her phone and opened her contacts. How long are we staying here? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Sumor responded. Now that we're here, we ought to see some old friends. Hel dialed a number and then handed the phone to Symbiote resting on her shoulder. The reason for having him answer was naturally that Hel wanted to observe Barbara's reaction. Natasha teased Hel about using her agent skills on their own people. The phone rang twice before it was answered. A voice, tinged with surprise and uncertainty, emerged. Is that you? It's me, Barbara. Symbiote's tone was relaxed. I'm in Los Angeles. Do you have time to meet? The sound of a chair scraping against the floor resonated on the other end, followed by Barbara's voice, quivering with suppressed excitement. I have time. Of course I do. I'll take a leave right away. Where are you now? I'll send you the location. No rush. We'll wait for you. After hanging up, Natasha cast a sidelong glance at Symbiote. You've hardly spoken a few times. What is her deal? Does she have a crush on you? What can I say? It's my charm, Symbiote shrugged. At that time, she was quite vulnerable. We could say I was the only ray of light in her life. Shameless, Natasha remarked. Agreed, Hel replied, her gaze fixed ahead. In less than 30 minutes, a red sports car came to a stop outside the CAF. The door swung open, and a woman wearing a beige-fitted dress and a white silk blouse stepped out, her long, chestnut curls shimmering in the California sun. It was Barbara Minerva, the cheetah, striding confidently in her high heels. Each step resonated like a drumbeat. She removed her Dior sunglasses, revealing a delicate face. Compared to the somewhat bookish archaeologist she had been at the museum, bearing a hint of melancholy. She appeared as a completely transformed figure. Is she trying to become a star? Natasha whispered to Hel while holding her coffee cup. Hel remained silent, her sharp gaze appraising Barbara. There was an indescribable aura about her, wild yet sophisticated. Something felt amiss. Hi, you too. Barbara immediately spotted Natasha and Hel. Her smile faltered for a moment, and her stride hesitated briefly. She casually placed her sunglasses and handbag on the table and quipped. You certainly know how to pick a spot. You found the worst coffee in all of Los Angeles. What can I say? It's the closest to the airport. Symbiote replied with a resigned shake of her head. Long time no see, Barbara. You look, well, quite different. Thanks to you. Barbara winked at Symbiote, her fleeting allure prompting raised eyebrows from both Hel and Natasha. I feel fantastic now. You've given me strength and I want to help you with something. You're here to ask for my assistance, right? Symbiote didn't mince words. Yes, we need a place to stay. Perfect. Barbara shook the car keys in her hand. You can stay at my place. I've told you before, it's quite spacious. Los Angeles is a remarkable city, where the wealthy reside on the hills while the less fortunate dwell in the valleys. Half of the people here aspire to be stars, while the other half pretend they already are. A mere server carrying a tray on the street may have penned 3 unproduced screenplays in their spare time, for Hollywood is but a glance away. The car journeyed westward, traversing the opulent mansions of the estate, obscured by towering hedges, ultimately halting before a modern villa perched on the hillside. We have arrived, Barbara announced as she unfastened her seatbelt. This is my home. Her residence is nestled within Beverly Hills, renowned as one of the world's most prestigious neighborhoods. Upon entering the villa, Symbiote and her companions, well accustomed to grand settings, were momentarily astonished before they began to survey their surroundings. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a sweeping view of the glittering Los Angeles skyline below, complemented by an infinity pool outside. Natasha casually brushed her fingers over the sofa, inadvertently collecting a half-inch long strand of yellow fur, bringing it closer for inspection. Her instincts as an agent led her to recognize it as the fur of a feline. Scanning the cavernous living room, reminiscent of a hotel lobby, she curiously inquired of Barbara, "Do you have a cat?" Barbara, who was about to fetch them some water, froze momentarily upon seeing the fur in Natasha's hand, though she quickly regained her composure. "Oh, that," she chuckled lightly, her tone casual. "Last week, a friend brought over an orange tabby for a visit. I suppose it must have shed on the sofa. I've been so busy, I forgot to clean it up." "Is that so?" Natasha nodded, bringing the fur closer with a raised eyebrow. "But this fur is oddly curled. It smells rather peculiar." Barbara's smile faltered slightly, her gaze drifting for a brief moment before she earnestly fabricated an explanation. "That cat had a perm." "Excuse me?" Natasha replied, perplexed. "A cat? With a perm?" Hill and Sue Mo turned to each other, unable to stifle their laughter. "Indeed," Barbara said with utmost sincerity. "This is Los Angeles, after all. We must stand out. Even pets must keep up with the trends. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll go upstairs to prepare your rooms," she concluded, hastily ascending the staircase. Natasha, still intent on further examining the fur, found it snatched from her grasp by Sue Mo, who tossed it before a sweeping robot. "We are not here to investigate, Natasha. Besides, we cannot ascertain its cleanliness. Your incessant sniffing observing Sue Mo's reaction." He'll glance towards the second floor, deep in thought. With a place to settle, their endeavors would be considerably more convenient. As evening descended, the twilight painted the Los Angeles sky in hues of crimson. Hill and Sue Mo prepared to depart, intending to explain the situation to Thor. Sue Mo recognized Thor as a man of his word, someone who would never renege on a promise, especially when it concerned the glory of the northern gods. However, given the suddenness of the circumstances, they would need to allow him some time to prepare. Walking along the road, the streetlights elongated their shadows. "Let us find a secluded spot to fly from," Hill suggested. "Agreed." Sue Mo was about to respond when a deafening roar of an engine echoed from the street ascend. A colossal oil tanker truck surged forth like a frenzied bull, its high beams illuminating the path as it barreled directly towards Hill. Along the roadside, several luxury vehicles were tossed into the air like mere toys, somersaulting before crashing down with a cacophony of alarms. What on earth is happening? Sue Mo lamented within Hill's mind. It was understandable to be targeted in New York, given the multitude of adversaries there. But in Los Angeles, a place so unfamiliar on the very first day, this is what I encounter. Chapter 144. The Assault of the Talocan People. Ghost Rider Natasha. In an instant, the truck was upon her. The oppressive aura it exuded would have rendered any ordinary individual weak at the knees. Yet, Hill merely furrowed her brow in annoyance and stepped forward, extending a slender hand. Her delicate arm starkly contrasted with the massive truck. Bang! With a dull thud, the truck's front bumper collided with an invisible barrier, halting abruptly. The front end crumpled, tires screeching against the pavement, emitting plumes of thick smoke and the acrid scent of burnt rubber. Chaos ensued as bystanders hurriedly distanced themselves. Reed and his companions, newly arrived in Los Angeles, gazed in astonishment at the scene. Susan felt a twinge of envy. Was she a superhero? Reed remarked, "They are quite perilous. Being an ordinary person is perfectly fine." Hill glanced at the driver's seat, which was empty. The truck's engine roared furiously, evidently controlled remotely. Grasping the front bumper with both hands, Hill effortlessly lifted the several-ton tanker, flipping it over and crashing it onto the road. "Be gentle, don't let it explode," Sue Mo cautioned. After securing the situation, Hill's gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk. Indeed, on the rooftop of a nearby residential building, she spotted a furtive figure. The individual seemed startled by her display of strength and turned to flee, vanishing in an instant with remarkable speed. Moments later, within a room in that very building, a man with blue skin and peculiar attire materialized, still reeling from shock. Before he could catch his breath, a shadow darted through the window. Hill's fist struck his head with a resounding thud. Crack! The intricate breathing apparatus affixed to his mouth shattered instantly. In the next moment, he appeared to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, his face contorted in agony as his skin began to dry out. "Is this a Talocan?" Sumo's voice echoed in Hill's ear, tinged with surprise. This individual was a descendant of an ancient Maya tribe, who, to escape the plague brought by colonizers centuries ago, followed the guidance of a shaman to discover a unique plant thriving underwater, nourished by vibranium. Consuming this plant allowed them to survive, but at a significant cost. Their skin transformed into a shade of blue. Their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary humans, and their lifespans extended significantly. More critically, they could no longer inhale air, as their lungs had been altered to extract oxygen solely from water. Thus, they vanished from the surface world, establishing a magnificent kingdom beneath the waves known as Talokan. The breathing apparatus they utilized served as a vital device for sustaining life when they briefly surfaced, filled with a special vapor that kept their lungs moist. If the mask were to shatter, the dry air would be as lethal to them as pulling a fish from water and leaving it exposed to the scorching sun. Symbiote quickly elucidated this to Hill. Was a mysterious race from the depths of the ocean documented in S.H.I.E.L.D. files indeed them? Symbiote shook his head, suggesting that it was likely Atlantis. Hill felt a shiver of apprehension. The Earth concealed far too many unknown secrets. In Symbiote's recollection, while the Talokan people were insular, they were not unreasonable fanatics, and he had no significant connection to them. He coldly inquired, "Did Namor send you to kill me?" Upon hearing the name Namor, the Talokan's pupils contracted, and he weakly gazed at Symbiote, stuttering, "The Avengers took our sacred stone and killed our kin. Vengeance is necessary." The sacred stone? He must be referring to vibranium. Symbiote immediately connected the dots. However, who had stolen his vibranium? If theft were to occur, Wakanda would be the more accessible target. "You have been deceived, child." Symbiote, disinterested in further conversation, noted that without the water circulation respirator, this individual would not survive much longer. He contemplated granting him a swift end to spare him from suffering. At that moment, the Talakanian seemed to experience a fleeting revival, mustering his last ounce of strength to declare, "Those two women will not survive either. We possess sound waves." With that, his head tilted, and without Symbiote's intervention, he succumbed to dehydration and death. Hill observed the rapidly desiccating blue corpse on the ground, her brow furrowed. He referred to Natasha and Barbara. Natasha's symbiote would be rendered ineffective against flames and sound waves. "We must return immediately." "No need," Symbiote replied languidly, showing no urgency. "But did you leave her any means of escape?" Hill remained unconvinced. Just as she prepared to return and check, her phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Natasha. "Natasha, what's happening over there?" Hill's words were cut short as the image on the screen startled her, causing her to instinctively pull the phone away. The screen did not reveal Natasha's beautiful visage, but rather a flaming skull. The fire was not ordinary red. It bore a hellish orange hue, and within the hollow eye sockets, two eerie flames fixated intently on Hill, as if capable of piercing the screen and searing her soul. In the background, a strikingly cool sports car blazed, emitting flames. It seems to be Barbara's vehicle. Hill found herself at a loss for words. Throughout her life, she had witnessed a plethora of bizarre occurrences, yet engaging in a video call with a flaming skull was undoubtedly a first. "Are you Natasha? Have you activated special effects?" She ventured to inquire. "Of course not," came Natasha's raspy and deep voice, transformed under the guise of the Ghost Rider. She bore a striking resemblance to Symbiote, as she proudly raised a hand, revealing a skeletal hand engulfed in flames. The bones were distinctly articulated, yet upon the chilling white bone of her middle finger rested an exceedingly eye-catching ring. The ring, fashioned in the likeness of a coiling serpent, had its eyes adorned with two rubies, glimmering ominously amid the flickering hellfire. It was indeed a gift from Mephisto to Symbiote, a precious artifact capable of harnessing the flames of the underworld. "Symbiote gifted it to me," Natasha boasted, the skull's chin raised high. "They often say beauty lies within the bones, not the skin." Upon seeing the bones, Symbiote found that assertion somewhat absolute. "I merely entrusted it to you," he clarified. "Then why not let her keep it?" She is still unaware. Hill, however, was not in the mood to engage in a rivalry with Natasha. Her concerns were far more pressing. "What is the situation on your end? Has everything been resolved?" "All settled," Natasha responded with a nod, the sound of bones grinding echoing in the air. "This weapon is truly effective, far superior to a gun." With that, Natasha shifted her focus to Barbara. "Barbara seems to be acting strangely. She possesses that symbiote you gifted her, named Extremis, correct?" Symbiote nodded. "What's the matter?" "When the enemy first invaded, she emerged to assist, but after being injured by a sonic wave, her demeanor shifted. I recall her fierce attitude, reminiscent of Cat. Honestly, I thought she was about to go on a rampage and tear those blue-skinned fellows apart." "And what happened then?" Hill inquired. "Huh." Natasha rolled her eyes. "In the end, she let out a shriek and fled, locking herself in the room upstairs. There has been no sign of her since." Chapter 145. The power of the Panther Woman. Though they had endured an inexplicable assault, they could not afford to delay their primary objective. The search for Thor progressed far more smoothly than anticipated. He was indeed still at that beach bar, appearing as if he had been thoroughly soaked, slumped at the counter with large glasses being filled and emptied repeatedly. Many recognized him as the God of Thunder, capturing clandestine photographs, while numerous women approached, swaying their hips in an attempt to seduce him. even suggesting he accompany them home. Thor's striking appearance spoke volumes, and even in a drunken stupor, he remained quite popular among them. I suspect his veins run with beer, Su-Mo jested. Hill approached and chased away the barflies, while Su-Mo hoisted Thor up. Then, with a measured force, a sharp slap struck his face, leaving the patrons of the tavern in utter astonishment. Altercations and provocations were commonplace here. Yet their surprise stemmed from the identity of the assailant. Was it the Venom agent? I had heard he was apprehended by the military for research purposes. Rumor had it that he was purchased by a wealthy heiress, Emma Frost, to be precise. How could you be unaware? Venom had faded from public consciousness for some time, leading to a plethora of speculations. Many believed he had been vanquished by sonic weaponry and was under military control, while others theorized he was imprisoned and tormented by the heiress, reduced to a mere plaything. His reappearance in Los Angeles was indeed monumental news. Following the crisp sound, Thor's languid, intoxicated gaze finally sharpened. Just as he was about to erupt, he beheld Hill before him, then glanced at Su-Mo perched on her shoulder. Pausing in bewilderment before managing to rasp a few words from his throat. Did you just touch my face? Su-Mo, discerning the glances of those around, retorted. Don't be so disgusting, it was a slap. Come with me to Clint's. I shall help you escape the shadows of heartbreak. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor acquiesced. Setting aside his prior commitment to Su-Mo, he was in dire need of a venue to unleash his frustrations, preferably one where chaos reigned. After a brief discussion, the trio agreed to rendezvous in 2 days to journey to Asgard. Su-Mo and Hill departed. At that moment, in the dimmest corner of the tavern, a voluptuous woman, akin to a gourd, licked her lips. If only he could be persuaded to join the Hellfire Club on the return journey to Barbara's villa. The nocturnal panorama of Los Angeles swept past, resembling a river of shimmering lights. Someone has stolen vibranium from the Talokan people and framed us for it, Su-Mo remarked, resting her head on Hill's shoulder, revisiting the topic of the assault. The intent was glaringly apparent. It was a ploy to incite conflict between the Avengers and Talokan. While this tactic was not novel, it proved effective. Hill pondered, analyzing the situation. The Sokovia Accords are set to be signed next week. The military forces of various nations will not choose this moment to engage with superhumans. Personal vendettas require time to investigate. In my opinion, such matters are best left to S.H.I.E.L.D. Let them deal with the headaches while we focus on more pressing issues. Yet, Su-Mo expressed her concern, but what if they come seeking trouble again? By then, she would be in Asgard or Clint's. She had no desire to be robbed. Rest assured, Hill's voice was gentle yet reassuring. With Kara and Fola present, you can trust me to safeguard your home while you attend to matters in Clint's. Sumo contemplative. The next 2 months seemed devoid of significant incidents. Thanos' invasion was still distant, likely not manifesting for another 2 years. And whether he would dare to come remained uncertain. The superhuman front had been notably quiet. In fact, during that hearing, Su-Mo had observed Bruce harboring murderous intent toward Superman. Given his disposition, he would surely prepare thoroughly before any confrontation, which would likely take several months. Upon reflection, it could be said that Kara and Fola are nearly invincible. Moreover, Hill suddenly adopted a somewhat acerbic tone, noting that Natasha is currently quite formidable, especially since someone has bestowed a ring upon her. Skye also possesses a suspended ring, yet I find myself lacking. Ahem. I ponder what sort of ring would be worthy of you. Su-Mo mused, perhaps I should seize the 5 Infinity Stones. An Infinity Stone ring certainly sounds intriguing. I do not desire anything overly extravagant. When the time comes to exchange rings, I am at a loss as to how I would respond to you. Upon returning to Beverly Hills, the estate emanated an unusual tranquility during the night, albeit only within the residential area. The distant chirping of insects and the subtle sounds of the pool's filtration system could be heard. The air was imbued with the aromatic blend of high-end fragrances and botanical essences. The villa was brightly illuminated. Natasha sat alone on the living room sofa, legs crossed, idly tossing the Hellfire ring in her hand. The serpent-eyed ruby atop the ring glimmered with an enigmatic light under the illumination. Upon seeing the two return, she deftly caught the ring and slid it back on her middle finger, exclaiming, "You're finally back." I was utterly bored. Let me tell you, Skye has investigated Barbara's social connections, and she has no friends who own orange cats. Su-Mo was well aware that she did not, as that fur belonged to Barbara. Where's she? Natasha inquired, tilting her chin upward toward the stairs. There has been no movement. She won T let me in, and I doubt Hill can get in either. I'll check, Su-Mo replied, descending from Hill and gliding up the luxurious spiral staircase to the second floor. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Barbara stood before a massive floor-length mirror, clad only in her undergarments. Her hands gripped the edge of the sink tightly, her knuckles turning white as if she were summoning all her strength to suppress something within. Calm down, Barbara, she whispered to her reflection, taking deep breaths. It's merely a moment of heightened emotion. It's normal. It will pass. It will all pass. Yet the image in the mirror ruthlessly dismantled her self-soothing. Perched atop Barbara's meticulously styled golden brown curls were a pair of furry, leopard-spotted ears that twitched anxiously with her rapid breaths. Behind her, a similarly spotted, elongated tail flicked back and forth in agitation. With a sudden crash, the tail inadvertently swept a bottle of perfume off the vanity. "Damn it!" Barbara exclaimed, crushing the ceramic in her grip. The leopard ears perked up even more, and the tail, startled and enraged, arched forcefully through the air. None of this should have transpired. She had willingly relinquished all of this before the yellow crystal. With Sumo's encouragement and the assistance of the symbiote he provided, Barbara had painstakingly restored her confidence. Step by step, arriving at this moment, residing in a luxurious home in Beverly Hills, regarded as a successful individual in the eyes of others. Barbara believed she had completely shed her identity as the leopard woman. However, just a month ago, she encountered a mutant adorned entirely in diamonds. From the very first glance, a sharp pain struck her head, and upon returning home, she was horrified to discover that she had grown ears in the mirror. "Barbara, are you all right?" It was Sumo. Barbara froze in fear, hastily donning her robe. The rebellious tail poked out from beneath her clothing. "I'm fine," she exclaimed, turning her back to the door, her voice trembling. "I'm just a bit tired and ready to sleep. May I come in?" Sumo's voice was calm. "No," Barbara blurted out. "I'm not dressed, and I look quite strange." "Barbara, I can sense your fear. Trust me, I have seen far stranger things. Compared to those, an unclothed lady is quite normal," Sumo said softly, reminiscent of the time he had helped her investigate the Life Foundation in the basement of the sanctuary. Barbara's psychological defenses began to waver. Compared to her, Sumo was not entirely human, and he might possess a solution. Slowly, she opened the door a crack. Chapter 146. A method to relax. Sumo slipped through the narrow opening. At first glance, he noticed a pair of bare feet, the toes rounded and painted with shimmering purple polish, resting upon the soft woolen carpet. His gaze traveled up her slender ankles to the black thong. Wait, he realized he was mistaken. He redirected his attention to the silk robe she wore. The robe was loose, yet it could not conceal certain peculiar protrusions, such as the tail behind her. Barbara attempted to hide her leopard tail deeper, but the more frantic she became, the more exuberantly it swayed, akin to a little cat vying for her owner's affection. "Sumo, please stop looking. It's truly ugly," she murmured, a hint of self-doubt in her tone. Barbara was not unattractive. Her features possessed a blend of allure and assertiveness, and with the addition of leopard ears and a tail, she could indeed resemble a frightening feline when enraged. Yet before Sumo, she could not summon anger. "Barbara, are you showing off? A cat girl is ugly?" Sumo's tone was exaggerated. "Honestly, with your appearance, if you were in Neon or Longwa a decade from now, suitors would line up from Los Angeles to France." His absurd attempt at consolation allowed Barbara's taut nerves to relax slightly. "Do you like it? I mean the catgirl aspect." She took a deep breath, as if surrendering her resistance, and pushed aside her long, curly hair. Beneath the strands, a pair of fluffy leopard ears stood erect, subtly twitching with her emotions. Concerned that someone might be eavesdropping outside, Sumo shifted the conversation. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." "Oh, all right." Barbara's expression dimmed slightly. "As you can see, it has returned. I thought I had rid myself of it." "When did it start?" Sumo inquired. "About a month ago. I encountered a woman in the restroom of a party, adorned in diamonds. Merely glancing at her made my head feel as though it were about to explode. Upon returning home, I noticed an odd sensation in my ears. The party itself was peculiar, discreet, and opulent. I had merely intended to make a quick visit." Barbara sat upon the bed, while Sumo leaped on her head, inspecting her ears. Upon hearing her words, a name surfaced in his mind: the White Queen. Surely, Barbara hadn't ventured to the Hellfire Club via the restroom, only to fall under Emma's mental control? It seemed quite possible. "When that group of blue-skinned individuals attacked us tonight," Barbara continued, her expression riddled with anguish, "it exacerbated the situation. I felt as though something within me was on the verge of emerging." In truth, upon realizing that Barbara still possessed the powers of the cheetah, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Was the yellow crystal still exerting its influence? He had no desire to revert to that powerless little boy, nor did he wish for his relationship with Hill to devolve into mere platonic camaraderie. That would be too much of a loss. Yet, this thought lingered only for a fleeting moment. Sumo was well aware of his own body, and there was nothing unusual. That yellow crystal had long since turned to dust, and Barbara's predicament stemmed from a different cause. Hearing from Natasha that he would soon depart, Sumo remained silent, prompting Barbara to steer the conversation. "Is it true? It's a shame, as I have so much left to accomplish. Driving to Malibu Beach to watch the sunset, finding an open-air cinema atop a mountain, lying on the car roof, sipping cheap beer while watching classic films. After this, the atmosphere fell back into silence. Symbiote chose to speak, voicing his conjecture. Did you know? There's a theory that the powers of a cheetah are not a curse, but may originate from a goddess, the cheetah goddess. As an archaeologist, you must have encountered numerous antiques from Africa. Perhaps that is when the connection was forged. Sighing, Barbara expressed her reluctance to engage with the subject. Her tail, agitated, swept across the bed, causing her robe to flutter, revealing glimpses of her pale skin. I do not wish to know the origins of this power. I only desire to be rid of it entirely. Have you experienced such a situation before? How did you resolve it? There was one instance, but it was not as severe as now. She pointed to her tail. At that time, I simply took a hot bath, and it resolved itself. I understand. What you require now is relaxation. How about this? You take a bath, and I will close my eyes, ensuring not to peek. I have tried that. It was ineffective. As she spoke, Barbara lifted a corner of her robe, revealing her undergarments beneath. You see, I have just emerged from the bathroom, and the moisture has yet to dry. Symbiote observed her audacious actions, pondering within himself. Barbara must be unaware of the lust curse that had befallen him, still perceiving him as the desireless symbiote of yore, which emboldened her to exhibit her form so unguardedly. You've misjudged the person, Barbara. Do you possess any alternative methods for relaxation? After indulging in the view, Symbiote averted his gaze. Perhaps watching a film, reading a book, or simply taking a nap. What difference does that make compared to a bath? Barbara shook her head, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes sparkled. She murmured, however, I believe I might know of a method that could truly allow me to unwind. With that, her gaze drifted towards the bedside table, her expression peculiar, as if she had made a solemn decision. Just as Symbiote was curious about what extraordinary method she had in mind, Barbara had already approached the door, hesitantly saying, it won't be long. Just wait for me outside. The door clicked shut behind her. Left outside, Symbiote was enveloped in confusion. What could this mysterious means of relaxation be? Just as he contemplated peeking through the crack of the door, he sensed someone nearby. Turning, he found Natasha leaning against the wall, not far off, feigning an admiration for an abstract painting at the end of the corridor, though her ears were perked up sharper than Barbara's leopard ears. Eavesdropping isn't a commendable habit. Natasha, sumorimarked. Likewise, Natasha shrugged, unfazed by the comment. Symbiote, disinterested in banter, leaped onto Natasha's face, sliding down her neck to rest comfortably on her shoulder. Where's Hill? In the room, having a meeting with Kara and the others, Natasha whispered. Hill mentioned the attack this afternoon and also brought up your impending journey to Asgard. It was necessary to keep her informed, to respect their opinions. Symbiote nodded. Hill was indeed reliable in her duties. They all have matters to attend to, Natasha said, poking Sumo's sticky body with her finger, her tone turning suggestive. It's the perfect opportunity for us to have a heart-to-heart. Are you certain it's merely a heart-to-heart? Sumo tisit, pinchin herpert posterior. Easy now, you scoundrel. You and T want to harm something you cherish, she retorted playfully. How could it be harmed? It's not as if it's stuffed. Their relationship was utterly transparent. Conversing felt akin to cruising down a highway at full throttle, with neither willing to apply the brakes. I'll be frank before you depart. You must ensure I am thoroughly sated. Natasha's sultry gaze and gentle breath were palpable. Simple enough. Symbiote's hands continued their playful ministrations, rhythmically dribbling with vigor. Upon mentioning this, Natasha suddenly swatted his hands away, her expression filled with mock grievance. When we play poker, you never accept my cards. I end up taking several every time. It's unfair. I insist you must accept mine this time. Are you certain? Symbiote's voice held a hint of mischief. Have you forgotten how long my tongue is? I fear you might not be able to handle it. Natasha was about to retort, I am quite formidable, when an odd sound suddenly emanated from Barbara's room. The noise was soft, accompanied by a squelching, watery sound. The villa boasted excellent soundproofing, and under normal circumstances, nothing from outside could be heard. However, Symbiote had replicated Kara's extraordinary hearing, making the sound resonate in their ears as if it were right before them, utterly clear. Natasha's expression instantly froze, shifting from playful teasing to astonishment, finally morphing into a hint of disdain as she exclaimed, Good heavens, Barbara, is she hiding in her room all mysteriously just to do this? Symbiote remained silent, yet his mind had already grasped the entire situation. After all this time, this was indeed the private method Barbara mentioned that could help her unwind. Quite personal, indeed. At last, after wandering aimlessly in Los Angeles for 2 days, the day to depart for Asgard had arrived. On a patch of parched, yellowing grass on the outskirts of Los Angeles, the autumn wind blew, carrying a touch of chill. Symbiote pondered that this journey to Clinter must be swift. He hoped to return in time for Gwen's birthday. At the very least, he should be back for Christmas. Kara and Wanda had arrived the previous night. Without hesitation, they had agreed to accompany him, which touched Symbiote deeply. In order to join you on this trip to Clinter, I utilized my super brain to finish all my coursework for the semester ahead of time. And my graduation exam results are all splendid, Kara proclaimed proudly, her chest puffed out as if awaiting praise. Wanda sincerely complimented, that's impressive. That must have been quite challenging. Indeed. Su-Mo teased with a hint of mischief. You mean to say that it required a super brain just to grasp the mundane knowledge of high school? Kara's pride crumbled in an instant. I only took 2 days. She huffed, turning away to whisper with Wanda, completely ignoring Su-Mo thereafter. Hill shot Su-Mo a disapproving glance for making such remarks. She and Natasha flanked him, resembling 2 overly concerned mothers. Listen, Hill cautioned, although Gnarl will not awaken for another 50 years, it is still a symbiotic entity of an entire planet. Who knows what strange creatures might emerge? If anything seems amiss, make a swift retreat, understood? Absolutely, Natasha added. Do not be greedy. We certainly do not wish to be widowed. Su-Mo nodded in agreement, feeling a warm glow in his heart. It was likely that during this trip to Clinter, he would only operate on the surface. The Black Death Sword could consume symbiotic entities. In simpler terms, devouring them would enhance his strength and allow him to harness them. However, Natasha's warning resonated with him. Do not be greedy. Those symbiotic entities were a crucial part of sealing Gnarl, and one must tread carefully. If he released it prematurely, it would spell disaster. Standing a few steps away, Barbara observed the intimate camaraderie among the group, feeling like an outsider, unable to interject. Forget it if it won't fit. That won't fit. Eventually it will. She recalled another pressing matter. The night before, she had resorted to her old methods of relaxation, only to discover that the pleasure was far diminished compared to before. Yet, that was the largest size she could procure and psychologically accept. Barbara felt a wave of fear wash over her. What if she lost control again and transformed into the leopard woman? How could she relax in the short term? She couldn't possibly remain cooped up at home every day. She pondered throughout the night, and a wild thought surged uncontrollably in her mind. At that moment, her gaze drifted towards Su-Mo. As Barbara lost herself in thought, farewells were nearing their conclusion. Everything was in order. Sol cleared his throat, tilted his head back, and prepared to call upon Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge with his resounding voice. Just then, a hurried voice echoed from afar. Hey, wait, can I come along? A cascade of colorful light descended from the heavens. Swirling winds swept up grass and dust, blinding the onlookers, only to surge upward and dissipate rapidly. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. On the grassy ground remained a vast and intricate circular imprint, composed of countless mysterious runes, the edges still faintly warm to the touch. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, one would inevitably exclaim, a miracle. Hill, Natasha, and Barbara stood rooted in place. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber, as if a familiar and reassuring scent had vanished from the air. Both Hill and Natasha felt a sudden pang in their hearts, as if a piece had been hollowed out, leaving an emptiness. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment, their petty rivalries dissipated, replaced by a shared understanding of mutual plight. Let us go home. Hill spoke first, her voice somewhat dry. Natasha nodded. The two turned and silently made their way toward the car parked not far off, with Barbara hastening to join them. As the vehicle started and gradually departed from the grassy outskirts, a figure clad in a yellow monk's robe materialized beside the rune imprint at the center of the field. At that moment, the Ancient One appeared significantly aged, her face etched with fine wrinkles, as if her vitality was being gradually siphoned away. Then, beside her, the air shimmered slightly, and Mephisto, dressed impeccably in a black suit and leaning on a silver cane, took form. Observing the Ancient One's worn visage, he wore a smirk of malicious glee, his tone dripping with mockery. Look at you, Supreme Sorcerer. I imagine you have less than 2 months left to live. Have you thought about what remains unfinished? The Ancient One disregarded his taunts, casting a cool glance in his direction. Do not forget our contractual agreement, Mephisto. I'm well aware. Mephisto elegantly adjusted his bow tie, asserting his reputation as a trustworthy devil. He was acutely aware that merely gifting him a ring was utterly inadequate to claim the soul of a Supreme Sorcerer. Chapter 148. A gathering storm. Few were privy to Su-Mo's departure from Earth. His conspicuous appearance in Los Angeles, coupled with an altercation with Thor Bar, served as a deliberate smokescreen, leading those who watched him to believe that Agent Venom still roamed the Earth. This ruse proved remarkably effective. The following day, sensationalist tabloids and online media outlets were abuzz with headlines proclaiming Agent Venom's public brawl with the God of Thunder in Los Angeles. The photographs, albeit slightly blurred, captured the moment when Su-Mo struck Thor, thanks to the keen eye of a passerby. Now, the world was led to believe he was indulging himself in the vibrant life of Los Angeles. Life on Earth continued to turn, indifferent to his absence. With Su-Mo gone, the restless factions were far from idle. The impending date for the signing of the Sokovia Accords cast a palpable tension across the globe, as various powers schemed and plotted their agendas in the shadows. In a derelict steel mill in Winchester County, Eric sat with his eyes closed, surrounded by countless metal components swirling around him like a swarm of gentle bees. Recently, he had endeavored to recruit Kitty into his Brotherhood of Mutants, recognizing her immense potential. If she could be harnessed, the Avengers and the government forces would pose no threat. Unfortunately, the plan had failed, and now her whereabouts were undetectable. Opening his eyes, Eric's gaze flickered with frustration and agitation. He understood that relying solely on his ragtag group was tantamount to a futile endeavor against the heavily armed government forces and the Avengers. Casting a glance at the distant figure of the porcupine, he sighed and closed his eyes once more, unwilling to witness the dire situation. Revolution is not a mere banquet. Ideals and brute force alone are insufficient. We require allies, powerful, influential allies. The Hellfire Club? The implication was immediately grasped by Firestorm. The Hellfire Club, a time-honored secret society, boasted members of wealth and status, many of whom were formidable mutants. Unlike Eric, who was consumed with thoughts of revolution and the liberation of all mutants, they were a cadre of refined egotists, relishing power, wealth, and opulence while manipulating the lives of ordinary people from the shadows. Atop LexCorp Tower, Lex Luthor stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the sprawling city below. His personal bodyguard, the striking Mercy Graves, approached him, presenting a tablet. Everything was in readiness. The tablet displayed the navigation route of a cargo ship. Luthor accepted the device, noting that the course would pass through a port owned by Wayne Enterprises. It is time to disseminate the message. I wish for the world to witness that the extraterrestrial they revere is far from a savior. He too can bleed and can be slain, and it is humanity itself that must deliver the fatal blow. Just a few days ago, his deep-sea exploration team unearthed a substantial deposit of kryptonite from the depths of the Indian Ocean. The last time, Ultron had intruded upon his laboratory uninvited and absconded with the precious kryptonite he had painstakingly acquired, thereby postponing his plans by several months. Curse you, Stark. Tony. At long last, the raw materials have returned. As the vibrant rainbow bridge loomed before them, it resembled an enormous straw, drawing everyone into its embrace. Kutta, being a Kryptonian, possessed remarkable physical prowess, yet within her surged a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. In her enthusiasm, she inadvertently choked on her own breath. Symbiote and Wanda, intertwined in their existence, watched as the colorful light streaked past them. Wanda swallowed hard, contemplating the dire consequences if one were to accidentally fall into the void. One might end up adrift in the cosmos, possibly discovered by an alien centuries later. Sumo's voice resonated softly. Wanda instinctively stepped back, colliding with Kara. Perceiving her anxiety, Symbiote chuckled lightly, offering reassurance. I am merely jesting. Fear not. Should you fall, I shall undoubtedly retrieve you. He paused, adopting a serious tone. However, you must hold onto my hand tightly. Upon hearing his words, Wanda promptly grasped the outstretched tendril of Symbiote. You must pull me back, she implored earnestly. Thor observed Sumo's words, noting how they rendered the young girl momentarily bewildered. A flicker of realization sparked in his azure eyes, so this could indeed be a source of amusement. The god of thunder silently committed this tactic to memory. Yet, his heart was heavy, as he had recently parted ways with Jane. Thor's gaze shifted to the unexpected guest amidst their company. What brings you here as well? I am equally intrigued, Dr. Banner, Symbiote remarked, turning his attention. When Banner unexpectedly materialized, expressing a desire to travel to Asgard, both Thor and Symbiote were taken aback. How had he learned of this? And what purpose did he have for visiting Asgard? With a weary adjustment of his glasses, Banner began. It's a lengthy story. My cousin, Jennifer, is an attorney in Los Angeles. A few days ago, she was accidentally shot and lost a significant amount of blood. She is in dire need of a transfusion. He hesitated, lowering his voice. The hospital's blood bank lacked a matching type, and I was the only one available, so I donated blood. Kara and Wanda were left in a state of confusion. What was the connection between donating blood and traveling to Asgard? Yet, Sumo's heart sank as he comprehended the implication. She-Hulk. Jennifer Walters, the cousin of Dr. Banner, underwent a transformation after receiving blood that had been irradiated by gamma rays. However, she fared far better than Banner. Upon her metamorphosis into She-Hulk, she not only retained her human consciousness and intellect, but also possessed the ability to control her transformations at will, rendering her a perfect enhancement of the Hulk. Thus, you fear that Jennifer might become another version of yourself? Symbiote interjected to complete his thought. Banner nodded gravely. This was precisely the reason for his journey to Asgard. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes filled with anguish and resolve, he declared, I must discover a means to utterly eradicate the Hulk. In times past, when I was alone, I could hide, flee, or isolate myself, striving to avoid harming anyone. But now, it is different. I cannot allow my family to become monsters because of me. Banner's voice was soft yet laden with weight. He gazed at Thor, his eyes holding a plea. Thor, you are gods with magic and technology beyond our earthly comprehension. Surely there must be a way to eradicate this curse. Well, I can inquire with my father, Thor replied, though he too was uncertain. Moreover, in his perspective, how could the Hulk be considered a curse? He was a born warrior. He would not accompany them to Clinter, and Symbiote did not intervene, merely cautioning. Do not stray too close to the edge. I fear it might send you to Sakaar. Sakaar? Banner asked, puzzled. Can I hold your hand then? What do you think? Symbiote shot him a sidelong glance. Huh. Both Kara and Thor erupted into laughter, while Wanda observed Symbiote with wide eyes, pondering in silence. Chapter 149, Asgard. The Aesir, they finally arrived in Asgard, where Symbiote and his companions stood within a grand edifice adorned with a magnificent golden dome. This place resembled both an observatory and a temple, with walls and floors inscribed with incomprehensible, intricate runes, emanating an aura of ancient yet futuristic mystique. At the center of the dome, a towering figure faced away from them, sheathing an enormous golden sword into a mechanism resembling a keyhole. The Bifrost had been sealed. Welcome, Midgardians. Heimdall slowly turned to face them, clad in resplendent golden armor that exuded authority and an imposing presence. Most striking were his golden eyes, capable of piercing through all lies and deceit, his all-seeing gaze. Heimdall, it has been far too long, Thor exclaimed, stepping forward with a hearty laugh and embracing him. Welcome home. Prince, Heimdall's voice resonated deep and sonorous, echoing like a bell within the dome. For the sake of a woman, ahem. Thor promptly interrupted. After brief introductions, Heimdall turned his gaze to Symbiote, who rested upon Wanda's shoulder. Once more, we extend our warm welcome, esteemed guest. Enough, he is not swayed by your flattery. We must meet with my father. Thor was rendered speechless by Heimdall's unusual attentiveness. After all, he had not yet become his brother-in-law. Heimdall nodded and stepped aside, allowing a passage. As the four emerged from the dome and stood upon the vibrant rainbow bridge connecting the cosmos to the realm of the gods, Kara, Wanda, and the others were utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Before their eyes lay a city of indescribable golden splendor. Countless spires and towers soared into the heavens. The architectural design, both classical and resplendent, reminiscent of the celestial palaces from mythological tales. Vessels resembling Viking longships glided through the air above the city, leaving trails of golden luminosity in their wake. At the city's end stood a palace more magnificent than all the others, a golden edifice that served as the crown of this city, radiating an aura of regal golden light. The entire city floated amidst an endless sea of stars, encircled by colossal waterfalls cascading from the edges of the continent into the void. Wow, this is breathtaking, Wanda exclaimed, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling with wonder. In Sokovia, her memories of the tallest structures were merely abandoned factory smokestacks. The grandeur before her was overwhelmingly impactful. It is more splendid than I had imagined. But our Krypton is not lacking either, Kara murmured, having seen her fair share of grandeur. What do you think? Thor's face beamed with pride as he glanced at Sumo, adding, after being with my sister, Asgard will become your second home. Sumo looked at him, pondering his words. What do you mean by that? Wanda and Kara exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why it sounded as if they were here to retrieve a bride. Congratulations, Sumo. Banner quickly grasped the situation. Sumo did not refute the implication, or rather, he dared not deny it in Odin's domain. Crossing the Rainbow Bridge, they entered the heart of Asgard. The streets were wide enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier, flanked by towering, resplendent buildings adorned with intricate, mystifying runes. The Asgardians, strikingly handsome and beautiful, donned vintage armor or flowing robes, their demeanor amiable, likely having received prior notice of their arrival. At last, they arrived before the most magnificent palace. Upon entering its grand doors, they found themselves in an outrageously vast banquet hall. A long table stretched from the entrance to the far end of the hall, laden with entire roasted beasts, their golden skin glistening, alongside towering mounds of fruits and bread. Flames danced in the braziers on either side, crackling brightly without generating discomfort. Asgardian warriors gathered around the table, feasting heartily on meat and drinking from large vessels, laughter and the clinking of cups resonating, shaking the very ceiling. This scene reminded Sumo of the bustling atmosphere in the university cafeteria during mealtimes, reminiscent of the exuberance of younger students after military training. Thor, you have finally returned. A stout figure brandishing a massive roasted chicken leg came bounding toward them. He was Volstagg, the most gluttonous among the warriors three. Following closely behind him were the handsome Vandal and the solemn Hogun, accompanied by the valiant warrior, Sif. My friends, Thor exclaimed, embracing each of them with hearty laughter. After a lively round of introductions, Banner retreated to a quiet corner to partake in the feast. Kara also took her seat and engaged in conversation with Sif and the three valiant warriors of Asgard. Thor led Wanda to the elevated platform at the far end of the hall. Upon the platform stood a throne crafted of gold, upon which Odin sat, adorned in resplendent golden armor, leaning on a golden scepter that he struck gently against the ground, instantly silencing the raucous hall. "Father, I have returned," Thor declared, kneeling on one knee. Please take a seat," Odin replied, his singular eye assessing Wanda with a hint of surprise before settling on Symbiote. "And welcome to you, guest from Midgard. May you revel in the feast prepared for you." "This old man certainly knows how to make a grand spectacle," Symbiote mused, realizing that Odin's conditions for sending him to Clinta were likely tied to a relationship with Hela. One should not be deceived by Odin's apparent benevolence. Ultimately, he was merely attempting to alter the course of Ragnarok, and to be entangled with a woman as evidently unhinged as Hela. What ist? Symbiote had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. However, upon glancing at the weary Odin upon the throne, an idea began to form in his mind. After all, he was nearing his end, and soon there would be no witnesses. Resolute in his decision, Symbiote adopted a demeanor of utmost humility and courtesy, joining the others at the table. The atmosphere of the banquet was exuberant. The Asgardians consumed their drinks as if they were mere water and devoured meat with great fervor. Kara quickly found herself in a contest of appetite with Volstagg, their plates piled high with bones resembling small mountains, though the latter was already choking. Sif took the initiative to converse with Wanda. "I have visited Earth several times. It is a stunning place. My first visit was to a small town in New Mexico, and the second was to capture Lorelei." "Is Lorelei a siren?" Wanda inquired. "And what happened next?" "I managed to apprehend her," Sif replied. "Who is your prince's sister? Is she beautiful?" Wanda recalled Banner's earlier comments and asked, "Thor has a sister?" Sif responded, puzzled, unaware of Hela's existence. Their conversation continued while Symbiote surveyed the entirety of the hall, accidentally locking eyes with Odin. The latter nodded in a gesture of goodwill. As he scanned the room, Symbiote's attention was drawn to a seemingly ordinary guard in the corner, clad in armor identical to the others and wielding a spear. This guard exhibited a demeanor that was anything but serious, casting furtive glances toward their table with an air of scrutiny and amusement. Symbiote sensed something amiss. Could this fellow be Loki? He did not see Frigga, uncertain whether the events of Thor, the Dark World, had transpired. He glanced at Odin, his eyes inquiring, "Your son?" Odin nodded. Symbiote asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Odin shook his head. "It is beyond my control." Chapter 150. Kara. The three of us should cherish our days together. In the New York sanctum, deep into the night, Hill and Natasha remained awake, opting to ascend to the rooftop, each with a bottle of beer, lying side by side while gazing at the stars. The light pollution in New York was severe, yet the sky above the sanctum appeared darker than elsewhere, with the stars shining more brightly. 2 months had passed since their last mission, and though they had been apart for a year and a half, it was hard to fathom why 2 months felt so excruciatingly long. Natasha took a large swig of her beer and sighed deeply. Hill remained serene, because at that time, you were still the Black Widow. "Am I not one now?" Natasha retorted. "You have Symbiote now. Calling you the Black Widow seems rather ominous." Natasha replied, "She does not understand. What Symbiote desires is indeed the Black Widow." The two spoke freely, discussing everything from mundane matters to topics entirely unrelated to them. Suddenly, Natasha blurted out, "You might not know, but a new teacher has arrived at Gwen's school. She is a stunning beauty." Hill shot her a sidelong glance. "You still care about such things?" "Of course. Do you think you're the only one concerned about this family?" "She is a psychology teacher named Harleen Francis. If I ever miss Symbiote, I will go chat with her, ha ha ha." Natasha lost herself in sentiment for quite a while. Observing the scene, Hill suddenly chuckled. Natasha assumed Hill was mocking her and turned her head away in displeasure. Hill remarked, "Natasha, have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" Natasha turned back to her. "We share a symbiote. It is an extension of Symbiote's body." The world abruptly fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. Then, damn it, Natasha jolted upright as if electrocuted, her eyes shining with alarm. "How could I forget this?" She placed her beer bottle down on the ground and turned to rush inside. Hill grasped her arm firmly, looking at her with exasperation. "Where are you going?" "To battle him for 300 rounds," Natasha exclaimed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Look at the time." Hill pulled her back, reminding her that Symbiote was engaged in serious matters. She knew all too well how dangerous Clint was. "Your actions are akin to him fighting for his life on the front lines, and you suddenly call him to pause for your trivial concerns." Natasha was left speechless by Hill's words, her cheeks flushing slightly. Upon reflection, she realized the truth in them. Deflated, she laid back down, murmuring, "Then at least let us talk. Contact him during the day. He needs his rest," Hill stated resolutely. "Regardless, this is indeed a momentous piece of news." The knowledge that she could reach out at any time alleviated much of the emptiness Natasha felt within, revitalizing her spirit. With a glint of determination in her eye, she began to seek out tasks for herself. Recently, the activities of the Brotherhood of Mutants had been rather conspicuous, not to mention that enigmatic Hellfire Club. Natasha nudged Hill with her elbow, suggesting that since they had some idle time, perhaps they could stir up some excitement. Hill glanced at her, recognizing that Natasha was not one to remain idle. No problem, she replied, knowing that Symbiote wouldn't want them cooped up in the sanctum all day. Stirring up excitement is one thing, Natasha added, but primarily, I want to see if we might encounter any intriguing abilities. Just think when Symbiote returns. He could easily replicate them, which would be quite convenient. He would surely commend my resourcefulness. This notion intrigued Hill. She understood Symbiote all too well. With his current prowess, acquiring a few more combat-ready, flight-capable, or resilient abilities would merely enhance his capabilities. Nothing extraordinary. After all, who could rival the prowess of a Kryptonian? However, if they were to stumble upon some peculiar abilities, that would be an entirely different matter. Symbiote had a fondness for such oddities, the shapeshifter S-harem technique. As he had once put it, Hill maintained her rationality. It was feasible, but they needed to gather intelligence first. Moreover, this should bring Sky along. For while Tony's sonic devices were useful, they paled in comparison to Sky's inhuman talents. Natasha gave her a thumbs up, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Speaking of Tony, Hill spread her hands, revealing a massive green symbiote that resembled a whip. Symbiote asked me to deliver this to him. Asgard's nightlife revolved around drinking, an unending flow of libations. The night had long since fallen, yet the atmosphere in the banquet hall was even more fervent than during the day. Thor was already inebriated, his cheeks flushed, one foot resting on a long table, holding a colossal goblet while boisterously singing off-key Asgardian war songs with the three valiant warriors of the realm, much to Loki's dismay. How could he have such a foolish brother? The drink they were consuming was said to be brewed from the bile of some cosmic beast, leaving a potent after-effect. Kara was not immune to its effects. Boasting her Kryptonian resilience, she had indulged heartily, and now her words began to slur. Wanda, you are truly beautiful. Why is your chest so large? May I touch it? Is it real? Kara giggled foolishly, swaying as she attempted to lunge towards Wanda for a grand embrace. Startled, Wanda quickly recoiled, exclaiming, You're drunk, Kara? Come on, let us hug. Don't come any closer. Just as Kara was poised to succeed in her endeavor, Symbiote's tendrils swiftly extended from Wanda's shoulder, ensnaring Kara in a tight grip. All right, behave yourself. Symbiote lightly tipped Carla's sphere, bound and suspended in midair. Carla flailed her limbs and muttered, Why are you stopping me? I'm only looking out for your best interests. You like her, the one with ample bosom. It's far more important for the three of us to live well together. Wanda shot a glance at Symbiote, exclaiming, What are you rambling about, Carla? Somebody believe. It's all drunken nonsense, nothing to take seriously. In vino veritas. Damn it, Carla has unwittingly spoken the truth. Few remained sober at the scene, with Sif being one of them. Observing the tipsy revelers, she sighed in resignation and turned to Wanda. Allow me to escort you to your quarters. Rest for the night, and I shall come to summon you tomorrow. Wanda, eager to depart, immediately rose to her feet. Sumo's hand still held the fidgeting Carla. The group exited the raucous banquet hall. The air outside was refreshing, and the starry sky was exceptionally clear. After traversing a considerable distance through several opulent courtyards and corridors, they finally halted before a grand palace. Though not as magnificent as the main hall, it was undeniably a luxurious estate, boasting its own garden, fountain, and several towering spires. This shall be your residence. Sif gestured towards the palace, stating, The All-Father has decreed that from this day forth, this palace belongs to you. Belongs to us? Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief. Symbiote, however, remained unfazed. A palace? It sounded splendid. Yet he was acutely aware that it would not be long before the fire giant Surtur wielded the fabled Twilight Sword and cleaved Asgard in twain. By then, there would be nothing left, not even the ground beneath them. Symbiote sighed, acknowledging Odin's intentions today, yet he lamented, However, courting Hela is simply beyond my capabilities. Chapter 151. The gift of the All-Father. Once Sif departed, only 3 individuals remained in the vast palace. Carla had already dozed off during the journey, and Symbiote gently placed her on a plush bed, her lips smacking as she likely drifted into sweet dreams. Wanda wandered about the room, inspecting this and that, before succumbing to fatigue and lying down on the bed. Symbiote remained quietly beside them, utterly devoid of sleep. Odin, as the All-Father, wielding dominion over prophecy, kingship, magic, war, and wisdom, had shown him an almost excessive kindness. Something felt amiss. The more Symbiote pondered, the more he sensed the oddity. Hosting a banquet, bestowing a palace, and subtly implying the introduction of his eldest daughter Hela to him. This level of enthusiasm was akin to directly bequeathing the throne to him. Although Hela's intentions were dubious, it was comparable to Ancient One eagerly offering to help him with childcare. He chuckled softly at the absurdity of it all. Suemo did not believe himself to be of such importance. Even if he might one day ascend to the status of a dark god, that remained merely a possibility. Rarely did Suemo engage his super intellect, but he speculated that what Odin truly sought lay hidden beneath the surface. As the master of prophecy, could it be that Odin had glimpsed the foresight of his divinity? Lost in thought, he was suddenly beckoned by Odin's aged yet commanding voice. Come to the courtyard. We need to converse. Suemo glanced at Wanda and Kara, who were peacefully slumbering on the bed, before silently slipping out of the palace. The night in Asgard held a unique charm. Stripped of the daytime's resplendent opulence, the entire city was enveloped in a tranquil silver glow. Above him, the sky was not merely a blanket of darkness, but a resplendent river of stars, each luminary so immense it felt within reach. Odin stood by the courtyard fountain, clad not in his magnificent armor, but in simple attire, his staff absent, hands clasped behind him. He appeared as an ordinary old man out for a stroll. To Sumo's surprise, Sif was also present. Upon noticing him, Sif approached silently, extending her finger. Suemo instantly understood. Odin desired to utilize her as a conduit for their conversation. The symbiote swiftly spread along Sif's finger, enveloping her entirely. As a valiant warrior, Sif possessed a physique that was athletic and toned, imparting to Suemo an immediate impression of firmness. How does it feel? Odin turned to survey the surroundings. Suemo, momentarily distracted, hesitated before complimenting, quite magnificent, truly befitting a warrior of Asgard. Odin raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Sif, feeling some annoyance, refrained from voicing her thoughts. Odin chuckled. What I meant to say is that it is rather beautiful here, isn't it? Exceedingly beautiful, Your Majesty, Suemo replied, feeling somewhat awkward as he nodded. It took me considerable time to shape this place into its current form, Odin remarked, nostalgia flickering in his gaze. I once led the armies of Asgard to conquer the 9 realms, sacrificing much and causing innocent suffering along the way. I have made many mistakes. As one ages, reflection becomes inevitable. Suemo listened quietly, refraining from interruption, for he sensed that the crux of the matter was approaching. Every tale culminates in an ending, and every era of glory must eventually fade. The conclusion for Asgard was foretold as Ragnarok. Odin's voice grew somber, with a thunderous sound. Sif's mind erupted as if struck by a bomb, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. She had assumed Odin had summoned her merely to serve as a temporary vessel for Sumo's dialogue. Little did she anticipate that she would learn a secret monumental enough to upend all of Asgard. Ragnarok? The realm of the gods was destined for ruin. Suemo remained unperturbed, his thoughts directed elsewhere. You requested Thor to convey to me that I am destined to be with Hela. Suemo, unusually respectful, inquired if he intended to play matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Odin revealed a knowing smile, neither affirming nor denying the claim. I could acquiesce to your other conditions as a gesture of gratitude for escorting me to Clinta. Suemo sighed and candidly clarified. Yet you are well aware of Hela's temperament, and you know I have a woman in my life. Setting aside whether Hela would consent, if it were to come to fruition, will my household not be thrown into chaos by her? In truth, she was not always this way. Odin's gaze filled with guilt. A significant part of her transformation can be attributed to me. Suemo remarked, I see you understand. Let me be frank. Your true intention is to avert Ragnarok, is it not? I will assist you. When the time comes, I can help relocate the majority of the Asgardians to a new homeland, and perhaps even save Loki. At this juncture, Odin remained silent for an extended period. The only sound in the courtyard was the gentle splashing of the fountain. Sif's mind had completely short-circuited. How audacious of him to address the father of the gods in such a manner. Odin's singular eye displayed a myriad of emotions, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. I do not seek to prevent Ragnarok. It is an irreversible fate. As for a new homeland, I concur with your assertion that Asgard is not merely a location. It has always been the realm of its people. Suemo countered. Then why compel me to be with Hela? As a father, I merely wish for my daughter to have a better life. Odin adopted a paternal demeanor. Suemo mused internally. Does Odin truly act without expectation of reward? Absolutely not. At this moment, Suemo became certain of one thing. Odin had glimpsed a fragment of his future. If he were indeed to ascend to divinity, his rank would surpass that of Odin. Just then, an unusual clattering of hooves echoed from the celestial expanse above. Clop, clop, clop. The sound was both dense and rhythmic. Suemo looked up to behold Sleipnir, the magnificent 8-legged steed, gracefully descending from the resplendent starlit sky. Adorned with an exquisite silver saddle, its mane shimmered like moonlight. Sleipnir landed seamlessly beside Odin, affectionately nudging his shoulder with a proud and striking demeanor, truly a majestic sight. So Montag gauzet in Admiration. This creature was far more impressive than Tony's sports car. Noticing his captivated gaze, Odin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Do you desire it? He inquired. Perhaps not. It is rather ostentatious. Su-mo hesitated, torn between reluctance and intrigue. Primarily, there was simply no place to house such a creature. Surely, I cannot allow it to reside in the living room of the sanctum in New York. Odin seemed to anticipate his response. He extended his hand, and with a gentle wave, a rustic stone table materialized in the courtyard's grass. Odin summoned the eternal spear Gungnir and casually placed it upon the table, producing a dull thud. Gungnir emanated a chilling aura of dread. Known throughout the 9 realms as a legendary artifact, once thrown, it would unfailingly strike its target, a veritable weapon of causality. Shortly thereafter, Odin leisurely removed a seemingly ordinary golden ring from his finger and set it on the table as well. This was the Draupner ring, capable of automatically duplicating 8 identical golden bracelets every 9 days. Indeed, it could also serve as a means of storage for various items. Su-mo feigned ignorance, inquiring, "My lord, what is your intention?" Odin's white beard curled slightly, and a cunning glimmer sparkled in his singular eye. "These were meant to be passed on to Hel. Would you care to safeguard them?" Su-mo, Sif, instinctively swallowed hard. Were you Chapter 152, Loki's Scheme? Journey to Klinta, a peculiar understanding had formed between Odin and Su-mo. Each was acutely aware of the other's desires. The Ancient One had once advised Su-mo that Earth was beautiful and should not be harmed. Odin's actions the previous night, to put it plainly, were a plea for Su-mo to protect Asgard, or at the very least, to refrain from causing them undue harm. Did he truly possess such a thirst for bloodshed? At the break of dawn the following day, Kara was fully revived. Despite the potent after-effects of Asgardian spirits, a night's rest had restored her vigor, and she was now energetically flitting about the room. Following Odin's instructions, Sif arrived early, prepared to lead them on a tour of Asgard. Sif's guiding style was quite direct, as she took them to the arena where warriors engaged in their daily training, followed by the armory housing various divine weapons. The glory of Asgard was not forged in opulent palaces, but in the grit and valor displayed upon the battlefield. Pointing to 2 warriors fiercely battling in the arena, Sif spoke with pride. "Could I spar with them?" Kara eagerly asked. Perhaps it best not to disturb their training, Sif gently declined. Wanda also restrained Kara, aware that such provocations were ill-advised. Once the tour had drawn to a close, Sif's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "The All-Father has instructed me to convey that the coordinates for Klinta have been secured." She paused, adding, "However, the spatial rules surrounding that planet are rather peculiar. After each activation of the Rainbow Bridge, one must wait 10 days before another stable transmission can occur. This means that upon arrival, you must either complete your business within 10 days or remain there for an additional 10. This stipulation stirred something within Su-mo. It indicated that to depart Klinta, one must meticulously manage their time. After all, each additional day spent there brought forth greater peril. As he pondered, a familiar voice suddenly resonated within his mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary of New York, Hill and Natasha were seated on the sofa in the living room. Upon hearing Su-mo's voice, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's us. How are things on your end? Are you all set to depart for Klinta tonight? Is everything well at the sanctuary?" Su-mo's voice resonated as if whispering directly into their ears. "Everything is splendid, though there's a slight issue." Natasha deliberately elongated her tone, imbued with a hint of grievance and suggestion. Before she could finish her sentence, Hill interrupted her mercilessly. "She is simply too eager, wanting to hear from you multiple times." "Su-mo, you mustn't indulge her. I have something to convey." Hill relayed the plan the two had devised the previous night. After hearing this, warmth enveloped Su-mo's heart, and she found herself in agreement with their thoughts. "That is a splendid idea. I have long desired to replicate Old One's abilities." After a moment of contemplation, Su-mo continued, "You might want to investigate Lorna Dane, known as Polaris. She is the illegitimate daughter of Magneto, possessing abilities akin to his. If possible, try to recruit her first. There's one more matter," Su-mo added. "Banner's cousin, Jennifer, is at the Central Hospital in Los Angeles. Please keep an eye on her condition." "Consider it done," Hill replied decisively. Once the serious matters were addressed, the trio resumed their affectionate banter. Natasha incessantly complained about the coldness of the bed, lamenting her inability to sleep alone, wishing for tentacles to wrap around her, while Hill rolled her eyes at the absurdity. After indulging in this tender exchange for a while, the 3 reluctantly concluded their interstellar conversation. Wanda, who had been listening intently, found the dialogue too provocative and curious. How could tentacles possibly be involved in such matters? If it were me, the medical standards of Asgard are entirely distinct from those of Earth. There are no operating tables or monitoring devices here. The place where Banner currently resides resembles more of an alchemist's laboratory, or perhaps a wizard's workshop. The walls of the room were inscribed with glowing runes, and numerous translucent crystals floated in the air, shimmering with a nebula-like radiance. Several Asgardian physicians clad in white robes encircled a golden ring suspended in midair. At the center of the ring floated a drop of Banner's blood. Nervously, Banner sat to the side, uncertain of where to place his hands. As a scientist, he believed in data and theory, yet everything before him transcended his realm of understanding. Relax, Midgardian, the elder physician turned to him. We are merely observing the form of your soul. We mean you no harm. Thank you for your generosity, Banner replied. Feeling somewhat awkward, among the group of physicians, one seemed somewhat out of place. Loki gazed at Banner, and involuntarily, images of Stark Tower flashed through his mind, where he had been lifted and repeatedly slammed to the floor by Hulk. What a feeble god, echoed in his ears. However, Loki was not here to seek vengeance on Banner. For a king, it would be beneath his dignity to quibble over past disputes with a mere mortal. Odin was nearing the end of his days, and his foolish brother, Thor, had chosen this critical moment to journey to the distant planet of Clinta. This was an extraordinary opportunity that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. With their father on the brink of eternal slumber and his brother venturing far from home, the resplendent throne lay vacant. Loki felt that to not claim it would be a disservice to the whims of fate. Yet, I require a plausible pretext. Loki discreetly raised his hand, and a barely perceptible thread of green magical energy, like a serpent, silently slithered into Banner's body. Before long, it was time to depart for Clinta. Sumo was not one for procrastination. Once a plan was set, it must be executed promptly. The group once again gathered beneath the golden dome of the Rainbow Bridge. Many had come to bid them farewell. Odin, clad in golden armor, stood at the forefront, accompanied by the three warriors of Asgard and Sif. Volstagg had even handed Kara a substantial roasted turkey leg, claiming it was for the journey, which she promptly devoured. Having missed lunch, Banner was also present, appearing pensive, lost in thought. Disguised as an ordinary soldier, Loki quietly lingered at the back of the group, his gaze fixed upon Odin. Suddenly, Loki noticed that the golden ring on Odin's hand was missing. This struck him as peculiar, for the old man usually cherished it dearly, rarely parting from it. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. If the eternal spear Gungnir, a symbol of kingship, remained, that was sufficient. To aspire to the throne, one must possess such an artifact, for it lent legitimacy to one's claim. Are you ready? Heimdall's voice resonated deeply. Of course, Thor exclaimed, excitedly brandishing his hammer. For this mission, Odin had even crafted him new armor, adorned with 6 rings inscribed with runes. Heimdall inserted the enormous keysword into the control console. With a thunderous roar, the entire dome began to tremble, and a cascade of vibrant light erupted from the far end, forming a magnificent portal to the cosmos. Before stepping onto the Rainbow Bridge, Sumo glanced back at Odin, who was watching him with a gaze imbued with complex significance. Fearing he might raise a finger like Doctor Strange, Sumo turned and joined the others as they entered the beam of light. Chapter 153, The Homeworld of the Symbiote. Arrival at Clinta. Here, there was neither land nor sky, only an unceasing, tide-like undulation of a black ocean. The entire realm resembled an infinite expanse of slowly writhing black fluid, akin to a colossal black slime, suspended in the stillness of the cosmos. Rather than being merely a planet, it is more akin to a living organism, a colossal life prison composed of billions of symbiotic entities. Towering above this obsidian sea are structures of deep violet and black, resembling fortresses hewn from obsidian. Their sharply defined angles convey a peculiar sense of organic vitality. Within one of these low-lying bastions, a small space is filled with a multitude of beings of varying forms. Most are Skrulls, Kree, and humanoid races from the planet Xander. Alongside stone beings composed of rock, insectoid creatures with compound eyes and mandibles, horse-faced entities, and a solitary orange cat. Their races, appearances, and cultures are strikingly diverse. Yet they share a singular trait. Each individual is enveloped in a layer of black, viscous substance, a symbiote that clings to them like a second skin, revealing only their faces. They're the chosen ones, hosts imbued with a sense of justice, collectively ensuring the stability of this prison. However, as time passes, it remains uncertain how many will steadfastly uphold the principles of justice. In a corner, near a window overlooking the dark ocean, a woman adorned with an ornate feathered crown cradles a golden-skinned little girl in her arms. The girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, gazes with wide, anxious eyes and murmurs, "Mommy, I don't like it here. It's all dark and sticky. When can we go home?" "Very soon, Alusha, very soon." The woman gently reassures, stroking her daughter's hair. "Why do we come here?" Alusha looks up at her mother. "And why is everyone wearing this black stuff?" "This is not clothing, my dear," the woman patiently explains. "It is a symbiote, a powerful race. They have chosen us to assist them. Me? But they seem so formidable." Alusha responds, her gaze fixed in wonder upon the powerful alien warriors in the hall's center. They are indeed formidable, yet they also possess a fearsome adversary. The woman's voice grows somber. Long ago, a very wicked god created these symbiotes to serve as weapons for the conquest of other worlds. Initially, he allowed the symbiotes to inhabit mindless beasts and insects for ease of control. What happened next? Alusha asks, captivated. Later, in a battle, the god was wounded and lost a portion of his control over the symbiotes. Those that remained there will begin to seek out more intelligent beings as hosts, such as individuals like you, Alusha. Intelligent? I don't think I am. Alusha shyly touches her head. The woman continues. When these symbiotes coexisted with upright and benevolent hosts, they learned the concepts of honor and justice. Thus, the enlightened symbiotes united in rebellion against their creator. Wow, they have succeeded. The woman gazed out at the writhing black world beyond the window, her eyes filled with awe. They had forged this realm, a colossal prison that forever confined the villain at the core of this planet. The entire world beneath our feet is a living cage. So, are we here to be the prison guards? Alusha inquired, her understanding teetering on the edge of comprehension. Indeed, we are the wardens, the woman chuckled softly. Yet, I still yearn to return home. Alusha buried her head in her mother's embrace. Last time, Uncle Ram ascended into the sky, but those tendrils swiftly pulled him back down. Aren't we companions? Why do they act this way? They have lost their consciousness, driven solely by instinct. The woman caressed the wall. This too is part of them. The symbiotes require energy to sustain their vital signs. If they go too long without it, they lose their vitality, and over time, they form a fortress. A sigh escaped her lips, acknowledging their fate. Noticing her mother's despondence, Alusha blinked her large eyes and conspiratorially leaned toward her mother's ear. Big Orange said there exists a black sword that can command them. It's a secret. Please don't tell anyone, Mama. The Black Death Sword? That is merely a legend, the woman replied, cradling Alusha and gently patting her back in silence. Suddenly, the entire fortress shook violently. The ground beneath them began to tremble. What is happening? Oh my, look outside. The inhabitants of the fortress panicked, rushing to the windows. They beheld the once slowly undulating black sea, now utterly unraveled. Towering waves composed entirely of pure symbiote surged hundreds of meters high, crashing fiercely against their stronghold. Boom! The fortress withstood the terrifying onslaught. Yet the entire structure swayed perilously in the tremors. Mama, Alusha, terrified, buried her face deeper into her mother's embrace. Do not fear, my darling, do not fear. The woman reassured her, her complexion pale. In the next moment, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens without warning, piercing through the monochromatic world like a sharp divine sword. The brilliance of the rainbow bridge was blinding, an embodiment of warmth amidst the stifling darkness. In this desolation, it appeared as the most exquisite miracle. With the emergence of the light, the furious black sea outside surged once more in a fit of rage. Yet, the kaleidoscopic radiance quickly dissipated, and the world returned to its monotonous black, as if all that had transpired was but a figment of imagination. The extraterrestrial beings within the fortress exchanged glances, finally exhaling in relief, dispersing while muttering phrases like spatial storm and cosmic rays, seeking a rational explanation for the phenomenon they had just witnessed. Only Alusha remained, pressed against the window, her wide eyes fixated on the direction from which the rainbow bridge had descended. At that moment, at the heart of the black sea, the radiance of the rainbow bridge has just dissipated. Symbiote and his companions stand firmly upon a stretch of dark purple land. Where are the enemies? I can hardly contain my excitement, Thor exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the surroundings. Kara attempted to soar into the air, but was promptly knocked back by a towering wave. Between the two stood Wanda, who had merged with Symbiote. Retaining her image as a dark sorceress, her voluptuous figure was concealed beneath her robe. Clutched in her hand was the Black Death Sword, the bane of symbiotes and their sacred relic. Centered around the Black Death Sword, all symbiotes within a 10-meter radius recoiled in terror, forming a perfect circular vacuum. It appeared as though an unparalleled divine power had carved out a safe island amid the boundless expanse of Black Ocean. What a disappointment. I had hoped this place would at least have a restaurant, Kara lamented, rubbing her small belly. Wanda interjected, All right, Kara, we're not here for a vacation. Indeed, we are here to vanquish the god of darkness, Thor declared, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the nearby symbiotes. They quickly retaliated, yet, due to the presence of the Black Death Sword, they could only rage impotently a few meters from Thor. You are gravely mistaken. Do not provoke NAR, Symbiote cautioned once more. Following this, he retrieved some provisions from the Draupner ring and handed them to Kara, the space within filled with supplies, predominantly chocolate. Suspending the Black Death Sword in midair, Symbiote began to ravenously consume the symbiotes. However, given the overwhelming number of symbiotes present, he felt no significant change despite his efforts. Sumo remained unperturbed, knowing he had 7 days before they could depart. Upon their descent, he noticed buildings not far off and decided to investigate. Are those fortresses? Do they house people? I thought they were tombs, Kara mused. There must be numerous cosmic races that coexist with the symbiotes within. Sumo's intent was to devour the symbiotes, an act that would undoubtedly be perceived as a threat to NAR's S.H.I.E.L.D, contradicting their objectives. He could never retract his mission. Should I inform them that I could usurp NAR and become a relatively benevolent god of darkness? The mere thought felt implausible to him. Turning to Thor and Kara, Sumo's expression turned grave. For those capable of communication, I shall spare them. For those who cannot, if they can perish, let them not live. Chapter 154. The Guardians of the Galaxy's mission beyond the Star of Xander. Within the cockpit of the Milano spaceship, Peter Quill, known as Star-Lord, leaned back in his seat. His feet propped on the control panel, headphones on, nodding his head to the rhythm of a 1970s rock tape. Occasionally, he stole glances at the woman in the co-pilot's seat, only to quickly avert his gaze. If you keep staring, I might just gouge your eyes out. Gamora threatened coldly, polishing her beloved dagger. Is this how you treat heroes? Star-Lord retorted. The small tree, Groot, swayed its little twig-like arms, while Rocket Raccoon, stealthily grinning as he lounged on a data panel, called out without raising his head, Hey, Quill, come take a look. You're quite the sensation now. May I inquire who rescued Xander 3 suns ago? Quill removed his headphones, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Oh, it's not for that reason. Rocket, with a mischievous grin, turned the data panel around. It's for this. On the screen, a video was playing, showcasing Quill dancing awkwardly before Ronan. The camera angle slightly askew, but the sound quality impeccable. The song was unmistakably clear. Quill's expression instantly soured. Where did you get this? Of course I filmed it. You fool. Rocket laughed, rolling on his seat. Did you really think I would stand by and watch you embarrass yourself for free? Wait, were those comments on the video? Quill exclaimed. I uploaded it to the intergalactic web. Rocket pointed at the number of likes on the screen. This video has gone viral. Do you know how many views? Million. There S.A. guy in the comments, saying he wants to learn your moves to impress the girls from their planet. Quill felt his blood pressure rising. My pelvic sorcery is a powerful combat strategy. Every warrior in the galaxy should learn it. Drax overheard the commotion and approached, exclaiming loudly, Good heavens. Drax, that is not pelvic sorcery. Quill covered his face, wishing to disappear. What does it matter what it's called? Everyone loves it. Rocket pointed to a donation link beneath the video. You're actually profiting from my body. Quill protested. Rocket has a point, Quill. We do need money. Gamora interjected. You're on his side. Quill couldn't believe his ears. I'm on the side that we shouldn't be stranded in space because we lack funds. Gamora replied. As captain, you need to mature a bit, Quill. Mature. Quill returned to his seat, feeling quite indignant. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Star-Lord paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. The immature captain has some good news to share. I've just contacted a major client, wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. Gamora crossed her arms. What client? The Sovereign. Their queen, Aisha, specifically requested to meet us. A hint of pride appeared on Quill's face. The Sovereign. Rocket scoffed. Those glittering egotists? They look down on all life forms in the universe except themselves. True, but they pay handsomely. Quill rubbed his hands together, readying for the ship's jump countdown. Meanwhile, within the fortress of Clintor, an elderly Kree rose to his feet and spoke solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, the decade has come to an end. This utterance plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Every countenance turned grave, including that of the woman from the Shi'ar Empire adorned with a feather crown. Alusha sensed her mother's body stiffen. Mother? The Kree approached the wall, prying an irregular stone from the dark purple surface, crushing it in his hands until it fractured into numerous small shards of varying sizes. Seemingly at random, he distributed these fragments among the assembly. Alusha felt compelled to partake. The Kree gestured towards the woman, indicating Alusha nestled in her embrace. How dare you? The woman exploded, shielding Alusha behind her. When you feasted upon your companions, neither Alusha nor I ever participated, nor do we wish to. You continue your ways, but do not involve us. At her declaration, the expressions of all present soured. Millennia ago, in a desperate bid for survival, some had forsaken their oath of justice, consuming their companions. Upon discovery, they swiftly conspired to eliminate the traitor, yet his head, along with his body, mysteriously vanished, its fate all too evident. Gradually, this incident was brought to light, adorned with the euphemistic title of necessary sacrifice, justified as a means to better safeguard the seal, necessitating a life laid down. Every decade, a drawing was held. The one grasping the smallest stone would become the next offering. Alusha had not experienced this before, only feeling her mother's grip tighten around her. Reluctantly, Alusha drew a stone. The assembly anxiously compared their fragments, until finally, a scroll, staring at the minuscule pebble in his hand, felt a profound desolation. He glanced around, realizing all others clutched larger stones. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he noticed Alusha in the corner, her hands still closed. Grasping at a final hope, he rushed towards her, his symbiote distorting into a fearsome visage. "Show me your stone." Alusha, terrified, instinctively opened her palm. Within lay a fragment, so small it resembled a grain of sand. "It's her. She has the smallest." The Skrull shrieked hoarsely, pointing at Alusha's palm in a frenzy. "Get away!" The woman screamed, fiercely cocooning Alusha in her embrace, desperately surveying the encroaching figures, who perhaps could no longer be deemed companions. As the Skrull prepared to wrest Alusha from her mother-esque grasp, several barbed tendrils suddenly ensnared him. The Skrull thrashed in a futile struggle until someone intervened, severing the tendrils with a symbiote scythe. Hiss! The crowd turned to see a normally docile orange cat baring its teeth at them. Is it a devourer? It's allied with that sovereign. Let's confront it together. The petite girl, lacking in intellect, was perfectly matched with the voracious beast. Given the stark disparity in numbers, death was an inevitable conclusion. At that moment, the tumultuous sounds from outside suddenly ceased. Wait, look outside. The symbiotes have vanished. The crowd, momentarily forgetting their strife, surged towards the door. If the symbiotes had indeed disappeared, could they not finally escape this place? The scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The relentless black ocean surrounding the fortress seemed to recoil in terror from a formidable foe, revealing a vast expanse of dark purple land. How could this be possible? Had the dimensional demon descended? Damn it, this would attract those colossal symbiote dragons. They could distinctly see 3 figures approaching from the distance, gradually drawing nearer. Is that humans? Midgardians. In no time, Su-Mo and Wanda strode forward, leading the way. Beside them, Kara held a chocolate snack in both hands, munching contentedly, while Thor tossed his hammer with a fierce look of battle readiness. The two groups stood, locked in mutual gaze, inside and outside the fortress. Kara broke the silence first, waving her hand with an overly friendly smile. "Hey, everyone, you look a bit thin, huh? After starving for thousands or even hundreds of years. It's no wonder you Haven Tea put on weight." No one responded to her. Their eyes greedily swept over Wanda, Kara, and Thor, particularly fixating on their seemingly vibrant heads. Instinct began to overshadow reason, and their fangs began to show. In the next moment, the foremost of the insectoid beings moved. The symbiote upon it swelled dramatically, transforming it into a 3-meter-high monster adorned with bony spikes, its characteristic tongue lashing wildly. Foul drool dripping to the ground and sizzling as it raged towards Thor. This acted as a signal. The others within the fortress went berserk, one by one becoming grotesque monsters, fully consumed by symbiotes, howling as they surged forward. Their minds were devoid of any notions of justice or honor, leaving only the primal thought devour their brains. Finally, something intriguing had arrived. Thor let out a hearty laugh, raising his mighty hammer. He summoned thick bolts of lightning, repelling the advancing monsters. Yet, these creatures felt no pain, their strength utterly absurd. They were elite warriors selected from powerful races hundreds, even thousands of years ago. Despite being trapped here for so long, their battle instincts remained intact. I've yet to feast on the brains of Asgardians. A stone creature, augmented by the symbiote, towered at least 7 or 8 meters high. It withstood the lightning and hurled a fist towards Thor. Bang! Thor blocked with his hammer, but the tremendous force pushed him back several steps. Immediately, a multitude of monsters surged forward. With claws, tails, teeth, and various energy attacks, they swiftly engulfed Thor. "Don't pull my hair. Hey, seriously, someone help me." Thor's voice emerged from the mass of creatures, sounding rather desperate. "Ding, your enhancement has arrived." Su-Mo waved his hand towards Thor's direction. A fist-sized orb of black fluid shot from his palm, like a bullet, precisely burrowing into the throng of monsters and splattering against Thor's face. "Ugh, they're trying to get into my mouth." Before Thor could finish his words, the symbiote swiftly spread out, integrating perfectly with his armor. The silver URU metal transformed into a flowing obsidian hue, adorned with 6 engraved rings that began to emit ominous purple light. Even his hammer, MJ Ulner, sprouted a few restless tendrils. Kara and Wanda, engaged in battle, raised their brows at this peculiar sight. "It looks rather strange, doesn't it?" Su-Mo remarked. "The symbiotic form is related to its host. Someone like Wanda wears a sorceress's robe." Wanda, drawing a logical conclusion, pondered aloud. "So, does Thor have a penchant for tentacles?" Suddenly, thunder roared, and the symbiotes appeared to writhe in agony. A surge of darkness, infused with divine power and symbiotic energy, erupted from Thor, sending all the surrounding monsters flying. Yet these creatures seemed oblivious to the concept of retreat. The stone giant shook its head and was the first to rise, followed closely by the rest of the monsters. Mjolnir lay several meters away. Thor fixed his gaze on the leading stone giant and unleashed a punch, simple and direct, devoid of any flamboyant theatrics. A crackling sound erupted as a black lightning bolt exploded from his fist, piercing through the stone giant's chest like a ravenous black serpent. But that was not the end. The black lightning did not dissipate after striking the giant. Instead, it veered in midair and penetrated the body of a nearby insectoid creature. Then it struck a third, then a fourth, as the black arcs of electricity wildly coursed through the horde of monsters. In an instant, it connected all remaining foes. The next moment, a series of dull explosions erupted. Those with relatively frail bodies burst apart like blood bags detonating from within, leaving a gruesome mess. Only the stone giant and the insectoid, possessing tenacious vitality, continued to convulse on the ground, though it was evident their time was limited. With the battle concluded, Thor glanced at his fist, then surveyed the chaos surrounding him. A goofy smile spread across his face. "Hey, did you see that, Sumo? I can control thunder." Sumo replied, "Please, you are the god of thunder, not the god of hammers." Sumo raised his gaze to the ominous Black Death sword suspended above the fortress and snapped his fingers. The sword emitted a resonant hum, generating an immense suction force. In an instant, the dismembered limbs scattered on the ground, along with the black symbiotes, were drawn in, leaving not a single trace behind. Wow, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Soul was still lost in the thrill of his newfound power, as the symbiote on him gradually faded away, reverting to his original armor. "Good brother-in-law, I know what you wish to say. The symbiote has gifted you this." Sumo, uninterested, made his way directly toward the foreboding fortress. Inside the fortress, a woman and her small daughter, along with an orange cat, huddled trembling in a corner. Upon seeing Sumo and the others enter, Alusha, seizing some unexpected courage, broke free from her mother's embrace and stood defiantly in front of them with her arms outstretched. "You shall not bully my mother." And the big orange cat, she puffed her cheeks, striving to appear fierce. "Ah, so you can communicate. Fear not. We are not malevolent," Sumo reassured, peering around Wanda's shoulder. A tentacle lazily extended toward the orange cat, wrapping it up and lifting it before him. "What are your names?" The cat appeared quite plump, albeit with somewhat unkempt fur. Sumo prodded its belly with the tip of his tentacle, causing it to squirm in protest. Seems to be a little female cat." Alusha, alarmed and with reddened eyes, pleaded, "Please, do not eat the big orange cat. Do you think I would refrain from eating if I said so? I adore consuming little cats. I could devour 10 in a day," Sumo declared, opening his mouth as if to swallow the creature whole. "Wah, you can eat me instead, you meanie," Alusha cried. Wanda, recognizing Sumo's jest, comforted her, saying, "He does not consume humans." The orange cat meowed in confusion. Wanda cradled the cat, adding, "He does not eat cats either. My name is Karis Lamani," the woman interjected, sensing no malice from the newcomers. She pulled Alusha back behind her as she spoke. "This is my daughter, Alusha." "Your daughter?" Sumo's gaze swept between the two. "She must be of the sovereign race. Correct? Golden and radiant. I recognize it. I hail from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire," the woman replied. Sumo was aware that the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire was one of the 3 great empires, though it had yet to make an appearance here. He shrugged, indicating that his purpose was solely to consume symbiotes and that he held no interest in these individuals, as long as they did not cause trouble. He had no intention of annihilating them, for after all, Narsil relied on their guardianship. Kara noticed Alusha's adorably petite form, despite her golden skin. Her features resembled those of a young human girl. She instinctively crouched down, wishing to engage in conversation. However, just as she did, a series of gurgling sound erupted. It was Alusha's stomach growling. The little girl flushed with embarrassment, quickly covering her belly and casting a pitiful glance at them. Her tiny frame, with her front pressed against her back, clearly indicated she had been hungry for quite some time. Sumo also noticed this and took out a chocolate from the Draupnir golden ring, of which he had an abundance. He waved it in front of Alusha, asking if she desired a taste. "Tell me some useful information, and it's yours. What is this? Is it delicious?" Alusha stared curiously at the chocolate, swallowing hard. "If it's not tasty, why are you swallowing?" Sumo chuckled, tore open the wrapper, and offered her a small piece. Without a moment's hesitation, Alusha popped it into her mouth. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. "So delicious," she exclaimed, springing up to a height of 2.5 meters. After landing, she spun around in delight, startling Wanda and Kara with her exuberance. Sumo regarded Alusha, pondering that her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. She reminded him a bit of the Sorcerer Atom. They were both sovereigns. Could there possibly be a connection? He then produced another piece of chocolate and handed it to Karis. "I have seen structures far grander than this place. Do similar beings reside within? What are their capabilities? Are there Kryptonians? Titans? As Karis savored the sweet richness of the melting chocolate, she looked up at Symbiote and replied, "Those who dwell within are not human, but dragons formed from Gnarl's blood." Symbiote felt a tinge of unease. Gnarl's blood? Dragons? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, a roar erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. Chapter 156, The Blood of Gnarl, the Symbiotic Dragon. Symbiote's mind raced with countless thoughts. The Black Death Sword, the Eternal Spear, chaos magic. He was confident in facing a dragon alone. But who knew how many lurked in Chitauri? One? Or an entire brood? The danger level of this accursed place seemed to have escalated dramatically. As Symbiote calculated his chances, Karis had already sprung into action. She understood better than anyone what that dragon's roar signified. "Quick, come over here," she commanded sharply, as her symbiotic form surged forth, enveloping Wanda and Kara within a symbiotic tent. It was dark inside, devoid of light, but a peculiar odor lingered, reminiscent of neglect. "What about me? Hey, what am I to do?" Sol exclaimed, pointing at his own nose. Karis explained rapidly that the two of them lacked Chitauri scent, making them prime targets for the dragons. Symbiote understood. The symbiotic essence surrounding Sol was native. The dragon's roar grew ever closer. Not daring to delay, Symbiote concentrated and retracted the Black Death sword from the outside. With a whoosh, a streak of inky light sliced through the air, darting past the fortress entrance. At the moment the sword soared past Khalees and Alusha, the symbiotic entities within them suddenly quivered violently. A connection, born from the depths of their bloodline. Or perhaps a profound fear, seized them. "Mom," Alusha gasped softly. "It's the one that the big orange one spoke of." "Shoo." Khalees immediately gestured for Alusha to be silent, her curiosity regarding Symbiote's identity intensifying. The legends turned out to be true, but how could a mere symbiotic entity wield the Black Death sword? Wasn't that a perversion of logic? Having seen dogs being walked, one would never expect to see a dog walking a human. Before long, a voice called out, "Quick, look at the sky." Sol looked up, his eyes wide as saucers. A colossal being obscured the heavens, circling above them. The symbiotic dragon was of immense proportions, comparable to an interstellar battleship, with the classic form of a Western dragon, 4 limbs and gigantic bat-like wings. However, its skin was not scaly but rather a writhing mass of red and black symbiote, resembling a cauldron of boiling viscous blood. The enormous dragon's head bore no eyes, only a vivid, spiral symbol as red as a vortex. My heavens, Sol swallowed hard. This creature must be far mightier than Fenrir. Sumori marked. Fenrir wouldn't even suffice as a snack for it. After circling a few times, the symbiotic dragon seemed to lose its target and let out a reluctant low growl. It turned and soared towards the tallest building in the distance, vanishing between the towers. The crisis had been temporarily averted. The symbiotic entity within Khalees receded, and she exhaled in relief, her entire being relaxing. That was the symbiotic dragon, Khalees explained, her heart still racing. They're the most loyal servants of Gnarl, created from his own blood. She gestured to the ground beneath them. Where we stand, these structures, and even the very crust of Clinta, are all remnants of deceased symbiotes accumulated over time. We exist in a vast graveyard. Since they are Gnarl servants, why do the dragons not attack you? Symbiote detected a flaw in this narrative. Gnarl was sealed here by countless individuals like Khalees. Wouldn't these symbiotic dragons desire to eliminate them and release Gnarl? They are supposed to obey Gnarl without question. Khalees shook her head, somewhat perplexed. Yet, for reasons unknown, the strongest among them is locked in the deepest depths underground. The others patrol the surface, not attacking us but preventing anyone from leaving Clinta. Having consumed merely a piece of chocolate, Khalees divulged everything she knew to Symbiote. Perhaps it was not merely the chocolate. She reached out, wanting to touch Symbiote's tendril. That must be the Black Death sword, the essence of a symbiote. "You have discerning taste," Symbiote ventured cautiously. "I have heard that the Zaya Empire is also known as the Feathered Empire, with code names related to various birds. Do you possess such a code?" "I once did," Khalees sighed, seemingly lost in recollection. Birds of a certain title undoubtedly belong to the upper echelons of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. The conversation fell into silence. Symbiote pondered the subsequent plans. If he wished to indulge in a feast with the Black Death sword on the surface, he would inevitably clash with the dragons. Furthermore, Symbiote reflected on the recent battle. Devouring those symbiotic entities that had merged with their hosts granted him far greater power than merely swallowing the vast ocean of symbiotes. This was quite reasonable. The external entities were akin to unrefined raw materials, their potential far too limited. To grow stronger, one must seek out elite foes. However, the surface was rife with colossal symbiotic dragons, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a collective assault. There was no need for a super intellect. With a flicker of her eyes, she suggested, since the surface is patrolled by symbiotic dragons, why not venture underground? Indeed, she was quite the genius. Underground? Wanda voiced her dissent. It should be even more perilous down there. Didn't T.I. mention? The dragons below are restrained. Su-Mo reconsidered. Perhaps this idea was genuinely feasible. He turned to Callus. Are there symbiotes underground? Or individuals like you? Callus shook her head. I cannot say. We have never dared to descend. Yet, I can assure you, if there are survivors below after all these years, they would undoubtedly be far more powerful than we surface dwellers. Upon hearing this, Su-Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. Strength was indeed desirable. Wouldn't their symbiotes possess even greater potential? He cautiously inquired. Even so, they cannot surpass the symbiotic dragons, correct? Certainly not, Callus replied with unwavering certainty. If they were stronger than the symbiotic dragons, they would have long since left Clinta. However, Callus's voice was tinged with undeniable fear, and she lowered her tone as if afraid of being overheard by something lurking below. Su-Mo knew precisely who she referred to, the god of symbiotes, Gnarl. Meanwhile, the Milano spaceship hovered silently outside Clinta. In the cockpit, Rocket was perplexly scrutinizing a data panel. I still can't fathom how that golden glimmering sovereign high priest could possibly have a daughter. How was she conceived? With golden radiance? Can we discuss something more wholesome? Quill interjected. Your concerns are not for you to worry about, little raccoon. What we must do is charge in, retrieve that child named Alusha, and then return for a handsome reward. Understand? A handsome reward. At that moment, Gamora, who had been silently sharpening her dagger, suddenly spoke. Clinta, what? Quill was taken aback. Wasn't he the child's name Alusha? No. Gamora set down her dagger, her expression more grave than ever. I am referring to the name of this planet. Clinta, the homeworld of the symbiotes. As Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora possessed far greater knowledge than Quill and his companions. They were drawing closer. She finally recognized this infamous locale in the cosmos. We must abandon this endeavor. It is beyond our capability to interfere. She rose to her feet, her tone brooking no dissent. Hey, wait, Quill straightened in his seat. We can't forfeit such a substantial sum of money over an ominous name. We defeated Ronan, who commanded an entire army, and what was that, a gem? We are formidable. My friend. Chapter 157. The White Queen time swiftly passed. Earth, 1 week later. The Hellfire Club's headquarters in Manhattan, New York, with its Los Angeles branch serving as the private estate of the White Queen. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary 7-story commercial building primarily engaged in the jewelry trade. Simultaneously, it stood as one of the most renowned social venues in Los Angeles. The top floor was adorned in opulence, with crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, and priceless oil paintings gracing the walls, while the air was perfumed with a delicate blend of fragrances and cigar smoke. Hill and Natasha sat to one side. Opposite them, the White Queen, Emma Frost, reclined languidly on the sofa. Her fur coat was carelessly tossed aside, revealing a scantily clad white ensemble that accentuated her curvaceous form. Her voluptuous legs were crossed, undeniably capable of ensnaring anyone in their grasp. Natasha and Hill exchanged furtive glances, both astonished by the woman's captivating allure, which exuded an air of peril. Two beautiful ladies. Emma's voice was slightly husky, laced with a teasing undertone. The Hellfire Club shall not collaborate with the Brotherhood of Mutants, at least not in their resistance against the government. She deliberately paused, her slender fingers caressing her collarbone. As for your old friends, Raven and Lorna, they are indeed in my possession. However, it seems little Lorna does not recognize you. While out and about, it is wise to remain vigilant. Hill met her gaze, unwavering. Raven's endorsement is sufficient. Throughout the week, she and Natasha had been monitoring the movements of the mutants while searching for Lorna's whereabouts, only to discover that both leads converged here. Magneto had visited yesterday, leaving with a smile. Shortly after, Lorna and Raven arrived, and if there were no ulterior motives at play, who would believe it? If Lorna were to join the Hellfire Club, recruiting her would become implausible, yet knowing her location sufficed. As for the news regarding the mutants, Hill considered it a favor extended to Coulson and his team. Continuing the conversation yielded no fruitful insights, and Hill and Natasha grew weary of their charade. They rose to their feet. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Frost, they said, turning to depart. Hold on. Emma also stood, her ample thighs quivering slightly. Surely, you do not believe the Hellfire Club is a place you can enter and exit at will? She leisurely donned her coat, concealing the springtime allure. It is time for you to answer my question. Where is Venom? The club has not had fresh blood for quite some time. Moreover, with the recent developments concerning the mutant cure and the Sokovia Accords, the status of mutants hangs precariously in the balance. As Magneto remarked during our meeting yesterday, the cure and bullets will inevitably strike the mutants first. Emma has lent some of her resources to Magneto, contingent upon his joining the club. Yet, this is insufficient. She requires more formidable allies. On Earth, the strongest are none other than Superman and Agent Venom, two beings who, in many respects, are polar opposites. I am aware that he frequently changes hosts, signifying that he does not belong to you, Emma analyzed with a smile, and these hosts are invariably stunning women. Thus, he harbors certain needs, if I am not mistaken. Natasha and Hill exchanged knowing glances and turned away in unison. To the two women, Emma's insinuations were clear. Tell me, where are your husbands? I intend to seduce them. In Beverly Hills, within Barbara's opulent mansion, 3 women of diverse styles graced the living room. Since Sky awakened her vibrational abilities, she has become an indispensable member of the team. At this moment, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her mother, Jia Ying, inundating her with messages, urging her to return to the inhuman settlement and live with her. Sky replied, I will bring him back to see you in 2 months. Meanwhile, Aurora and Jean found themselves together. Jean had been confined by Aurora in their community for several days, her movements restricted to the nearby neighborhoods, requiring permission even for distant excursions. This confinement had rendered her mood utterly dismal, leading her into a state of melancholy. Should Jean's emotions spiral out of control, the Phoenix force within her could erupt once more. Aurora was determined to help Jean relax, and upon hearing that Hill and the others were engaged in Los Angeles, she decided to bring Jean along for a respite. Jean felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude. Leaning back on the sofa, she sighed deeply. I am not that fragile. Aurora, I simply wish to venture out more, and moreover, I want to revisit Xavier's Academy. Your insistence on coming here is puzzling. Aurora was acutely aware of Jean's true intentions. Hiding in the room and sulking was not enough. She yearned for offline confrontations, yet those individuals were absent. I understand, Jean. Aurora offered her a cup of hot cocoa, gently saying, when has Xavier's Academy ever been off limits? The professor has Logan and Kitty to assist him, so there is no need for your concern. I brought you to Los Angeles purely because of familiar faces, and the sunshine and beaches here far surpass those of New York. Sunshine? Beaches? But Los Angeles has been overcast these past few days, Sky interjected apologetically, raising her head. No sooner had she spoken than the previously gray sky darkened ominously, as if it were about to collapse. Before long, large raindrops began to pelt down, tracing winding paths down the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jean and Aurora remained in the living room. 3 individuals gazed out at the rain-soaked scenery, their spirits gradually calming in its presence. The sound of the rain possessed a remarkable therapeutic quality, capable of erasing one's worries. Sky felt a twinge of concern, uncertain of how the others were faring. Indeed, she pondered about his well-being as well. Aurora rested her chin on her hand, exuding a melancholic air, lamenting the frustration of having dug a trench only to find it unyielding. Transitioning from small to large is easy, yet moving from large to small proves to be a challenge. Jean rolled her eyes, questioning whether they were discussing the same subject. Meanwhile, in the depths below, Clint found himself in a colossal cavern, a labyrinth of interconnected passages. Undoubtedly, the walls were composed entirely of the remains of symbiotic entities. Help! They're coming. Kara emerged from a tunnel, clad in a black symbiotic battlesuit. Despite her cries for help, her face bore an exuberant smile. Her high-pitched voice was potent enough to inflict damage upon the symbiotic beings, explaining why she was always tasked with luring them. Behind Kara, a formidable throng of symbiotic dinosaurs followed. Indeed, dinosaurs. There was a Tyrannosaurus with heavy footsteps and a pterosaur soaring above, both roaring, their viscous, bloody maws nearly snapping at her heels. When Sumo first ventured underground, he too was startled by these creatures, symbiotic tyrannosaurs and pterosaurs. He recalled having encountered similar concepts in comic books. Undeniably, the potential of these symbiotic dinosaurs was astounding, having replicated abilities from their former hosts. Calypso hid behind a massive stone pillar, quietly explaining to Sumo that while symbiotes could replicate talents, the process was slow and demanded immense potential. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement. Replicating abilities? He could accomplish that in 30 minutes, truly a stroke of genius. As Kara dashed toward the designated location, Wanda, Thor, and Calypso promptly executed their plan. Chapter 158, Princess of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire, the Deathbird. The battle concluded swiftly. This efficient hunting method had been employed numerous times. With the last symbiotic Tyrannosaurus reduced to mere fragments by Thor's Black Lightning, Sumo utilized the Black Death sword to absorb every last symbiote. Well, that concludes today's workout. If only we could have a bout with that giant on the surface, Thor remarked, wielding his hammer with a sense of lingering excitement. The battles of recent days had greatly benefited him, and he could foresee that upon his return to Asgard, his father Odin would be immensely proud. Back at the temporary campsite, essentially a vast cavern that had been cleared, Wanda dispelled the darkness with her chaos magic. Calypso and her daughter, Arusha, appeared significantly revitalized with ample provisions, their spirits markedly improved since their initial encounter. However, Calypso's countenance seemed to have transformed. Sumo had never been one to judge by appearances, yet he couldn't help but notice a striking resemblance to Hela, the nefarious woman. Cheers! Thor raised a large metallic cup and clinked it with Sumo's before downing half of its contents in one swift motion. I must say, Sumo, this beer is simply exquisite. It rivals Asgard's millennium-aged brew. Sumo, snapping back to reality, refrained from revealing that this beer was actually concocted through a spell from the book of S.H.I.E.L.D, which allowed him to reconfigure the molecular structure of a symbiote. In theory, he could transform Clinter into beer. How long have you been here? Karasudendi inuit. By Earth's reckoning, a week, Sumo explained. Before arriving, I checked the time with Hill. The flow of time here is different from the outside. Perception stretches time. So to be precise, it's been a month. Kara touched her face, but I have scarcely slept. Wanda reassured her, don't worry, you look quite well. Having absorbed sufficient energy, Kalis appeared notably more confident and asked, what shall we do next? Shall we continue exploring underground? Sumo pondered for a moment. Let us remain a few more days before returning to the surface. As they deliberated on their forthcoming plans, a peculiar sound emanated from a nearby tunnel. It was unlike the roars and growls they were accustomed to. It was gentle, almost daft. 3 syllables echoed clearly within the cavern. The group fell silent, all eyes turning towards the source of the sound. A small figure, composed of branches, tumbled out of the tunnel, seemingly terrified, and dashed towards Sumo and the others. In pursuit was another diminutive figure, equally small, shrouded in a black and white symbiote, with hair transformed into steel spikes, sharp fangs, and a long, crimson tongue that lashed about, drooling as it emitted frenzied roars. Rocket Raccoon? Sumo recognized him immediately. An unsettling premonition washed over him. What was the Guardians of the Galaxy doing here? Just as the symbiote-laden rocket was about to pounce on Groot, Sumo sprang into action. A tentacle shot out like lightning, wrapping around little Groot and pulling him to safety. He then summoned the Black Death sword to devour the symbiote clinging to Rocket. With a thud, Rocket crashed to the ground dazed. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes to see a menacing symbiote face and the figure of his best friend in hand. Without a moment's thought, Rocket raised his oversized energy gun. Let Groot go, you monsters! Yet, before he could pull the trigger, several black and purple tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring his limbs and pinning him firmly to the earth. The weapon in his grasp was snatched away and crushed into pieces by another tendril. It was Kalis. What about Star-Lord and the others? Sumo asked, placing the bewildered little Groot on the ground. You actually know Quill? Rocket struggled momentarily, realizing he was utterly immobilized and resigned himself to his fate. He murmured to himself, that guy actually became famous. Sumo snorted coldly, stop mumbling. What are you all doing here? Rocket's eyes darted around, initially contemplating a fabricated excuse, but then his peripheral vision caught sight of a golden-haired little girl, curiously munching on a biscuit and gazing at him with wide eyes. Wait, could it be? Is she Alusha? With her mouth full, Alusha mumbled. How do you know my name? Damn it. It's all because of you. Rocket's frustration surged. If not for you, we wouldn't have ended up in this wretched place. He struggled to retrieve a data pad from his back pocket, displaying Alusha's photograph on the screen. This is you, right? Your wealthy mother sent us to bring you home. Now look, the spaceship is gone, and we can't return. What about Quill and the others? Mother? My mother is right here, Alusha said, glancing quizzically at the nearby Kalis. Are you referring to this Shi'ar? Little girl, you aren't even of the same race. Rocket's gaze shifted to Kalis, and he suddenly froze, scrutinizing her closely. Haven't we met somewhere before? Rocket was certainly not speaking idly. For money, the Guardians of the Galaxy undertook almost any job, and capturing intergalactic fugitives was their forte. The spaceship's database contained 90% of the universe's wanted lists, and the woman before him looked increasingly familiar. His fingers danced swiftly across the datapad. Images flickered across the screen. Kree, Skrull, Shi'ar, and more. Shi'ar? He paused, fixating on one photograph, a woman with long, dark violet hair and wings on her arms, strikingly resembling the relatively docile Kalis before him. Not just similar, but identical. He scrolled up a few lines, revealing the bounty amount and charges, unable to suppress a gulp. This was no mere sum. It was enough to purchase a small asteroid for retirement. So, are these people her accomplices? Surely, none of them could be good. As Rocket prepared to discreetly turn off the datapad, pretending nothing had occurred, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Let me see that. Thor had stealthily approached and snatched the datapad from Rocket's hands. Are you a space pirate? Rocket exclaimed in surprise, reaching for the datapad, but unable to reach Thor, who was too high. Thor scrutinized the text on the screen, reading aloud, Kalis Naramani. Member of the Shi'ar Empire royal family, codenamed Deathbird. Charges: instigating an armed coup, attempting to overthrow the Empress, defeated by Ms. Marvel, exiled to an unknown star system. Whereabouts, unknown. Chapter 159, The Unexpected Turn, The Dragon Drangle. Callus remained silent. Alusha tilted her head back, her golden eyes brimming with confusion. How many mothers does she have? 2. Callus's gaze traversed everyone before landing on Sumo. Sumo, what are you staring at? I'm not a judge. Can we speak privately? Just the two of us. Sumo hesitated for a moment. He sensed a hint of reluctance from Wanda, but he still disengaged from her and enveloped Carlos. Upon discovering her identity as a princess of the Zaya Empire, Sumo felt a surge of curiosity about the secrets she might still harbor. Carlos's physical structure exhibited subtle, yet distinct differences from that of humans. Her bones were lighter, while the density of her muscle fibers was remarkably high, brimming with explosive strength. Certain avian traits were preserved in her physique, such as the feathers along her arms, the crest atop her head, and the downy fur at her rear. Wordlessly, she stepped outside the camp, distancing herself from the curious gazes of the crowd. I found Alusha during my flight. Carlos spoke first, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. To be honest, I have little interest in your sentimental tale. Sumo interrupted her. I know what you're getting at. You want to take her away from here, correct? That is fine, but what benefit can you offer me? The bluntness of his proposition elicited a laugh from Carlos. Once upon a time, she had been just like him. She had advocated for the Empire to seize the opportunity to expand aggressively while the two great empires, Skuru and Kelly, were embroiled in conflict, seeking to annex the star domains. Yet, her benevolent sister, the current Empress of Zaya, had insisted on opposing her, even going so far as to meddle in the disputes of the two empires, a thankless and foolish endeavor. You can take me away from here, can't you? Carlos stated plainly. Sumo responded with a scoff. I hold the legitimate claim to the Zaya Empire. Assist me, and you shall gain the friendship of the entire Zaya Empire. He sneered, openly displaying his disdain. A fugitive, ousted from his position, still dares to dream of reclaiming the throne? What gives you such confidence? Carlos fixed her gaze on Sumo, articulating each word deliberately. You. Sumo was genuinely amused by the audacity. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such unfettered hubris. Did she take him for some sort of wish-granting machine? In an instant, several thick, dark tendrils emerged from behind Carlos, swiftly ensnaring her limbs. The immense force yanked her in 4 directions, lifting her off the ground, leaving her suspended and in shape. You expect me to facilitate your escape and assist you in conquering an entire empire? And what then? My reward is merely your ephemeral friendship? Sumo's voice dripped with cold amusement. Carlos's expression turned serious. I can make you a king. I swear it. And you? To be empress? You wish to reap all the benefits for yourself. Sumo tightened his grip. This individual not only sought to exploit his labor, but also aimed to take advantage of his very being. Carlos grimaced in pain. She had no doubt that if she failed to present something captivating to Sumo within a minute, she would meet a cruel fate, possibly even being resurrected only to face dismemberment once more. Her mind raced, and she suddenly conceived an idea. You should be aware that the symbiote is merely one of Gnarl's capabilities. Let me elaborate. Sumo's strength diminished slightly. Gnarl's power emanates from the living abyss, which is the very essence of his being. At that moment, the entirety of Clinta suddenly began to tremble violently. A thunderous roar echoed. Stalactites rained down from above, while the ground fissured, revealing deep chasms. Following this, a roar far more terrifying and ancient than any dragon's cry resonated from the depths of the earth. Sumo's expression shifted, and the tendrils entwined around Karis retracted instantly, transforming into a form-fitting battle suit that concealed her exposed body. Return to the camp. The two hastily made their way back to the cave. Others also rose, wearing expressions of vigilance. Little Groot pointed frantically at the tunnel they had traversed, stamping his feet in agitation. Rocket promptly translated. Groot says he saw Quill, and the others ventured deeper in that direction. What lies beneath? Are there creatures akin to those colossal dragons on the surface? Upon hearing this, Karis furrowed her brow. Damn it, they must be heading to Grendel's lair. If it is unleashed, the seal will certainly. Sumo realized the gravity of the situation. Why was only that dragon confined, while others roamed freely on the surface? He was certain that the dragon known as Grendel was undoubtedly Gnarl's devoted servant, and the first thing it would do upon breaking the seal would be to awaken Gnarl. Should we take a look? A mere glance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, if we do not act when Quill and his foolish companions release the dragon, the outcome will be no different. Sumo's gaze swept over Wanda and Kara. He sighed, turning to Karis, and spoke with an unwavering tone. You will accompany me. Thor, take Wanda and the others back to the surface. If I'm not back by the time the Rainbow Bridge descends again, you must leave. No way. I want to go with you. Kara was the first to protest. Me too. Wanda nodded resolutely. Thor tightened his grip on his hammer and said in a deep voice, Hey, fleeing at the last minute is not the Asgardian way. We are a team. Your presence would only complicate matters for me. Sumo replied bluntly. The three fell silent. Sumo continued. Rest assured, if I wish to flee, I can do so at any moment. Not taking you with me is solely to protect you from danger. But, he gestured towards Karis with his tendril. If she perishes, I will not bat an eyelash. Is this a pre-battle rallying cry? Karis's lips twitched. Su-mo, uninterested in further discussion, enveloped Karis completely with the black symbiote, commandeering her body, and darted into the depths of the tunnel like a shadow. Meanwhile, outside the Star of Clinta, an eerie silence enveloped the cosmic expanse, where a silent chase unfolded. Countless streams of light converged from all directions towards that inky black planet. The flowing lights, each varying in color and form, share a singular trait. Nearly every luminary's master is accompanied by a symbiotic entity. Among them, one resplendent golden light, surpassing all others in velocity, instantaneously tore through the fabric of space, materializing in orbit around Clinta. As the golden radiance dissipated, a woman quietly floated in the void of space, adorned in a battle suit of red and blue. Her short golden hair danced freely in the radiant energy of the cosmos, resembling a humanoid star, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. Chapter 160. Dragon Slaying. As one descends further, the tunnel narrows, some passages scarcely allowing the passage of a single individual. Eerie red patterns began to emerge on the surrounding stone walls, akin to desiccated blood vessels. Can you truly escape from the clutches of Dringer, and even Nar? Or is it merely a form of consolation? Dringer can, but Nar cannot. In her consciousness, Khalees conversed with Su-mo. Over the course of the past month, her perception of him had undergone a transformation. Initially, she regarded Su-mo merely as a peculiar symbiotic entity capable of wielding the Black Death sword and amusing the two young girls. Subsequently, he began sharing food with Alyssa, chocolate, cookies, beef jerky. Though he often claimed such items were worthless, Khalees understood that on this desolate planet, any morsel was a priceless treasure. Most importantly, Khalees had overheard him muttering several names on multiple occasions. Hilda, Natasha, Gu-e. She had secretly counted. In the span of a month, he had mentioned Hilda 27 times, Natasha 18 times, and Gu-e 9 times. In that moment, Khalees comprehended the truth. This individual, too, had attachments, people he cared for. It had been rather impolite of her to perceive him solely as a non-human, symbiotic entity. He was not an object, but rather a person. Observing Su-mo's serious demeanor, Khalees suddenly jested. Do symbiotic entities possess such desires? What desires? Reproductive needs. Are you unwell? Hilda, Natasha, Gu-e, are they not your women? Su-mo, momentarily taken aback, was about to elucidate when, unexpectedly, the space ahead rippled with invisible waves. The two of them traversed directly through. In the next instant, the world before them lost all color, leaving only an endless expanse of black, white, and gray. This sensation was familiar to Su-mo, reminiscent of the realm of the Black Death sword, yet unfamiliar to Khalees, who felt as though her heart was gripped by an unseen hand. Gasping for air, Khalees exclaimed, "This must be it." It appeared to be an independent space. The ground as flat as a colossal stone slab, the air thick and shrouded in black mist. Su-mo looked up, observing the chaotic gray above, indistinguishable as sky or rock wall. An eerie silence enveloped this place. Only the distant, faint echoes of roars reverberated through the air, seemingly close at hand. Yet, Su-mo understood that the actual distance was astonishingly vast. He could not fathom how Quill and the others had arrived in such a dreadful place. With his enhanced vision, he strained to discern the situation ahead. It was then that Kalis experienced this extraordinary ability as well. She beheld 3 lifeless bodies, quietly lying on the gray ground, utterly still. Su-mo spoke calmly. They're already dead. Star-Lord Quill, Gamora, and Drax the Destroyer. This marked the first time Su-mo had witnessed these pivotal characters from the films before him in the form of corpses, leaving him somewhat astounded. This revelation served as a stark reminder that this world was unequivocally real, unlike what he had previously imagined. Kalis swallowed hard. You look ahead. Su-mo gradually shifted his gaze upward, only to be met with terror. A colossal dragon, its form stretching into the horizon, suddenly loomed before them. Its size dwarfed the dragon he had seen on the ground by countless magnitudes, and its single eye resembled a small asteroid, radiating a chilling crimson glow. That enormous pupil was now fixated intently on the two of them. The good news was that this dragon, known as Drunger, remained bound and had not broken free from its seal. The bad news was that it had opened its mouth. We're doomed, Kalis uttered. A strange roar surged forth, akin to a tsunami crashing down. Kalis felt as though her mind had been struck by a mighty hammer. Darkness engulfed her, and she nearly lost consciousness. It was a sonic attack. Su-mo immediately employed Sky's vibrational ability to counteract the force of the roar. These dragons could be considered the natural enemies of symbiotes. Kalis struggled to recover from the onslaught, urging Su-Mo within his mind. As long as it hasn't escaped its seal, let us depart swiftly. As a former princess of the S.H.I.E.L.D Empire, she had witnessed her fair share of grand spectacles. The severed head of the deity from a void was indeed shocking, but compared to the living dragon before her, that head was merely a roadside sculpture. Su-Mo nodded. His sole purpose was to ensure that Nor would not be released. For now, the seal on Drunger remained intact. He took a few steps back, then hesitated. A sense of foreboding washed over Kalis. You're not thinking of, please don't. Su-Mo, listen to my counsel. You are already formidable. There is no need to. Su-Mo remained silent. Having spent considerable time in Klinner, the Black Death Sword had indeed grown significantly stronger, having consumed millions of symbiotes. If he wished, he could swiftly arm and dominate the entire Earth with symbiotes. Yet, how should one articulate it? This process resembled pouring water into a pool. Indeed, the water level would rise, but eventually, the pool would overflow. And what would happen then? The pool remains unchanged. It will not transform into rivers, nor will it evolve into vast oceans. In simple terms, the accumulation of quantity has yet to provoke a qualitative change. The essence of Nar, the god of darkness, does not rely on symbiotic entities. Rather, these beings are merely the subservient creations he molded during the development of his powers. As Kalis previously articulated, Nar's true strength emanates from the living abyss. Contemplating this, the notion that one could usurp Nar merely by consuming these symbiotic entities is utterly fanciful. A sense of frustration enveloped Su-Mo as he gazed upon the seemingly invincible dragon before him, reigniting a long-dormant impulse within him. If he does not strive, how can he discern the limits of his own potential? Armed with the Black Death Sword, he believed he might indeed slay this dragon. The symbiotic entity within Drellinger had been transformed by Nar's very blood. Su-Mo was possessed by a singular thought. Bring it forth. Kalis, sharing a symbiotic bond with Su-Mo, could acutely sense the shifts in his emotions, leaving her utterly stunned. Are you mad? We cannot defeat it. How shall we know without trying? But what if we fail? Drellinger's roar could obliterate us countless times. Even at this distance, I know you might have a plan. Yet it can err innumerable times while you can only afford one mistake. Incorrect. It is you who can only afford one mistake. Su-Mo suddenly teased in a light-hearted tone. Should failure befall him, he could attempt to merge with Drellinger. On the bright side, Kalis, if we succeed, we would have forged a bond through life and death, and you would be fortunate to gain my friendship. Kalis felt that Su-Mo was certainly mocking her previous statement regarding the friendship of the Xia Empire. Are you implying that if we succeed, you will assist me in usurping the throne? I never asserted such a thing. Kalis, resigned, declared, do as you wish, go to your doom. If I perish here, it will be just retribution. Anyway, Alusha has already departed. I hope your friends can help her find her biological mother. S.H.I.E.L.D, choosing Saidens. He extended his hand, and in the next moment, a golden spear materialized from thin air, gripped firmly in his grasp. With a hum, a brilliant golden holy flame ignited from the spear, dispelling the surrounding oppression and bathing the desolate black and white world in a dazzling golden hue. The radiance was so resplendent, so sacred, it starkly contrasted with this realm of abyss and decay. What on earth? Kalis's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of energy coursing through her feathers. Not from fear, but from sheer astonishment. She stared intently at the spear, her lips trembling. Is this the eternal spear of the Father of Gods?